Looking out through the window, I spotted a small figure in a red bodysuit darting nimbly between the tall buildings. With a flick of his wrist, he kept launching slender strands of web, looking for all. The world like a playful spider weaving its way through the urban jungle. At this moment, he swung freely between the skyscrapers, utterly carefree, as if the entire city were his personal playground. A wave of worry rose in my chest. I sincerely hoped he'd pay a little attention to what was happening on the next street over. There, a major renovation was underway. Several tower cranes were swaying in midair like drunken giants. If he happened to get struck by one of those, the consequences could be dire. Besides, it's not as if he could file for workers' compensation. After all, there's no insurance plan designed for a spider out there in the world. "Sir, your coffee." Just then, a dark-haired waitress from the Williamsburg diner approached with a spring in her step. She placed my coffee on the table with a gentle touch, her eyes twinkling mischievously as she glanced at me. To be honest, if you overlooked her little habit of dipping her fingers into the coffee, this restaurant was actually pretty nice. The decor was warm and inviting, and a gentle aroma of coffee drifted through the air, making the place feel soothing and relaxed. This is a world spun off from American TV dramas. Just this morning, I'd already seen news of at least 3 superheroes. The moment I stepped outside, I caught sight of the Williamsburg fast food joint, its neon sign gleaming vividly in the sunlight. The staff here are always enthusiastic, quick with a well-timed joke or a bit of banter to keep customers entertained. Then act. For lighthearted teasing gives the whole place a cheerful, easy-going vibe. But honestly, those things aren't what matter most. In this world, superheroes and mutants are everywhere. Yet, the relationships between them and ordinary people are tangled and uneasy. Mutants, in particular, are like enigmatic shadows moving among the crowd. Their true intentions always hard to read, keeping everyone on guard. Most superheroes, like Iron Man and Batman, stand for justice. These 2 titans of industry now even hold prominent positions in Congress. Even so, the tension between superheroes and regular folks never seems to ease, which I find deeply perplexing. My name is Galio. I was once just an ordinary guy from Huaxia, Earth, but now I work for a mysterious agency somewhere in America. They even refer to me as their secret weapon, though I see myself as perfectly average, with nothing special about me at all. My ordinariness shows in every aspect of my life. In this coffee shop, for example, no one would notice me unless I flashed a weapon. I have to tip just like everyone else, and if someone tries to scam me, I just have to bite the bullet and shell out the cash. This kind of plainness leaves me feeling a mix of resignation and self-mockery. I opened my character attribute panel, and in an instant, my entire field of vision turned a dull gray, as if mirroring my current predicament and mood. The panel displayed my information clearly. My name was Galio, with my former name, Su Xiaobei, noted in parentheses. My strength was 5, the limit of an average adult human. My speed was 4, just a hair short of the peak. Intelligence matched my speed at 4. Dexterity reached 5, which was considered elite. Explosive power was 4, barely passing. Stamina was 5, the highest standard for an adult. As for skills, I was trained in firearms and martial arts. Fluent in Chinese, English, Arabic, and Russian, and well-versed in mechanical operations. I was also a gaming expert and had some skill in sculpture. On the surface, these attributes and abilities seemed decent. But it wasn't until I happened to catch a glimpse of my neighbor Spider-Man Peter Parker's panel that I truly grasped my own insignificance. Peter Parker's stats were downright mind-boggling. His strength soared to 80, while the limit for a normal human was just 5. His speed hit 60 leagues. Beyond ordinary people, intelligence stood at 17, far surpassing the pinnacle of any regular person. Dexterity at 75, explosive power a full 100, and his dynamic perception an astonishing 120. Contrast this with the average person's mere 3. His skill set was equally impressive. Not only could he manipulate spider silk and perform extraordinary physical feats, but he also excelled in agility, photography, mechanics, gaming, and even web weaving. Compared to him, my so-called secret weapon was nothing but a joke, an utterly ordinary person, through and through. Still, although this attribute panel couldn't make me stronger, it was my greatest asset. With it, I could judge whether those around me were normal and whether they posed a threat to me. I still remember, during a previous meeting, I used the panel to discover a mutant. He was cunning, capable of killing someone and flawlessly taking their place without leaving a trace. Luckily, I caught on in time and immediately reported him under my real name. He was soon locked in a special cage. I examined the cage and found it was built with advanced technology, similar to devices designed to suppress superpowers. Once a mutant was inside, escape was nearly impossible. One thing worth mentioning, every time I use the appraisal skill, it consumes a point of my blue bar. At present, my blue bar stands at 5, which seems to correspond to my intelligence. Each appraisal costs 1 point, and it automatically regenerates after 24 hours. I took a sip of coffee, unable to help but marvel at the fickleness of fate. Somehow, I had been thrust into this world brimming with danger and challenge. Though the job came with a monthly salary of $300,000, the risks were simply overwhelming. Each day, I faced either mutants or all sorts of crises, making me feel as if I were constantly teetering on the edge of a cliff, my life hanging by a thread. I could never quite understand how, with my rather unimpressive attributes, I'd ended up in this circle regarded as secret weapons. Even I found it incredible. Only gourmet food and luxury cars could offer me a brief reprieve from my inner unease and fear. I loved sitting in an extravagant vehicle, sinking into plush seats, and letting the top-tier sound system surround me. In those moments, it felt as if I could momentarily escape the crushing pressure of reality. Now, the conflict between humans and mutants was growing ever more intense. When it came to superheroes, the government was still watching and recruiting, but toward mutants, their attitude was outright hostility, eradication. Just this morning, the news reported that Congress was actually considering passing a mutant extermination bill. Shockingly, such an extreme proposal had gained quite a bit of support. Thankfully, Batman and Iron Man were present in Congress, and Tony Stark immediately voiced his opposition, with many supporters standing behind him. As a result, the bill became the center of a heated debate. Although things seemed temporarily stable, I didn't dare let my guard down. Mutants possessed power on par with nuclear weapons. If I were in their shoes, I certainly wouldn't ignore such an existential threat from humanity. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Lost in my tangled thoughts, I was suddenly jolted by a tremendous crash from the wall in front of me. A red figure was flung through the air, smashing straight into the cafe's logo. It was none other than everyone's friendly neighborhood, Spider-Man. Spidey struggled to free himself from the logo, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "Take cover!" Not that we needed his warning. The moment he crashed through, the rest of us had already instinctively darted to safety. In this absurd world, simply surviving was a skill unto itself. Spider-Man had barely gotten to his feet when, from the hole in the wall, a monster more than 2 meters tall emerged, moving slowly but menacingly. He had the head of a bull and the body of a man, a terrifying sight. The moment I saw him, I nearly cursed aloud. Wasn't this Oxhead from the legends of the Chinese underworld? How could he possibly be here? It was utterly bizarre. The bull-headed man's eyes blazed crimson, rage having utterly consumed him. After barging into the cafe, he ignored everyone else, lowering his head and aiming his horns, charging straight at Spider-Man. The cafe was cramped, and to avoid harming innocent bystanders, Spider-Man had no choice but to abandon dodging, gripping the bull's horns with both hands and desperately trying to halt the monster's advance. I watched as Spider-Man was slammed into the wall, the Minotaur's sharp horns inching dangerously closer to his chest. The situation had become truly perilous. Without hesitation, I used my appraisal skill on the creature. The results came up. Its name was Estatag, a mutant of the beastkin variety. In his human form, his abilities were unimpressive. Strength at 3, speed at 2, intelligence 3, dexterity 2, and burst power only 1. But once transformed, his stats soared. Strength 87, speed 61, intelligence 3, dexterity 2, burst 15. His arsenal of skills included Savage Charge, Heavy Stomp, Horned Assault, Brute Force, and Red Magnetism. Most importantly, his weakness was water. To my surprise, this was the first time I'd seen a monster actively reveal its own weakness in an appraisal result. Normally, using this skill wouldn't show a creature's vulnerabilities at all, just like when I tried to identify a barista at a cafe. It didn't display any of her private info. But this time, the monster laid his weakness bare, and I had no choice but to accept this unexpected bonus. The Williamsburger restaurant logo had completely lost its power to protect us. Even Galio looked dispirited, but this wasn't the time for gloom. The most urgent thing now was to help Spider-Man. Clearly, he was at a disadvantage against the Minotaur. Shouting for help would do no good. It would only expose us and ruin Galio's carefully maintained cover. If anyone started investigating, the best outcome would be losing his job. At worst, he could face much harsher consequences. After all, in America, these kinds of things weren't exactly rare, or so the rumors went. Spider-Man was barely hanging on. He was pushing desperately against the Minotaur's horns, but tactics and cunning were his strengths, not raw, physical power. In brute force, he was no match for this beast. Time was running out, the danger growing by the second. If Spider-Man fell, the rest of us wouldn't stand a chance. Who could say we wouldn't be the Minotaur's next meal? Galio quietly wiped the sweat from his brow, stood up, and slipped his hands into his pockets, trying to sound calm as he said, "Don't panic, Spidey. Just splash some water on him. That'll snap him out of it." Snap out of it? With a stranger suddenly appearing and spouting nonsense, Spider-Man nearly lost his temper. "Just hi, will you?" He had no energy left to argue with this oddball. Survival was all he could focus on now. It was enough to make anyone's head ache. Galio wished he could just deck this friendly neighborhood guy. "If I tell you to throw water, just do it. What's with all the backtalk?" He took a deep breath, doing his best to look trustworthy. "I'm with MI5. We've studied creatures like this before. Trust me, I know what I'm doing." Spider-Man was practically pressed flat against the wall by now, muttering to himself, "Sure, MI5 like anyone from there ever knows what they're doing. Run." Little Spider shouted with the last ounce of his strength. Galio was stunned as well. He had never seen anyone so stubborn before, and couldn't help but wonder, do you even want to live? How did things get so out of hand? Just as Galio was about to fetch some water himself to throw at the Minotaur, suddenly, a vase full of water came crashing down right on the creature's head. Following the direction from which the vase had flown, Galio saw a black-haired, voluptuous waitress shrugging innocently at him, as if trying to act cute. Why am I always distracted by the wrong things? Who designed these uniforms, anyway? But right now, the Minotaur's condition was what mattered most. Gritting his teeth, Galio turned his attention back to the real issue. Little Spider was about to lose his mind. What was wrong with the people in this place? Not only were they not helping, they were making things worse. Still, the Minotaur's strength seemed to be fading. Had someone fed it the wrong food? The crimson glow in the Minotaur's eyes gradually faded, and its brute strength clearly diminished. With inhuman agility, Little Spider pushed off with his legs and actually managed to hurl the Minotaur aside. Galio didn't bother using the system again. He was now certain that water was effective against the monster. The scientists in white coats, those who loved dissecting mutants, typically classified them into 6 levels of danger. This bull was probably in the 5th or 6th tier. Not the most dangerous, but certainly not to be underestimated. It was a textbook example of a creature built purely for strength. If not for its water weakness, Little Spider's fate would have been sealed long ago in such a tight space. After being flung aside, the Minotaur turned its furious gaze on Galio. Outwardly, Galio appeared as calm as ever. He righted a chair and sat down. In reality, his legs had gone so weak he could barely stand. With a quick thwip, Little Spider began firing his webs. The Minotaur, now much weaker, could no longer tear through the webs with ease. It had to struggle with all its might to break free. Its strength was rapidly draining, and standing nearby was an opponent who looked more troublesome by the minute. Dodging Little Spider's webs with unexpected agility, the Minotaur suddenly turned and tried to escape. Now Galio was in a real bind. Should he give chase? If he did, he'd never catch up. If he didn't, his carefully crafted image would fall apart. As scenes of Mr. and Mrs. Smith sneaking into his house in the dark flashed through his mind, a figure appeared outside the damaged wall. A man draped in a bright red cape, a large S emblazoned on his chest. As for his red, well, there's no need to dwell on those details. One thing was clear. This man was no ordinary person. The Minotaur froze too, but he knew there was no way out for him now. If the authorities caught him, his fate would be nothing short of miserable. Summoning the last of his strength, his eyes flickered with a blood-red glow, far dimmer than before. Galio could tell his power had reached its absolute limit. He could barely muster anything more. Yet before the man outside the wall, brute strength no longer mattered. Unless an even more formidable adversary appeared, no one could withstand even a single punch from him. "Out of my way," the Minotaur bellowed, charging forward in a final, desperate assault. "Watch out, he's still strong," Spiderling called out, trying to help by flinging webs. But the man in the strange cloak at the door simply reached out and, with casual ease, grabbed the Minotaur's left horn, lifting him effortlessly into the air as though he were nothing more than a toy. Only then did Galio finally breathe a sigh of relief. The Minotaur was captured at last. Though the whole incident was hard to explain, at least he hadn't lost face. And if he brought the Minotaur back with him, perhaps a reward was in store. But just as Galio thought it was all over, the Cape Man suddenly clenched his fist, released the Minotaur, and, as the beast fell, landed a gentle punch. There was a dull, sickening thud. The Minotaur's head vanished in an instant, leaving only his headless body to crash heavily to the ground. Galio was stunned. He'd never imagined the Cape Man would kill the Minotaur outright, and in such a brutal fashion. Yes, Galio knew the government conducted secret research on these mutant creatures. Falling into their hands would hardly be better. Still, He never expected this seemingly righteous cloak guy to dispatch the Minotaur so decisively and in such a bloody way. Why did you have to kill him? It would have been enough just to subdue him. Spiderling protested angrily. After all, this had once been a living, breathing being, maybe even human once. But Cloak Guy paid Spiderling no mind. He rose gracefully off the ground, hovering in the air. He merely nodded at Galio, a brief gesture of acknowledgement, then turned and soared away. Just like that, he was gone. Spiderling was seething with rage, but there was nothing he could do. He wasn't foolish enough to pick a fight with that kind of monster. Over a criminal. Still, he was determined to file a complaint. Letters, photos, maybe even a story in the papers. This was just too savage. Outside the Williamsburg Cafe, Spiderling shot a web and vanished from the scene in a flash. He departed at remarkable speed. Galio sensed clearly that Spiderling wanted no part of cleaning up the chaos, or paying for the repairs to the wall and the renovations. This was simply too irresponsible. Given the prices in this world, such destruction would bring enormous financial loss to the restaurant. As a small business, they might even have to close their doors because of it. If the restaurant went under, the livelihoods of the staff would be affected as well. Realizing he was overthinking, Galio forced himself to stop dwelling on these thoughts. The man in the cloak and the young spider had dashed off at lightning speed, leaving Galio to sigh helplessly. He reached into the pocket of his immaculate suit, pulled out a check, scribbled a rough amount, and handed it to the young owner, who was still weeping uncontrollably. Just then, a system prompt suddenly appeared, asking if he wanted to use the skill pickup. He actually had this skill? Ever since coming to this world, Galio had assumed that identification was his only ability. He never expected to have additional skills at his disposal. It would be foolish not to use a skill when he had one. So Galio chose pick up without hesitation. System prompt, not enough space. Galio paused to think, then decided to pretend to be a scientist and went forward to examine if the Minotaur was truly dead. Such behavior shouldn't arouse suspicion. In truth, the Minotaur didn't even have a head left. There was no need to double-check. Still, Galio walked up to the corpse, ready to activate his pickup skill. System prompt, contact required. That gave Galio a bit of a psychological hurdle. The creature before him, though bizarre, was still more or less humanoid. Aside from the missing head, the rest of the body was largely intact. Suppressing his discomfort, he forced himself to place his hand on the corpse. This time, the system finally indicated the pickup was successful. With the skill activated, a new inventory appeared on Galio's personal panel. The inventory consisted of 3 rows with 6 slots in total, and in the very first slot sat a cartoonish version of the Minotaur. This wasn't the time to examine the item. As soon as the pickup was complete, the body suddenly vanished into thin air. The staff, who had only just begun to regain their composure, broke out into fresh screams. Galio felt a headache coming on. He hadn't expected that using a single skill would cause the entire body to disappear so dramatically. There was still much he didn't understand about the panel's functions. Doing his best to explain, Galio assured everyone that he'd simply used his own ability to deal with the corpse, hoping to prevent any unnecessary panic. Unexpectedly, this earned him a shower of gratitude. The people's emotions ran high. Some even handed him cards with their phone numbers or coupons for various discounts. Well, that was an unexpected bonus. Before long, government officials would arrive, and what awaited was a long round of questioning and paperwork, sure to eat up Galio's time. He still needed to find a quiet place to study the Minotaur's new abilities. So, Galio made up a random excuse and quickly left the scene. As he rounded the street corner, he spotted several sleek black luxury sedans heading toward Williamsburg, just as he'd expected. Technically, these people were his colleagues, so it wasn't his place to comment. But he couldn't help but grumble to himself. These folks always showed up fashionably late, right after the dust had settled. If Cloak Guy and Little Spider hadn't dealt with the Minotaur just in time, everyone here, including himself, would probably have had their friends and family lining up for funerals 3 days later. New York City, in a high-end residential district. Galio received a massive order of mirrors he'd requested. Under the slightly puzzled gaze of the delivery staff, he signed his name and paid double the usual fee. An hour later, Galio had successfully transformed his room into a hall of mirrors, reflecting every angle, ceiling to floor, wall to wall, no blind spots. This mirror company catered mostly to upscale clients and had seen its share of eccentric requests. A big mirror by the bed, mirrors lining every wall of a bathroom. Those are nothing out of the ordinary. But this time, Galio wanted even the ceiling and the floor to reflect a person's image. That was a first for them. All they could do was marvel that the world of the wealthy was beyond their comprehension, and make a quick exit. After seeing off the workers, who were clearly overthinking things, Galio sat in his mirrored room and began to examine the items he'd just acquired. The interface displayed options. He could either use or appraise these items. With the appraisal function at his disposal, Galio wasn't about to use anything recklessly. He activated the appraisal skill first. Item name: Phase 9 X gene carrier, animal cell type. Using this ability will provide the host with a corresponding skill tree and alter the skill tree interface. This card can either activate the skill tree or be used in burst mode. If activated in burst mode, the host temporarily acquires the full power of this mutant for 10 minutes. The description put Galio on high alert. He immediately decided not to use it lightly. His cheat system had only just started up, and this didn't look like a run-of-the-mill ability. He was certainly curious about how his skill panel might evolve, but if this card was a one-time use item, he couldn't justify wasting it on a half-beast, half-human power, unless, of course, the ability involved night activity or extraordinary vitality. After all, longevity was the one thing Galio longed for most. The first ability could be dismissed outright. As for the second, he considered using it if the situation called for it. With this power, Galio could finally play a real part in front of Little Spider, at least ensuring that secret weapon Galio would no longer be just a non-combatant. Galio was quite pleased with this. It was certainly better than having only a single identification function. Lately, the pressure on him had been intense. Dealing with Iron Man was manageable, but there was that one meeting with Batman. His stats were so overwhelming, Galio nearly questioned his own existence. They were all supposed to be human, yet their ability panels weren't even in the same league. Meanwhile, a certain government agency had already received a relevant phone call. A complaint from one tabloid reporter was promptly dismissed. Such attention seekers weren't worth responding to. Shortly afterward, the department received a detailed report outlining the incident. According to the account, Bullhead Guy was originally just an ordinary high school student who had arranged to go shopping with his girlfriend that day. When he tried to kiss her, she refused, and for reasons unknown, he suddenly lost control of his emotions and publicly unleashed his special abilities. Although Bullhead Guy hadn't harmed anyone, he did attempt to forcefully take his girlfriend away, his intentions clearly less than noble. At this point, the black-suited officers in charge of the case couldn't help but feel like the whole scenario was straight out of an R-rated movie. Some even had the urge to grab popcorn and watch how it would unfold. However, things took a quick turn. Before Bullhead Guy could get his way, America's favorite neighbor, Little Spider, suddenly swooped in. With a flurry of agile moves, he managed to rescue the stunned leading lady. All she had wanted was a simple date, but now the story had veered straight into King Kong territory, leaving her utterly bewildered. Regardless of whether the heroine still wanted to continue the date, Little Spider had already made up his mind to save her. Seeing this, Bullhead Guy grew even more agitated. After an intense scuffle, Little Spider successfully rescued the girl and swiftly got her out of harm's way. Once she escaped, the not-so-speedy Bullhead Guy was left fuming, his eyes blazing red with rage. What followed was a fierce showdown between Bullhead Guy and Little Spider. Though there were no casualties, the economic damage was staggering, if not for Wayne Enterprises agreeing to cover the costs. No one would have been able to shoulder such a huge sum, and the government certainly wouldn't have taken responsibility. During the struggle, Bullhead Guy hurled Little Spider into a cafe by the roadside, and the two of them wreaked considerable havoc. Inside the restaurant, it was there that they encountered Agent Galio, who happened to be calmly sipping coffee at a corner table. Agent Galio remained as enigmatic as ever, composed and unhurried. He offered a few well-timed pointers that helped Little Spider swiftly discover Bullhead Guy's weakness. In the end, just as Little Spider and Galio were about to subdue Bullhead Guy, a Cape Man happened to pass by, dispatched Bullhead Guy with a single blow, and brought the day's chaos to a dramatic close. One final note. The repairs to the restaurant have already been personally covered by Agent Galio. This act earned a certain measure of respect from the men in black suits present. After all, he was paying out of his own pocket rather than using public funds. In situations like this, people usually just go through the motions for the sake of procedure. Rarely does anyone take their responsibilities so seriously. Agent Galio was indeed someone to admire. Although the Minotaur's problem had been resolved, the government's internal situation became even more chaotic as a result. The main reason mutants are not accepted by society lies in their secrecy and unpredictability, which make them a tremendous threat to public safety. On top of that, the power possessed by mutants is far beyond what ordinary law enforcement can handle. As for superheroes, setting aside the question of whether or not they can truly be controlled, there simply aren't enough of them to meet the demand. Take today's Minotaur incident, for example. Without Spider-Man's intervention, it would have taken at least a well-equipped battalion to bring him down. But deploying troops takes time, and by the time the soldiers arrived, the victims would have already been in grave danger. The government had long been trying to cultivate its own force of superheroes, seeing this as the most reliable option in the eyes of politicians. Yet the militarization of superheroes did not require direct political interference. On this point, Stark Industries was firmly opposed, and Iron Man himself had lobbied and won over quite a few members of Congress, dragging the process out indefinitely. Lately, incidents involving mutants like the Minotaur had been breaking out with alarming frequency. If things went on like this, chaos was inevitable. Even the involvement of superheroes would have to be regulated. Just this time, Spider-Man's takedown of the Minotaur resulted in economic losses exceeding $3 million. Though Wayne Enterprises was willing to cover the damages, it was never meant to be a long-term solution. After all, that sort of spending was a bottomless pit. The debate in Congress grew ever more heated. The faction led by Iron Man agreed to the nationalization of superhero forces, but only if their autonomy could be protected. Meanwhile, the hardliners, representing major financial conglomerates, stood firmly against this notion, as it would severely undermine their influence, something they absolutely did not want. After 3 days of heated arguments, mutant-related crises were only becoming more frequent. In just 3 days, 12 similar incidents had already occurred. Outside pressure was mounting, and everyone was struggling to keep their emotions in check. Finally, 3 days after the Minotaur incident, with tension in Congress at its peak, Bruce Wayne presented a proposal that both sides could grudgingly accept, and at last, Iron Man gave his reluctant agreement. The specifics of the proposal were as follows. Meanwhile, after 3 days of rest at home, Galio still found himself waking up to another idle day. His job was, admittedly, quite unusual. It paid handsomely and came with a dedicated office. Yet no one had ever required him to show up, nor had he ever been given any clear assignments. In other words, in theory, even if Galio spent the entire month sleeping at home, he could still pocket nearly $300,000 as his monthly salary. Such a life was simply too comfortable. Galio even began to wonder if he should ask around among his colleagues to see if there were any nightclubs reserved exclusively for insiders. As he was savoring the idle boredom of the wealthy, he suddenly received a call summoning him to work. This request was quite reasonable, but for some reason, Galio couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He drove all the way to the headquarters building. To be honest, Galio had always thought that the people who designed this building had some truly peculiar ideas. The building had over 30 floors, yet the offices were located on the 18th basement level. Never mind whether that number was considered auspicious. The design itself was baffling. Galio had looked into it before. This headquarters had no way to evacuate directly from the 18th basement to the surface in an emergency. Which begged the question, if terrorists were to blow up the entire building, what would happen? Wouldn't their entire department be wiped out in an instant? Galio had once written a formal report about this issue, but in the end, it was dismissed as unnecessary worry and quietly set aside. Galio felt utterly helpless when faced with the decision-maker's way of thinking. In such a dangerous world, destroying a building was hardly a challenge. As he walked through the hallway, people would occasionally greet Galio with respectful glances. He found this rather troublesome, since he didn't feel he had accomplished anything worthy of their expectations. In a stark white office sat a distinguished lady in her 60s, whose elegance had not diminished with age. 40 years ago, she must have been a breathtaking beauty. After some polite small talk, the lady informed Galio that the debates had finally ended. She explained that politics worked like this. You criticize me for a day, I retaliate. For a day, everyone argues for a while, and the real business is put on hold. Once everyone has had their fill of arguing, the actual matters naturally return to the agenda. Generally, the debates would last for half a month, and when it came time to actually get things done, it might only take a morning to settle everything. So, after Iron Man and those people in Congress, here, she paused, choosing not to comment further. Well, the result was this. After a morning of heated arguments and mutual concessions, they'd established an independent organization composed of superheroes, government forces, and private groups. The government, Wayne Enterprises, and Stark Industries would be responsible for funding the organization's operations. Meanwhile, the government introduced new legislation requiring all individuals with special abilities to register their information. This registration worked much like obtaining an ID card. It wouldn't interfere with daily life, but specialized agencies would assess the powers of mutants and superheroes, assigning them an energy classification. Those with ordinary abilities could go about their lives as usual, while individuals with potentially harmful powers faced certain restrictions, and those possessing uncontrollable or strategic-level capabilities would be subject to close supervision. Although this measure was riddled with controversy and clear flaws, under the current circumstances, it was still considered one of the most effective solutions available. After all, Having rules in place was better than total chaos. According to the regulations, registration for people with powers had now been officially put on the agenda. Anyone who missed the deadline would be penalized according to the consequences of their actions. The government maintained a tough stance, and for those who refused to cooperate or attempted to conceal their identities, extreme measures were not out of the question. During a heated meeting, Iron Man nearly lost his composure right then and there. Fortunately, Bruce Wayne stepped in just in time to mediate, easing the tension. As for the concrete details, the relevant departments were still in discussion. For now, as long as no serious incidents occurred, the safety of these mutants was tentatively guaranteed. Upon hearing all this, Galio began to feel a growing sense of unease. He knew too much, and strictly speaking, there was no need to inform him of these developments in the first place. His apprehension was soon validated. His former supervisor, a woman as charismatic as ever even after 40 years, came to deliver the news herself. The government had chosen him as the chief registered superhero. Galio had always shrouded himself in mystery, and the authorities were well aware that his powers could be devastating on a large scale. Just like that incident in the restaurant, when he demonstrated his ability to disintegrate a corpse, clearly a skill that called for discretion. Because of this, the government tended to give their own people more leeway, requiring Galio to list only his martial arts specialties on the forms and allowing him to omit other details. The bill was passed in the morning. As Ms. Elizabeth nibbled on chocolate candies, she informed Galio that he would be heading off to his new workplace that very afternoon, accompanied by 3 new colleagues. The efficiency was stunning. Although she appeared to ask for his opinion, she had, in fact, already submitted his file and bumped his salary to $500,000 a month as she spoke. Galio was left somewhat bewildered, but he had little choice but to accept his new identity as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Stark Industries headquarters. When Galio entered the building, map and credentials in hand, he could hardly contain his disbelief. For an organization as secretive and sophisticated as this to so blatantly place its headquarters atop the tallest building in the city center seemed almost reckless. If Galio were a villain, he thought he would have plotted the building's destruction long ago. He swiped his card and entered. Immediately, a stunning brunette secretary with an impressive figure approached him, carrying a stack of documents. "Good afternoon, Mr. Galio. This is Stark Tower, soon to become the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm your personal assistant," she said, extending a soft hand, her eyes glinting with a mischievous and teasing spark. As he shook her hand, Galio scrutinized her with heightened caution. He found it hard to believe that such an alluring woman was just an ordinary secretary. If she really were, why would she be assigned to him? And if she was, there had to be some hidden agenda at play. Name: Natalia Alienovna Romanova. Strength: 12, peak adult female 4. Speed: 8, peak adult female 5. Intelligence: 14, peak adult 5. Dexterity: 15, peak adult 5. Burst: 5, peak adult 5. Special skill: Allure. Skills: Master of Languages, Martial Arts Master, Weapons Expert, Fashion Maestro, Master of Psychology, Interrogation Specialist, Agility, Flexibility, Strength, Dexterity, Spy Master, Multiple Identities. In that instant, Galio understood he didn't stand a chance against her. And this woman was clearly no ordinary person. He knew perfectly well. Someone like her was either sent by the government or some organization to keep an eye on him, or she was a spy deliberately planted inside S.H.I.E.L.D. As for this dangerous beauty, Galio had no intention of getting himself involved. The 2 ladies at the cafe were much more his style. After a brief handshake, the secretary led Galio on a tour of Stark Tower. The 1st to 20th floors were open to the public and served as leisure areas, even featuring small shops selling Tony Stark's favorite snacks. Galio could barely suppress his urge to make a sarcastic remark. From the 20th to the 30th floors were SHELD's outer defense departments, staffed by more than 2,000 fully armed elite operatives. All benefits and allowances were provided by Stark Industries, averaging 3 times the government standard, and the staff even enjoyed weekends off. Galio couldn't help but marvel. Stark was clearly poaching talent left and right. The 30th floor was a self-contained level, off-limits to the elevator, dedicated to finance and external affairs. Above that were the entertainment and security departments, situated in the building's midsection. Beyond the entertainment level were a variety of specialized divisions: weapons research, special consultants, elite operatives, and more. Many of Stark Industries' most important scientists both lived and worked on these upper floors. Galio's office was on the 97th floor. The building itself boasted a staggering 17,416 square meters of floor space, soaring to a height of 372 meters. making it the tallest structure in the United States. That's right, it is the tallest, and that's exactly why it became the ideal target for attacks. If enemies possessed powerful weapons, they could launch them from any corner of New York and still hardly miss. For aircraft of all kinds, the building was an easy mark. Precise aiming wasn't even necessary. Natasha said, "Originally, there was an opera house and a basketball court in this building, but now those have all been converted into private spaces, closed to the public. After all, public safety has to come first. In fact, before considering public safety, perhaps it would be wiser to think about one's own. Since he didn't have to come in every day, Galio actually had no desire to work here. If someone set their sights on this place, it would be just as dangerous as the old underground headquarters. No way out. He wasn't Superman. After all, he couldn't just fly away." The tour of the building and the elevator introduction took Galio a full 2 hours. At last, guided by the secretary, he arrived at the small conference room reserved for the ZF faction on the top floor. The secretary left to greet the other guests. Once everyone arrived, there would be a full meeting, but for now, Galio needed to confer privately with the members of the ZF faction. After a swift scan of his iris, the heavy metal doors slid open. Inside, 2 strapping men were already waiting. Galio kept his expression strictly professional, face stern as the doors parted, exuding authority as he strode into the room. Hawkeye, dressed in a leather suit and carrying both a bow and short sword, and War Machine Rhodey, in his military uniform, both snapped to attention and saluted. "Good morning, sir." Galio couldn't help but wonder if he should brush up on the current rank structure. How did he end up as their commanding officer? Wasn't War Machine already a colonel? That was practically a brigadier general, wasn't it? Maintaining his composed facade, Galio said nothing, simply taking the seat at the head of the conference table. Out of habit, he activated his appraisal ability and was surprised to find 3 people in the room could be analyzed. Some major players had gathered today. He selected the 3rd person for appraisal. Name, Mina Harker. Race, vampire. Category, human convert. Human attributes, strength 7, speed 7, intelligence 23, dexterity 5, power burst 5, flexibility 5. Vampire attribute panel, strength 92, speed 90, intelligence 23, dexterity 48, power burst 50, toughness 5. Special ability, immortal species. Skills, shape-shifting magic, can transform into bat, rat, or snake. Infectious fangs, blood magic, swordsmanship mastery, scholar, undead. Weaknesses, sensitive to light, fear of silver, vulnerable to holy powers. His weaknesses were hardly few, but if he could have such an ability panel, Galio would not hesitate for a moment to choose to become a vampire. "Madam, a hidden corner like this hardly does your charm justice." Galio raised his coffee cup, pretending to be calm as he took a sip. With 2 top-tier experts by his side, he felt confident that he wouldn't be attacked right away. No sooner had Galio finished speaking than Hawkeye's senses sharpened. His ears pricked at a subtle disturbance. In one fluid motion, he drew his bow, knocked an arrow, and released it. Before Galio had even swallowed his coffee, an arrow had already pierced through a table nearby. The unfortunate table splintered under the force of the arrow. Beneath it, an elegant young woman, dressed in a medieval gown and, appearing to be no more than 20, slowly rose to her feet. In her hand, she firmly grasped the arrow Hawkeye had just fired. Inside the office, Hawkeye's bow was strung again, 3 arrows at the ready. Colonel Rhodes, the War Machine, drew his custom pistol from his belt. In contrast, Galio seemed exceptionally composed. With abilities like hers, resistance would be pointless. If she truly meant harm, perhaps it was best to accept one's fate with grace. Galio stood up calmly, gently pressing down on Hawkeye's and Rhodes' weapons, his expression turning solemn as he faced the mysterious woman who had just revealed herself. With a sharp snap of her heels, the woman in the noble medieval dress executed a flawless military salute. "Mina Harker, special operative, reporting for duty." Galio nodded in acknowledgement, lifted the hem of his suit, and sat back on the sofa, maintaining his air of enigmatic composure. Mina smiled as she returned the arrow to Hawkeye. "So you really are the secret weapon, much stronger than the 2 of them. I'm the first to arrive, and these 2 have been chatting idly for half an hour without noticing me." With an elegant gait, Mina took the seat beside Galio, which had originally belonged to Colonel Rhodes. Now it was hers. Surrounded by top-tier fighters, Galio had no desire for unnecessary conversation. He only hoped for a quiet wait and, with luck, to clock out on time. Rhodes and Hawkeye had just been thoroughly teased by this seemingly youthful girl. Though helpless, they could only accept it. Who would have thought that in the headquarters of a future covert agency, surprises like this would be waiting? Galio mused to himself. If only you knew more about what's to come. you'd realize that the oddities are just beginning. At that moment, the metal doors slid open, and the one-eyed African-American commander appeared at the entrance. Nick Fury swept his gaze around the room and said, "If Mina were an enemy, the only one left here would be Galio." Galio lifted his head and looked at the one-eyed Nick Fury. The dark-skinned man nodded to Galio as a greeting. His expression was grave, betraying almost no emotion. He appeared as calm and restrained as Galio himself. Both Hawkeye and Rhodey came from military backgrounds. They immediately straightened up, apologized to Nick Fury, and assured him there would be no repeat of their mistake. Nick Fury turned and left, with the 4 government-affiliated members following him out of the room. The top floor Star Tower was spacious and filled with light. Except for a few special rooms that remained closed, the rest of the area bustled with busy staff. They operated all sorts of futuristic electronic devices, while enormous screens flashed complicated streams of data and images. Most of the equipment was unfamiliar to Galio, but one display caught his eye, countless red dots moving among green lines. He couldn't say exactly what it was for, but it was easy to guess this was some piece of high-tech gear used to track specific targets. As you can see, our workload is tremendous on a normal day. Now we're dangerously short-staffed, so everyone's going all out, Nick Fury said, pressing a button on the wall as he spoke. The seemingly ordinary wall slid open, revealing a conference room. Inside, several senior members were already seated, clearly waiting for Galio and his group to arrive. Judging by their expressions, they remained wary of anyone with a government background. Galio could understand. After all, his own trust in the American government was limited. With a stern expression, Galio did his best to hide his unease and picked an empty seat. Mina, as always, sat down beside him. Rhodey and Hawkeye exchanged a glance and chose seats near the center. Since they'd be working together from now on, they didn't want to seem distant from one another, and besides, both of them had personal ties with many of the superheroes present. Tony Stark still looked a bit dazed, but he managed to greet his 2 old friends. In response, he was met with 5 glares of annoyance, 4 from his friends and 1 from the boss. The secretary naturally took her place behind Nick Fury. Galio couldn't help but worry about her business attire, given how crowded the conference room was. It looked as if her outfit might be torn at any moment. Nick Fury took the seat at the head of the table and announced, "Since everyone's here, I'll get straight to the point. We're all incredibly busy. This time, with the government's approval to establish S.H.I.E.L.D., our workload has been greatly reduced. All of you will become the first members to hold Level 7 clearance. Let me clarify. Level 7 is the highest level of access in this building. You have the authority to make any command decisions in my absence." Galio was feeling a bit peckish. Meetings always seemed to drag on endlessly, but he had to maintain his calm and serious demeanor, reminding himself to act like a cool-headed idol, or perhaps an unfeeling, relentless Terminator. Next, I'd like to brief you on our progress. At present, our nationwide network alert system is fully operational. Any danger will be reported here at the first possible moment. In addition, the threat classification has been finalized. The research team has confirmed that we will maintain the original standards, dividing threats into 6 levels. Level 1 represents a personal-level threat. At this point, the black man pressed a button on the table. Slowly, a 3-dimensional hologram emerged, telling the story of a mutant. The mutant in the footage looked no different from an ordinary person. At that moment, he was having a secret rendezvous with a female high school student in a park. As their interaction grew increasingly intimate, and just as bystanders might have expected things to escalate, the young man, handsome at first glance, suddenly extended an extraordinarily long tongue and swallowed his date whole. "Wow, now that's what I call flexibility," Stark quipped, clapping his hands. Galio silently agreed, thinking that such a nimble tongue might have all sorts of intriguing uses. Nick Fury ignored the joke. A Level 2 threat refers to harm inflicted on a given area or damage that's difficult to assess. Another holographic scene played out on the tabletop. A scantily clad woman with wings danced in a nightclub. Her movements grew increasingly wild, until suddenly she let out a piercing ultrasonic scream. In an instant, the partygoers, who had just been enjoying the nightlife, collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from their eyes and ears. After seeing these 2 clips, Galio found himself curious about whoever had filmed them. The footage left him eager to see what would come next. A vein throbbed ever so slightly on Nick Fury's forehead. A Level 3 threat means the potential to cause catastrophic consequences to an entire town. The holographic screen now showed a strikingly beautiful young girl. The content was somewhat sensitive. The girl was entirely enveloped in raging flames, her clothes long since burned away. Although the flames blurred the details like a mosaic, it was enough to set imaginations running wild. The girl looked about 15, clearly underage. Her pale feet stood atop a charred skeleton, the background resembling a high school. Wow, this girl looks absolutely stunning, though perhaps a little too hot to handle. Stark continued playing his usual role as the mood setter. If the next round of selections is anything like this, Tony, I'll have your people cleaning toilets. And if any of them dare sneak a photo, I'll see to it that he shares a cell with 2 burly inmates. Do I make myself clear? That sounds terrifying. I might need a drink to calm my nerves, and maybe introduce him to a good proctologist while I'm at it. A squat, rotund robot rolled in, carrying a tray loaded with every tool needed to ward off a hangover. With remarkable attentiveness, it poured Tony a drink and, in a gentle female voice, inquired if anyone else might like a glass as well, sounding as if it hoped for a 5-star review. Nick Fury couldn't be bothered with Tony's drunken antics. Level 4. City-level threat. The moment the image appeared on the holographic screen, Galio realized this was no ordinary footage. The background was unmistakably a private club, closed to the public. In the center of the frame, a striking woman with incredible flexibility was twining herself around a sturdy steel pole, her movements flowing with serpentine grace. Galio and Tony Stark were both preparing to analyze her dance and flexibility from a thoroughly academic perspective. Nick Fury, looking thoroughly impatient, switched the feed and fast-forwarded without hesitation. Nothing truly indecent had been caught on camera, but just as the woman was about to shed another layer and attempt a more difficult move, a horde of zombies with milky white eyes suddenly burst through the doors. The undead lunged at the living with terrifying speed. In an instant, would have been a thrilling dance demonstration turned into a gruesome cooking show for monsters. This was orchestrated by some undead mastermind. He unleashed a wave of offspring in the town, letting them keep only their most primal instincts. The devastation was catastrophic. Things spiraled so far out of control that the military had to wipe the entire city off the map. Galio, who had been thoroughly engrossed, now felt a surge of anger at Fury's words. He wasn't alone. Most people present found it impossible to accept. After all, erasing a city meant the deaths of tens of thousands. When the order was given to deploy weapons of mass destruction, it had already been confirmed that there were no human survivors within the city. It was a last resort, Nick Fury said, then promptly skipped ahead. Level 5. National level threat. Anyone with abilities like these, no matter how peaceful they seem, must be placed under strict supervision, Fury continued. The screen now showed a bewildered-looking man standing against the backdrop of an otherwise ordinary small town. The change in focus left several senior officials at the table puzzled. This new angle felt more unsettling than ever. However, the scenes that followed grew more and more unsettling. The confused figure wandered the small town aimlessly, greeting acquaintances with a stiff, unnatural motion. Yet every time he greeted someone, the camera would shift, and those acquaintances would gradually take on the same lost and rigid expression. A narration appeared on the screen. Special Case 194, Visual Virus. Anyone who makes eye contact with an infected individual becomes infected themselves. The effects include the disappearance of emotions, loss of intelligence, fading of rational thought, and movements becoming stiff and unnatural. Overall assessment. This case is highly unusual, with the potential to pose a global crisis. As Nick Fury's voice faded, the screen split into countless fragments, showing every resident of the town falling into the same frozen state. The entire population wandered the quiet streets with no purpose, creating a scene so chillingly lifeless that even those watching in the room felt a cold shiver crawl down their spines. Galio had never encountered an incident of this nature before, at least not at his current level. He tried casting a high-level appraisal spell on the screen, but all he got in return were technical details about the monitor itself, unable to penetrate the true nature of this monster. Galio was well aware that this world harbored many monsters, but beings like this, so indefensible, so incomprehensible, filled him with an unfamiliar sense of cold dread. Nor was he alone. At the front, Tony Stark and several other top-tier heroes had all fallen silent. Tony, in fact, felt himself sobered, almost completely, by what he'd just seen. Nick Fury was thoroughly satisfied. This was exactly the outcome he'd been aiming for. These people possessed level 5 abilities, so the earlier minor skirmishes between superpowered individuals meant nothing to them. Only by confronting something truly beyond their comprehension or control could they realize the necessity of S.H.I.E.L.D. and be willing to join its ranks. They were the S.H.I.E.L.D., guardians of humanity. The scene shifted again. A new narration began. Level 6. Maximum threat level. Capable of destroying human civilization. This time, the footage showed a cave alive with birdsong and the scent of flowers, looking for all the world like an untouched botanical garden. On the surface, it appeared utterly harmless, a natural landscape perfect for sightseeing. Yet after witnessing the terror of the previous level 5 case, no one dared let down their guard. Sure enough, as the scene progressed, this self-contained cave world began to evolve with astonishing speed. From the earliest single-celled organisms to plants, insects, then onto animals and ferocious beasts, the entire ecosystem underwent a rapid, dramatic transformation. At this point, Tony Stark, Batman, Galio, and a hooded figure in the front row all rose to their feet in unison, unable to restrain their shock. That's impossible. According to the theory of cellular evolution, it would take at least 300 million years for such a transformation to occur. There's simply no way a recording device could operate for that long. Tony Stark's face was slick with shock-induced sweat. He raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Nick Fury nodded gravely. All of this happened within 3 days. That mysterious cave has been utterly destroyed, and we paid a heavy price for it. Nick Fury didn't resume the footage. Some in the room understood, some remained confused, but in that moment, it hardly mattered. Every leader present realized just how dire the situation was and how humanity now faced an unprecedented and urgent crisis. As the lights flickered back on, Nick Fury returned to his seat at the head of the table. Those who look down from above always have their own schemes, but none of that matters right now. Whatever their plans, good or bad, I don't care. I was appointed here for one reason: to ensure S.H.I.E.L.D. can protect all of humanity. I trust it's your mission too. No matter how powerful or wealthy we are human first. The atmosphere grew even heavier, and those who had stood up slowly resumed their seats. Nick Fury took 12 sealed files from his assistant and opened the first. S.H.I.E.L.D. Secret Agent 1, affiliated with a civilian organization. Codename, Superman. Level 5. Details of abilities classified. At the far end of the table, a burly man in a cape stood and nodded in friendly greeting to his peers seated further down. The second. The mystical guardian who has preserved humanity's order through the ages, the supreme sorcerer of Kamar Taj, the Ancient One. Invited member of the Avengers, Level 5. Details of abilities classified. Galio was quietly astonished and immediately activated his appraisal ability. The Ancient One truly lived up to her reputation. Name, Shadow of the Ancient One, LV9. Race, Magical Construct. Category, Forbidden Magic LV1. Unique skill, Shadow Creature. Skills, Shadow Wave, Defensive Magic. Warning, this entity is disintegrating. Warning, this entity possesses special attributes. The tension from earlier still lingered around the long table. Suddenly, the hooded figure of the Ancient One, seated second from the head, vanished into thin air, leaving only a black cloak pooling on the floor. Would you like to activate the skill Retrieve? The synthetic voice echoed in Galio's mind, but he dared not move a muscle. It was painfully clear he had just caused a disaster. The room grew instantly tense, everyone scanning their surroundings in heightened alert. Tony Stark immediately summoned Jarvis's holographic interface. Galio couldn't help feeling a twinge of envy. Those visual effects looked far more advanced than the plug-in system he used. As Jarvis emerged within the golden array, the office was swiftly sealed by a mysterious metal of astounding sophistication. In the midst of this, Galio remained perfectly composed, unmoving and unflinching. Amidst the turmoil, the hooded figure straightened once more. A deep, elegant voice drifted from within the hood. Greetings, everyone. I am the Ancient One. The moment those words were spoken, a hush fell over the conference table. After all, the voice that had come from beneath the hood moments ago had belonged to an old man. I merely used a small trick. I didn't expect it to be discovered so quickly. My apologies. As the speaker talked, the dark mist within the hood glanced toward Galio, then offered a slight nod of acknowledgement to those seated at the table. Now the center of everyone's attention, Galio did his best to keep his face expressionless. Though his heart raced, he remained perfectly still, exuding an extraordinary calm. The Ancient One continued. As expected of this secret weapon, I mean no harm. It's simply inconvenient for my true self to appear in person. If a long-term presence is required, I can recommend my students. They are all exceptional. Nick Fury signaled to Tony Stark to lift the lockdown on the conference room. The sense of confinement was starting to get to him. The details concerning the Ancient One have already been reported through special channels, though we haven't had a chance to brief everyone yet. This is just a small misunderstanding. Please don't take offense, Master. Nick Fury explained. The dark mist within the hood gave a gentle nod, then settled back in the chair, maintaining a poised sitting posture. At this point, both Galio and the Ancient One had demonstrated their abilities, though no one present had actually seen how they made their moves. What was even more surprising was that, by all appearances, Galio had emerged as the winner of this round. Steadying his nerves, Nick Fury reopened the file in his hand and continued reading aloud. Tony Stark, special congressional delegate, billionaire, renowned scholar, super genius. Philanthropist. At this, a vein visibly twitched on his forehead. He stuffed the file back into its folder with a thud. Tony Stark, the playboy as everyone knows him, also known as Iron Man. Hey, you have to read the whole file. Don't skip anything, Tony Stark protested, dissatisfied that his list of titles had been cut short. Leaders these days really lack patience. Nick Fury ignored him and went on. Batman, affiliated with a private special organization, recommended by Congressman Bruce Wayne, martial arts expert classified at level 4. Galio raised an eyebrow, clearly noting that Batman differed from Iron Man and that he juggled two identities at once. Batman offered no comment. The electronic eye on his forehead flashed a brief blue light, a silent greeting. And now, the fifth member, humanity's greatest weapon, Galio, whom everyone has just met. Martial arts expert, strategic specialist, classified as level 4. Galio, emulating Batman, maintained a calm and distant demeanor, simply nodding in acknowledgement to those seated on either side of the table. Nick Fury pointed to a device on the table that resembled a vintage radio and said, Codename X, from a civilian organization, possesses unique abilities, self-recommended for membership, classified as level 6. The atmosphere instantly grew tense as everyone's attention shifted to the old-fashioned radio. Then, from within the radio, emerged a youthful, magnetic, and sharply intelligent voice. My apologies, due to certain special circumstances, I can't be there in person. This is the only way I can meet with you all. As he spoke, a stream of electronic particles shot out from the radio, coalescing into a virtual avatar. He appeared strikingly young and handsome, though completely bald. You may call me Professor X. Another heavyweight had arrived. At this moment, Galio dared not use his appraisal skills casually. The experience just now had been too intense. If he was discovered again, he might immediately find himself in jeopardy. Seventh on the list from a government agency, Master Archer, Sharpshooter, and Defense Specialist, Hawkeye, Agent Barton, classified as level 4. He has never missed a target. Wow, no wonder he has so many kids. Tony Stark couldn't help but quip, as irreverent as ever. Nobody was surprised. That was just how he was. And perhaps Hawkeye's legendary precision wasn't limited to his marksmanship. Hawkeye had intended to stand and greet everyone, but Stark's joke left him a bit embarrassed. He sat back down, making a mental note to have a private conversation, somewhere far from Iron Man, when he got the chance. Colonel Rhodes, military affiliation, codename War Machine, career soldier, commander, classified as level 5. Galio began to question the reliability of this rating system. In his estimation, Rhodes' actual ability didn't quite reach level 5. He might not even qualify as a level 2 threat. He might not even be able to best a prepared Hawkeye, let alone a trap master like Batman. 9th, Mina Hani, government recommendation, shape-shifting abilities, classified as level 5. She has served the government for many years. At this, Mina, seated next to Galio, rose gracefully, lifting her skirt ever so slightly as she offered a perfect lady's curtsy. Right on cue, Tony Stark whistled appreciatively, and Mina rewarded him with a sweet, healing smile. Galio couldn't help but think that Stark ought to look into Mina's real age before pursuing her. Otherwise, their date might come with a tremendous generation gap. After all, Mina was old enough to be his grandmother, despite her youthful appearance, and she might well possess skills that had vanished from the world ages ago. Dr. Bruce Banner, special scientific advisor to Stark Industries, the world's foremost authority in quantum mechanics, classified as level 5. The Hulk gently ruffled his unruly hair and stood up with a slightly shy smile, acknowledging everyone present. His demeanor was that of a seasoned employee at a tech company's annual gathering, courteous and unassuming. Soon after, he quietly took his seat again without drawing further attention. Number 11, from the United States, Spider-Man. Specially recommended by Stark Industries, classified as level 4. Peter Parker, dressed in his iconic skin-tight suit and wearing his mask, looked more like an overzealous amateur vigilante than a professional hero. He rose to greet everyone, delivering a short speech reminiscent of an award acceptance, then bantered briefly with his idol, Tony Stark. Nick Fury felt a headache coming on. If only he could exclude these characters recommended by Stark Industries. Leaving just people like the Ancient One, the team would actually resemble a true secret organization. Number 12, The Flash from New Jersey. The fastest superhuman on Earth, recommended by a civilian group led by Mr. Wayne. Hey everyone! The Flash greeted the room, then in a blur of red lightning, zipped around the office at astonishing speed, pouring a cup of coffee for each person in the blink of an eye. Nick Fury didn't appreciate this breezy, informal atmosphere. In his mind, members like Rhodey, Galio, and Hawkeye represented the real line of defense. Yet reality rarely matched his expectations. The truly dependable ones often lacked the necessary power, while these seemingly frivolous youngsters possessed extraordinary talents. Thanks for the coffee, kid. Nick Fury took a sip, handed the file back to Natasha, and addressed the room. Now that all the introductions are done, we are officially Earth's final line of defense. As governments and civilian superhuman organizations become more regulated, I believe human civilization will continue to progress. Afterward, Nick Fury distributed specially designed phones developed by Stark Industries to every member. Each device boasted over 200 unique features, required no charging, and provided free Wi-Fi anywhere in the world. The only restriction, no access to adult content. A rule Tony Stark had personally insisted upon. Anyone perceptive could catch the subtle humor in that statement. But Spider-Man and the Flash weren't bothered. They quickly exchanged numbers and launched into an excited discussion about game strategies and high scores. Watching the two young heroes, Nick Fury nearly lost his patience and wanted to kick them out on the spot. Thankfully, the other members remained composed. The first meeting concluded smoothly, and Galio was officially inducted as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. After everyone else had left, Galio returned to the conference room alone. With his high-level clearance, it was easy for him to use the excuse that he'd forgotten something to re-enter the room. Galio walked over to the seat that had once belonged to the Ancient One, his expression solemn as he sat down. This main S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room was constructed from reinforced, high-strength glass and some kind of hidden special alloy capable of completely blocking external electronic signals. Surveillance devices covered every inch of the space, leaving no blind spots. In a concealed monitoring room, Tony Stark, Nick Fury, and their assistant Natasha were quietly observing Galio through a screen. They watched as Galio sat in the Ancient One's seat, closed his eyes, and began murmuring something under his breath. "Turn up the audio," Natasha said, her voice tinged with urgency, clearly intrigued by Galio's actions. "I already have, but he's not making any sound, or rather, what he's saying isn't within the normal range of human hearing," Tony explained. He was always quick to comply with Natasha's requests, though he might not have bothered if Fury had asked. On the screen, Galio kept whispering to himself for about 2 minutes. Suddenly, the feed flickered with static, but the signal didn't cut out entirely. Galio then stood up, returned to his own seat, picked up the card he'd left behind, and walked out of the conference room. The entire time, he maintained an air of calm detachment. "I think he's onto us." Natasha was the first to speak. She slipped off her business suit and changed into a leather bodysuit, easier to move in and less distracting for her colleagues. "I get the same feeling," Tony agreed, and almost absent-mindedly placed a hand on Natasha's shoulder. The next moment, Natasha shoved him off his chair without a hint of mercy. "Whether he noticed us isn't the real issue," Nick Fury said grimly, unfazed by the chaos before him. "The important question is, why did Galio sit in the Ancient One's seat? Who knows? When it comes to magic, we know so little that we can't even begin to guess what any of this means." "Al, can you help me up?" Tony grumbled, reaching out a hand to Natasha, all the while silently wondering why she felt the need to change outfits every time they switched offices. If only she'd kept on that dress from earlier. Tony swore the thought was just a passing fancy, but Natasha seemed to read his mind and promptly kicked him square in the nose. Tony jumped up, clutching his face. "Not the face. You're damaging a national treasure. Letting scum like you wander around this building is the real insult." Natasha shot back without hesitation, then drove her knee sharply into Tony's abdomen. Nick Fury fixed Tony with his single eye, his tone laced with unmistakable pressure. "We know next to nothing about Kamar Taj, and yet that's exactly where our greatest need lies. Our science teams have made tremendous progress, but there are still so many phenomena we can't explain. We desperately need the knowledge of Kamar Taj. Tony, this mission falls to you. This concerns the very future of our world." Tony Stark steadied himself against the table, trying to regain his composure. "I get it, I really do. But magic is a whole different world from science. I don't have any expertise in that area, and we don't have enough information to build any kind of theoretical foundation. The people of Kamar Taj are notoriously reclusive. If we approach them the wrong way, it could be dangerous. I'm sure you don't want to provoke those mysterious folks living in seclusion before we've even solved the mutant crisis." Nick Fury let out a deep sigh, the weight on his dark face seeming to grow heavier. He turned and left the secret room. Natasha followed close behind. She knew that if she stayed a moment longer, she might lose control. Dislocating colleagues' joints was always a temptation when they were alone together. Natasha tightened surveillance on Galio. "We need more intel on the magical world." Since Galio can stand toe-to-toe with the Ancient One, he must have critical information. Understood. Galio was far from foolish. He knew there was no such thing as absolute safety inside Stark Industries. With that genius's technological prowess, the entire city could be under constant surveillance. But that didn't concern him. He had always kept his distance, choosing silence or changing the subject when needed. What truly mattered was that he had already obtained what he wanted. This time, he'd even performed an impromptu act to cover his tracks, perhaps good enough to avoid interrogation altogether. As for the words he'd been muttering, have you ever heard of the memorial to sending out troops? Special item, the Shadow of the Ancient One. This is a unique magical artifact. Usage Method 1. Channel shadow magic into the user, granting temporary control over shadows, shadow magic level 3. Usage Method 2. Unlock the related shadow magic forbidden skill tree. Compared to the Minotaurs, this artifact was clearly of much higher caliber. Galio left Stark Tower quietly and slipped back to his mirrored chamber at home, making certain to lock all the doors and windows behind him. He carefully examined the two sets of materials in his hands. The one from Minotaur Bro appeared quite straightforward, clearly belonging to the physical output category, essentially following a path similar to the Hulk's. He could rule that one out for now. In contrast, the Shadow of the Ancient One seemed unfathomably deep, coming as it did from the most mysterious of supreme sorcerers, and it was specifically labeled as forbidden. These days, Galio lived on edge, his nerves taut day in and day out. Judging by his current attribute panel, even the slightest mishap could bring his story to an abrupt end. Improving his personal abilities had become an urgent necessity. His ideal choice, of course, would have been Mina's panel, but since that was out of reach, Galio could only grit his teeth and directly activate the skill tree of the Shadow of the Ancient One. He braced himself, expecting to endure searing pain or even lose consciousness. Yet, despite clenching his teeth and waiting for what felt like ages, he felt absolutely nothing. Silently, he pulled up his attribute panel. The panel had already updated, with a new 2.0 marker gleaming in the upper right corner. Galio couldn't help but want to crack a joke about it. Name: Galio, Shadow Apprentice, LV1. Strength: 6, Peak Adult Human, 5. Speed: 5, Peak Adult Human, 5. Intelligence: 4, Peak Adult Human, 5. Dexterity: 5, Peak Adult Human, 5. Burst: 5, Peak Adult Human, 5. Stamina: 6, Peak Adult Human, 5. Mana Pool: 6 out of 6. Free stat points: 5. Special skill: Shadow, Forbidden LV1. Skill points: 1. Shadow Skill Tree. Shadow Arrow LV1. Shadow Manipulation LV1. Skills: Firearm Mastery, Martial Arts Mastery, Chinese, English, Arabic, Russian Mastery, Mechanical Engineering Proficiency, Game Master, Sculpting Mastery, Basic Shadow Lore. As soon as the panel appeared, Galio instantly understood that he could now use the Shadow Skill Tree. The way to unlock its abilities was by consuming certain special items. For example, Minotaur Bro's card could be used to either increase his character experience or advance his Shadow Skill Tree. With 5 free stat points in hand, Galio didn't hesitate for a moment. He invested them all in speed, boosting his speed attribute to 10. After all, in this world, if you can't win a fight, you'd better be able to run. While 10 points in speed wasn't exactly superhuman, it did grant Galio a bit more peace of mind. A single Minotaur card could help Galio unlock new experiences or provide extra shadow magic abilities. The attributes it granted were impressive, but Galio decided to hold on to it for now as a backup plan, choosing not to use it for further enhancements just yet. Shadow Magic Level 1 allows Galio to choose between 2 abilities. The first is Shadow Arrow, which lets him fire a Shadow Forge projectile capable of dealing damage. Because it's cast from shadows, it has a degree of stealth and practicality, making it an ideal skill for assassinations. The drawback, however, is its limited attack power. It offers no real advantage over ordinary bullets, and also consumes magic energy. Compared to Shadow Arrow, Galio values Shadow Manipulation more. This skill grants him the ability to exert a faint influence, so long as the target casts a shadow. The potential of this power is far greater, and it intrigues Galio deeply. After learning the skill, Galio concluded that, for now, he could move objects weighing between 30 and 50 grams, and no larger than 21 by 29 centimeters in size. At level 1, each time he wishes to manipulate an object, he must first establish a connection, which costs 1 point of mana. Once linked, he can control the item remotely for up to 24 hours, with a maximum range of about 10 meters. Although his abilities are still hampered by many limitations, at the very least, Galio has taken his first step in this perilous new world. After S.H.I.E.L.D. held its first official meeting, Galio's life settled back into a calm routine. The only inconvenience now was that, to reassure the public, the government released detailed profiles of all 12 superheroes on TV, in magazines, and even pasted them up on street corners. This made Galio's movements extremely troublesome. He was now even more of a public sensation than most celebrities. Whenever Galio appeared in public, it always caused an uproar. Crowds would gather, banners would wave, and the scene would become a whirlwind of excitement. Even when Spider-Man was cleaning windows on a high-rise and accidentally startled passers-by, it was met with raucous cheers. Galio could only sigh at the commotion. After getting dressed, Galio prepared to eat at his usual spot, the Williamsburg restaurant. The young owner had once given him a 10% off loyalty card to thank him for his help. Galio found it rather amusing. After all, he contributed significantly to the restaurant's renovations, only to receive a modest discount in return. Still, when chatting with the blonde waitress, he learned that the restaurant's biggest ever discount since opening was just 1% off, so he decided to dine with a grateful heart. Galio changed into his tracksuit, put on his cap, and slipped 2 bullets, enchanted with shadow magic, into his pocket. These bullets could hit targets with pinpoint accuracy up to 10 meters away. Though their power was ordinary and couldn't match a handgun, their precision made them easier to aim. They didn't penetrate deeply, but could deliver a potent, explosive impact. He drove his newly bought sports car, decorated with animal motifs, and pulled up smoothly in front of the Williamsburg restaurant. The newly renovated Williamsburg restaurant looked fresh and dazzling, its bold decorations standing as proof that Galio had spent every last cent of his investment with little hope of ever getting it back. He pushed open the door, ready to greet the waitresses as he always did, but then he saw 3 masked robbers, each brandishing a firearm and carrying a canvas duffel bag, were negotiating with the waitresses and the young manager inside the cafe. To Galio's surprise, he also spotted Natasha standing not far from the entrance. That female spy had been coming to this place quite often lately. Of course, Galio was far too clever to believe she was drawn here by the food. In truth, Galio's own motives for frequenting the cafe weren't so pure either. He was attracted by the friendly, harmonious atmosphere, certainly not by ulterior motives like Natasha's. He had just put his hand on the door handle, not quite ready to step inside, and was already thinking of backing out, maybe even calling the police while he was at it. After all, he'd opened the door with a gentle touch. No one should have noticed. Suddenly, Natasha lunged at him, pushing him forcefully into the cafe. Then, like a startled little animal, she curled up in his arms. Galio was caught off guard and thought, is she trying to help the robbers? To make matters worse, his hand, which had been raised a moment ago now, accidentally landed on some of Natasha's more sensitive spots. This isn't work hours. Surely this couldn't count as harassing a colleague, could it? Natasha's face flushed scarlet, but she kept up the act, feigning panic as she stammered. Robbers, there are robbers. Galio felt a headache coming on. He had seen the robbers, sure, but what was he supposed to do now? He still had to keep up appearances, and anyway, why was this little Williamsburg cafe never at peace? The sensation in his hand was so real, he was almost reluctant to let go. But Galio quickly regained his composure, helping Natasha to her feet and, in the process, giving her chest a couple of quick squeezes. Thankfully, this wasn't a basketball court, or the referee would have tossed him out immediately. You all right? Galio maintained his air of calm superiority, nonchalantly withdrawing his hand from her body as if nothing had happened. The charming secretary didn't scold Galio for his wandering hand. She just arched an eyebrow and said, "Robbers, they've got guns." I was scared out of my mind. Natasha kept up her frantic cries, pressing herself even closer to Galio for effect. He was at a loss. The whole scene was so bizarre that it left him with no opportunity to look for a weapon. Suddenly, one of the robbers, only a few steps away, shouted, "Don't move. You, the one in the hat at the door, raise your hands, get down, and put your hands on your head." Galio was actually itching to ask what this robber did before. How could he give such precise instructions with so much familiarity? Maybe at another time and place, Galio would have just played along. But now, with Natasha still in his arms and a gun pointed at them, there was no way he'd surrender so easily. Besides, he noticed the robber's hands trembled on the weapon, as if the criminal was even more nervous than he was. 2 sharp cracks echoed as gunshots rang out, bullets thudding into the ceiling. "I'm serious. Hands on your head, get down," the robber yelled. Veins bulged on Galio's forehead. It was one thing to wave a gun around, but firing it recklessly like this truly rattled him. With Natasha clinging to his chest, he had no way to dodge. Instinctively, he triggered Minotaur Brothers' card ability. A surge of destructive power flooded his body. Even his heartbeat felt stronger and steadier. Natasha, lying against his chest, sensed the sudden shift in him. Was it the gunshots? Did his resolve grow sharper for the sake of protecting the innocent? Gently, Galio set Natasha, her cheeks flushed, looking especially alluring, off to the side, as effortlessly as if he were picking up a kitten. The strength coursing through him now was immense. He fixed his gaze on the foolish robber, the very one who forced him to waste a precious trump card. This world was dangerous enough as it was. How easy did they think it was to keep a card in reserve? I'm warning you, this is your last chance. The robber pointed the gun at Galio. The veins on Galio's head stood out even more, his irritation mounting. Drop the gun, hands on your head. Someone will come for you soon. He strode into the store determined. The card's effect lasted only 10 minutes. He had to resolve this before his identity was exposed. There were 3 robbers in total, 2 of them armed, while the third was busy scooping up loose change and fast food. Honestly, if it weren't for the guns, Galio felt these people belonged in a shelter rather than a prison. Suddenly, another shot rang out. A bullet hit Galio. His shirt tore, but it was only a superficial wound. With the Minotaur brothers' stamina maxed out at 80, firearms like these were hardly a threat. But now that they'd actually fired at him, the situation had escalated. For the last time, drop your weapons. Galio's voice remained calm and steady, yet carried undeniable authority. The robbers were clearly inexperienced, oblivious to real danger. In a panic, they fired off several more desperate shots. Galio didn't want to use force. He knew that sometimes bluffing was less likely to blow his cover. But now he had no choice. At that moment, the shadow bullet in his pocket traced a faint streak of light. Blood splattered. The robber, still confused as to why his bullets never seemed to hit, suddenly collapsed to the ground, a tiny bullet hole in his forehead. This weapon was even more powerful than he had imagined, and it looked incredibly cool. With the Grandmaster absent, he figured he wouldn't get caught. Galio breathed a sigh of relief, getting ready to resume his efforts to persuade the others to surrender. Someone's been killed. No, wait, that's not it. Galio, Mr. Galio has come to save us. Galio, that's fantastic. We're saved. I'll give you an extra 0.01% discount. That last shout nearly made Galio want to turn around and leave on the spot. This little guy really had no idea how to talk to people. Bang! Just when Galio thought everything was over, a black spike suddenly struck him. It almost caught him off guard. The thing packed quite a punch. Galio frowned and looked at one of the masked robbers. The robber's eyes were filled with grief, tears glimmering at the corners. He let out a miserable cry. Number 2. With that anguished scream, long needles began sprouting from the robber's body, shredding his clothes to tatters and revealing a dark-skinned face. I'll kill you. A superpowered one? The needles flashed across the robber's skin as he charged straight at Galio. Galio actually didn't want to kill someone like this. After all, people with intellectual disabilities deserve some care and understanding. But if this fool was truly determined to throw his life away, Galio could only oblige. As for this needle ability, regardless of its merits, charging headlong at Galio's 80 points of strength without even trying to dodge put him in a tough spot. If he finished this guy off with a headbutt like Ollie Star, it would be out of character. After a moment's thought, Galio realized he didn't even need to get his hands dirty. He drew the special issue police handgun from his belt. Needleman eliminated. Robber number 2 collapsed with a gunshot, a thin stream of blood trickling from the wound in his forehead. Galio could only pity the brains of people like this. No wonder, even as a superhuman, he was stuck robbing a shop where the average customer spends less than 30 yuan. Number 3. You've gone too far. With a tiger's roar, the last robber's eyes turned bloodshot, a red light flickering in his hands. Damn, both of them had powers? Galio was momentarily stunned. He tried to rationalize the situation. This was just the unfortunate consequence of resisting arrest, not entirely his fault as the so-called villain. Before he could get a word out, a fireball exploded right in Galio's face, cutting him off mid-sentence. But missed? Even without special effects, Galio was sure this attack hadn't even scratched him. If you had to compare, the fireball was probably even weaker than a bullet in raw power. Suddenly, Galio felt a pang of sympathy for these low-level mutants. After finally gaining special abilities, they were left out of all the sparks and glamour, everywhere met with discrimination and contempt. And worst of all, they didn't even have the power to be decent villains. With a silent sigh, Galio sent the last robber on his way with a second shadow bullet. That was amazing, Galio, my hero. The dark-haired young woman was especially enthusiastic today. After the last nameless bandit fell to the ground, she leapt straight onto Galio, tackling him with a full-bodied hug, 4 times in a row. Galio felt his chest had endured too much. He just survived 2 successive intentional, full-force tackles, each with double the impact. This was getting outrageous. The blonde young woman, finding there was no room left on his chest, quickly draped herself over Galio to show her gratitude as well. The small shop owner wanted to express his thanks too, but Galio promptly kicked him away. Natasha raised her eyebrows. She was a top-tier player and would never stoop to the tasteless antics of those two girls. Oomph. While booting away the clueless shop owner, Galio's enhanced vision suddenly caught something hurtling toward his head with tremendous force. Brute force. He tapped into 2 points of magic energy, and a faint crimson glow flickered in his eyes. With ease and a hint of delight, he held both young women close. The two girls, faces flushed, exchanged glances, silently mouthing that they owed each other a treat at Sprite Pool. Just then, something struck Galio's forehead, sending all three plowing across the ground, carving out 2 long furrows in their wake. Ah! The 2 young women seamlessly switched back to their shrill, cutesy wailing mode. Any hint of rivalry between them vanished, and, in an instant, they became best friends again, huddling together on the ground with practiced ease that was almost heartbreaking to watch. The shop owner, meanwhile, had been kicked so hard he flew into the wall, his face stuck fast and unable to peel away. Yet he was profoundly grateful and decided to give Galio an 8% discount, setting a new record for the shop. Natasha nearly drew her gun on instinct, but after Galio set the 2 girls down, he rose to his full, imposing height and looked back at the wall, now punctured by another shot. This was bad. His 10 minutes were up, and he'd used the last of his energy to withstand that latest hit. What now? He was desperate for an answer, hoping one would show up online. In the distance, perched atop a traffic light, a scrawny man glared at Galio with eyes full of hatred. His tongue, grotesquely long, flicked from his mouth. It was that very tongue that had shot nearly 30 meters, punched through the wall, and struck Galio like a rifle blast. If he hadn't activated his skills, Galio figured he'd be out of commission for good. With a look of pure malice, the long-tongued man retracted his bizarre appendage, using it to snag onto something nearby, and then, imitating a certain web-swinging superhero, he shot off into the distance. Galio wanted to curse out loud. Once again, he was faced with the dilemma, to chase or not to chase. With his current speed, he'd only embarrass himself, and if by some miracle he actually caught up, his remaining strength probably wouldn't last long enough to finish the job. Ding! 4 nearby sources of convertible energy detected. Huh. 4. Galio, aren't you going after them? Natasha came over to ask. Originally, she was confident that if she unleashed her full firepower, she could have handled this opponent herself. But today she had another task to attend to. She needed to internally assess Galio. This was one of her jobs, to give each of the 12 an honest evaluation and rating to determine what level of danger they could handle. There's no need. Galio put on a cool, silent act, then smoothly pulled out his checkbook from inside his suit and handed the payment to the small shop owner. At the same time, he discreetly cast a glance at the 2 women crouching on the ground, their bodies pressed low in exaggerated curves as they shielded themselves. When they were knocked down earlier, it seemed they weren't exactly averse to each other's company. Sneaky thoughts flitted through Galio's mind as he stepped forward to pat down the bodies of the robbers. With practiced ease, he turned them into data. To his surprise, the first robber he checked, the one called Number 2, was also an ability user. That was unexpected, and it set his mind at ease. Otherwise, with 4 robbers in total, 1 having escaped, and 3 lying in the room, if he were to absorb 2 and leave 1 behind, how would he even begin to explain it? If it came to that, Galio would risk giving himself away. So this time, Galio was especially cautious. The people in the shop were easy to mislead, but the super spy at his side was a whole different challenge. The first robber Galio chose to touch was Number 2. Only when he received the prompt that he could absorb the ability did he finally relax. He had swapped his Minotaur card for this very victory. If he couldn't take even 1, it would have been a total loss. While Galio was quietly taking care of the bodies, a message came through the hidden earpiece in Natasha's ear. The long-tongued mutant was killed by a sudden, falling object from above. Natasha looked over in surprise at Galio, who had already taken care of all 3 bodies. She tapped her secret communicator with her finger, sending a coded question. Are you sure? The answer came back. Absolutely confirmed. Natasha curled her lip ever so slightly. This man was far more formidable than she had imagined. All around Williamsburg, there were signs of damage and bloodstains. Major repairs would soon be underway. Galio had no choice but to abandon his meal today, and besides, he still had some suspicions he needed to confirm. The bodies are dealt with. The bloodstains can be cleaned up later by a professional team. I'll come back another day for breakfast. Maintaining his icy persona, Galio calmly bid farewell to the oddball crowd in the fast food restaurant. Natasha hurried to catch up with Galio's brisk steps. Not far from Williamsburg, Galio sat in his car, looking at the street that had already been cordoned off and at the long-tongued mutant now zipped up in a body bag. His heart twisted in pain. Sitting in the passenger seat, Natasha shot a sidelong glance at the cold-faced Galio, thinking to herself, just as I thought, it really was him. The long-tongued freak was a card that could no longer be recovered. Galio could only tear his reluctant gaze away, start up his sports car, and with the girl in tow, decide to try a different restaurant. As for gonna work, hell no, that was simply out of the question. You could run into ability users, even just going out for a meal. What if he ran into someone like that at Stark Tower? What if that damn building collapsed? How was he supposed to survive in a place with a safety rating that didn't even score a single cent? 2 hours later, Stark Tower, in a room that officially didn't exist. Tony Stark, Nick Fury, and Natasha sat around a small table. Iron Man's side of the table was cluttered with snacks and red wine. Galio, codenamed Secret Weapon, Preliminary Investigation Report. Abilities appear to be a combination of physical enhancement, psychic traits, and some unknown features. Today, 3 mutants were killed by Galio right in front of me. 1 was shot, the other 2 died from some kind of power-based attack. He was extremely cautious, left behind no evidence, and didn't expose any of his abilities. At the very least, the way that long-tongued guy died looked just like a freak accident, as if he'd simply fallen from the building. But I'm absolutely certain Galio did something at that moment. As for personality, he seems to have a strong sense of justice, is taciturn, and not easily tempted. I haven't had a chance for deeper contact, but I don't think he's dangerous. Power assessment. Conservatively, level 5. Nick Fury studied the only available file, the corpse report. This particular mutant rated somewhere between level 2 and level 3, a solid middle ranker among ability users, but his manner of death was truly bizarre. During his escape, he was tripped up by a flimsy air conditioner bracket. His tongue got caught, yanked the unit loose, and the falling air conditioner landed on his head, pounding him all the way to the ground. He died on the spot. The death was almost comical, but regardless, Galio was now their prime suspect. Beneath New York, the sewers stretched in all directions, convenient, never clogged, warm in winter, cool in summer, no need for air conditioning. If you could overlook a few inconveniences, it was actually the perfect place for a gathering, a home, a trip, a picnic. Well, that last one, under no circumstances should anyone attempt it. Inside a space forced into existence by sheets of metal deep in the sewers, a place that officially didn't exist. Rare mutants, difficult to find above ground, were everywhere here. Now, a group of them are grinding their teeth and shouting in frustration. It wasn't uncommon for mutants to have unusual abilities without any outward physical change, and in truth, that was a stroke of luck. At least their lives wouldn't be too disrupted. With a little care, they might manage a normal existence. But here, many mutants with severe physical mutations and nowhere else to hide lived in perpetual darkness, taking shelter day and night. They could never step into the sun. For them, the warmth of sunlight was nothing but a distant memory. Years spent in perpetual darkness had bred deep anger and violence in these mutated outcasts. Resentment simmered in their hearts for the people above ground, those whose lives were touched by happiness. They could never blend into human society. The moment they were discovered, even by family, they would face condemnation and the barrel of a policeman's gun. Owing to their distorted appearances and long isolation, these mutants had come to see themselves as wholly separate from humanity. In their minds, they were now a superior species. At least that's what they believed. If not for that man, whose overwhelming power kept them in check and provided them with this meager existence, perhaps they would already have stormed the surface world in a blaze of violence. In the deepest part of the iron-clad enclave, thin yet resilient sheets of metal formed the walls. There were no doors, no windows. A young woman, her skin an unnatural blue and her clothes made from the most organic of materials, spoke. The 4 who went out for supplies have all been killed. At the center of the room sat an elderly man, perched on a chair fashioned from metal scraps. He wore a British gentleman's suit, his hair meticulously combed, a cane in one hand, and a metal chess piece twirling deftly between his fingers. Who did this? He asked. It was a new government organization. They called themselves S.H.I.E.L.D. The loss of his companions brought a flicker, just a hint, of sorrow to the old gentleman's face. S.H.I.E.L.D., you say? Yes. They were created specifically to deal with mutants and supernatural incidents. In short, they exist to target us. It seems these foolish humans are as determined as ever to see us destroyed, the old man mused. Well, perhaps this is timely. After all, we've endured enough. Maybe it's time to let off some steam. With a casual wave of his hand, The chair in the middle of the room sank into the floor, transforming the space once more into an unbroken chamber of iron. Another light flick of his finger, and a small door materialized where before there had been none, revealing a crowd of bizarre-looking mutants outside, shouting in hysteria. "This is outrageous. They're treating us like vermin, trying to starve us out. All our people did was go out to find some food. That's right. We only carry weapons to protect ourselves. They never even hurt anyone. Humanity wants to wipe us out. This is war. I can't stomach this any longer. I'm going topside to deal with those ignorant humans. Yeah, let's get them. Take them out. The age of mutants has arrived." A chorus of wild cheers followed. The elderly gentleman watched this scene unfold with perfect calm. To him, most of these mutants, save for a rare few, were little more than expendable resources. They had lost the grace and nobility that should reside in the heart of every true mutant. As someone who is, well, a deeply afflicted lunatic, no, that's not quite right. As someone who considers himself an evolved leader of a superior species, the old gentleman has always believed that appearance is irrelevant. Ability doesn't matter much. What counts above all is having an elegant heart and a calm, composed style. Chameleon, bear cub, mare, lizard lady. This motley crew of mutants shut away from daylight are all cases whose abilities never fully developed and whose appearances have been irreversibly altered. No matter who they once were or what knowledge they held, they no longer have a place in human society. Gathering combat strength like this is child's play for the old gentleman. All he needs is an open field. At this moment, the horse-faced youngster stepped forward from the crowd. "Magneto, we must avenge our fallen. This time, you can't stop us, for companions for good-hearted, hard-working, utterly unique souls have been lost." Magneto's brow twitched ever so slightly. Had he just heard something truly outrageous? From now on, this horse must keep at least 10 feet away from him, especially when it's time to sleep. With the young horse's words, the whole band of misfits erupted in loud cries of agreement. Magneto calmly raised his hand. "I have heard the voices of my kin. We do not seek to ignite war, but when war arrives at our doorstep, we shall not cower." A chorus of affirming shouts rang out, echoing through the room. When the uproar died down, Magneto spoke again. "We will not let the murderer responsible for this go unpunished. Mystique, reveal the killer of our brethren. The Hellfire Club will avenge our own. We'll sever the scoundrel's head and use it as a chalice for fine wine." "Yes, Magneto." Mystique, ever the diligent secretary, swiftly produced a notebook and, with a flourish of deft, showy maneuvers, brought up the image of Galio's face on the screen. "Kill him." The mutants roared, their outrage boiling over. Magneto nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly what he wanted. Mystique's voice remained cool and measured, betraying no emotion. "Here's what I found so far. The target is codenamed Galio, a member of a certain government special unit, known as the Secret Weapon, possessing formidable combat skills and suspected to have supernatural abilities. Based on the crime scene evidence from the deaths of Wolf Needle and others, he also seems to have hardened skin. Neither Wolf Needle's needles nor tongue bullets could pierce his defenses. He lives at XXX, has participated in operations XX and XX, and the estimated number of our people he has killed is at least in the double digits. Recommended action: large-scale, coordinated assassination." This group of oddly shaped mutants suddenly realized that sometimes, as people, you can't let your impulses get the best of you. Take the ones who went out on a supply run. What was supposed to be a safe, routine task took a sharp turn because someone acted rashly. And look where it got them. Not a single one made it back. The restless energy in the room slowly faded, and the mutants gradually quieted down. Magneto, though inwardly sneering, kept a gentle facade and spoke in a calm tone. "My fellow mutants, our opponent is far stronger than we imagined. We need a meticulous plan, which will take time. What we need now is patience." That's right, Magneto is correct. Let's give him a few more days to feel at ease. Exactly. Sooner or later we'll kill him and lop off his head. The mutants began to break off into small groups, whispering among themselves. Meanwhile, Magneto led Mystique back to their room. "If it's an assassination you want, I can start preparing immediately," Mystique said, her voice as cool and distant as ever. "With my help, the chances of success should at least double." Magneto waved his hand, and a chair along with a chess piece rose smoothly from the floor. Why the rush to kill him? There's no need to expose ourselves to the world so soon. Magneto let the knight chess piece float and twirl in his palm. The era of mutants hasn't arrived yet. In terms of numbers and strength, we are far from ready. If we rush into war now, nothing good will come of it. Don't be hasty. revealing our true power too early. Believe me, that's the last thing we want. As Magneto was speaking, he suddenly sensed someone knocking at the door. With a flick of his fingers, Little Pony appeared at the doorway. I'm gonna find Choo Choo Baby. No, I'm gonna take out Galio. Little Pony's eyes were bloodshot with rage. I saw it on TV. The Minotaur was killed by him, and that caped freak. We can't find a caped one, but Galio's right there, and I can't wait another second. Little Pony once had a girlfriend named Choo Choo Baby. The two of them had been deeply in love, almost at the point of truly knowing each other inside and out. But then, because Little Pony's powers suddenly manifested, neither of them could withstand the pressure of society's judgment, and they were forced apart. Choo Choo Baby went off to university and became a streaming host, living a glamorous life in front of the camera. As for him, Little Pony of the sewers, the once handsome heartthrob of the campus, now blessed with unstoppable strength and stamina, found his life had lost all meaning without Choo Choo Baby. He was always longing to return to the surface, to reunite with her, to be together again and make a new life. Whether it was melodramatic or not didn't matter to Magneto. What he really wanted to ask was, what does the Minotaur's death have to do with you? Just because you're both beastly doesn't mean you're family. But Little Pony was already swept up in a tide of hot-blooded emotion, unstoppable now, and made it clear he would charge in alone if he had to. What the hell is there left to persuade him about? Magneto was never one to coddle anyone. Without delay, he had Mystique pass along Galio's basic information to Little Ma, and at the same time instructed Little Ma to prepare for his memories of the underground world to be erased by his fellow mutants. Magneto was extremely cautious. He now had a memory-controlling mutant at his disposal, though the ability was still immature, capable only of crudely cutting away certain memories, not of rewriting them entirely. That hardly mattered. What mattered was this was already enough to temporarily safeguard the mutants. Each time a mutant left, their memories would be isolated, and only when they returned to the underground world using a special marker would their memories be restored. Little Ma had already steeled himself. Under the bleak, watchful eyes of the other mutants, he strode forward without hesitation to have his memories cleansed. Our hero, Magneto called out, and was soon joined by a chorus of shouts from the motley crew. Once the door was closed, the old gentleman Magneto settled back into his chair. That fool won't be coming back. Honestly, what was going on in his head? According to the records, Galio's power level was no less than his or Charles's, profound and unfathomable. To think, Little Ma could take on such a boss single-handedly. If he didn't die, who would? Did he really believe his quick-step tackles made him invincible? Utter lunacy, a pointless death. Why didn't you try to stop him? Mystique asked. He can't be held back. The more you press, the more problems you create. Now it's just him who'll die. If you push too hard and it leads to an alliance, it won't stop at just him. Let him blaze. The trail for his brothers and sisters, the old gentleman said as a chessboard appeared before him. The knight in his hand made a brave advance against the enemy's fortress-like defenses. Otherwise, don't fight at all. But if you do, make it a single decisive blow. This marks the story's dividing line. A certain secret safe house. Natasha flung herself into an oversized chair, elegantly swirling a wine glass. Her legs, sheathed in silk stockings, swayed idly. Before her, 2 rows of LCD monitors, 10 in all, flickered with static. No one knew if there were people behind the snow, or who they might be. From behind monitor number 7. Natasha, are you saying Galio has telekinetic powers? Based on the evidence at the scene and the marks on the bodies, there's really no doubt. And I'm quite certain that when I grabbed him, he had no chance to fire a shot. Yet that young robber was killed by a bullet. You're not suggesting I imagine the whole thing, are you? I'm not that old yet. Natasha took a delicate sip of red wine. Her smile, nothing short of enchanting. Yaya learns to speak. Why do all the other kids get recommendations, favorites, and comments, but I don't? After the snowflake icon faded away, a long silence followed. A woman's voice emerged from behind screen 8. Galio's true power has always been something of a mystery, but it's clear that he possesses extraordinary combat ability. Considering both the incident with the Ancient One and now this mutant affair, I believe we should consider involving Galio in more significant operations. It could be a great advantage for us. An elderly voice came from screen 3. I disagree. Galio's strength is not in question. He's just the kind of force we need. But he's far too naive, just like Rogers. If he learns about the deeper secrets, it could cause a lot of trouble. Hasn't the lesson of Rogers refusing to join S.H.I.E.L.D. been painful enough already? Behind the screens, the debate shifted back and forth, centering on Galio and Captain America. Natasha simply smiled, that irresistible charm of hers disarming to both men and women alike. She lounged in her spacious chair, swirling the red wine in her hand, looking for all the world like a beautiful but deadly poison. After the heated discussion, another silence settled over the room. Screen 8 spoke up. That's a valid point. All these people with great power. They're too idealistic, not easy to work with. If the S11 project succeeds, we won't have to depend on them so much. Behind screen 2, a slightly hoarse middle-aged man replied, "Let's not waste time on wishful thinking. There's so many plans every year, but unless one actually gets implemented, they're just useless paper, worth nothing. Honestly, keeping Galio out of too many things right now is for his own protection. As long as he remains loyal, he's our asset. I propose we keep his current clearance level, change nothing, but improve his benefits." From screen 1, another elderly voice agreed. "Let's do as number 2 suggested. One more thing, Natasha, keep a close eye on Galio, Batman, the Sorcerer Supreme, and Professor X. If anything unusual happens, you're authorized to use emergency protocols." Rising to her feet, Natasha slipped off her silk robe. "Understood. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading to bed. Make sure my payment gets deposited on time. Good night." With that, she blew a kiss toward the row of screens. After another pause, the wall in front of the monitors slowly slid shut, until it fit seamlessly, looking just like an ordinary, pristine wall. With a light spring in her step, Natasha made her way to the yoga room. She needed a good workout before bed to keep her body and stamina in top shape. In one corner of the yoga room, hidden among the equipment, Natasha stealthily produced a compact, powder case-shaped phone and dialed a number. The call was answered almost immediately. There was only silence on the other end. "It's me. I've already reported the news to those old guys. They're still keeping Galio somewhere between trust and reasonable suspicion. And honestly, Galio is truly formidable. I watched him take down 4 mutants as if he were just playing around. If Thor is with you, I'd suggest letting him have a go." On the other end of the line was Natasha's former close comrade, Captain America, Rogers, who now ranks among the top 10 most wanted fugitives by the government. "I don't believe Galio will become our enemy, even if he is that powerful," Natasha replied. "Rogers, it's not about whether or not he'll become our enemy. The issue is that we have to assess the risk. Right now we're walking a tightrope, and every step must be taken with utmost caution. Any mistake could mean putting our comrades' lives in jeopardy." "I understand. I'll get in touch with Thor." Ending the call, Natasha's elegant brows drew together in a subtle frown. Mutants were appearing in greater numbers, and the government's display, both intentional and unintentional, of strength was becoming increasingly terrifying. After so many years undercover, Natasha felt as if the world was becoming unrecognizable, especially on the government side. It was like a vast ocean, its depths hiding who knew how many lurking beasts. To make things worse, her old comrade Rogers had defected just at this moment. On one hand, she had to maintain everything she'd worked so hard for in the government. On the other, she had to find ways to protect her old partner. The strain was exhausting. In her view, there was no need to be so uncompromising. If the government were shown just a little respect, they'd probably let things slide because of Rogers' combat ability and influence. At the very least, this could all be negotiated behind closed doors, rather than reaching the current clear-cut standoff. She smoothed her brows to avoid wrinkles and quickly typed out a message on her phone. But after a moment's thought, she decided not to send it. Galio under observation. Not recommended to make contact at this stage. Rogers' whereabouts discovered. Inside Galio's glass chamber, he was staring at his inventory, a disturbingly gleeful grin spreading across his face. The first bandit's status panel appeared. Name, Firefly. Species, mutant. Type, special ability user, LV1. Stats, Strength 2, Speed 3, Intelligence 2, Dexterity 2, Burst 1. Special skill, glows all over, shines brighter the darker it gets. Well, this one's utterly useless. He'd just become an easy target. Galio moved on to check the second bandit's panel. Name, Twice Wolf. Species, mutant. Type, projectile ability user, LV1. Stats, Strength 4, Speed 2, Intelligence 2, Dexterity 4, Burst 5. Skill, body hair needles, can launch sharp hair projectiles. Basically, these are all pretty much useless. But for the third bandit panel, Galio was a bit hopeful. After all, this one could breathe fire. Surely it had to be something impressive. Name, Red Gunpowder. Race, mutant. Category, projectile ability user, LV3. Panel, Strength 3, Speed 2, Intelligence 2, Dexterity 1, Burst 5. Special skill, Crimson Flare. Skills, Fireball, Fire Line, Fire Ammo. Usage 1. Directly used as a transformation skill. Gain all attributes and skills of this item for 30 minutes. Usage 2. Digest. Use Shadow Skill Tree to analyze this gene, with a chance to acquire a fire element shadow skill. Well, Galio gave up. It wasn't really that strong after all. 3 cards, all trash, so bad that even if you combined all 3, they wouldn't be as useful as Minotaur Bro's transformation. Sitting in a room full of mirrors, Galio was the very picture of gloom. He'd taken a loss this time. The appraisal notes for red gunpowder mentioned that it could, with some luck, grant Galio a fire element shadow skill, so he decided to keep it just in case. As for the other 2 cards, he turned them straight into experience packs. Galio couldn't wait to unlock some new abilities. The panel was the foundation of power. After eating 2 cards and leveling up once, Galio looked at his stats and fell silent again. The cheat was good, but the experience requirements were just too frustrating. With these childish cards, he barely made any progress. He hadn't even gained a full level. He pulled out a sheet of A4 paper. Now he could actually slice through a block of wood with it. The improvement in power was obvious. Although his skills hadn't changed with the panel upgrade, Galio could clearly feel they'd grown stronger. The duration of his control over objects had changed too. Just 5 seconds of contact and 1 point of mana would let him manipulate an object up to 40 by 40 centimeters. For heavier or larger items, the control time would be shorter. Now, Galio had a clear path for strengthening himself. As long as he kept at it, he was sure that one day he could survive safely in this world. Ideally, he'd become someone like Cloak Guy, who had no weaknesses at all. End of this chapter. Thank you for voting. Sniffle only 2 votes this time. Thank you. Lone Dawn Under the Moon. I'm off to write in solitude. S11 Project, Appendix, Advanced Combat Power Unconscious Weapon Plan. This project was first proposed by a government scientist 11 years ago, aiming to collect and research various experimental subjects. However, progress has been slow with many challenges yet to be overcome. Furthermore, due to the severe ethical implications of live experiments, the project has now moved into a highly secretive underground stage. The days of rest continued, and Galio instinctively avoided going up to the top floor of Stark Tower for work. Meanwhile, SHLD's roster of agents was gradually being perfected, in addition to the top 12 earning the title of S-Class Special Combatants. They had now added 36 Level 6 agents, all awarded the rank of A-Class Combatants. The selection for these was just as elite as the Chief 12, with all members chosen through the recommendations of various high-level figures. 72 Level 5 agents received the title of B-Class Combatants. This stage of selection was much more relaxed, basically as long as someone recommended you, your abilities were above average, and you didn't have a history of vandalism or spitting in public, you could get in. There were also 500 reserve special agents, each awarded the title of C-Class Combatants. Some of them weren't even mutants. For example, a certain Special Forces soldier just needed the proper gear to qualify, though their combat ability was questionable. It wasn't just S.H.I.E.L.D. that was growing stronger. Various superpowered civilian organizations were springing up like mushrooms. After the rain, these days, starting a special team was easier than ever. Beyond the original Avengers and Justice, plenty of new grassroots groups were on the rise. Most of these teams were made up of mutants and gifted individuals who, having long hidden in the shadows, now found that with the law changing, if they're going to be exposed anyway, they might as well step boldly into the spotlight. If Galio could still wrap his head around the rise of civilian organizations, the emergence of mutant idol groups genuinely challenged his sense of aesthetics. Yes, he was already converted. The Katie Girl Group had made their debut led by the notorious Catwoman, once suspected in multiple jewel thefts. Alongside her were Poison Ivy, Butterfly Girl, and a newcomer, a fox girl with furry ears and a bushy tail. Together, they formed a wildly popular mutant supergroup. The moment this quartet hit the scene, their 2 debut singles swept across all the major charts. Their looks were dazzling, their sweetness irresistible. Their mutations were incomplete, blending both mutant and human features. But what was certain was that KD's arrival had ushered in a new era of coexistence for mutants and humans. Since their debut, KD's 3 title songs had each been a hit, melodic, sweet, and beautifully harmonized with a variety of instruments. Even Galio went so far as to spend money on new speakers just to enjoy their music at home. Their voices were truly enchanting. Thanks to their mutations, they could pull off dance moves impossible for ordinary humans. They were even set to hold their first KD fan concert at an upcoming open-air show, and Galio had secretly decided to dress up and join the crowd. Little Pony, wearing a hoodie, hid in a bar with a KD CD clutched in his hand. His horse-like face flushed red. Beautiful, just breathtakingly beautiful. Little Pony had never imagined that incompletely mutated mutants could be so stunning. The Catwoman's pale, blue feline eyes, her jet-black folded ears, the sleek leather outfit, all gave her an aura of heroic elegance. The foxwoman, with her fluffy tail, looked irresistibly soft at first glance. The butterfly lady danced with a grace that could enchant anyone. And the commanding officer, Lady Wisteria, was surrounded by blossoms that lent her an endless, bewitching allure. Little Ma could hardly contain himself. He couldn't reach out to baby Choo-Choo anymore, and he'd nearly spent all the money he'd brought by sending virtual gifts. It was no small sum, since it came from the organization's funds. Yet before the true heavyweights, it was like a drop in the ocean. He couldn't even get his messages to show up on the scrolling marquee. Fortunately, at that moment, he seemed to have discovered a new purpose in life. As for the original plan of ambushing Galio, or whatever, Galio, who even was that guy now? Little Ma had completely forgotten about such a minor character. How could some nobody compare to the importance of the KD girl group? After a whole week of late-night work, which, frankly, amounted to armed robberies, Little Ma finally accepted the fact that, with his current skills, there was no way he could attend a live girl group performance in person. But just as the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. At this critical juncture in his life, Little Ma unexpectedly met a kind soul who introduced him to a job, one that happened to be at the very same venue as the KD girl group. He was so moved, tears nearly welled up in his eyes. Disneyland, April 29th, just before the KD girl group's first ever outdoor concert. The enormous stage had already become a sea of people, packed shoulder to shoulder. Galio, fully disguised, also showed up at the girl group's venue. His long hoodie masked his features, but what really caught his eye was that he wasn't the only one dressed this way. In fact, there were plenty of similarly hooded figures around. No surprise, really. Among such a secretive crowd, there were bound to be quite a few mutants. Hey, nice hoodie, man. Just as Galio was about to make a sarcastic remark, a colorful figure in a pale green sweatshirt sidled up next to him. At first, Galio didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Then, as their eyes met, a lizard's head suddenly popped out from under the rainbow-hued hood. Yikes! Galio almost reflexively hurled a fireball at him, but thankfully, after that run-in with the robbers last time, he'd learned to keep his cool. He managed to stifle the urge to draw a card and unleash a spell, especially since the lizard-headed guy didn't seem the least bit hostile. Lizard-head said, "You're a diehard girl group fan too, huh?" Galio ducked his head and nodded. He had nothing against mutants, but this lizard dude looked downright bizarre. Paired with his scruffy, melancholic beard and a slightly shifty air, Galio couldn't help but wonder if this guy was registered. If so, why hadn't security nabbed him yet? One look at that face, and you'd be sure he belonged on some list of potential villain bosses. The lizard guy was quite the talker. Though his appearance was a bit bizarre, his personality was bright and open. He even pulled out a huge poster right in front of Galio. "Just by looking at your style, I can tell you know music. Honestly, I used to be a professional drummer in a rock band. From my perspective as a pro, KD and the others are already at a really high level, especially Vine Girl. The way she dances those notes from their electronic ensemble, they're just beautiful. If I revealed my secret identity, do you think KD would let me play with him?" Looking into those pale yellow, slightly bulging eyes of the lizard guy, Galio couldn't lie to himself. He could only grumble silently. "I don't think so. Their mutant traits are all about being cute and enchanting, while yours is, well, just odd." But the lizard guy kept chattering away. "Now that the government allows mutants to register, I don't have to hide who I am, or keep my talent a secret. Oh, and don't tell anyone this, okay?" He leaned in with a conspiratorial air. "My registration rating is a solid level 4. Every month now, the government gives me a special grant and even recommends jobs to me. Life's just too good. I'm Vine Girl's biggest fan, and I think with my status, I should try asking her out. I could even show her a magic trick. Isn't it true that girls just love that kind of thing?" "Magic trick?" Galio echoed. The lizard guy nodded eagerly. Then the skin hidden beneath his hat slowly blended into the hat's color. "My mutant ability is invisibility. What do you think? Pretty awesome, right? Holy. So, do you think Vine Girl would agree to go out with me? Or should we hold our wedding? What do you think would be a cool name for our kids? Something bold, maybe romantic, but with a bit of rock and roll vibe? After all, both Vine Girl and I have such musical talent." The lizard guy kept rambling, drifting further and further off topic, but Galio could hardly keep up with this guy's wild fantasies. What really surprised him was this lizard's power. Invisibility, now, that should really be a regulated ability, shouldn't it? Honestly, with that kind of skill, why is he chasing after Vine Girl or Fox Girl anyway? Hasn't he ever watched Japanese movies? This lizard guy is just unbelievably innocent. I'm a professional musician, and Vine Girl and I could really hit it off. Seriously, how could there be two people so perfectly matched? But what if after we get married, cat girl, and little butterfly fall for me too? Wouldn't that be a headache? The rock scene has always been about following your primal instincts, you know? No, that's not primal rock spirit. That's just plain sleazy. The lizard guy was talking up a storm all by himself over there. Seriously, he just wouldn't stop. Galio had arrived an hour early, bumped into the lizard guy, and now, even after the warm-up music had started, it had been 50 minutes, and this lizard man was still chattering on without end. Galio was starting to lose his patience. Right now, he really wished he'd just stayed home and watched the live stream. Well, look, the lizard guy tugged at Galio, who followed his gaze upward. In the air, a pair of pale purple butterfly wings fluttered and danced, while shimmering pollen sparkled in the stage lights, creating a scene of dazzling beauty. Wow! The audience erupted in excitement. This was nothing like the old stage effects. This was on a whole other level. The lizard guy thumped Galio's back with wild enthusiasm, hard enough that Galio thought he might cough up blood. For such a scrawny guy, the lizard had quite a punch. Little fox, I love you. The lizard guy was the first to shout at the top of his lungs, and he tried to drag Galio into yelling with him. Galio, on the other hand, was already planning his escape, but the lizard's grip was way too tight. He wasn't going anywhere. And besides, wasn't this guy supposed to be in love with the vine girl? Cat lady, best bassist in the universe. Butterfly girl, marry me. It wasn't just the lizard guy. All sorts of fantastical creatures were howling and cheering nonstop. And, as Galio observed, the crowd was peppered with plenty of mutants. Sure, they tried to blend in, but once the excitement took over, it was impossible to hide. Eyes popping out from under hats, tongues lashing out, even fire breathing here and there. But, given the occasion, everyone just pretended not to notice. Galio liked girl groups too, and he wasn't picky. He liked all 4 members. Still, he was more reserved. With information about mutants becoming more widespread, and the 12 Aces growing more popular, Galio didn't want to draw attention. After all, he knew his own limits. He was no fighter, and he ought to act like it. The moment Butterfly Girl appeared, the atmosphere soared to a fever pitch. Fox Girl, Cat Girl, and Vine Girl entered hand in hand, riding a giant blossom onto the stage. As the flower float rolled in, Fox Girl unleashed her mesmerizing charisma with a single note, and Galio felt his very bones grow weak. These 4 had really chosen the perfect way to mutate, unlike the poor sap next to him. Clearly the victim of a prank by an author who hadn't received a proper tip. Still, you had to admire his nerve for registering as a mutant at all. Look, I think the lead singer just looked at me. The lizard guy shook Galio with all his might. So hard Galio felt he might pop apart like old-fashioned hand-crank popcorn. On a stage shining with dazzling light, tucked away in an unnoticed corner, sat a horse-shaped rocking machine. This was where Brother Pony had landed his part-time job. The spot was close to the stage, allowing him to see every beautiful girl on stage with perfect clarity. The only regret was his position was a bit too far back, so he couldn't see their faces head-on. Still, even so, Brother Pony was utterly entranced. He felt genuinely happy. A kind-hearted mutant had met Brother Horseface by chance at the bar, due to work matters. As they got to talking, they discovered their shared love for KAD. Sadly, Brother Horseface couldn't make it to the concerts in person. His wallet and skill set just didn't match his ambitions. That's when this kind soul made a suggestion. He had a friend who could sneak Brother Pony in as a worker, even pay him for the gig, though it would be a bit tough and a little uncomfortable. But Brother Pony wasn't worried. He had strength to spare. So, on the day of the concert, Brother Pony was stationed behind the stage, playing the role of the rocking machine. Once he'd been fitted into the custom harness, the kind-hearted guy even conjured up a glass of water for him, so he wouldn't get thirsty. According to the kind soul, his mutant ability was called 100-flavor soda. He could create drinks in any flavor imaginable. Brother Pony was so excited that he ordered several drinks in a row. If it hadn't been for the kind man's reminder that he would soon have to work and shouldn't drink too much to avoid bathroom issues on the job, Brother Pony could have gone on drinking forever. Once the time was set for pickup, the kind-hearted man in his trench coat left the scene. As for nearly becoming Brother Pony's client, or whatever, that was just a minor detail. Anyway, Brother Pony's business skills were abysmal. He only managed to take a few bills the kind man had hidden in his wallet, didn't even know how to use a credit card, and his professional abilities were laughably poor. After a rousing, fast-paced number, a few mutant girls who had tipped the author were on stage, chatting casually. As the chatter continued, they suddenly decided to invite a lucky audience member up on stage. This was a trick Galio was familiar with. Even though he knew the chances were slim, he couldn't help thinking, what if he got picked? On stage, Butterfly Girl performed a spectacular leap, soaring into the air and tossing down a handful of colorful balls. Only one of them was special. Whoever caught it would get the chance to come up on stage. arms in the audience stretched desperately upward. As soon as the balls started to fall, each one cast a fleeting shadow. Galio, without hesitation, activated his level 1 skill, grabbing more than 20 balls in one smooth, subtle move. He managed it so discreetly that, unless you were watching very closely, you'd never suspect he was cheating. Most people could only catch 2 or 3 balls, some none at all. Galio figured his odds were sky high. Surely he'd get to listen to the music up close. It was absolutely just for the music, he told himself, not for a closer look at the mutant girl's special features. Yes, he'd definitely pick his favorite hit song. Some people managed to grab plenty, while others ended up with nothing. Take, for example, a certain lizard fellow. He had some pretty impressive skills, but at this moment, they were completely useless. He hadn't managed to snatch a single ball, and his eyes were turning red with anxiety. Just then, he suddenly noticed the guy beside him. Wow, this guy was amazing, clutching so many little balls. Damn, you really kept your abilities hidden, huh? Come on, brother, share one with me, just one. The lizard guy wasn't exactly dumb. He kept his voice low, careful not to start a frenzy. No, Galio maintained his cool, aloof persona, waiting for the plant-woven LED screen on the stage to display the image of the special ball. With the odds in his favor, holding 20 balls, Galio found himself growing a bit expectant. Just one, brother, I'm begging you. This is my chance for a romantic encounter with Vine Girl. If I get to marry her, I'll treat you to a feast. No need to bring a gift or anything. And if you ever need a favor from me, I'll never say no, I swear. The lizard guy was pitifully humble, but his skills were nothing to scoff at, and I'm not talking about his invisibility, but that bold, unabashed face of his. Besides, from what Galio had observed, this guy really was a law-abiding citizen. If he had such abilities himself, Galio thought, wouldn't he just drop his jacket and walk right up to the stage? Although Galio doubted he'd ever see any of the promised benefits, he decided to reward kindness with kindness and handed the little lizard one ball, the ugliest one of the bunch. No sooner had the lizard guy gotten his hands on a ball than he immediately angled for a second. Galio didn't hesitate. Get lost. On the stage, the giant screen began to spin, one special ball after another flashing across. After several rounds, it finally stopped on an utterly plain, grayish rubber ball. Galio quickly scanned the 20-some balls in his hand. Not a single match. Unbelievable. The odds were that low? As Galio silently cursed himself for wasting his abilities, the lizard guy next to him suddenly took a deep breath and burst out with a triumphant cheer. Oh, I got it. It's me. Spectators nearby all gasped in disbelief, and Galio himself inhaled sharply, grabbing the lizard guy's hand. He was clutching that ball with a death grip. Galio even lifted the lizard guy clean off the ground, but he still wouldn't let go. Unbelievable. Out of more than 20 balls, the only winning one ended up with this rascal? The lizard guy shouted with joy, drawing hostile glares from all around. In that moment, Galio could practically feel the murderous intent simmering nearby. A camera high above zoomed in for a close-up, and the lizard guy's bizarre getup filled the stage's giant screen. Please welcome our super lucky audience member. Oh, the fox woman's uniquely captivating voice rang out, and the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Meanwhile, calls for song requests could be heard, slyly shouted from every corner. You'd better pick XXX, or else. I want to hear XXXX. You think that's the best song too, right? Get a close look at the Catwoman for me. Just once, please. Galio felt rather relieved he hadn't been chosen. What a burden it would have been. And honestly, were those last requests even sane? As the deafening cheers swept through the audience, the lizard guy, wearing a hooded robe, climbed onto the stage, trembling with excitement. As he bounded up, he tripped and fell, drawing a wave of laughter from the crowd. The Vine Woman, who doubled as the troop's leader and big sister, exuded an undeniable air of authority. Her figure was nothing short of enchanting. She swayed gracefully over to the fallen lizard, gently taking his hand and helping him up. The Beauty and the Beast stood center stage as she called out, "Now, let's give our lucky guest a big round of applause." The second wave of applause was so intense, it nearly felt like a tidal wave about to flatten the lizard guy in the center. Everyone clapping was just thinking, why not me? Except for Galio, who was already plotting to reclaim some of the outrageous promises this shameless fellow was bound to make. Otherwise, he'd be at a serious loss. All right, our little lucky one. What song do you want to hear? The fox woman pushed the microphone up to the lizard guy's hood. I want to hear Vines and Insects. I love every one of your songs, but this one is my favorite. The lizard guy was so excited he could barely contain himself. And could I play drums for you? I used to be the drummer in a professional rock band. Wow, our lucky guest is a fellow musician. The fox woman's voice was mesmerizing, drawing everyone in. Tell me, you're not here to steal the show, right? That song is a tough one, and the choreography is exhausting too, you know? No, not at all. I'm your biggest fan. If it's not possible, that's fine, I'll pick another song. The lizard guy's nerves got the better of him, and though he knew the fox woman was just teasing, he found himself tongue-tied. The vine woman spread her hands, and the flowered vines beneath the drum kit seemed to come alive, carrying the whole set to center stage. Come on, boy, for the ones you love most, play your heart out. With her words, the opening beats of Vines and Insects began to pulse rhythmically across the stage. The lizard guy, moved to tears, dashed to the drums, grabbed the sticks, and started to play with all his might. You could tell a pro from the first beat. Though the lizard looked a little awkward, his skill was undeniable. Even Galio had to admit, the rhythm was stronger and the drum beats even better than ever before. The atmosphere at the scene was unexpectedly harmonious. No one seemed to care whether the people around them were mutants or if they might pose a threat. Every gaze was fixed. On the stage, and below it, the crowd had transformed into a sea of cheering and dancing. The music was simply irresistible. Feet moved on their own, beyond anyone's control. High above, a specialized drone captured every moment of the event. Natasha sat in the main office at Stark Tower, her enchanting smile playing on her lips. On the screen before her, she watched the live footage the KD drone was transmitting from the scene. Everything is going exactly as planned. She slipped off her high heels and began to dance along with the rhythm, then spoke into the communicator in her hand. Back at the KD event, the arrival of the lizard guy had prompted Butterfly Girl, the original drummer, to unfurl her wings and soar into the air, dancing above the stage. The visual impact reached a whole new level. The audience's cries and cheers were so intense, many were hoarse from shouting. Backstage, Pony Boy at first was content just to sneak a peek from behind the curtains. But the more he watched, the more he longed to catch a glimpse of the goddess's face from the front, just once. After all, with so many people sneaking around, surely one more wouldn't matter. Pony Boy wanted to skip his duties, but his restraining device was annoyingly effective, so he could only give up. All he could do was watch as the mysterious figure at center stage was surrounded by KD's four dazzling ladies. Pony Boy was beside himself with frustration. The Fox Lady danced in circles around him. Even Vine Lady teased him with playful gestures. Pony Boy was on the verge of bursting with excitement. On stage, the energy was reaching a fever pitch. The lizard guy's drumsticks moved faster and faster, while Catwoman's bass provided a deep, harmonious undertone. This dance track was already one of KD's signature numbers, but with Lizard Guy joining in and Butterfly Girl's aerial choreography, the live version soared to new heights, 3 times as electrifying as the recorded one. The audience was completely lost in the music. One song ignited the entire crowd, bridging the gap between people. In the heat of the moment, many ordinary folks realized that those beside them were mutants. After all, it's hard to hide genuine excitement. Yet the song was so beautiful, no one wanted to interrupt, and the entranced expressions of the mutants made the others feel as if they'd found true kindred spirits. As the final note faded, Fox Lady and Vine Lady, elated from their performance, hugged the now-standing lizard guy with unrestrained joy. Galio watched, his heart aching. Amid the cheers, some voices shouted playful taunts. Yet this harmonious scene calmed Galio's restless mood. I'm not alone on this path. That was amazing. You really are incredible. I never imagined we'd have such a fantastic drummer like you, the Vine Girl said, holding the microphone, with both sincerity and excitement. This song was her favorite, and today, her performance with the lizard guy had been in perfect harmony. The Fox Girl cheered from the side, helping to lift the atmosphere even higher. Audience, everyone, what do you think? Wasn't his drumming just great? The Fox Girl raised her microphone, her voice ringing out loud and clear. Though 9 out of 10 people in the audience were glaring at the lizard guy, wishing they could roast him on the spot, they couldn't deny his musical talent. And, with the goddess clearly vouching for him, there was no way her fans could openly go against her. So, with a bit of forced enthusiasm, they shouted, "He's great." The Fox Girl kept the joyful rhythm going. "Do you want to hear another one?" "Yes. Uncle. One more." The audience screamed, and although that annoying guy was hard to stomach, one more song meant another chance to see the Butterfly Girl dance. Thinking of that, even the Butterfly Girl's biggest fans suddenly didn't find the lizard guy so intolerable. In fact, they cheered the loudest. "Okay, then let's ask our superstar drummer. Are you up for another round?" The Fox Girl pressed her fingers down to quiet the crowd, then raised a microphone to the lizard guy. The lizard guy nodded so vigorously it was almost wild. Even if all anyone could see was his hat bobbing up and down, it was clear he couldn't wait to go again. "Fantastic. With you on drums, I'm even more confident about the next song." "Ah," she trilled, her voice rising. "So here's the deal. Our former drummer, well, she wasn't quite up to snuff, so we sent her off to dance instead. So, our drum master, would you like to take her spot in our group? The little fox asked, a mischievous glint in her eyes. The crowd erupted instantly. How could they stand for a sneaky guy joining a dance troupe of 4 girls? But the uproar was quickly quelled by the fox girl's stage presence. Would you really have the butterfly girl's delicate arms pounding on the drums? What could the audience say to that? They could only vow to take care of that guy as soon as he got off stage. Me? Am I really up to it? The lizard guy was honestly overwhelmed with excitement. Of course, your drumming is incredible. But, well, you know the 4 of us are all girls, and we need to look out for ourselves. If you want to join us, you'll have to let us see your face, the little fox said, flashing her sharp teeth in a mischievous grin. Oh, show your face. Show your face. Show your face. The audience chanted in perfect unison, the will of the crowd clear as day. Galio started to worry a little for the lizard guy. After all, even among mutants, his looks were something from a world apart. The lizard lad instinctively clutched his hat, his whole body trembling. No, that won't do. No, this just won't do. As he mumbled to himself, a delicate hand, adorned with slender vines, gently landed on the lizard lad's hood. The touch was truly gentle, soft as a whisper. With the tension in the air rising, the lizard lad's grip on his hood began to weaken. He hadn't let go yet, but just then, the little fox girl suddenly leapt up and, in one swift motion, pulled the lizard's hood right off. In that instant, the lizard lad's chameleon-like head was exposed to the open air, sharp angles, bulging yellow eyes, and skin dotted with countless tiny, crater-like bumps. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The sight was simply too much. Even Galio had to admit, this guy was shockingly ugly. Frozen in place on stage, the lizard lad watched as the audience inhaled sharply, followed by bursts of laughter and malicious whispers. Tears sprang to his eyes, streaming down his face. He hastily grabbed for his hood, desperate to pull it back on. Had it not been for the laws strictly prohibiting the reckless use of superpowers in public, he might have unleashed his abilities right then and there. He tried to put the hood back on, but that soft, pale hand stopped him. The vine lady spoke gently. Don't hide yourself. We're all the same here. Taking the microphone, she captivated everyone in the room. Times have changed. Look at me, look at us. We're stepping into a new world now. There will always be people who look different. That's just hair color. That's just skin. We are forever a minority among the majority. But this drummer here, I don't see him as ugly. On the contrary, he's incredibly talented. And to me, he's absolutely stunning. With her voice ringing out, the gentle vine lady revealed a wild side. She wrapped her arms around the lizard lad's head and planted a kiss on him. The crowd erupted. What? How did this ugly guy get so lucky? But the surprises weren't over yet. Right on the edge of chaos, the little fox girl, blushing, fiddled shyly with her bushy tail. Vine sis is right. Drummer bro, I'm sorry about before. As a token of apology. She stood on tiptoe, hugged her tail, and gave the other side of the lizard lad's face a kiss. This is for you. A thunderous crash shook the stage as a massive, sky-blocking figure appeared. A gigantic horse's head rose above the crowd, a single hoof crushing a drone to pieces with ease. Blood-red eyes glared out from the colossal form that blotted out the sun. Little horse bro had risen. Both hooves slammed down with earth-shattering force, shaking the ground until it cracked and crumbled under the unimaginable weight. An earthquake-level disaster made the crowd, who had just been envious of this lousy lizard, erupt into shouts. They turned and ran for their lives. When it comes to survival, even idols have to step aside. In such chaos, the distinction between humans and mutants became painfully clear. Galio even saw someone whose hands had turned into wheels as he dashed away, and, naturally, showing off his powers so recklessly brought instant retribution. This particular mutant, fleeing the scene, had 6 or 7 people clinging to his back. Galio couldn't even see the one at the bottom. He only saw a huddled mass moving together as one. What on earth? Are crossovers always this outrageous these days? Galio was utterly bewildered. Where did this unlucky fellow come from? He looked like he belonged to Minotaur Bro's inner circle. But since when did monsters and demons in China start forming their own teams? Galio promptly activated his grand appraisal. Name, Montague. Race, mutant. Type, beast transformation, LV5. Human attributes, none. Beast attributes, strength 184, speed 20, intelligence 2, dexterity 3, burst 30. Skills, rapid dash, gigantification, requires prerequisite, headbutt, engrave hooves, Gatling smokes, red fire, 7 deadly sins, envy. Damn, Galio was at a loss for words. He thought Horseface Guy and Minotaur Bro were relatives, but this was more like a father and son. The power gap was enormous. This thing was like a dungeon boss breaking into the world of Contra. How was anyone supposed to fight that? Since Horseface Guy's stats didn't reveal any weaknesses, Galio was racking his brain for a plan when Little Horse's fierce gaze swept the stage. The lizard boy, frozen with fear, still instinctively shielded Vine Girl behind him, stubborn to the end. But in the next instant, a blur landed on the stage. Under its hooves, the lizard boy's blood splattered across the floor. Ding! Convertible item detected. Please proceed to collect. Swallowing hard, Galio realized that his newly blossomed friendship had just ended, just like that. Stealth was surely a useful skill, but who would dare approach now? Little Horse stood as tall as a 7-story building, looking like a kaiju from an Ultraman episode. Comparing their stats, Galio even suspected he was no match for the chameleon. On stage, Vine Girl stiffly noticed the blood beneath Little Horse's hooves. In an instant, her eyes changed, and tender white skin erupted in flower buds. With a thunderous roar, Little Horse bellowed at the 4 KD girls, the shockwave knocking all 4 off their feet. Then, to Galio's astonishment, Horseface Guy broke into a gentlemanly smile, gently scooped up the 4 girls as if they were dolls, and dashed off the stage, cradling them in his arms, as if whisking away porcelain figurines. Brother Pony's hooves pressed flatly through the crowd, so swiftly that Galio didn't even have time to feel fear before the thunderous hooves had already passed him by. All around, countless bits of flesh shattered. Bones and blood were strewn in a grisly mess. In the distance, the colossal Brother Pony effortlessly shoved aside buildings that blocked his path, and from within the toppled high-rises, cries and wails echoed out. With every building that collapsed, there followed more screams, more blood, rubble, and devastation. Galio's fists clenched tight. He wished more than anything to have the strength to charge at that monstrous beast and fight him head-on. Never before had Galio longed for power as acutely as he did at this moment. That horse-faced brute, damn him. But the bitter truth was, Galio could do nothing. His fury was useless here. He wasn't some secret weapon, just a helpless traveler caught in the chaos. All he could do was quietly slip onto the stage amidst the confusion to pay his respects to a fallen friend, even though he didn't even know the man's name. The process was simple enough. To any onlooker, it would have seemed as if Galio was just fleeing the scene. But when he checked his card slot, he found a new card had appeared. Item acquired. Chameleon's Raincoat. This item is a manifestation of obsession. Usage Method 1. Equipped directly to gain perfect invisibility. Downside. This invisibility effect cannot be undone. Usage Method 2. Rescue Vine Girl from the KD Girl group. The invisibility will be lifted, and there is a 70% chance to trigger a special skill tree. How deep does a sycophant's devotion run? Galio thought wryly. So this was your final obsession? He had half expected the item to be Fox Girls. Shaking his head, Galio knew, rationally, he shouldn't play the hero. But looking at the carnage all around, at the distant din of chaos and desperate cries for help, he clenched his teeth and used the invisibility skill to pursue. Damn it! In the office, the secretary stared at the chaotic scene on the screen and cursed under her breath. She snatched up the radio and triggered the emergency broadcast. For some reason, the first person she wanted to contact was Galio. Invisible, Galio shadowed Brother Pony's path of destruction. The roadsides were lined with countless people, crying out in helpless terror. Men, women, the elderly, children. They could be parents, lovers, or someone's beloved. Galio didn't care. He just knew that horse had to die. His special phone vibrated. Galio frowned. Earlier that morning, he'd used shadow control on the phone, and now it was entirely under his command. He didn't want to answer, but in the end, he picked up. Hello, this is Galio. Galio, where are you? We have something urgent that needs you right now. The secretary's voice was tense and hurried. I'm in Los Angeles. Galio decided to tell a small lie. He wasn't sure if anyone was watching his neighborhood, but he absolutely couldn't admit to being at the scene of the accident. If he did, his cover would fall apart. As for any problems that might come up later, well, he'd deal with them when the time came. Now was not the moment to overthink complicated consequences. For reasons she couldn't quite explain, Natasha felt a wave of disappointment and helplessness as soon as she learned Galio wasn't in New York. Understood. There's been a large-scale mutant riot outside the entrance of New York's Disneyland. The threat has been classified as Level 5 and requires immediate attention. I'm contacting the others now. Please get here as fast as you can. Understood. This time, Galio's answer was firm and resolute. He'd just given himself a burden he couldn't afford to fail. So long as he wasn't discovered, he would burn through all his resources if he had to, just to take down that horse-faced giant. Besides, from what he'd seen on his control panel, This monster's enormous eyes must come with weaknesses. Sooner or later, someone would figure them out. All Galio needed to do was make that moment arrive a little sooner. Galio gradually closed the distance with Little Horse, whose immense size was now causing its speed to drop off sharply. Earlier, fear had kept Galio from facing the creature head-on, but now he could finally see it clearly. It stood at least 20 meters tall, with the head of a horse and the body of a man. Its legs retained the shape of horse hooves, and it looked as though the transformation was progressing. Coarse horsehair was already sprouting along its limbs. The creature's whole body glowed with a disturbing blood-red hue, and its eyes radiated a ferocious, animalistic rage. The missing KD group hadn't been killed. Instead, Little Horse was clutching them in one massive arm, all of them seemingly unconscious. Just looking at this thing was enough to fill anyone with dread. Galio drew a deep breath, picked up his pace, and tried to get closer. Then, aiming at the creature's lower leg, he fired a high-caliber bullet. This was the most powerful attack Galio could muster right now. Regular bullets would be a joke against something of this size, but the special firearm developed by Stark Industries still packed a punch. Even so, the damage was minimal. Little Horse merely paused, glanced around, found nothing, and scratched the side of his horse head before continuing forward. He probably thought he'd just stepped on a stray nail or something. Damn, I gotta find a way to climb up there, Galio realized. Shooting at its legs was pointless, but his range was limited. The gun's custom barrel-made. It's short and compact, so its effective max range was only about 30 meters. While it was powerful, times like this really highlighted its drawbacks. This was a clear case of information asymmetry rearing its head. When Stark and Banner had designed the gun for Galio, they'd focused on boosting its firepower, assuming his speed and close combat skills would make up for any shortcomings. Range had never crossed their minds. They put all their points into attack, and now that oversight was coming back to bite him. Just as Galio was pondering how he might land an attack on Horsehead, a little girl with twin ponytails suddenly appeared on the path Little Horse was running along. The girl, carrying a backpack and wearing headphones, walked with her head down in silence, as if putting on her headphones and closing her eyes made the world around her simply cease to exist. Oh no! Galio wanted to save her, but he was too late. Even though Little Horse had slowed down, his strides were so long that Galio barely had time to react. Shadow manipulation. For the first time, Galio aimed his shadow manipulation at a person. He hoped he could move the girl aside, even if it meant the embarrassment of her slipping between Little Horse's legs like he just had. At least that would guarantee her safety. However, Galio's shadow manipulation failed completely. It didn't have the slightest effect. The girl kept walking with her small, determined steps, her head still bowed. Run! Get out of the way! Galio, throwing caution to the wind, shouted desperately at the top of his lungs. At this point, keeping up appearances was the last thing on his mind. The little girl seemed not to hear him at all. Meanwhile, Little Horse didn't even notice her. There had been so many screams along his path that he'd long since tuned them out. The enormous hoof came crashing down toward the girl's head with terrifying force. Galio, helpless, clamped a hand over his mouth and dropped to his knees, tears streaming from his eyes. He didn't know the girl, but he was human. He had a conscience. And to watch a young life, so fresh, so full of promise, about to be snuffed out in front of him was... Wait, what? Little Horse's hoof never landed. The girl removed her headphones and, to Galio's utter shock, made a gesture. She had caught Little Horse's massive foot with one hand. You're so annoying, the girl shouted, and with a single hand, tossed Little Horse aside. This time, Little Horse finally noticed the girl. A mutant. Little Horse scratched his head. Whatever, this is such a pain. Mutants should die too. With that, he spread his massive hand and swung it toward the girl with a roar. The gust from the blow was so strong it sent Galio flying through the air. Blown by the shock wave to the edge of the street, Galio crashed into a crumbling wall before coming to a stop. Witnessing a young life about to be extinguished before his eyes, he was consumed with self-loathing for his own helplessness. Burning with impotent rage, he suddenly noticed through the swirling dust that the girl's delicate hand had caught Little Horse's enormous fingers. She didn't look very old, probably. A middle or high schooler, wearing thick glasses and casual clothes, her bag in hand. She seemed like any ordinary girl, but the strength she displayed was anything but ordinary. Little Horse's expression darkened. Fine, I'll spare your life. As he spoke, he tried to pull his hand back, but despite his nearly 200 points of strength, he couldn't move the girl an inch. He couldn't even reclaim his own hand. Spare my life? The little girl's face darkened. I promised someone I wouldn't act recklessly, so I tried my best to ignore all the commotion you caused. But you've gone too far. She set down her backpack, took off her glasses, and her delicate hand clenched with a hint of force. A blood-curdling scream, tore through the air. Where the girl gripped Brother Pony's fingers, flesh was crushed to a pulp. Then, from her eyes, two beams of blue light shot forth. My hand! My hand! Brother Pony howled in agony. The arm holding the 4KDs was neatly severed by the blue rays. The power of this attack was terrifying. His defenses were utterly useless, and the edges of the wound were already necrotic. Little fox, little kitty, little vine, little butterfly, I'm angry now. I'm so jealous. Why are your powers stronger than mine? Why can you maintain your human form, while I can't? As he shouted, Brother Pony's body grew even larger, his strength surging. Galio, who lay off to the side, felt as if he were watching gods in battle. Brother Pony's muscles swelled with rage, his horse face twisted in fury. If you think just making your body bigger gives you more strength, then you truly understand nothing about power, the girl said coldly. To Galio's eyes, the little girl became a blur of pale blue light, then, in a flash, appeared right in front of Brother Pony. Her gaze was full of contempt. Her dainty hand balled into a fist, and she struck down. Her tiny fist crashed on a Brother Pony's head. The contrast was absurd, like a human child trying to smash an adult elephant. Yet, with this incongruous blow, she slammed Brother Pony's horse, face straight into the ground. Galio heard the system chime, but he couldn't believe it. Was this for real? A boss-level enemy like Brother Pony, taken out by a little girl in a single punch? Then what was all our effort for? What's the point of the shield we established? Galio's first instinct was to analyze the girl, but he'd already used up his energy bar for the day. He would have to wait until tomorrow to recharge with the system. It frustrated him to no end. He was certain her stats would shatter all his assumptions. His belief that brute force was useless had been completely overturned today. The little girl landed softly on the ground, put her glasses back on, and said, "That was self-defense. I absolutely didn't mean to hurt anyone." Then, like a child caught breaking something, she picked up her backpack and vanished from the crime scene in a flash of blue lightning. Galio's figure gradually came into view. The effect of the chameleon card was fading, and now, all that remained was whether he could grasp the insights from his panel. Handsome as he was, a rock flung up by the wind had gashed his forehead, and his clothes hung in tatters. Fortunately, he hadn't suffered any real harm. As he walked toward the enormous corpse of the pony-faced man, Galio activated the item pickup function. Natasha, where did you say Galio was again? A fiery red suit of armor halted its reckless flight through the skies, flagrantly ignoring airspace regulations. He's in Los Angeles. Looks like he won't make it in time. Tony, try to stall that mutant as long as you can. Superman, Batman, and a student sent by the Ancient One are all heading your way. And what are they coming for? To help with the rebuilding. Tony sounded exasperated. What do you mean by that? Natasha had already seen the carnage through the drone feed. While Tony could be a bit of a maverick, Natasha never thought of him as someone so devoid of principles. If even a scene of such devastation couldn't make Tony take things seriously, she would cut ties with him for good and recommend he be kicked out of S.H.I.E.L.D. to go back to his carefree billionaire playboy life. Just then, Tony sent over a video. In it, Galio, his forehead smeared with blood, his tattered clothes revealing a muscular physique, was dismantling the remains of the pony-faced villain. All around, within a wide radius, lay the wreckage and debris of buildings destroyed in their battle, a clear testament to the ferocity of the fight. And the pony-faced man looked even bigger than before. Natasha covered her mouth, fighting back tears. 4,500 kilometers, Tony calculated quickly. With my latest suit and the Batmobile, we might manage 1,800 to 2,000 kilometers per hour. That means it'll take about 2 hours to get from Los Angeles to New York, assuming we can pinpoint the exact location. So, Natasha, let me confirm one last time. Are you certain he was in Los Angeles before? Natasha swiftly composed herself and pulled up Galio's phone data. Tony, it's possible your phone tracking program was hacked. Is it April Fool's Day? Tony retorted. I built that with Banner and Batman. With current Earth technology, it's literally unbreakable. Tony Stark had never lacked confidence in such matters. But the moment he finished speaking, Tony fell silent. His own Jarvis system also had access to the phone's information, and starting at 7 a.m., Galio's phone had completely lost signal. Yet somehow, calls still went through, but the signals they connected to simply didn't exist. I just hope he's not hostile toward us. Otherwise, I might not make it back in time for dinner. With a dark look on his face, Tony Stark hung up the phone and landed beside Galio, who was trying to wake up the girls from KD. A pillar of red and gold light streaked down from the sky, coming to rest right next to Galio. Hey there, secret weapon. Want me to call you a suit? Galio looked a bit puzzled. The armor before him resembled the Iron Man suit he'd seen before, but he couldn't be certain. Without his identification function, a lot of things were much less convenient. Fortunately, Tony Stark was nothing if not considerate. After all, the guy in front of him had just been through a fierce battle, and a little nervousness was to be expected. The helmet retracted, revealing that unmistakably square jaw and the face of one of the top 5 richest men in the Marvel Universe. If only he'd done that sooner, I would have recognized him. "Hello, Iron Man," Galio said, stiff and proper, though deep down he was a bit disappointed. Now he had no excuse to perform artificial respiration. "Oh well, no need to be so formal. Just call me Tony. So, did you do all this yourself?" Iron Man quirked his mouth into a half-smile and gestured at the scene around them, trying to dispel some of the awkwardness, though the massive, still unattended arm off to the side was a bit of an eyesore. Galio tried to pick up the arm, only to be notified that the item was now dead and couldn't be retrieved. The situation was getting a little awkward. "Stay in character. Keep cool." Galio gave himself a silent pep talk, then called upon all his acting skills. With a perfectly straight face, he declared, "The one who took this guy out just left. I only just arrived myself." Tony Stark's mouth twitched. That was a blatant lie, for heaven's sake. Does he take me for a fool? My sensors cover 3 blocks in every direction. It's just you and those 4. Well, there's no good way to describe them, but let's just say it's you 5 in total. And you're really trying to pin this on the 4 unconscious ones? Ahem. A sultry female voice interrupted as the KD girls gradually began to wake up. The enchanting sound put an end to the awkward exchange between Galio and Tony. The first to come to was the little fox. She ran her hands over her lovely figure, making sure she was unharmed, then sprang straight into Galio's arms. "You scared me half to death." Galio's composure nearly cracked. "What on earth? Why hug me? What did I do?" The little fox had come to her senses shortly after the glasses-wearing woman had taken out Little Ma. During that time, Galio had just come out of stealth and moved to check on Little Ma's body. At that very moment, the little fox's hazy consciousness cleared enough to catch a glimpse of Galio single-handedly dispatching Little Ma with impressive skill. Should he explain? Or not? Forget explaining. In the end, Galio chose silence, while the rest of the KD members began to slowly regain consciousness. The strangest of them all was Poison Ivy. The moment this assertive woman arrived, the very first thing she did was ask the lizard guy whether he had any hope of being saved. Of course, her question was met with nothing but silence from Iron Man and Galio. "There are some things we need to discuss. Come by headquarters tomorrow," Tony said, giving Galio a friendly pat on the shoulder. With that, he donned his mask, turned around, and soared off into the sky on a burst of flame. In that moment, Galio actually wanted to ask, "Mr. Stark, could you sell me a suit of that armor? If I don't have enough money, maybe we can work out a loan or something." That suit was just too cool. His own cheap, makeshift gear wasn't even in the same league. After Iron Man left, a flurry of vehicles quickly descended on the scene. The 4 KD members were carried away for treatment. Although none of them seemed seriously injured, it was standard procedure to get checked out in situations like this. The other 3 appeared to be in decent spirits, but Poison Ivy was behaving oddly. After learning that the lizard guy couldn't be saved, she seemed lifeless, her eyes dull and empty, as if her soul had gone missing. The sight left Galio unsettled, stirring up a suspicion that maybe she'd known the lizard guy before, and that there might be some hidden conspiracy at play. He quietly slipped away from the scene, then took a moment to review the spoils he'd gained. Special item, Jealous Horseface. Usage 1. Offer to the system for a panel upgrade. Rare. Usage 2. Gain Horseface peak attributes for 10 minutes. Usage 3. Exchange for 10 character attribute points. Usage 4. Exchange for 2 skill attribute points. Usage 5. Unlock the special skill tree Jealousy, rare. Besides the rewards from Horseface, Galio's skill panel now displayed a new subordinate skill tree under Shadow Control, Shadow Form. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 5 minutes. This allowed him to hide in any shadow within a 3x3 meter area to evade attacks, and, if enough shadows were present, to make short, instantaneous movements. The panel upgrades were substantial, and the new skills incredibly handy. He definitely scored big. But now, Galio found himself torn over which of Horseface uses to choose, since each option seemed worthwhile. After a moment's greedy hesitation, he decided on the first option. After all, the panel was his greatest asset in this world, and anything marked rare was bound to be more valuable than the rest. He took a deep breath. Back home, acting like the seasoned streetwise survivor he was, Galio selected the first option. His panel was about to level up once again. Meanwhile, inside a non-existent little room at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. "What did you say?" Galio got from Los Angeles to New York in under 5 minutes? and he took down that level 5 mutant monster all by himself. Nick Fury drew in a sharp breath. If Tony and Natasha hadn't come to tell him this together, he'd be dragging both his subordinates off to get their heads checked. Had one of them suffered a serious blow to the head, Tony rubbed his forehead, looking as if he were questioning the very fabric of reality. I know it's hard to believe, but it's all true. Honestly, I'm still trying to process it. I've checked and rechecked everything. Iron Man's spirits were so low, it unsettled Nick Fury. He leaned over and quietly asked his secretary, "What's wrong with him? Did he get dumped or something?" "It's not that. Our phone's location tracking was hacked." "Hey, that's not hacking. Maybe it's magic, maybe it's something else, but it's definitely not technology. No one's tech could modify a phone I designed without me noticing." Tony Stark seemed to snap out of his daze at the mention of this, his annoyance palpable. He could put up with almost anything, except this. It was 100 times harder to accept than being dumped. "All right, Tony, let's get back on topic. Don't get sidetracked." Nick Fury immediately tried to steer things back, coaxing him like a child. When Iron Man got like this, you had to handle him gently. He was, after all, their team's favorite. "Actually, I don't think this is all bad. Whether it's the phone or anything else, even if Galio has discovered something, maybe it'll put a bit of distance between us. But at least he's willing to play along, and when a crisis hits, he's always the first to step up. His skills are dependable. What more could we ask for?" Natasha was clearly uncomfortable with the idea of secretly investigating Galio. He was supposed to be a hero, after all. Nick Fury felt a headache coming on. He dreaded these situations that spun out of his control, especially now when the problem was within their own blade. He just couldn't accept it. "Natasha, is there any way we can find out the full extent of his abilities, or at least his maximum combat power?" Iron Man shook his head. Here we go again. Nick Fury was probably the most reliable boss in the government, but even he couldn't escape the bureaucratic mindset. Everything had to be under control. If someone was in the circle, they could be coddled. If not, they were a threat, even if they'd done nothing wrong. Tony was fed up with this way of thinking, just like he was sick of those idiots who never stopped trying to get their hands on his suits. Still, Tony Stark had no problem with regulation. With mutants becoming more common and the number of uncontrolled, high-risk abilities on the rise, the danger to ordinary people was growing. Regulation was necessary. Otherwise, a single mutant's bad mood could put an entire school or office building full of innocent people in jeopardy. Tony understood the reasoning, but he absolutely rejected this danger theory. "Nick, have you ever considered the possibility that Natasha might have been discovered as well? What if you keep testing the waters and it really gets dangerous, if things really go south?" When it came to serious matters, Tony Stark was all business. What if you push him too far, just like you did with Cap? Have you thought about how you're going to handle that? The mutant problem still isn't settled, and now you want to keep stirring up conflict within our own ranks. Nick Fury fell silent, but then replied with a steely resolve. "If tomorrow the phones are back to normal, and he actually comes to the tower, I'll let bygones be bygones and continue to trust Galio. But if we still can't track him tomorrow, Tony, then no matter what, we have to keep the power in our own hands. We can't let him set things off, especially not someone like Galio, a stubborn soldier. Just like with Cap, there's no room for negotiation." "Damn it, you're so set in your ways," Tony snapped, his anger barely contained. He spun on his heel and stormed out of the office. Nick Fury sat down in silence. Deep down, he knew that both Cap and Galio were people he could trust. That was exactly why he was so insistent on keeping them on a leash. To put it bluntly, he leaned on their decency because he could, but that was the nature of his job. His position demanded a certain mindset, and he didn't have the luxury of choice. Fortunately, the next morning, Galio's phone was back to normal, and he showed up for work on time. Hardly surprising, given the generous salary he was earning. He wasn't about to give that up. During his system upgrade, Galio tried a few things. Overall, there wasn't much impact. The identification and possession functions were still offline, but the skills he'd unlocked in the skill tree were working just fine. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, Tony Stark, and Natasha had spent the entire night waiting. When the signal tracker finally came back online at 7 in the morning, they all breathed a huge sigh of relief. It had been nerve-wracking. No one felt the pressure more than Nick Fury. When the signal appeared, the big man actually wiped the sweat from his brow. Security at the top levels was especially tight that day. They were even scanning everyone for concealed weapons. Galio had no choice but to hand over his firearm and the bullets in his pocket. Now that his magic reserves had increased, he'd enchanted 10 rounds that morning, just in case. The enchantment on his phone had expired, but he didn't bother renewing it. It had only been a small experiment, after all, and he couldn't exactly go around bashing people with his phone. The security checks felt tedious to Galio, but for the staff conducting them, each inspection was a matter of life and death. Standing before their secret weapon, genuinely good man, a hero they respected, didn't change the fact that even heroes can kill, especially if you happen to be one of those bureaucrats drawing a paycheck without really doing your job. These folks had nothing in common with good people. When Cap went rogue, the elite agents who died numbered in the hundreds. In truth, they were overthinking it. Galio wasn't nearly as sensitive as they imagined. To be honest, he was rather oblivious to his surroundings and never once considered the scope of the security measures. Besides, with his greatest powers sealed away, there was little difference whether he kept the rest or not. When Galio surrendered his weapons and entered the building, the officer responsible for his inspection nearly collapsed on the spot, his legs turning to jelly. Fortunately, a teammate standing nearby caught him just in time. "Are you all right?" someone asked with concern. The inspection officer wiped the sweat streaming down his forehead, stumbling over his words. "W, do you think?" Their colleagues could only offer sympathy. There was little else they could do. Next time something like this happened, it was clear the brave teammate would have to go first. Along the way, there were more security checks, but Galio cooperated cheerfully. In fact, he was rather pleased. At last, the headquarters security seemed up to standard. Before, it had been downright absurd, leaky as a sieve. "So, did you really treat him as a dangerous individual?" The bat's raspy, electronic voice suddenly sounded behind the trio. "Ask him. He's the boss." Tony Stark tossed down his pen, visibly exasperated. Nick Fury, having watched Galio complete the final check and pick up the card designed to limit mutant abilities, finally let out a sigh of relief. "Gentlemen, I had no other choice. After all, I'm responsible for all of humanity. When necessary, some sacrifices must be made, even if it means wronging him. But if one day he needed my life, believe me, I wouldn't hesitate or hold back for a moment." A heavy silence fell once more. The four of them gathered here were, in truth, the true core of S.H.I.E.L.D. Everything in this place had been built by them. Many secrets were known only to these few. Others might appear powerful and important, but in reality, their authority was nothing compared to these four. In fact, much of it was mere imitation, a pale shadow of the real thing. "Welcome, Galio." This time, Nick Fury personally came to the entrance with Natasha to greet him. Galio had demonstrated his goodwill. Now it was Fury's turn. "Hello, Director Fury." After a brief exchange of greetings, Nick Fury said nothing more about the security checks, and Galio, too, remained silent. Nick Fury could understand a bit of sulking. After all, if he'd been treated that way, he'd probably be shouting by now. Once they reached the small conference room, Nick Fury began. "Galio, I imagine you've already guessed a few things. Let me explain how all this came about." Galio nodded, cool and reserved. "Let's get straight to the point. KD is one of our own, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent." The moment Nick Fury spoke, Galio almost broke character. So that was the explanation for all the strange goings-on. The sudden rise of a mutant group's popularity, the green lights all the way, and not a hint of trouble. Fortunately, Galio had been trained for situations like this, and he managed to keep his expression in check. The mutant registration plan has already been launched, but the results are extremely poor. Since we're all on the same side here, I won't hide it from you. We haven't even managed to register 30%, not even 20% of the mutants. Galio could understand this. After all, not everyone is as stubborn as that chameleon, still pretending to follow rules with that attitude of his. So, following Senator Wayne's suggestion, we decided to approach the problem from an entertainment angle, focusing on helping some of the lost, adolescent mutants. The first step was to make KAD widely accepted, and that's actually gone very smoothly. The second step was to find a particularly unique mutant. In plain terms, someone whose appearance is completely transformed, to join KAD. So, that chameleon guy ended up being the unlucky one? We got really lucky. Just as the plan was getting started, an amateur band applied for mutant registration. Off to the side, Natasha opened her laptop, displaying 2 group photos. The first showed 5 young faces, 4 women and 1 man. One of the women, a striking, confident beauty, and a blonde guy holding drumsticks were obviously a couple, their affection for each other plain as day. The second photo, though, was downright startling. The little fox, butterfly girl, poison ivy, Catwoman, and the chameleon all together. Normally, Galio wasn't easily fazed by a Beauties and the Beast lineup, but seeing poison ivy extending a vine from her mouth, twisting together with the chameleon's tongue, well, that was just, let's face it, bizarre. If this was how things stood, Galio finally understood. This was a textbook case of entrapment, with everyone playing their part from the start, which raised a new problem. The ball had been taken from him. What if Galio refused to hand it over? Then again, it probably made no difference. The surveillance drones would have caught the lizard guy holding the ball. Whoever had it, that's who they'd go after. No margin for error. Whoever was caught on camera, that was all that mattered. The third part of the plan was to debut their 5-member group, help the public fully accept them, and then gradually implement the special citizen status for mutants. But now, after this incident, all those follow-up plans have been scrapped. Nothing is possible anymore. Nick Fury sounded a little defeated. Galio nodded, showing his understanding. Well, that's the whole story. Galio, do you have anything you want to say? No. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. There was no confrontation, and in truth, Nick Fury felt a little relieved. Still, he hoped Galio would understand his actions. About all the checks we did when you came in, Galio cut him off with a wave of his hand, ending the pointless conversation. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Galio truly had no interest in dealing with all these miscellaneous affairs. He was far more eager to try the new dishes the ladies at Williamsburg were experimenting with. Nick Fury felt gratified. People like Galio were exactly what they needed. Someone who understood the changing tides even better than the captain, and who possessed the same strength, courage, fearlessness, and spirit of sacrifice. After Galio left, Nick Fury, along with Batman, Iron Man, and Natasha, met with KAD. Poison Ivy was in terrible shape and hadn't even come to Stark Tower. She was at home alone, refusing food and drink, clutching a photo of Chameleon and weeping uncontrollably. There was little Nick Fury could do but express his regret. The plan they devised was extremely safe, considering that although these 5 had impressive abilities, with the exception of Catwoman, they had virtually zero real combat experience. It was like handing guns to a group of 5-year-olds. The team spent the entire night discussing KAD's placement. In the end, they decided to respect the women's wishes. If they wanted a peaceful life, Nick Fury would apply for every privilege he could grant them under the banner of special service. Of course, if they chose to continue serving S.H.I.E.L.D., so much the better. Though realistically, it seemed unlikely they'd be much use going forward. At this point, the little fox piped up with a sudden, clever suggestion. What do you all think about inviting Galio to join us? Iron Man, sitting beside the director and sipping his coffee, was so startled by this outburst that he nearly spat his drink on the floor. Thankfully, he was civilized enough to whip his head away. Just in time. In those split seconds, Tony had actually considered spraying Nick Fury instead, but decided against tempting fate. After all, the one-eyed director had a notoriously ruthless streak. With the little fox's proposal on the table, Iron Man and Batman suddenly realized this could be a real opportunity. The Chameleon represented the mutant community, but Galio stood for humanity. If he were to appear publicly, even to declare his acceptance of mutants, the significance would rival anything Chameleon could offer. Give us a moment. We'll discuss and get back to you as soon as possible. The 4-person team quickly conferred and agreed there was potential here. The only hitch was Galio's icy personality, which seemed ill-suited to an entertainment group. Plus, there was the question of whether he could even play an instrument. When it came to situations like these, Batman's instincts were the sharpest. He immediately suggested a different approach. Even if Galio could play an instrument, casting him as a top-secret agent in an entertainment troupe was absurd. The whole thing reeked of conspiracy. But what if they recast him as an overzealous fan? Suddenly, the problem vanished. On the mutant side, they could also announce Chameleon's membership as an honorary member. That way, both sides would come out ahead. The 4 of them discussed the matter, and all agreed it was feasible. Now it was just a matter of getting Galio's approval. As always, the task of reaching out naturally fell to the ever-capable secretary, Natasha. At the gates of Williamsburg, Galio was searching for a parking spot. Suddenly, his phone rang. The sound startled him so much his heart skipped a beat. If there were mutants lurking nearby, he thought, this could be the end of him. With a bracing breath, he answered the call. Natasha's voice was enchanting, as if she were casually suggesting which hotel to head to after a movie. Here's the situation. The KD project has undergone some changes. We'd like you to participate as a loyal fan, helping with the publicity. Relieved, Galio replied in his usual cool tone, no problem. Truthfully, Natasha had hoped to discuss things further with him. But after a long, awkward silence, she could only sigh and hang up. Facing 5 pairs of eager eyes, Natasha gave a small nod. The team immediately began preparations to pop a bottle of champagne in celebration. The special citizen initiative would go on, its efforts not wasted. Nick Fury was so delighted that he considered assigning a dedicated department and budget to handle such cases. Galio's acceptance of SHELD's special assignment and his willingness to join the KD campaign was a pleasant surprise for the agency. The most difficult hurdle had been cleared in one stroke, and a flurry of new plans began to emerge from SHLD's various departments. In any field, the Stark Group's elites were outstanding, but because they placed so much emphasis on Galio, at times like this, they overlooked certain details, like that one band member who could easily get stuck on a single issue. Back in a special room at Galio's home, He prepared a box and started jotting down notes on paper files, the 12 top operatives of S.H.I.E.L.D., the missing Captain America, and most crucially, his theories about who the young girl from today really was. The appearance of that little girl had completely upended Galio's worldview. With nearly 200 points of strength, she could have squashed Spider-Man in an instant. Yet she had simply knocked him dead with a single tiny fist. Galio wrote down every storyline he could recall from Marvel and American comics, but found not a single trace of this mysterious girl. Of course, Galio didn't use Chinese or English for these notes. Instead, he encoded everything in a special cipher based on pinyin letters, ensuring that even if a foreigner got hold of it, they wouldn't understand a thing. Much of what he recorded touched on the hidden truths of this world. Galio had no intention of being erased, and even less of forgetting these vital events. Every single day of the system upgrade felt torturous for Galio. After all, he struggled with insecurity, and during this time, he even slowed down his attempts at wooing the young lady from Williamsburg. 72 hours of boredom passed by, and during these 72 hours, Galio was asked to film a short video on his phone. Meanwhile, during the same 72 hours, KAD reappeared in front of the cameras. They expressed their regret over the incident at the concert and called on mutants to cooperate by filling out information cards. If Brother Pony had been noticed earlier, the tragedy could have been avoided. More heartbreakingly, a gifted drummer lost his life in this accident. KAD announced that the lizard guy would become an honorary member of their group. They promised to keep his drumsticks as a treasure memento. Most importantly, KAD declared that they would donate all proceeds from this concert as compensation to the mutants and human fans who lost their lives in the accident. After all, everyone is someone's child, everyone is someone's parent. During this interview, the superheroes Galio and Iron Man also appeared. Both expressed that they were fans of KAD and pledged to donate large sums to support the disaster's reconstruction efforts. Galio donated $2 million personally. Iron Man also donated $2 million, and both the Wayne Group and Stark Industries contributed $10 million each. Once these generous donations were made public, KAD's popularity soared right back to its peak. Furthermore, KAD announced that their next concert was already in the works. To ensure safety and fulfill their fans' wishes, they invited the superhero Galio to join them as a special guest. Galio gave full marks to this round of public relations. S.H.I.E.L.D. offered to cover Galio's portion of the donation, reasoning that Galio was just a salaried employee, but Galio declined. The tragedy hit too close to home. He was there in person. If he didn't do something, he'd feel miserable. By politely refusing SHLD's funds, Galio earned another wave of respect within the organization. For instance, a certain secretary slyly remarked to her boss, "The difference between people is really something, isn't it?" Nick Fury had no words to reply. After all, he had 5 kids to support. Coming up with $2 million at once was a stretch for him, while Galio was single. But there was no good way to explain this. Any attempt would only make him look more guilty. Luckily, his single eye and dark complexion made it hard for anyone to read his expression. With 72 hours of smooth transition, Galio was greeted by a brand new attribute panel. Name: Galio Suxiabi, Child of Shadow, LV1. Strength 10. Speed 10. Intelligence 5. Dexterity 8. Burst 10. Stamina 10. Defense 2. Free points 5. Skills: Firearm Mastery, Martial Arts Mastery, Chinese Language, English, Arabic, Russian, Mechanical Proficiency, Game Master, Sculpture Mastery. Skill Tree: Shadow Manipulation, Shadow Arrow, Shadow Form, Shadow Reversal, Shadow Possession. Shadow Manipulation LV3. After enchanting, you can control the shadow of an object, thereby manipulating the object itself. Shadow Arrow LV1. Fires at a distance of 30 meters and comes with a corrosive effect. Shadow Form LV1. Evasion Skill. Shadow Reversal LV1. Allows you to use the force of shadows to control your own transformation type skills. In simple terms, it means you can fly. Shadow Possession LV1. Enhances all abilities, roughly half as strong as Little Ma. Lasts about 1 to 10 minutes and removes the low-altitude flight restriction. Using it leads to a weakened state afterward. Available skill points: X1. Blue energy slots, 12. Item slots, 6. With this attribute panel upgrade, Galio gained a new defense panel, indicating his body's defensive stats. The numbers were alarmingly low, signaling clear danger, so Galio immediately put all 5 attribute points into defense. Instantly, he felt his body become much sturdier. Besides the boost in experience, this system upgrade also caused minor improvements in all his skills and even bestowed a new one. Galio was overjoyed. His choices had definitely been the right ones. He allocated a skill point to Shadow Manipulation, leveling it up to LV4. In Galio's view, attributes should be balanced, but when it comes to skills, it's best to go all in on a single path. After all, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Unless an exceptionally powerful and unreasonable skill appeared, Galio was determined to see just how far he could push shadow manipulation. His ability to control objects grew even stronger this time. Galio even bought a small bird to experiment with shadow manipulation. After about 2 seconds, he managed to seize control. The bird was completely at the mercy of its own shadow, which Galio could move at will. However, when he tried to stretch the bird's feathers using the shadow, the feathers were actually plucked out. The experiment failed. It turned out that changes in the shadow couldn't directly affect the creature's body. The takeaway from these shadow manipulation experiments was that he could now exert preliminary control over living creatures. The small bird could be controlled for about half an hour. However, as the size of the subject increased, all the metrics dropped accordingly. To test this, he bought a second bird, a larger one. Well, actually, it was a chicken, alive and well. This time, the control duration dropped significantly to just around 12 minutes. If he scaled this up to human size, even a minute of control might be a stretch. Yet, there was no doubt the skill was impressive. Apart from shadow manipulation, shadow reversal was also a game-changing ability. It allowed Galio to fly in the opposite direction at about 3 meters above the ground by shrinking his shadow and reducing its projected area, which caused his body to rise. Movement, however, was extremely sluggish, even slower than elderly folks strolling in the park, and it was clear that mastering this skill would take plenty of practice. The final shadow possession. Once this skill took effect, Galio's shadow transformed directly into Xiao Ma's, then merged into his body. Galio's stats in every aspect would be boosted up to half of Xiao Ma's abilities, and the rush was absolutely intoxicating. But the reason Galio hadn't invested more skill points into it was simple. After using it, he ended up lying flat on the floor for 2 hours. During that whole time, only his eyelids could move. The duration of the transformation was decent, lasting anywhere from 1 to 10 minutes. In practice, the real question was how long Galio was willing to sprawl on the ground afterward. After all, for a single minute of transformation, he paid with 2 hours of immobility. After all these experiments, Galio was more than satisfied. By his own reckoning, he now moved past the level of an ordinary henchman among mutants and reached the rank of a level 2 threat. Plus, he could fly, which was a definite boost to his ability to look after himself. As for the chicken and the little bird, he turned to the internet for answers. The consensus on chicken was simple. It tastes great, and roast turkey is especially delicious. But as for the little bird, people said, how could anyone eat something so adorable? Looking at the two creatures, Galio pondered for a moment, then decided to take them to Williamsburg. He wasn't heartless enough to slaughter a chicken in his own room. He brought them to Williamsburg to let someone else handle the job. As for the bird, he figured it could serve as a housewarming gift. Construction projects in this world wrapped up quickly, and the renovation in Williamsburg was already complete. The storefront looked even more luxurious than before. Watching the place get a facelift twice in 1 week left. Galio speechless. As for the chicken and the bird, he forced an explanation that they were symbols of good luck. Deep down, he sincerely hoped that Williamsburg could finally break free from its cycle of endless destruction. After dinner, Galio originally wanted to work up the courage to invite the two young ladies, who kept wandering past his table, to eat with him. But just then, S.H.I.E.L.D. called, hoping he could come in to shoot a short promotional film. With a resigned sigh, Galio paid his bill and left. It's worth mentioning that the young manager gave him a 15% discount, which made Galio wonder if she was interested in dating him. This time, the commercial was shot in segments, focusing separately on Iron Man, Galio himself, War Machine, Spider-Man, and Flash. To put it simply, only heroes with high exposure rates were being featured. Heavy hitters like Superman, the living nuclear weapon, or mind-bending types like the Ancient One weren't part of the current filming schedule. When Galio arrived at the studio, Iron Man's segment had already wrapped. The notorious playboy had shed his armor and was happily chatting with two actresses whose curves defied belief. Galio couldn't help but feel envious. If he had the leisure to flirt like that, those two young ladies from Williamsburg would already be at a hotel with him. Right? Wait, that probably revealed a bit too much. Iron Man, also known as Mr. Tony, was actually quite warm toward Galio. Galio reminded him of his old comrade, the captain. Meanwhile, the mischievous, salty hands gave a playful smack to the backsides of two very familiar-looking young ladies. After bidding farewell to the two ladies, Iron Man came over to Galio with 2 glasses of wine in hand. Keeping up his stoic persona, Galio accepted the drink without so much as a smile. Still, he couldn't help but notice. This notorious playboy hated it when people handed him things, yet he was always perfectly smooth when offering things to others. To be honest, I actually have a bit of respect for you old-school types, Tony remarked. What do you mean by that? Should they check their IDs and see who's really the old-fashioned one here? As for the arrangement a few days ago, I hope you didn't take it personally. It wasn't meant to target you specifically. It's just that you're so powerful. They couldn't feel at ease. You know how it is. Ever since that guy lost an eye, he's been convinced the world is out to get him. Arrangements? Mind? Why? Galio understood every word Tony said, but when they were strung together, he had no idea what Tony was getting at. But once Tony's chatterbox nature kicked in, he laid out the entire story in one breath. After hearing him out, Galio was fuming inside, so that's why the security level suddenly ramped up. It was all because of him. He was shaking with anger, but without any leverage to push back. Galio swallowed his irritation and kept quiet. Tony Stark, seeing Galio's unchanged expression but noticing the slight tremor in his wine glass, understood how he felt. Standing on tiptoe, he patted Galio's shoulder, offering a forced bit of consolation. The camera now cut to Hawkeye. The scene was shot against a green screen, with a swarm of drones buzzing through the air. Hawkeye's job was to shoot down the stones launched by the drones. Child's play for him. Hardly even entertainment. In fact, he managed to show off with a 5-shot combo. Hawkeye stood atop a rock platform nearly 10 meters high, bow at the ready. Below him, a group of handsome men and beautiful women, background actors, cheered with exaggerated enthusiasm. Their acting was over the top, but none of them were famous. They were nowhere near the league of the two women Tony had just been flirting with. After about half an hour, Hawkeye Barton's scene wrapped up, and it was Galio's turn. He set down his wine glass, took a deep breath, and walked onto the set. A few days later, the first round of superhero promo spots began airing on LED screens at major city intersections. Leading the lineup was Hawkeye Barton. Amid an army of robots soaring through the sky and rolling on the ground, he stood calm and composed atop the city's highest rooftop, striking a heroic pose as his high-tech bow gleamed in his hand. This group of robots each stood about 3 meters tall, their entire bodies radiating a fierce metallic sheen. Various weapons, long blades, machine guns, were mounted on their frames. In the heart of the city, one robot, wielding a Gatling blue-fire laser cannon, was indiscriminately mowing down innocent civilians and mutants alike. But just then, an arrow struck the robot. Arrows came flying in from every direction. Each arrowhead found its mark with perfect precision, striking the robot's weak points. Every shot was a kill, every hit fatal. Before the enemy robot army even managed to detect Hawkeye, he had already unleashed a devastating volley with his longbow, wiping out the entire squad. Most of the civilians were rescued soon after by the arriving relief teams. In this prologue, Hawkeye never even appeared before the crowd. After neutralizing the robot army, he simply boarded a helicopter to fly to the next battlefield, quietly shouldering his accomplishments and fading from view, his name unsung. The second commercial began. This time, Iron Man took center stage, still set against a backdrop of marauding robots. Galio could never quite figure out why Iron Man had such a deep-seated obsession with these machines. The filming style for this ad was somewhat unconventional. A chaotic scene unfolded as a horde of robots unleashed a relentless barrage on a residential building, the onslaught echoing through the night sky, leaving virtually no hope for survival. Against the backdrop of explosive music, the flamboyant Iron Man soared dramatically into view, positioning himself in front of the building. His armor deployed an energy shield, neutralizing every attack from the robots with ease, and he rescued everyone trapped inside the building without breaking a sweat. The camera then zoomed in on two women inside an apartment, both gazing at Iron Man with adoring eyes, their figures nothing short of stunning. These weren't just any actresses, they were bona fide A-list stars, strikingly beautiful, personally hired by Stark for this commercial. Rumor had it that after shooting the ad, the three of them went out to dinner together. Tony Stark, ever the madman, didn't even bother to invite Galio along. After the first barrage, the robot's cold electronic voices rang out, target not eliminated. Reload artillery. Then came a second, even fiercer wave of bombardment. The firepower cranked up several notches. Yet Iron Man, still on camera, found time to banter with the two ladies, his persona utterly unshakable and unfazed by any criticism. Plasma cannon ready, announced the electronic voice, and this time Iron Man's face grew a shade more serious. The robot's firepower was unprecedented, but with innocent lives behind him. Iron Man refused to yield. Even as his armor cracked under the thunderous onslaught, even as blood streaked his handsome face, he stood firm, defending the people with unwavering resolve. Just before his suit's energy core threatened to give out, Iron Man's communicator crackled to life. "Tony, it's Galio. Hold on." Like a comet crashing down to Earth, Galio burst onto the screen. He raced past every robot in sight, his speed a blur. Unlike Hawkeye's precise arrows or Iron Man's armored might, Galio relied solely on his fists and indomitable body, braving relentless robot fire, and even withstanding their self-destructive assaults. With nothing but his bare hands, he tore through the mechanical horde in a dazzling display of strength, dismantling them one after another, as if performing a legendary feat. Mushroom-shaped clouds of smoke bloomed skyward. Amidst the ruins, Iron Man's battered armor clattered to the ground, and Galio's suit was little more than rags. Yet, behind them, the towering building stood unscathed. No ordinary citizen or mutant had suffered so much as a scratch. Supporting each other, Galio and Iron Man turned away, their silhouettes receding as the commercial drew to a close. Since the ad was filmed, Galio's popularity had soared. Even the more questionable departments within S.H.I.E.L.D. had launched a public poll, inviting people to vote for the most trustworthy agents among them. It's worth noting that SHIELD's recent expansion had been completed. They'd taken in a large number of registered mutants to bolster their ranks. Among them, the 12 agents at the Diamond Shield level included Galio and his team. The recruitment drive was ongoing. Anyone who performed special feats could be promoted to this elite group. Next were the Platinum-level agents, 36 in total, now at full capacity. Then came 72 Gold-level agents, 102 Silver-level agents, and 500 Bronze reservists. S.H.I.E.L.D. had grown into a true powerhouse. What's more, their badges really were adorned according to rank. When Galio received his own credential, set with a diamond as large as a pigeon's egg in the shape of the S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem, his heart nearly skipped a beat. If he ever sold it, he thought, he'd be set for life. Beyond marveling at the extravagant resources of the Stark and Wayne corporations, Galio found himself again stunned by the sheer number of mutants. With just a bit of outreach and a basic registry, S.H.I.E.L.D. had easily recruited over 700 mutants, enough for formidable combat strength. And what about those they hadn't recruited yet? Those still in hiding? Truly, the depths of this world were unfathomable. "Sister Fuji, we're back." The Fox girl's voice was as soft and sweet as ever. As the lead singer, many fans believed they could listen to her talk all day long, captivated by her gentle tone, and sometimes even imagining more. KD had previously announced that Fuji had been injured during Little Ma's abduction, and that she was still undergoing treatment. They assured fans there was no need for concern. However, the group that truly worried everyone the most was the KD clique. No one understood the love between Vine Girl and Chameleon better than they did. When the 5 members all underwent their transformations, Chameleon became withdrawn for a while. After all, his mutation was particularly unsettling, a stark contrast to the others' more harmonious styles. In fact, the band had started out as just a private pastime. But after the 4 girls made music together countless times, they suddenly realized how well they clicked. And so, the original KAD was formed, a motley crew of the old man's mistress, an eco-warrior Shun, a perpetual winner, and Butterfly, the group's resident beauty. The band was born, but truth be told, the girls' musical skills left much to be desired. During those hidden years before the transformations, it was Chameleon who wrote all their songs. He even gave up his beloved guitar to play drums, setting the rhythm for the 4 girls. At first, Chameleon genuinely hoped he would mutate too. After all, it would give him and Vine Girl more in common. But when his wish finally came true, it hit him hard, sending him into a deep depression. During that period, Chameleon even announced he was leaving the band for good, vowing never to play music again. He was so distraught, he nearly cut off his own hands. Foxgirl, ever the curious one, even wondered whether Chameleon's fingers would grow back if he did. In her usual clueless way, she actually asked him this while he was holding the knife. In the end, her curiosity went unsatisfied. Vine Girl simply soothed Chameleon with her presence, caring nothing for his new appearance. In her words, she preferred to imagine things, and she especially liked his tongue. Overnight, Chameleon bounced back, more spirited than ever, and his drumming reached new heights. It was around this time that Butterfly became his apprentice. Originally, Vine Girl was ready to retreat deep into the mountains with Chameleon, living a healthy, green, and eco-friendly life. With her powers, she could always find food and shelter. They'd never go hungry or homeless. The 2 of them had their travel packs ready when S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared, bringing a generous offer and the promise of stardom. Vine Girl wasn't particularly interested and planned to send the other 3 girls off on their own. But just then, Chameleon caught the attention of Bat, and the love between Vine Girl and Chameleon inspired the Trapmaster to hatch a brilliant scheme. Convincing the two of them wasn't too difficult. After all, they were musicians at heart, passionate for both love and the limelight, and with Catgirl acting as an insider, things went smoothly from there. With heavy promotion, KD rocketed to fame, always in the spotlight. During that time, Chameleon was asked to keep his distance from KD, waiting until the day of their first major performance. Originally, the oversight wasn't all that strict. With the Chameleon's abilities, he could have easily matched the Vine Maiden, each testing the other's depths. But the Chameleon was a good man, and he respected the rules. Most importantly, he truly loved the Vine Maiden. According to the plan orchestrated by the Bat, the public would eventually accept them as a couple. So, despite his longing, the Chameleon suppressed his yearning and never once went to see her. Men and women, after all, are worlds apart. What mattered to the Chameleon wasn't what the Vine Maiden wanted. Whether or not she became a star was of little concern to her. In fact, at the very start of their plan, she only agreed because of the Chameleon's thirst for life. The Chameleon dreamed of offering her carriages, fine gowns, and dazzling lights. But what the Vine Maiden truly desired was nothing more than a small house, a modest plot of land, and him. No one could open the Vine Maiden's door. After the usual greetings at her doorway, the three girls tried to persuade her for a while, but eventually they left. Her room was filled with all kinds of vines, tangled in overlapping layers. Strange and wondrous plants blossomed everywhere, on the bed, across the floor, even clinging to the ceiling. She clutched a photo of herself with the Chameleon, holding it tight. The television played a commercial starring Galio. She already knew who had saved her, yet no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find any joy. Sunlight never touched the room, but dew glistened ceaselessly among the vines. Each drop her own tears, each one her longing for the Chameleon. The second KD concert was just around the corner. Everyone had hoped to keep things going until the Vine Maiden would return to the spotlight. But SHIELD staff and KD had tried to convince her for far too long. In the end, it was the three other KD girls who entered negotiations. Galio's time was precious. He couldn't keep waiting indefinitely. Without the concert, the next wave of publicity couldn't begin. KD could endure almost anything, insisting that all 5 members must be together. The group could not dwindle down to just 3. But in the face of their savior and an ever-growing, passionate fanbase, it was the little fox who finally broke the silence. She hoped Galio could persuade her elder sister one more time. Maybe, just maybe, she'd listen to the one who saved her life. When Galio got Natasha's call, he felt a headache coming on. Who had given this little fox such confidence that he could pull this off? If he were truly that eloquent, would he still be stuck as a millionaire with more money than places to spend it, chasing dreams with his own 2 hands? Childish. Galio wanted to refuse, but couldn't find the words. In the end, with a sigh of reluctant resignation, he boarded SHLD's official car. Natasha accompanied him, as always. After all, women know women best. She wasn't sure what the other KD members were thinking, but the little fox's attitude was definitely suspicious. She intended to keep a close eye on her. As a secretary, Miss Natasha is truly outstanding. Galio doesn't even have to open the car door himself when getting in, and even if he doesn't say a single word during the ride, Natasha somehow manages to make him feel completely at ease, with an added sense of security, too. After all, this woman is no lightweight when it comes to capabilities. At the Lakeside Villa District, just as the car comes to a stop, Natasha steps out gracefully, bends slightly, and opens the car door for Galio. Inside, the little man in Galio's heart is practically doing a victory dance, but outwardly, he keeps up his meticulous, composed persona. Outside the door, the little fox had already been waiting with Catwoman and Little Butterfly. The moment she sees Galio arrive, she bounds over to him, bursting with joy. Up close, her face is so mesmerizing that it's almost dangerous. Galio's heart skips a few beats. No wonder Brother Pony got so flustered that he mutated. With looks that could topple kingdoms, she really ought to be locked away for public safety. That last bit might have revealed a hint of Galio's ambition. Let's scratch that. Mr. Galio, thank you so much for coming. The little fox greets him with the enthusiasm of an adoring fan. Before Galio can even respond, Natasha's voice, suddenly much sweeter and more coquettish, chimes in from behind him. Mr. Galio is a very busy man, Mito. Let's hurry and take him to see Lady Fuji. Natasha's smile is both natural and elegant, giving off an air of complete innocence. But, as they say, women know women best. Beneath those 2 simple sentences, a subtle current ripples, and in that instant, the little fox is certain. This older woman is an enemy. Mr. Galio, this way please. Sister Fuji has been refusing food and water for 2 months now. We're all terribly worried about her. Catwoman delivers a friendly backstab on behalf of her friend. After all, mere friendship can hardly compare to the sweet, frigid, honeyed cool, whispered sharp words of their esteemed guest. Lakeside relationships, huh? The atmosphere does feel a bit too chilly. Galio wants to scratch his head, but in the interest of maintaining his image, he keeps his perfectly tailored suit buttoned up and follows Catwoman into the grand house. As Natasha passes by the little fox, she raises an eyebrow ever so discreetly, then gives her a helpless, "What can you do?" sort of look. The little fox is so aggravated she nearly leaps up to bite someone. Thankfully, Little Butterfly, sensing trouble, quickly throws her arms around the fox's exaggeratedly ample chest. Don't lose your cool. She's a public official. Hitting a government worker is against the law. Up ahead, Natasha walks with a light spring in her step, even twirling in place, which nearly makes the little fox break free from her friend's grasp and snap. The Katie girls all live together, and their villa is nothing short of luxurious, a gift from Bruce Wayne himself. He once called it a small reward. Now, he claims it's a small apology. In any case, Galio can't see anything small about this place, in any sense of the word. The house's original decor has been replaced, and now everywhere you look, it's all cutesy, girlish style. For someone like Galio, a dyed-in-the-wool nerd, it's honestly a bit much to take in. They made their way to the Vine Woman's door, and the little fox girl, eager to please, quickly fetched a stool. Natasha, however, just rolled her eyes discreetly. Sycophants like that, she thought, no matter their gender, are doomed to a bad end. Galio sat down as the Catwoman called into the house. "Mr. Galio is here." After that, an awkward silence settled over the room. "Would you mind stepping out for a moment? I'd like to speak to the Vine Woman alone," Galio said, already having rehearsed his fabricated story. The little fox was reluctant to leave, but her two less assertive companions pulled her away. Natasha, true to her queenly persona, strode out with confident, exaggerated feline grace, her every movement even more dramatic than the Catwoman's. Not that Galio was in any mood to appreciate it right now. Though the origins and results of their friendship were absurd, Galio and the chameleon had once been friends, at least before the chameleon became who he was now. And Galio was sure no one could understand how much the chameleon cared for the Vine Woman better than he did. Well, maybe the guy could talk her ear off. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Galio began. "I knew the chameleon before all this." At those words, fine tendrils of vine began to slip from the walls, but they were quickly reined in. Galio wasn't particularly observant, and his own mood was hardly steady. He felt like someone delivering bad news to a friend's family, a task that filled him with deep, unshakable discomfort. That was a long time ago, Galio continued, smoothly weaving his tale. He was always a bit of a chatterbox. The Vine Woman now looked truly menacing, her whole body wrapped in thick vines. She was no longer merely monstrous. She was something out of a strange, unsettling tale. Yet, she moved, shuffling to the door and pressing herself against the vine-covered wood, listening intently. A chatterbox? That word confirmed it. Galio really had known the chameleon. In front of others, and even with her, he'd always tried to hide it. But the Vine Woman knew. He loved to talk, was always cheerful and optimistic. To put it less kindly, yes, he was a chatterbox. He once told me he was a fantastic drummer, and that he was a huge fan of your band. Honestly, when I saw his file, I was stunned. The chameleon I knew was a hopeless fanboy, worshipping the goddess from afar, anything but masculine. As he spoke, Galio's voice grew heavy, remembering the curse born from obsession. "I have to apologize to him now. I misjudged him. He once told me he was madly in love with KD's Vine Woman, willing to give everything for her, even his life. He said he wanted to marry her one day. All right, I always thought he was just daydreaming, but after reading your files, I realized he wasn't. He once told me so many times how much he adored the Vine Maiden. It sounded a bit repetitive, but today I want to tell you, he truly, deeply loved the Vine Maiden. I believe many people must know this, since he was such a chatterbox. He could say 1,000 times how much he loved KD's Vine Maiden, yet he never once mentioned that you two had known each other before. As far as I knew, I always thought he was just a little fan of yours, doing everything he could to protect you. The Bureau wants me to persuade you to attend a concert. After all, your sisters are so loyal. They want to wait for you. But that's not my intention. If you really don't want to go, then so be it." Galio took out a card he had prepared and placed it by the door. "Here are my personal and work numbers. If there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to contact me. Not being able to save him, you'll never know how much it pains me, how helpless I feel. I am truly, deeply sorry." Inside the room, countless vine leaves rained down like a gentle shower. Upon hearing news of him again, just a message, just a fleeting impression, It was already enough to break the Vine Maiden's heart. Separated by a single door, rain seemed to fall inside the little house. While outside, Galio rose, picked up his chair, and quietly left. The wait wasn't long. In fact, it was almost too short. Barely 2 minutes had passed. Little Fox and Natasha were still plotting their next move when Galio came out with the chair. "Mr. Galio, how's Sister Vine?" The Catwoman, Little Fox, and Butterfly Girl rushed over. As a self-confessed nerd, Galio felt a bit overwhelmed by their combined charm. He was just about to say he hadn't managed to persuade her when the Catwoman's phone rang. A photo of Sister Vine flashed on the screen, and she answered immediately. On the other end, the Vine Maiden's voice was faint. "I can join the concert, but I hope this concert will serve as a farewell to Chameleon. If they agree, I'll join. If not, I only ask that no one else comes to disturb me. Please get my message to Galio." Catwoman wanted to say more, but the Vine Maiden had already hung up. Big-eyed Kazalin immediately looked at Galio, who thought for a moment and said, "I'll head back to the bureau right away. This shouldn't be a problem." "Fantastic." The KD trio was thrilled. As long as Sister Vine was willing to come out, the vibrant world outside would surely help heal her heart. Little Fox was ready to show off her cooking skills. Galio wanted to say, "Great, let's do it." But before he could, the friends behind Little Fox made a dramatic, exaggerated gesture, crossing their arms in protest. Oh, Galio suddenly felt a wave of danger. It was about his own survival, and yes, that's not a typo. His life was literally on the line. At this critical moment, it all depended on Natasha. "Mr. Galio is extremely busy, so we can only spare, 5 minutes. That's just enough. Let's go. Thumbs up." Galio silently nodded, waved goodbye to KD, and quickly followed Natasha out the door, making a clean getaway. "I hadn't even managed to unleash my furious, you little vixen. I'll tear you apart," before the two backstabber specialists beside me grabbed hold of her tight. There was no way they'd let this airhead dash. Out the door, if she really went and picked a fight with S.H.I.E.L.D., none of US would get off easy. Who knows, maybe we'd end up thrown into some pitch-black prison or dragged off for freakish experiments. Just the thought of it sends shivers down my spine. By the time Little Fox was securely restrained, Galio and Natasha had already left the villa. Little Fox, in a fit of rage, bit the traitorous Butterfly hard. "Whose side are you even on?" Once the others were gone, Catwoman and Butterfly, still nursing her bitten hand, immediately let Little Fox go. "Are you part dog or something? Did your mutation go in the wrong direction?" Butterfly fired back sarcastically. Catwoman, always the big sister, explained, "Silly girl, of course we're on your side. With your cooking skills, if you really kept Galio here, were you planning to poison him?" Little Fox had been acting on impulse, but now, thinking it over, she stammered, "Well, then couldn't you two have helped me out?" "Help you? Seriously? Ever since Sister Vine holed up in her room, haven't you kept track of how many takeout meals we've eaten?" Butterfly didn't hold back in her criticism. "And you really need to stop blurting out your weaknesses all the time. Think about your strengths. What are you good at as a woman?" Catwoman prompted, trying to inspire her. Little Fox racked her brain, thinking back over all the countless versions of movies she'd watched. In bed. Her two friends despaired. Catwoman grabbed Little Fox by the collar. "You're still a virgin. Where on earth did you get any experience? And you have the nerve to say in bed. Your real assets are your voice and your looks. You're gorgeous, a superstar. Are you just going to waste that image?" After being chewed out by Catwoman, Little Fox's wits slowly returned. Butterfly chimed in, "Galio's going to be in the audience as our fan at the concert. You'd better get yourself ready. Stop drooling over him. That's useless. You need to make sure he hears your voice and sees your beauty, got it? The concert's going to last about 4 hours. That's your chance to show off every bit of your charm. Isn't that 1,000 times better than cooking up poison in the kitchen?" That makes so much sense. As the three sisters discussed their plans, the Vine Maiden's eyes, once dulled and plant-like, gradually regained their brightness. The vines draped over her shoulders, slipped to the floor, and she stepped out of the blossom like a woodland spirit. And, of course, being unclothed seemed to be a matter of course in this world. With a mesmerizing sway, the Vine Maiden walked forward. Her legs were pale, slender, and smooth, but her steps were somewhat clumsy. It had been so long since she had walked that she stumbled her way toward the bed. On the vanity sat a music score left by the chameleon, who had once promised to play it for her on their wedding day. Meanwhile, at a certain bank, Galio found himself in an utterly awkward situation. He couldn't even explain why. It had started so innocently. He'd only wanted to stop by, withdraw a little cash to keep in his pocket, and somehow ended up in this mess. Let's rewind the timeline. Earlier that morning, at 10 o'clock, Galio had finished breakfast and discovered his wallet contained less than 100 yuan. He decided to go to the bank for a withdrawal and check his account balance. Though Galio always kept meticulous track of his monthly salary, things like small expenses were best managed by actually seeing the balance, just to be safe. Recently, since Galio's persona had become that of a KD superfan, his popularity had soared to the point where being recognized meant causing a commotion. With no other choice, he'd bought a hoodie that covered him so thoroughly no one would recognize he was even human. When he arrived at the bank, the place was packed. After waiting in line for what felt like an eternity, and just as it was his turn, the bank's doors were suddenly slammed open. A group of reckless robbers burst in, each one masked in some kind of animal face and wielding a submachine gun. The way guns were managed in America was truly baffling. How could criminals so easily get their hands on such dangerous weapons? Perhaps wanting to prove the guns were very real, the masked robbers fired a few rounds into the air as soon as they barged in. Everybody down on the ground. Honestly, the lines in American heist movies never seem to change. Always the same old script. Shouts and screams of varying pitch filled the air. But the people in the bank responded with surprising familiarity. Heads ducked, hands went over heads, everyone crouched down just as the robbers demanded. Even the bank security guard complied, tossing away his weapon and, as if on cue, pulling down the metal security gate at the entrance. As the heavy door slammed shut, Galio was left baffled by the whole scene. Shouldn't robbers prepare a getaway first? In most stories, it's all about getting in and out quickly, but here they were, cutting off their own escape route. What were they thinking? A closed space only heightens people's panic, and yet, this group of criminals seemed to be complete amateurs. Their lack of experience showed in every clumsy move they made. It was obvious these people had done their homework on armed robbery. They quickly gathered up anyone who was shouting, herded them into an office to the side, and jammed the door shut with a mop handle or something similar. Then, with 2 deafening gunshots into the floor, the leader announced that if anyone made another sound, they would fire indiscriminately into the office. This time, no one dared to utter a word. "Hurry up! Fill the bags, every last one of them!" shouted one of the robbers, the one wearing a lion mask, as he tossed a canvas bag onto the front counter. The young bank clerk, cool-headed and well-trained, covered her ears and crouched under the counter, refusing to come out. The robber in the lion mask glanced at the thick steel-reinforced, bulletproof glass with a sneer. Flexing his arm, his muscles so massive, his t-shirt was tearing at the seams. He slammed his fist into the glass. Immediately, cracks began to spiderweb across its surface. Damn, even Galio was starting to freak out a little. Not even a little spider could smash through that stuff, right? But the lion mask didn't seem to feel any pain. With a flurry of blows, he unleashed a barrage of heavy punches. On cue, the bulletproof glass shattered. This time, the young bank clerks could no longer keep their composure. Their shield was gone, and without it, they were just a group of 20-something women, screaming at the top of their lungs in pure instinctive terror. The lion-masked robber reached over the counter, effortlessly yanking one of the clerks out. "I don't want to die," he growled. The young woman was paralyzed with regret, but resistance was out of the question. "Please don't kill me. I'll fill the bags. I'm fast, I promise. No one can do it faster than me." From the shadows, Galio's finger hovered over the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. If the lion mask tried anything, he'd get a bullet and wouldn't even know where it came from. Thankfully, things didn't spiral into the worst-case scenario. The lion mask really did seem to be here just for the money. He let go of the clerk, giving her the chance to prove just how fast she could move, showing off her professional skills at the most critical moment. And she was fast, so fast that even Galio was a little tempted. After all, even with his current monthly salary of $500,000, the lion mask was about to make more than $2 million in just a few minutes. By the way, Galio's current status was classic, crouched down, hands covering his head. Just seeing those 2 punches from the lion mask was enough to know, no need for any special skills or super senses, that he was definitely some kind of mutant. Galio had no intention of putting himself in danger over something that didn't really concern him. Sure, a bank robbery was a serious business, but there were other people who handled these things. And honestly, the cash they were stealing was probably less than what little Spider burned through in a single street fight. 5 large bags were quickly stuffed to the brim with crisp US dollars, the bills stacked neatly inside. On that count, the young bank clerk hadn't lied. She really was quick and efficient. Once the bags were full, she immediately crouched down again, hands over her head, doing exactly as she was told. At this moment, the leader wearing the panda mask stepped forward. "1 bag for each of you. Grab them quick." As he shouted, the panda-masked man drew circles in the air with his hand. In an instant, a tunnel of violet light materialized out of thin air. At first, the portal was small, but you could just barely make out the arrangement of rooms on the other side, and it was definitely not a bank. Holy, a spatial ability user, yet he's still robbing banks with a gun? Galio was utterly speechless. Just as he was wondering if mutants had become so commonplace they were no longer worth much, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, suddenly sprang into action. Shimmering like liquid mercury, this figure launched forward, head down, charging at the panda-masked man who was already preparing to flee. There was only one word to describe the force of this charge: unstoppable. The sight was like a runaway locomotive bearing down on its prey. Beneath the rippling, silvery sheen, human skin visibly transformed into steel. The change plain to see. The iron giant gripped a few chunks of stone, freshly torn from the floor, and, whoosh, with a swift motion, hurled them at the panda leader before even closing the distance. The attack shattered the portal, interrupting the teleportation. The panda-masked man was sent flying, tumbling a full 2 meters backward from the impact. A furious roar erupted. Seeing their leader struck down, the lion-headed brute charged in, his biceps bulging as he threw a massive punch at the iron giant. But the steel-skinned man barely flinched. The blow landed with a resonant clang, yet he remained utterly unharmed. All around, innocent bystanders scrambled to the corners of the room. At this point, nobody cared who was good or evil. What mattered was that any civilian caught near this level of destruction would surely die. In this world, just surviving was no easy feat. That's why the residents here moved with practiced speed, instinctively seeking cover. Clearly, they'd done this before. Taking advantage of the chaos, Galio slipped into shadow form and darted behind the counter, making his way inside the bulletproof glass enclosure. One panel was cracked, but as a whole, it was still the safest place in the building. "Call the police! Hurry the hell up!" "I did. The cops say they're on their way, and they've notified S.H.I.E.L.D. too. They told us to hide." "Damn it, where are we supposed to hide? Is anywhere even safe anymore?" Outside, the iron-skinned man had already engaged the 4 animal-masked robbers. The panda-masked leader was still down, but the lion, rabbit, goat, and dog masks were locked in combat with the iron giant. With nothing else to do, Galio idly took the opportunity to use his appraisal skill on a bunch, starting with the panda-masked one. Name: by Shan Shan. Race: human. Stats: Strength 3, Constitution 3, Speed 4, Intelligence 4, Dexterity 3, Burst 5. Special ability: Teleportation spell. Skills: Defense spell LV1, English LV2, Chinese LV5, Accessory crafting LV4, Painting LV4. Galio wanted to complain. How could there possibly be another of his kind here? And just look at those stats, definitely a fellow Chinese. Name: Steel Colossus. Race: mutant. Category: aberrant power user. Human form stats: Strength 5, Speed 4, Intellect 2, Dexterity 4, Burst 5. Steel form stats: Strength 80, Endurance 1, 20, Speed 20, Dexterity 2, Burst 20. Special skill: Steel Ripple. Skills: Special Forces Killing Master, Special Forces Enemy Suppression LV5, Firearms Mastery, Blade Mastery, Iron Body, Absolute Defense, Internal Circulation. In a sense, this guy was pretty impressive. If nothing else, he packed a serious punch and could really take a beating. No wonder Spider-Man and the Flash would absolutely hate dealing with someone like this. Name: Chun 13. Race: human. Stats: Strength 5, Endurance 5, Speed 5, Intellect 3, Dexterity 5, Burst 5. Special skill: Immovable Golden Body. Skills: Shaolin Fist LV5, Mighty Vajra Kick LV5, Iron Head Technique LV5, Radiant Fist LV2, Bloodthirsty, Brutal, Chaotic, Possessed. This guy looked like he'd gone completely off the rails. And he was Chinese too. Name: Zhang Chun. Race: human. Stats: Strength 5, Endurance 5, Speed 3, Intellect 5, Dexterity 8, Burst 10. Special skill: Soft Palm. Skills: Nimble Footwork, Soft Palm, Grasp the Sparrow's Tail, Shifting Hammer, Taiji Force Redirection, Circular Deflection. After opening 3 consecutive appraisal boxes, Galio finally had a clear idea. These people weren't mutants at all. They were all martial arts masters. Looking more closely, apart from the lion-headed one who occasionally struck with deadly force, the others still showed restraint. Especially Zhang Chun, who always focused on defense and only struck back when Steel Colossus went all out. The rest of the time, he barely attacked at all. Now, Galio was getting a headache. He faced a tough choice. If he helped Steel Colossus, these little guys would be doomed. After all, if things dragged on and the other 11 showed up, not a single one of these small fry would escape. Any one of the others could wipe them out with those stats. True, robbing a bank was wrong, but despite his appearance as a blonde, handsome foreigner, these martial artists were the ones Galio truly identified with. Damn, what a bizarre battlefield. After agonizing over it again and again, Galio finally made up his mind. he would step in. If these young men truly turned out to be irredeemable villains, then Galio would take them down himself, even if it cost him his life. Well, the standard for irredeemable villain would be set by Galio, and besides, he had a transformation skill up his sleeve. Judging by the strength of these robbers, they weren't really all that formidable. All things considered, Galio felt reasonably confident about taking them on. Shadowmorph. This skill had already been developed by Galio into a pseudo-teleportation technique. To put it simply, he would merge into a shadow, then slowly drift over and reappear. As long as no one was paying close attention, he could pull off the trick of appearing out of nowhere, giving off an aura of mystery. The Panda Man's constitution really was fragile. He still hadn't recovered from being struck by that rock. Quiet as a whisper, Galio crept up. He melted into the shadows, inching forward with great caution, skirting past the 5 combatants locked in heated battle. Then, Galio suddenly emerged beside the Panda Man by Shan Shan, yanking his hood low and speaking in a rough, gravelly voice. I mean, no offense, but in 5 minutes at most, SFLD's diamond-ranked agents will be here. Galio's voice was both weary and imposing, and his sudden appearance next to the Panda Man, in full boss mode, made the 5 fighters immediately halt their frenzied clash. The unexpected, villainous voice brought the whole scene to a standstill. Lionhead's eyes were red with rage. He was about to launch a sneak attack on Steel Colossus when Zhang Chun, wearing a sheep mask, forced him down. Try another move, and I won't be so polite. Let's see how impolite you dare to be. Lionhead was truly fierce now, not caring in the least about whether they were teammates. With a furious roar, he charged, ready to start trouble again. Zhang Chun nearly exploded with anger, forced to defend himself passively. Galio felt a headache coming on. Lionhead's script was clearly different from the one he was holding. He'd have to find a way to deal with Lionhead, or today's mess would never be resolved. Just as Galio was preparing to show off, with a shadow bullet to help restore order, the Panda Man, who had been quietly standing by, suddenly waved his tiny paw. A purple magic circle appeared beneath Lionhead's feet, and before Lionhead could react, he was whisked away. Clutching his broken ribs, the Panda Man felt miserable. The plan had gone awry. Steel Colossus had shown up out of nowhere to stir things up, and now there was a wild card lurking nearby, eyeing him hungrily. He should have checked the almanac before leaving home today. With Lionhead dealt with, Galio finally breathed a sigh of relief. He'd been worried his shadow bullet wouldn't pack enough punch, and failing to impress would be more embarrassing than he could bear. So, this was the best outcome. That troublesome guy's gone. Now, let's talk terms. Your only terms are spending the next 100 years in prison, Steel Colossus declared, ready to resume the fight, only to abruptly realize he couldn't move. A few of the masked bandits braced themselves to respond, but they too discovered that the steel giant was frozen. It left them speechless. After all, they'd already struck their defensive poses. Open us a passage, little panda. We need to change venues for this conversation. Time is running out. The panda girl clearly understood that time was of the essence. She brushed off Masked Yang's subtle attempts to rush in and rescue her, reasoning that it was best to leave now rather than linger. After all, being taken hostage herself was better than having everyone trapped here. Galio appreciated clever people. He placed his hand firmly on the panda girl's shoulder, quietly casting a skill buff he could activate at any time, just as he'd secretly done earlier with Steel. Steel's resistance to shadow magic was pitifully low. The panda girl's fingers trembled as she traced circles in the air, her ribs aching sharply with every motion, cold sweat breaking out with each subtle gesture. But it was obvious that these masked bandits knew all too well the peril of their situation. If S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to surround them, none of the 10 would make it out alive, and their entire school would be disgraced. The portal opened. Galio gestured for the others to go first, choosing to bring up the rear with the panda girl. At this point, Steel's restraints were wearing off, and Galio felt a flicker of panic. He had to be ready to renew Steel's shadow debuff at a moment's notice. Though anxiety prickled at him, standing so close to Bai Shan Shan meant Galio had to maintain his poise, especially under pressure. It was Galio's first time encountering a spatial ability, and with a sense of curiosity, he stepped into the violet-hued tunnel swirling before him. As Galio and the panda girl vanished into the purple portal, Steel, finally regaining control of his body, could do nothing but seethe in helpless rage. He had just completed SHLD's silver-level certification, yet somehow he'd let the criminals escape right under his nose. On the other side of the portal, the world was dim. The walls were slick with moss and water stains. It looked like the basement of an abandoned building. Galio's hand remained on by Shan Shan's shoulder. The softness beneath his fingers confirmed she was, without a doubt, a top-tier beauty. Ahem, back to the plot. He kept his grip on her, while her remaining companions hesitated, unwilling to make a rash move. The lion mask wasn't here, which worked in their favor. The girl was sensible enough not to let that troublemaker complicate things. Still, there was no telling where he'd been sent. "Who are you? What do you want?" Zhang Chun stepped forward boldly, radiating the air of a class monitor rallying his group, just like back in elementary school. Galio found Zhang Chun likable, and was happy to talk with him. In Galio's experience, these good-natured types were the easiest to fool. "Before you ask about me," Galio replied, "I suggest you introduce yourselves first. Unless, of course, you think this lovely young lady isn't all that important." Galio slipped easily into his role. He was genuinely getting into the part of villain. Zhang Chen's face tightened. "We're just ordinary thieves. If you want money, take half of what's here." "And what if I want it all?" Galio's voice was pure boss-level intimidation. "All of it." Zhang Chen's fists clenched. "Give us some time. We desperately need the money. Take me in exchange for her. You can break my arms and legs, and the others will pay the ransom when they arrive." Useful? Galio felt somewhat reassured. Judging by their words, at least this group wasn't completely rotten to the core. As the bargaining continued, suddenly, a fist the size of a clay pot smashed its way up from downstairs. Its owner was a middle-aged man with Chinese features. In truth, whether he wore a mask or not hardly mattered one. Look at that fist, and Galio was sure it was Lionhead. He just knew, with that kind of confidence. Besides, the guy hadn't even bothered to change his clothes. Galio didn't need a closer look at his face to be certain. Oh, what a letdown. Lionhead's appearance made Galio's expectations for Flash Drop fall by 2%. Life and death held lightly. If you disagree, just fight. Lionhead didn't utter a word. He scrambled up and charged at Galio with wild abandon. Galio had just been about to fire a shot and teach this guy that even martial arts masters couldn't always rely on courage alone. But before he could act, Zhang Chun rushed forward. His fist and palm collided. With Lionhead's punch, Zhang Chen's footwork traced a circle, redirecting the force, and with a single sweeping motion, he flung Lionhead's fist, still embedded in the shattered bulletproof glass, aside. Zhang Chun had held back, but Lionhead, by now, had lost all sense of reason. Bloodshot eyes blazing, he abandoned his original target. Galio, and with a furious roar, launched himself at Zhang Chun. His fists glowed with a golden hue. He was clearly going all out. Altogether, Zhang Chun really wanted to curse. This senior was getting more and more out of hand. If this kept up, Flashdrop's life would be on the line any minute. The three of them attacked in unison. Knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses inside out, it took only a single coordinated move to subdue Lionhead. Zhang Chen's fingers tapped rapidly along Lionhead's neck, sending him into a deep sleep. Exhausted almost beyond bearing. This was no way for a person to live. Zhang Chen stood up, cupped his fists, and apologized. "Sorry, my friend here's had some trouble with his mind. He's not always quite himself. Now, shall we continue our discussion?" He really did seem a bit dim. Galio nodded. "I'm not interested in your martial arts tricks. I care more about the money. If you wanted to give up on it, I'd like to hear what you're planning to use it for." Zhang Chun, hidden behind his sheep mask, slumped to the ground, drained of energy. "A friend of mine was kidnapped. We need 10 million to pay the ransom. The money is urgently needed, so we really can't give it to you right now. But if you want, I can give you everything I earn in the future, even 20 million if it comes to that." Kids and their wild promises. Do you even know how much 20 million is? Galio silently rolled his eyes at this nonsense. Then, suddenly, he plucked a hair from Flashdrop's white head, a move that made Zhang Chun tense up in alarm. "I helped you, but it seems you don't have any money to pay me. So, consider this money your pocket change. When I need it, I'll come find you." As Galio spoke, the strand of silvery white hair in his hand seemed to come alive, twisting and dancing between his fingers. Zhang Chen's eyelid twitched violently. "Wait, you can have all of this money." His friends beside him desperately tried to hold him back, but at this moment he couldn't care less. That friend was like flesh on the back of his hand, but the shiny white hair in front of him was the flesh of his palm. Far more precious. Witnessing this eerie scene, Zhang Chun could tell that this terrifying man had clearly done something to Bai Shanshan. If they just let him leave, who knew what his true intentions were? Life would only become more frightening. The unknown always brings deeper fear. Zhang Chun, when I come looking for you, you won't be able to refuse. After all, I've already shown my sincerity." Galio walked to the window and melted away into the shadows. In appearance, it was as if the mysterious figure strode to the window, then vanished in an instant. This time, Zhang Chun was truly shaken. Not only had this stranger done something to Bai Shanshan, but he even knew Zhang Chen's name. Zhang Chun had been wearing a mask the whole time. In his current state, Even his master might not recognize him. He dashed to the window, feet barely touching the ground, but the mysterious Galio was already nowhere to be seen. Zhang Chen spun around and rushed to Bai Shanshan's side, desperate to check her condition. Beneath her mask, Bai Shanshan's delicate features were clouded with confusion. The problem was Bai Shanshan also sensed that the stranger had done something to her. But right now, she felt no discomfort at all. On the ground, several bags stuffed with 10 million yuan lay scattered. The lion's head was still annoyingly secured in place, and whatever the mysterious man had taken from Bai Shanshan, no one could tell. One troubling event after another. This entire outing was truly a disaster. Truly a disaster. Honestly, Galio, who had finally managed to climb up the wall and escape to an upper floor, out of sight of the kids, felt the same way. He'd been so busy keeping up his villain act that he'd forgotten to plan his escape. His shadow form moved slowly and only lasted about a minute. Right now, Galio was actually just 2 floors above Zhang Chen and his friends in the same abandoned building. Please, don't let them find me, he thought. Let these kids hurry up and leave. The hair in his hand was just ordinary hair, once detached and controlled by shadows. It was already dead. As for finding Zhang Chen and the others again, don't be ridiculous. That was just talk. Galio didn't even have a single photo of them. Even if he called in the entire shield, he wouldn't know how to describe this group of kids. Besides, why would he want to find them? He, Galio, a top operative serving the upper echelons of the government, with status, respect, and money. He had no desire to play some shadowy mastermind. You can't just throw around flags carelessly. The dividing line here is a warning. Galio, wrapped tightly in a hoodie, was now on the 9th floor, feeling a mix of anxiety and boredom. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, the 5-person robbery crew, Bai Shanshan, Zhang Chen, Jianu, nicknamed Lionhead, Li Xiaoyan, and Bu Tiange, were in terrible shape, convinced they had messed everything up. About 2 hours later, Lionhead Jianu finally regained his senses, but now there was one more person sighing in despair. They all waited until midnight, and after forcing down some food Bai Shanshan, and the others slipped away under cover of darkness, carrying a hefty sum of cash as they fled the abandoned building. During their escape, Zhang Chen admitted nervously, "I think I saw Galio." The 5 kids nearly jumped out of their skins, glancing all around, but not a single thing was out of place. After that scare, Zhang Chen got a thorough beating from his 4 companions. Back on the 9th floor of the abandoned building, Galio, cloaked in shadow, blended into the reflection on the window. Truth be told, at night the shadow covered a huge area, and Galio felt his perspective open up wide. With the gang of kids finally gone, only he knew what kind of day he'd just survived. All he'd done was get up early to withdraw some cash. How had it ended with him trapped here, hungry and thirsty, waiting till the middle of the night? Galio couldn't help but think that life was just unbearably tough. Speaking of which, Galio's most important task today, getting his cash, his main objective, hadn't even been accomplished. He'd spent half an hour standing in line and still hadn't gotten his money. Next time, he swore, he'd use an ATM. Waiting in line was just a waste of time. Sighing, Galio walked to the back of the unfinished building and leapt out the window. It was a bit of a drop, but now that he had a basic grasp of flight, landing safely wasn't a problem. He'd tested jumps from the rooftop of the 1st floor all the way up to the 15th, repeating the experiment over and over. After all, when your life's on the line, you can't be too careful. Beneath a sky full of stars, Galio now found himself lost in a place he didn't recognize at all. On SHLD's side, after today's bank robbery, to be honest, with the current chaos among mutants in America, a group robbing a bank was hardly worth fussing over. If it hadn't been for Colossus being involved, they wouldn't have even bothered to call a meeting. On the big screen, 4 bank robbers in bizarre masks went toe-to-toe with Colossus, the scene so dull it nearly put people to sleep. In fact, Colossus was hardly weak. His mutant abilities were pretty strong, easily at the A level. He could freely switch between his mutant and human forms, and had both offensive and defensive strengths. With proper training and his special forces background, he could easily have climbed the ranks within S.H.I.E.L.D. However, at this stage, Steel Colossus is still in the early phase of his mutation, so his fighting style remains rather ordinary, still using the same tactics as special forces. He can't yet unleash his true combat power. Otherwise, judging by his assessment data, there's no way he should have been beaten so badly, overwhelmed from start to finish. As for those 5 suspected mutants who fought using such strange methods, Mr. Tony only watched them for 2 minutes before losing interest. If he were to step in, these 5 would be no match for him. He could take care of the fight in under 2 minutes. No matter how skilled they are, one well-aimed shot would settle it. Don't be too harsh. There will be more developments for gifted individuals from China later on. For now, this is just an innocent beginning. Mr. Tony was just about to call for a drink when, suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared on screen, catching him off guard. Jarvis, pull up the footage from the KD concert, starting from the 37th minute, he said, and focus on where the chameleon agent was. S.H.I.E.L.D. at least showed some humanity. After the chameleon sacrificed himself, they posthumously granted him agent credentials and sent a generous sum of money to his estranged family. Well, to be honest, only his mother seemed truly heartbroken. That melodramatic story ends here. For Tony, the compensation meant little. What mattered was that the screen split in two as Jarvis precisely brought up the live feed from the night of the KD concert. In the footage, the chameleon agent was having a blast, and right beside him stood a mysterious figure, face hidden under a hood. Jarvis, see if those two are the same person. Data and calculations flew across the screen. Sorry, Mr. Stark, both individuals in the footage exhibit undetectable variances. A complete analysis isn't possible. Would you like me to exclude the untraceable elements and try again? The fact that both of them were simultaneously untraceable was the biggest problem. Yes, Jarvis. Immediately, everyone else in the footage disappeared, leaving only the two mysterious figures on the split screen. Their postures and movements were rapidly adjusted until the images overlapped perfectly. Galio pulled out his backup phone. Why not use one of Mr. Tony's superphones? Please, Galio knows full well that S.H.I.E.L.D. phones come with tracking, and who knows what kind of spyware. No matter how powerful the features, it's better not to use them, if you can avoid it. That's why Galio left his main phone at home today. It was supposed to be a simple trip to withdraw some cash, a spur-of-the-moment errand. He never expected it would turn into a late-night adventure. He used the backup phone to check his own location. Luckily, he was still within the New York area. Otherwise, Galio would already be looking up flight tickets. Looking up under the vast, star-filled sky, Galio let out a silent sigh. He'd only had breakfast that day, then somehow got robbed out of the blue, dropped off in a place he didn't recognize, and now was trudging home under the moon and stars. The road ahead was long, and he had no idea if there would be a taxi along the way. Everything felt impossibly hard. Waxing a bit poetic, he was just lost in thought when suddenly, odd noises rustled from the roadside grass. In the next instant, a huge ball of fire came hurtling straight toward him. Damn it! He instantly melted into the shadows to evade. If that fireball had struck him, there's no way he'd have survived. Thankfully, the fireball soared high overhead, and Galio's shadowy form was hidden beneath the wild grass. He dodged the blow perfectly. He was just about to slip away, quietly, when two figures darted above him. Galio suddenly had no desire to speak, hiding himself even more carefully. He swore nothing could drag him out now. Not after seeing who had just appeared above, the unmistakable #1 big shot from S.H.I.E.L.D., the man they called the Cloaked One. The Cloaked One hovered in midair, calm and unruffled, facing off against someone who was ablaze from head to toe, a human torch flying in the sky. Damn you, you just won't quit, the flaming man shouted, hurling a massive fireball from his hands. If any of those fireballs had struck Galio, each one would have spelled certain death. But thankfully, he was hiding right under their feet, the safest place to be for now. The fireballs packed an unbelievable punch. The Cloaked One didn't bother blocking them. He simply weaved through the air with casual ease, dodging every attack. With perfection, twin beams of heat vision shot from his eyes. But strangely, they had no effect at all on the flaming man, something that had never happened before. You monster, the fireman shouted, blasting a huge burst of energy from his feet and shooting toward the horizon. The Cloaked One gave chase, streaking after him through the night. Apparently, those heat rays only seemed ineffective. Both of these superhumans moved at incredible speed. Galio couldn't track them at all. In the blink of an eye, they had vanished, one after the other, into the depths of night. Don't be afraid, they're gone now. Still, Galio stayed hidden until the very last second of his power, then collapsed, drained, onto the ground. Sitting there, he wished he had a cigarette, just to steady his nerves. That split second had been terrifying, with danger lurking in every breath he took. Who was that fire guy anyway? Some new fugitive the Cloaked One was hunting down? Galio was sure there was no one like that on S.H.I.E.L.D's most wanted list. Not that he'd forgotten. He had every single name memorized. To Galio, every one of them was a potential threat, the kind that could snuff him out in an instant. Yes, he had to know them all by heart. He was just about to slip away from this mess. Ding. Nearby, there's a convertible item. Huh? Did he just stumble onto a lucky find? To be honest, this place was nothing special. Flames flickered everywhere, making it feel downright inhospitable. Still, with the chance to pick up some loot, Galio wasn't about to let it slip by. Ever cautious, he crept stealthily toward the spot where the item was supposed to be. Name: Magical Construct, Cursed Doll. Category: Special Construct. Usage: this item has absorbed enough X energy. Choose to activate and it will enter an indiscriminate destruction mode, continuing until its power is completely spent. The host may choose the release direction. Note: the item's charging mechanism has been damaged by an excessive invasion of X energy. Repair status unknown. This wasn't just stumbling across pocket change. It was like finding a nuclear bomb lying by the roadside. Why would something like this show up in such a desolate place? Galio didn't know, and frankly, he didn't care to find out. One thing was certain: he shouldn't linger here. Moving quickly to a large bonfire, Galio tore off his hoodie and tossed it into the flames, watching it burn to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Without a backward glance, he dashed away. For the rest of the journey, things finally settled down. With his head down and flying just above the rooftops, Galio hurried home. Dawn was nearly breaking, but as long as he clocked in and signed his attendance, his energy reserves would be fully restored. Once home, Galio continued to move in the shadows, sneaking inside with his shadow-melding skill. He changed into pajamas, took a shower, and settled in for a good night's sleep. Galio, blissfully carefree, drifted off, completely unaware that this otherwise ordinary night had been upended by his actions, sparking several major events. First, S.H.I.E.L.D. issued a new wanted notice. Thanks to Jarvis's calculations, both Tony Stark and Nick Fury had now confirmed that there was a hidden hand obstructing their KD plan. Upon reinvestigating today's bank incident, they made a shocking discovery. The stolen money from the bank heist was being used as advance payment for the stage decorations at the upcoming KD concert. Of course, no concert stage could possibly require that much money. That, however, was the real secret behind the scenes. If the funds hadn't been stolen, S.H.I.E.L.D., with its influence, would have had first rights to allocate them. Now, with all the cash at XX Bank vanished, the KD concert was sure to be impacted. Once might be an accident, but there are no coincidences under the sun that happen twice. Realizing this, Nick Fury urgently signed off on a new wanted order. Codename: The Mysterious Stranger. Mutant, abilities unknown, provisionally classified as level 5, all other information unknown. Galio's mysterious persona was now officially registered in SHLD's criminal database. And because of his involvement in the 5 young bank robbers, who would have otherwise never made it onto SHLD's radar, were now listed on wanted notices visible to even diamond-level agents. Poor kids, they were truly in over their heads. There are currently 3 types of wanted notices issued by S.H.I.E.L.D. The first type is for individuals who pose no threat. Take these 5 kids who robbed a bank, for example. They fall into the non-threatening category. Such warrants do not require agents of gold rank or above to review them. Whether those agents choose to look is purely a matter of personal interest. Usually, these criminals are apprehended by silver-level agents working together with local law enforcement. Above the standard warrant is a second type, which mandates the attention of gold-level agents and higher. The people listed here are considered dangerous individuals. Now, our 5 young bank robbers find themselves on this list, a rather distinguished place to be. The highest tier is reserved for suspects like the mysterious one, who is actually Galio in disguise. This category is the primary focus for diamond-level agents. Currently, everyone listed here is notorious, and none more so than the former national hero, Captain America, and the infamous Magneto, who has been waging his crusade against humanity for 40 years. Galio and his 5 hometown friends are enduring a level of scrutiny far beyond what kids their age should ever face. And that's not all. There is a second event today also tied to Galio. Somewhere in a remote, deserted wilderness, a mysterious fire has broken out. Dressed in a flowing purple evening gown, her figure both elegant and alluring, the Black Witch wore an expression dark enough to curdle blood. She was so furious it was as if the rage would eat her alive. After nearly 3 months of careful scheming, she had finally managed to use those idiots to ambush the cloaked man, successfully siphoning his energy with a puppet doll. This was supposed to be a crucial part of another one of her plans. And yet, unbelievable. The key item, gone just like that. The Black Witch resorted to divination, tried ancient Eastern stargazing, even sought answers in dreams. She ran through every form of fortune-telling magic she knew. The results were bleak. All signs pointed to success. The puppet had indeed absorbed the energies of both the fireman and the cloaked man. But somehow, the puppet itself, the vessel for all that power, had simply vanished. How could she tolerate this? Well, for a seasoned manipulator like the Black Witch, there was nothing she couldn't endure. If one plan failed, she'd just pivot to another. She had backup plans in abundance, and was confident she'd succeed eventually. That night was destined to be a crossroads, a night when many stories would take unexpected turns. Meanwhile, Galio, who had already washed up, eaten, dinner, and climbed into bed, was blissfully unconcerned by the chaos outside his blanket. Content to keep to himself, he drifted peacefully into sleep. An ordinary night passed. The next morning, or rather, at 1:30 p.m., Galio woke up from his dreams, grabbed his Shield Diamond Agent phone, and checked his messages as usual. What the? Galio almost felt his brain explode. Why do the people on this new wanted list look so familiar? And why, alongside Magneto and the Hydra leader, was his own name now among the S-class criminals? What did I do? 2 kilograms of brain cells evaporated, and Galio still couldn't figure out what unforgivable sin he'd committed. He had just played a minor part, minding his own business, and now this sudden S-level bounty had landed on his head, something he simply couldn't afford. Anxious, he paced back and forth across the room. Finally, when his stomach let out its first mournful growl, Galio made a decision. He'd never wear hoodies again. From now on, he'd stick to proper suits whenever he left the house. No one could change his style anymore. Cards on the table. Galio was a proud, diamond-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., the very embodiment of righteousness. While slipping on his jacket, Galio carefully made sure that, apart from the girls in Williamsburg, no one had seen him in his hoodie. As for those girls in Williamsburg, well, S.H.I.E.L.D. would never go and question them, right? He did seriously consider, for a moment, whether he should silence them for good. But if he took them out, his discount cards would be useless. Tormented by his own good nature, Agent Galio drove to Williamsburg to take care of his breakfast. With a sigh, he realized that the brunette barista wasn't as pretty as before, and the blonde's hair seemed duller. Nothing seemed to bring him any joy today. As Galio picked at his burger, barely taking a bite at a time, the door to Williamsburg swung open. If he weren't so committed to his persona, Galio might have just spat out his burger right then and there. What on earth were Iron Man, Natasha, and Banner doing here? Well, what a coincidence. Secretary Natasha greeted him cheerfully, then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, pulled Banner and Tony along to sit at Galio's table. It felt as if a tiny figure in Galio's head was sounding the alarm. He could almost see the options his system was offering: melt into the shadows and escape immediately, or B, grab Natasha as a hostage and make a run for it. That's a bit too obvious, Old Hand Iron Man murmured quietly to his companion Banner. When Banner isn't hulkied out from spinach, he's a shy, scholarly type, kind and gentle, with a slightly awkward but always polite smile. The three of them took their seats. Banner, with his off-the-charts fighting power, sat right next to Galio, while Natasha the super spy and Tony, the teacher, were across from him. With all the arsenals in the world aimed his way, Galio's heart was pounding in his chest. It wasn't just a guilty conscience. After all, who wouldn't feel nervous? After seeing their own wanted poster in the morning, well, 1:30 p.m., and then finding themselves sharing a table with a trio of top agents? Was he scared? Absolutely. If America had any tradition of leniency for confessions, Galio might have cracked under the pressure and confessed everything on the spot. Luckily, what Dr. Banner said next made Galio's heart, which had been about to leap out of his chest, settle back into place. Galio, did you see the new wanted notice? Another super criminal has shown up. Dr. Banner looked a bit worried. Although most of his work revolved around scientific research, he always kept an eye on these suddenly emerging high-level mutants. After all, if things took a turn for the worse, he could end up on the battlefield too. In truth, of all 12 S.H.I.E.L.D. members, Banner had it the roughest. He was just a peaceful scientist, yet one random X-ray transformed him into someone with a split personality. Now he had to keep his temper in check, or who knew what his other side might do. And the most ridiculous part? Even when it wasn't his fault, he still had to shoulder the blame, the lawsuits, and the sentences. If that wasn't injustice, what was? Tony, legend behind the wheel. Well, actually, Professor Tony didn't bother taking the menu from the dark-haired lady. He just let her pick out some signature dishes and sat back, ready to watch Natasha carry the conversation like a pro. Honestly, with Galio the homebody, Banner the hardcore tech geek, and Iron Man himself, a notorious playboy, all at the same table, the social atmosphere was, without a doubt, hell-level difficulty. Most people wouldn't stand a chance, but Natasha was clearly not most people. She somehow managed to strike a perfect balance between quantum physics, KD's upcoming album, the list of wanted criminals, and the burgers on the table, making sure no one felt left out or bored. A true MVP, if there ever was one. At first, Galio's nerves made everything taste bland and his heart race, but gradually, he began to relax. As long as he didn't do anything reckless like wearing a hoodie, no one would suspect him. There were way too many people wearing hoodies these days, especially in an era overflowing with mutants. With a bit of self-reassurance and mental suggestion, Galio really did start to feel better and even joined in the small talk with his three colleagues, forging the beginnings of a tentative friendship. Well, if only Dr. Banner and Stark would just head back to their labs. Galio thought this breakfast would be just about perfect. Once breakfast was over, Natasha got down to business. The day for the KD concert was officially set. As she started discussing the details, a little side episode unfolded. Few Williamsburg staff on the side, die-hard KD fans, were completely lost in their own world, swooning and giddy, totally oblivious to Natasha's obvious urge to kick them out. Galio found himself worrying about Williamsburg's sense of decorum. After several attempts to bring them back to earth, Natasha finally accepted that these folks were shameless beyond hope. Pulling a stern face was pointless, especially with Banner the honest man and Stark the incorrigible playboy, two perfect undercover saboteurs in the mix. Time couldn't be wasted any longer. Cue the ultimate move. Natasha flashed a dazzling practice smile. If, and I do mean if you all love KD that much, I could get you some tickets. You know how impossible it is to find them these days. Ding! Williamsburg faction status has changed. Galio had the feeling he'd just heard that notification sound, because what used to be his home turf, Williamsburg, had now completely fallen under Natasha's control. After swiftly taking care of a few dimwits from Williamsburg in just a minute, Natasha shifted the conversation to business with the three people present. They were S.H.I.E.L.D.-selected fans of KAD. Besides Galio, Banner, and Stark, too. New agents would be joining them soon. Judging by the photos, the newcomers were two attractive young women. Galio felt confident that everything would go smoothly on his end, as long as Stark didn't jump the gun or sneak a snack. Oh, so Little Pony really is dead. The elderly gentleman Magneto sat on a bench beside the sewer, a portable, all-metal seat he always brought with him, spreading open the newspaper in his hands. The paper was almost a month old. It wasn't that the Hellfire Club's information was outdated, but rather that Magneto had been away on business and had just returned. After all, as an old man, he had a family to tend to. Lately, his family needed to be involved in certain plans, and as a considerate guardian, he felt it necessary to oversee things personally. Mystique, who was always a sight to behold whenever she appeared, had made an exception today by wearing a pair of extremely high heels. The date's setting was less than ideal, so she felt she had to keep up with the times. I told him long ago, going out there was just courting death. Poor child. I hope he finds peace in another world. With Little Pony gone, is anyone else stirring up trouble? Every word in the newspaper had been carefully screened, processed through countless filters. And with so much time passed, Magneto hadn't picked up any crucial information, such as Pony's BUI, or the shadowy figure known as the good guy, lurking beneath the water surface. Even in the harsh, strange environment of the sewers, Mystique performed her secretarial duties with meticulous precision. It took some effort, but I've infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s upper ranks. Right now, we've confirmed the identities of all 12 Diamond-level agents. Excellent, that's wonderful news. Come, Raven, I can't wait to see where Charles ranks. You know, he's always been a super genius, Magneto said, brimming. With leisure these days, his communications with family and business partners going so smoothly that he even found time to tease his old friends. In a few days, when he had some free time, perhaps they could all gather for a game of chess. Oh, Charles is still ranked below Galio in terms of ability. Magneto glanced at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent ranking in his hand. Galio's ability rating was actually higher than Professor X's, which surprised the old man a bit. And aside from the caped fellow at the top, that agent in second place had truly piqued Magneto's curiosity. To be honest, S.H.I.E.L.D. may look impressive on paper, but deep down, it's nothing more than a ragtag troop. After a moment's thought, Magneto stood up and transformed the bench he'd been carrying into an iron sphere, letting it hover in his palm. Let's call in some troublemakers and begin the assassination plan. The targets are Galio and the Hulk. Understood. Do you need me to take action? No need. It's not time for a full assault yet. Besides, we're not the only ones in this business. There are plenty of mutant organizations who will do anything for money. We don't need to give them detailed information, just the public identities. Most importantly, don't let any trail lead back to us. Ripples shimmered across Mystique's body, and in a heartbeat, her bizarre features melted away. In their place stood a stunning beauty in a white suit, golden hair, and striking blue eyes, smiling at Magneto's side. No problem. They'll never trace the employer, not even in death. The old gentleman picked up his wooden cane and, with the golden-haired beauty following, strolled leisurely through the sewers. Charles, the era of mutants is almost upon us. KD concert countdown. 3 days. Recently, Galio, along with Tony, Banner, Shadowcat, and Ant-Girl, 5 agents selected by S.H.I.E.L.D. to attend the KD concert, had been making frequent public appearances. Because they were scheduled to appear on stage, they even participated in a few rehearsals. The results were disastrous. Though Shadowcat was wildly popular among gold-level agents, the truth was she was just a grown-up lowly. Once on stage, she froze stiff, completely at a loss for words. Reading from the script only made things worse. Her delivery was as flat as reciting a research paper, without a hint of emotion from beginning to end. Despite her intimidating moniker, Ant Girl was also a gold-level cutie. Like Shadowcat, she played up the adorable and bashful persona, and had a massive fanbase. She'd resolved no fewer than 5 mutant crises, albeit with rather blunt methods. This cute girl possessed incredible strength. Give her the slightest opportunity, and she'd send her opponents flying. Galio once assessed her abilities and found her strength to be a staggering 170 points. He was nearly floored by the result. If Shadowcat's lines sounded like an academic presentation, then Banner's turn on stage was the real deal, a straight-up scientific report. Any question could be transformed into a statement of fact. As for Galio, he maintained a stern expression the entire time, utterly unmoved by Little Fox's attempts to charm him. He could recall every song title and answer every interactive question, but his conversation never quite matched the topic. Honestly, if Tony Stark and the Hulk weren't around, Galio swore he'd have a deep conversation with Little Fox. But that was impossible for now. He had to stay in character. After all, his wanted poster was still hanging out there for all to see. The Phantom Cat stood frozen, while Mighty Ant, too shy to speak, stayed silent. Banner seemed to be giving Phantom Cat a lesson, and Galio acted like a security guard patrolling the stage. What should have been a simple formality was dragged out for 2 whole days without any progress at all, not even getting to the point of recording a song. These 4 gentlemen, it seemed, could spend all their time just trying to sort things out. But the problems didn't end with just those 4. Tony Stark, the moment he set foot on stage, caused a commotion every time, snatching the microphone and dominating the conversation. Little Fox found his style absolutely headache-inducing, and she was starting to regret ever thinking it was a good idea to have so many people involved. Practice dragged on late into the night, and yet another day ended with nothing to show for it. Galio, Banner, Phantom Cat, and Mighty Ant all bowed politely to KD and apologized in unison. "We're sorry." The 4 of them apologized as one, their movements perfectly synchronized. Little Fox was so exasperated her veins were about to pop. If saying sorry could actually solve things, why would anyone need the police, huh? It's all right, it's not your fault. After all, you don't have any stage experience. Mr. Galio, please don't blame yourself. You've already worked so hard. Go get some rest. With those words, Banner, Phantom Cat, and Mighty Ant immediately withdrew into themselves. After all, she'd specifically said Galio shouldn't blame himself, but hadn't mentioned them at all. Meanwhile, in Galio's heart, a tiny version of himself was turning joyful somersaults, though his expression remained as strict and proper as ever. It seemed like every night for the past 2 days, he was only getting home at midnight. And it wasn't even as if he'd been working overtime. Well, technically, Galio hadn't actually been going to work at all. But somehow, he managed to give off the aura of a man constantly working overtime. He opened his blue sports car and, maintaining his stoic persona, climbed in with perfect posture and a blank face. What he didn't notice was that underneath the car, a gift made up of dozens of cigars and an alarm clock was silently counting down. Meanwhile, hidden in the roadside bushes, a mutant with eyes sharp as blades and dressed in a crisp white tracksuit crouched like a venomous snake, his hand gripping a detonator as he fixed his gaze on Galio. Just as the assassin was about to press the trigger, a voice crackled through his earpiece. "Scalpel, Scalpel, do you copy?" Staying calm and collected, the assassin, codenamed Scalpel, set down the detonator. He decided to take the call first. After all, in their line of work, an organization with legacy always valued communication between superiors and subordinates. "This is Scalpel. Scalpel, is the bomb in place?" "It's armed and ready to go at any moment." Galio didn't notice anything. Nothing at all. Rest assured, this explosive is custom-made. The moment it goes off, he won't stand a chance. "Scalpel, abort the mission. Withdraw immediately." Why? The cold-blooded rookie assassin, known as Scalpel, almost hurled his phone across the room. Was this some kind of sick joke? Everything was ready. All that was left was to press the button, and now they wanted him to give up? "Scalpel, follow orders. Don't make a pointless sacrifice. Fall back." Damn it. Scalpel wished he could crack open his boss's head and study what was inside. Retreat now? He felt a powerful urge to press that button. After all, Galio's sports car hadn't yet cleared the blast radius. But in the end, Scalpel didn't dare to go through with it. He was just a rookie assassin, not particularly skilled or gifted. Killing was merely a means of survival, not some twisted passion. And if he ever broke the organization's rules, who knew when those terrifying assassins might come knocking to settle the score? That was a nightmare he didn't want to imagine. Scalpel had no desire to end up trapped in a painting, torn apart piece by piece. He spat on the ground and quietly slipped away. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone line, a very short mutant, with 2 enormous front teeth, sat daintily on a high stool. Her appearance was bizarre, yet somehow she exuded a strange air of elegance, holding the phone aloft with a mouse-like tail. Rookies just lack experience. Behind the rat woman stood a young man dressed in a sharp, expensive suit. He was playing with the latest model of a fruit-branded smartphone, his most striking feature his undeniable good looks. Sending him to die wouldn't be the worst outcome. The original plan was for all of them to be expendable anyway. The tail deftly tucked the phone back in her pocket. If Galio had just grabbed him or killed him straight away, my abilities could have given us a chance to ambush him. But the way he's toying with Scalpel now, it's clear Galio's already aware. Someone's after him, probably wants to bait an even bigger fish. At this point, whether Scalpel lives or dies doesn't matter. Still, his ability is a bit interesting. Let's keep an eye on him. Whether he escapes or not, that's up to him. The signal from the team sent after that scientist, Banner, just disappeared. Earlier, they mentioned encountering another organization with the same target. But now, well, it looks like they all met a pretty bad end. With a flick of her tail, the rat woman hopped off the stool, not even reaching 1.20 meters in height. That was to be expected. Come on, let's compile their data and get ready for the next big event. This odd pair, so mismatched in every way, vanished from the ordinary room. Why? Banner was attacked. Galio was still driving, shaking his head in disbelief. What kind of idiot would attack a tanky warrior with a built-in resurrection? There really was no shortage of fools in the world. Natasha's sweet, gentle voice came through the phone. Yes, our estimate was correct. That mysterious figure really is still targeting the KD project. Galio, you need to be careful. If they're after Banner, they'll definitely come for you as well. I know you don't fear them, but still, be cautious. After all, mutants have all sorts of abilities. Understood. Galio hung up, his heart pounding wildly. Panic welled up inside him. What should he do? Should he move into Star Tower for a while? And seriously, why does everything get blamed on this so-called mysterious figure? He'd been working overtime day after day. Who did he ever offend? Galio wanted to complain, but ruining his own image was out of the question. As for the assassination attempt, he floored the gas pedal, raced straight home, and immediately pulled up the system interface. He aimed a powerful appraisal spell at his house. If he could confirm it was safe, he planned to sleep under the bed that night. A bomb in the car? And a special one at that? The appraisal spell uncovered a nasty surprise waiting in the garage. Galio nearly had a panic attack. The car was the one he'd just driven all the way home. After a frantic search, he found a yet-to-be-activated bomb under the car. Without hesitation, he hit it with a shadow control spell. Thankfully, it worked. Within 30 seconds, Galio had the device firmly under his control. In situations like these, the system was always reliable. Now, sitting at home, staring at the bomb, an odd contraption fashioned from a pile of cigars, Galio fell into deep confusion. What on earth was he supposed to do with this thing? Meanwhile, within a certain organization, the rat man was playing the piano in the music room, while a sharp-suited young man accompanied him on the violin. Their only audience was Scalpel, who had just rushed back. The piano was played beautifully, the violin equally so, yet Scalpel had no interest in any of it. He barely managed to endure the whole performance. Finally, he blurted out, "Boss, I could have taken Galio out just now. That guy's totally careless. Leave him to me. I could finish him off any time you want." "You think Galio has no sense of caution?" The rat man smiled, with an almost alluring air. "With idiots like you, maybe it would have been better if you died back there." Scalpel fell silent. The two before him were both top assassins in the organization, frighteningly capable and far beyond his ability to confront. Their methods were notoriously brutal. Scalpel had only grumbled because the duet had grated on his nerves. Now that the boss was angry, he immediately became obedient. The gentle notes of the piano began to flow again under the ratman's fingers, this time the melody of Athena by the water. 2 minutes ago, he said, my ability lost contact with the bomb. It wasn't detonated, disarmed, or blocked. It simply vanished. The Scalpel felt as if someone was trying to spook him. After all, the rat's abilities were downright infuriating, and he'd never seen that thing disappear before. Documents and reports. Just glance at them, but don't take them too seriously. If Galio really was just some guy who's decent at hand-to-hand combat, full of openings and lacking any special skills, do you really think he'd still be alive today? The rat's playing and his voice blended perfectly, sending chills down the Scalpel's spine. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he trembled uncontrollably. Remember this lesson. You got lucky this time. The assassin sent after that scientist has now been reduced to pieces. Scalpel, you owe me your life for this. You'll have to pay it back. This time, true panic washed over the scalpel. He'd seen it clearly when he left. The scientist, when compared with Galio, might have even seemed weaker, more vulnerable. The scientist looked like one of those programmers who hadn't slept for 3 days and nights. And the assassin sent after him? Their powers were even more bizarre and terrifying than his own. Stronger, even. And yet, just like that, they were dead. Go now, the rat commanded. The scalpel retreated, trembling with fear. Now, he was in debt, a life debt, and that was no trivial matter. Debts like this always come due. I'll take on Galio the day after tomorrow. The man in the black suit offered, his tone gentle to the point of being almost tender. The rat shook his head. No need. Your opponent is Tony Stark. He's far too mobile and troublesome. There's no need to take him out. Just keep him occupied. Galio is like a calm sea. Nobody knows what's lurking beneath the surface right now. If you insist on going, it's too dangerous. Let me handle it. The gentleness in a man in black's voice felt unsettling and strange, entirely at odds with the situation. Slender fingers continued to pluck the strings as the rat spoke. Don't worry. I'm not going in for a suicide mission. Besides us, there are others who will make a move. My abilities are pretty reliable when it comes to staying alive, so don't worry. The man in black wanted to say more, but the music swept in and cut him off. She was always like this, gentle on the surface, but once she made up her mind, nothing could change it. Meanwhile, in Stark Tower, Dr. Banner sat in his pajamas, looking utterly distressed. Who could possibly guess why a scientist who kept to himself, far from the world's battles, would end up under attack? Bombs, mutants, just one headache after another. But honestly, that wasn't even the real problem. Neither the attacks nor the bombs were what truly troubled Dr. Banner. What weighed on him was the mountain of repair bills piled high before him. Never mind the shattered roads or ruined clothes. Those were minor details. The Hulk had only gone for a casual stroll, yet the resulting damage to public facilities had already reached into the millions. And that wasn't even counting the several cars that had been smashed along the way. Tony Stark was just about to hit a bar and meet up with a new lady he'd met, planning to have a little enlightening conversation, maybe get to know each other better. The room was booked, everything was set, but right before things could get interesting, he got yanked back to Stark Tower. Suddenly, his date switched from a sultry woman in zero-sensation lingerie to Bruce Banner in striped pajamas. Iron Man, Tony Stark felt like life had lost all meaning. Nick Fury, on the other hand, was still in full-on work mode. He just finished examining the body, well, the remains of the latest incident. 2 mutant attackers had gone after the Hulk, both with powers around level 4, making them pretty dangerous. What's more, they'd used large-scale explosives. These bombs were special, small in size, but packing a serious punch. Even the Hulk ended up with a few scrapes. And for anyone else, those would have been fatal wounds. Not even Colossus would have withstood that kind of blast. Sitting at the head of the table, Cyclops looked worried. It seems someone still doesn't want the KD concert to go ahead, he said. Then, shifting gears, Nick Fury let his authority as S.H.I.E.L.D. director show. But what our enemies don't want is exactly what we're going to make happen. Humans and mutants must learn to coexist peacefully. That's why all 12 diamond-level agents and 36 gold-level operatives are being assigned to this. One way or another. The concert happens on schedule. Oh, come on, give me a break, groaned Iron Man, who now suffered from a new syndrome. Instant headaches at the mere mention of overtime. It was so bad, it even caused certain functions to fail to stand up. He was in agony. Natasha sat across from Tony, thoroughly enjoying the Playboy's misery. Banner, meanwhile, just felt exhausted. He wanted to tell them he was only an innocent scientist caught in the middle. The S.H.I.E.L.D. team was at their wits' end, and Galio wasn't doing any better. After all, you couldn't just flush a bomb like that down the toilet. He'd been staring at this thing all night, hadn't slept a wink in the dark. Circles under his eyes were showing. To make matters worse, S.H.I.E.L.D. called him early in the morning to pile on more trouble. He was supposed to be a special guest, but now he was responsible for security, too. Headache. Wait a minute. A light bulb suddenly flicked on above Galio's head. If the bomb wouldn't explode and S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't pinpoint the enemy, why not just hand the thing over to them? With someone like Tony Stark, the ultimate science geek, surely they could crack a bomb like this. Feeling satisfied with his plan, Galio added a shadow control spell for good measure, then dove back into bed for some much-needed sleep. Work could wait until the afternoon. After all, a job only lasts so long, but dark circles under your eyes could last a lifetime. Outside the Galio residence, 2 oddly shaped mutants hid beneath their hoods, the very same style once sported by Galio himself, back when he was just the mysterious stranger. Ever since Galio's name had appeared on SHLD's most wanted list, his get-up had, unexpectedly, become quite the trend. After all, for mutants who stood out in every sense, those born a little too unique, finding clothes was always a challenge. But now, thanks to the stranger hoodie, they didn't need to fret over what to wear before stepping outside. All it took was slipping on that signature garment. With a boss-level look, anyone could become the sharpest figure on the block in an instant. This quiet wave of fashion had begun to catch on among the more unusual mutants, though it was still flying under the radar, unnoticed by the public at large. From the folds of a robe, a forked snake tongue flicked out slowly. That must be Galio's place. It is. But with that guy, a head-on confrontation wouldn't be wise. We'd better stick to an ambush, replied the other mutant, who was so thoroughly concealed that not a single patch of skin showed. Diamond-level agent, they say if my venom so much as grazes him, he won't take 5 steps before he's dead. The partner was quick to chime in, playing the perfect straight man. Exactly. All those so-called Agent 12 types are just overhyped. They struggled just to take down that mock kid. They've never faced anyone like us, if they ever did. Just then, across the street, a news flash appeared on the building's LED screen. Yesterday, 2 mutants had attacked Dr. Banner's car, causing an estimated $7.6 million in damages, only to be swiftly and effortlessly dispatched by Dr. Banner himself. Dr. Banner and Mr. Tony Stark expressed regret over the widespread destruction caused by the mutants. Since both perpetrators had perished, Stark Industries would be covering the repair costs. The broadcast concluded with a strong condemnation of the 2 mutants' criminal behavior. On the screen, the bodies, now little more than broken pieces, were being bagged up and carried away, while friends and family looked on, as if awaiting a meal to be served. For a moment, silence hung in the air. The snake-tongued mutant finally spoke. If I remember right, those 2 didn't even have large-scale destructive powers. No, they didn't. At that, the 2 hooded figures exchanged a look as if they'd suddenly glimpsed the darker side of society. They'd always heard stories of shady dealings where project budgets never matched the actual expenses, but they'd never imagined things could be this corrupt. Those 2 acquaintances of theirs? Forget about causing millions in damages. They'd probably never seen 70,000 in their lives, let alone 7 million. It was downright ruthless. What kind of shield was this? What kind of so-called protectors of the people? All the money was being pocketed by these heartless crooks. After venting their frustration, the 2 of them thought of another problem. The 2 guys who had been carried away to wait for their food weren't any less capable than themselves. In fact, Banner might not even be as terrifying as Galio. Little snake, I suddenly have a stomachache. I must have eaten something bad last night. Galio is all yours. The straight man of the duo suddenly clutched his stomach, doubling over as if he might need to solve the problem right then and there. Little Snake shot his companion a look of utter contempt. Since your mutation, have you ever even gone to the bathroom? Have you no shame at all? But still. My stomach hurts too. Must be that we're not used to the local food. Now let's go together. We'll deal with Galio tomorrow. Yes. Let's give him one more day. Tomorrow. He's a goner for sure. Just like the mysterious pair from before, they had started staking out this place in the dead of night, even ordering takeout in the meantime, and waited all the way until noon the next day. But in the end, a bout of food poisoning forced them to abandon their patient, weather-beaten vigil, sparing Galio for another day. All this while, Galio, fast asleep, remained blissfully unaware that his life had just been spared. At 3:40 in the afternoon, Galio woke from his nap, tossed the bomb sitting on his desk into his travel bag, and then drove off towards Stark Tower. There were still 28 hours left before KD's first concert kicked off. Right now, inside Stark Industries, Iron Man, Banner, Natasha, Hawkeye, and War Machine were all here, busy prepping their gear. Among them, Iron Man and Banner sat together off to the side. Dr. Banner was innocent in all this. He was simply being forced to listen to his boss's complaints. Tony Stark was convinced that the Blackhearted Bat was setting him up. Otherwise, why would the main headquarters have to be built at Stark Industries? And as for war preparations, damn it, the date he'd scheduled last night just got canceled again. Just then, a young man in a black suit came running in, gasping for breath. Galio is here. Instantly, Hawkeye, who was adjusting his bow, War Machine, who was checking his handgun, Tony and Banner, locked in their complaining session, and Natasha, busy with her makeup, all fell silent. After all, aside from Tony and Banner, since Stark Industries was their home base, the rest of those present were at the bottom of the 12 seats. They didn't possess any particularly powerful superpowers or mutations, nor did they have fancy black tech that required endless mini QQs to operate. All they could do was keep honing themselves, ready to face whatever battle might come. In fact, every time they went out, there was no guarantee they'd make it home alive to kiss their children goodnight. So for the sake of all they loved, they did their best to prepare for everything. But Galio's appearance here truly commanded respect. After all, according to S.H.I.E.L.D., the top four were always Cloak Guy, Galio, the Supreme Sorcerer, and Professor X. Galio's sports car pulled up downstairs, and what a scene it was. An enthusiastic welcome awaited him. The crowd was so dense that people stood in 2 solid rows, stretching down the entrance. At the very front, Nick Fury watched with satisfaction. Galio hadn't slacked off or waited for orders. He was always ready for action. Fury felt reassured. His judgment hadn't failed him. This man was indeed as dependable as the captain. If his inner thoughts could be voiced by a miniature Galio, the line would be, "Shame I'm not much for words, but sometimes a good old. What the heck gets you through anything?" All he did was deliver a bomb. So why did it have to turn into such a grand spectacle? Fortunately, Galio had been through enough by now to shed the inexperience of his early days. He'd mastered the art of an actor's self-cultivation. He didn't need to be invincible himself, as long as others filled in the story with their imagination. That way, his persona would always be solid. Calm as ever, Galio strode to the front and exchanged greetings with Nick Fury, then joined the group heading up to the top floor. Galio, what's it you're carrying?" Tony Stark, ever the sharp mind, had noticed Galio's backpack long ago, but hadn't found the right moment to ask until now. Stark Industries had hazardous material scanners, of course, but the 12 diamond-level agents were off the charts. Nothing was considered more dangerous than them. After the last Galio incident, no one really wanted to check on these 12 monsters anyway. Galio handed his backpack off to Banner, who set it down on the floor. Tony picked it up, and Galio, face like stone, said, "It's a bomb." Tony let out a laugh. "You really love to joke around, don't you?" he said, unzipping the backpack. But if he hadn't been so careful to maintain his cool, Tony would have absolutely let out a shout of shock. If he didn't trust Galio, and if time weren't so tight, he would have called for his armor in a heartbeat. "Don't worry," Galio added coolly. "I've already neutralized the explosive. As long as you don't roast it over a fire, it's perfectly safe." Seeing Tony keep his composure left Galio a bit disappointed. After all, he still remembered the long-standing grudge between Tony and Fury. Galio's reputation for holding grudges was well-earned. Tony took a deep breath, pressed a button on his watch, and a flurry of armor components soared through the air to assemble around him. Now suited up as Iron Man, he gripped the backpack and finally felt secure. "You were attacked too?" Natasha immediately picked up on the situation. Galio nodded. All around, people drew in sharp breaths. Not only had he survived an attack, he brought back the enemy's weapon. That was truly impressive. "Banner, time to get to work," Tony called out to Banner, grabbing the duffel and heading off toward the lab. "Buddy, your gift couldn't have come at a better time. But next time, let Nick fetch the package," Teacher Tony muttered in an almost inaudible whisper as he walked past Galio. Galio remained composed and expressionless, but inwardly, a little figure in his mind was nodding furiously. The one-eyed dragon rolled his eye in exasperation. With another person added to the group of those pretending to be busy, Galio sat silently to the side, saying nothing and making no preparations for battle, his aloof demeanor unmistakable. In truth, Galio simply had nothing useful to bring. After all, no matter how optimistic he was, there was no way Teacher Tony would gift him a suit of armor, or that Batman would offer him a Batmobile. No armor, no Batmobile, and as for other equipment, Galio didn't really need much. He'd already enchanted everything he could before coming. Had he known things would be like this, he would have just shown up tomorrow morning. Who would have guessed that, with the KD concert tomorrow, S.H.I.E.L.D. would pull an all-nighter for preparations tonight? Come to think of it, KD's luck must really be down. The last concert ended in carnage, and this one hasn't even started yet. It's already causing a city-wide uproar. Who knows what kind of trouble is still to come? After idly browsing through his own stats panel for about 10 minutes, Galio watched as Natasha, ever so smoothly, poured a cup of coffee for each person in the room. To be honest, everyone present was an old hand. At S.H.I.E.L.D., they knew each other inside and out. Only Galio was the outsider. And when Natasha set down those cups of coffee, the others actually hesitated to drink. They felt a chill run down their spines. The last cup went to Galio, and then came the easy, harmonious small talk. The veterans knew exactly how to steer the conversation, and despite Galio's repeated mental reminders, "Don't keep talking. Don't keep talking. The more you say, the more mistakes you make," he couldn't resist. Natasha's effortless, laid-back banter made it impossible not to relax, and Galio eventually let his guard down. Elsewhere in the city, in a basement, the 5-man team of bank robbers removed their masks and, under the guidance of a hooded figure, slowly made their way forward. Incidentally, if Galio ever endorsed this hooded apparel company, his income would probably shoot up. At the end of the basement stood a bar. Perched atop a box draped in black cloth was the dashing Good Samaritan, clad in a trench coat. He sat there, savoring a glass of milk. There were no pleasantries exchanged when everyone met. The robbers simply tossed their bags to the floor. The money's here. Release the hostage. I love working with honest folks like you, the Good Samaritan said. Relax. Once the money clears, the hostage goes free. But first, would you mind if I count it? At this, Chin remained calm, planting a foot firmly on the bags. I want to see Shout-Eye first. Otherwise, you won't get a cent. With a casual shrug, Good-Hearted Brother replied in a most amiable tone, Of course. I'm a man of my word. A trustworthy merchant, known throughout the mutant community. She's been here the whole time. I never break a promise. As he spoke, Good-Hearted Brother stood up and pulled aside a piece of black cloth draped over a chair. Underneath was a cage forged from solid iron, and inside, a little girl with a head full of white hair sat, huddled in the corner. She looked terrified, shrinking away as much as she could. Her exposed skin was marked with black stripes, and under the lamp's glow, faint patterns could be seen crisscrossing her forehead. I'll kill you. Morning's fury boiled over. Though her fighting style was usually gentle, her rage gave it a destructive force as she launched herself at Good-Hearted Brother. You see? I just want to do business peacefully, but some people just don't play by the rules, he sighed. The hooded figure turned into a wisp of smoke and reappeared in front of Good-Hearted Brother. His blood-red tail swept through the air in a fierce arc morning, more accustomed to fighting humans, was caught off guard by the tail's sudden strike and was sent flying backward. Luckily, Lionhead caught her in midair, steadying her before she hit the ground. Without hesitation, Lionhead pulled a grenade from his belt, yanked out the pin, and held it firmly in his hand. You hand over the girl, we give you the money. Try any tricks, and we all go down together. Good-Hearted Brother raised his hands in surrender. Let's not be hasty. I'm just here for the money, nothing more. And honestly, your little friend here is quite a handful. I had no choice. I promise I haven't mistreated her. She's had the best food. Look, her clothes are completely intact. I swear, I haven't laid a finger on her, all right? When Lionhead wasn't losing his temper, he radiated a quiet steadiness. Give her to us. The money's all here. With that, he kicked over a heavy money bag. Cash spilled and scattered across the floor. We only want the girl. Try anything funny, and I let go. I let go fast. So fast, you'll be spending your money in the afterlife. Good-Hearted Brother, still with his hands raised, took out a key and, with exaggerated gentleness, unlocked the iron cage. He then helped the white-haired girl out. Even after leaving the cage, the white-haired girl trembled uncontrollably, but Good-Hearted Brother, playing his part, let go of her hand and raised both hands above his head. Easy now, everything's fine. Damn it, Bai Shan muttered, hurrying over to support the white-haired girl and lead her back to their group. The six of them edged slowly backward, retreating beyond the circle of scattered money. As soon as they were clear, the hooded figure flashed over to the bags, checked each one swiftly, and then gave Good-Hearted Brother a nod. Everything was in order. Good-Hearted Brother, ever the gentleman, declared, a beautiful transaction, sealed just like that. We really ought to toast to this. Lionhead grunted, shielding everyone, his grip on the grenade unyielding, not relaxing for an instant. Don't be so nervous. Everything's settled now. The money's paid, the goods delivered. Brother Goodwill spoke with ease, pouring himself another drink. Before you leave, are you interested in working together on something else? We never want to see you again. Shine, open the door. Jie roared. Behind him, Bai Shan quickly sketched a formation, and a purple circle materialized out of thin air. The half-finished building appeared within arm's reach through the glowing ring. As the other two helped Chun and the white-haired girl toward the portal, the white-haired girl suddenly flashed a strange, unsettling smile. With a swift sweep of her bare, gleaming foot, she sent her two companions flying. The hooded figure clutching the money dissolved into a wisp of red smoke. When he reappeared, he hovered above, and with ruthless precision, drove two katana blades deep into the hearts of Li Xiaolian and Buqingge. Merciless, swift, and deadly. No! Bai Shan cried out, pain blooming in her chest. After kicking her two companions aside, the white-haired girl struck at Bai Shan with a palm strike. At that moment, Chun leapt in front of Bai Shan to shield her, taking the blow instead. Chun heard the sickening crack of her own spine. Lionhead Jie's reaction was lightning fast. As disaster struck his teammates, he hurled the grenade he was holding toward the money bag. Predictably, the hooded man shimmered in a place to intercept it, grabbing the grenade out of midair. His body gleaming as if brushed with gold, Lionhead Jie charged, ramming the white-haired girl aside. Yet as she was struck, shimmering waves rippled from her hands, betraying that she had suffered no real harm. Jie had no intention of hurting anyone further. Grabbing Bai Shan and Chun, he didn't spare a glance at their fallen friends before plunging headlong into the purple dimensional barrier. The white-haired girl lunged to give chase, but the barrier snapped shut before she could follow. In that same instant, the hooded man reappeared, tossing the grenade into the closing gateway. This time, there was no delay. The moment the barrier sealed, it was engulfed in fire and light. The bar returned to an uneasy calm. The white-haired girl stood there, no longer trembling. Her bare hands and feet slowly grew, covered in a layer of fine white fur. Fuzzy paws and feet, streaked with black, radiated a wild, commanding presence. The white-haired girl lifted her head with confidence. On her forehead, black stripes formed the character for King, gleaming with an intimidating brilliance. Elsewhere, the hooded man took off his sweatshirt, revealing a devilish appearance straight from Western lore, horned, with crimson skin. Boss, 3 of them got away. A bit unexpected, but considering their reputation as legendary Chinese masters, a few surprises are understandable. As long as the money's safe, it's fine. The white-haired girl clenched her fists tight. It's only 2. My palm strike definitely shattered his spine. He's as good as dead. The red demon shrugged, unwilling to argue with his companion. He figured he'd simply finish the job later. Soon enough, there wouldn't be a single one left. Good-hearted brother stood up. Yes, Xiao Dai is absolutely right. This time it's definitely Old Red's fault. Otherwise, with just those few petty thieves, under Xiao Dai's unbeatable skills, not a single one would have gotten away. Of course, Xiao Dai clenched her adorable little fist and waved it playfully at Red Devil. Good-hearted brother walked over to the pile of money bags, picked one up and tossed it to Xiao Dai, then handed 2 to Red Devil, keeping 2 for himself. Let's go. We've got a busy night ahead, and tomorrow's not going to be any easier. What a drag. Xiao Dai wanted to help carry good-hearted brother's bags, but he gently refused her. The 3 of them slipped away into the night, leaving the bar behind under the cover of Red Devil's powers. The storm outside raged on. The waters beneath the waves grew only deeper, and everyone seemed to be waiting for something. Tomorrow, Katie's concert would open, but as for what each person was waiting for, that was anyone's guess. At 7 p.m., the vampire Mina arrived at Stark Tower. At 7:10 p.m., Galio found himself in a delightful dilemma. Mina and Natasha sat chatting on either side of him, and for some reason, he felt a chill run down his spine. At 7:30 p.m., Galio suggested they have a barbecue. Everyone was intrigued, and after Mina and Natasha agreed, the top floor of Stark Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters began preparing everything needed for the feast. The high-tech gadgets here were truly impressive. Even the smoke was purified in an instant. By 8 p.m., all preparations were complete. And now, 9 p.m., Star Tower. Tony and Banner, each clutching a hamburger, trudged back to the conference room. The 2 exhausted scientists had spent most of the day tinkering with that bomb, finally managing to get someone to deliver them a bite to eat. Just as they made a breakthrough, they returned to find. Tony pushed open the door, and for a moment, he wondered if he'd been working so long he'd crossed into another reality. Why was his office suddenly packed with people barbecuing? You guys are too much. Do you even know how hard Banner and I have been working? Everyone turned to look at Tony Stark. Without missing a beat, Tony tossed his hamburger aside. You're all eating without me? I want some chicken wings. Quick, whose are those? Natasha, you've got plenty. Hand one over. Natasha shot him a dangerous look. Those wings weren't meant for him. But hunger had made Tony immune to any look, and he snatched a skewer anyway. At the door, Dr. Banner stared at his hamburger, momentarily forgetting to take another bite. Suddenly, his burger just didn't taste so good anymore. Not long after Tony joined the meal, Batman made a dramatic entrance at Stark Tower. Accompanying him was an elderly man who stepped through a portal in traditional Chinese Taoist robes. The old Taoist hair was impeccably styled, his hands tucked into the wide sleeves of his robe. Batman, who had once learned martial arts in China and had met Taoist masters before, greeted the elder respectfully, using the traditional Chinese gesture of clasped fists. The old Taoist respectfully returned the greeting, steady and composed. Though their disciplines differed, he had often heard his ancient, relic-like senior brother speak of Bat, hailed as a once-in-10,000 years prodigy. It was a pity, however, that Bat's heart harbored an unresolved knot, barring him from entering the deeper realms of martial arts. Otherwise, in the eyes of the old Taoist brother, Bat surely possessed the power to break through any barrier with sheer skill. After exchanging pleasantries, both Bat and the old Taoist shifted into battle readiness, making their way from the corridor to the top floor of S.H.I.E.L.D. The atmosphere in the S.H.I.E.L.D. meeting room was more electric than ever. Bat, entering from the rooftop, felt for a moment that he'd stepped into the wrong place. Hadn't teacher Tony summoned him for a strategy session? Why did it feel like he'd walked into something else entirely? Even the old Taoist was momentarily thrown off. He'd heard the Americans prided themselves on a free, uninhibited spirit, but this was almost absurd. Wasn't tomorrow supposed to bring a crisis threatening an entire nation? Yet here they all were, in the face of such danger, gathering for a feast, barbecue, no less. Teacher Tony was the first to spot bad. Well, Jarvis had tipped him off, but regardless, everyone expected tonight's attendees had now arrived. Unfortunately, with so much looming tomorrow, there would be no drinking. This clearly displeased Tony, though no one seemed to care much. Polishing off his grilled corn, Tony got down to business. The bombs have been imbued with special abilities. But really, the bombs aren't the issue, this is. As he spoke, Tony retrieved a crystal box from his person. Inside, a minuscule scrap of paper lay still. Based on our tests, at least one of our opponents tomorrow is a level 5 mutant. His, or her, ability lies within this, whatever is drawn on. This paper can affect our world. We don't fully understand the extent of this power yet, but what we do know is already troublesome enough. With that, Tony produced an A4 sheet, on which was sketched a large eye and a faint flame. This is what's on the paper. And tomorrow, our enemies are not limited to just this one. Munching on a skewer of beef, Bat frowned. This time, the enemy lurked in the shadows, while they themselves had to stand in the open, their concert unavoidable. The adversaries could hide and strike from the dark, but S.H.I.E.L.D. had to remain exposed. For a trapmaster like Bat, this was a crippling disadvantage. It was as if half his skills were rendered useless. After all, they didn't know who the enemy was, what abilities they had, or even exactly who would show up. A heavy silence fell over the room. In moments like these, someone needed to take charge. Nick Fury stepped forward. Listen. Just as Fury was about to launch into a motivational speech, Tony decisively cut him off. Save it, Nick. Don't waste your breath. We're all veterans here. Nobody needs a pep talk before battle. Tomorrow, we'll give it everything we've got. The one-eyed commander could have throttled Tony then and there, grilling skewers in his armor and all. In the heavy, stifling atmosphere, the last of the skewers were eaten. As everyone else went off to get ready for bed, Galio slipped quietly to the window. Worried about tomorrow? Natasha's voice was soft under the glow of the night lights, and she seemed a little vulnerable. But Galio wasn't worried about tomorrow. No matter who came, as long as Cloak Eye showed up, he would always carry the team, especially in a villain escape scenario. If he had to worry about anything, it would actually be for those poor villains. Truth be told, Galio had just napped too much that afternoon. Still, with a battle looming, he couldn't help but feel uneasy about the security at Stark Tower. You all go get some rest. I'll keep watch tonight, Galio said, maintaining his cool, aloof persona. His deep gaze pierced the glass, looking out into the distance. Natasha thought to herself, how can you not love him? Then, out of nowhere, a certain ageless vampire popped up. I'll keep watch with you. After all, I don't need to sleep at night. Natasha's mind raced. Is there any way I can get rid of this wretched teammate before the fighting starts? Insomnia was supposed to be Beauty's nemesis, but nothing could be worse than leaving this vampire here. This one was a relentless predator, a true class enemy, and, frankly, even more troublesome than that cunning little fox spirit. In the air, two sharp glances met and clashed. Galio felt the temperature drop even further. So the night before the battle passed in its own mundane way. By Galio's side, Natasha and Mina sparred with words well into the night. In the end, Galio couldn't take it anymore and taught them both how to play do diju. That finally put an end to the argument, or so he thought. But, inexplicably, Natasha and Mina decided to settle things with a marathon do diju tournament, playing straight through until dawn. Galio had lost count of how many times he'd been defeated. He stopped keeping track. Not once did he win a game. Who knew you could lose over 2 million playing do diju in one night? He just wanted to sleep off his nap, but after a night like that, Galio was well and truly wide awake. Nothing tasted good anymore. Concert day arrived. As each agent gradually woke from their dreams, Tony, still in his pajamas, seized the moment before Nick Fury woke up to pour himself a drink. Spotting Mina and Natasha still battling it out in the living room, Tony looked around. Where's Galio? He went home to change, came the duet of female voices. Change? Isn't there a clothing shop just downstairs? Tony was baffled. Honestly, if Galio had been there, he would have told Tony, wait until you lose 2 million in one night, then you'll understand why I need to go change my clothes. For month's salary, gone just like that. Think of all the things he could have bought. Frustrated beyond words, Galio returned to Williamsburg. This was better. Here, this was what home felt like. With tears streaming down his face, Galio walked into the shop and sat by the window. He ordered his favorite breakfast, and as he ate, his mind wandered to the pile of money that had slipped away. Life, he thought, couldn't possibly get any worse. On the television, every channel seemed to be airing news about the upcoming KD concert presale. Out of 10 stations, 9 were broadcasting the same coverage. The publicity was so overwhelming. but there was simply no way this concert wouldn't go viral. It was nothing like certain someone's books, which struggled for recommendations, votes, or even a modest following. What a tough world. Back to our story. While Galio was lost in thought, drifting between memories and worries, something was happening in the ruins of an unfinished building. Suddenly, a golden fist shot out from the rubble. Drenched in golden lacquer, Jinnu crawled out from beneath a pile of stones, blood dribbling from his mouth. Yet beneath him, Bai Shanshan and Chun were completely unharmed. Time rewinds to the moment before the explosion. Without hesitation, Lionhead summoned all his strength and skill, shielding his two juniors beneath him. He took the brunt of the blast, the collapse, and every ounce of damage upon himself. In this battle, the five-man gang of robbers was virtually wiped out. With trembling hands, Bai Shanshan dragged the unconscious Lionhead, his back a bloody mess, and Chun, whose spine was broken, out into the open. She couldn't stop crying. Why did this have to happen? All they wanted was a trip to America, and they'd never wronged or hurt anyone, barely even exchanged a word with strangers. How could things have gone so horribly wrong? 6 people had set out, but now, among the ruins, only Bai Shanshan's solitary, weeping figure remained. Meanwhile, Galio finished his breakfast and, with nothing better to do, let his thoughts wander. He suspected that by nightfall, things would get truly difficult. In his opinion, there was no need to escalate the situation right now. Better to keep the TV and internet running, let KD's popularity soar, get more mutants registered. There was no reason to bother with those hidden minority groups just yet. The greatest lesson from his previous world was clear to Galio. In the early stages of any disruptive development, lying low and keeping your head down was always the wisest course. Lost in these musings, Galio decided to order dessert and delay his return to Stark Tower. Just then, a swirling purple portal suddenly appeared in the sky. Through it burst a slender figure, carrying 2 men, tumbling headlong into the room. The 3 figures hurtled toward Galio. He casually brushed aside a bystander. His strength at level 10 made such feats effortless. The slender figure landed in his arms, soft, delicate, and for a moment, Galio was so moved, he almost wanted to cry. It was the first time in 2 lifetimes he'd ever held a woman. What a rush. Wait, this ability seemed oddly familiar. Casting a quick identification spell, Galio was stunned. It really was Bai Shanshan. To be honest, it hadn't felt this bad when he was still wearing the panda mask. But now, with this beautiful Asian girl in his arms, pale-skinned, lovely, and with a delicate figure, the situation truly felt abysmal. With Bai Shanshan covered in blood from head to toe, paired with 2 half-dead teammates, and the ever-present passive effect of Williamsburg that seemed to draw in every villain, Galio felt that his story just might end before nightfall. Holding Bai Shanshan close, Galio looked up just in time to see a swirl of red smoke drift by. Out of thin air, a slender, devilish-looking figure appeared, clutching 2 katanas. Damn, another spatial type ability. Galio immediately activated his appraisal skill. This was one of the powers he hated most. In fact, Galio hated any power he couldn't beat. Name, Red Devil. Race, mutant. Type, immortal aberrant. Stats, strength 15, speed 5, intelligence 20, dexterity 20, burst 10. Skills, teleportation, psychic immunity, master swordsman, erudite, ruthless, arrogant. Looking at these stats, Galio figured he might not be completely outmatched, but combined with those skills, the guy was a bona fide prodigy. Not wanting to risk his life, Galio's mind kicked into overdrive. He always thought fastest in moments like these. And just like that, it was time to put his acting skills to the test again. With a stony expression, Galio didn't show the slightest surprise at the Red Devil's sudden appearance. Instead, he carefully laid Bai Shanshan down on the table and leisurely took off his coat to cover her, before turning to face the Red Devil with a cold, unyielding gaze. The Red Devil hadn't expected to run into Galio here. He paused for a split second, licking his lips. After all, this was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s very best, but it seemed unlikely they could settle things quickly. Galio glanced around at the people of Williamsburg, who were already expertly ducking for cover and searching for shelter. Now came the crucial moment for his performance. As he surveyed the room, Galio's brow furrowed even deeper. Red Devil, isn't it? The red tail flicked once as the Red Devil gave a smile that was equal parts unsettling and gentlemanly. What an honor to be remembered by Mr. Galio. But with so many people here, it must be difficult for someone like you to make a move. Galio said nothing, maintaining his scowl. If he went all in, Galio was confident he could take down the Red Devil, but he doubted the reward would be worth the risk. He wasn't looking for unnecessary trouble. Neither fighting nor backing out seemed like the right move. We'll meet again, the Red Devil finally said. Clearly impressed by Galio's act, he vanished with a single teleport, not even bothering to draw his blades. White Shining, covered in blood, was utterly stunned. She knew all too well how troublesome that eerie fellow could be. Back when she was carrying the lion's head during her morning escape runs, the Red Devil had already had several chances to take down more of their group, yet he always seemed to toy with her, as if it were all just a game. She'd taken 20 or 30 knife wounds, each one shallow, but enough to keep her bleeding endlessly. How could such a terrifying Red Devil flee without even putting up a fight? Although she had only become a fugitive by force of circumstance, White Shining still knew a thing or two about S.H.I.E.L.D. Could there really be a dozen people as fearsome as him? With the Red Devil gone, one problem rolled away, but Galio's headache remained. He recognized the 3 battered figures lying on the ground. They also knew his other persona, though that ID had been permanently wiped from existence. If anyone ever discovered that link, Galio would be locked up for the rest of his life. After hesitating for a couple of seconds, Galio made sure the Red Devil was out of scanning range. "I'll call a doctor for you." No, White Shining wanted to refuse on instinct, but then she caught sight of her own miserable state. Maybe getting arrested wouldn't be worse than just bleeding out here. Galio dialed for an ambulance. Given his status, it would only take a moment for help to arrive. Judging by the scene, White Shining and her team of 5 rookie bank robbers had clearly botched the job. Seeing how wrecked they were, she and her companion might be the only ones left. Please, are you Mr. Galio?" White Shining, feeling a little safer, at least until her identity as a bank robber was discovered, decided to chat up this handsome foreigner, hoping to get on his good side. Maybe that way, she wouldn't get caught. Galio nodded. "Yes, Miss Robber, I'm Galio." White Shining nearly fainted on the spot. Had she been found out so quickly? Well, her powers were rather conspicuous. Just her luck, out of the wolf's den and straight into the tiger's lair. She could only hope she wouldn't end up as a lab rat. Somehow, she had to find a way to contact her master. Otherwise, she might never make it back home from America. Galio ignored White Shining's inner turmoil. Girls like her, clearly organized and with connections, wouldn't be in much trouble even if they were caught. No one had died, and it was just a bit of stolen cash. With the right maneuvering, they might not even see jail time. Besides, pretending not to notice would be out of character for him. "Galio, you're sharp," murmured the Red Devil from the far end of the street, a twisted smile on his lips. "I'd love to try killing someone like you. Opponents of this level are rare, but I can't mess up the big plan. The boss's orders come first. Better head back and fetch White. We'll cross paths again soon enough." A wisp of crimson smoke drifted away as the Red Devil vanished from the street for good. The ambulance and the accompanying agents arrived swiftly. Galio had originally intended to exchange a few words, hoping to secure some leniency by Shan and her companions. Very least, to ensure that Shan could contact her elders in the sect while still alive. To his surprise, among those who came with the ambulance was that peculiar Taoist priest. The moment Shan saw the elderly Taoist, tears streamed down her face, making her look like an aggrieved and helpless young girl. "Uncle Master, I've suffered so much," she whimpered. She pulled her hands from the sleeves of her robe. The old Taoist had only one hand. The other had been left behind in some chapter of the past. This was the reason why, despite his formidable strength and mastery of 2 disciplines, he had never become the sect leader nor the supreme mage. But that, as they say, is a story for another time. Waving his single arm in an arc, the Taoist conjured a glowing array. A circle of fire-red sigils swept across, and, as if by magic, the wounds on. Shan's body miraculously healed without the aid of medicine. The handcuffs, however, remained fastened. That was a rule not so easily bent. He raised his hand in a Taoist salute. "It is my failing as a teacher that led to this. My disciples have brought your department unnecessary trouble, and for any losses they've caused, I am willing to compensate double. I only ask for your leniency, considering how young they still are." So that's the famous "they're just kids" argument. But then, Galio had been planning all along to be sympathetic. Now that the Taoist took the initiative, with the old master willing to vouch for them, Galio felt even more at ease. He offered an empty promise, without hesitation. "No problem. I'll leave this matter in your capable hands, master. As for their little incident, it need not be mentioned again. I'll return to headquarters now." Since when did dealings with the Americans become so easy? The old Taoist stood there, bewildered, as Galio turned with a casual flair and strode away. On both sides of the street, KD posters and banners were everywhere. As for the powder, things like this often transcended eras, races, gender, or even numbers. At the very least, KD's unique charisma had already brought about a new era of shared aesthetics and harmony between humans and mutants. Galio strolled along the road, lost in thought about what the night would bring, worry clouding his brow. He was certain there would be a fight, and the opponents would be a group of mutants with unknown powers. At his level, facing these mutants was no different from an ordinary person facing terrorists, well, terrorists armed with heavy firepower. In such situations, Galio not only had to maintain his persona but also ensure his own safety. Survival was no easy feat. He could only live cautiously, treasuring every day he could hold on. That guy looks like he's full of openings from head to toe. The white-haired woman and the red devil appeared side by side on a nearby rooftop, their gazes locked onto Galio. The white-haired woman spoke, and, as a martial arts master, she sized up Galio's language stride and felt confident she could take on 10 like him. And, if that wasn't enough, she could easily handle 10 more. The red devil wore a sly, eerie grin. Don't underestimate him. There are wanted posters for him in every circle, yet no one dares to make the first move. That alone says a lot. Well, it's like a weakness could just as easily be a trap. Haven't you ever encountered someone of this caliber on your end? Masters, the white-haired woman instinctively searched her memories. In fact, she had. She remembered an old Taoist priest, ancient to the point of seeming half asleep all the time. It was as if he spent every day dozing off until disaster truly struck. When a mountain split and the earth cracked, that perpetually drowsy elder suddenly stood up, balanced atop the back of his young disciple who was trying to carry him to safety. The instant the old Taoist rose to his feet, he seemed to become a pillar, holding up the sky itself. In a heartbeat, the feeble, near-dead aura he exuded transformed into something magnificent and primordial, like an ancient beast. Awakened, the kind of cataclysm that could wipe out entire families was resolved by a mere wave of his hand. It was only then that the white-haired woman truly understood what people meant when they said, "Strength approaches the way." Damn, just imagining it sent a shudder through her. This wasn't ordinary fear, but a primal terror, the kind that makes your body tremble like you've been locked in a room with a full-grown tiger. Even if the tiger doesn't attack, fear is instinctive. It seems China really is a fascinating place, the red devil said, licking his lips with an excited smile. Once things move to the next phase here, I really ought to go see it for myself. The white-haired woman shot the red devil a contemptuous look. China was a land where you never knew which mountain might hide a true immortal. Sure, the red devil's teleportation and masterful blade skills were tricky to deal with. But if he thought he could run wild in China, he was deluding himself. Honestly, not just in China. Even in America, he wouldn't dare show his face openly. Without Good Samaritan around, he was nothing more than a wanted criminal skulking in the shadows. A wisp of red smoke flickered, and both the red devil and the white-haired woman vanished from the rooftop. Their current mission was to tail Galio. They just had to wait for some reckless mutant to attack him. Even if Galio managed to defeat his opponent, he would inevitably reveal something about himself. That would be the perfect moment for them to strike. All around Galio, though he remained unaware, 2 or 3 pairs of hidden eyes were already watching his every move. The concert hadn't even begun, but the war had already crept in, silent and unseen. Back at Stark Tower, it was as if the whole building had gone on a war footing. Security lines, aerial checkpoints, and drones were deployed everywhere. Mutant powers came in all shapes and sizes. But in the end, true strength was a rarity. Under the overlapping firepower of Stark Industries and the Wayne Group, there were very few mutants whose abilities would truly pose a strategic threat. For S.H.I.E.L.D., the real challenge has never been about achieving victory itself, but rather about how to protect the lives and property of civilians as much as possible. And most importantly, how to bring back victory without causing public panic. As for damages, those are, of course, inevitable. Fortunately, the repair funds from Stark Industries and Wayne Enterprises are already in place, and several strategies for post-event public relations are ready to go. Now, everything is set. Night quietly descends, and KD arrives. This is the most spectacular concert in modern history. A sea of people hardly does it justice. The plaza in front of Stark Tower has been temporarily expanded into a concert venue, and the broad streets are packed to the brim. Drones hover in the sky, trailing enormous banners, while countless fans wait with bated breath. This sheer volume of people would ordinarily be enough to bring a typical city's police force to its knees. Luckily, with the dawn of the mutant era and a variety of powers at play, a few entry lanes can still be kept open, at least for those with tickets. On the outskirts of the plaza, massive LED screens have been set up for live streaming. No expense has been spared. This concert's hardware is dazzlingly extravagant. Fans are going wild, shouting, cheering, some even fainting while all kinds of signs are held high in the air. Among them are humans and mutants, nerds and office professionals, mischievous old men in their 70s, and even precocious 8-year-olds. In short, the crowd is immense, the spectacle truly grand. There's really no other way to put it. Inside Stark Tower, Galio and a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents keep watch, monitoring every corner of the city and the venue through hundreds of screens. At 8 p.m., squadrons of Iron Legion suits soar into the sky. With a thunderous roar, fireworks burst overhead, illuminating the city. These pyrotechnics not only light up the night, but also herald the arrival of both the KD concert and the coming conflict. Half the city glows under the fireworks' brilliance. Beneath this dazzling canopy, the audience begins to file in with remarkable order. Meanwhile, shrouded figures in strange robes start to emerge from the city's shadows. In one of the Central District's sewers, Magneto stands atop an iron disc, accompanied by 3 mutants hidden beneath their hoods. With a subtle lift of his hands, Magneto rises into the air atop his disc. The night sky is thick with drones, ceaselessly patrolling to safeguard the city. The moment Magneto appears, the nearby drones instantly shift into attack mode, unleashing a rapid hail of bullets and shells. Magneto clearly disliked this welcoming ceremony. With a casual wave of his hand, the nearby drones tumbled from the sky, crashing to the ground one after another. The 3 mutants on the disc leapt off, while Magneto alone soared higher, standing atop the disc. He slowly spread his arms, and as if drawing a circle with his feet at the center, nearly half the city's iron drones twisted midair, crumpling into metal lumps as easily as paper balls. Just as a smile appeared on Magneto's face, a silent dart shot toward him from afar, swift and without warning. He gestured to halt it, intent on stopping the dart in its tracks. But this time, the dart seemed entirely immune to his power, flying straight and unyielding toward Magneto's throat. A round metal sphere leapt from his waist, instantly transforming into a thin yet remarkably sturdy shield. The dart pierced the shield but spent its last ounce of force. On the impact, coming to rest, embedded in the shield. Magneto inspected it closely, astonished to discover it was made of plastic. No wonder his powers couldn't affect it. The 3 mutants on the ground immediately rushed toward the source of the dart. In the shadows of the buildings, a broad bat-like cloak fluttered in the wind. Most of the drones across the city now lay in ruins. Yet from every corner, a new generation of drones, crafted entirely from plastic, began to emerge, whirring to life and swiftly surging into the city, patching the gaps left by their fallen predecessors. Magneto's arrival and the opening of the KD concert were only the tip of the iceberg on this night. On the screens, mutants darted through the city in uncountable numbers, while most S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had already been deployed. Traces of battle between the 2 factions could be found in every nook and cranny. With each passing moment, new mutants flocked to the battlegrounds, while the number of agents stationed at Stark Tower dwindled. Soon, only Nick Fury, Galio, Tony Stark, Dr. Banner, Shadowcat, and Giant Ant remained. They would make appearances throughout the concert, their roles woven seamlessly into the unfolding plan. 10 minutes after the citywide battle erupted, Shadowcat and Giant Ant left for the concert's opening. They recited their lines by the script, feigning excitement on stage, then slipped backstage to join the city's defenders. 20 minutes later, Dr. Banner took his turn on stage. Tonight, the city would need the Hulk. There would be no rest for him. Everywhere on the screens, battlefields raged. Fallen mutants were not just the enemies. Many were their own. The losses among regular soldiers and police officers mounted even faster, climbing an alarming pace. With every passing moment, more lives flickered out across the city, and a heavy, suffocating tension thickened the air in the room. Tony Stark rubbed his face hard. He was a cynic, a notorious playboy, and yes, he profited from war. If you judge by the usual standards of good and bad, he'd be the kind of guy most would call scum. But even so, he had a conscience. He loved life, respected the value of each soul. Watching the city suffer endless destruction and feeling powerless to stop it, this kind of helpless sorrow was enough to make a person explode. Galio slouched in his chair, silent and withdrawn. After a moment, he stood up and walked out, saying nothing. "Where are you going?" Nick Fury's voice was heavy, the weight of the world in his single eye. "I'll be back before the last song plays." With those words, Galio, the so-called secret weapon, would, for the first time tonight, join the fight of his own accord. Tony looked around. Of the original top-tier team of 10, with Professor X and the Cloaked Hero absent, and the Sorcerer Supreme sending a representative, he was the only one left. Rising to his feet, Tony reached for his watch, ready to act. Just then, a large, shadowy hand covered Tony's own. "Tony, wait. Tonight's plan is absolutely crucial." You and Galio are both key to what we're trying to do. We can't risk losing you both at the same time. Please, Tony, trust your teammates. Damn it. Tony let out a furious curse and tried to kick a chair across the room, but immediately clutched his foot and hopped around in pain. He'd underestimated the force of his own kick. Elsewhere in the city, Ant Girl, dressed in her new uniform and fresh from quelling riots, was a marvel on the battlefield. Her tiny fists pounded her chest in a show of strength. Though she appeared delicate, her blows were devastating. Riders were sent flying with a push, dropped with a single punch. Nothing and no one could stand in her way. While Ant Girl and the cheering soldiers cleared out the mutant rioters, a small, frail figure stood alone in the center of the chaos. A long, whip-like tail trailed behind, and her prominent front teeth peeked from her lips. "Head home, kid. Don't wander around," a soldier called out, approaching to usher the young mutant away. The mutation made it hard to tell if the child was a boy or girl, but she looked completely harmless, with not a trace of malice. The soldier gently patted the young mutant's shoulder, only to see her lift a sheet of paper covered in scribbled flowers and grass. "Thank you for your advice, but you shouldn't have come over here. I'm sorry." The paper flashed past the soldier's throat. Blood sprayed from his neck, unstoppable. He clutched at the wound in agony, his fingers grasping helplessly at empty air, unable to find purchase. At last he collapsed, lifeless, to the ground. No! The mighty ant was furious. She clenched her fists, ready to land a punch on the little mutant. Her fist shot out with incredible speed and overwhelming force. This was the most powerful blow of her entire career. But as her fist struck, the little mutant suddenly transformed into life-size paper figures sketched on sheets of white paper. These tall, white sheets rapidly coiled around the mighty ant's body. The papers were astonishingly tough and flexible, and, even more unsettling, they possessed a hidden strength. As she became entangled, a sweet fragrance drifted up to her nose. What was even more alarming was that the divine power she'd had ever since becoming a mutant, her constant companion, was suddenly slipping away, leaving her unable to summon her strength. The soldiers were also under attack by the fluttering sheets. Desperate, they shouted for backup and fired their rifles wildly in every direction. But to no avail, bullets tore through the paper, shredding it. But nothing could halt the relentless assault. Whenever an ordinary soldier was grazed by a sheet, bloody wounds would open up across their skin, and their tactical vests offered no real protection at all. The mighty ant was now completely encircled, her struggles growing weaker as the papers drained her power and stifled her breath. The regular soldiers fared even worse, utterly incapable of resisting, just as despair was about to swallow them whole. With a thunderous bang, a high-caliber bullet punched through layer after layer of paper, piercing a sheet suspended in midair. In a moment of magic, the missing, diminutive mutant burst out from the torn paper, a gaping wound now torn into her shoulder. A pale blue sports car roared onto the battlefield, skidding to a stop with a dramatic drift at the center of the chaos. The door swung open, and Galio stepped out, his hand still gripping his custom-made Stark Industries pistol. Since his physical abilities had been boosted to the very peak, 10 points across every attribute, Galio's skills had reached superhuman levels. His driving, marksmanship, and hand-to-hand combat had all improved dramatically. Even these high-speed drifts and pinpoint shots were now just within his control. Name: Ava Gunaliv. Species: mutant. Class: Beast Morph abilities LV35. Human attributes: none. Beast form attributes: Strength 5, Speed 8, Intelligence 12, Dexterity 8, Burst Power 1. Skills: Paper manipulation, paper magic, paper illustration, agile, shrinking, IOU. This little mutant was a particularly troublesome opponent. Fortunately, Galio's scanning abilities were as sharp as ever, allowing him to easily distinguish between a pile of white paper and a mutant adversary. As Liv was injured, the papers binding the mighty ant recoiled, fluttering back to wrap around Liv herself. Her thin clothing was stuffed with the sheets, swelling until she appeared round and puffy once more. Liv and Galio stared at each other from distance. Galio was Liv's main target tonight, but she hadn't expected to encounter him so soon in person. Meeting him was even more impressive than the stories, despite knowing nothing about each other before. He had managed to pinpoint her hiding place among countless sheets of paper. Such skill and perception truly lived up to the reputation of a secret weapon. Just as the tension was about to erupt into open conflict, a mutant bristling with spikes charged at them from the roadside. It didn't matter who was in the way, friend or foe. Anyone in his path was impaled by the deadly spikes. Liv halted in her tracks. "We'll meet again, Mr. Galio," she said with a smile. With a graceful curtsy, Lifting her gown ever so slightly, she transformed into fluttering sheets of white paper and vanished from the scene. The mighty ant had nearly been strangled and now stood there weak and barely upright. The charging mutant wasn't especially strong, but his viciousness made him dangerously troublesome. Liv was counting on the fact that Galio couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Liv was right. She didn't want to start a fight, and neither did Galio. There were still plenty of wild cards left in play tonight. After all, the Red Devil hadn't even appeared yet. If they revealed all their trump cards now, only to fall to a mere foot soldier later, what a senseless defeat that would be. The spiked mutant had clearly lost his mind, attacking everyone in sight, ally or enemy. Oddly enough, this reckless ferocity made him immune to Galio's usual aura of intimidation. Normally, Galio's very presence would exert crushing psychological pressure, forcing his enemies to imagine the worst. If this mutant with spikes had been any stronger, he might have posed a real threat. Galio. Ha! Ha ha! Kill! The mutant let out a crazed laugh, sending a barrage of spikes flying in every direction. Instinctively, everyone ducked and scattered for cover. The force behind those spikes was nothing to scoff at. What a nuisance, Galio muttered. The debris by the roadside was already under his control. With a wave of his hand, he sent the stones flying, knocking the spikes out of the air. Then, reaching into his pocket, he pulled out some enchanted bullets. The soldiers behind Galio, along with the mighty ant, watched as Galio dispatched the spiked mutant with effortless grace. A blinding flash shot from his hand, and in an instant, the mutant who had just been on a killing spree collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Silence fell over the scene. Not far away, the Red Devil drew his long blade out of the soldier's body. The white-haired woman was by his side. Both of them were splattered with blood, but their hiding spot was well chosen. Damn it, what a bunch of government lies. Whoever said Galio was just a martial arts expert. If you go up against him, you won't even know how you died, the Red Devil grumbled, tossing the corpse aside in disgust. The white-haired girl beside him also brushed her chin with her delicate palm. That makes him even harder to deal with. That's telekinesis, isn't it? Just now, I think he was holding a bullet. The force with which it shot out was incredible. And he's so cautious. He's going to be a tough one to kill. It's all right. The enemy is in the open, while we're in the shadows. No matter how strong he is, he'll let his guard down eventually. The night is still young. In the darkness, Brother Kindhearted adjusted his glasses and stepped forward. Tonight was far from over. Galio walked over to the spiked mutant, took the card, and absorbed it straight into his experience pool. Tonight, danger lurked everywhere, but for Galio it was also filled with opportunity. The more cards he collected, the stronger he became. If he happened upon a special upgrade card, Galio might just soar to new heights. The spiked mutant's card awarded Galio about a third of an experience bar, and the little voice inside him cheered in secret. There must be plenty more of these not quite elite, not quite weak mutants around the city, each one a living, breathing bundle of experience points, deserving of special attention. The mighty ant was in bad shape, so Galio ordered his soldiers to drive the wounded off the battlefield. He himself strolled through the streets alone, his scanning software running nonstop. This thing refreshed and updated every day, and with each upgrade, his blue energy bar let him play around for an hour, a power-up that felt almost like a cheat. As Galio wandered, a mutant suddenly burst from the earth behind him, clutching a dagger. But the instant he emerged, a large-caliber revolver was already pressed against his head. No, please don't. Before the mutant could finish, a gunshot rang out. The bullet from Galio's pistol punched straight through his skull. After E-rank, this mutant wasn't much stronger than a normal person, though his tunneling skill was admittedly impressive. This mutant's card granted Galio a terrain-based skill branch. When in shadow form, he could now burrow through soil, with the duration depending on how long he stayed in the shadows. It was an extremely practical skill, and Galio was reluctant to use it right away. He'd see if he racked up enough experience tonight. If he had enough, he'd save it for unlocking the skill. If not, then upgrades would have to come first. At Star Tower headquarters, Galio's performance was nothing short of spectacular. As if he were just toying around, he had already dealt with 3 troublesome mutants. Nick Fury finally breathed a sigh of relief. He prepared thoroughly for tonight, fully expecting trouble from a swarm of mutants. Yet, in the end, he still found himself caught off guard. Now, the mutants were clearly organized and methodical. The powerful ones hunted down silver or gold-ranked mutant agents, while the odd-looking, weaker ones slipped into the city to sow chaos and destruction. After all, it's always easier to break things than to protect them. Fighting was breaking out all over the city. Though it all unfolded in the shadows, as time went on, Mutants with increasingly wide-ranging powers began to appear, and the sounds of destruction throughout the city were growing impossible to conceal. The most intense clash was between Batman and Magneto's F4. Magneto, that old man, seemed determined to make things as chaotic as possible. Every move he made was aimed at large-scale devastation, almost as if he feared the noise wasn't loud enough. Yet for all his madness, his powers were truly formidable. Fortunately, most of Batman's equipment was non-metallic, giving him a fighting chance. If Stark had been the one facing Magneto, he'd probably have ended up gifting all his gear to the enemy within minutes. Tony Stark watched on, both alarmed and awed. Never before had he seen a mutant so perfectly suited to countering his own abilities. The way Magneto manipulated magnetic fields, it was as if iron and steel became gentle streams of water in his hands. Galio, X.24 District. Batman's locked in a fierce struggle there. Go back him up, came the order. On the surveillance feed, Galio was quietly reassembling the shattered remains of a mutant agent. The agent had belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D. and was still quite young. Once Galio had pieced together the body, he retrieved the card as usual. Sure enough, it provided a complete set of powers, and the experience gained was far greater than from fragmented remains. After what happened last time with Little Ma, Galio had made a rule to only collect intact bodies now. That way, the abilities attached to the cards wouldn't be damaged. Opportunities to act were rare, and mutants couldn't be killed indiscriminately. He had to be frugal, make the most of what he had, and survive carefully. Galio's thriftiness, seen through the camera, left both Nick Fury and Tony with a sense of tragic heroism. To defend one's home without fame or recognition, and then not even be able to rest in peace. After death, it felt like a deep injustice to those silent heroes who sacrificed everything. Yet with SHIELD's current strength still far from adequate, there was little more they could do. S.H.I.E.L.D. could offer no more. Now, in the chaos of battle, Galio did what he could. By piecing together a fallen warrior's body, he gave him a final, dignified ending. Nick Fury's voice buzzed over the drone's comms. Magneto was clearly the prize catch of the night, but he was no easy prey, more like a shark than a mere big fish, far harder to handle than either Paperman or the Red Devil. Galio didn't even need 2 seconds to make his decision. Trust Batman, Galio said. He may not be a mutant, but I believe he has the strength to face any foe. He doesn't need me there. The people who have lost their homes in the city, the soldiers fighting for their lives, those raw recruits thrown into S.H.I.E.L.D. uniforms to defend their home before they've even been trained. Those are the ones who need me. Galio disobeyed his orders, continuing on toward the sounds of gunfire. Nick Fury was feeling terrible. He knew Galio was right. No matter how tough things got, Batman would never go down easily, even if he couldn't beat Magneto. Their battle wouldn't be over in a matter of minutes, either. In the meantime, the ones really suffering weren't the top-tier fighters on either side, but the regular soldiers on the ground, whose casualties would be the greatest. Of course, Nick Fury understood all of this. But from a tactical standpoint, his job was to free up their top combat power as quickly and efficiently as possible. Galio was an outstanding warrior, but just like Captain, he was too weighed down by personal feelings, something a top-level fighter shouldn't have. Nick, what's really on your mind? Stark, an old friend, could sense something was off with Nick Fury's mood. Galio's approach isn't right. Magneto's making too much of a scene right now. We need to put a stop to him, Fury replied. Stark rubbed his forehead, his frustration obvious, but he was helpless to change things. Nick, we all know those buildings are worthless compared to human lives. Galio made the right call. Why would you trade precious lives for things that could be rebuilt with money? Nick Fury got to his feet and started pacing, torn. You think those things don't matter? Sure, you're a billionaire. You have houses everywhere. Of course it's nothing to you. But what about the people living there? That's their home. If this fight destroys their homes, even if we win, it means nothing. In fact, the entire KD project could be counted as a failure. Don't give me that nonsense. Houses can be rebuilt, land can be restored, and if all the drones get smashed, I could just make better ones. But those people, the civilians, the soldiers, when they fall, can't. You bring them back? Open that one good eye of yours and look. Stark jabbed a finger at the screen, filled with images of the dead. Do you know why Galio is destroying those bodies? Do you have any idea? Shut up. Nick Fury barked, cutting Stark off before he could say any more. Some things could be done and known, but they must never be spoken aloud. Tony Stark, seething, kicked his chair aside. He had plenty of evidence of the shady things done at the top, but so what? He didn't dare make any of it public. Otherwise, his name would end up on an S-Class wanted list. He had a family, a career. He couldn't throw everything away for justice, not like Captain had once done. In the cramped office, Tony Stark and Nick Fury sat, in heavy silence. Tonight, the top floor of Star Tower was unusually empty. Even Natasha had gone out fully equipped. The silence was finally broken by Nick Fury. He paid no attention to Galio, who was still wreaking havoc and piecing together his puzzle, and instead turned his microphone in another direction. Daoist, I need you to head to Area X.24. I'll send you the coordinates on your phone in a moment. On the screen, the Daoist, accompanied by the now recovered by Shan Shan, Jianu, and Chun, was driving wave after wave of mutants out of the city. The drone relayed the new orders. Without wasting words, the Daoist signaled for the three youngsters to hold back the enemy, then pointed into the air. A fiery red magical sigil appeared, opening a portal through which he stepped without hesitation. Mutants boasted a dizzying array of powers, but truth be told, those who could truly threaten the world were few and far between. The Stark Industries handgun in Galio's grip could handle the vast majority of them. Galio had now reached level 3 and gained 10 extra attribute points, all of which he allocated to defense. His deck of cards kept expanding, and with each battle his momentum grew. Not only did he take down new mutants, but he also made sure not to waste the bodies of those that still lay scattered on the streets, never having been retrieved. Between those he dispatched directly and those he collected from the roadside, Galio had amassed a significant number of cards. Even with conservative estimates, these would provide him with around 3 levels worth of experience and several practical skills, a satisfying haul. Of course, Galio wasn't about to use them all at once. That would be wasteful. Leveling up reset Galio's attributes and status. He only used a card if he was injured or out of energy. This was the safest way to maximize his benefits. Tonight was dangerous, and it was best to keep as many trump cards in reserve as possible. An hour later. That's more like it. Galio let out a contented sigh after taking down another mutant with a single shot, finally emptying his clip. As he bent down to reload, a wisp of crimson smoke drifted behind him. From a haze, the Red Devil and the white-haired woman struck in perfect unison. Danger! Galio's level shot up to 4 in an instant. Scavenging bodies had netted him plenty of experience, but that didn't make him invulnerable. The white-haired woman's fists roared through the air, while the Red Devil's blades gleamed with a sinister light. In the nick of time, Galio both leveled up and triggered his shadow form skill. The blade slashed harmlessly through the air, and the white-haired woman's punch crashed into the pavement, sending spiderweb cracks through the ground. If he hadn't upgraded shadow form, that blow alone would have left Galio badly wounded. Fortunately, he'd activated a new skill. Pairing shadow form with Earthstride had boosted both his speed and his ability to dive deep. Foiled, the Red Devil and white-haired woman quickly stood back to back. Galio emerged from the shadows as if he'd just teleported, his sudden appearance nothing short of uncanny. Glancing around, Galio maintained his aloof persona. It seems there are no innocent bystanders here. He began to take off his outer coat, eyes fixed on his concealed skill, shadow transformation. Now was the time for it to shine. The power of teleportation, whether as experience or a skill, had always been Galio's dream. For this moment, it was worth playing his trump card. Don't get too worked up. Let's call it night for now. We'll meet again, the Red Devil said, pulling the white-haired woman close. In the blink of an eye, they vanished. Not merely with a blink of an eye skill, but utterly disappeared without a trace. Galio immediately unleashed a wide-range scan, but still found no trace. According to the Red Devil's profile, he shouldn't possess such an ability. Elsewhere, in a hotel room, the kind-hearted bro lounged on a sofa, a lollipop in his mouth as he gamed. The Red Devil and the white-haired woman appeared right on the table in front of him, just as 2 yellow talismans on the tabletop slowly burned to ash. He didn't ask for the outcome. He simply kept playing, knowing the Red Devil, his old partner, would tell him anyway. Sure enough, the Red Devil took a long swig of beer. We missed our shot. It was a fleeting chance, gone an instant. Turned out to be a trap. Galio's got more up his sleeve than he lets on. He's hiding other abilities. Damn it. Not only is he powerful, he's despicable too. The white-haired woman fumed, smashing a table with a wave of her tiny hand. The kind-hearted bro stayed focused on his game. Not surprising. If the secret weapon was that easy to take down, things would be boring. Let's call it a night. This isn't our battlefield. True enough. The Red Devil drained his beer, tossed his broadsword onto the table, and grabbed a controller to join kind-hearted bro in a co-op game. The white-haired woman, bored out of her mind, absent-mindedly licked the fur on her hand as she watched the 2 guys play, utterly unable to understand the world of men. With that, the mysterious team, kind-hearted bro, Red Devil, and the white-haired woman, made their quiet exit from tonight's stage. Galio, meanwhile, was reaping his rewards. When he stumbled across the corpse of another mutant from his faction, he casually dispatched 2 more enemy mutants who happened to be in the way. These two looked even weirder than Lizard Bro, perfect for turning into experience fodder. His energy bar was running on empty, and his arm now sported 2 bullet holes. In a place this dangerous, escaping unscathed was nearly impossible. But to Galio, it didn't matter. As long as he leveled up, his health and wounds would recover. No big deal. Suddenly, his drone chimed in with a message. Galio, the KD concert's about to end. Hurry back. So it's over? Within Galio's scanning range, he could still spot several mutants in the distance. However, he had already taken down at least a dozen of them tonight, counting the mutant corpses he'd picked up along the way. Tonight could only be described as Galio's night of glory. He'd reached level 5, and his defense was now at 40 points. At this level, even if bullets struck him, he wouldn't be seriously injured. The mutants still on the move were mostly big shots, and Galio wasn't reckless enough to provoke them unnecessarily. Using a card, he topped off the last bit of his experience bar. Instantly, Galio's wounds and the bullet holes in his arm vanished, making it look as if he'd miraculously healed on his own. Understood. I'll head back immediately, Galio replied, rising to his feet and starting his return. From the large screen, Nick Fury observed Galio's steel-framed figure. His clothes were in tatters, yet after such intense and relentless combat, Galio looked as fresh as he had at the very beginning. Such strength was truly extraordinary. Even Batman, clad in his high-strength carbon alloy armor, now looked battered and bruised. Amy, despite her supposed invulnerability, was showing signs of weakness. Only Galio remained in perfect condition. Originally, Nick Fury had thought that Galio and Captain were on roughly the same level. But tonight, Fury realized that Galio might actually be even stronger. A warrior, with such a sense of justice, formidable strength, and unwavering loyalty, was almost impossible to find. If only he were a bit more obedient, then he would be perfect. Regrettably, that seemed like a tall order. On his way back, Galio found an abandoned car by the roadside. Using his newly upgraded level 5 shadow control, he commandeered it with ease. He sat tall in the vehicle, hands off the wheel, racing back to the concert venue in a blur of speed. Through a special passage, Galio made his way backstage to change clothes. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on stage had reached its climax. A giant photo of the lizard guy now replaced the backdrop. Poison Ivy stood silently in tears. The stage was still bathed in dazzling lights, but the drummer she cared for would never be the same again. Little Fox raised her hand, signaling the crowd to quiet down. Then, as if her emotions were perfectly tuned, she burst into tears. Tonight, countless thugs have launched a terrorist attack on our city. This time, the frenzied audience fell completely silent. They already had some idea of what was happening outside. After all, with everyone owning a smartphone, news traveled fast. This person was one of our fans and the best, most talented drummer I've ever seen. He should have been one of us. At this, tears streamed down the faces of the KD girls, leaving them utterly choked with emotion. Behind the stage, Galio was also silent. Still, apart from Poison Ivy, the tears from the other girls felt a bit theatrical. I just don't understand. Why would those terrorists do this? We live our lives in peace, we work so hard, we give it our all, just to keep going, and yet they come to destroy everything. Tonight, countless kind souls will never awaken again. They fought to protect us. For our final song, let's welcome Mr. Galio, the chameleon's dear friend, our guardian, onto the stage to sing with us. Damn it. Galio wanted to curse out loud. The mood was so heavy, any desire to sing had vanished. Earlier today, he'd leveled up. Galio had been in high spirits. Now, he really was a bona fide superhero, not just an actor scraping by on his acting chops and amateur detective work. Taking a deep breath, Galio summoned his actor's discipline and strolled to the front of the stage. The audience erupted in thunderous cheers. KED was their top favorite, and Galio now held a spot just below Iron Man on the popularity charts. If any other man stood on that stage, the crowd would have jeered, but with Galio standing there, they couldn't bring themselves to boo. A giant photo of Lizard Guy was moved aside. The electronic screen began to play footage from a last concert, showing the chaos of that night. Then came scenes from tonight, the devastation all across the city. Just as the mood hit rock bottom, the screen filled with countless photos, some of humans, some of mutants. Galio picked up the microphone. Tonight, these nameless heroes rest. But what I want to say is, more and more people who long for peace will join us. I'm a fan of KAD. I love their music, and I love peace just as much. Maybe our appearances, our cultures, even our languages are different, but the passion in our hearts for music is the same. Let's protect KAD together, protect our peace. Tonight, thanks to the sacrifice of these heroes, The era where humans and mutants live together in harmony has finally arrived. The crowd's cheers exploded into a frenzy. Hats were tossed into the air, revealing faces that were a little unusual. Countless mystery men quietly shed their heavy cloaks. At first, when someone noticed a neighbor covered in scales, fear was instinctive. But tonight, the atmosphere washed away those old prejudices. Human hands and mutant hands clasped together. On stage, the little fox and Galio joined hands, raising their voices in song. The little fox, her voice melodious and alluring, called out loudly, "This song is dedicated to our honored drummer, and to all the warriors who guard the peace tonight and in the days to come." The concert was a resounding success. Galio yawned as he got ready to head out again, hoping to gather more experience from mutant babies. Yet tonight's mood was especially sour. Even the excitement he'd felt while holding the little fox's hand had faded away. Before he could savor those fleeting seconds, everything had already lost its flavor. Galio, the little fox, full of youthful energy, caught up with Galio just as he was about to take his thief mobile back out. As she caught her breath, her chest heaved in a way that wasn't supposed to be Galio's focus. He quickly fixed his gaze on her slightly flushed face, which radiated a teasing allure. Damn it, where exactly was he supposed to look? Well, Mr. Galio, could you escort me on my way? It's really not safe out tonight. Escort the little fox? Was he really this lucky? Tonight isn't safe? From what Galio remembered, Tony had said there were only a couple of stray cats left. But at a time like this, how could he refuse a beautiful woman's request? Just as Galio was about to invite the little fox into the car, a soldier by the roadside suddenly mutated. Half his body abruptly turned to paper, and his human mouth opened wide, shooting an energy bolt straight at the little fox. The little fox had quick reflexes, but she couldn't dodge in time. In that instant, Galio had no choice but to step in front of her. The energy bolt packed a punch, but thankfully, Galio's defense was now astonishingly high. 40 whole points. The blast only left his arm slightly numb. His stance didn't even waver. Their companions nearby immediately tried to subdue the suddenly mutated soldier. But at that moment, the soldier seemed to regain his senses, his face filled with terror as shards of paper peeled from his body like razor-sharp blades, stabbing at his fellow soldiers. "Help me, please, help. It hurts so much. I can't control myself. Help!" The soldier screamed in agony, but the flying shreds of paper, tainted with his blood and flesh, only multiplied. Galio dashed to the soldier's side, ripping off the tattered remnants of his uniform to reveal his muscular frame. Without hesitation, he unleashed a shadow control technique on the soldier. It worked. After about 3 seconds, the control settled in. Once the shadow control took hold, the soldier's body reverted to normal from its paper state. But all the paper fragments that had flown off turned back into flesh and blood. Now the poor guy was drenched in blood, one hand stripped down to the bone. A harrowing sight. "Damn it, Tony, what kind of mess have you gotten us into?" With the situation at the scene under control, Galio didn't have time to pay any more attention to the little fox. He ordered someone to arrange for the fox and the civilians to evacuate. Immediately. On this front, Stark Industries had already prepared plenty of dedicated personnel. Home was out of the question for now. Ordinary people would just have to take shelter at Stark Tower. Galio called Nick Fury, his tone sharp and impatient. "It's not over yet. I just had a soldier attacked by a mutant. I think this power is the same one that injured the little guy from the Ant Force." Nick Fury, already at his wit's end, barely had time to process Galio's report before the other communicators began to light up one after another. Report: an infection-type ability has suddenly appeared in the north. Many soldiers have turned into zombies. Report: numerous robots have appeared in the south. Each one has an extremely high combat rating. Our mutants and soldiers are completely unable to resist. They're being slaughtered. We need reinforcements immediately. Report: something bizarre is happening in the west. Whenever our people enter a certain area, they start killing each other. The affected zone is expanding fast. Report: there's a large number of civilian hostages in the east. No, they've all been turned into human bombs. If anyone gets close, they detonate, and then everyone nearby gets frozen solid. Damn it, our people are almost all frozen to death. The battleground between Magneto, the Taoist, and Batman keeps growing. Now Magneto is swinging the whole bridge as a weapon. We've lost control here, totally lost control. Report. Report. With a furious slam of his fist on the control panel, Nick Fury struggled to keep his anger in check. These damn mutants weren't just indifferent to civilian casualties anymore. They no longer cared about anyone's lives at all. The city's fragile calm, just beginning to return, was shattered in an instant. This time, the panic was even worse. The entire city had been sliced into separate war zones. Nick Fury could do nothing but order an emergency evacuation for the civilians. As for the rest of these crises, it was down to those 12 people now. There was nothing left but to take things one step at a time. In one corner of the city, the Rat Girl stood surrounded by the sprawled bodies of fallen soldiers. Before her, a mutant agent's face had transformed into fluttering pages, turning like the leaves of an open book. If you attack the civilians, won't Galio dodge the attack? Or does he only react if you go after that little fox? Meanwhile, Tony Stark, clad in his latest iron suit, had rushed to support the Southern Front. The laser cannon in his hand cut through wave after wave of robots. He hadn't a clue where these things had come from. Each one was built with extraordinary materials and performance. Nothing like the cheap stuff you'd find at a street stall. So many of them. How on earth had they all been smuggled into the city? Countless drones swept tirelessly through every street of the city, patrolling back and forth. Tony had to find the root of these damned incidents as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the city would be lost. Tony, have you found the source yet? The city's getting destroyed at an alarming rate. We're out of time. Nick Fury's exasperated voice crackled through the headset. As if that wasn't enough, Jarvis displayed a high-definition image of Fury's infamous one-eyed glare right on Tony's suit screen. Damn it, Jarvis, get that annoying picture off my display. And for the record, I'm already searching as fast as I can. Tony snapped. Nick Fury, on the other end of the communicator, thought he heard something, but this wasn't the time to argue. Understood. Just hurry. If we don't, it's over for all of us. Fury knew, especially now, that all they could do was their best. But until they figured out where this outbreak was coming from, they were powerless. To the north of the city, the area had been overrun by all manner of zombies. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military had thrown up a thin defensive line at the outskirts, barely holding back the tide. Just in front of this barricade, Colossus was soaking himself in ice to cool down. The situation was absurd. The outbreak had started with ordinary people, but once infected, they didn't just become zombies. They evolved, almost as if they become mutants. And that wasn't all. Regular people became ordinary zombies, and then evolved further, but when mutants got infected, they mutated unpredictably. Their abilities became wildly unstable. Just moments ago, Colossus had charged into the fray and nearly got trapped by a pack of zombies that could breathe fire. He barely made it out alive. A sense of despair was spreading among the agents and soldiers. The zombies behind the defensive line kept evolving. Only a moment ago, a gigantic zombie, standing 3 meters tall, had appeared. If things kept going like this, they might not last until reinforcements arrived. Just as the last hope was fading, a zombie wreathed in blue electric energy suddenly emerged from the city, its eyes deathly pale, its whole body flickering with a faint blue current. Electric-type abilities were Colossus's greatest weakness. His power, his steel body, was formidable, giving him strength and toughness. Far beyond the ordinary. He could go head-to-head with a tank and not flinch. But for all its strengths, that steel body was also extremely conductive. In that moment, even Colossus felt doom closing in. Still, none of them could retreat. Behind them lay the unprotected residential districts of the city. Abandoning even a single corner was the furthest Colossus could allow himself to go. Damn it, Colossus, take the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and get out of here, barked the squad leader, hefting a heavy machine gun and flipping off the safety. He knew, just by looking at this zombie, that was way out of their league. But he wore the uniform. He had a duty to stand his ground. Was he afraid? No one can face a stronger, more terrifying creature without feeling fear. When your life is no longer in your own hands, how could you not be afraid? It's just that some people have no choice but to shoulder the burden and move forward. Colossus, too, had once been a soldier. He tore off the ice pack from his body and barked out, "All S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, cover the wounded and get them out of here." 2 agents whose abilities were clearly not strong stood hesitantly, still very young and inexperienced. They looked at Colossus, who stood shoulder to shoulder with the squad captain. "If you all aren't leaving, then we'll stay too. Let the wounded go first. At least we can do something to help." "Colossus, stop with the damn nonsense. All of you leave together. What's the point of staying now?" The young captain was surrounded by a group of heavily armed soldiers, their guns locked and loaded. Whether or not it would do any good, they fired a volley anyway. But reality proved that it was useless. As soon as the bullets neared the Ark zombie, they were immediately deflected and clattered harmlessly to the ground, affected by its electrical powers. What in the world is this thing? The squad captain was certainly brave, but in the face of this Ark zombie, he didn't even know how to die with meaning. His orders were to hold this position at all costs, so he wouldn't retreat. But did that even matter now? "I'm giving an order. Get your phones and record me now," the squad captain suddenly shouted. Those around him thought he was about to leave his last words and quickly pointed their phones at him. I order a full retreat. Colossus, take everyone and get out. The squad captain gritted his teeth, the helplessness in his voice draining the strength from his body. If sacrificing his life could buy them even a little time against this monster, he'd gladly lead his squad to their deaths. But now, don't kid yourself. Charging forward would only leave behind piles of charred corpses. One is more than enough. With those words, the captain grabbed his rifle and unleashed a desperate barrage at the arc zombie. Then, pulling aside the barricade, he advanced toward the monster himself. If he was going to die, he'd at least try to gauge the arc's effective range. Anything was better than a meaningless end. Colossus clenched his fists. I'm staying with the captain. We gave this order together. All of you, cover the wounded and fall back. This is an order. Turning, Colossus rushed out after the squad captain. Just hold on a little longer, body, just a little longer. The higher-level agents are sure to arrive. Go, Colossus. Don't come any closer. The captain shouted as he fired, his voice echoing as he closed to within 10 meters of the zombie. The hair on his head stood straight up from the static, and his weapon was useless. He was firing just for the sound, to steal his nerves. Damn it. Colossus stopped himself from moving forward. He'd conduct electricity even better than the captain. Smashing his fist into the ground, Colossus picked up a hefty stone and hurled it at the arc zombie. If he couldn't get close, at least he could throw something. The rock wouldn't conduct electricity. As it turned out, relying too much on foreign elementary education was a mistake. The arc zombie gathered electricity and easily shattered the rocks. Steelix, that clever little rascal, was utterly useless. At a distance of about 5 meters, the squad leader's firearm malfunctioned. The final moment had arrived. Accepting his fate, the squad leader pulled a dagger from his boot, preparing for a desperate leap at the zombie. Behind him, the soldiers wept. Yet they were powerless, unable to save the survivors in this area, unable to save the city, unable even to save their captain. The squad leader fixed his eyes on the zombie's head, thinking that if the blade could penetrate, perhaps it would make some difference. Just as he was about to spring forward. Value your life, soldier. Galio appeared, slouching yet imposing, right in front of the young soldier, one hand pressing firmly on the captain's shoulder. Despairing soldiers blinked in disbelief, while even Steelix, prepared to watch the captain's last stand, looked at Galio in astonished delight. Had they finally come after all? Cheers erupted from the soldiers in the rear, instantly scattering the cloud of fear. Galio kept a stern face, though inside he ached as if his heart were bleeding. This squad leader was just making things worse. If Galio had managed to sneak over and control that monstrous thing, the fight would have been over in a flash. But no, just a few more meters, and the captain had to play the hero now of all times. Honestly, yet perhaps it wasn't heroics. Compared to someone like Galio, who always acted with careful calculation, this captain was the real hero. Right now, the squad leader wore a look of utter relief, as if snatched from the jaws of death. He wouldn't be killed, nor would he face a court-martial after all. Galio grabbed the back of the captain's collar and tossed him towards Steelix. Get out of here. Your mission is over. Boom. The soldiers and the young mutant agents broke down in tears of joy. Though the war was not yet won, at least, for now, they had endured. They could finally breathe easier. In truth, Galio thought this very moment was the best opportunity to unite mutants and humans. Sharing a common crisis had already erased the line between them. As for the bizarre arc zombie before him, all right, time for some identification magic. Name, none, non-sapient, non-living. Race, zombie. Type, trait-based ability awakener. Ability, absorbs and releases electricity. Weakness is head trauma. Background, once an ordinary mutant, whose only power was lighting a bulb without a power source. After being attacked by zombies and undergoing destructive cellular fusion, he gained deeper, more potent abilities. That ability is quite a nuisance, but for Galio, that's exactly the kind of opponent he loves, those who conveniently come with their own weaknesses displayed on their stats. The enchanted shadow bullet was completely unfazed by the electric powers. To add a bit of flair, Galio casually took a bullet from his pocket and flicked it coolly toward the arc zombie. Bang! The arc zombie dropped to the ground without even so much as a ripple. The scene fell instantly silent. The retreating soldiers and mutants alike were left wondering what on earth they'd been struggling for. They'd nearly lost a whole squad. And then Galio showed up and settled it all with a flick of his finger. Even Nick Fury, watching from afar, was so stunned that his eye patch nearly slipped off. Galio was a little too strong, almost ridiculously. So, even the captain wouldn't have handled this thing so effortlessly. For a mini-boss like the arc zombie, where was his dignity? Unbothered by the commotion around him, Galio remained unfazed. Powerful as some creatures were, if they came with their own built-in weaknesses, there wasn't a single shadow bullet that couldn't deal with them. And if by some miracle there was, he'd just use another. Besides, tonight his shadow arrow had leveled up to rank 3, ready at any time, with a range of 30 meters and costing just 1 mana bar to fire. For now, that was more than enough. Winning wasn't the point. Otherwise, Galio would have simply used his hidden weapon from the start. What he really looked forward to was, ding, nearby lootable item detected. Galio's inner self cheered. Just as he'd hoped, zombies counted as mutants too. Excited, he moved in to search the corpse, but suddenly a drone swooped down and hovered right in front of him. He stepped left 3 times, but couldn't shake it. He stepped right 3 times, and the drone floated after him again. Galio, I understand your concerns, but I hope you'll allow us to take this corpse for research. These zombies possess extremely unique evolutionary traits, and our science division urgently needs materials like this. If you're worried about humanitarian issues, I give you my word. We'll have Dr. Banner handle the body, and he'll treat the deceased with full respect. Nick Fury's annoying voice crackled from the drone. Even through the drone, Nick Fury's shamelessness was enough to make Galio feel nauseous. As for his promises, yeah right, Banner was a quantum physics expert. Sure, his field was broad, but it wasn't as if he was all-powerful. The whole Hulk incident was a fluke. It didn't make him some kind of genetics genius. That wasn't even part of Dr. Banner's skill set. Still, Galio had collected quite a few bodies tonight. He couldn't possibly keep every single one for himself. Besides, there should be plenty more in this whole area. This is the last time. Remember, they were all human once. Galio had truly mastered the art of putting on airs. He'd said it so many times, he was starting to believe it himself. The soldiers could feel their eyes growing moist. These zombies, they had once been human too. Galio's insistence on preserving their dignity, even in death, moved them deeply. After all, not long ago, this very squad had narrowly escaped becoming zombies themselves. Nick Fury, however, was less than pleased. The zombie infestation in this area had gotten out of hand, and for all he knew, there might not be any survivors left, just a trove of valuable experimental material. Yet, Galio's opinion prevailed. All right, have the soldiers escort him to XX base. Now that the cards were on the table, Nick Fury dropped the pretense and simply decided to bring him straight to the base. If Banner got involved, and there were enough bodies, that might work. But if there weren't, then there was no point in wasting time. Banner was too naive, not much better than Galio in this regard. If they drove him to defect, things would get really interesting. Galio nodded in agreement, then strode over to the squad leader and Colossus, giving each a reassuring pat on the shoulder. With a casual turn, he headed deeper into the city. Reporting in, Galio has taken down a zombie capable of breathing fire. Reporting in, Galio has eliminated a zombie fused with a parrot. This one had gained the power of flight. Reporting in, Galio has defeated a gigantic zombie. Within just 10 minutes, news of Galio's exploits bombarded Nick Fury's ears. He was stunned by the sheer efficiency. Galio had barely entered the city and was already dispatching enemies left and right, and in such numbers. Were any of the bodies left intact? He asked. The communications officer shook his head. Mr. Galio completely dismantled every corpse. We haven't had a single chance to recover any remains. Nick Fury winced in pain. What a waste. He longed to reach out to Galio again, but there simply wasn't time. The chaos was overwhelming. Galio could keep the zombie threat under control, but there were still viruses, rogue robots, forbidden zones, and even that old man who could take on 2 enemies at once without breaking a sweat. Damn it, the old guy's sidekicks were all gone, yet he was still fighting with everything he had. Meanwhile, Mina had ventured alone into the Forbidden Zone. As an immortal, she was the perfect fit for this task. Lightning and Spider-Man had gone to help quell the robot uprising, while Hawkeye and War Machine hunted down scattered mutant troublemakers throughout the city. Dr. Banner was in the virus zone. For the first time, the ever-confident Nick Fury felt completely alone. He wanted to send more people to compete with Galio for the kills, but he couldn't spare anyone. In fact, with outbreaks of mutant troublemakers popping up all over the city, just keeping things under control was stretching Nick Fury to the breaking point. With no one else to rely on, he could do nothing but watch through the drone feeds as Galio, with a wave of his hand, reduced formidable foes to dust, and then respectfully sent off each and every body. These precious corpses, Galio really isn't leaving a single one behind. How ruthless! Nick Fury swore to himself. If Galio weren't so powerful, and if S.H.I.E.L.D. weren't so desperately short on manpower right now, he'd definitely make life difficult for this guy. At the very heart of the zombie zone stood a skyscraper over 30 stories tall. In the most extravagant room of that building, a frail-looking boy was unbelievably, playing mahjong with 3 humans who were all trembling in fear. In the center of the room was a mahjong table. The boy led the game, his face aglow with excitement as he drew his tiles. Seated to his left was a girl dressed in lavish clothes, his former dream girl, the daughter of a wealthy magnate. Yet, she never gave this skinny boy a second glance. In her eyes, he was simply not worth considering. His secret crush had never even begun, and it was clear it would never have a happy ending. Across from the frail boy sat another young woman, their class president, head of the student council, and, most importantly, his older sister. Though the two had barely spoken all year, they were siblings by blood. To the boy's right, a tall and handsome young man now looked like a frightened child, tears streaming down his face. Surrounding the mahjong table was an elite squad of 20 or 30 high-level zombies. Among them, 3 stood out. One was a zombie completely transformed into living metal, both arms and legs sharpened into deadly blades. Another was a giant nearly 5 meters tall, his muscles bulging grotesquely, each swelling resembling a human face. The last one appeared, at first glance, to be a perfectly ordinary girl in a snow-white dress. Yet her face was as smooth as a blank canvas, devoid of any human features. Man, when luck's on your side, there's just no stopping it. The frail boy revealed his tiles, 20 wins in a row. His sister, his secret crush, and his sister's boyfriend, the jock who had always tormented him for fun, clapped with forced enthusiasm, their bodies shaking with terror. The boy was thoroughly pleased, shuffling the tiles and preparing for another round. Why so nervous? There's no one left alive here but us. Everywhere you look, you'll find my comrades. Don't worry, my army will only grow stronger. When I become king of the world, you'll be the king's family. How do you say it in Chinese? Royal kin and noble relatives, right? Thank you, your majesty, we. His sister's boyfriend struggled to string together a few words of flattery in a desperate bid to save his own skin. But he simply couldn't bring himself to finish. After all, his entire family lived in this part of the city. This scum, no one knows why fate has favored him with such a terrifying power. Now, there are only 4 living people left in the city. Even her sister's boyfriend once considered rising up to resist, but then his foot was sewn to the floor by that white-dressed female zombie. There was no blood, no pain, but he simply couldn't move. Equally gripped by fear and hatred were his dream girl and his sister. The frail boy before them was no longer the person they once knew. This guy was a demon in human skin, pure and simple. He shuffled the cards, taking every opportunity to grope his sister and the dream girl under the pretense of dealing. Ethics, morality, social order, none of it existed anymore. The frail boy was now thoroughly delighted, utterly satisfied. When he reached 50 consecutive wins, he planned to do something fun right in front of his so-called brother-in-law. And then, he would kill him. While the frail boy lost himself in his feverish fantasies, outside the building, Galio had already finished scanning for combatants inside. There were more targets than expected, and it drained a considerable amount of his energy. To replenish himself, Galio treated himself to a shot of pure experience. The saying goes, a burst of spending brings instant joy. Keep spending, keep enjoying. Nothing fit Galio's newly rich swagger better. At the center of the forbidden zone, the rat girl played a vertical flute. The sweet, haunting melody spread far and wide, filling the entire area. The further the sound traveled, the fainter it became. But even the subtlest notes reaching the outermost edges were enough to affect everyone within earshot. Each person who heard the music fell into a frenzy, turning on one another in a bloodthirsty rage. And none were more savage than Amy. Once elegant, youthful, and playful, Amy had become almost unrecognizable. Her long brown hair whipped in the wind, and her alluring lips were stained with blood from the fangs protruding beneath them. Amy wasn't just killing, she was feeding. Today was her first real feast in decades. Amy had lost all sense of reason, spiraling with the others into a hellish rage. Yet in this madness, she was more terrifying than ever, a primal, feral, instinct-driven vampire. Just standing before her, the rat girl broke into a cold sweat. Behind her, a young man in a sharp suit put down his gun. It was utterly useless here. He had thought they were monsters, but compared to Amy, who could neither be killed, nor exhausted, nor even wounded, and who didn't seem to have a single weakness, what possible strategy could they use? Meanwhile, in the zombie zone, Galio slipped through the shadows, sneaking his way into the high-rise. Inside the building, everywhere you looked, there were mindless zombies with alarmingly unhealthy skin and ghostly pale eyes. They acted purely on instinct. Put simply, they would bite at the sight of any living human, driven only by their craving for brains. Yet in the entire building, no, in this entire block, there were only 4 survivors left upstairs. The target was on the 18th floor, but there were quite a few adversaries in the way. Galio had no intention of letting even the tiniest scrap of flesh go to waste. Even if it were just a mosquito, he'd be tempted to snap off a leg just to test its springiness. Moving into shadows, Galio crept up behind a zombie and, without hesitation, brought a brick down hard on its head. There were no surveillance drones here. Galio could now fully unleash his true nature. Bullets might seem impressive, but they weren't really practical, single use with a narrow field of attack. Bricks, on the other hand, could be used over and over, offered a broad strike zone, were highly practical and easy to conceal. If discovered, just smash the evidence. Ordinary zombies weren't exactly tough to begin with. Galio always struck from the shadows, attacking only when he was right up close, his assaults swift and brutal. Brick after brick landed until, before long, the first floor was entirely cleared. To be honest, there was nothing challenging about this job. He casually absorbed the zombies for experience points, making sure to keep his progress just at the threshold where he could upgrade with a bit of currency, avoiding the awkward situation of running out of energy or suffering sudden injury. He swept his way up to the 15th floor, feeling strangely empty inside. There was no real sense of accomplishment. The opponents were simply too weak. Across 15 floors, there were at least 100 zombies, but most were basic types. Only 2 had any special abilities, and even those were unimpressive. One zombie moved with surprising speed, which earned Galio a special skill point, allowing him to upgrade his shadow form by 1 level. The other was more revolting. Its saliva was as corrosive as acid. Frankly, with such a lousy ability, it was a wonder the thing hadn't melted itself away. By the time Galio found it, its feet were nearly eaten through by its own corrosive drool. As Galio headed for the 16th floor, he had just stepped onto the staircase when, out of the shadows, a tiny zombie, barely 3 feet tall, suddenly sprang at him. Its limbs were still undeveloped, but it moved with astonishing speed. Its small size made it hard to track, and before Galio could react, it had already sunk its teeth into his back. Damn it! Galio swore, nearly using an upgrade to heal himself on the spot. But just then, a system alert appeared. Ding! Abnormal status, infection. Abnormal status, decay. The effect is now permanent. Until the host repairs this injury, you will continue to lose health over time, 1 point every 10 minutes. To heal, use a card, upgrade, or expose yourself to sunlight. Using a card or upgrading will instantly cure this abnormal status. Sunlight will slow the progression, reducing health loss to 1 point every 20 minutes. Just 1 point of health left? Well, that doesn't matter. Galio thought with so little health, eating a piece of blood tofu would restore it easily enough. Still, the appearance of this infant zombie left a heaviness in his chest. It was obvious this zombie outbreak was the work of human hands. No matter the reason, to harm such a tiny child was to invite one's own destruction. He didn't bother with a brick this time. Galio simply used brute strength to seize the little zombie, then summoned the shadows to forcibly wrest control of its body. Galio paused for 3 seconds of silent mourning. Staring at the now-quiet baby face, he drove a shadow-forged strand of hair straight into its brain. After harvesting the experience, Galio started up the stairs. With no one else around, he dropped all pretense and let his face go cold and hard. There were no other zombies on the 16th floor, so Galio went straight to the 17th. The welcome here was much more extravagant, wall-to-wall. The place teemed with high-level zombies. These elite specimens, rare to see outside, were everywhere in here. The zombies greeted Galio with wild enthusiasm. They shouted for brains as they rushed toward him. Galio had no patience for these reckless zombies. With a flicker of shadow stealth, he vanished from view, then reappeared, wielding his trusty brick with uncanny skill, darting left and right like a phantom. In a whirlwind of violence, he pulled off a spectacular massacre. When the dust settled, Galio was drenched in blood and missing chunks of flesh. These high-level zombies were certainly formidable, fast, and tough. If there had been even more of them, they might have been a real headache. He turned them all into cards, leveling up once again and restoring himself to full strength. The boss fight was just ahead. This was no time for carelessness. If you want to survive, you have to be cautious. It didn't matter if others played recklessly. Galio would stick to his own careful ways. Truth be told, if the experience gain in the zombie zone hadn't been so generous tonight, he wouldn't have bothered soloing it at all. Meanwhile, the skinny man with 32 consecutive wins drew and won another hand by himself. The zombies in the building were nearly wiped out by Galio. As the ruler here, he knew exactly what was happening, and couldn't help but marvel. There really were humans out there who could fight like this. Still, he wasn't worried. After all, he was the chosen one, granted extraordinary mutant powers as the master of this place. Far from anxious, the skinny man began to imagine just how much his undead forces would expand once Galio himself became a zombie. Only 3 boss zombies remained in the building, but that didn't matter. The skinny man had already used his abilities to summon more zombies. All across the zombie district, grotesque undead were dragging their sluggish bodies toward the building. Their numbers were staggering. Even if the 3 boss zombies failed, with enough hostages and a tide of zombies, the skinny man was determined to claim Galio's body for his own. When Galio reached the 18th floor, a zombie whose hands and feet had all been transformed into blades was already waiting for him. Name: Amira. Species: zombie, highly evolved type. Category: special fusion ability user. Stats: strength 25, speed 80, intelligence 0, dexterity 80, burst 20. Skills: rapid movement / hardened body. This one didn't look easy to handle. After using his grand appraisal, Galio didn't hesitate. He fired a shot at this wretched creature. A flash streaked by, and the zombie swung its arm, effortlessly blocking Galio's shot. With a swift arc of the blade on its arm, it sliced through the bullet as if it were nothing. There was no need to keep up appearances here, so Galio's face twisted in astonishment. This thing was even more formidable than its stats suggested. He barely had time to utter a complaint before Amira, blades for legs, darted toward him at breakneck speed. She moved so fast she outpaced even Galio's dynamic vision. He simply couldn't keep up. Shadow form. Galio activated his life-saving skill at the crucial moment, narrowly escaping instant death. Yet one of his arms flew through the air, a clean cut. The destructive power of this wretched creature was truly terrifying. Galio had invested all his skill points into defense, and his stats were high enough to shrug off shockwaves like candy. But even so, he couldn't withstand that slash. In fact, Amira's lethality came mainly from her speed. For maximum defense, one had to tense their muscles, but Amira was so fast she left Galio no time to react. Her blade was already upon him. 10 shadow bullets scattered in midair around Galio. Pain shot through his arm, sending cold sweat down his back. If things went on like this, he might well end up like Yonghua, missing an arm. But that wasn't even the worst of it. Though they were blades, her attacks carried a viral payload. 2 kinds of accelerated weakening effects forced his health to drop, and already Galio's skin was losing its color and vitality. Meanwhile, a frail boy casually played a 6 of characters, and across from him his older sister, who held 2 more 6s, dared not take the tile. She could only watch as the girl her brother secretly liked, the goddess-like young lady, drew her next tile. The lady picked up a 5 of circles, held a 4 and 6 of the same suit, and discarded the 5 as well. The frail boy was delighted. He happened to have 2 5s of circles in hand, and took the tile back. Even as the fierce battle raged outside, the frail boy could sense every movement. None of the zombies possessed any intelligence or reflexes. Aside from their most basic instincts, all their senses belonged to the boy. He could control every single zombie with ease, no matter how powerful they were. This diamond-level agent was certainly a tough opponent, but Amira was near perfection as a zombie. Blinding speed, a metallic armored shell for defense, and blades evolved to the point where they could easily slice through steel. Of the 3 zombies at his disposal, each was a masterpiece he had handpicked himself. Even before he transformed into a zombie, Galio was already fighting Amira to such a standstill that the young boy grew more and more eager to see what would happen after Galio's transformation. After all, before Amira became a zombie, she was just a paralyzed little girl who could bend spoons with her mind. Impressive, yes, but hardly formidable. The boy had made up his mind. Once he took care of Galio, he'd make this high-grade specimen his zombie commander. Galio couldn't keep up with Amira's breakneck speed. Though his defense was astonishing, he was like a human punching bag. He did have one advantage: his mastery over shadow manipulation. His shadow bullets floated with uncanny agility in the air whenever Amira struck. Through a combination of anticipation and blind shots, he managed to hit her once or twice. He never managed a direct hit to her forehead, but overall, neither could gain the upper hand. The fight dragged on, gradually tipping in Galio's favor. The penetrating power of the shadow bullets was immense. Whenever Amira, darting about at high speed, took a hit, her body suffered noticeable damage. Little by little, Galio forced himself to keep pace with Amira's movements. After all, zombies lacked intelligence, relying purely on instinct to attack, yet their choices of angle grew ever more precise. Cautiously, Galio pressed himself into the corner of the wall. In such a spot, Amira's attack options were severely limited. Walls surrounded him on 3 sides, leaving only a frontal or overhead assault. This wretched creature's movement was unbelievably fast. Perhaps it was those slender limbs. She darted up and down so quickly that Galio simply couldn't keep track. With blades for arms and legs, Amira had no blind spots whatsoever. Crawling on the walls was no different from walking on the ground. Galio silently counted the seconds. Suddenly, the floor beneath his feet split open. Amira burst up from below. Shadow form. Galio immediately tried to meld into the shadows cast by a wall lamp behind him. At the same time, 2 shadow bullets flew left and right, targeting Amira. Checkmate. Just as a victorious grin crept onto Galio's face, he realized something was terribly wrong. He found himself unable to move. At some point, his body had been stitched into the wall itself. Unable to activate his shadow form, Galio could only watch as Amira lunged forward and sliced through his legs. The virus's corrosive effect intensified. Galio's eyes now tinged with pale white, his entire body covered in knife wounds. The only consolation was that his preparations had worked. 2 shadow bullets hovered above and below him, striking Amira squarely in the head and arm. Thanks to her iron shell, the wounds weren't fatal, but they did halt her attack at the crucial moment. In the end, it was a hard-fought draw. Both sides wounded, neither victorious. The floor shattered completely. Galio's legs dangled in midair, and as gravity pulled him down, the skin on his back was instantly torn open, leaving him bloodied as he and Amira crashed onto the 17th floor. Amira tried to move, but her head had taken 2 bullets, and the damage was severe. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't get herself up. Barely able to shift his body, Galio tried to call for help, but his consciousness was slipping away, and even his strong physique was growing weaker by the second. About 5 minutes later, the scrawny boy, one arm around his sister and the other around the goddess, strolled up to the gaping hole on the 18th floor, followed closely by a gigantic zombie. The boy looked at Galio, puzzled. This guy was unbelievably tough. After suffering such injuries, he still hadn't turned into a zombie. His eyes had already rolled back, yet he clung to life. After a moment, with help from the towering zombie, the boy jumped down. 2 little girls followed behind. As for his soccer player brother-in-law, the boy had already stitched him to the mahjong table for good. With Galio here, he no longer cared about playing mahjong. Conquering the world was the true dream of every man. Now, the boy was dying to know, if Galio turned into a zombie and evolved, just how powerful could he become? Galio's vision was almost gone, but he could still make out vague shapes. "Are you human?" he managed to ask. Startled, the boy darted behind the massive zombie. Suddenly, a white blur flashed beside Galio. The shadow swept over him, and this time, Galio's entire body was sewn tight to the floor. The boy let out a heavy sigh of relief. Damn, that scared me. Even in this state, he can still move? Galio's sight had faded, and his senses were dull. He didn't even notice he'd been stitched to the floor. With what little strength he had left, he whispered, "In my jacket, there's an antiviral dose. Help me. Get it out." Half conscious, Galio still didn't realize he was pinned down. Only then did the scrawny boy relax. No wonder Galio had lasted so long. He had medicine. "Where'd you get the antidote?" the boy asked, genuinely curious. With Galio barely conscious, now was his chance to ask. Once Galio turned into a zombie and lost his mind, he wouldn't get another opportunity. The drug, it's a mutant's ability. It can cure abnormal conditions. I already took 1 shot. There's 1 left. Hurry, it's in my shirt. Pocket. If you wait any longer, it'll be too late. Slowly crouching down in front of Galio, the little boy still had the cover of the hulking zombie beside him. Mutants truly were remarkable. There seemed to be no limit to what they could do. No wonder, even after suffering such grievous wounds, he could still keep his wits about him. Well, that just worked to my advantage. To be absolutely sure, the little boy ordered the massive zombie to smash Galio's last remaining arm to pieces. Only then did the boy truly relax. Off in the distance, the 2 girls hugged themselves, shivering in fear. It was over. Every last bit of hope was gone. The little boy's mutant powers were more suited to command than combat. He had almost no abilities of his own, but he was cunning and always had bodyguards at his side. They had thought Galio, the one who'd been tearing through the undead outside, would be their savior. Who could have guessed it would all end like this? The girl who had harbored her secret crush had once been a pampered daughter of a wealthy family. Now, she faced death at every turn and was forced to endure the advances of this scum, even pretending to smile through all. Her mind had been teetering on the edge of collapse. The moment Galio, their last desperate hope, fell, she finally snapped, screaming hysterically, "Damn it, I thought you were something special. Turns out you'll just die here like the rest of us. Go ahead and die. Turn into a zombie, why don't you? Let's all become zombies, The frail boy wore a smile, but in that moment, Amira's signal vanished. He'd lost a valuable pawn. Still, with Galio's extraordinary strength as a backup and a bottle of miraculous medicine as a bonus, he couldn't complain. Just as the boy reached out to claim the vial, suddenly, Galio's massive hand clamped down firmly on the boy's arm. As Galio gripped his arm, his condition was instantly restored. There wasn't a trace of blood left on him. And before the boy could even react, Amira, who had seemed irreparably broken, sprang straight up with a speed even greater than before she'd fallen. In a flash, her blade swept through the air. White Robe Stitch Zombie was beheaded in an instant. The little boy was nearly paralyzed with terror, but instinctively tried to command the remaining zombies to save him. The nearest was the hulking zombie. But Galio seized the boy by the throat, dragging him swiftly along the ground. In moments like these, even unreliable flight powers came in handy. If you want to live, tell that brute to stop. Otherwise, I'll crush your neck and then kill him too. Galio's voice was icy cold, his expression so dark it was terrifying. Without his powers, the frail little boy was just an ordinary child. Terrified, he hurriedly ordered the hulking zombie to halt. Shadow Arrow. Amira's strike landed in perfect unison, felling the hulking zombie. Watching it crash to the ground, Galio finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. Name, George Garuni. Race, mutant. Type, controller class mutant. Human panel, strength 2, speed 3, intelligence 3, dexterity 1, burst 1. Skills, virus, transformation, manipulation, rage, special attribute. Galio wanted to curse out loud. This guy was so weak that a single finger could snuff him out, but his powers were truly infuriating. Give him enough time, and this little menace could actually stir up a storm. In a way, he was the sort who, like Professor X, should really be put down for the good of humanity. What's more, Galio noticed another special attribute. Last time, it was envy on Little Ma. This time it was rage. Inside the dilapidated building, Galio grabbed the little boy as easily as if he were picking up a chick and dragged him to the window. Outside, zombies swarmed everywhere, a sea of the undead stretching as far as the eye could see. At that moment, Galio felt more than just the weight of experience. There was a surge of anger within him. This rotten little thief really did deserve to die. These people outside had once been ordinary citizens. Galio had reached level 7, and ordinary zombies now yielded less and less experience. But that didn't matter. Meat is meat, no matter how small the fly. Besides, better that Galio take them out than let these licensed devils have their way. So I thought some big shot mutant was causing all this chaos, but it turns out you're just this kind of trash. If I'd known sooner, I'd have let Hawkeye put an arrow through your head. Galio's grip tightened, and the boy's face turned a deep, suffocating purple. Order these zombies to gather in front of the building. If there's not enough room, stack them up. I want them all concentrated right there. Can you do it? Galio's tone was cold as ice, showing not a shred of mercy for the boy's age. Desperately, the boy nodded. Gone was his earlier swagger. He was now just a shivering, terrified child. Galio used a powerful appraisal skill to confirm there were no survivors or zombies in the building besides for people here and the unlucky ones upstairs. He yawned, dragged the boy toward the exit, and activated his shadow manipulation, preparing to seize control of the building's main support columns at the lowest level. He planned to put on a real show, enough to shake Nick Fury. As for Emily's situation, he'd have to think up an excuse later, or maybe not bother at all, just quietly sweep it under the rug. Excuses were just too much trouble. By the time Galio reached the stairwell, the two girls were still standing there, dumbstruck, looking as if they'd been scared out of their wits. Are you coming or not? Galio asked. The rich girl nearly dropped to her knees in fright. She thought, what did I just say? How did the tables turn so quickly? Was there even a question about leaving? Of course she'd run. Her family didn't even live in this part of town. The wealthy young woman, acting as if she had lost her memory, obediently ran over to Galio's side. She even gave the scrawny boy a couple of hard kicks in his most sensitive spot. Just watching made Galio wince in sympathy. Still, he couldn't be bothered to intervene. The person in his grasp was the sort who wouldn't dare risk it all. He was timid to the core. There's someone else upstairs. Please save him. To be fair, this young lady still had a shred of humanity left. But the problem was, Galio had no desire to help. The only reason he'd survived that bizarre stitching ability was because he had a cheat, just had to level up and he'd be fine. The one upstairs was different. That guy's organs had all been sewn shut. Maybe dying quickly would be kinder. Galio shook his head in silence, his face pained. After that white zombie was taken out, he couldn't survive anymore. All his vital signs are failing. It's time to let go. Tears welled in her eyes, and suddenly the girl glared furiously at Galio. Aren't you a shield? You're a government agent, aren't you? Why won't you save him? You're obviously so powerful. Why didn't you come sooner? I'm going to file a complaint against you. Today was the darkest day in Tywin Grooney's 16 years of life. Her peaceful routine, enjoying the loving breakfast her doting parents prepared, taking her brother's envious gaze along with her boyfriend's car to school, evening dates, kisses, and scolding her idiot brother, had all been upended. Her adorable brother had suddenly become a mutant, lost his humanity, slaughtered the whole family, and then kidnapped her and her boyfriend. The entire city had fallen to his powers. Wendy Grooney was devastated, though she found a tiny sliver of comfort. Her brother had promised that, as emperor, he'd make her his queen. It was a bleak ray of hope, even if Wendy herself wasn't all that thrilled about it. Of course, she wanted to be queen, but her brother was hopeless. None of the qualities she looked for in a man. Her boyfriend was a much better option. Just as she was torn between the two, Galio appeared, the government agent frequently seen in the news alongside Iron Man, the super-rich hero. He was powerful, and he'd ruthlessly defeated her brother. The queen option vanished, and now Tywin could only hope her boyfriend could be saved. But why? Why wouldn't this government warrior save someone? He was so strong. Why didn't he show up sooner and take down her wretched brother? Wendy Grooney stood by the window, screaming in hysteria, completely ignoring her brother's look of despair and pain. Galio was a bit puzzled himself. Where did she get the nerve for this outburst? Was it the legendary Liang Jingru courage? If you want to yell at me outside, fine, but in this godforsaken place, not even a drone in sight. You choose to berate me here? Wendy Grooney collapsed to her knees in agony. Everything was over. Today, everything had fallen apart. Her family was gone. She had no idea what had happened to her brother, and now even her boyfriend was lost. What was she supposed to do with her life from now on? A long blade burst through her chest. Wendy Grooney, her lips stained with blood, struggled to turn her gaze toward Amira behind her. Sis, the young boy screamed frantically, but before he could say more, a massive force clamped down on his neck, silencing him instantly. Little George's voice died in his throat. On the other side, Amira, fearful that Wendy might somehow survive, lifted her up and gave her body a couple of vigorous shakes. Once she was sure there was no sign of life, Amira flung the lifeless Wendy aside, her eyes still wide open in disbelief. Then, without hesitation, Amira turned and leapt out the window. Galio looked at the small boy, who was nearly suffocating in his grasp, with a look of mock horror. How could you be so cruel? At a time like this, you still resort to murder. The little boy rolled his eyes. No, this wasn't me. Wait, fine, I admit it. Isn't that enough? I can't take this anymore. It hurts so much. Let go. I'm willing to go to prison. Just get me there now. To avoid pointless arguments, Galio turned his stern face toward the wealthy girl. She swallowed hard, her survival instincts kicking in. In desperation, she began to punch and kick the little boy. You're terrible. Even after being caught, you still won't let us go. I just want to survive, that's all. She beat him with surprising ferocity, and Galio nodded in satisfaction. As long as he didn't have to kill innocent people, he had no intention of causing more harm. And if that girl ever tried to change her story later, well, what a joke. With no evidence, Galio could always claim she'd been under mind control, or that she was an accomplice. One was a top agent, the other a rescued civilian. What else was there to consider? With both of his accessories in tow, Galio made his way to the first floor. The drone arrived right on time, and Nick Fury's ever-irritating voice crackled through. How's the situation? To be honest, Nick Fury wished he could be the caring, fatherly one-eyed boss, but reality just wouldn't allow it. Mina's group in the wastelands had gone completely dark. The robot zone was chaos, like something straight out of a sci-fi blockbuster. More explosive than a Transformers movie. The virus zone was actually the calmest. Hulk's physical resilience was truly monstrous. The very model of human perfection, unfazed by the virus. But when it came time to extract the antidote serum, they hit a roadblock. In fact, the people in the virus zone were the unluckiest victims tonight. Every infected person was still alive. Dr. Banner was completely overwhelmed, and a desperate Nick Fury had no choice but to send a suicide squad just to keep order. Otherwise, before Banner could even finish the serum, the infected would have likely torn themselves apart. The battle between Magneto, Batman, and the Taoist priest had reached a fever pitch. Now, in the Central District, Magneto, that old villain, was wielding two entire suspension bridges as weapons, making the spectacle even grander. Nick Fury desperately needed a victory to present to the media. Otherwise, today might well be his last day as director. After a moment's thought, Galio raised the trinket in his hand and said, "He's the one responsible for all this commotion, but his abilities are fairly ordinary. If my guess is right, there should be other core mutants in the remaining sectors. If we can identify them, there's a good chance we can resolve the situation. Over and out. Core mutants. A sudden realization dawned on Nick Fury. He'd caught on to something crucial. After all, Amy had vanished right after deliberately moving toward a specific direction. But the problem was not everyone possessed Galio's keen insight. Gazing at the pile of zombies stacking up like a human pyramid downstairs, Nick Fury felt more convinced than ever that Galio's abilities truly lived up to the title of Ace. Understood, Galio. I know you've just fought a tough battle, but the other sectors are facing urgent crises, especially Amy. She's gone completely off the grid inside the quarantine zone. If you're still able, I'd like you to assist her. The quarantine zone, huh? No problem. I'll resolve things here and head over right away. Amy was his little fangirl and a SHIELD agent from the government branch. Both emotionally and professionally, he had every reason to go. Besides, Galio felt no fear toward the quarantine zone now. He'd realized that as his stats grew ever more powerful, the appraisal technique he used to disdain had actually become his greatest trump card. With Galio's agreement, Nick Fury nearly leapt for joy. Hurry then. I'll send in a team to handle the zombies and rescue the hostages. If only things were that simple. Without a word, Galio strode over to the building's load-bearing wall, his muscular frame completely unscathed, while Nick Fury, watching through the drone, was left full of questions. Director, please have the drones pulled back to a safe distance, Galio said as he pressed both hands against the wall. What the? Nick Fury almost swore out loud. Was this guy planning to wipe out all the zombies in one go? So much for thinking he was easy to work with. Clearly, that was just an illusion. Calm down, Galio. They may not be human anymore, but after necessary examinations, we'll return most of the bodies to their families. You can't. At last, the one-eyed director couldn't hold back. Galio was practically inhuman, actually moving the massive wall all by himself. Nick Fury had no doubt these diamond-level heroes could tear down a whole skyscraper solo. All he could do was swiftly deploy other drones to higher altitudes for a better view, hoping to salvage whatever he could. With a surge of strength, Galio activated his shadow powers, and a thunderous, earth-shaking roar echoed through the building, lifting the rich girl and the already petrified George as easily as picking up chicks. Galio soared through the air. The cracks in the building grew wider and wider, with precise scans to locate the load-bearing points and the pinpoint strikes enabled by shadow form. The push was mainly just for show, to make it look flawless. In the end, the building collapsed, burying all the zombies and a single drone beneath the rubble. The moment the building fell, Galio triggered shadow form in perfect sync. The massive shadow cast by the crumbling structure allowed him to instantly absorb all the cards, a total of 8,426 basic zombie cards and more than 1,300 evolving zombie cards. Galio took off in a flash. Originally, both the rich girl and George Grunny were being carried along as Galio leaped high into the air. With the added boost, they were thrown about 5 meters away. Just as they were about to hit the ground, Galio vanished. Zombie Lord George, the young boy, was left dazed and confused, still not quite processing what had happened. Meanwhile, the goddess beside him had already begun to shriek in panic. Was this a silencing move to cover up the crime? From such a height, could she be killed by the fall? At this desperate moment, the pampered young lady was suddenly filled with a primal will to survive. Fortunately, Galio didn't truly intend to let anyone die from the fall. After swiftly collecting the cards, he landed back on the ground, effortlessly catching the goddess with one hand while letting the unfortunate zombie king crash to the earth. 5 meters isn't especially high, but for George Grunny, who was of average build, the impact was enough to break both his legs, causing him to spit blood. The drone immediately made an emergency landing. High above, Nick Fury could see what was happening. Galio had no intention of letting the scumbag live. As much as this kind of trash deserved to die, the guy's practical value was enormous. Plus, he fit the profile of a truly heinous criminal. Handing him over to the demon one-eyed dragon wouldn't even make Nick Fury bat an eye. Such a prime specimen, Nick Fury couldn't just let him slip away. But before the drone could reach the ground, Galio lifted his foot and crushed the frail man's skull, collecting the card at the same time. This guy had a special attribute that Galio couldn't afford to let go. Leaving a few hundred zombies for Nick Fury was fine, but handing over a boss like this? Out of the question. The rich girl, tense as a kitten, was gently set down on the ground by Galio. He then gave the drone a casual wave. Send the data to my phone. I'm heading to Mina now. This girl is the only survivor in the district. She seems a bit shaken. Take good care of her. Nick Fury was left speechless, the words caught in his throat. In truth, when it came to shock and fear, the rich girl hadn't really suffered much at George's hands. To be honest, she felt Galio seemed even more like a villain than the sycophantic George. This man's way of killing without hesitation was far too brutal. George, after all, was just a boy who'd suddenly acquired overwhelming power. He'd never actually killed anyone himself. The rich girl even looked down on this so-called zombie king, doubting whether he even dared to kill a chicken. But Galio was a different story. Altogether, the rich girl wasn't stupid. Both the zombie king and his sister had been taken out by Galio in a heartbeat. He was ruthless. She had so many complaints swirling in her mind, she didn't even know where to begin. An entire area full of zombies. And in the end, all that was left was a huge mess and a single survivor. What a blatant waste. I'll send a helicopter to pick you up right away. With that, Nick Fury into the conversation. He had no time to worry about the psychological trauma of this young woman. He had far too many other problems to deal with to micromanage a lone survivor. In the ruins of a collapsed skyscraper, not a single living soul could be found in the whole district. The rich girl thought to herself, if Galio wasn't so troublesome, it would be nice if he could take her with him. Or, at the very least, leave her a phone so she could call her father. She was only here for a bit of fun. How had she ended up in such catastrophe? Restricted zone. The mouse girl's flute still played its somber tune. Even now, she managed to speak through ventriloquism. We're pulling out. Today's operation is a failure. We'll leave together. The man in the black suit would never leave on his own. In this world, he was utterly alone, having witnessed only the darkest sides of humanity. Mouse Girl was his ray of sunlight. For her, he would face death without hesitation. Running away by himself was simply impossible. My informant just reported, Galio is headed this way. The robots and Magneto have already decided to withdraw as well. If you don't leave, now, you won't get another chance. Don't worry, I prepared a backup plan. That's also in my hands. It'll be easy for me to get out. Just as Mouse Girl finished speaking, the nearby screen, one of the few still with a signal, flickered to life. It showed Galio, every muscle rippling, not a scratch on him. The camera panned to the countless zombies stacked one atop another, the shot taken from afar. Galio single-handedly obliterated the building, sending the public into a frenzy. Now, this was the protector they had been waiting for. Earlier, Iron Man's team had also sent back footage, but it did little to reassure anyone. Galio's approach was direct and decisive. Little did the public know, Iron Man's team was saving the living, while Galio had turned everything here into experience points. The man in the black suit clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles turned white. He envied Galio with every fiber of his being. Galio, if only I were as strong as him, then I could protect you. You can protect me even now. There's no time to waste, go quickly. Later, I'll settle accounts with Magneto, and the money we get will be enough for us to spend the rest of our lives at sea. I'll pay whatever it takes to leave the organization behind. Very soon, we'll be able to live in the sunlight again. Now go, and wait for me on the island we bought together. At this moment, the man in the black suit was overwhelmed by a deep hatred for his own weakness. Though he was touted as the organization's top assassin, in truth, most of his missions had been completed by the Mouse Girl. When it came to a direct confrontation, he was no more than a bronze-tier killer at best. That's why all he could do now was watch helplessly as the deranged vampire locked her sights on their location. The Mouse Girl and the man in black were both hidden by a cloak of physical invisibility, yet the vampire could still pinpoint them with uncanny accuracy. Now that almost everyone else had been killed, it was only a matter of time before she found them. This was the real reason Mouse Girl refused to leave. If she ran, both of them would become the next targets together. The man in black turned away from the restricted zone. Mouse Girl took a deep breath, feeling a great weight lift from her chest. Yet a strange sense tugged at her heart, a premonition that, no matter how many cards she had up her sleeve, she wouldn't be able to leave here today. Galio stifled a yawn and swaggered forward, his steps brimming with arrogance. At level 10, Galio was riding high. He still had thousands of low-level cards and a few rare, powerful skill points in reserve. Today was a day of real triumph. As soon as Galio entered the restricted zone, a warning flashed. He was under attack by an abnormal status. Beep. Abnormal status. Demons. Well, now this was interesting. The system actually advised him to retreat, but with thousands of cards in his possession, Galio was feeling supremely confident. He couldn't use his locator beacon or drones anymore, but the general direction of the disappearance could be traced. Galio headed toward the spot where Mina Hack had last checked in. Yes, this was a right path along the way. Corpses littered the ground, many bearing bite marks on their necks and bodies torn to shreds. These sights stood out starkly. Combined with the video from Cyclops showing Mina Hack's rampage, the scene was chilling. Galio wasn't unnerved by the bizarre atmosphere here, but he did feel a twinge of anxiety about Mina Hack. the vampire with a penchant for acting cute. Normally, she seemed sweet and adorable, but once provoked, her violence was breathtaking. She was almost without weakness, fast, strong, and with reflexes like a wild beast. In the video, she dodged every attack aimed at her head or heart. Even when dozens of people opened fire on her, she slipped away untouched. Watching her in action, Galio couldn't help but be impressed. In front of Mouse Girl, only a few hundred survivors remained. Everywhere she looked, corpses sprawled across the ground. Mina Hack had just swept through in a true massacre. Mutants, soldiers, civilians, it made no difference. In her frenzy, Mina spared no one. In fact, even before she disappeared, Mina had already been driven insane by the influence and was on a murderous rampage. This video is something Nick Fury absolutely has to lock away. If it ever got out, with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents slaughtering innocent civilians in droves, the organization might as well shut down for good. The Rat Girl was still holding on, hoping that Galio would arrive soon. If she and Mina could keep each other occupied in their mutual slaughter, perhaps she might find an opportunity to turn the tables or escape this desperate situation. However, as time ticked by, a fine sheen of sweat began to form on the Rat Girl's forehead. The disposable pawns she used, drained of blood and thrown aside, were running out, just as she had feared. She had prepared for this, but what truly unsettled her was the shocking discovery that her melody had absolutely no effect on Galio. This was impossible. The power of melody was absolute. Even she herself would be affected if she didn't know how to counter it, let alone an ordinary human. Under the influence of melody, unless the target was a lifeless object, any living creature, no matter how powerful or weak, no matter how strong their will, was subject to its effects. Yet today, her control over the rat swarm made it unmistakably clear melody had failed. Galio was striding rapidly toward her, completely unaffected. With Mina's rampage raging close by, and Galio steadily approaching from a distance, if he reached her and had found a way to resist melody, then being trapped between Galio and the vampires would spell certain doom, even for the Rat Girl. In truth, while the Rat Girl was suffering, Galio wasn't having an easy time either. The closer he got to this location, the more rapidly his cards were being depleted. By now he was down to just 3 cards every 10 minutes. The silver lining was that this at least confirmed he was on the right track. Still, at this rate, even the richest landlord would soon run out of reserves. During this ordeal, Galio even tried using his shadow form, but to no avail. Even transformed into a shadow, his cards continued to be drained. This ability was, to put it bluntly, infuriating. It was the first time Galio had encountered a power that struck so directly at his resources. As the saying goes, nothing hurts more than having your fortune taken away. 10 minutes later, Galio's imposing figure appeared at the end of the street. In his line of sight, little Mina was viciously butchering several humans, brutal beyond words. There couldn't have been more than 100 people left standing. The ground at Mina's feet was littered with corpses. Time for an appraisal. Name, Mina Harker, Berserk State. Race, vampire. Type, human transformed. Human stats, strength 7, speed 7, intelligence 23, dexterity 5, burst 5, flexibility 6. Vampire stats, strength 92, speed 90, intelligence 22, dexterity 50, burst 50, flexibility 10. Special ability, immortal species. Skills, shape-shifting magic, fang proliferator, blood magic, swordsmanship mastery, vast knowledge, undead, weakness to light, weakness to silver, double damage from holy attacks, berserk state, enhanced constitution. Name, Ava Gunaliv. Race, mutant. Class, beast transformation ability user, LV 35 plus 5. Human form stats, none. Beast form stats, strength 5, speed 8, intelligence 12, dexterity 8, burst 1. Skills, paper manipulation, paper magic, paper illustration, agile, shrinking, IOU note. Special item, proof of non-existence. The bearer of this item cannot be detected by sight. So it's an old acquaintance again, little mouse girl. Watching as Mina grew more and more frenzied with each kill, Galio decided to pause. There was no benefit in stepping in right now. Mina herself was in no danger whatsoever. The real problem lay with the group she attacked. A choice appeared. If Galio saved Mina, he would also be saving these people. But then, how would the aftermath be settled? The vast majority of those lying on the ground had been killed by Mina. Thousands, counting the bodies, encountered along the way. She was even more ruthless than Galio had been in his battles with zombies. Crimes unnoticed by the world do not count as crimes. But if he intervened now, the consequences would be incredibly troublesome. It was entirely possible that Mina Hack wouldn't end up in prison but would still be locked away, and there wasn't a shred of benefit for Galio. Besides, there wasn't a single surveillance device here. So Galio simply stood aside, quietly observing. There weren't many people left anyway. Mouse Girl's sense of unease grew stronger, because just now, she truly felt that Galio had glanced at her. Proof of non-existence. This was a unique item crafted by mutants at a tremendous cost, but its effect was extraordinary. It made the bearer completely invisible to sight. Tested and proven, even indirect visual detection by surveillance cameras or monitors did not work. Its power was almost supernatural. Mouse Girl had obtained the item early on, intending to give Black Suit a means of self-preservation. She wore it today for the same reason, to stay alive. Yet, what kind of monsters were these S.H.I.E.L.D.? Diamond-level operatives? That vampire woman could sense her. Perhaps it was her keen sense of smell, as vampires are known for that, and Mouse Girl had dealt with her kind before. But what about that hulking Galio? How could he possibly detect her? In under 5 minutes, Mina had finished her grisly work, clearing the entire area. Looking at the cold corpses littering the ground, Galio couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. But when it comes to choosing between a fellow practitioner and an outsider, it isn't really a choice at all. Galio had no other option. He would do his best to protect ordinary people, but he would never sacrifice everything for them. After all, he wasn't even American. The little mouse girl intensified her tune, letting streams of notes flow toward Galio and Mina. Mina's gaze grew increasingly wild, her fangs gleaming ominously. Under the music's influence, Mina suddenly noticed Galio. For a moment, she hesitated, torn between the rational urge to strike at the source of the music and her primal thirst for blood. Desperately, the mouse girl played her melody with all her might. If Mina Hack and Galio didn't end up fighting, her own fate would be sealed. Certain death awaited her. The moment had come. Without waiting for Mina to resolve her inner conflict, Galio acted in a flash. Shadow possession. The shadow beneath his feet surged up, wrapping around him in a thin, special membrane. Galio was now transformed, a hulking figure shrouded in darkness, his body casting no shadow at all. All attributes increased by 300%. He charged forward like a streak of black lightning, crashing into the unprepared Mina. The shadow possession was powered by his mastery over shadows. In this state, he became like one of his crafted shadow artifacts, immune to all negative effects. While possessed by the shadow, even his card deductions ceased. If she'd been thinking clearly, Mina would have dodged. But now, with instinct battling reason, she couldn't react in time. Galio's shoulder slammed into her chest, shattering her sternum. The once lofty peak of her figure was flattened in an instant. He didn't need to kill her, just bring her under control for now. As he struck Mina, Galio seized her by the neck, activating shadow control at the same time. Stumbling along, I finally reached 300 bookmarks. It's so tough. If I get 500 recommendations, I'll join the 4K club. The moment Galio gripped Mina's neck and used shadow control, he received confirmation that the skill was effective. Even so, it would still take 30 seconds in her current state. During the process of shadow control, the influence of the melody faded from both of them. The mouse girl stopped playing her flute and withdrew her non-existent proof of identity ability. So he really can see me. As she materialized, the mouse girl and Galio locked eyes, and in that instant she understood. Her short, thick-set, blubbery body transformed, pages of paper peeled away, fluttering in the air and folding themselves into paper airplanes. Sharp-nosed and accelerating, each paper plane shot straight for Galio. Damn it, when I get back, I'm going to kill Magneto and the organization's intelligence officer. To hell with their enhancement-type assessment. Galio, in this state, is beyond bizarre. And yet the files labeled him as an enhancement type. The mouse girl was furious. If she could escape, she'd actually go on a rampage. But first, she had to see if escape was even possible. Shadow arrows, 10 of them. Shadow control, 20 bullets. Beneath the shifting shadows, Galio's intellect soared, and commanding 30 flying projectiles became effortless. The shadow manipulation could not be paused. Even midair, paper planes, and shadow arrows crisscrossed in relentless succession. In the end, the paper planes slightly outnumbered the arrows, and a rain of projectiles came showering down from above, targeting Galio and Mina. If Galio tried to dodge the arrow rain, the mouse girl would seize the chance to run. But, given the current situation, it would take Galio some time to break free from Mina's musical influence. So she still had a shot, if she could, take down both Galio and Mina in one stroke and claim their heads. Her achievement would be enough to trade for a first-rate item from the man in the black suit, potentially elevating him into the ranks of the top-tier mutants. This world was simply too dangerous. A single special item wasn't even enough to guarantee her own safety. 22 seconds passed. Countless paper planes, now stained with blood, crashed to the ground. Galio could no longer maintain his shadow-possessed state. The black sheen faded, revealing his mortal flesh, his sturdy body riddled with horrifying wounds where the paper planes had pierced through. Mina Hawk regained her senses. Her injuries were even more dire than Galio's, yet her regenerative ability was equally astonishing. Within 30 seconds, the dent in her chest had returned to its proud curve, and the bloody holes across her body closed up before the naked eye. Clutching her hands tightly over her mouth, Mina nearly burst into tears. Galio's condition was truly tragic. Well, the timing was off. Galio had planned to level up before Mina recovered, hoping to restore his weakened state and patch up his wounds. He'd already tested it. Leveling up could cancel the frailty caused by the shadow possession. With his current reserves, he could have kept transforming and battling all day long. Using his ultimate was thrilling in the moment, but the aftermath was a headache. Mina's constitution, was it a blessing or a curse? In just 24 seconds, she broke free from the influence of the musical power and fell under the sway of shadow control. With Mina Hawk regaining her senses, Galio hurriedly canceled his powers. He couldn't risk anything suspicious being discovered. After all, little Mina was with the authorities, and if anything came to light, Galio wasn't keen on silencing her for good. Fortunately, Mina's wide eyes brimmed only with concern. While her wounds visibly healed, Galio simply collapsed to the ground, gravity pulling him down as his strength evaporated. Weakened, he'd overdone it this time. What was he supposed to do now? Would Mina bite him? Galio's worst fear didn't come to pass. Instead, Mina didn't bite him at all. She spun around, her gaze blazing with fury at the mouse. Girl. From her combat boot, she drew a slender sword, which instantly extended from the size of a dagger to the length of a longsword. Go to hell. Mina became a blur of shadow, her rapier slashing so swiftly it left afterimages in the air. The mouse girl held a knight's sword fashioned from paper. Don't be fooled by her short, stout build, for she was a master of many skills. Her swordplay was bold and sweeping, matching Mina move for move. All around the mouse girl, paper airplanes folded themselves midair, transforming into delicate paper cranes that soared up to provide support from above. Mina's eyes flashed red, and, as she spread her left hand, blood gushed from the wounds of corpses on the ground, the ones with holes in their necks. A crimson tide of blood surged forth, rising up in a wave. Mina leapt onto this sea of blood without hesitation. Red lights swirled, turning the bloody sea into a curtain that both shielded Galio and gave Mina a strategic advantage. She was never one to shy from a head-on clash, but with Galio injured, Mina needed to prevent the mouse girl from finishing him off. Diving down, Mina's rapier gleamed with a blood-red glow. What a nuisance. The mouse girl truly loathed vampires as a race, always so hard to kill. Galio was gravely wounded now, and if she went all out there, might be a chance to win. Yet Mina, when composed, could still raise her fighting strength another notch. And today, things had come to this point. Just as the mouse girl was about to pull a trick and retreat, a scarlet cape suddenly swept down from above. A towering figure landed, a man with a bizarre sense of style, prone to revealing his underwear at the drop of a hat, hair immaculately styled, and firmly convinced that losing his glasses would turn him into another person altogether. The Cape Man had arrived. Though Cape Man had not intervened at all during the fight, for reasons unknown, he appeared just as the battle was drawing to a close. The mouse girl turned her head stiffly. She would die. In an instant, she understood. The man behind her was nothing like Galio or Mina. They were strong, certainly, and dangerous enough to threaten her, but at the end of the day, they existed on the same plane, difficult but not impossible to handle. But this giant... No, she absolutely could not make a move. She would be killed. The mouse girl wasn't afraid of death. Ever since she had become this wretched thing, she'd long stopped caring about living. But now it was different. She'd met the man in the black suit, and suddenly, she found herself reluctant to die. She didn't want to die. How could she possibly escape this deadly stalemate? The paper cranes floating in the sky lost their magic and fluttered down as ordinary sheets of paper. The mouse girl dropped her greatsword, fell to her knees, and prostrated herself, arms and legs splayed out. I surrender. Please don't kill me. I have a wealth of valuable information, things you absolutely can use. She offered no resistance at all, surrendering without a second thought. Mina wanted nothing more than to cut this wretch down. After all this chaos, after so many had died, and now she wanted to surrender? But as Mina's blade arced toward the mouse girl, Cape Man stopped it with a single finger. His voice was gentle. Mina, don't kill recklessly. Get out of my way. Others might fear Cloak, but Mina certainly didn't. As someone who had lived more than 8 centuries, There was nothing under the sun that could truly scare her. Cloak was unfazed by her outburst, showing no sign of being offended. She's a high-value war criminal. She should be handed over to the authorities for judgment. Besides, you should check on Galio. He's gravely injured. I can sense the flame of his life is flickering. Damn it, Cloak was right. As a master of blood magic herself, Mina could sense Galio's weakness. Damn it, if she hadn't let her guard down, he wouldn't have had to take that hit. The thought made her furious. In a fit of anger, she unleashed a flurry of strikes on the rat girl, dozens of blows in a single second. Cloak, in turn, transformed into a streak of blue lightning, intercepting every strike with a single finger. Throughout the entire ordeal, the rat girl dared not move a muscle, a power so overwhelming there was simply no chance of escape. After venting for a second, Mina slid her rapier back in her boot, scooped up Galio, and soared away. Cloak watched his two comrades depart. Then he produced a pair of handcuffs and secured them on the rat girl, making sure there was no chance she could escape. These were a special shield device. Once attached, a mutant's powers would be reduced to nothing. Cloak himself hadn't tested them, unsure if they would work on him, but so far, no one had ever managed to break free after capture. On the outskirts of the exclusion zone, countless drones armed with Stark Industries' cutting-edge weaponry patrolled the skies. The military had already established a perimeter, and at the very front stood War Machine. The mutant threat within the city had been mostly neutralized, freeing up some forces to support the 4 overrun districts. Colonel Rhodes, the man inside the War Machine armor, was well aware of the carnage within the No Man's Land. Both of his teammates were still trapped inside, and though he desperately wanted to help, there was little he could do. According to the briefing on the exclusion zone, even entering would be reckless, not a matter of bravery, but of rank. He'd only make things worse. For now, at least, holding the line outside was enough. As Colonel Rhodes kept a vigilant watch, 2 blood-soaked figures burst out from within. The earlier hail of gunfire had shredded most of Mina Harker's clothes, leaving much of her skin exposed. She had hastily thrown on a tattered garment along the way. She seemed to be holding up, but Galio was a terrifying sight. His body was riddled with ghastly open wounds, his face ashen and drained of life. At that moment, Galio felt utterly defeated. He wanted to shout, "Back off! I can heal in a second." But he dreaded the thought of being dissected. For study. The pain, though, was real, almost unbearable. The cure was in his hands, but he couldn't use it. That was the cruelest part of all. Various emergency devices were quickly hooked up. In this regard, S.H.I.E.L.D. was truly formidable, with thorough preparations in place. At last, Galio felt the life ebbing from him come to a halt. Thank heavens. If he'd bled for even a moment longer, he would have been forced to face a life-or-death decision. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. Command Center, Nick Fury received updates as they came in. First, that old scoundrel Magneto had finally made his escape. Had he been allowed to continue, the entire city might have been torn to pieces. Batman sustained only minor injuries. The Taoist was lightly wounded, and his 2 young disciples emerged unscathed. Casualties were under 300, which, all things considered, was acceptable. In the Central District, the Taoist didn't even bother to hide his severed hand in his sleeve. His forehead was beaded with sweat. These American sorcerers were truly a challenge. Their unreasonable methods, controlling anything made of iron, were simply unbearable. If he hadn't managed to land a palm strike on that old man through a spatial gateway, who knows, he might have dismantled the city as if it were made of building blocks. The Taoist's injuries were not serious. Seated behind him were White Flash and Sean. Across from them stood Batman, still ramrod straight. It was here one had to admit, Batman was the real anomaly. In a battle of this scale, even someone as cultivated as the Taoist struggled to endure, yet Batman, who had never crossed that threshold and, in theory, was merely a disciple on par with White Flash and Sean, somehow seemed in even better shape than the Taoist himself. Suddenly, a message came through the earpiece. Batman's voice was raspy as he replied, "Understood." Then, Batman delivered grim news to the trio from China. Galio was injured, critically so, and now hovered at death's door. Such news could not help but cast a pall over them. Was this powerful and righteous man truly about to fall on this very night? White Flash was still somewhat dazed. Only this afternoon, they had seen him at the cafe, a towering, imposing figure who had frightened away the assassin she regarded as a devil, all without uttering a single word. The zombie district had been completely liberated, all thanks to Galio's efforts. On television, coverage of tonight's S.H.I.E.L.D. operations filled the screen, highlighting Galio's liberation of the zombie district, and later, how he was gravely injured by a terrorist cowardly attack during the reclamation of a forbidden zone while rescuing teammates and civilians. The television depicted several scenes of Galio's overwhelming power, cutting down foes almost effortlessly. Amid the crowd, the good-hearted brother, the white-haired woman, and the red devil looked up at the giant screen atop the building. Was it possible that even someone so powerful had weaknesses? That in protecting others, he had suffered such grave wounds himself? Suddenly, the good-hearted brother smiled. Galio is no longer a concern. Now, our troubles are just the cloaked one, Professor X, and the Sorcerer Supreme. The white-haired girl nodded at the red devil, but it was the red devil whose face broke into an excited, cruel smile. As long as they knew Galio's weakness, everything would be easy. It is true that perfection and power can be terrifying, but so long as there's a weakness, even the mightiest is only human in the end. That night, countless people watching the television coverage felt a tangled knot of distress in their hearts. At the KD concert, Galio appeared as the special guest for the grand finale, showcasing a force so overwhelming, so absolute, that wherever he went, hope seemed to follow. He rescued a survivor from a zombie zone where not a single soul was expected to remain, and even ventured alone into forbidden areas where no one dared to tread. And yet, now news was spreading that even someone as powerful as Galio might die. Panic swept through the ordinary citizens. They simply couldn't accept such a reality. The robotic army had retreated, but the core mutants and the cause behind it all remained unfound. Tony Stark sensed the shadow of a conspiracy creeping closer, yet he could do nothing about it. Now, the news of Galio's grave injuries only made his already frustrated mood worse. The captain was gone, and in Tony's heart, Galio had become just as dependable as the captain once was. Damn it, the one commanding this battle must be an idiot, Tony cursed, activating his armor and heading home. Deep in the sewers, Mystique was carefully wrapping bandages around the aging Magneto's wounds. The small television in her hands was broadcasting the news of Galio's injury, and Magneto almost burst out laughing. So, that poor kid finally fell today, did he? Mystique, ever the dutiful secretary, quietly continued with the bandages, not bothering to respond. Magneto, after all, was a fragile mage, Daozhong's. Strike had broken 3 of his bones, and that was with an extra layer of iron protection. Without it, old Magneto might have departed this world on the spot. These defective pieces have been just about used up, and now that Galio has fallen too, everything is going according to plan. Our era is about to begin. But we'd better add another twist for that kid, just in case. Otherwise, I worry he might stubbornly get back up. As a seasoned schemer, Magneto knew all too well. So long as someone's still breathing, there's always a chance for things to go wrong. The soldiers in the virus zone were already dead or wounded to the point of collapse. Now, the second wave of volunteers had gone in. Banner's work on the antidote serum was nearing completion. But at this crucial moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted him to drop everything and rush back to save Galio. Could someone so powerful really be hurt? With Galio wounded, of course Banner wanted to help. But looking at all those desperate eyes facing certain death, so many of them not just able-bodied men, but also children and women, even the soldiers themselves already infected, the mighty Hulk felt a chill deep within, one so cold it made his whole body tremble. It's impossible, of course, that S.H.I.E.L.D. knows nothing about what's going on here. The quarantine zone is one of the few areas where drones can operate freely. Yet, as the command center, S.H.I.E.L.D. gave orders without hesitation, even though Galio still hadn't been brought back to headquarters. Inside the Stark Group's shelter, the heiress was among the first to learn that Galio had been injured. Her immediate reaction was a sigh of relief. At least she didn't have to worry about being silenced anymore. Her second thought was, so Galio really is a good person, isn't he? Looking back, that seemed to be the case. Galio had never tried to take advantage of her beauty, youth, or wealth. Even after she'd witnessed him use violence a few times, he hadn't shown the slightest intention to get rid of her. She knew Galio was involved in Bates's death, but to say Bates was innocent? That was impossible. With her brother, her boyfriend, and those outlandish remarks. Honestly, the heiress herself felt like giving Bates a slap. Here was a man who'd ventured alone into the zombie zone to save others, who fought through the night for innocent civilians, never knowing when he might fall in the line of duty. Was it really so strange if a person like that lost his temper after being provoked? She'd heard frontline soldiers often suffered from PTSD and other traumas. In that moment, the heiress felt she should go see Galio. After all, this man had saved her life. So she decided to act. Her background was anything but ordinary. She'd slipped out secretly today and run straight into this chaos. Now that she needed help, the staff at first tried to comfort her, but clearly didn't plan on taking action. Yet after she revealed her identity, they could no longer sit still. They had to report to the higher-ups. Nick Fury considered the situation. This could make for excellent PR, he thought, and with a wave of his hand, he gave the go-ahead. In a special ward in the Stark Tower Medical Unit, Galio lay bristling with tubes, an endless stream of nutrients and medications flowing into his body. With every new tube, his blood pressure seemed to drop a notch. The reckless use of drugs triggered every buff imaginable, making his eyelids twitch. If only someone would cast a massive healing spell, he thought, it would save him all this suffering. Half-conscious, perhaps just pretending to be asleep, Galio sometimes wondered if these idiots even knew which medicines were actually poisonous. Were they experimenting on him, or just trying to kill him outright? Tony Stark had returned. Natasha was back as well. And right then, an argument broke out at the door. Nick Fury and the government officials insisted that Banner be brought back immediately to assist with treatment. His medical skills were extraordinary, and having him there would greatly increase Galio's chances. After all, Galio was SHLD's ace and a hero to the public. His life, quite obviously, was far more valuable than that of ordinary city residents. Of course, Tony wanted to save Galio too, but he was firmly against sacrificing an entire district. There were simply too many people there, and enough lives had already been lost tonight. Yet, Iron Man stood alone. Amy, Natasha, War Machine, and even Hawkeye all refused to take his side, driving Iron Man to fury. He smashed whatever he could get his hands on in frustration. But he couldn't put his feelings into words. Ultimately, making tough choices was simply part of the job, something they all had to face. An entire district? Good grief, was it really necessary? If only they'd let me go home, I could be in Williamsburg tomorrow morning, enjoying my usual breakfast. Galio had no desire to cause such a catastrophe. His wounds had stabilized, though his health was dangerously low, and a host of negative effects still plagued him. He was in no danger of dying. He even had a trump card as backup. He just needed to hold on and wait for the right moment. There was no reason for so many people to die. Galio, though supposedly unconscious, opened his eyes and by sheer force of will, pushed the protective pod open. A doctor tried to approach with a sedative, but Galio effortlessly caught his hand. Even with all his attributes reduced to a mere 5 points, restraining a doctor was child's play for him. Let my teammates in, Galio said, his face ghostly pale, but his voice unwavering, his gaze clear and direct. The doctor dared not delay. In fact, there was no need. His teammates were already waiting by the door. Though ordinary people couldn't hear through the glass, for those at their level, calling out across a floor or two was hardly a challenge. The higher-ups had shield-filed in one after another. Mina Hawk hurried forward and gently embraced Galio. She had never seen him so weak before. This man was always composed, always brimming with vitality. Pointing at Iron Man, Galio said in a trembling voice, call Banner. Tony Stark felt a chill settle in his heart. Even heroes, it seemed, had to make these choices. No one present thought Galio's decision was wrong, only that it shouldn't have to come from him. Don't let him come back. I can keep going. Don't let him come back, Galio insisted, closing his eyes, determined to get some rest. If he'd already made his wishes so plain and S.H.I.E.L.D. still insisted on bringing the Hulk back, well, that wouldn't be his fault. A hush fell over the room, punctuated only by the doctor's frantic movements. The higher-ups felt a pang of shame. Just moments ago, they had doubted Galio's nobility, but now, more than ever, they couldn't let him act recklessly. His life was far too precious. The loss of a single district was something the government could bear, but the loss of Galio, a top-tier combatant, was something they simply could not accept. The unconscious Galio was shoved back into the protective pod. Tony Stark grabbed Nick Fury by the collar and snarled, "Listen to me. I'm calling Banner right now and telling him to cure that damn virus as fast as he can, then come back immediately. If you're going to stop me, go ahead, shoot. Don't you always have that bloody handgun?" War Machine quickly grabbed his friend. Tony, after all, was just a wealthy playboy. He'd never seen battle, never understood what it meant to face death every day as a matter of routine. But truth be told, War Machine himself didn't want to abandon that entire district either. Still, he was a soldier. He could only obey orders from above. After a scene of utter chaos, the officials present insisted that Banner be brought back, just as Iron Man was about to lose his temper. In order Jarvis to toss these idiots out the window, Natasha and Mina, for the first time, found themselves in complete agreement. With swift, decisive chops to the neck, every raised hand in the vote dropped to the floor. In an instant, the hospital ward fell silent. Nick Fury no longer insisted. If this carried on, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be torn apart, and that would be a catastrophe. The chief physician removed his mask, revealing an aged but spirited face. "Rest assured," he said, "even if it costs me my life, I'll keep him alive until Dr. Banner returns. If I fail, I'll take my own life. This doctor held an impressive title, far from any minor role. Nick Fury quickly assured him that doing his best was enough, and he certainly had faith in both the doctor's skill and Galio's will to live. It was clear now that Dr. Banner wasn't coming back. Still, there was no reason to waste this moment of public support. Soon after, as the heiress entered the S.H.I.E.L.D. medical wing, she was greeted by a live news broadcast. Breaking news. The super soldier Galio is gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Tonight, however, the city's top medical experts have entered the virus zone to save civilians. S.H.I.E.L.D. leadership is locked in painful debate, uncertain whether to recall the experts to treat Galio. At this point, everyone could understand the dilemma. It was just a tragedy for that entire district. Many with loved ones trapped inside were already weeping in despair. Of course, recalling the experts didn't mean those in the zone would definitely be doomed, but with the best minds gone, casualties would surely spike. Such was the cold logic of crisis. The heiress knew this all too well. It was the world she'd grown up in. But then, the reporter's tone shifted. Yet in that very moment, Galio regained consciousness. Forcing open the protective pod, he refused the experts' return, insisting they stay and solve the crisis in the virus zone before coming back for him. Shortly after, he lapsed into a second coma. Other S.H.I.E.L.D. medical experts are now fighting to save his life. The public fell silent. Through the glass of the pod, the heiress looked upon Galio, surrounded at the center of the crowd. So this is who you truly are? On this night, when Galio drifted in and out of consciousness, the battered city finally managed to catch its breath. Originally, it was supposed to be KAD's debut, a truly historic night for both mutants and humans. For the first time, humans and mutants had transcended their differences to pursue a common goal. Yet, a wave of well-orchestrated mutant terrorist attacks seemed to shatter all those hopes like fragile glass. In the city's corners, grief for loved ones lost the night before began to spark resentment toward mutants. It seemed that all of Nick Fury's efforts had been for nothing. But if that was all Nick Fury could do, would he really have made it to the position of director? The arrangements for rescue and rebuilding were seamlessly connected. On every giant screen across the city, images of the human elites and mutant agents who had fallen the previous day played in an endless loop, one after another. Hostile feelings were inevitable, such as human nature. But as long as the pressure was managed just right, after the anger was spent, the city was bound to reach a turning point toward unity. Many soldiers from the human forces had died, but no small number of mutants had also given their lives, many of them falling while protecting humans. Every moment of their sacrifice was captured in painstaking detail by Stark Industries' drone fleet. Their names would be etched upon the monument to both human and mutant bravery. Elsewhere, within a certain assassin organization, a tall figure, dressed in a white suit and wearing a mask, sat with poise in a high-backed chair, a gentleman's cane resting in his hand. Across from him sat Magneto. One of our top assassins has gone completely off the grid. It was a tale tinged with sadness, yet the masked man's tone was cool and matter-of-fact, as if stating nothing more than a simple fact. There was no hint of regret for a lost comrade, nor any satisfaction at a rival's demise. This was a situation Magneto handled with practiced ease. One of his men brought over a metal case, opened it, and inside it was packed with large denominations of cash. Even a quick glance showed it was more than what Good Samaritan had in his case back then, $5 million per box, if memory served. Lowering his outstretched hand, the masked man clapped twice. Instantly, a bottle of red wine materialized in his grasp. To be honest, that girl wasn't all that remarkable. Sure, she had ability, but she was always too sentimental. The boss never liked her much. Even if she's gone missing, it's not really a problem. For all we know, she might have just run off to have a little fun. Well, as long as she hasn't caused you any trouble, that's good to hear. In Magneto's hand, a steel ball transformed into a metallic goblet. Pouring himself some of the masked man's wine, he downed it in one smooth motion. The two sides successfully reached a truce, and the masked man achieved his goal. CLD's power is far more terrifying than we imagined. Yesterday's battle was not even close to their full strength. If you're thinking about starting an all-out war, I'm sorry, but the boss says he can't agree. It's not about the price. Even if you have the money, you have to live long enough to enjoy it. Magneto nodded in understanding. However, you're still willing to take jobs to assassinate a few diamond-level agents, aren't you? Of course. As long as the price is right, there's no contract we won't take, the masked man replied without hesitation. Then keep helping me with a hit on Galio. Name your price, and I'll pay, Magneto said. Despite his age, he exuded the unmistakable aura of someone with deep pockets. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't hide it. The masked man grazed his mask thoughtfully, clearly conflicted. His organization had survived for so many years thanks to their own intelligence networks. Even though they hadn't been involved in last night's events, they knew the gist. Galio's disappearance was connected to the rat girl, and during the zombie crisis, he'd emerged without a scratch. All the data pointed to one thing. Galio was a tough nut to crack. 1 billion. The guy's still in the Stark Group's intensive care unit. Even if he dies from his injuries or an accident, you'll still have to pay up, the masked man finally said, naming a sky-high price. In his estimation, Galio was worth every penny. The price was steep, well above Magneto's expectations. While Magneto was still pondering, his bag-carrying underling blurted out in shock. Are you kidding? That guy's already half dead. Who knows if he'll even make it? If he dies on his own, we still have to pay you. The mask on the man's face suddenly shifted, the smiling expression turning into a mask of fury. With a swift gesture, the young mutant collapsed to the ground, convulsing, mouth agape, struggling desperately for air. This child meant no disrespect to your professionalism. But 10 billion is a bit beyond what I can afford, especially since I have other matters to attend. 2. Business, after all, is about steady long-term gains, Magneto said calmly. He didn't move, but the 2 iron balls at his side rose slowly into the air. The masked man waved his hand again. The young mutant on the ground finally gasped for breath, his face still ashen and blue, terror written all over it. I'll give you a 50% discount, 500 million. For that price, I can arrange for a senior member of our organization to cast a death curse on Galio. That way, the risk and cost are much lower. But there's a catch. We'll need something from Galio, preferably his blood or a severed limb. If it's something else, the closer it's tied to him, the higher the likelihood of success. Conversely, the weaker the connection, the lower the chance. For this price, we won't be the ones to collect the blood. You'll have to find your own way. And regardless of success or failure, we'll only make one attempt. The payment must be made in full, up front. Understood. Pleasure doing business. This time, Magneto didn't hesitate. In the darkness, Magneto and the masked man clinked their glasses together. SHIELD headquarters. Galio had just endured the worst night's sleep since arriving in this world. In the past, a simple 24-hour recharge would restore him to top form, and he'd spend his downtime at his peak. Now, he dared not level up, dared not clock in. His discomfort was beyond words. Director, we've just apprehended 3 more runaway mutants. One of them has the ability to turn anything he touches into a timed explosive. He's now securely contained. Nick Fury nodded, listening as the latest battle reports crackled through his earpiece. The main battle might be over, but skirmishes still flared up across the city. On top of that, disaster relief and resource distribution needed careful management. Fortunately, Wayne Enterprises had stepped in with ample and professional supplies. Otherwise, the one-eyed director would have had an even bigger headache. Aside from SHLD's special agents and the military, many registered mutants also joined the city's defense that night. Among them, the greatest impact came from a group of young X-Men in tight uniforms. With Professor X's personal endorsement, they could be fully trusted as a reliable force. Although the average age of these X-Men was even lower than that of SHLD's registered agents, their combat prowess was overwhelming. Ordinary mutants were no match for them. Tonight alone, they had already subdued more than 30 rogue mutants. The X-Men's involvement greatly eased SHLD's operational burden, a tremendous boon. However, dealing with the captured mutants caused Nick Fury no small amount of trouble. Even when those apprehended were war criminals, they weren't treated the same as military prisoners, making their disposition a thorny problem. If they were all sent to the dissection table, the government couldn't guarantee that these young X-Men wouldn't spark a riot. SHIELD headquarters was in utter chaos, and the medical ward was just as lively. After Galio was injured, the little fox abandoned her sisters and rushed upstairs. Nick Fury couldn't help but wonder if Galio woke up at this moment, wouldn't the scene become even more interesting? After all, Natasha, Mina Hark, the little fox, and the young lady from that influential family whom Galio had rescued. No matter how you looked at it, this was a promising setup for a dramatic confrontation. Fury, ever the schemer, even suspected that Tony Stark's constant presence on this floor was simply because he wanted a front-row seat to the spectacle. In the early hours, the Taoist and the Hulk finally returned to Stark Tower. First, the Taoist tried out one of his healing spells. It seemed, however, to have no effect. At this point, it's worth mentioning that when the Taoist used the healing spell on Galio, the system notified Galio that he could upgrade his character level for free and acquire a one-time passive skill called the Medical Halo. Medical Halo, a one-time passive skill. As long as the head and heart are not completely destroyed, This skill can be used to resurrect on the spot. Initially, Galio thought he'd just receive some basic treatment and bounce back. Who could have guessed that the medical halo would be so powerful, doubling his life in an instant? Overwhelmed, Galio got too excited and forgot to use the upgrade when prompted. By the time he decided to, the Taoist had already drooped his head in defeat, admitting that his skills weren't up to the task. Hearing that, Galio was more than a little disgruntled. With such abilities, what's wrong with casting 10 or 8 more spells like that? They're fantastic. You have to be persistent. You can't just give up after one attempt. What's the point of that? While Galio was grumbling to himself about people's lack of ambition, a scientist from the government agency suggested that perhaps Galio could be given a shot of serum. The super serum was the product of a top-secret government experiment. Captain America was its first and most famous success story, while the Hulk was its most spectacular byproduct. With these two examples, one a triumph, one a cautionary tale, using the serum didn't seem like such a bad idea, especially since they were out of other options. If you overlooked the many bizarre and fatal side effects from serum experiments, it actually sounded like a solid plan. Dr. Banner, the Hulk, took a sample of Galio's cells and reviewed his medical file. His conclusion? For someone who'd survived wounds this severe, a serum injection might just work. Thanks to extensive human experimentation, the government still had a tiny reserve of optimized serum samples, lesser side effects, but impossible to mass produce. This type of serum was an extremely precious resource, and the approval process was notoriously cumbersome. Fortunately, Galio was considered a special asset, and exceptions could be made. Within 2 hours, a vial of improved serum arrived at the medical bay. At this moment, Galio was actually a little nervous. After all, injecting serum was a bit like opening a mystery box. Sometimes you might get a top-tier smartphone, but more often than not, you'd end up with nothing and lose everything you invested. True to the system's usual style, and driven by his own greed, Galio finally decided to take the gamble. Dr. Banner had joined in at the last minute to adjust the serum, doing his best to lower its activity. No one really expected Galio to evolve any further. If he could just stay awake and maintain his current condition, that would be good enough. Soon after, Galio, still lying in his hospital bed, was notified that his health had dropped by 1 point, and Dr. Banner gave him the injection. Gene Modification Serum Type 3, Weaken Strength and Stamina +5, Shadow Possession Skill +1. Now, that was something. Pretending to be asleep, Galio felt as if a whole new universe had opened up for him. Ever since he'd been lying in this so-called pod, he'd been gaining attributes without even moving, eating, and sleeping to level up his skills. This was almost too easy, even simpler than looting corpses. Of course, too much of a good thing is never wise. Galio didn't want to waste too many national resources, even if this wasn't his country. So, after being injected with the serum, he decided to take another nap, just to see if there were any more surprises in store. He wasn't greedy, just 2 or 3 more boosts, and he'd get up and get to work, using this as the perfect excuse. After Galio received the special serum injection, the emergency room was filled with all sorts of temporary equipment and containment items, just in case. But nothing happened. After the serum was administered, Galio showed no signs of rejection whatsoever. It was just like getting a shot for a fever. Other than looking a little more at peace, there was no visible change at all. Both the medical and scientific teams could only admit that Galio's body was truly exceptional. Otherwise, even with the Hulk helping to modify the serum, there was no reason there should be 0 side effects. After all, gene-level changes are usually a deadly affair. People either die or end up crippled. 8 hours after the gene serum injection, there was no improvement in Galio's condition. Dr. Banner had no choice but to declare the treatment a failure. As for the reason, maybe Galio's cells were simply too powerful, or maybe the gene serum was expired. In any case, it was clear the serum could no longer offer any better solutions. The Hulk's high-level, authoritative analysis sounded perfectly reasonable to everyone. As time went on, Dr. Banner and the whole medical team began to realize just how tricky the situation was. If Galio hadn't been so physically extraordinary, his friends and family would probably be preparing his funeral by now. After all, with all these rounds of experimental drugs and procedures, an ordinary person would have died hundreds of times over. Even for Galio, after all these ordeals, his overall condition was now well below that of a normal person. For someone whose strength had always been monstrous, this was a dangerous warning sign. Thankfully, his vital signs remained relatively stable, for now. Dr. Banner, please keep thinking. Anything you need for treatment, just let us know. Nick Fury stopped by to check on Galio every hour. Unfortunately, there was still no improvement. Treatment plans came and went, each more desperate than the last, and the whole situation was heart-wrenching to witness. Days blurred together in a cycle of endless sleep, sleeping, waking, then sleeping again. Before he knew it, Galio had already spent 3 days confined to a hospital bed. Glancing at his personal stats panel, Galio felt that, at this rate, he could probably keep this up for a long time. But then he saw he'd already reached level 16, along with a whole string of special attributes and skills. Galio decided it was time to show the medical team some respect and cooperate with the next round of treatment. Just as he was about to get up obediently, he overheard the doctors talking outside his door. Outside Galio's hospital room, in the medical wing of S.H.I.E.L.D., voices murmured. Treatment might not be helping him anymore. Maybe it's time for a last-ditch effort. Something strong, even if it's risky. The team of experts, together with Banner, had been at this for 3 days and nights with barely any sleep. Tirelessly, they came up with treatment plan after treatment plan for Galio, who seemed to be perpetually asleep. Some treatments came with negative side effects, forcing Galio to sacrifice a few cards, but most of them rewarded him with skill points and attribute boosts. It was the kind of setup where Galio could rake in benefits just by lying there, a temptation almost impossible to resist. Seeing the pitiful group of elderly doctors and the Hulk, Banner, whose hair was starting to thin from stress, Galio felt pangs of guilt. More than once, he often considered giving up these handouts, getting up, and returning to work like a normal person. But every time he lost a single point of HP, he realized just how sweet this arrangement was, irresistibly so. I just can't say no, he thought. No matter how many new treatments they tried, no amount of resources could wake someone determined to play possum. After 3 days of round-the-clock effort, even the medical experts outside had finally run out of options. Banner stood in silence. He understood exactly what the experts meant. Up until now, every treatment had been gentle, only as intense as Galio's body could supposedly handle. But with each new plan tried, and each one failing, Banner couldn't help but worry. Could Galio really endure much longer? In just 3 days, Galio's once powerful body had wasted away to skin and bones. Some wounds had healed, but left behind terrible scars. More of them remained open, festering, showing no sign of recovery. Some had even begun to rot. The sight alone was enough to make anyone shudder. Banner, my friend, don't just stand there in silence. Come on. The voices of the expert team outside drifted into Galio's ears. Hearing that they were finally about to take drastic measures on him, Galio nearly jumped to his feet, wanting to declare that he'd recovered. But the timing was all wrong. How could he possibly explain it? After all, he'd already experienced 3 or 4 rounds of treatments that should have healed his injuries completely, yet he hadn't shown the slightest sign of improvement. Now, Galio was genuinely anxious. He desperately wanted to tell Banner, just one more try, give me one more round of treatment, and I'll get up. We can still be friends, can't we? Let's observe a bit longer. For now, we'll use some strengthening agents and remove the necrotic tissue from Galio's body. His condition is still relatively stable, and there must be a better solution out there. In the end, Banner couldn't bring himself to go through with it, and Galio secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The medical team fell silent. At this point, they'd tried more than just medical treatments. They'd used mutant abilities, magical powers, even special items with unique properties. But the results had been minimal. If things went on like this, Galio's body might not hold out much longer. Still, everyone has a conscience. For a S.H.I.E.L.D. hero like Galio, truly giving up on him or letting something happen was a line the medical team just couldn't cross. Understood, Dr. Banner. The lead doctor hadn't slept in 3 days, but he didn't know much about the supernatural world. His medical expertise, however, was the best in the room. From his professional perspective, Galio stood a high chance of ending up in a vegetative state if things continued like this. But at least his life wasn't in danger. As long as they kept trying, there should come a day when he woke up. But even with his superhuman physique, the doctor figured Galio would be lucky just to regain basic self-care. As for soaring through the skies or vanishing like before, the old doctor joked to himself that Galio would sooner be able to eat charcoal while doing a handstand. Long ago, back when he was a young doctor, this old physician liked to make these kinds of self-deprecating pronouncements to sharpen his skills. He'd weathered all sorts of crises in his life without ever being proven wrong. So from eating leftovers, drinking expired milk, and doing handstands, he'd gradually moved on to feats like eating charcoal or sucking up noodles through his nose, those bizarre inhuman tricks. It was thanks to this doctor's remarkable luck and deep reserves of fortune that he'd never lost a bet, even at the age of 65. Otherwise, the spectacle would have been something to behold. Health -1. A needle slipped into Galio's arm, draining just a bit more blood. He'd gotten so used to being poked recently that he barely felt it anymore. But just then, something felt wrong. Someone had pulled out his oxygen tube. Breathing became difficult. Even though his status panel showed no immediate danger, Galio's battered body was in no shape to cope. The moment the oxygen tube was removed, he felt himself worsen instantly. Damn it, something's not right. This was Galio's first reaction, immediately followed by a powerful appraisal spell. Name, Riven Darkholm. Race, mutant, special. Type, genetically mutated immortal. Stats, strength 12, speed 8, intelligence 5, dexterity 8, burst 10. Skills, unstable genes, erudition, combat mastery, language mastery, master performer, secret assassin, first aid, reconnaissance, device handling, firearms proficiency. Galio felt the urge to lash out and use his tube-pull skill on this kind of character, clearly sensing that she was up to no good. Fortunately, Mystique didn't escalate things further. After yanking out Galio's oxygen tube, she simply made a run for it. There was no immediate danger, but Galio had to force himself to behave. His situation was awkward enough as it was. It was hard not to panic while struggling to breathe, but thankfully with a few zombie cards for stamina, he managed to keep himself alive. All he could do was watch his health bar tick down, hoping someone would find him soon. According to his calculations, at his current rate, he could last another 3 hours, so if worst came to worst, he'd just pop another card and cling to life a little longer. About 20 minutes later, another nurse entered Galio's room. While checking his status, she immediately noticed that both the oxygen tube and alarm system had been sabotaged. Her sharp cry brought a flood of doctors, led by Banner, rushing in. Their first priority was to restore the oxygen supply and monitoring equipment, followed by a flurry of examinations and checks on the surveillance footage. The results showed that Galio was experiencing mild hypoxia, his condition was deteriorating, and he could slip into critical status at any moment. Things weren't looking good for Galio's health. Meanwhile, Riven, who had snuck in earlier, was already spotted in the surveillance review. The footage showed her shifting appearances several times before she'd left Stark Tower entirely. Drones gave chase along the way, but tracking a mutant who could freely alter her voice, face, and even clothing was next to impossible. She had long since vanished without a trace. Gone. Nick Fury barked at the surveillance team. Someone sneaks into our headquarters to assassinate our top agent, and you're telling me you don't even know what she did while she was here, or where she is now. Director, this mutant is extremely unusual. She can change her appearance at will and seems to know exactly where surveillance blind spots are. Every time, she manages to slip away or change identity inside the building. We just can't keep up with her, replied the 22-year-old, prematurely balding tech, utterly at a loss. Mutants with abilities like hers were the surveillance division's worst nightmare. Nick Fury wanted to explode with anger, but after reviewing the footage, he had to admit, the mutant's powers were a serious headache. Meanwhile, Stark was also busy inspecting the mutant monitoring system inside the tower. Sure enough, he discovered that the entire system had been tampered with, and, to his astonishment, Jarvis hadn't noticed a thing. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, chaos reigned. Meanwhile, Raven had already left Stark Tower, carrying a vial of Galio's frozen blood. After a seamless series of identity shifts, she found herself in a cafe. By the window, a man sat leisurely, sipping beer. His stubble wasn't exactly thick, and his unkempt appearance gave him a somewhat slovenly look. He drank slowly, gazing out at the hustle and bustle of the street. Yes, he was drinking beer in a coffee shop. As for why the staff allowed it, well, that was simple. His looks. Despite his scruffy demeanor, the stubble on his face, and his shirt half untucked, he was undeniably handsome. With good looks, anything was possible. Rules and reason seemed to bend in the face of such charm. Gender and decorum became irrelevant. Raven, in the guise of a stunning black woman, took a seat across from the scruffy man. Her current face, well, it was truly captivating. If Raven dared to walk out in public looking like this, no one's gaze would ever leave her. She'd become the center of attention wherever she went. She found it oddly amusing. How could such an ancient and infamous mutant-killing organization recruit such a collection of misfits? From the mouse-like girl to this scruffy man, their appearances were unforgettable. Hardly the ideal look for an assassin. Raven's arrival didn't elicit the slightest reaction from the man. He didn't even shift in his seat. It was the waitress who came over, bowing politely to Raven. "Excuse me, ma'am. Would you mind moving to another seat, or perhaps choosing another cafe? You're disturbing one of our guests." Mystique was a woman of deep thought and learning, rarely angered. Yet, for the first time in 20 years, she felt the urge to stand up, shoot the man in front of her, and take out the entire staff for good measure. Still, from a business perspective, the waitress's decision made perfect sense. Ever since the scruffy man had walked in and ordered a beer, their business had boomed. Customers flooded in, orders piled up. Frankly, if it meant he'd come by, even just occasionally, They'd happily pay him a salary just to eat there. At last, the scruffy man seemed to notice someone sitting across from him. Raven's current form, though black, was charming and delicate, yet he seemed utterly indifferent, his voice listless and flat. "Ah, you're the delivery, right? Just leave the stuff here." Riven felt an even stronger urge to kill someone. "This is a perishable item. Please handle it as soon as possible. We have a refrigerator and a wine cabinet here. If you need, we can definitely store it properly for you." The waitress beside them chimed in eagerly, tried her best to get involved. The scruffy man let out a yawn, ignoring everyone's words. Tears hung in the corners of his eyes as he continued to stare blankly at the crowd. "Just leave it there," he said. "Damn it," Riven cursed inwardly. She didn't want to lay eyes on this idiot for another second. Spinning on her heel, she stormed off. The moment Riven left, the waitress quickly adopted an obsequious tone. Do you want me to keep this item fresh for you? I can clear out a storage box right away, just for this." "Thanks, but no. Just let me be alone." The scruffy man yawned again, waving off the waitress with disinterest. He slouched over the table, lazily watching the people passing by on the street outside. The vial of Galio's blood, which Riven had gone to so much trouble to acquire, ended up resting in a woman's purse, left on a chair in a coffee shop. A whole day passed quickly. Galio's injuries had now become a headline on the daily news. This wasn't what Nick Fury wanted, but on that battered and bruised night, Galio's solo, dazzling feat had somehow earned him newfound respect among the public. The video showing him giving up treatment to save the quarantine zone stole much of the credit that should have gone to the Hulk. Now, it seemed as if Galio alone had liberated half the city. Every day, volunteers would flock to Stark Tower, eager to donate blood, supplies, even organs for Galio. The truth was, none of that was needed. According to Banner and the team of medical experts, Galio's physique was about 15 times stronger than a normal human. Strictly speaking, he was a different kind of being altogether. There was simply no way for an ordinary human's transplant to work. That Galio didn't experience any rejection after receiving a transfusion was already a miracle in medical history. In fact, if you asked Galio, he'd have a few words to say about all this. If you're willing to treat his wounds, fine. If you want to run tests, that's okay too. But what's with this constant blood transfusion business at the drop of a hat? For Galio, a transfusion was one of the rare things that actually gave him negative side effects. Each time, it took one mid-tier zombie card or 30 regular zombie cards to clear the effect. Even a landowner can run out of grain, as the saying goes. Sure, Galio still had a few thousand cards in storage, but that was far from reassuring. To be honest, and speaking from the heart, it was a blessing that he didn't have to deal with blood transfusions every day. Otherwise, with his limited stash, he never would have made it this far lying low. The main reason Galio holed up here was because resting and waiting for food deliveries was just too easy. But if those deliveries started costing him, well, maybe he'd have to get up and cook for himself after all. Blood transfusion was a rather distressing ordeal for Galio, leaving him with a heavy heart. However, fortunately, after the transfusion, the medical team gave him a round of life energy transmission. Galio didn't ask where this thing came from, nor did he know, but its effects were simply remarkable. It granted him a passive skill called shadow absorption, which allowed him to become immune to damage. Once every 24 hours. Galio wasn't sure if there was any upper limit to it, but one thing was certain, the skill was absolutely outstanding. These past few days, Galio felt as though he were riding an emotional roller coaster. He'd be tossed around twice, only to suddenly hit the jackpot when he looked back. He was becoming more and more like a compulsive gambler, constantly telling himself, just one more try, just one more. This time will be enough. But after that one time, there would always be one more. By now, Galio's skill library had been flooded with a slew of new abilities, just waiting for him to invest skill points and lavish them with attention. Whenever night fell and the world was quiet, and especially when Galio couldn't sleep, since he'd napped too much during the day, he would take out his list of skills and pore over them. As Galio lay there with his eyes closed, lost in idle thoughts, a surge of immense and overwhelming power suddenly descended upon the sea of his consciousness. In the world of his mind, a colossal scarecrow appeared. Out of thin air, a nail as large as his own body materialized and pierced straight through him with ease. His consciousness, now in the form of a tiny figure, was suspended in midair, nailed down. At that moment, Galio's system blared with frantic warnings. Under special attack, nail of grudge. Properties, cannot be defended against. Certain death, sealing effect. Methods of removal. Level up, use a high-ranking card to block. Use a mental type skill to block. Use a special protective item to block. Well, the last two options, Galio had neither. And to make matters worse, he was completely drained at this point. Even without thinking too hard, he could guess this was probably connected to the blood that had been drawn from him that afternoon. If he had to level up, then he might as well do it thoroughly. He used the evolution card of the zombie lord. The moment he activated the card, it was as if his entire system had gotten drunk. Notifications popped up in a frenzy, one after another, before finally converging into a single result. Hibernation, 72 hours remaining. Upon using the upgrade, Galio's consciousness was instantly bathed in a dazzling golden light. The scarecrow, touched by that radiance, melted away like liquid. Elsewhere, on the rooftop of a villa in the city, on a makeshift altar, a magician's cloth and a crystal ball were laid out. Inside the crystal ball, Galio's image shimmered, and the witch had already dripped half his blood onto its surface. Suddenly, a blinding and radiant light burst forth, as if the sun itself were melting away the snow. The crystal ball began to dissolve in place. At the same time, the old witch in her purple robes watched as half her face slumped and sagged, like ice cream melting in the summer heat. With a crisp snap of her fingers, the witch in purple shed her skin. Just moments ago, her appearance was that of a woman in her 60s, but now, stepping out from her old skin, she looked like a maiden in the prime of her youth. The girl had transformed, and naturally, she was without clothes. But aside from the disheveled man, there was no one else around, and the man himself, with an air of sophistication, made it clear that he had no interest whatsoever in the young girl's bare body. He sat by the side of the tall building, letting the summer night breeze brush against him as he watched the world below come alive after dark. Did it fail? The disheveled man asked, not even turning his head, as if it was just a casual question. The girl picked up the purple robe from the ground and slipped it on. The undergarments no longer fit. There was simply no way to wear them. Though they were quite familiar with each other, going without anything at all just didn't seem right. Even knowing that the man truly didn't care about women's bodies, there were still certain boundaries between genders that ought to be respected, a matter of basic courtesy. Barefoot, the young witch walked to the edge of the platform and sat down next to the disheveled man, a look of frustration on her face. It really is hard to kill him. His soul was so weak it seemed almost human, but just as I was about to tear it apart, it suddenly surged with strength. The difference was like night and day. I've never seen a soul that powerful before. No worries. As we agreed, even if you fail, you'll still get paid. Oh, that's good to hear. Galio's upgrade set off a chain reaction. The most immediate effect was that all the negative conditions on him were wiped clean, and his wounds mended as if they had never existed. The upper ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D. were in chaos. Just moments ago, Tony Stark's anti-mutant defense system had activated, confirming that a tremendous psychic attack had descended upon S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Everyone had only just begun to relax, but this news put the nerves back on edge. 2 attacks on headquarters in a single day. The director's face was as dark as thunderclouds. And just then, the medical team reported an anomaly. Galio's body was undergoing a transformation. Though still unconscious, Galio's injuries were now completely healed. At the same time, Jarvis had pinpointed the site of the attack on Stark Tower. It was none other than Galio's hospital room. All of Galio's vital signs had returned to normal. Even though he hadn't woken up yet, there was nothing more to be done now but wait. On the other side of the city, Magneto was informed that the operation had failed. There was still half a vial of Galio's blood left, and the assassin organization sent word that if Magneto wanted, they could return it. After all, they prided themselves on being honest merchants. Riven was actually feeling pretty blue. She suspected that Magneto's money had probably been wasted, and she wanted to say it out loud. These assassins just couldn't be relied upon. Especially that scruffy man she'd met last time, who was as unreliable as they come. If they were counting on those people, they'd be better off handling things themselves. Magneto had built more than one villainous organization. In the villa, they were currently hiding and housed one of his core groups, the Brotherhood of Mutants. With the same leader and the same organization, the Brotherhood of Mutants enjoyed a world of difference compared to the riffraff in the sewers. Their abilities were on a whole different level. Honestly, Riven even thought that, with the Brotherhood's power, they could steamroll S.H.I.E.L.D. if they really wanted to. After finishing his phone call, Magneto fell silent for a long moment. This assassin organization had a long history, going all the way back to his youth with Charles. Any organization that has stood the test of time is not to be underestimated. If even their supposedly foolproof operation failed to take down Galio, it could only mean one thing. Galio was on the verge of recovery. Maybe all he needed was a bit more time. Chasing after him now was not a wise move. Last time, Riven had managed to steal some blood under the cover of darkness, but if they tried anything now, it would be like handing themselves over on a silver platter. Though it stung to admit, Magneto had to accept that their $500 million had gone down the drain. On TV, the latest interview with S.H.I.E.L.D. was airing. The report announced that, thanks to the efforts of an expert medical team, Galio had almost fully recovered and would soon appear to help with the city's restoration. As soon as the news broke, it exploded across the internet and TV channels everywhere. Sitting alone in the villa's grand hall, Magneto switched off the TV, frustrated. That night, unable to sleep and tired of tossing and turning, Galio stretched and got out of bed. The attending staff were visibly delighted to see him up and about, and he treated himself to a bowl of noodles. The recovery granted by the system's evolving interface was the most comprehensive Galio had ever experienced. His body was flawless, without even the faintest scar left behind. Full of energy, Galio looked nothing like someone who'd just been on death's door. Unlike Dr. Banner, who still seemed half dead. It was hard to say which of the two had just barely survived a critical injury. Aside from Dr. Banner's poor condition, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Women's Squad, who now sported dark circles under their eyes, stood in stark contrast to their usual glamorous selves. The crowd gathered around to watch Galio eat his noodles, and the atmosphere turned a little strange. "How did you recover?" Nick Fury cut straight to the point. Galio's injuries had been life-threatening, and after 2 assassination attempts, he had been declared critical. Yet here he was, seemingly healed after every known treatment had failed, and if anything, looking better than ever after the last attack. The one-eyed director needed answers. For certain important people, and for many of their experiments, this was crucial information. Galio slurped his noodles with relish. "I recovered before I knew it, but that's not the main point. Has anyone here had their blood stolen? Please be on your guard. I have a bad feeling about the mutant who used that power on me. He's frightening. If he gets the right medium, we may not stand a chance against him." "Wait, recovered before you knew it?" The S.H.I.E.L.D. staff were bursting with questions and complaints, but personal safety always came first. At this point, it was time for the professionals to step in. Tony Stark pushed forward, taking charge. "I've already had Jarvis thoroughly compare the last 72 hours of SHELD's database. Aside from your blood, nothing else has gone missing. And after analyzing it with Jarvis, I'm convinced this ability isn't free to use. There must be a serious cost to the user. So, let's focus more on your condition, if you're willing to share." Galio shrugged off his hospital gown and flexed, showing off his muscles. "I'm perfectly fine. Honestly, that curse almost did me a favor. While I was unconscious, I could feel you all treating me, but for some reason, none of it worked. It was as if my own healing powers and your treatments hit a stalemate. They kept canceling each other out, draining me bit by bit. If that curse hadn't nearly finished me off and upset the balance, I might not have made it. Once the balance broke, your treatments kicked in again. Otherwise, you'd probably be eating your meals in front of my photo by now." Galio's explanation sounded reasonable enough, though there was no way to verify it. Dr. Banner pondered for a moment. Galio, if you don't mind, could I draw a little more of your blood for research?" "Don't worry. I'll make sure it's well protected. No one's getting their hands on it." Having drained his soup to the last drop, Galio thought it over. 400 cc's, that should be fine. With Galio's agreement, Nick Fury finally breathed easier. Despite having his blood stolen and barely surviving, Galio held no grudge against S.H.I.E.L.D. and continued to cooperate wholeheartedly. Just as Dr. Banner was about to say that 20 cc's would have been more than enough, the ever-vigilant Nick Fury cut him off firmly. "You want 20 cc's, but other departments need samples as well." At the same time, Nick Fury announced that Galio's blood would now be kept under special security. In the future, every time his blood was used, it would require either Galio's personal signature or simultaneous approval from 3 senior members. The recovery of the secret weapon, Galio, finally lifted the heavy burden from SHLD's heart. After a brief commotion, Banner and the research team left the ward with Galio's blood sample, leaving behind time and space for Natasha, Mina Hark, the little fox, and the heiress. Just moments ago, everyone had been present and the atmosphere remained relatively harmonious. But now, as people gradually filtered out, the glances exchanged among the 4 women grew increasingly dangerous. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance room, the world's most advanced resources and security measures came together. Most importantly, it offered the most cheerful work environment imaginable. After all, spending 24 hours a day staring at endless monitors would drive anyone mad if the space felt claustrophobic. The 22-year-old head of the surveillance team had always considered his work environment the finest in all of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet today, the normally spacious surveillance room was packed to the brim. Even staff, who'd been napping, were roused and squeezed inside, answering a colleague's rallying call. The young, prematurely balding team leader switched the view from Galio's ward onto the main screen for everyone to see. The first row of viewers included Nick Fury and all the diamond-level agents stationed at S.H.I.E.L.D. The second tier was made up of department heads, the Taoist priest, and his 2 disciples. These two groups were lucky with their seating. At least they weren't cramped. Stark even brought plenty of popcorn to share. Beyond these tiers, the crowd was so dense that, as the joke went, even if someone got pregnant, nobody would know who was responsible. The surveillance team leader felt powerless in this situation. He even considered broadcasting a live feed to the entire agency, but then thought better of it. Just imagining what would happen if Galio found out made him cherish his life a little more. Some things simply shouldn't be risked. On the screen, not a live show, but a surveillance feed, Galio was surrounded by 4 women, each beautiful, powerful, wealthy, or irresistibly charming. The scene was enough to make anyone daydream, but when faced with the reality, however distant through a camera, S.H.I.E.L.D. staff shivered as a chill swept through the room. Suddenly, it didn't feel so pleasant anymore. When 4 beauties meet, at least 3 are bound to be wounded. The first to retreat was the heiress. After all, she was just an ordinary person from a powerful family. Under the occasional piercing gazes of the 3 non-humans beside her, she seemed small, helpless, and rather pitiable. Moreover, drawing from her upbringing steeped in palace intrigue, she knew that being the first to withdraw could actually be a tremendous advantage. First, it made her appear delicate, stirring the protective instincts of a man, especially someone as formidable as Galio. Second, it marked her as non-threatening, ensuring she wouldn't become the target of group hostility. Third, it was crucial to brand herself as harmless and uninterested in Galio, at least on the surface. After gently and appropriately inquiring about Galio's condition, the wealthy young lady left her name behind. She was called Emma Grace Frost, a name already shortened by Yaya for simplicity's sake. Her full name was actually much longer. Generally, only families of considerable standing can afford to bestow such elaborate names. Ordinary folks simply don't have the time or the inclination to come up with such tongue twisters. Once the heiress had taken her leave, the vixen, their main attacker, seemed visibly excited. With one less rival in the room, it was proof, at least in her eyes, that both her charm and her combat prowess were truly formidable. Mina Hawk, however, remained non-committal. She'd seen such tricks from Bates types far too often. Natasha, raising an eyebrow as she watched the heiress's graceful exit, thought to herself, a master of palace intrigue, no less. Pity she's come to the wrong place. If the vixen was still playing on the first level, then the heiress was already up on the third. As for Natasha and Mina Hawk, they had always been queens of this game. These petty squabbles didn't even merit their attention. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but Galio couldn't help noticing that all 3 beauties around him were being especially gentle, their concern for him almost palpable. Yet, despite their warmth, he couldn't shake the feeling that the air conditioning in the room was set a bit too high. It was freezing. He pulled the blanket tighter around himself. The second to exit the fray was the vixen. Not because she wanted to leave, but because Mina Hawk and Natasha exchanged knowing glances and, wordlessly, struck a silent bargain above her head. Their banter was laced with biting sarcasm, aimed squarely at her. First, they mocked the superficiality of her friendship with K.A.D., calling it as flimsy as plastic. Next, they accused her of childish recklessness. And finally, they derided her for her cloyingly sweet voice and flirtatious manner. Stung in the area of her greatest pride, the vixen nearly lost her composure and lashed out. But when Natasha began to polish her pistol and Mina Hawk her dagger, the vixen decided that she was, after all, a fox of kindness. Biting people was beneath her. Pouting dramatically, she left the ward, the picture of wounded innocence. Honestly, when women get to talking, it can be exhausting for a guy to keep up. Galio, for one, had no idea what they were even saying. In a blink, the 4 dazzling beauties surrounding him had been reduced to just 2. The abrupt drop was almost comical, and seeing the casual way they handled their weapons whenever words failed made him even more anxious. The 2 senior women, for their part, were perfectly composed. Having dealt with the 2 lower-ranked newcomers, a temporary truce was established. They both knew full well the notorious ways of S.H.I.E.L.D. They might have their own agendas concerning Galio, but this was hardly the place to act on them. So, for now, peace and quiet were the order of the day. They'd stake out their territory first and work out questions of ownership later. It wasn't as though the thought of eliminating each other hadn't crossed their minds. But in this world, who didn't know how the game was played? The only reason neither had made a move yet was simply because the perfect opportunity had not yet presented itself. Inside SHLD's surveillance room, this gang of incorrigible onlookers were watching the drama unfold with bated breath and misty eyes. Compared to the trashy soap operas on TV, this spectacle was far more riveting. And just think, a whole lineup of untouchable goddesses right before their eyes, a sight that no one outside these walls would ever witness or even imagine. They were quietly reveling in their good fortune. As for envy, please, don't be ridiculous. Those angelic facades might fool outsiders, but among themselves, foxes from the same den, everyone knew exactly what was under the mask. Take Mina Harker and Natasha, for example. If anyone inside the room dared to invite either one for a cup of milk tea, over 90% of the agents would rush back to check their notebooks, scribble a quick last will, and brace themselves for possible disciplinary review. As for the other two delicate little flowers, well, with a great white shark guarding the door, did the goldfish really think she could swim in for a bite? No chance. When the goldfish can't get into the restaurant, she's left to wander outside. And who takes advantage when she's out and about? Isn't it obvious? Galio spent 3 days resting at S.H.I.E.L.D., cooperating with all sorts of examinations and enduring countless awkward situations. The rich girl never reappeared, but during those 3 days, the little fox, Natasha, and Mina Harker were almost always by his side. The exam results, unsurprisingly, showed no changes. Galio was as healthy as a horse. During this period, there was a tacit agreement among everyone not to update Galio's files or ask about the wide range of abilities he'd shown. And as for the ongoing research on his cells, Galio didn't bother to ask. Such things weren't his concern. He didn't believe for a second that S.H.I.E.L.D. could clone a system from a few cells. Character card. Name, Galio. Su Xiaobei's shadow attendant. Envy, wrath. Strength, 25 speed, 20 intelligence, 15 dexterity, 18 burst, 15 stamina, 30 defense, 82. Free points, none. Skills, firearms mastery, martial arts mastery, Chinese, English, Arabic, Russian, mechanical proficiency, gaming master, sculpture expert. Skill tree, shadow manipulation 20, shadow arrow 10, shadow form, regular 10, shadow form, attack immunity 10, shadow counter 10, shadow possession 15, shadow gun 1, shadow samurai 1, quick step 1, shadow stitch 1, shadow enhancement 5. Special items, curse doll, single-use heal times 3, enhanced healing, activation, stimulant. As for his level, due to the system update, he was reset to level 1, and his physical stats dropped a bit. Even so, Galio was now much stronger than before, so much so that even without using any skills, he felt confident that he could go toe-to-toe with the little spider and hold his own. The LV 3.0 system panel led Galio to a certain hypothesis. Since there was envy and anger, there must be 5 other kinds as well. All these mutants, marked with special traits, could make Galio even stronger. With the system back online, Galio regained the courage to venture out on his own once more. While Galio was recuperating, sleeping away his wounds, the city was swiftly revitalized thanks to the tireless and lavish investments from both the Wayne Group and the Stark Group. Though the lives lost could never be returned, the city had recaptured its former vibrance and prosperity. Galio arrived at Williamsburg, a district left entirely unscathed by the recent war. He ordered himself a meal set, and the guests there greeted him with applause and cheers. What touched Galio even more was that Williamsburg offered him a 15% discount voucher, an unprecedented deal in their history. Such a discount from Williamsburg was truly an honor. Galio had to summon all his self-control not to smack the small restaurant owner out of sheer exasperation. Given his current fame and status, which restaurant wouldn't comp his meal? And besides, did Galio look like someone who was short on cash? Honestly, get a clue. He was loaded. Half dying of frustration, Galio still had to eat. Just as he began to enjoy a meal he hadn't tasted for ages, the atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly fell silent. Galio looked up. At the door stood a tall man with a head full of natural curls, wearing slippers and a flamboyant floral shirt. Looking unkempt but blessed with such strikingly good looks that he outshone everyone, regardless of gender, the instant he walked in. After glancing around, the tall man took a seat directly across from Galio. Instantly, the two waitress sisters became sworn rivals, elbowing and jostling each other as they stumbled their way to the table. "Sir, may I take your order?" The simple, everyday question made Galio draw a sharp breath, almost giving him diabetes. Was everyone this shameless these days? Sure, the guy was a tad more handsome than him, but did he have to fawn over him so blatantly? The scruffy man scratched his hair. Just a piece of cake, please. The cheapest one you have." "No problem. Our cheesecake is only $10. I'll bring it for 8. 6. 2. The two waitresses shamelessly haggled over the price right at the table, completely disregarding poor Galio's feelings. In his hand was a cheesecake worth $20, 17 after the discount, plus a $10 coffee. The moment the scruffy man's $2 cheesecake was put in front of him, Galio, for the first time since crossing over, felt a deep, cosmic malice directed right at him. Fortunately, Galio was a professional agent, well-trained in controlling his urge to lash out. He forced himself to quietly eat his own portion, tears stinging his eyes. Galio kept telling himself, the other guy's cake costs only 1/10 of mine, so surely its taste can't be even 1/10 as good as my own 20-coin masterpiece. Yet, from every possible angle, the scruffy man's cake was noticeably bigger than Galio's, with brighter colors and a richer aroma. Still, Galio convinced himself that his was better. Almost as if to persuade himself, he took 2 even bigger bites. The scruffy man yawned, looking utterly listless as he ate his cake, his gaze drifting lazily over the bustling street outside. Just as Galio focused on finishing his appropriately priced cheesecake, a passerby outside suddenly exploded on the spot, transforming instantly into a monster. A long tongue shot from its mouth, its head swelling grotesquely, broad, flat, and huge, bearing a striking resemblance to the aliens from movies Galio had seen in his former life. The creature appeared, ready to slaughter the bystanders in a heartbeat. Thanks to his evolved abilities, Galio's skills now triggered even faster. With a flash of shadow and a flicker of surprise on the scruffy man's face, Galio slipped through the glass and appeared outside Williamsburg, emerging from the creature's shadow. He grabbed the monster's tongue in one swift motion. This monster's strength was fairly average, and it didn't seem particularly bright. The moment Galio seized its tongue, the creature instinctively lashed out with its claws. Honestly, with that level of intelligence, 5 seconds was about all it was going to last. Galio drove a fist into the monster's chest and was promptly rewarded with an experience card. By now, mutants this week were utterly worthless to him. Their power level was barely above that of an ordinary zombie, hardly stronger than a regular person. Galio already had plenty of these experience cards. Just as Galio was about to return to his breakfast, 3 more people in the cheering crowd suddenly transformed into the same kind of monster. Not only did their transformation happen simultaneously, but their attacks were perfectly synchronized. 3 tongues shot toward Galio at once. Shadow form. With his level of defense, Galio could have taken the hits head-on, but the sheer disgust of being licked by those tongues was more than he could bear. In a blink, he reappeared behind the 3 mutants, moving almost like he'd teleported. He didn't even need his gun. 1 punch each, and the battle was over. The scruffy man continued eating his cake, staring blankly out the window. They're mutants, whispered the 2 waitresses, crawling to the window in perfect sync, seeing Galio dispatch the rampaging mutants in a flash of lightning and thunder. They trembled in fear, shrinking into the picture of helpless damsels in distress. With a thoroughly bewildered look, the scruffy man held a half-eaten slice of cheesecake in his hand. Glancing at the 2 beautiful women pressed up against him, he muttered inwardly that, well, this was making it awfully difficult to enjoy his dessert. They were simply too well endowed. Boom! The last mutant that Galio had taken down suddenly exploded right where it stood, sending jets of dark green blood splattering in every direction. Not good. Galio wanted to shout for everyone scatter, but curiosity is a universal trait, no matter the era or the country. Lacking any flashy skills to control the crowd, Galio found himself helpless against this explosive torrent of liquid. All he could do was slam his fist into the ground, simultaneously using his shadow manipulation to fling up chunks of rubble as a makeshift shield. However much he could block would have to be enough. Wherever the liquid splashed on the crowd, thick green tendrils began to bulge beneath their skin. Just as Galio realized disaster was about to strike, the people were already morphing into monstrous forms at breakneck speed. The transformation was so rapid and the infection rate so high that the new creatures no longer targeted just Galio. They turned on everyone nearby, attacking whoever they could. Anyone wounded, depending on the severity of the injury, would transform into a creature themselves within seconds or minutes. Appraisal. Name, Alien Mutant, LV1. Species, Class, Artificial Mutant. Stats, Strength 10, Speed 3, Intelligence 0, Dexterity 1, Burst 0. Skills, Infection, Contact, Blood, Open Wounds, cannot be transmitted by air, Self-Destruct. Damn it, these things were the worst. Galio grabbed the bullets hovering in his pocket with shadow control and fired rapidly at the mutating monsters. Everyone, find cover right now. Don't let those creatures' blood or spit touch you. At this point, there wasn't much else Galio could do. He had to focus on solving the crisis at hand. Fortunately, these monsters' transformation time was incredibly short. If they had any kind of incubation period, this would become another outbreak like the zombie disaster on KD concert night in a matter of moments. High-precision bullets, laced with shadow arrows, tore through the monsters with ease, taking them out in batches and turning them into experience cards. The crowd, Far from being foolish, heeded Galio's warning and quickly ducked into the buildings lining the street. Some, luckier than others, had only gotten blood on their clothes. Those people wasted no time in stripping off the contaminated garments. Honestly, this unexpected turn of events wasn't half bad for some folks. In America, it was common for people to throw on just a jacket and head out, often with nothing underneath. And even when there was something, the styles and varieties on display were far more numerous and creative than anything Galio had ever seen on his old hard drives. Sharp as ever, despite being sandwiched between two women, which, frankly, was getting a bit annoying, the scruffy man still acknowledged Galio's quick thinking right away. In situations like this, it was as obvious as lice on a bald head, but not many people could not only notice, but also immediately find the right way to respond to a sudden crisis. Just for that, Galio truly deserved the title of their secret weapon. Moving quickly, Galio gathered some stones and discarded clothes, doing everything he could to block the splatter from the monster's explosive end. In these times, survival for any human wasn't easy, and finding the right defensive stance had become an instinct woven deep into their veins. With no innocent bystanders around to complicate matters, monsters of this caliber were hardly worth mentioning. Besides, when Galio let some of the creature's fluids splash on him, his system flagged him as immune. Apparently, even the threat level of this thing was lower than that of a zombie virus. Area Appraisal, one of Galio's most mana-draining skills, wasn't something he dared to use when monsters swarmed, lest he collapse from exhaustion. But once the horde had been whittled down to just a couple, that skill became incredibly effective. Right now, mutants were cropping up everywhere. On Galio's street alone, aside from the 3 surviving monsters, there were actually 2 mutants hidden among the crowd. Their abilities were bizarre, to say the least, but mutants were still mutants. What really caught Galio's attention, though, was the mutant scan registering inside Williamsburg. Name, Nichuma. Race, human-demon hybrid. Type, symbiotic. Human stats, strength 15, speed 5, intelligence 20, dexterity 10, burst 20. Skills, enchanter, slothful, wind manipulator, chapters. Now, that was something new. Galio had never encountered a being quite like this. The whole situation was starting to veer off into uncharted territory. As the world expanded and Galio grew stronger, so too did the dangers that shadowed him. From every angle, Galio wanted nothing to do with such a bizarre creature. And truth be told, there was no guarantee he could win a fight. Those stats looked like they belonged in a duel with a supreme mage. So, after dispatching 2 of the lesser xenomorphs, Galio ruthlessly dismembered the last one and hurled its head straight at the glass barrier of Williamsburg. The alien's long head smashed against the glass, bursting into a spray of blood. Well, guess I've caught their attention now. Through the shattered glass, Galio and Nichuma's eyes met and clashed in the air. But almost immediately, the scruffy Nichuma just rubbed his head. Fighting spirit, well, that's always fleeting. It's the lazy days that last. He gently pried the 2 girls off him. They'd been clutching him even tighter in fear, and, honestly, it was suffocating. With a languid air, Nichuma took a slow sip of his coffee. Galio stripped off his clothes, now smeared with sticky mucus, and called for the security personnel to come over and burn them in a controlled incineration. Since Galio's earth-shattering strike, the surrounding citizens had stopped mutating and the burning and quarantine procedures were carried out at the same time. When Galio returned to the shop, the scruffy man had already paid and left. To his surprise, for the first time, he received complaints from the 2 towering ladies, black and gold. They actually thought Galio was jealous of the scruffy man's looks and had deliberately smeared the corpse against the glass. Now, what were they supposed to do about that pane of glass? Blinded by good looks, these 2 young women not only seemed to have lost all sense of judgment, but even their minds were muddled. Their boldness, too, was soaring to new heights. Feeling weary and not wanting to say a word, Galio left the restaurant. Just as he was wandering aimlessly, about to head home and continue his hermit-like routine, the shield phone gave off a piercing alarm. Whenever this special phone sounded its alert, it meant the city was facing a mutant or disaster that only a diamond-level agent could handle. That was definitely bad news. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. had grown into a massive organization, and if it were anything minor, Colossus and Shadowcat could have taken care of it easily. In other words, this was dangerous. He was tempted to just ignore it. Galio had, after all, just dealt with a highly infectious disaster. But simply pretending not to hear might not be enough. He needed a backup plan. So, he decided to tweak his plan to stroll home. Turning to the newly arrived security team, Galio explained that the disaster had an extremely high transmission risk. For everyone's safety, it would be best to place all personnel, himself included, under short-term quarantine to ensure no one was infected. Galio actually recognized some of the security forces this time. Among them was the squad leader who had nearly sacrificed himself during the last zombie outbreak alongside Colossus. Judging by his new insignia, the man had been promoted. No one wanted to be quarantined, especially in the land of the free. But confronted by heavily armed troops and with Galio present, the crowd, though disgruntled, could only grit their teeth and comply. Still, not everyone was willing to back down in the face of firearms. A boy with a shock of brightly colored hair stepped forward, pointing at Galio. Why do we have to be quarantined? Didn't you already take care of those monsters? Besides, isn't fighting monsters your job? Let us go. I've got a party tonight. Truth be told, Galio was quite sure this group of kids was probably fine. None of them had come into contact with a monster's fluids. But talking to him like that, Galio narrowed his eyes and walked right up to the boy. What are you doing? Do you even know who my dad is? You can't, the boy protested. But before he could finish, he suddenly dropped to his knees right there on the spot, kneeling with perfect posture. No need to ask. This was mind control at work. Still, the public wouldn't see it that way. They'd simply believe that Galio's presence was overwhelmingly awe-inspiring. Listen, children, your lives aren't yours alone. You have families, friends. Isolation is only temporary. I'll stay here with you to make sure nothing goes wrong. Once the scientists have finished their tests, you'll be the first to leave. I'll be the last one out. So I ask you all, please cooperate. As he spoke, Galio bowed deeply at a perfect 80-degree angle. The boy wanted to stand up, to assert himself once more, but his body refused to obey. The sensation of having a free mind while being utterly unable to move a single muscle was pure horror. After his initial anger faded, the boy fell into a deep, paralyzing fear. Galio, standing before him, seemed to grow ever more menacing. Kneeling at Galio's feet, the boy felt stripped of any sense of safety. Galio spoke with heartfelt conviction, and even the most unruly child had been frightened into submission. Surrounded by heavily armed soldiers, there was no way the authorities would just let them walk away. With all these factors weighing on them, the crowd finally relented, generously agreeing to cooperate. They also insisted that Galio, burdened with so many responsibilities, need not exhaust himself by staying with them. After all, if Galio were to mutate into something else, that would be a sight too wild to imagine. A familiar face, Lieutenant Granger, the hero from the front lines of the last KD night, immediately stepped forward, pledging to take care of every civilian and to destroy any remaining liquids, ensuring there would be no secondary infections. This brave fellow wasn't just courageous. His efficiency was exceptional. He cleared the camp at once and arranged quarantine spaces for everyone. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Report. There's an issue with Mr. Galio's location. There was a mutant with an infection ability similar to a zombie virus in his area. After Galio subdued the mutant, he proposed quarantining all civilians due to the virus's high contagion. To calm the public, Mr. Galio himself volunteered to be included in the quarantine list. Nick Fury let out a tense hiss through his teeth. The thing he dreaded most was these highly infectious mutant terrorists. Their powers weren't always strong, but the damage they caused was immense and deeply unsettling. Galio was always their first choice for containing rogue mutants, but they needed him here too. Now that he was in quarantine, Fury made his decision. Send War Machine and Falcon to the scene immediately. The Falcon was a vigilante hero from a grassroots organization, but due to financial issues, he had officially joined S.H.I.E.L.D. He had become a member of the salaried workforce, bowing to reality, and was now an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. at the silver rank. The Falcon didn't possess any special powers. His only claim to fame was a pair of self-modified wings and impressive flying skills. After he joined, Tony upgraded some of his gear, so his actual combat abilities were probably on par with a gold-ranked agent. 2 people should be enough, right? On the screen, those 2 colossal figures blotted out the sky. In truth, even Nick Fury felt his confidence slipping away. At the military encampment, Galio gazed up at the scattered stars, a sense of human insignificance welling up inside him. Well, all of that was just idle talk. In reality, he was simply feeling smug for having cleverly dodged a round of labor. Nothing beats the secret delight of skipping work openly and righteously, basking in a sense of justified rebellion. After a full day of screening by a team of scientists and doctors, the results, as expected, showed no issues at all. But given the population density of the neighborhood and the minimum observation time, Galio had managed to drag the process out for nearly a whole day. By the time all the procedures were rushed through, it was already 3:30 in the morning. At this hour, virtually any sane person would be asleep. Galio felt that if someone handed him a feather fan, he could play the role of a proud and witty strategist, laughing over affairs like a modern-day Zhuge Liang. As he was leaving, every soldier he passed saluted him. True to his word, Galio completed all the quarantine procedures just like any ordinary citizen, and he was actually the very last one to leave. No wonder the newly arrived Lieutenant Granger was so respectful toward Mr. Galio. Someone so powerful, courageous, disciplined, and caring for the people was indeed a true role model. Expressionless, after stepping out of the military base, Galio was struck by a sense of unrivaled solitude. As he suspected, without 9 years of compulsory education and piles of rote homework, Americans just didn't seem all that bright, simply not in the same league as someone of his caliber. Just as Galio was leaving the base, a military jeep pulled up beside him. Granger had changed into civilian clothes. "No need to give me a ride. I can just jog home on my own," Galio replied, not trying to show off, but simply feeling on instinct that nothing good ever came from getting into that car. As expected. "Here's the situation, Mr. Galio," Granger said. "Earlier today, in California, 2 gigantic metal monsters appeared out of nowhere. Their origins are unknown, but they're unbelievably powerful and destructive. Falcon, Spider-Man, and War Machine have been fighting them all day, to no avail. Mr. Tony Stark is on his way there now. They need your strength. No, don't get me wrong, this is all an illusion. When it comes to robots, having that guy Tony around is more than enough. They don't need me at all. Mr. Galio, even though you could probably get there faster on foot, things are still under control for now. Please, I beg you, give me a chance to repay your kindness. I'll never forget that you saved my life. If it means that much to you, why not just pay me back in cash?" Galio's attempt to keep his face composed nearly failed, but he had no way to refuse. With a heavy heart, he resigned himself to getting into the military vehicle, more like a bandit's ride, really, as Granger floored the gas pedal. Yet, even then, Galio wore a faintly disappointed look. Well, Granger could understand. After all, Galio had once performed what could only be called near-instant teleportation. He didn't do it often, but someone like him would surely find a mere 200 miles per hour excruciatingly slow. But the real reason Galio looked so uncomfortable was because, at 200 miles per hour, he was getting carsick, especially in this military jeep, which barely had any suspension or comfort. If there was no urgent rush, it would be much better to take it slow at 20 miles per hour. Atop Star Tower, Nick Fury stood with a file in hand, studying it intently. Beside him, his stern-looking assistant delivered her report. "Director, Spider-Man and War Machine have failed completely. They've retreated to Base 2. Tony Stark and Dr. Banner are at the scene, and Mr. Galio is on his way." "I see. In the end, everything still depends on Banner and Galio." Director, forgive me, but I don't understand. Why aren't we calling in Superman, our top-ranked asset? If he steps in, I'm sure everything would be resolved in no time." Nick Fury wasn't in the mood for small talk. If it were up to him, he'd just punch the issue away. But if the cost of using Superman came out of your salary, and you'd have to work for S.H.I.E.L.D. for the next 2 centuries for free, then maybe, just maybe, Nick Fury would consider pulling some special strings to get the guy in the cape. Sitting in his position, Nick Fury felt utterly drained. Ever since mutants began to rise up, he'd been stretched to the limit. The Mutant Citizenship Program, the KD Project, and SHLD's expansion, under Cyclops' leadership, the ranks of law-abiding mutants had grown larger than ever. If things kept developing this way, fugitives like Magneto would become little more than glorified drug lords, hardly able to stir up any real trouble. Yet, just as S.H.I.E.L.D. grew stronger under his watch, the world seemed to spiral into chaos. Mutants with frightening powers kept emerging one after another. Out in the open, not much was reported, but in confidential files, it was recorded that a tiny island nation in Asia, called Yamato, was nearly wiped out by a mutant with seismic powers. It was said that 2 of its cities had been completely lost. The abilities of mutants are becoming more and more frightening. Take, for example, the mutant scientist who was recently confirmed to have committed treason, along with his 3 accomplices. Their powers are nearly on par with Diamond-level agents. On top of that, this scientist possesses a vast wealth of knowledge and access to a trove of government experimental data. What a headache. Nick Fury, who seems to be on the verge of resigning. A full 2-hour drive. With a look of utter discomfort, Galio traveled from one military base to another. At the entrance, War Machine, dressed casually in a shirt, was waiting while chatting amiably with a scientist in a white lab coat. "Colonel Rhodes." Granger greeted him with boundless enthusiasm, jumping out of the car to snap off a salute. If Galio was a national idol, then Rhodes was the pride of the entire military. He was, after all, their first homegrown superhero. Rhodes returned Granger's salute with a formal air, then turned and extended his hand to Galio. Galio was momentarily baffled. "What's going on with you, Rhodes?" Sure, you and I might not be best friends, but we know each other well enough, thanks to SHLD sound sessions. So what's with all the ceremony? Still, since Rhodes had offered his hand, Galio politely shook it. After their brief handshake, Rhodes gestured to the scientist in the white coat to do the same, introducing him. This is Dr. Myrie, a mechanical engineering expert with the military. If your name's Myrie, maybe you shouldn't go into mechanical engineering. Galio couldn't help but mutter internally. He kept his thoughts to himself, maintaining his polite demeanor as he shook hands. After all, Galio had an image to uphold. Random complaints were out of character. Once the introductions were over, Rhodes didn't even invite poor Granger to stay for a meal. He simply sent the young man on his way. Here's the situation, Mr. Galio, Dr. Myrie explained succinctly. The disaster we're facing this time isn't caused by mutants, but by two enormous metal robots. Their capabilities are formidable. Colonel Rhodes' armor and Spider-Man's powers have proven completely ineffective against them. They might as well be ordinary people. Even Mr. Stark and Dr. Banner are at a loss. All they've managed to do is barely confine the robots to a desolate area to minimize damage. So, we're really counting on you, Mr. Galio. As for why a mechanical engineering expert was even present, well, that hardly mattered anymore. When the enemy can wipe the floor with both Rhodes and the kid in red and blue, the title of expert doesn't count for much. If Rhodes hadn't shown up in one piece, Galio would have insisted headquarters send in the Caped One directly. These kinds of giant toys were simply not meant for ordinary folks like them to mess with. Here's the situation, Mr. Galio. Mr. Tony is currently assisting Dr. Banner in dealing with another robot, so he can't spare the time to brief you on the specifics of this. 1. I'll be reporting to you instead. Here's the basic information. Please take a look and let me know if there's anything you want clarified or if you need further data. Melee found a car and handed Galio a stack of documents. The dossier included photos of two robots, details about their basic functions, weapon specifications, and shots of them fighting Spider-Man and War Machine. It was, in fact, quite comprehensive. Even the firepower comparison charts were there. But then again, Galio stared at the photos. Two nearly identical suits of armor, one painted red and the other iron gray. He almost couldn't help but mutter a complaint. He'd seen these before back on TV. If he remembered right, they called these things Hulkbuster armor. So, what was going on? Had Tony Stark betrayed them? Or had the Hulk lost control again? What's more, the atmosphere between Rhodey and this surly engineering expert was off. Based on what Galio knew of Rhodey, if there really was a disaster threatening humanity, the guy would fight to the bitter end. Unless his suit was out of commission, he'd never back down from the front lines, not even with minor injuries. Yet here they were, and after all this chaos, Rhodey, supposedly on the losing side, hadn't suffered a single scratch. That just didn't add up. Galio's interest in the file faded as he skimmed through it. Melee raised an eyebrow. Everyone always said Galio was outstanding, but seeing him now, he didn't seem all that impressive. These new suits, crafted by Tony Stark and further enhanced by his own modifications, were meant to be the next generation of mutant police. With Galio acting so dismissive, Melee was secretly looking forward to seeing him humbled by a good beating. Galio, take this seriously. That thing is tough. My weapons can't even scratch its defenses, Rhodey warned, not wanting to see his teammate walk into disaster. Galio closed the report. It didn't mean much to him. With his grand appraisal ability, nothing could hide its true form from him. As for Rhodey's firepower not breaking through, wasn't that an issue with the government's armory? If you insist on using those fancy gadgets instead of Tony's tech, who else is to blame when things go wrong? Rhodey looked like he wanted to add something, but Melee cut him off. Mr. Galio, although the robot's movement is currently restricted, it's still dangerous. There's always a chance it could break through our containment and reach the city. If you don't have any objections, we should head out now. Doesn't matter to me. Just drop me off when we get there, Galio replied. There was something off about this kid's tone. There was none of that desperate gratitude you'd expect from someone rescued by Galio. Instead, he sounded more like a scientist giving instructions to his assistant. Though he spoke with polite words, his attitude was downright arrogant. Galio's voice was already growing sharp, but Rhodes had no choice. These scientists were all prized assets of the government, and they always talked like this, barely thinking before speaking, perpetually dismissive of brute force. If they didn't occasionally need to borrow Rhodes' power armor for their research, Rhodes and his people would hardly give them the time of day, regardless of his own rank as a colonel. No problem. This car is very fast. Mr. Galio will be pleased with the speed, said Melee. As he spoke, the Jeep suddenly roared to life with a surge of blue fire, its speed multiplying in an instant. Even as they accelerated, the vehicle's stability never wavered. Compared to Granger's battered old car, which felt like riding a tractor at 200 miles an hour. This was a world apart. At least in this ride, Galio wouldn't get carsick. Meanwhile, Galio was up to his own tricks, quietly syncing his shadow form with the car's shadow as they sped along. Once they arrived, he'd be ready to teach this brat a lesson. Galio was never one to show mercy. Not spotting any surprise on Galio's face left Melee a little disappointed. Soon, they reached the desert. It wasn't empty either. There were a few trees, some houses, even a couple of tall buildings. Right in front of Galio, now, was a black and gray anti-Hulk armor. The thing was pounding its chest atop a building like some giant gorilla called King Kong. Faced with this, Galio wasted no time. He unleashed a powerful appraisal from above. Name: Anti-Hulk Armor, Imitation Model 3. Category: Mechanical Weapon. Specs: Body length 35 meters, Strength 120, Speed 40, Intelligence 0, Dexterity 3, Burst 0. Abilities: This armor is a high-quality imitation of the Anti-Hulk Armor Model 3. It can be remotely piloted or directly controlled by a rider. It boasts excellent mobility and strength, and is equipped all over with various government-issued special weapons. Weapon diagrams omitted. Contains several unreasonable connection points. Details omitted. The Jeep raced like the wind, stopping just before the defensive line. But the moment the car halted, Road was the first to react. Where's Galio? One moment, a high-speed Jeep. The next, the big guy had vanished. Melee frantically searched around in shock. Galio truly was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, did he fall out? At nearly 1,600 miles an hour, that'd kill anyone. Couldn't he at least sit tight? Excuse me, are you talking about me? Came a voice from outside the Jeep. Soldiers guarding the perimeter, guns at the ready, stared at Galio as if he were some kind of monster. Melee nearly choked on his own spit. Thank goodness nothing had happened. If there'd been any accident with a high-value asset like Galio, there'd be no way to explain it. Rod wasn't particularly surprised. This speed might seem fast to humans, but in reality, he could reach this pace himself in his war. Machine mode, perhaps even faster. So, he handled it much better, making Melee seem a bit overdramatic and not quite up to the task. Jumping out of the Jeep, Rod pointed at the robot smashing buildings like a gorilla. That's the one, Galio. This guy's way too big for me to handle. Melee, after all, was among the top scientists in the government. He quickly regained his composure and, with Rod's help, hopped out of the car. Mr. Galio, I must warn you this. Armor is extremely well protected. It can easily withstand Colonel Rod's weapons, and its strength is formidable. Even Spider-Man couldn't restrain it. Now it's up to you. Up to me. Galio frowned, his expression stony. Do you all take me for a fool? Rod could sense the mood shifting, but before he could say anything, Melee interjected with a look of disdain. What's this? Haven't even started fighting, and our secret weapon is already giving up? Galio leaned into the military vehicle, and under Dr. Myray's horrified gaze, he ripped out the car seat with his bare hands, stacked two together, snapped them in half, and adjusted the height until it was about right. Then, Galio sat down. I'll say this just once, Rod. Get Tony over here to give me an explanation. If not, you can go find someone else. What are you talking about? You're a government agent. Your orders are... Melee hadn't finished before Rod, fed up, cut him off. Myray's intelligence was clearly all in the realm of science, and in this situation, the act was falling apart. If they kept it up, something was bound to go wrong. Enough, Rod shouted, stopping Melee, then pulled out his phone and called his best friend. On the other end, Tony Stark, Spider-Man, and Hulk stood fuming, surrounded by soldiers and disarmed. Of course, with their strength, they could fight their way out with their bare hands, but that wasn't the way to handle things. Still, that didn't mean they weren't angry. The phone rang. Tony picked up and heard Rod's voice. Galio's with me. Yeah, he's refusing to act until he talks to you. I knew those big shots would mess everything up, Tony said loudly, making no effort to lower his voice. The atmosphere turned awkward on both ends of the call. This is Galio, said Galio, now sitting on his improvised chair made from the Jeep seats, as he took the phone from Rod. All right, I'll be blunt. The two robots were built by me and the military, and the purpose was to make up for our lack of advanced combat power. Besides, machines aren't human lives. They can effectively reduce casualties among our soldiers. I understand that. What I can't accept is why you had to deceive me. That's not on me. You'll have to ask Rode about that. Lying to you was never part of my plan. By the way, my suit was just confiscated, and right now I'm locked up with Banner and the little spider. Give me the address. We'll talk face to face. I've sent it to your phone. Galio gave the high-tech Stark Industries phone a glance. Then, as if he were crushing a piece of tofu, he squeezed it to pieces. Nice car. I'll be borrowing it, Galio said as he climbed straight into the military vehicle. Hey, Galio, don't do this. It's just a minor communication issue. Let's not make things any more complicated. Rode quickly blocked his way. If Galio walked off like this, things would spiral out of control. Dr. Mare was dumbfounded. These S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were impossible to handle. What were they trying to pull now? Tony Stark and his crew had flat-out rejected his plan earlier. Then, after Mare reported to his superiors and got command, they went straight to contacting Galio to lay all their cards on the table and even shut down all functions of Armor 1. What were they doing? Staging a mutiny. I'll go pick up Tony. We'll talk when everyone's here. Rode was strong, but next to Galio at LV3, he didn't stand a chance. With ridiculous ease, Galio brushed Rode's arm aside with a single finger. Just as he was about to start the engine, a giant robot charged forward in massive strides, breaking right through the security cordon. Taking advantage of the moment when Galio had just gotten in the car, Mare had someone seize control of the robot. Now that Galio was here, it was out of his hands whether the test continued or not. No, Rode realized the situation was spinning completely out of control and shouted to halt the armor. Calm down, Rode. This won't even take 10 seconds. Inside the military vehicle, Galio shot from his seat with astonishing speed and rushed straight toward the robot. As he passed Mare, he grabbed him by the collar, and in a blink, they were under the massive machine's feet, Galio hoisting Mare high. The enormous mechanical foot hovered just a centimeter from Mare's face. Whether Galio could hold it back, Mare had no idea, but what he did know for sure was that he absolutely couldn't survive it himself. Your operator's not bad, Galio remarked with a note of praise, gripping Melee and turning to head back. His hand clamped around Melee's neck, and after just a couple of steps, Melee's eyes rolled back in a faint. The soldiers quickly raised their weapons, aiming at Galio. Not that they wanted to, or really understood the higher-ups' business, but orders were orders. Soldiers didn't have the right to question right or wrong. Put your guns down. Rode stepped forward. With so few people here, he honestly didn't think they could stop Galio. The chaos during the night of KAD had been far worse than this. Standing in Galio's way, Rode's face shifted from dark to a sickly green. Galio, I'll have Tony here right away. Don't make this more complicated than it needs to be. This is just a small, very small misunderstanding. And you really need to let go of Dr. Melee. He's already passed out. Holding the unnaturally light man by the neck, Galio paused to think. Maybe it wouldn't do to just squeeze him to death here. But simply letting go didn't seem right either. He returned to the makeshift chair he'd built, lifted the reinforced middle section, and tossed Melee into it. With practiced ease, Galio used some metal scraps to tie the man down. When it came to things like this, Galio felt he was quite gifted. I'll wait for Tony to get here, Galio declared, his boot pressing down on Melee's neck as he sat on the stool with a bandit swagger. If he didn't fancy himself a protagonist, Galio would have lit up a cigar right then and there. Rhodes kept trying to convince Galio to let Melee go, but without his armor, he wasn't much stronger than the rest of the soldiers. As for suiting up and going toe-to-toe with Galio, he wasn't stupid. This was supposed to be a matter of communication. If it turned into a fight, it would become a matter of sides. Who wanted to shoulder that blame? Without hesitation, Rhodes called both Nick Fury and the military brass. Moments later, Nick Fury was fuming, his face practically turning blue. Rhodes had his own loyalties, after all, and his report had been brutally factual after Galio pointed out the problem. Dr. Melee had unleashed robots to attack a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. That qualified as an outright assault. Given Galio's status, killing him on the spot wouldn't even be out of line. Though Nick Fury had approved the plan, going all in was the only way to measure the real difference in combat power, not just between the ZF robot program and their own, but also as a risk assessment for Galio. He never intended for anyone to get seriously hurt. What did these military scientists think their status made them untouchable? Talk about pushing their luck. Without hesitation, Nick Fury ordered a light fighter jet and, with Natasha and Hawkeye in tow, flew straight for the base. The military brass were far from pleased. These American scientists had clearly spent too much time in their labs and not enough talking to people. They had no idea how to communicate. Anyone would lose their temper with this approach, let alone a monster like Galio, the very pinnacle of government combat power. Frankly, the military never expected that a version 1.0 machine could actually take Galio down. The real reason for sending people was just to see the machine get wrecked. But insisting on making the machine take Galio head-on? What were they thinking? As the situation spiraled out of control, he tried calling Nick Fury, but the one-eyed director refused to pick up. Left with no choice, the military top brass grabbed his pipe and found a plane to head out to the base himself. Meanwhile, in a distant experimental facility where Stark and his companions were being held, the heavy door creaked open, and in walked a stunning woman in uniform. With her curvaceous figure and long, wavy hair, she was every bit the image of military allure. This was Cynthia, a high-ranking officer from the military's public relations department. Somehow, the U.S. military uniform, which looked boxy on others, clung to her like a designer swimsuit. Where it made others look like barrels, on her it was closer to a bikini. Cynthia perched sideways on the edge of her desk, facing the three superheroes. Tony Stark led the way. All three of them casually crossed their legs. Tony even put a hand over Spider-Man's eyes, though the kid quickly pried open a gap to peek through. With a smile, Cynthia picked up a nail clipper and began to smooth her already beautiful nails. I have good news and bad news, one of each. Which would you like to hear first? The good news, of course. And if you could throw in a glass of champagne, that would make it even better. We could toast while we talk, Stark replied, flashing his billionaire's grin. Cynthia didn't rush. With a wave of her hand, soldiers poured champagne and served it to the three heroes. Wow, now that's service. I wish all our detentions were this well catered, Tony quipped, grabbing a glass, and, under the envious eyes of his protege and the resident recluse, leaned in until he was just a centimeter from Cynthia's nose. So, are you ready to tell us your news? Cynthia gently nudged Stark's shoulder. He felt a sudden numbness spread from the spot she touched. No exaggeration, it genuinely went numb. The good news is, you're being released, Cynthia said softly, her tone calm and unhurried. And the bad news? This time it wasn't Stark, who was busy flexing his arm to shake off the numbness, but rather Spider-Man, who was gulping his champagne like it was fruit juice. After all, drinking with both hands wrapped around the flute wasn't exactly standard practice. When Spider-Man finished his question, Cynthia gave the kind of alluring, dangerous smile only a true femme fatale could manage. The bad news is, there's a fight breaking out with Galio. Dr. Mayer was just taken hostage, and it was a close call. Things nearly turned deadly. Damn it. Tony Stark nearly swore out loud. Something that serious, and she waited until now to mention it? Who even cared about the champagne anymore? The wine glass in his hand was tossed casually to the floor. Mr. Tony wiped his palms and pressed a few buttons on his wrist. The suit of armor, which he'd left on the table, sprang upright at once. He strode over to the armor, transforming into Iron Man. The eyes on his mask glowed with an orange light. Ms. Zendaya, would you be interested in experiencing some high-speed flight? I can go very, very fast. I prefer to take things slow, Zendaya replied with a raised eyebrow as she put on her own armor. Her acupoint techniques were useless now. Technology really was such a bother. Still, she thought, there would be plenty of opportunities in the days ahead. That's a shame. As he spoke, Iron Man's suit ejected a card with nothing but a phone number and a name. This is my private number. Give me a call. After handing the card to Zendaya, Iron Man took a hit from a repulsor cannon above his head and shot out of the place. As for the two rather shy ones left behind, Iron Man was confident Zendaya would take good care of them. I think I could go for another drink, said Spider-Man, finishing his champagne and looking hopefully for a refill after Iron Man had flown off. Zendaya couldn't help but smile. The kid was just too adorable. And the one who could grow in size and strength was quite amusing as well. Zendaya took a bottle of champagne from one of the soldiers and handed each of them a glass, all the while slipping Tony's card into her pocket. Up in the air, Tony quickly accessed the current situation through his system's permissions. Impressive. Galio was remarkably perceptive. What a waste it would be if he didn't go into research. Just by comparing the information and observing Rhodey and the others' reactions, Galio had almost deduced the entire truth. His actions were, in fact, thoroughly considered. After all, no one was hurt. Galio had only restricted Melee's movements. This could easily be chalked up to self-defense. Quite interesting. Blasting a stirring, passionate song, Iron Man's suit broke the sound barrier as he rocketed toward his destination. Right now, Rhodey wore a grave expression. Whether he was mourning his phone or not was anyone's guess. That poor device had been crushed to pieces by Galio, well beyond any hope of recovery. Things were getting tricky. All the department heads had shown up. Honestly, seeing Melee's stuff between two chairs, well, it wasn't exactly proper, but Rhodey had to admit it was satisfying. As long as nobody got killed, it wasn't a big deal. They'd already received word that Tony was on his way back, and Nick Fury and the military brass would be arriving soon. Galio hadn't made any further moves. For now, everything was still under control. Phew, no one's going to get killed. So for now, Galio could put aside any concern over whether Mayer was feeling miserable or not. Honestly, as for Colonel Rhodes, outwardly he was a black man. And if you cut him open, he'd be black through and through. No wonder he could thrive in the complicated environment of the military and still maintain his friendship with Professor Tony. With someone stuffed into the seat cushion, it wasn't exactly comfortable for Galio to sit, but that hardly mattered. What was essential was the feeling. Today's incident had to happen. The last time, SHLD security. Check had already set a bad precedent. The subsequent blood test was just an extension, and now, today's Act First Explain Later approach was simply intolerable. If Galio didn't speak up now, who knew what might happen next? 2 planes, plus a certain man in a metal suit who blatantly ignored air traffic control, all arrived at the base almost simultaneously. Professor Tony landed, lifted his helmet, and looked at the 2 grim-faced big shots with a hint of schadenfreude. I told you, just say things plainly. You insist on thinking people are easy to deal with, so you don't even bother to speak up. Shut up, Tony. The military boss had a long history with Stark Industries. He'd purchased quite a lot of Tony's discarded equipment. Tony's #1 scrap metal customer, in fact. At a time like this, Stark was still stirring the pot, which was hardly helpful. Of course, even the boss was reflecting now. He never should have put Mayor in charge of this matter. He ought to have handed it straight to Rhodes. Then, whatever happened would remain a S.H.I.E.L.D. internal issue, and things wouldn't have escalated like this. Mayor had taken charge of the operation more out of necessity than choice. He was pushed onto the stage. After all, Iron Man's technology was so advanced, it didn't need any anti-counterfeiting measures. His work was simply impossible to replicate. In this area, Mayor was extremely gifted. He was the only government scientist who had ever managed to successfully create a knockoff mechanical suit. According to the original plan, Tony was supposed to hand over his blueprints, after which a series of tests would be conducted, the design perfected, and the weapon mass-produced to replace the mutant agents. The central reasoning was twofold. First, most mutant agents had highly independent personalities, rarely obeyed orders, and hadn't been properly trained. Second, no matter how effective these mutant agents were, their powers didn't truly belong to the government system, which felt far too insecure, especially after Captain America's defection, when these officials nearly considered implanting explosives in the mutants' heads. Everything had been going smoothly, but when it came time for mass production, Tony Stark flatly refused. He was completely against handing over full control of the suits to the government, convinced that the U.S. leadership would only make a mess of things. After Tony's refusal to submit the blueprints or participate in testing, Mayor tried to provoke him, but Tony simply ignored him. That's when they decided to ask S.H.I.E.L.D. to help evaluate the power of the suit, leading to today's events. This replica received a simple evaluation from Mr. Tony. Trash. In his eyes, it was utterly worthless, not even worth testing. Melee felt deeply insulted by this judgment, while the military interpreted Tony's comments as nothing more than blatant jealousy. In reality, had the test results of this suit met expectations, the military would have immediately commenced mass production, abandoning all cooperation with Tony Stark's own Hulkbuster Guardian armor. Negotiations between the 2 sides had all but collapsed. Tony regretted ever handing over the Hulkbuster armor for military research. His intention had been to improve soldier safety, replacing troops on the front lines with armored suits to minimize casualties. But the military's priorities lay elsewhere. They cared only about keeping weapons firmly in their own hands. Compared to the sophisticated standard armor, the Hulkbuster was bulkier and allowed for greater air tolerance. In this context, a round of testing was initiated, one that completely bypassed Tony Stark. The military underestimated Tony's intelligence network. Little Spider, ever eager to please, quickly caught wind of the operation. When Rhodey received the order to deploy, he contacted Stark directly, and after a brief exchange, the negotiations broke down beyond repair. Iron Man demanded the immediate return of the Hulkbuster armor and insisted that these absurd plans be halted at once. But there was no turning back. The bow had been drawn. Little Spider, the Hulk, and Tony Stark himself were swiftly put on lockdown. Rhodey, though he thought the situation unreasonable, was a soldier first. He had no choice but to obey orders. The black and white armor was Melee's own creation, so as the builder, he had the final say, whether it was suitable or not. As the provisional supreme commander, the responsibility fell squarely on his shoulders. After all, bringing in anyone else would risk leaks, or, worse, an inability to improve the suit. In terms of both appearance and sophistication, no one in the military was naive enough to believe this black and white suit could ever catch up to Tony Stark's designs. It was merely a hopeful fantasy, but hope was still necessary, just in case the impossible happened. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., when it came to intellect, there was no need for further discussion. If you had to choose 10,000 times, Tony Stark would remain the top pick. His identity was unique. He operated an entirely independent combat system, owned weapons factories, and commanded the mighty Stark Industries. He'd even managed, through backroom deals, to secure a seat in Congress. S.H.I.E.L.D. was led by Nick Fury, the strongest. Fighter was the man in the cape. The most mysterious was the Sorcerer Supreme. But in terms of real influence, none could rival Tony Stark. Tony Stark could quite literally slam his fist on the table and argue face-to-face with the highest authorities. Bruce Wayne was also capable of such bravado, though his identity remained a secret. This secrecy was the result of another of his backroom deals with Tony. The two of them had long since formed an alliance behind Nick Fury's back. S.H.I.E.L.D. may seem like a small organization, but in reality, it's riddled with factions. Nick Fury is well aware of this, yet he knows something even more important. No matter their alliances or stances, every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent is, at heart, committed to order. What everyone truly hopes for is peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans. No one, not even the most ambivalent, like Rhodey, wants war. Most of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cutting-edge technology comes from the mind of Tony Stark. He is, without a doubt, the organization's most valuable asset. If there were ever a vote to expel someone from S.H.I.E.L.D., even if Nick Fury and Cloak Guy were both up for elimination, no one would choose Tony, despite his sometimes infuriating personality. Nick Fury and Tony Stark know each other inside and out. Now that his secrets have been exposed, Fury has no desire to exchange another word with Stark. The real question is, how do they resolve this mess? Strictly speaking, when Melee piloted his suit to attack S.H.I.E.L.D.'s senior leadership, it was an act tantamount to treason. By the book, he could have been charged on the spot. But everyone knows that's not realistic. Melee is far too important to the government, holding a weighty position. If not, given his lack of social finesse, he'd never be in this position of influence today. Giving Melee the floor today serves two purposes. First, it's an attempt to win him over, to show him respect. After all, if the Armored Suit project moves forward, Melee's status will soar to new heights. Second, it's because Galio has been almost suspiciously agreeable. Despite facing several unjust situations, he's shown no resistance, leading people to assume that he and Rhodey share the same mindset. They seem like the sort who will swallow their grievances for the greater good. This doesn't make them seem weak. In fact, most special ops commanders in the military have this very temperament. Otherwise, they wouldn't be given such high regard. You could call it a kind of tacit mutual compensation. From the government's perspective, the ideal is simple. Galio, the honest one, may suffer some losses now, but there will be chances to make it up to him later. Being taken advantage of just means the organization cares about you. But what none of them anticipated was how keenly perceptive Galio would be, getting straight to the heart of the matter without any warm-up. Nor did they expect Melee to be so reckless, bold enough, to attack a diamond-level S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Even without considering the deeper implications, simply committing such an act would be more than enough to warrant his execution a dozen times over. Within this group of diamond-level S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, there may be a few who don't quite live up to the title, but even the weakest among them are far from ordinary. Even Rhodey, without his suit, could tear through a special ops squad with his bare hands. The military brass know full well just how many rare, top-tier skills Rhodey possesses. He's not only an ace pilot and sharpshooter, but he also has independent tactical prowess. All of this, combined with Stark's armor and the military's full support with firepower, still left Rhodey at the bottom among the Diamond agents. That alone shows just how terrifying those people are. As for Melee's courage, well, you could say it's commendable, or perhaps he's simply clueless about the true danger he's facing. Tony, the two big shots, and a group of attendants made their way to the edge of the testing ground. The black and white battlesuit had already come to a halt, frozen mid-step. In the protected area below, Galio was strapping 2 car seats on a Melee, an image that was almost comical. To keep Melee from struggling, Galio even tied him up with a chunk of rebar, wrapping him tightly like a tortoise in its shell. The sight was so amusing that both Rhodey and everyone from the soldiers to the test personnel struggled to keep a straight face. Still, they all managed to hold back their laughter. Even Nick Fury and the military's top brass had to fight to keep their expressions neutral, though the corners of their mouths twitched. They had to maintain their composure and personas, after all. Tony, on the other hand, had no such reservations. He pointed straight at Melee and burst out laughing, making Melee wish he could just disappear. With the main players present, Galio stood up, and the nearby soldiers hurried over to move the chairs. After being pinned down for so long, even the slightest movement of the chair made Melee want to cry out in pain. Still, he grit his teeth and held back. This was not the moment to lose face, especially not in front of Tony Stark. Nicely done. Before the two big shots could speak, Tony gave Galio a big thumbs up. Galio, exasperated, could only sigh inwardly. He hadn't meant for it to turn out this way. He just tied things down haphazardly, wanting Melee to suffer a bit, so he'd wrap things a little tighter. Somehow, it all ended up like this. But now is not the time to explain or joke around, because if Galio knew anything, it It was that Tony would only make things worse with more commentary. A stifled laugh slipped out, followed by a cough. Galio, he's not hurt, is he? Nick Fury, as the direct supervisor, quickly checked on his agent. Even though he'd been aware of the situation from the start, he'd never expected Melee to launch an attack on Galio with the battlesuit. That definitely wasn't part of his plan. Galio shook his head and gestured at the massive black and white armor behind him. If we're talking about toys like this, it hardly matters. Still, I'd like an explanation. I'm willing to cooperate with any work that benefits our current situation, but that's no reason why I should have to put up with all of this. Toys. The word nearly made Melee faint from anger. You dare call this a toy? This is a battle suit. It's designed to take on high-level mutants like you. It's the hope of humanity's future. The military bigwig watched as a group of soldiers used bolt cutters to snip through the steel bars wrapped around Melee, and honestly, it was almost funny. But now was certainly not the time to laugh. He kept his expression stern. Galio, first of all, on behalf of the military, I owe you an apology for what happened today. Things have escalated far beyond what I ever anticipated, and that's on me. He bent forward slightly, taking a moment to gather his thoughts before continuing. Our original plan was to put you in a truly unforgiving environment and have you go all out against this new military. Exosuit. We needed a real battle to properly assess its combat capabilities. Dr. Melee is here because he built this suit. He's the one best equipped to control it and prevent any accidental injuries. Accidental injuries? Galio asked, face rigid, maintaining the poise expected of an actor. He turned to Tony, who was rolling his eyes. Are they serious? Tony rubbed his temples in frustration. I'm afraid they are. Galio fell silent. The atmosphere became unbearably awkward. Both Nick Fury and the military bigwig looked downright grim. What was that supposed to mean? Did they really think so little of the military's prized exosuit, the one that cost as much as an aircraft carrier? Tony Stark's attitude was expected, perhaps, but Galio's was another matter. Even if they couldn't beat him, this was still a fully functional, state-of-the-art weapon system. His dismissiveness was a slap in the face to the entire research team, a blatant insult. Just as the tension was about to boil over, Rhodes stepped in. Look, Tony, Galio, the suit isn't without merit. When I hit it with everything I had earlier, it barely left a mark. If we ever have to face mutants in the future, I'm convinced this thing will prove its worth. Rhodes was trying to smooth things over, but as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Tony and Galio giving him a look of pure pity. Damn it, there's nothing more wounding than that kind of look. Not hatred, not anger, not even murderous intent. No, it was the look Tony and Galio gave him, full of sympathy, as if to say, it's not your fault. You turn out this way. We just didn't plant the right seeds. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that he really couldn't take them both, Rhodes would have drawn his gun and gone down swinging. And it wasn't just Rhodes who was fuming. Even the military bigwig couldn't take much more of Tony and Galio's little exchange of glances. Was this some kind of joke? They'd poured in the budget for an aircraft carrier to build this super weapon, and now it was being dismissed so casually. Nick Fury, meanwhile, felt a chill run down his spine. He knew just how much time, money, and effort the military had poured into this project. If anything went wrong now, it would be no laughing matter. Sure, he wouldn't be the one taking the fall, but the resulting shakeup would rock the command structure to its core. Still, Fury hadn't forgotten why he was here in the first place. He moved quickly to coordinate with the military bigwig, ordering the site locked down and issuing a strict gag order to all soldiers present. What happened today could not be allowed to leave this room. Even though everyone who needs to know about this probably already does through various channels, as long as there's no official announcement, it's as if it never happened. Galio attacked a key government researcher. No one's holding him accountable. Myri took it upon himself to alter the mission plan, causing serious consequences, but for now, he's off the hook too. The bigwigs are smoothing things over, handing out token reprimands and covering up the mess. Myri is frustrated, deeply frustrated. His whole body aches from the ordeal. After everything he's been through, Galio walks away without a scratch. Still, he can't deny that. At least today, he was in the wrong. Galio isn't happy about this either. Given his temperament, someone like Myri deserves a punch. But with all the military brass rallying around Nick Fury to protect Myri, Galio has no real reason or excuse to take him out. Unless, of course, he's ready to declare open war on the government. Clearly, it's not the time for that. One military leader launches into a long-winded speech at Galio, trying to keep things calm. The main point, they hope Galio won't take things too personally. Today's lack of prior notice was simply to better test the new armor. There's absolutely no discrimination against Galio. In fact, they value him highly. Galio takes it all with a grain of salt. He doesn't believe a word of it. A special thanks to Little Eyes Bullet for their generosity, 3 donations over 2 days. As promised, here's the second daily update delivered. On time. Writing with quality isn't as easy as Yaya imagined, but I'll keep striving to do my best. Thank you all for your continued support. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave, Galio says. Not a single honest word in the whole speech, yet so much fuss. Galio really can't stand it anymore. He'd rather go home, work on his carvings, play some games, or even just stare at his skill panel. Anything is more interesting than this. Let's go together. How about a date tonight, says Tony, donning his mask and getting ready to take off alongside Galio. Galio is quietly exasperated. Sure, he can fly, but he's nowhere near as fast as Tony. If they take off together and he can't keep up, won't that give away his secret? Luckily, just as the situation grows tense, Myri jumps in. Galio, Tony Stark, is running away all you know how to do? My armor represents the future of humanity. Our hope. One of you keeps dodging reality, refusing to admit. My armor is superior. The other, too cowardly to face it in battle, resorts to taking a regular human hostage as a shield. Do you dare face my creation head-on? Galio genuinely thinks Myri's got guts. He'll give him that. But even if Myri is brave, with all those glaring weaknesses in his armor, he's just asking for trouble. If it weren't for the restrictions, Galio could tear him down into 800 pieces. The military brass weren't about to just let Galio and Tony Stark walk away. After all, what would all their effort and the trouble they'd gone by offending both Tony and Galio have been for? When you get down to it, wasn't it all just for their own little ambitions? What these high-ranking government officials really wanted was proof that they still had what it took. That even when facing the top agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., they could still put up a fight. They didn't want to end up as cannon fodder. They wanted to show that real power still rested with the government. Did Mary really not know how far behind he was compared to Stark? Of course not. An expert knows another expert best. Tony Stark's prowess in mechanical engineering was at least 50 years ahead of his, to put it mildly. But Mary was unwilling to give up. He wanted results from real combat experience. Without testing his black and white armored suit against the best, it was all just theory. The military wouldn't dare mass-produce it otherwise. The performance was uncertain, but the cost was all too real. These suits were incredibly expensive. Galio, how about you go run test? Nick Fury also wanted to know the limits of the black and white armor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sat with the military brass, issuing secret orders behind Galio's back, wanting to keep power in the hands of a select few. Relying on anyone's good conscience was a gamble no one wanted to take. Nick Fury, the military leaders, they all had their own motives, and Galio could more or less guess what they were. After all, this sort of maneuvering was old news back in China. Nothing surprising. Galio nodded calmly, not even bothering to take off his suit as he strolled out into the testing area. Mayray, the military leaders, and Nick Fury all lit up with anticipation. As long as Galio was willing to take action, even if the outcome wasn't perfect, it was still better than nothing. Only Tony looked on with resignation, shaking his head as he removed his armor and sat in Galio's recently vacated chair. What was there to see? Maybe Spider-Man or War Machine could have some fun playing with this oversized Lego set, but if you put it up against the top ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was a joke. If Galio didn't show off by dismantling the suit barehanded, he was already doing them a favor. There was really nothing worth watching here. Myray's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed back to the control panel. This time, he was going to handle the controls himself. At that moment, one of the top brass spoke up. Mayray, be careful. Don't overdo it with the firepower. Even if the test fails, Galio's safety comes first. Nick Fury felt his patience fraying at that. It seemed that, today, he was always a step out of place. Still, he said nothing. After all, making sure Galio was safe was always part of the plan. Meanwhile, Tony couldn't help but think that Mayray and the military leaders had no real understanding of true power. Did they really think that clearing out a zombie zone or a no man's land with your bare hands was something just anyone could do? The black and white battle armor powered up. The 30-meter-tall robot, once it started moving, was truly a sight to behold. What made it more intimidating was how quickly the machine locked onto Galio as its enemy. Right now, Melee saw Galio as a real-class adversary, not out for blood, but definitely determined to teach him a lesson. Melee's hands flew over the controls at lightning speed, showing off every trick he knew. But Galio, on the other hand, just lazily stuffed his hands in his pockets, completely uninterested, as if none of this mattered. You've gone too far. Melee was utterly infuriated. He knew he couldn't beat Galio in a real fight, but as a researcher, Melee believed that with enough time and the right weaponry, he could thoroughly crush someone as rough and unrefined as Galio. Melee was fully aware of his own strengths. He had the robot take a few test steps, then, like a giant stomping on ants, raised one massive foot and brought it down straight toward Galio. He sure knows how to hold a grudge. Galio narrowed his eyes. While he stood still, the shadow control was already complete. Of course, there was no way he could control a 30-meter-tall behemoth in its entirety, but that didn't matter. Galio only needed to take charge of a few critical components. Machines this massive required such complex calculations that, in the end, Galio easily gained higher-level access to disrupt Melee's system. As the black and white armor's foot came crashing down, Galio swiftly pulled a single finger from his pocket and pressed it against the so-called Legao toy, firm and unyielding. The instant Galio lifted his finger, shadow power surged forth. The key components in the robot's leg abruptly shut down. Under Galio's control, this monstrous machine was reduced to nothing more than a colossal ornament. Galio handled the process with such precision and flair that, with just one finger and a gap of a single centimeter, it looked as if he had single-handedly stopped the gigantic battle armor in its tracks. Holy! Nick Fury and the military brass nearly let out a string of curses. The scene before them was nothing short of astonishing. On one side, Melee was frantically wrestling with the controls, desperate to force more power into the robot. But reality had a way of slapping him in the face. Parts malfunctioned, smoke began to pour from the joints, yet Galio's single finger remained immovable, unfazed. "I believe this concludes our test," Galio said coolly. Even as he spoke, he was already back at his original spot in the quarantine zone, as if the image of him stopping the robot with just one finger was nothing more than an illusion. This can't be happening. Melee was still hammering away at the controls, but the harder he tried, the worse it got. The black and white battle armor was on the verge of collapse. After all, such a machine was a marvel of precision engineering. A single failure could bring the whole thing down. Not everyone could pull off what Tony Stark did. Right now, Tony couldn't be more grateful that this wretched place doesn't serve juice. If they did, he'd probably be snorting it out through his nose by now. The black and white armor, despite being a shoddy imitation, didn't even reach a tenth of the performance of his Hulkbuster suit. But in terms of sheer strength, even a tenth was nothing to sneeze at. After all, the original Hulkbuster was designed to restrain the rampaging Hulk, whose power was nearly unstoppable. Even a fraction of that was truly formidable. Murray had once been proud enough to boast that this black and white suit could rip tanks apart with its bare hands, tear through fortifications, and more. But today it had been stopped by a single finger from Galio. Faced with Galio's questioning, the military bigwig had no words. Meanwhile, in the quarantine zone, the gears of the black and white armor gave way under the strain, and its leg burst apart. All that proud design, the countless nights of hard work, the sense of achievement, gone in a single day. Murray collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated, as if the soul had been drained from his body. This was simply disgraceful. The military leader was a hardliner. He believed that losing a battle was acceptable, but losing one's dignity was not. What troubled him even more was a growing doubt. With Galio being this powerful, could human technology truly stand a chance against him? Not even if that human was Tony Stark. The general gestured for Nick Fury, Galio, Tony, and Rhodey to move aside to a quieter spot. "Galio, on behalf of the military, I formally apologize for what happened," he said. "However, I regret to say that I can't take action against Murray. He's simply too valuable. This whole incident will have to be chalked up as an accident." "Ha." A dry, sardonic laugh, almost as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Galio was sorely tempted to retort. "So if I just kill him next time, we can call that an accident too?" But now wasn't the time for a falling out. Galio's position was still precarious, so he could only maintain his magnanimous persona, waving a hand as if it were nothing. After all, he hadn't even been injured. Seeing Galio let it go, the general finally felt half relieved. Murray was important, but so was Galio. On top of that, the government was in chaos. Captain America and Dr. Banner had already led their 4-person squad into open rebellion. When it came to top-level mutant power, the authorities were hanging by a thread. And this time, they were clearly in the wrong. If Galio decided to make trouble, things could spiral out of control. Thankfully, Galio proved as noble and reasonable as the legends claimed. At least, if the general had been the one facing such humiliation, Murray would probably be nursing a broken leg by now. "Galio, Tony's suit is parked at another base. If you're willing, I'd like you to run a few tests on it for us. What do you say?" The general could hardly contain his curiosity. If human technology truly proved useless against top-tier mutants, then many of the military's research directions would need to change, starting immediately. Now it's just shameless. Things have come to this, and you're still asking him to go himself? No matter how complicated his feelings were, Galio simply nodded with a calm, indifferent expression. "If this is an invitation, I can help with the testing. But I'm not familiar with Tony's armor, so I might not be able to provide the results you want. Tony, for his part, was a bit curious about the difference between the Hulkbuster and Galio. You don't need to worry about that. I can build a Hulkbuster in about 3 months, so just go all out. All right, in that case, I accept. The moment Galio agreed, Melee scrambled up from the ground, looking rather awkward. I'm coming too. I want to see with my own eyes just how big the gap is between science and a monster like you. What sharp ears. Maybe I should just deafen him once and for all. Melee leapt up again, and Galio's face visibly grew colder. Rode was already preparing himself to restrain Galio if things got out of hand. He knew he couldn't really stop him, but at the very least, he had to try. Making sure no one got killed was the bare minimum. Meanwhile, Tony said, "Actually, Galio, if possible, bring Melee with you. I don't like his area of research, but right now, humanity really does need him." Galio nodded silently, his expression unreadable. After that, it was time to catch their flight back. This time, Tony had even transformed his armor into a suitcase, which fascinated Galio. With all those complex systems and integrated weapons, the fact that Tony could switch it between a full suit of armor and a briefcase was seriously impressive. Nick Fury, Tony Stark, and Galio all boarded the shield jet, while the military brass, Rode, and Melee took a different plane. Tony was being a bit petty. Rode was supposed to be his close ally, yet he'd double-crossed him and gotten him put under house arrest. He deserved to switch planes. Not fitting in anywhere. That was exactly how Rode and Nick Fury felt right now. Still, as the head of the operation, Fury could at least save some face. Rode, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. In their plane, Melee had regained his composure. To have made it this far, he was no fool. "Rode, could you give me a full dossier on Galio? I mean the real, unfiltered one." The military brass frowned. Making an enemy of Galio at this point was a terrible idea. They simply couldn't afford to lose a top-tier asset to defection. Rode thought Melee had lost his mind again, so he replied quietly, "Trust me, Melee, if you still want to keep your hands and your brain for research, this is where things should end. Don't push it any further." "Rode's right, Melee. This is as far as it goes," the general said, making the final call with an air of authority. Melee thought that the two rough men in front of her could both use a top-up on their intelligence. "What on earth are you two thinking?" Melee looked at the two high-ranking military men with the expression one would use for hopeless children. "Right now, we're at the critical moment in the war. Between humans and mutants. I can't just turn against someone because he roughed me up. Well, yes, it was a bit humiliating, but honestly, it's a minor thing. I'm not going to make a big deal out of it." "Then why do you want his data?" Rode looked genuinely baffled. "Of course, I need it as a data reference. Even though the Black-White project failed, it wasn't my only option. It simply had the highest priority for completion. If it's confirmed to be a failure, we have other research avenues, but to continue, I need a concrete data model. I think using Galio as a benchmark makes perfect sense." The military brass breathed a collective sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't going to keep fighting him, everything else was negotiable. Rode leaned back in his chair. Using Galio as a reference is pointless. He, Superman, and the Supreme Sorcerer are the three most exceptional people in S.H.I.E.L.D. They basically represent the upper limit of human combat power. Through the plane window, Melee looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D. fighter jet flying ahead. There are two others just as powerful as him. If, one day, any of them became a threat to humanity. Rode rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to reply to Melee anymore. Both planes landed, and the bigwigs filed down the steps. Calling them bigwigs was no exaggeration. Compared to the local troops, whose highest rank was second lieutenant, everyone on these two planes was a heavy hitter. Tony, familiar with the place, quickly led everyone to the former detention area. It was easy to find, since a crew was still busy patching up the hole Tony had made earlier. Of course, that wasn't why Tony was here. He certainly wasn't there for his two little friends locked up inside. Mr. Tony Stark was never that shallow. The truth was he simply wanted to wake up tomorrow morning next to the beautiful Miss Cynthia. This base was much larger and far more lavish than the previous Black-White armor restricted area. With its size and facilities, it could easily serve as a secret garrison on its own, boasting a fully independent life support system. Inside, high-tech elements were everywhere. Familiar logos and styles left no doubt. Everything had been built by Stark Industries. These days, most of the important military and government facilities were built by either Mr. Tony or Mr. Wayne. Occasionally, they would make concessions, making sure that the benefits went where they were supposed to go, though it's best not to elaborate on that, lest it attract unwanted attention. Although they occasionally suffered small losses, most of the time, both the boss and Tony managed to rake in huge profits. This was the secret behind their endless spending sprees, their wild escapades, constantly bailing out various superhero teams, picking up the tab, swapping gear at the drop of a hat, and throwing money around whenever the mood struck, yet always managing to stay ridiculously wealthy. Quite simply, they just earn money even faster. Miri looked around at the futuristic, tech-laden base. Admiration for Tony was a given, but liking him was another matter entirely. In Miri's eyes, Stark was a genius of dazzling talent, but this genius was squandering his gifts without restraint. If Miri possessed even a fraction of such abilities, he dared say the mutant crisis would have already been resolved, brought to a decisive end by his own hand. To this, Tony could only shrug and say, thank goodness Miri didn't have those powers. Otherwise, before the mutant problem was settled, S.H.I.E.L.D. might have had to deal with Miri first. With that kind of brain, if you combined it with Tony Stark's technological prowess, who knew what sort of disaster could erupt? One even graver than the mutant crisis. By the time the group reached the holding room, Galio felt that the so-called Diamond Agent status had lost all its luster. Spider-Man and Hulk were both hopelessly drunk, sprawling about like beached fish, while Cynthia sat elegantly to one side, showing off her curves, watching the pair contentedly as they rambled on with flushed faces. The higher-ups took in this absurd scene and couldn't help but think S.H.I.E.L.D. was doomed sooner or later. Noticing that Stark had returned and brought along two imposing officers with intimidating ranks, Cynthia immediately snapped to attention and saluted. Good evening, sir. This gesture caught the bigwigs a little off guard, and for a moment, things were awkward. Fortunately, their uniforms were impeccable, and as long as everyone stuck to the same story and didn't mention it, the embarrassment would fall squarely on someone else. As the saying goes, the more you meet, the more familiar you become. By now, everyone was practically old friends. After the brief greetings, Tony had 2 large tubs of cold water brought in to wake up his 2 rather familiar teammates. Hulk responded well. A bucket of cold water later, he was awake but hadn't grown any larger, his senses much sharper. Spider-Man, on the other hand, was a mess. The moment he came to, he started spraying webs everywhere, turning the whole scene into chaos. Even after he regained his wits, the massive, football field-sized holding room had already been transformed into a sprawling spider's nest. In the midst of all this, Galio managed to come out unscathed. Spider-Man's webs were flying fast and wild. If he'd been firing with any sense, Galio would have been hard-pressed to dodge, given how tough and sticky the stuff was. But since Spider-Man was just lashing out blindly, only a few strands made it his way. With a bit of fancy footwork and some well-timed dodging, Galio ended up being the only one in the room who stayed spotless. Tony had already suited up in his armor, but still didn't manage to escape in time. Nick Fury, the top brass from the military, Mayor, and Rhodey, they were, to put it bluntly, all wrapped up and just waiting to be served at the spider's dinner table. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Having regained his senses, little Spidey couldn't stop apologizing. Iron Man was so angry he was grinding his teeth. This kid was truly good in every way, except for being so young. His mind tended to wander one moment and be sharp the next. Tony casually flicked away the spider, silk clinging to him. Cynthia gave a seductive smile with a hint of challenge. It's a rare honor to have you all here, officers, but unfortunately, the wine is already gone. That's all right. You're just as intoxicating as any fine wine. There was no need for doubt. No one but Tony Stark could come up with such shameless lines. While the others were still struggling with the webbing, this rascal had already used his suit's high-temperature vibration tech to break free, and now was suavely gliding up to Cynthia. She took a delicate sip from her glass, leaving a crimson stain on the rim, then pushed the glass toward the glowing arc reactor on Tony's chest. Tony struck a pose of utter bliss, then turned and raised his glass in a smile to his companions behind him. Tonight he was determined to hit a home run again and again and, well, you get the idea. He'd barely taken a small sip, just a tiny taste, and Tony was already convulsing and collapsing to the floor. In fact, one of the military bigwigs had tried to warn Iron Man, but Tony drank so fast there wasn't even time to stop him. Cynthia was infamous in the military as the queen of PR, always cleaning up messes for them. A femme fatale like her, who would dare risk their lives by tasting her concoctions. Even this true big shot had never tried anything Cynthia had brewed. While everyone stood there, stunned, it was Galio who kept his cool. He fired off an identification spell at Iron Man, then read out the results. A blended potion, undetectable by Tony's suit scans. Looks like it's homemade. The toxin isn't too strong. He should recover in about 10 minutes. But this aroma, seems like there's some Chinese herbal medicine in there. Tony's probably going to feel intensely itchy. And the dose is a bit heavy. As he spoke, Galio zipped over to Iron Man's side in a flash, crouched down, and knocked out Tony, whose body was squirming so much it looked like he was about to regress to childhood. Knock him out, and he shouldn't feel itchy, right? Galio's move was swift and decisive. Who knows if he was settling some old scores. Just then, Cynthia chimed in with perfect timing, her voice gentle and frail. Actually, I do have an antidote. I just wanted to teach him a lesson for 1 minute. Sure, you have one, but will you hand it over? Who knows? It's definitely easier to let Tony pass out. And this was absolutely not revenge for that time Natasha, Nick Fury, and Iron Man confiscated Galio's weapons. Absolutely not. After a flurry of chaos that nearly spiraled out of control, order was finally restored. The big shots brought in a conference table, with the military leader taking the head seat. He insisted that any issues be discussed sitting down, otherwise he could see right through them. And if things kept escalating like this, something serious was bound to happen today. Not a single one of them was an easy character to deal with. Around the table, Mr. Tony looked absolutely drained. Although he'd fainted just in time earlier, that lingering itch that seemed to burrow deep into his bones still left him uneasy. At this moment, Tony felt deeply grateful to Galio. Galio, he was truly a solid, dependable fellow. Now that everyone's here, let's begin the meeting. The military leader exuded authority, his voice resonant and clear, especially as he declared, "Let's begin the meeting." On either side of the table sat Nick Fury, Galio, Tony Stark, and Spider-Man. Across from them were Melee, Rhodey, Dr. Banner, Cynthia, and the base chief. The base chief was only present to fill the numbers. He was nowhere near qualified to sit at this table, but as the nominal head of the base, he was required to attend. "Let's get to the main business," the military leader announced, pulling up 2 holographic displays. One showed Tony's anti-Hulk armor, the other, Melee's black and white suit. The focus of this operation was to test the effectiveness of these 2 mechanized suits when facing top-tier mutants. As for why we kept things relatively confidential before the operation, he continued, it was to prevent leaks about this special plan. Everyone here is trustworthy, of course, but the reporting process can't always be controlled, so only I, Nick Fury, and Dr. Melee were in the loop. He spoke with a dual purpose, to lay out the facts, and, just as importantly, to pull Nick Fury into the spotlight with him. Seeing the one-eyed man's look of, "You set me up, you bastard," the military leader felt a sense of satisfaction. It's always better to share the burden than to shoulder it alone. Why drag the one-eyed man into this? It was simple. With his long experience of battling through crises, the military leader sensed that today's events could easily spiral into disaster. Hiding the plan's details wasn't a big deal. Tripping up Galio, putting Tony Stark under house arrest, none of that was insurmountable. But if the black and white armor was proven utterly incapable of stepping up to the top tier, or worse, was treated like an oversized Lego toy, the fallout would be too much for him to bear alone. In moments like this, he definitely needed someone else, specifically the one-eyed man, to share the blame. Nick Fury wanted to curse out loud. Everyone in this political game was as cunning as they came, but this time he had nothing to say in protest. The military had indeed briefed him. Before, and back then, Fury thought his position as the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. would keep him in the loop. He never expected these people to turn on him faster than flipping a page. After putting Nick Fury in a tough spot, the military bigwig continued. So now, there are 2 matters that need to be addressed. First, Senator Tony, I hope you can provide the complete schematics for the giant armor suit so that Dr. Mayor can make modifications and prepare for future upgrades. This information will also allow Galio to conduct a probability assessment. That way, when we do the live combat test later, we can avoid damaging valuable equipment. With a sly grin, Tony took his gaze off the loose thread on Cynthia's uniform. Let's move on to the second matter, shall we? As for the armor data, I accidentally deleted it when I ran out of hard drive space downloading movies. Unbelievable. Just how shameless can you be? And this is coming from the head of an industrial conglomerate. But Tony's nerves were made of steel. All those wide-eyed stares from around the room didn't faze him in the slightest. He simply turned, his attention right back to inspecting the thread on Cynthia's uniform, showing not the faintest hint of embarrassment at being caught. Ahem. Ahem. The military leader coughed repeatedly, unable to contain his irritation. He grabbed a bottle of water from his aide, taking a swig to calm himself. All right, let's move on to the second item. Galio, we need you to conduct a comprehensive combat functionality test, with detailed data support, of course. But don't worry, all information will be strictly confidential. We just need a solid assessment of how your armor project stacks up against ours. When Tony wouldn't give them anything, they turned to me for material instead. Galio realized politicians are like weeds. Give them a little sunlight, and they'll grow wild. Earlier, when I fought that the black and white giant armor prototype, I accidentally sprained my pinky finger. I'm afraid I'm no longer fit for duty, so I must decline the upcoming test and request to go home and rest. The room fell into another awkward silence. Only Tony gave Galio an enthusiastic double thumbs up. Now the military leader was at a loss. He'd thought this through. Tony Stark was always like this, never handing over anything he didn't want to, so he brought up the topic first to get out of the way. In his eyes, Galio was the more agreeable one. After S.H.I.E.L.D. had already refused him once, surely Galio wouldn't have the nerve to turn him down a second time, especially over something so trivial. But he was mistaken. Not only did Galio refuse, he did it as brazenly as Tony, spinning a tall tale right to their faces. Now, it seemed, he had no intention of cooperating with any of their upcoming tests at all. He was somewhat annoyed, but what this big shot saw more clearly was that when power is concentrated in the hands of a few, these kinds of troubles are inevitable. It's just too difficult to control. It was just like the original Avengers organized by Captain America. They operated almost entirely outside of government oversight, and for a long time, they were completely uncontrollable. It has to be said, Galio was furious too. After all, what was his greatest advantage in infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. as the secret weapon Galio? It wasn't his cheat codes, nor his system, nor his ability to endlessly refresh his status through sign-ins. It was simply the mystique of Galio's aura. No one knew his true limits. If he had to enter the assessment zone, then all his tricks would be useless. This suggestion from the military brass was like cutting off his livelihood. Galio was absolutely ready to flip the table. Of course, the military leader had his own pride. After being refused twice in a row, he took a sip of water and signaled to Cynthia with his eyes. It was her turn to step in. Injuries to your fingers shouldn't be much of a problem for someone like Mr. Galio, Cynthia said, tilting her face up and winking at Mr. Tony. Besides, regarding this robotics initiative, even though our communication hasn't been perfect, the core idea is the same. On the night of the KD incident, over 7,000 regular soldiers were killed in action, not to mention those who were wounded, whether lightly or seriously. So, Mr. Galio, Mr. Tony, I understand you both may have your own concerns that prevent full cooperation, but I hope that within the scope of what's possible, we can deepen our collaboration. For example, Mr. Tony, since you've already donated this suit of armor to the military, at the very least, we need to get a more direct understanding of it. Mr. Galio, any new type of military equipment, if put into use without enough testing data, is a disregard for the lives of our soldiers. It's irresponsible. That's why I sincerely ask, Mr. Galio, that you face off with the giant armor. At least once, while doing your best to keep it intact, so we can have some basic assurance. We shouldn't have to let those soldiers trade their precious lives time, and again, just to obtain data that could be gathered far more safely. That's how you make your case. Miss Cynthia, have you ever considered a career change? Tony quipped. If you join Stark Industries, I could offer you a vice president's position. The terms are negotiable, and the compensation would be very generous. Of course, Tony's mind wasn't about to get tangled up by Cynthia's arguments, but he had to admit, everything she said made perfect sense, and she had the moral high ground. For a moment, if Tony hadn't known exactly what the military's research department was like, he might have seriously considered handing over the armor blueprints. Although the previous data had already been deleted, something like that, he could write up a new set in just 3 days. Thank you, but my current salary is quite high. Trust me, you couldn't afford me full-time. But if it's just a side gig, I don't mind at all if I get paid for an extra job, Cynthia said, blinking her beautiful big eyes. Honestly, this was too much. At that moment, Professor Tony found himself missing S.H.I.E.L.D's top secretary, the Black Widow. She would have been a true match for Cynthia, a contest between equals. I can agree to help you test the armor. However, there's no need for my biometric data collection. It's not a matter of whether I'm willing or not. It's that your equipment simply can't provide any quantifiable results. Galio finally spoke up. The brass on the military side seemed relieved as well. As for Galio's barely concealed jab at their incompetence, nobody took it to heart. What mattered most was not being the one blamed. Both the Hulkbuster armor specs from Tony Stark and Galio's personal biometric data slipped through the military's fingers. The rest of the meeting devolved into empty pleasantries. Throughout the meeting, Melee remained quiet. He'd already made his request to the top brass. If they wouldn't cooperate, then there was nothing more he could do. At least with things not falling apart, Galio had agreed to help with the tests, and Tony was willing to let the military use the oversized armor as an emergency measure. That was better than coming away empty-handed. Melee watched as Professor Tony sidled up to Cynthia, trying to charm her with talk of Stark Industries' generous benefits, the delightful work environment, the enormous beds, and the breathtaking sunrises from his villa. Melee's veins bulged in frustration. With humanity facing an existential threat, was this really the time for flirtatious small talk? He saw right through Tony Stark. He wasn't naive enough to think Tony was headhunting her for her talent. Cynthia was impressive, but not crucial to Stark Industries. Tony's fawning was nothing but a play for her looks. Such behavior, in Melee's eyes, was utterly contemptible. In the world of science, there was no need for the distraction of romance. Tony Stark, without a doubt, was a disgrace to the profession. Let's wrap this up. Galio hasn't had any rest since yesterday. Nick Fury cut in, putting an end to the pointless meeting and letting Tony and Cynthia chase after their own interests. Cynthia, meanwhile, was quite intrigued by Galio's delayed arrival. When she learned that he had been resolving a sudden mutant incident and had voluntarily quarantined himself out of concern for public sentiment, she felt a genuine sense of respect. From the way Galio, even from such a distance earlier, could deduce that I had sabotaged Tony Stark's medication and immediately come up with a plan, it was clear Galio wasn't some brainless brute. He definitely possessed multiple special skills. Besides, ever since his debut, he'd moved steadily and methodically, handling all kinds of mutant-related incidents with poise and precision. He'd come through almost unscathed every time, the only exception being when he'd been protecting a teammate. Just thinking about it sent a chill down my spine. He was truly terrifying. As the conversation went on, even the military bigwig started to feel he might have been in the wrong. But just as quickly, he shrugged off the thought and let it go. Led by the base commander, the group passed through layer after layer of heavily guarded checkpoints, finally arriving at the deepest part of the facility. There, resting quietly, was a suit of armor Galio knew all too well. At least he had in his previous life. After all, in the end, it was the Hulk himself who ended up piloting this anti-Hulk armor. Name: Anti-Hulk Armor. Encrypted Type 1. Category: Technological Construct. Creator: Tony Stark. Specs: Height: 38 meters. Strength: 300. Speed: 140. Intelligence: 0. Mobility: 10. Burst: 0. Abilities: Modular attachments, godlike strength, seamless transformation, encrypted systems, precision engineering, lockdown mode, heavy assault mode, light cavalry mode. Galio couldn't help but be impressed by Tony's creation. Judging by the specs and the suffix in the name, it seemed Tony Stark was even trying to mass-produce these suits. Honestly, Tony's robots were leagues ahead of the black-and-white knockoffs made by Mayer. Those counterfeits had far too many weaknesses. The moment they encountered a mutant like Magneto or Mouse Girl, they'd switch sides in a heartbeat. Tony's design, on the other hand, was much more thoroughly considered. He'd even included an emergency stop mechanism, as well as the ability to detach components at any time without compromising the core unit's combat effectiveness. Truth be told, the most crucial feature was that emergency stop device. Without it, Galio would be in deep trouble today, because this anti-Hulk armor was truly a force to be reckoned with. Without cheats, its specs far surpassed his own. If not for the emergency stop, Galio would have no choice but to break character and use hacks just to survive. Shedding his suit jacket, Galio was ready to put on a flawless performance. With a weakness to exploit, his shadow control abilities would have more room to shine. When it came to robots, shadow control was his specialty. But just then, after a long silence, Mayer finally spoke up. Since this is only a test, I suggest that, while both Hulk and Spider-Man are here, we conduct a real combat assessment. That way, I can collect more effective comparative data. Wait, what? Banner and Spidey both looked stunned. They just come to watch the show. How had they suddenly gotten roped into this? Naturally, Melee had something to say. First of all, Tony Stark has already stated that the design concept behind this suit was to counter an out-of-control Hulk. So, in terms of its features and capabilities, it's tailored with that purpose in mind. The combat prowess of Dr. Banner is just an intuitive demonstration of its effectiveness, but it shouldn't be used as the sole reference. If we add Spider-Man into the mix, the data proportions should become even clearer. A sly thought flickered in Galio's mind. Melee was obviously up to something. By using Banner and young Spider-Parker as reference points, he wasn't really trying to measure the anti-Hulk armor. His true aim was to assess Galio himself. They're all crafty foxes from the same village. Everyone could hear the real meaning behind the words. Earlier, when Galio's own test results weren't obtained and he hit a wall, Melee now wanted a comparison. Though teacher Tony was annoyed, under the seemingly casual swipe of Cynthia's finger, he gritted his teeth and tossed Banner into the fray. It was Cynthia's finger, after all, that had slid across Banner's back. Oh, come on. Even the most tolerant uncle or aunt would lose their patience today. Teacher Tony exploded on the spot. How could someone cause trouble right in front of him? Still, aside from the fact that Banner and young Spidey would suffer a bit, there weren't any major issues with this testing approach. In fact, Tony was actually quite curious. Dr. Banner was dumbfounded all the way up to the moment he stood in front of the anti-Hulk armor. He had done nothing at all. He'd only come along with young Spider-Man for a bit of sightseeing, yet somehow had landed in this absurd predicament. Watching all this unfold, Galio and young Spidey were thoroughly entertained. Hulk versus Iron Man tech. Now that was a showdown worth watching. Mr. Galio, do you think Dr. Banner will win or lose? It was Cynthia who asked the question, catching Galio a bit off guard. He'd always thought of Cynthia as neutral, but this question was loaded with mischief. No matter how he answered, it would be a trap. So, Galio simply decided to keep quiet and just watch. This anti-Hulk armor, after a series of wild modifications by Tony Stark, now supported remote operation by controller. Of course, someone could still pilot it directly from inside. But since the opponents today were all diamond-level agents, for safety's sake, a professional would handle remote control. On the control screen appeared a 12-year-old boy. The director had provided the profiles to everyone present. If this were an ordinary event, the pilot's information would be top secret. But for the top brass and SFLD's elite agents, there was no issue. This was a 12-year-old boy who'd been dominating all sorts of fighting games since he was 9, and in those 3 years, he hadn't lost a single match. This is segment 181 out of 390. Here is the English translation, preserving the paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout. The note says that, no matter the opponent, not a single defeat has ever been recorded, not even against the professionals. Any talent, if used properly, has its value. For example, right now, having this super driver control the Hulkbuster armor as if it were a video game is clearly the optimal choice. Dr. Banner was still a bit bewildered, his expression tense. Was it really safe to let a little kid pilot this thing? Would he accidentally kill the kid? Or would the kid kill him? Gulp. After swallowing a huge mouthful of saliva, Dr. Banner watched as the Hulkbuster armor across from him popped open its cockpit. Suddenly, a tree branch was flung out, hitting Banner squarely on the head. It wasn't especially thick, but it hurt a fair bit when it struck. Coupled with the armor's almost harmless-looking appearance, Banner's body suddenly thundered with a surge from within. The Hulk made his dazzling entrance. Banner's body began to swell, his skin gradually flushing green. The transformation finished. Today, because he was cooperating with the experiment, Banner hadn't used any method to suppress the Hulk within. With a switch in personality, the gentle and refined Banner became the savage, violent Hulk. His eyes, now wild and murderous like beasts, swept across the whole room. Everyone in his gaze tensed up, except for the 12-year-old safely isolated in the control room. Of all those present, Galio was the most anxious. He kept praying nothing would go wrong with the Hulk. This guy was SHLD's ultimate weapon, possibly even stronger than the Sorcerer Supreme. If it came to fighting a mindless Hulk, Galio wouldn't dream of getting involved. Only a madman would try something like that. After a round of eye contact, it was clear no one could match the Hulk. In truth, even Tony was nervous. If it weren't for Cynthia standing next to him, he would have hidden behind Galio already. Over the years, he'd suffered enough at Hulk's hands, lost countless armors to him. If he weren't wealthy enough, the damages caused by Hulk alone would have bankrupted 10 millionaires. So, compared to the highways Hulk had ripped up or the cars he'd smashed, those were nothing but a drop in the ocean. Finally, the Hulk's gaze locked onto the Hulkbuster. With 2 gigantic strides, Banner charged in, grabbing the armor's head and slamming it forcefully into the ground like a basketball dunk. The tough alloy floor dented deeply, again and again, with each violent impact. The spectators instantly froze, stunned into silence. The most panicked of all was the military bigwig. He realized he'd made a reckless decision. If they were going to test the Hulk, why hadn't he watched from outside, ensuring every precaution was in place? Wouldn't that have been so much safer? Now, at this distance, he could be flattened into a pancake at any moment. At this point, pride was the least of anyone's concerns. In a flash, the military leader, Melee, and Cynthia all darted behind Galio for cover. As Cynthia hurried past, Tony Stark was on the verge of cursing out loud. He had no objection to everyone hiding, but couldn't they at least take him with them? The anti-Hulk armor seemed utterly helpless, its head smashed repeatedly by the Hulk's powerful grip. While it proved to be remarkably sturdy, showing no dents, it was soon seized by the leg and hurled left and right in a relentless onslaught. The base was in a truly miserable state. The anti-Hulk armor's durability was top-notch, just barely withstanding Hulk's pounding attacks. In fact, if a human pilot had been inside without any protective measures, the vibrations alone would have been fatal by now. Thankfully, today, the armor was operated remotely. A strange, uneasy gurgling sound echoed around Galio, coming from all directions. Honestly, if it weren't for maintaining his composure, even Galio would have swallowed nervously. Hulk, in his berserk state, radiated an aura of raw, primal ferocity, something that would unnerve anyone living in civilized society. But Hulk's terrifying strength was no surprise to any of them. What was strange was that this 12-year-old super pilot hadn't done much to counter him. Galio's gaze shifted back to the control room. Inside sat a boy of 12, his youthful face focused intently on the screen, where the savage, frenzied Hulk raged. If this was all the boy could do, then someone in the military had seriously neglected their duty. The base commander, at the very least, would be stripped of his post, and those responsible would face consequences. This armor was one of only 2 precious items ever obtained from Tony Stark, so surely no one would risk their own political future on a stunt like this. Just then, the boy in the control room suddenly sprang into action. His hands flew over the control panel with astonishing speed. The Hulk's brutish roars faded from the room, replaced by the rapid clacking of the boy's fingers on the console. First, the armor's fist morphed swiftly into a clamp, locking onto the Hulk's own fist. Next, the armor delivered a headbutt with its super-reinforced skull, undamaged, despite the earlier beating, which left the Hulk momentarily dazed. Immediately after, a cloud of virus-like gas jetted from vents all around the armor. Scan. As soon as the gas appeared, Galio activated his scanning skill. This was not something in the armor's original specifications. It must have been a private military modification. The nature of the gas was unknown, and Hulk was no ordinary enemy. If it turned out to be a high-risk gas, Galio was ready to toss both melee and the military brass into it. Fortunately, the scan identified it as high-concentration hypnotic agent, vaporized. Having analyzed the gas, Galio remained silent, but Tony was visibly anxious. He grabbed Melee by the arm and demanded, "What the hell are those damn fumes? That wasn't part of my design." "Calm down, Tony. It's just some high-strength sleep gas. Dr. Banner won't be hurt." Before Melee could answer, Galio spoke up to reassure him. In that instant, it was Melee who found himself more surprised. His hypnotic gas was nothing like the kind Cyndia used. Hers was child's play compared to his. The formula was extremely complex, and he was certain that Galio had never encountered it before. Damn it, what on earth was Galio, anyway? For the first time, Melee felt a genuine fear toward a creature he thought he understood, yet clearly did not. Cyndia and the military higher-ups were equally astonished, though as insiders, they knew the ingredients of the gas. To ordinary people, it was a lethal weapon, but to these diamond-level agents, it posed no serious harm. Each diamond agent was a precious asset to both the government and the military. There was no way they would risk wasting them so recklessly. The hypnotic gas did have some effect on Hulk. While it couldn't fully suppress his wild impulses, it clearly dulled his mind. His jaw slackened, drool flying, and his steps grew increasingly unsteady. At last, the anti-Hulk armor saw its chance. One swift hold followed by a rapid succession of takedowns left the green giant dizzy and disoriented. The boy quickly activated his portable containment device. A metallic ring, gleaming with a cold sheen, locked around Banner. With Hulk pinned at last, the base commander called an immediate halt. The outcome was decided. Teacher Tony, suited up in his Iron Man armor, flew to Hulk's side and administered an injection from his portable kit. Under the influence of the serum, the Hulk slowly shrank back into Dr. Banner, now stark naked. Fortunately, Iron Man stood firmly in the way, shielding the scene from view and preserving everyone's dignity. 1-0. No surprises here. Banner was out for the count. The high-concentration hypnotic gas proved effective. It could at least restrain the Hulk, though not for long. In about 5 minutes, Dr. Banner regained consciousness. When he woke, Banner was already dressed, completely unaware that he had just starred in a scene of epic embarrassment, even with Iron Man doing his best to block. The worst of it, everyone had already snapped photos from multiple angles. Among the photographers was Galio, but the most prolific was none other than Cyndia. Faced with Banner's bewildered confusion, Spider-Man was the first to lose composure and burst out laughing. Once Banner learned the truth, he let out a heart-wrenching wail and lunged at the crowd. If only Hulk weren't on cooldown, otherwise, Dr. Banner might have wiped out this whole bunch of mischief makers. But without the Hulk, Banner was just an ordinary scientist, and not even a particularly athletic one. He was easily subdued, his arms pinned, and forced to admire his own glamour shots. At that very moment, Banner seriously contemplated quitting. After the laughter died down and everyone had secretly backed up their photos, most made a show of deleting a few in front of Banner. Only Spider-Man actually deleted them all. Iron Man couldn't help but think, what a kind-hearted kid. After being mercilessly battered by society, Dr. Banner had finally learned his lesson this time. He knew all too well that the brutes present in this room definitely had backups prepared, and given his current level of strength, charging him would simply be a recipe for humiliation. So, he decided to wait. Wait until the Hulk awakened. And once the Hulk was back, he would go after each of them, one by one, to reclaim what he'd lost. Dr. Banner was not someone who held grudges, but he had once been a perfectly content homebody, only to be forced by S.H.I.E.L.D. into becoming a master of palace intrigue. It could be said that S.H.I.E.L.D. was truly a place that cultivated talent. Next up was young Peter Parker, the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Before stepping into the ring, the kid made a point of declaring that no smoke bombs or similar weapons were allowed, and no knocking him out either. Otherwise, he'd just go on strike. In May Ray's eyes, Spider-Man was really just there to fill out the numbers. It didn't actually matter if he fought or not. Besides, what was so interesting about filming a middle-aged man with a dad bod like Banner's? Though he filmed it anyway, he simply couldn't understand the mindset of these S.H.I.E.L.D. folks. Their sense of humor was just so juvenile. Spider-Man entered the field, and this time the Hulkbuster armor made the first move. However, Spider-Man's reflexes were practically superhuman. He effortlessly swung himself from impossible angles using his webs, turning every offensive maneuver from the Hulkbuster into nothing more than air. The way he moved and his dynamic vision left Galio watching in pure envy. One of Spider-Man's unique abilities was his optimized dynamic vision. To S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, the Hulkbuster speed was already astonishing, given its massive size and powerful bursts of energy. Its stats certainly backed this up. But even so, Spider-Man managed to punch above his weight, expertly flicking webs onto the armor and using his agility to constantly slip into its blind spots. The young boy inside the room was dumbfounded. He was pouring every ounce of concentration into controlling the armor, but unless he resorted to carpet bombing tactics, the Hulkbuster simply couldn't land a hit on Spider-Man. Each of his thunderous attacks might have been devastating if they connected, but Spider-Man always dodged with flawless timing, keeping himself perfectly safe. It was a good thing Spider-Man lacked heavy-hitting weapons. Otherwise, with this kind of fighting style, the Hulkbuster might have actually lost. Spider-Man's webs and fists did little to the power and durability of the Hulkbuster, like a spider trying to ensnare a bear. Still, unless the Hulkbuster resorted to carpet bombing, it couldn't touch Spider-Man either. This deadlock dragged on for nearly half an hour, until Spider-Man finally tired out. In the end, exhausted, he couldn't dodge in time and was brushed by the Hulkbuster's finger, resulting in his defeat. The young boy inside the room was drenched in sweat. Spider-Man still wanted to keep bouncing around, to leave a good impression on Mr. Tony and Cynthia, but after reaching the limit of exhaustion, he crawled up only to topple right back down, unable to stand. In the end, it was Teacher Tony who stepped up to help the little Spider-Man back to his feet. The little Spider-Man was a bit moved, and just as he was about to say something a good student should say to his teacher, he heard Mr. Tony raise an eyebrow and announce, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the pinnacle of Stark Industries technology. Even when facing the most formidable superhumans, it can stand its ground and may even emerge victorious. Stark Industries, your brand you could trust. And this victory I dedicate to the beautiful Cynthia." As he spoke, Mr. Tony blew a dramatic kiss towards Cynthia, who snatched it out of the air and pressed it to her chest with a flourish. This display of affection was the final straw for both the physically battered Spider-Man and the emotionally bruised Dr. Banner. Together, they admitted defeat and, in their hearts, secretly vowed to cut ties with Tony, regardless of whether he was their teacher or their boss. The Hulkbuster armor had claimed victory twice in a row. Of course, both Banner and Spider-Man were holding back. For instance, Spider-Man possessed a first-generation Spider-Man suit designed by Mr. Stark, which he could only use during combat. This suit would have significantly boosted his abilities and expanded his arsenal of gadgets. If he'd been allowed to use it, he would have confidently faced the Hulkbuster armor in battle. As for the Hulk, Banner had let him fight on his own. But ever since Banner and Tony began collaborating at Stark Industries, they'd managed to achieve a peaceful coexistence between Banner and the Hulk. With Banner's intellect and Hulk's brute strength working together, the Green Goliath was now a force to rival the top-tier agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. The performance of the Hulkbuster armor had exceeded all expectations. The military bigwigs in attendance were visibly impressed, even though they couldn't decipher all the inner workings with May Ray on their side. As long as they kept refining the black and white armor, the robotic soldier initiative seemed entirely feasible. At the very least, their money hadn't been wasted. This path was worth pursuing. "All right, Mr. Galio, you're up." May Ray had been waiting for this moment. He'd already gathered enough model data on Spider-Man and the Hulk. Now, with Galio stepping in, he could finally create a reliable benchmark for evaluation. Galio simply shrugged, took off his suit jacket and draped it over the railing, then vaulted over it in one smooth, effortless motion. Inside the control room, the operators were on edge. This was their secret weapon, Galio. Although the young man was clearly enamored with the Hulkbuster armor, this giant, transformer-like machine was truly a juggernaut, nearly invincible, and the boy was confident that with it under his command, he could steamroll an entire army without suffering major damage. But when it came to facing Galio, his confidence faltered. After all, reputations precede their owners. and Galio had long since established himself as a guardian in the public's eyes, thanks to his string of hard-fought, spectacular battles. Standing before the Hulkbuster armor, Galio actually felt a bit nervous. If it weren't for the backdoor Tony Stark had left inside, he wouldn't have much confidence in winning a fair fight. Without cheating, after a drawn-out struggle, his only option might have been to forcefully use his powers and blow his cover. But once he discovered that even Tony Stark, with all his upright reputation, had installed a secret backdoor, Galio's worries melted away. While he was watching Hulk and Spider-Man get thrashed, Galio had already covertly used shadow manipulation to take control of the Hulkbusters. Core backdoor. What is a robot's core backdoor? Essentially, think of it as a hidden switch, undetectable to outsiders, known only to its creator. No matter what triggers it, once that switch is flipped off, no matter how powerful the robot is, it becomes utterly useless. As Galio stood quietly in front of the Hulkbuster, he was a bit taller than Spider-Man, standing at 1.93 meters. When Spider-Man had been here, he was so lively and the atmosphere so relaxed that the Hulkbuster didn't seem all that imposing. But now, with Galio's quiet presence, the mood shifted. Though Galio seemed as insignificant as an ant before the massive armor, at that moment, everyone felt that it was the Hulkbuster under pressure, not him. Even Tony himself couldn't help but feel the same way. With all eyes on him, Galio was just about to make the first move, when suddenly the giant robot opposite him raised a hand. Wait a second. Huh? Galio paused, uncertain what this kid was up to, and the crowd was equally baffled. Then, an utterly mind-boggling scene unfolded. Tony nearly exploded with frustration on the spot as he watched his prized creation, the Hulkbuster armor, apparently try to ease its nerves by doing push-ups, squats, and other warm-up exercises. If a child did such things, it wouldn't be strange. But now everyone's attention was fixed on Tony Stark. What the heck? Stark bristled under their stares. It's not like I'm controlling that armor. Why are you all looking at me? The Hulkbuster kept up its antics for a full 5 minutes. The 30-meter-tall robot performing an awkwardly flexible dance that was equal parts impressive and ridiculous. Tony could hardly stand it and was about to take manual control himself. A fight should be a fight. What's with all this showboating? Besides, the Hulkbuster didn't even have an energy problem. The core Tony designed for it was powered by his second-generation new element, with enough energy to keep the armor on standby for 100 years. Even at full power, it could fight for 10 days straight. Here, he installed a small switch. The remote control is integrated into his Jarvis system. With a single command, he can put the power source into a dormant state. The command to restore power is also in his hands. Likewise, his anti-theft system isn't just built into the Hulkbuster armor itself. There's also a security measure on the power core. If someone tries to dismantle it using unauthorized methods, the power base will immediately activate a self-destruct sequence. The reason Mr. Tony puts so many restrictions on the Hulkbuster armor is because this suit has the potential to alter the current balance of power. Without these safeguards, considering the track record of these government officials and their questionable reliability, Tony Stark had no way of predicting the consequences, whether he himself, S.H.I.E.L.D., or even humanity and mutants together could withstand the fallout. So, better safe than sorry. He had to leave enough back doors in the armor, granting himself the ultimate authority to call everything to a halt if necessary. When the Hulkbuster finished a full set of elementary school calisthenics, it straightened up and announced, "Well, that was a bit embarrassing, but from here on out, I'm going all in. This armor is incredibly powerful, and piloted by me, it's simply the strongest. Honestly, kid, you don't need to psych yourself up so much. You could stand to have a little more confidence." Galio couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Even though Spider-Man and the Hulk hadn't gone all out, the fact that this kid could take them both on in succession with this armor already proved his worth. If he came to S.H.I.E.L.D. now, a gold-level agent position would be as good as his. The military brass kept a close eye on the action, watching both the towering figure and the smaller one. These two were the true focus of today's test. Meanwhile, Melee was pushing his mind to the limit, replaying every moment of the fight between Hulk and Spider-Man, trying to make detailed lateral comparisons. As soon as Galio made his move, his data collection would be complete. With this model, he could continue gathering information on Galio to further refine his simulations. Even though this process might take a long time, once it was finished, using Galio as a hypothetical adversary to develop even more powerful weapons could mark the rise of humanity. Don't be nervous, Nis. Galio is a mature big brother. He definitely won't hurt you. Besides, he's strong enough, so just give it everything you've got. Cynthia, ever the professional, noticed the operator. Nis was tense and encouraged him in a way that more than justified her salary. Go for it. Galio didn't mind cheering them on, but what did she mean by full firepower? The Hulkbuster's laser cannon could really be lethal, you know? He grumbled to himself, but maintained a calm, collected expression on the surface. Across the field, the robot let out a measured breath. Then every part of its body sprang into action, its massive fists tense for battle. "I'm coming, Mr. Galio." With that, the robot raised its arm and fired off a powerful laser blast. This was really getting out of hand. The standard armor produced by Tony already packed an intimidating punch with its laser cannons, but the firepower of this Hulkbuster armor was on a whole other level. As the massive beam of light shot forth, Galio could almost taste the scent of destruction in the air. Fortunately, he had come prepared. Facing the devastating energy column, Galio acted with lightning speed. In a fleeting moment, he used his shadow control to shut down the armor's power source. The principle behind the laser cannon was the conversion of energy into matter. Without the energy, there was nothing to sustain the weapon. The instant the core power was cut off, Galio threw a punch. It looked a little ridiculous, swinging his fist into thin air. Yet after this seemingly unremarkable blow, the Hulkbuster's energy cannon simply vanished, as if Galio's punch had swept it away like a gust of wind. What, this can't be real? Even Iron Man was left dumbfounded. He knew Galio was powerful, and he had no objection to Galio winning this match. But for someone to scatter his energy cannon with a mere punch of air, now, that was a little too much to take in. With the cannon's energy dissipated, the armor's operator, Ness, was left in a complete daze. He was talented, yes, but still just a 12-year-old boy, and clearly unable to process something that so completely defied his expectations. In that instant, Galio stomped his left foot down, shattering the ground beneath the Hulkbuster, which had been locked down with shadow control. With its footing suddenly gone, the Hulkbuster was sent airborne. At that moment, the boy snapped back to his senses and tried to activate the armor's flight system. This suit had no real weaknesses, whether in the sky or on the ground. It could handle anything. The boy's reflexes were impressive, but on the other side, Galio had already launched himself like a cannonball, aiming straight for the Hulkbuster's forehead. Landing lightly on a piece of debris, Galio's fist landed on the Hulkbuster with a solid thud. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no grand spectacle. Galio's punch didn't even leave a scratch on the Hulkbuster. There was no follow-up attack. The boy skillfully landed the Hulkbuster safely, and Galio touched down with equal ease. Silence. Galio had won. That was clear to everyone present. He had fulfilled his promise, not damaging this precious Hulkbuster armor, yet still demonstrating his overwhelming power. He had claimed victory as if it were nothing. If a mere gust from his fist could scatter a concentrated energy cannon, then what would a direct punch do, especially one that could land right on the armor's core? Could the Hulkbuster possibly endure that? What was even the point of this test? Mir couldn't help but recall what Galio had said earlier, when he proposed to test Galio's abilities in detail. Galio had replied that, with the current state of science, there was no value in evaluating him. At the time, Mir and the military brass had taken it as a sarcastic jab at their previous actions. But now, it seemed it was simply the truth. The gap is truly this vast. Then where does humanity's future lie? Imagination can be the most lethal thing of all. The more Melee thought about it, the deeper he sank, and the more he brooded, the more entangled he became. Finally, in that absolute silence, he was the first to be crushed by the pressure and fell to his knees. Garen leapt, his shadow trailing behind, the motion much like flying back onto the viewing platform. Just as he was about to pick up his jacket, he noticed Melee had already dropped to his knees, his expression utterly defeated, as if he'd been played with beyond repair. Sorry, I don't have any New Year's money for you. Whether or not there's any New Year's money is beside the point. What truly matters is that Garen's seemingly unremarkable punch completely shattered everyone's understanding of strength. The most basic of actions, paired with the most extraordinary effect, produced a result none could even dream of. I've said it before. Using me as a benchmark for evaluation is meaningless. Garen's voice was calm, yet every word carried weight. My kind of strength, no matter how wide you cast the net, very few will ever possess it. But Tony, Melee, your technology, your intelligence, your relentless effort, those are what can grant countless people a broader future, a safer world, a more peaceful life. I envy you truly. A deep sense of respect swept through the crowd. Garen's words revealed what it meant to have true vision. He wielded power that surpassed all humanity, yet he envied scientists like Tony, Stark, Melee, and Banner. Not because they were stronger or wealthier, but simply because their knowledge could give others a better life. In that moment, the military leader truly felt a sense of shame. Years in the political battlefield had tainted his heart, leaving him unable to face someone as upright as Garen. In his world, every interaction, be it with old friends or comrades, was clouded by ulterior motives and self-interest. Yet Garen, from start to finish, had only ever done what he believed was right, what was just. Garen's words flowed into Melee's parched and anxious heart like a mountain spring, washing away the dryness caused by his own overthinking. Yes, what was he so anxious about, after all? Someone as powerful as Garen was a rarity, a spark among millions. And besides, Melee still had time. With a warrior as steadfast as Garen guarding humanity, his task was simply to find the right path and forge ahead. As long as Garen stood, humanity still had time. The shockwaves Garen left behind were almost too much. The gathered dignitaries were nearly scared out of their wits. Even the base commander collapsed back onto his seat, relief flooding him at the thought. Thank goodness Garen is on our side. All in all, the military's decision to act first and report later caused quite a ruckus. Chaos everywhere, offending S.H.I.E.L.D. to the extreme and getting plenty of people into trouble. But even so, the results of this experiment can't be called a complete failure. At the very least, the anti-Hulk armor has proven capable of restraining or even defeating ordinary diamond-level agents. The cost remains an issue, but with Galio's endorsement and Tony Stark covering for them, the price tag is at least justifiable. No one will have to take the fall for this. The blame is covered. Life returned to its usual calm. Galio went back to his routine of eating, sleeping, playing games, carving, waiting for his paycheck, meals, naps, a little gaming, and sneaking glances at pretty girls. Just like that, almost 2 months slipped by since the military incident. During this time, it seemed as if all the mutant organizations had gone into hibernation, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had absolutely nothing to do. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't require diamond-level agents to do any particular work, Galio's days were much like those of a celebrity influencer, just moving between home, office, and studio, occasionally shooting a commercial, and always waiting for that hefty paycheck. It's worth mentioning that Galio's salary had gone up again, now $80,000 a month. The increase was thanks to his new title, Special Advisor to the military's research department. This position, well, came with no responsibilities at all. He simply had to show up, keep quiet, and collect his money on time. Dr. Melee's black and white battle armor, after 2 months of hard work, had already been updated to version 2.0. His current benchmark was to catch up with the anti-Hulk armor. Only when he reached this milestone would Melee feel qualified to quantify Galio's combat power, and perhaps lead humanity back to the cutting edge of scientific achievement. Well, everyone needs a dream. Under the cover of night, Galio threw on his signature mysterious guy trench coat. With his shadow powers reversed, he subtly altered his appearance, making sure Jarvis scanners wouldn't connect this persona to his real identity. Walking alone along the sidewalk, Galio held an address in his hand, Dr. Melee's. That's right, Galio wasn't one to hold grudges, but after Melee's constant scheming and, most recently, saddling him with the special advisor title, it was clear this nonsense would never end. Even if he didn't get rid of Melee, he at least needed to give him a good beating to vent his frustration. Don't ask why. Sometimes pettiness is its own answer. At that moment, Melee was probably crying in the restroom. The special advisor role was purely the military's way of compensating Galio and had nothing to do with Melee. Lately, Melee had been burning the candle at both ends in the lab, losing sleep and hair, only to find himself inexplicably on Galio's hit list. On the roadside beneath the night sky, the mysterious figure Galio used his shadow manipulation to effortlessly unlock a nearby car. The vehicle wasn't much to look at, but at least it was drivable. Slipping into the driver's seat, Galio let out a sigh of relief. It was his first time stealing a car, and he still felt a little uneasy. Still, he promised himself he'd try to return it later. Just as Galio was about to use his shadow powers to start the engine, a figure suddenly sat up in the back seat. Finally, you're here. You people have no sense of timing. Galio's first reaction was sheer fright. His second was, well, this was just plain awkward. A pale, delicate arm, as smooth as polished jade, extended from the back seat and handed him a slip of paper. Take me to this address. Did she think he was a chauffeur? But that was still better than being mistaken for a thief. And if he dropped this passenger off, he could always sneak the car back later. Without a word, Galio took the note. The address was somewhere in the city, not too far, but remote, out by the deserted outskirts, especially at this hour. Really? People get up to this sort of thing nowadays? Since crossing over, Galio hadn't had a girlfriend, so his imagination began to run wild. With a destination in hand, he had no choice but to drive. No point in jumping out now. He pressed the gas, and the shifting neon lights flickered across his hooded figure. Glancing up into the tiny rearview mirror, Galio stole a look at the back seat. Under the dim light, he saw that the woman with the porcelain arm had a head like a goldfish. Below the neck, though, she had the figure of a perfect young woman, dressed in a pale blue Taoist robe. What the hell? Galio couldn't even find a word to describe his feelings at that moment. If he had to say anything, it was that he suddenly wanted to do his real job. Make this mutant show her credentials, and if she didn't have them, smack that fish head off her shoulders. But considering he'd stolen the car and was currently wanted by the authorities, Galio forced himself to stay quiet. The truth was, Galio was in a pretty awkward place in life, lost and confused. If he played all his cards, he had the fighting power of a diamond-ranked agent. But that strength was tricky, unreliable, and never lasted long. Some days he was a cat, some days a dog. Every workday felt like just killing time. Actually, that didn't quite capture it. Galio's life now was just muddling through, day after day, with the stress piling up. It was no wonder he sometimes felt irritable and restless. Suppressing his professional instinct to uphold justice, Galio kept driving. After about 20 minutes of this dull, uneventful ride, he started to get sleepy. Drowsily steering down the empty road, Galio was suddenly jolted awake as strange glowing patterns flared up all around his car. Damn, it's a teleportation array. Galio knew this trick all too well. The Taoists back at headquarters loved to use it. So what was happening now? There weren't just 1 or 2 teleportation arrays here. There were at least 20 or 30. Stop the car. Pull over right now. Thanks to Ace Billette for the reward. Here's an extra chapter. 2 more updates are coming tonight. Stop the car. This is your final warning. Stop, or I'll kill you. As the voices echoed from the teleportation arrays, a gang of bald men, their bodies covered in black striped tattoos and dressed in glaring yellow Taoist robes, looking every bit the villains, strode out of the portals. The moment they appeared, a barrage of attack spells rained down on Galio's car like a storm. Seriously, what happened to your so-called final warning? You told me to stop, but at least give me a second. While Galio was cursing under his breath, the girl behind him, well, calling her that might be a stretch, given her fish head and human body, tapped her delicate fingers in rapid succession, weaving arrays of magic circles around the car. Each time the tattooed bald men's attack struck, they were instantly teleported off to who knows where. In a situation like this, Galio couldn't help but panic. Suddenly, right in front of the vehicle, a new teleportation array sprang to life, constructed at lightning speed. From it emerged a muscular man, his skin covered in tattoos, wielding a pair of crescent blades in his hands. This is bad. Hold on to me. The girl behind snatched Galio up, conjuring a teleportation array with a single hand, and whisked him away in an instant. So, miss, if you can use teleportation arrays, why didn't you just warp us out of here from the start? Why go through the trouble of calling for a ride? Galio found himself dangling in the air, gripped by the fish-headed girl with one hand, while her other hand danced swiftly, sketching out complex array patterns. She whisked Galio through a dizzying sequence of teleports, never missing a beat. Each jump sent the world spinning wildly, but after a few tries, Galio started to get the hang of it. This power was absurdly strong, but it seemed to require a specific destination, like coordinates. One moment Galio was in France, and the next he'd landed in Japan. They were leaping from one corner of the world to another, and every place they landed, the fish-headed girl seemed completely at home. Behind them, the big bald man giving chase was even more of a monster. Wielding 2 massive blades, he could actually forge arrays with his weapons, pursuing them at extraordinary speed. As he closed in, waves of blade energy shot from his weapons, sending Galio into a new frenzy of terror. Galio desperately wanted to tell the fish-headed girl, "Why don't you just put me down? Clearly, he's after you. I've got work tomorrow morning." How did a simple midnight brawl turn into this mess? So Yaya reminds everyone, being a law-abiding citizen is really important. You can't escape Goo-ee. Boss, let's rip her to shreds and boil her up later. I've never tasted merfolk soup before. The voices behind him grew more and more fragmented, but Galio was left bewildered. Who on earth was this Goo-ee? Some kind of devil. Was she the one he remembered, or was there something wrong with his own memory? Goo-ee, wasn't that supposed to be the name of the Sorcerer Supreme? The spells flying toward him from behind multiplied, and Galio was just about ready to make a run for it. Whether this Goo-ee was the one he knew no longer mattered. What mattered was that if things kept going like this, he would get dragged into something big, something dangerous. Just as Galio was about to activate his shadow magic and escape, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. To his astonishment, the mighty secret weapon Galio had been caught, clamped between the jaws of Goo-ee herself. Everyone knows that fish never blink. With his face pressed up against gills and staring into unblinking fish eyes, Galio felt his stomach lurch. The merfolk girl, Gu-E held Galio in her mouth while her hands simultaneously cast two entirely different magical arrays, defending with one, sprinting away with the other. A barrage of spells rained down from behind, some so dangerous they skimmed right under Galio's crotch. This was absolutely intolerable. This was a matter of a man's dignity. Hiding his hand inside his hood, Galio pulled out his pistol and fired a shot straight back at the teleportation portal. The distance wasn't far, just a straight shot, with both parties practically lining up. At the crack of the gun, a wail immediately echoed from the portal. Someone's shooting. The human she's carrying just fired a gun. Gu-E, you've fallen. Where's your dignity as a Kamartaj sorcerer? The insults and shouts behind them were relentless. Gu-E, with a mouthful of Galio, couldn't even speak and felt utterly wronged. Galio, however, couldn't have cared less. At worst, this merfolk girl just looked a bit out of place while the mob chasing them were textbook villains. If you talk this much on the battlefield, you deserve what's coming. The Stark-made pistol could fire 6 oversized rounds in quick succession, and Galio emptied the remaining 5 shots in a single burst, instantly thinning out the number of teleporting pursuers. Coward! Gu-E, put down that scum you're carrying. Let us kill him, and then we'll continue our duel, yelled one of the pursuers, slicing a bullet aside with his curved blade as he charged down the portal after them. This guy was fierce. Galio hoped the merfolk girl wasn't reckless enough to just drop him. That would be a disaster. Thankfully, the merfolk girl wasn't entirely foolish. With both hands still weaving defensive arrays, she waited until Galio reloaded and fired off another 6-round volley. Then, seizing the moment, she conjured a massive rune with both hands and, with a powerful push, erected a grand teleportation portal that cut off the pursuers behind them. After 2 more jumps through space, Galio realized they were back in New York. On the rooftop of a certain skyscraper, the fish-headed girl collapsed in exhaustion, her limbs sprawled out, gasping for breath. The fish-headed girl, as her name implied, had only a head that was a fish. From the neck down, she was a young woman dressed in a delicate white gauze robe. To put it simply, Galio found himself having a reaction to the sight. I'm really sorry. I promise I'll transfer some more money to the Mutant Brotherhood for you later. As soon as the fish-headed girl spoke, Galio caught the phrase Mutant Brotherhood. That term had no reputation in this world yet, but in another time and place, it was legendary. Galio never expected that he, a paragon of virtue and justice, just sneaking out at night to rough someone up, would somehow stumble into such a bizarre scenario. Never mind all that. What's your situation right now? Can you still move? Galio asked, his voice rough and hoarse. The fish-headed girl traced circles with her finger, but as sparks flickered and faded, she couldn't manage to form a single spell array. After several failed attempts, she slumped down in exhaustion. No, I can't. I burned way too much energy just now. I can't concentrate. We need to run fast. They'll pinpoint my location any minute now. You could have said that earlier. Imitating her earlier moves, Galio grabbed the fish-headed girl by the back of her collar and leapt off the rooftop without hesitation. The fish-headed girl let out a wail that echoed through the night, but to Galio's satisfaction, there was no fishy smell. On the contrary, there was a faint fragrance, which he found rather pleasant. Dangling by her collar as they plummeted at high speed, the fish-headed girl flailed her hands desperately, trying to conjure a protective spell. But just as she managed to form an array, it zipped past, too late to cushion her fall. As the two of them were about to crash onto the concrete and scatter in all directions, Galio activated Shadow Reversal, landing smoothly and steadily. Tears welled up at the corners of her fishy eyes as she dangled helplessly from his grip. There's another chapter coming later tonight. The fish-headed girl was so frightened she burst into tears, hugging herself and sobbing by the flower bed, her legs tucked in tight. But after less than 2 minutes, Galio, thoroughly annoyed, cut her off with a swift kick. They were supposed to be escaping for their lives. What was the point of crying and wasting precious time? Through Guyi's dazed and overwhelmed gaze, Galio casually ripped the lock off a nearby car, shoved Guyi into the back seat, and took off. The second time around, it was surprisingly less nerve-wracking. As the car started, Galio quickly oriented himself, figuring out roughly where they were. He floored the accelerator, racing toward the address Guyi had given him. After this whirlwind of action, Guyi finally snapped out of her fear-induced stupor. Whatever else, at least their pursuers were gone. For now, that was something to be grateful for. Lying in the back seat, Guyi covered her fish head with slender hands. She was, without a doubt, utterly terrified. Your spell work doesn't look like something used by local mutants. Why were those people chasing you? Guyi's gaze grew somewhat distant. She had been on the run for a long time now, with no one to talk to. This time, even though she was dealing with an illegal organization, and the driver certainly didn't look like a decent person, At least she wasn't alone. After all, who ever heard of a good person being part of an illegal group, carrying firearms and hijacking cars in the middle of the night? When people lack a sense of security, they always yearn to confide in someone. Fishfolk are no different. In Gu Yi's current weakened state, loneliness washed over her in waves as she faced the fishfolk girl beside her. I was once a renowned prodigy among the fishfolk, praised by my kin as a rare beauty in 100 years. Later, because I stood out too much, the Grand Elder sent me to Kamar Taj to train. My talent was exceptional. 3 months of cultivation put me on par with senior disciples who had practiced for years. My appearance was a little peculiar, but fortunately, the Sorcerer Supreme didn't mind at all. Girl, if you put it that way, I'd say the Sorcerer Supreme must be blind, or at least so nearsighted he can barely see a thing. Absurd tales always sound the same, short and to the point. Fishfolk girl Gu Yi, gifted in cultivation, looked a bit odd, but with the support of the Sorcerer Supreme, an old man with an iron will despite his frail body, she became one of the most promising candidates to inherit the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. Gu Yi, the fish-headed girl, was kind-hearted and simple. She never harbored any strange ambitions. She just wanted to train hard and not disappoint her master. However, at the most critical moment when the disciples vied for the title of Sorcerer Supreme, the master's eldest disciple betrayed him. He led a group of senior disciples who refused to accept Gu Yi and secretly defected to the Shadow King. One of the Sorcerer Supreme's trials was to leave the mountain and journey alone into the world to gain experience. The group, led by the eldest disciple, planned to ambush Gu Yi while she was out, eliminate her, drink her fish soup, and then join forces with the Shadow King to force the Sorcerer Supreme to step down. If you imagine the wildest soap opera, that's pretty much how this scene played out. Galio felt goosebumps rising just hearing it. Not because it was exciting, but because it was so utterly pointless and had no real climax. He thought to himself, really? But then, as Gu Yi continued, Galio suddenly picked up on something interesting. The Shadow King? Galio's first panel evolution had come from the Sorcerer Supreme's leftover shadow magic. Now that he made the connection, he realized, damn, he let his guard down. He had just taken out quite a few villainous sorcerers, but none of them dropped any cards. If he'd known about this plotline earlier, he would have gone all out to snatch a few for himself. Regret, frustration, and disappointment filled him, but at least the shimmering fish-headed girl was still behind him. There was still room to maneuver. So, the Sorcerer Supreme doesn't know you're wanted because of the trial, and the place we're heading to, it will allow you to contact the Sorcerer Supreme. Is that right? Galio's voice was slightly hoarse but calm. Yet, if anyone could see it, a wolf's tail, invisible to others, was wagging behind him as he sat there. Still inexperienced in the ways of the world, the young Ancient One hadn't yet seen through human nature. With complete innocence, she answered, yes, that place is an external spatial node of Kamar Taj. As long as I get there, I can contact the Sorcerer Supreme. When that happens, everything will be over, and my training will finally be complete. Yes, you'll go from fish head to bald head, but anyway. With a sudden stomp on the brakes, the stolen car screeched to a halt by the roadside. The Ancient One opened her drowsy eyes, only to find Galio's large-caliber pistol aimed directly at her. You're being kidnapped. The scene shifted so abruptly that the Ancient One was left completely stunned. Kidnapped? Me? That's right. You people are shameless. Where's the basic professional code of conduct for your Brotherhood of Mutants? What about your so-called service principles? The Ancient One bristled on the spot. Even if her face couldn't express it, her fish-like eyes radiated pure outrage. Galio took out a pair of restrictive handcuffs and snapped them onto her wrists. The Ancient One tried to resist, but with the barrel of the gun pressed against her fishy forehead, she could only give in reluctantly. At least, she thought, the silver bracelets looked somewhat stylish. I'll give you a chance. If you can escape with these on, I'll let you go. Don't worry. Even if I'm about to break my word, I still stick to the Brotherhood's most basic code. Galio lied with a straight face. Meanwhile, his shadow control had quietly crept into the Ancient One's own shadow. The Ancient One, not yet the Sorcerer Supreme, was still within Galio's grasp for now. With a gleam of a hungry wolf in his eyes, Galio lowered his pistol. The Ancient One had no idea what Galio was up to, but she immediately began weaving her fingers to conjure a spell diagram. The cuffs were sturdy. She tried to break them, but to no avail. Still, as long as she could form the array, she could make a run for it. Circle after circle, she drew for a long time. Sparks flickered in the air, but not a single complete spell diagram appeared. Galio let out a breath of relief. The restrictive handcuffs worked on Kamar Taj magicians too. That would save him quite a bit of trouble, because some of the bullets in his gun, especially made by Tony, were designed to suppress magical abilities. With the mage under control, Galio shifted from brakes to accelerator and drove off in another direction. Ancient One, the fish-headed girl, closed her eyes, though it looked no different, feeling aggrieved. She hadn't expected to trust the wrong person. The first thing she did after leaving home was run into a villain. Clearly, gangsters could never be trusted. If only she'd called the police right from the start. Passing by the food cart, Galio deliberately bought some hamburgers, hot dogs, and the like, and tossed them on a back seat. Eat up. You can eat this stuff, right? Sorry, I didn't really consider your physiology. That's a pretty hurtful thing to say to a fish. No, wait, to a person. Of course I can eat it. Gu-e was indeed hungry, and, without any internal struggle between her fish side and human side, raised her cuffed hands, grabbed a hamburger, opened her fishy mouth, and devoured it triumphantly. Galio glanced at Gu-e in the back seat out of the corner of his eye, making sure nothing was wrong. In fact, the way she glared at him with those fierce, fishy eyes was actually kind of cute. 3 update today. My head is spinning and my eyes are blurry. Dear readers, please recommend and bookmark. Time to sleep. As a government official working for a certain agency, Galio honestly didn't want to play the villain. But fate was just unlucky for Gu-e, most of the warrior. Monks hunting her down were exactly the kind of food Galio needed. In times like these, there was no reason for him to let the opportunity slip by. So, how can I get in touch with those brothers of yours who are after you? Galio's voice was hoarse as he took a swig from his drink, then tossed the empty cup out the window without a second thought, asking the question offhandedly. Gu-e glared at him fiercely, well, as fiercely as a fish girl could. Do you really think that if you hand me over, they'll let you off the hook? Don't kid yourself. No, that's not what I was thinking. Actually, I sincerely hope they don't. Otherwise, I'd feel guilty about it. If I were you, I'd just tell the truth. You must have their phone numbers or something. Everyone does these days. In your dreams. You sure about that? Gu-e stubbornly turned her fish head away, refusing to say another word. If that's how you want to play it, I guess I'll have to take your clothes off. I'm really curious. Does a fish-headed girl's body look different from a human's? Shameless. The phone number? XXXXXX. Perfect. Galio was very pleased, even though the girl in the back seat started kicking restlessly. But, being the bigger person, Galio decided to forgive her. Just then, a huge eye suddenly appeared on the glass in front of Galio. With an entrance like that, it was obvious this newcomer wasn't here for anything good. Hello, esteemed sir. You're not exactly easy to find, you know. Now that didn't sound like those hapless warrior monks from before. And judging by the change in Gu-e's expression behind him, she knew this person. So, may I ask, are you folks playing at a higher level? Or is it that our distinguished guest here is being held against her will? Galio picked up a hamburger, dipped his head slightly, and from under his hood, his face was shrouded in darkness. Brotherhood of Mutants, is it? So, it turns out we do have a bit of a reputation, after all. Brother, once we take a commission, we're responsible to our clients. Here's the deal. You bring the person to our place, and I'll give you 100,000 in cash, just between us. How about it? And if you're interested in joining the group, I can vouch for you as your sponsor. What should I call you? They call me Farser. All right, Irwa, goodbye. Galio slammed his fist through the glass in front of him, then shrouded every window in the car with shadow energy. Shadow power. You're with the shadow fiend. Fishhead girl Gu-e truly felt she was at the end of her luck. She was already being hunted, and just when she thought she'd escaped one trap, she'd fallen straight into another. Worse yet, this wolf's den was on a pirate ship. After a string of bizarre misadventures, Gu-e finally realized she had mistaken the man in front of her for someone else. He wasn't from a mutant brotherhood at all. In other words, he wasn't the person she'd hired, or even someone she knew. But none of that mattered now. What mattered was that the moment he made his move, he unleashed dark energy, clearly an enemy, through and through. Gu-e's ethereal wail of despair brought immense satisfaction to Galio. Somewhere in the city, in a private room of a bar, from members of the Mutant Brotherhood gathered. Before Farser, the white-haired mutant, the crystal ball now showed only a blank, empty haze. How is it? Behind Farser, a sultry, mature voice sounded. This was Glamour, the group's diplomatic ace. She always managed to strike the best deals. It's not looking good. The other side is sharp. We've lost their trail. Farser's tone was sour. Damn it. Some folks just don't know what's good for them. Try harder. Once we find those punks, let's wipe them all out. At one end of the sofa sat a mutant so enormous he filled all 3 seats by himself, with 2 long nose hairs drifting from his nostrils as he spoke. We took this job. We serve the mutant community. We got paid. Getting that girl delivered is our job and our responsibility. Farser, keep looking. In the center seat of the bar sofa lounged a young man in a school uniform and open shirt, a little handsome, a little disheveled. He was the leader of the group, known by the codename Cockroach. The Mutant Brotherhood was a high-end crew, large staff, big expenses. There was no way they could rely on Old Wand to scavenge precious metals, or on Mystique to rob banks. Forever, building up a third line of business and managing their people wisely was the only way for the group to thrive in the long run, and Old One understood this perfectly. The Hellfire Club in the sewers was more of a money pit than anything else, so they hardly made any real money of their own. Their funding came almost exclusively from Old One, who sent them money regularly, just enough to scrape by, letting them fend for themselves. In contrast, the Brotherhood of Mutants was designed from the very beginning for long-term development. They had a well-established system in place, and large groups of mutants gathered under their banner, taking on all sorts of underground missions by making use of their unique abilities. It was much like a secret society. The group in the bar, for instance, was a mercenary team codenamed Cockroach Squad. Galio steered the car into a secluded mountain ravine. If you ignored everything above the passengers' necks in the back seat, the scene could easily be mistaken for human trafficking. A mysterious figure in a hooded sweatshirt, wielding a large-caliber revolver, holding a cuffed woman dressed in white captive. Of course, if you did look at their heads, you'd have thought it was just an illegal seafood transaction. Gu got out of the car, visibly nervous. Without her magic array, she was really just a delicate, well, let's just say a delicate young lady. Anyway, that's how she would describe herself for now. In Gu Yi's mind, whoever had kidnapped her must not only be a minion of the Shadow Demon, but also a complete pervert, dragging her into the mountains in the dead of night. What on earth was going to happen next? Oh, the hardships of a fish's life. Galio climbed out, carefully checked his bearings, and then picked a spot to start digging furiously. With swift, practiced motions, he unearthed something that left Mage Gu Yi staring in shock. It was a humanoid figure, tightly wrapped in special cloth strips. In that instant, Gu Yi panicked. This was no simple kidnapping. This was a gruesome murder case. No matter how she looked at this lackey, he seemed far more dangerous than her own senior brothers. Luckily, even in her panic, Gu Yi managed to keep her wits about her. She knew her slender legs were no match for a speeding bullet, so escaping on foot was out of the question. Galio couldn't be bothered with Gu Yi's frantic theatrics. He unwrapped the sealed figure, revealing a rare zombie he had once controlled with shadow magic in the old zombie district. This corpse possessed combat abilities on par with elite agents, silver, and maybe even gold level. Its powers included blade-like limbs, weightlessness, and impressive offensive and defensive capabilities, a true weapon of slaughter. Gu Yi watched in horror as Galio unwrapped what she could barely call a person. Then, the figure, which had been buried for who knows how long, began to move. Afterwards, Galio dressed it in a spare set of clothes he'd brought along. Buried that deep and still able to move, Gu Yi, whose specialty was ward magic, suddenly found herself terrified of these things. Once everything was in place, Galio had henchman number 2 hide out of sight, then tied Gu even more securely to a large tree using a length of vine he'd found nearby. He took out a backup phone and dialed the number of one of Gu Yi's senior brothers, naturally from the evil faction. Most of her lawful aligned brothers had already been eliminated. The call connected. Galio rasped, "She's here." There was a long silence on the other end. Then at last a voice replied, "Who's this? Who are you?" "Oh, Gu Yi." Galio felt an overwhelming urge to complain. Why is it so hard to play the villain? I knew creating a character wasn't easy, but I didn't expect it to be this difficult. Galio, am clearly born to play the hero. On the other end of the line, chaos erupted, shouting, crashing, utter pandemonium. The person who answered the phone was abruptly kicked away, and the call was picked up by Scimitar. "What do you want?" "So, this is how you negotiate? 1 million. Have someone bring the money and call this number. Don't bother tracing it. You won't find anything, but you can still get through." With that, Galio hung up. 1 million. Gu Yi felt utterly insulted. "That's all I'm worth? Let me go, and I'll give you 10 million on the spot." Galio, in truth, wasn't after the money. After all, he wasn't short on cash. His wealth flowed in from Wayne Enterprises, Stark Industries, and even government payrolls. He named a price simply to set the stage for his next move. But these mages, they really are filthy rich. Meanwhile, the shadow mages on the other end were equally baffled. Where did this figure of 1 million come from? That cheap? "Senior brother, what should we do now?" asked lackey number 1. Scimitar Mage stroked his chin thoughtfully. "The price is so low, it's worth a try. But just in case it's a trick, send 2 brothers with the money and have someone shadow them. As soon as we see Gu Yi, draw a portal and bring us over." If Galio had overheard their discussion about the price, he would have been sobbing in the restroom by now. His lack of true extravagance had severely limited his imagination. Inside the bar, The silver-haired pretty boy, acting as lookout, set down his crystal ball. Boss, those bald guys you asked me to watch are making a move. Looks like someone's been kidnapped, and they're demanding a ransom. Oh, how much, how much? The gang leader, dressed in a school uniform at the head of the table, was visibly excited. The heavy-set man shot his boss a discreet look of contempt. His boss was great at everything, strong, smart, loyal, but the moment money was mentioned, he became insufferable. Any talk of money made people want to strangle him. If he weren't hopelessly outmatched, the heavy-set man would have already given him a beating. The ransom is set at 1 million. Strange price, really. Those bald guys are loaded. This doesn't add up. The lookout was genuinely puzzled. But the cockroach-headed leader was thrilled. Perfect. I suspected they were after that fish-head girl. Keep a close watch. We'll double-cross them. Take money from both sides. Boss, it's just 1 million. Is it really worth all this trouble? The heavy-set man grumbled. That kind of money wouldn't even cover a night out at the bar for him. With his build, unless he threw cash around, no girl would give him a second glance. A massive fist loomed ever larger in the eyes of the portly man, until at last it crashed into his plump face. The blow sent him flying, and Cockroach, furious, pointed at him and cursed. Don't you understand the need for thrift? Do you? Wealth is built on diligence and frugality, squandered by extravagance. Isn't 1 million worth anything to you? From a distance, Clairvoyant and the Enchantress watched their boss mete out a brutal, slap-filled beating to the fat man, munching on snacks and sipping beer. Honestly, he had it coming. He knew the boss couldn't stand being taunted about money, yet he chose that very thing to provoke him. No wonder he's getting pounded. After a few more punches, the fat man was left with a face swollen and bruised, and only then did the boss's anger subside. Besides, who said we're just taking that 1 million? Now that the goods are in our hands, we can up the price. Once they arrive, we'll take out their crew, deliver the fish head to its destination, and then charge her another 10 million for the escort. No, 20 million. Brilliant, boss, wheezed the fat man, his face a map of bruises. Our boss is wise and mighty, chimed in the 2 lackeys from the corner. Cockroach was convinced his plan was flawless. As for their opponents, he never gave them a second thought. These small fry were nothing. Even if the Supreme Sorcerer herself showed up and tried to block his profits, he'd beat her down all the same. Deep in the mountain forest, the Sorcerer Gu Yi's fishy eyes streamed with tears, mourning the bitter hardships of her life. Galio had prepared the setting, handing the fish head an apple. It was tough to bite with her fins bound, but Gu Yi remained stubbornly determined. If she could manage even a single bite, it would be a victory. She stretched her jaws as wide as they would go and chomped down hard. 1 gulp gone. Holy smokes, the fish head devoured the apple in a single bite. Galio stared at the half-eaten apple in his own hand, dumbfounded. Were these sorcerers moonlighting as circus acts to make money? At this rate, if the fish-head girl ever started a live stream just eating apples, she'd rake in enough tips in a day to match Galio's monthly salary. The fish-head girl seemed to relish every bite, savoring it as if she hadn't a care in the world. Time ticked steadily by. Then Galio's phone rang. Where's the exchange? The money's ready. All those old spy thrillers have finally come in handy. Galio mimicked the moves he'd seen on TV, constantly changing the meeting spot. On the other end, the sorcerers handling the deal were fuming. Lugging their 1 million in cash, they rushed from one location to another, traipsing back and forth. For places they'd visited before, they could use runes to travel quickly, but anywhere new was a nightmare. After nearly an hour of this wild goose chase, they'd even ended up riding bikes. At last, after a flurry of convoluted maneuvers, Galio gave the 2 sorcerers the final rendezvous point deep in the mountains. By now, the 3 sorcerers overseeing the exchange had made up their minds. Once Gu Yi was returned, they'd tear Galio limb from limb, slice him into 1,000 pieces, quarter him. Anything but leave him in one piece. Is it finally coming to an end? With tears glistening in her fish-like eyes, Master Gu Yi listened to Galio making a phone call, her heart heavy with sorrow. Of course, given Master Gu Yi's current sorry state, Galio didn't so much as glance her way. He couldn't care less. All he was thinking about was that his prepaid card was just about to run out. The moment to confirm his suspicions had arrived. At this point, Galio and Gu Yi resembled nothing so much as a pair of scorned lovers, abandoned amidst chaos. About 10 minutes later, 2 figures slowly approached Galio, carrying a suitcase in their hands. The mage in charge of the exchange also caught sight of Gu Yi tied to a tree. Impressive, he mused, quite the binding job. Clearly, they knew how to play. Raising the suitcase, the 2 mages wore cruel smiles. The money's right here. Hand her over to us. With that, one of the mages tossed the suitcase directly at Galio's feet. Such a straightforward exchange, truly sincere. It was a display of trust between people. No suspicion, no probing, just business. You should go. They won't spare you. With me here, you still have a chance to escape, Master Gu Yi said, radiating the last vestiges of human kindness. But Galio's mind was elsewhere. His fish brain needed recharging. He ignored Gu Yi entirely and activated his area scan. Name, Areno. Race, human, shadow eroded. Class, mage type ability user. Stats, strength 4, speed 3, intelligence 3, dexterity 4, burst 5. Skills, basic spell circles, Chinese, English, defensive spell circle, offensive spell circle, shadow arrow, shadow whip, teleportation spell circle. Under the power of his grand appraisal, Galio detected only 3 people. He was delighted to find they all exhibited the eroded condition, and their skills were indeed shadow-based. Galio could sense the system's hunger for them. Behind Galio, a ring of spell patterns materialized from thin air. A savage figure burst forth from the circle in a sudden ambush. From within the spell circle, a sharp blade swung down through the air. This strike wasn't aimed to kill Galio, but rather to sever his arm. The 2 mages in front, still wearing their cruel smiles, looked forward to toying with Gu Yi and Galio in just a moment. They were sure it would be most entertaining. Suddenly, from the soil behind them, a hooded figure sprang up. 2 flashes of cold steel flickered, and before the mages could react, one went down instantly, while the other, slightly more agile, suffered a massive wound across his back. The figure that had leapt out of the spell circle suddenly felt a powerful hand clamp down tightly on his neck. The speed was astonishing, the strength overwhelming. There was simply no escape. In the next instant, this shadow mage felt the darkness within his own body rapidly siphoned away, flowing straight into Galio. He thought he needed to kill to claim the prepaid card, but could it be that he could just devour it directly? The influx of shadow energy made Galio feel a faint growth in his own shadow powers, but it was so minuscule that it was hardly worth noting. Even the Ancient One was taken aback. The story was unfolding in a way she hadn't expected. After draining the shadow energy, Galio gave the shadow mage in his grasp a slight squeeze, and the mage's life ended just like that. He tossed aside the ST in his hand, his face hidden deep within his hood, impossible to read. Yet, both the Ancient One and the gravely injured mage felt, on instinct, that Galio was smiling. He was truly in high spirits. Why don't you dare come any closer. You're already surrounded. We're mages of Kamartaj. We are the supreme, the mage stammered, writhing in agony, desperately clinging to life. But under the scrutiny of Galio's appraisal magic, lies were meaningless, a fate well-deserved. Galio strode to the dying shadow mage and ended him with a single, decisive stomp, reaping 3 more rewards. He collected 2 shadow cards, which the system indicated could upgrade his shadow energy, and 1 ordinary mage card, utterly useless. The yield was small, but the method worked. This group of shadow mages could truly make Galio stronger. After absorbing power from 3 mages, Galio even gained a new skill. Shadow Leap. After establishing shadow control in advance, he could activate it. Theoretically, it was akin to teleportation, but much simpler than a magic circle. Confusion and perplexity clouded the Ancient One's fish-like face, but Galio paid no mind to whatever the fish was pondering. His original plan to teach Mary a lesson tonight was now on hold. He needed to focus on business. He picked up the phone and dialed again. Elsewhere, the scimitar mage was sharpening his blade, ready to set out at a moment's notice. When he saw the caller ID, a sense of foreboding crept over him. Your people tried to kill me. The price is now 10 million. Send someone with the cash. No more than 5 people. You're not allowed to come yourself. If you refuse, I'll take the Ancient One back to Kamartaj with me. With that, Galio hung up without waiting for a response. Tears streamed once more down the Ancient One's fishy face. This night had been a wild, perilous ride, like a roller coaster with no end in sight. What? The shadow mage was completely thrown off. What kind of twisted game was this? All that for just 1 million, and now you want more? Besides, wasn't this basically a kidnapping? He was threatening the employer, his would-be killer, for ransom using his own target. The more the scimitar mage thought about it, the more baffling it all became. The shadow mage had brought over 30 of his own team when he set out. 2 had died, and 1 was injured during the portal crossing, and now just going to deliver some money. 3 more had been lost. But he knew his own people too well. Their skills were never that impressive to begin with, and once corrupted by shadow energy, their heads were filled with nothing but negativity, violence, looting, killing. Mishaps were bound to happen. Erratic behavior was their daily norm. When a mage tasked with delivering the money called, it was Galio who picked up the phone. A heavy silence hung over both ends of the line before the shadow sorcerer Scimitar finally spoke up. Give me your account details. I'll wire you the money. All you have to do is kill Gu-E. That's not going to work. If you do it this way, how am I supposed to buy a prepaid card? No way. You'd be able to trace it back to me. And I have no interest in being hunted down by you mages. Galio's voice was raspy as he slumped down next to Gu-E, carefully tending to his pistol in his hands. Damn it. Scimitar nearly burst out swearing. The price for Gu-E's life was so low, what was there to trace? If anything, they should be beating drums and setting off fireworks to thank him. But since 5 of his own people had already died at Galio's hands, he couldn't simply let it go. If he didn't at least keep up the appearance of a deal, his crew would lose faith and become impossible to lead. So, on the surface, he agreed to continue the transaction. He picked out 4 of his more capable men this time. No need for anyone else to tag along. He'd go himself. As for the promise that he wouldn't show up in person, yeah, right? He was already a fallen mage, sworn to the shadow. What did keeping his word matter anymore? Night was falling, casting a faint gloom. The small grove was quiet, save for the buzzing of mosquitoes. At first, Gu-E gritted her teeth and endured, but after being tied up for nearly 3 hours, she'd had enough. Hey, can you do something about these mosquitoes? I've lost count of how many times I've been bitten. The hostage finally spoke up for her own rights. Galio thought about it. After all, this fishhead was his client now, upholding his commitment to excellent service. He signaled his assistant, who flicked his blade through the air in a dazzling flurry. In a blink, the entire family of mosquitoes lay dead in neat little rows. It was impressively clean and efficient. Each slash skimmed right past Gu-E, close enough to make her jump. Actually, you're not really planning to hand me over to them, are you? Gu-E ventured. Isn't it obvious? Galio gave her a look usually reserved for someone with questionable intelligence. Fishy was so furious she wanted to grind her teeth to dust. If only she could move, she'd have kicked Galio right then and there. Who did he think he was talking to? She was the Sorcerer Supreme, praised for her quick wit by all her elders and friends. So what are you really after? That power of yours. It's the shadow, right? Gu-E asked, cutting straight to the point. She didn't know if this would seal her fate, but if she was going to die, she at least wanted to know why. That's right. It wouldn't help you to know the details. All you need to understand is that these mages, lured in by the shadow, are my food. That's why. No fish soup for me. Fish soup my foot. May your whole family end up as fish soup. Fishy was so angry, she fell silent. Meanwhile, at the bar. Boss, we've tracked their destination. It's a small mountain, but whatever's happening inside is a mystery. Seems like something's blocking our view. Also, their deal fell through. They're renegotiating. The new price is 10 million. 10 million? Cockroach's eyes lit up with excitement. What are we waiting for? Move out. Cockroach charged ahead, leading the way, followed by Thousand Mile Eyes and the Enchantress Girl. Trailing at the very back was a heavy-set man, his face full of reluctance, who had finally managed to heave himself off the couch. The Brotherhood of Mutants, Cockroach Squad, reporting in. Figures flickered among the shadows of the mountains. 5 mages, their bodies cloaked in bright yellow robes, emerged from hiding. Galio cast a powerful identification spell, and as the magic swept over them, he narrowed his eyes. These 5 were all formidable opponents. Among them, one stood further back, a presence unmistakable as their leader. Name, Scimitar. Race, Shadow Being. Type, Enchanted Creature. Stats, Strength 25, Speed 10, Intelligence 5, Dexterity 15, Burst 25. Skills, Shadow Form, Teleportation Array, Elemental Circles, Martial Arts Mastery, Blade Master, Shadow Magic, Folded Space, Sacrifice. As expected, these shadow mages were true to their nature, utterly untrustworthy. Thankfully, Galio had already reburied the zombies underground, just waiting for the perfect moment to launch a surprise attack. But when he appraised Scimitar, the system's overpowering desire for this target nearly drove Galio over the edge, something he had never experienced before. It was as if a man who had only drunk water for 7 days suddenly caught the scent of food. The shadow mages were cautious this time. Although it was pitch black, their vision seemed completely unhindered. Scimitar lingered just outside the battle-scar ground. Raising a hefty bag, the lead mage called out, "Everything you wanted is here. Take out Gu-E, and it's all yours." Senior brother, are you just going to abandon me like this? Hadn't you been dreaming of that fish head soup? For the first time, Gu-E felt a twinge of fear. Even from this distance, she could sense Scimitar's razor-sharp aura slicing through the night. In a low voice, she warned Galio, "Be careful. She's my senior, Scimitar, the first to join the shadows." "No, you're wrong, fishhead." He's not called Scimitar. He's big top-up card. Names don't matter to Galio in the slightest. What mattered was the distance. Just a bit closer, and he'd be in range. Narrowing his eyes, Galio beckoned with a finger. You mages are a treacherous lot. On the other hand, I'm a man of my word. Have someone bring the money over. Gu-E's right here. If you want her dead, do it yourself. The shadow mage's lips curled into a cruel smile. He tossed the sack of coins at his own feet and stomped on it. This is your final chance. Slit Gu-E's throat now, or I'll kill you where you stand. Galio reached into his pocket, pulled out the handcuff key, and, right in front of the shadow mages, unlocked Gu-E's cuffs and tore away the vines binding her. He whispered, "Run." Now. Before Gu-E could respond, a line from a play suddenly surfaced in Galio's mind. Standing tall and imposing beneath his hood, Galio faced the shadow mages and declared, "I'm not here for your petty cash. I've come only to beat you to a pulp, or to die trying." As soon as his voice fell, Galio fired his revolver in a rapid volley. All 6 bullets were spent in the blink of an eye, but the 5 mages were no ordinary opponents. They instantly scattered, and not a single one was struck by the hail of bullets. The mage with the curved blade glared menacingly at Gu-E. She was his first target, and nothing would change that. With a savage motion, he tore apart his robe. The curved blade in his grip unleashed a violent surge of energy. Gu-E, having regained much of her strength, let the runes on. Her hands glow as she braced herself to take the blow head-on. Yet in that split second, a figure darted through the air, suddenly stepping between her and the incoming attack. The blade flashed, the school jacket fluttered in midair, and Cockroach, his face bright with a sunlit and carefree grin, called out, "This girl owes me 10 million. There's no way I'd let her die just yet." Besides, he bent down and picked up the bundle of cash Galio had tried to extort. "I just found $1 million right here. Talk about good fortune. Congratulations, boss." "Way to go, boss. Our boss is amazing," stepping out and finding money on the ground. Galio could only stare. With these clowns around, the Mantis Squad's entrance was so full of comedic flair that Galio barely minded losing $1 million to them. Galio didn't really care. After all, the money wasn't his to begin with. Strictly speaking, it was loot from robbery and murder. But the mage with the curved blade was hardly pleased, because, in his mind, that was his money. Name, Lu Jun. Race, human. Ability, martial artist, Huaxia tradition. Stats, strength 50, speed 20, intelligence 25, dexterity 20, burst 100, defense 100. Skills, iron body training, iron shirt, boundless chi, diamond invulnerability, golden bell shield, mighty Vajra palm, mighty Vajra finger, mighty Vajra kick, radiant fist, mighty Vajra claw. This profile was what Galio had gotten from Cockroach, and just reading it nearly made Galio fall to his knees. Where did this monster come from? Tough as nails, hard as stone, and he could hit like a truck. It was the first time Galio had ever seen someone with stats at 100. For a moment, the scene fell into a stunned silence. Cockroach, meanwhile, was already expertly tossing another bundle of cash to the enchantress. His eyes locked on the 10 million at the curved blade mage's feet, as if he were a predator fixating on prey. Frowning, the curved blade mage realized that anyone who could so casually block his attack was no ordinary foe. With a swift kick, he sent the bag of money sliding toward Cockroach. "Kill Gu-E, and another 10 million is yours." Did you see that? Did you see that? Sometimes luck is just on your side. Money comes knocking, and all I have to do is pick it up. Cockroach waved the huge bundle in his hands, so excited he was practically dancing. The 3 lackeys clapped and cheered in unison. "You gotta be kidding me. This is outright robbery." The shadow mages were furious, truly enraged. Curblade was furious too. Today, it seemed that anyone dared to provoke him. First, it was that mysterious stranger, and now there was a whole new group of unknown troublemakers. His gaze became increasingly dangerous, like that of a beast provoked beyond reason. As a high-level mage, Curblade had gained remarkable self-control after embracing the powers of shadow. But that didn't mean he was immune to the corrosive emotions that came with the darkness. It simply meant he was better at hiding them. In truth, things like rape, murder, and violence were all indulgences he relished. He had long ceased to be the disciplined martial artist who once trained on the peaks of Kamartaj. With a flick of his wrist, the tip of curved blade's weapon traced patterns in the air, conjuring several teleportation arrays that hovered before him. One by one, shadow mages in yellow monk robes emerged from the portals. At the same time, the space all around them began to warp and fold, shimmering like a hall of mirrors. "You will all die here." Curved Blade's body was now veined with even more streaks of darkness, blackness creeping into his very eyes, and a violent, sadistic energy radiated from him without restraint. This was folded space, a high-level technique of the Sorcerer Supreme's order. Once unleashed, it created a pocket dimension, completely sealed off from the outside world. Teleportation arrays couldn't breach this enclosed reality. Inside this folded space were Galio and his little sidekick, the Ancient One, the crew of Cockroach, and, finally, the villainous Shadow Mages led by Curved Blade himself. To sum up, apart from the Ancient One, there was hardly anyone decent in attendance. Meanwhile, buried deep beneath the earth, Amira, the bladed zombie, felt a surge of gratitude toward her heartless new master for not abandoning her. Back in the zombie district, she'd been second only to the top, but ever since she defected and followed Galio, she'd been secretly embalmed and buried for ages. Today, she finally saw the moon again, only to be reburied in less than 10 minutes, over and over again. What a pitiful fate for a zombie. With the folded space supercharged by his explosive rage, Curved Blade's weapon carved black sigils in the air. The space around them continuously folded and shattered from within. On his side, 26 corrupted lackeys clung tightly to Curved Blade, not daring to move an inch. This technique didn't discriminate between friend and foe. If you got caught in it, you could die at any moment, without even a chance to fight back. The air was thick with the energy of shadow magic, which was deeply satisfying to Galio. Here, his shadow spells would be enhanced. A primal instinct told him as much, even without any special tricks. The shattering all around continued unabated. Cockroach stood protectively in front of his companion, unleashing punches and kicks that shattered the oncoming fragments of space head-on. Watching this, Galio grew increasingly uneasy. These attacks were clearly powerful, finishing moves, yet they were being broken apart so easily. Clearly, this rowdy group was no bunch of minor players. Thankfully, they weren't siding with the Shadow Mage. Galio's method of avoiding the space shattering was to slip into shadow form. Here, his spells worked like a charm, allowing him to dodge the harmful waves of fractured space with ease. The one having the hardest time was Gu-E. With her teleportation array gone, she had barely any room to move. She traced 2 shield sigils in the air with her hands, weaving left and right, trying to find any escape. But under the senior brother's relentless focus, the shattered spaces multiplied around her, layer upon layer, until it seemed she would soon be completely engulfed. Just as Gu-E was about to accept her fate, Galio and Cockroach suddenly appeared on either side of her. Galio manipulated shadows to forcibly alter the distances between the shattered spaces, creating a buffer zone. Meanwhile, Cockroach remained as brutal as ever, dismantling the danger with sheer force. "It's risky to just unleash your ultimate so recklessly," Galio remarked, firing a shot straight at the Scimitar Mage's head. In his powered-up state, the Scimitar Mage seemed frozen, making him the perfect target. Not one to miss such a golden opportunity, Cockroach picked up a rock from the ground and threw it without hesitation. Galio figured that if that rock actually hit, it would hurt just as much as being struck by his special ammunition. After all, if someone could smash apart space with their bare hands, no amount of fancy tricks would matter. One punch would settle it all. Galio couldn't help but feel a pang of envy for such raw strength. Unable to win head-on, the Scimitar Mage resorted to desperate measures. Faced with both a bullet and a flying rock, he abruptly halted his ultimate move. There was no guarantee that his blade could ward off both attacks. In a moment of crisis, the senior brother pulled 2 junior disciples to his side. 2 shields of blood, thrown in as sacrifices. That was the shape the scene took. Disgusting. Cockroach spat on the ground. "I can't stand scum who betray their brothers like that." The Scimitar Mage wasn't just some reckless brute. Though his mind sometimes clouded after pledging himself to the shadows, he never welcomed enemies out of nowhere. Cockroach and Galio. These two made even the senior brother from Camartage uneasy. If you compared them by the standards of mutants, neither Galio nor Cockroach would count as especially dangerous. But when it came to being a headache to deal with, no one topped them. They had no bizarre abilities, but their fundamentals were so solid that they were undeniably diamond-tier combatants. Taking a deep breath, the senior brother spun his blades in a dazzling flourish. Though wary, he knew there was no way things would end peacefully today. He called out, "I'll give you one last chance. Take out Gu-E, and I'll pay each of you 20 million. The cockroach's eyes turned into the shape of dollar signs, and he almost blurted out his agreement, perhaps even giving Gu-E a punch for good measure. Luckily, the female secretary beside him, Mei-Hua, stomped on his foot several times with all her might, finally snapping him back to his senses. "You think I can be bought that easily?" the cockroach shouted. The 3 henchmen at his side actually blushed with embarrassment. "Boss, How can you say that with a straight face? As if you don't know whether you can be bought or not. What's more, if a traitor like you can cough up 20 million, then the cockroach gang leader turned and lifted Gu Yi's fish head high in the air. You can definitely afford 21 million, can't you? Galio. Just a million more? Aren't you selling yourself a bit too cheap? Gu Yi thought the same. Without hesitation, she tapped her fish head and declared, "Protect me. As long as I make it back, I'll give you last year's pocket money. The total will be well over 100 million. 100 million in pocket money. 100 million in reward." The cockroach gang boss of the Mutant Brotherhood, an expert in all manner of protective martial arts from China, dropped to one knee and gently kissed Gu Yi's jade-like hand. "My princess, your knight is willing to fight for money. I mean for you." It was over. The three members of the cockroach gang knew that for this kind of money, forget about getting the boss to fight someone. He might even defect to the Mutant Brotherhood for such a sum. No doubt about it, their leader was shamelessly audacious. "I'll split with you 50-50. Your own guys, you settle with them yourself," Galio said. The cockroach immediately protested. "Are you kidding? Everyone who's here gets a share. We split it per head, obviously. Hey, you must be dreaming. They can't be allowed to start fighting among themselves." He was trapped here, isolated and with no one else to turn to. For now, she could only rely on the cockroach and Galio, both powerful mutants and likely able to help. With them around, she didn't have to fear that scimitar-wielding senior brother. Just as Gu Yi was gritting her teeth, about to offer up her own savings in advance. Galio raised an eyebrow, but suddenly relented. "Fine, we'll do it your way, split per head. But let's count the shares based on these ugly bastards over there. How's that?" Cunning. Galio was truly cunning. Money was never his real goal. As long as they wiped out this group of mages corrupted by shadow magic, Galio could absorb enough energy to power himself up significantly. But some things can't be said out loud, or else the price would just keep going up. By using Gu Yi's money and piggybacking on the cockroach's efforts, Galio could get stronger without even lifting a finger. Well, the cockroach found himself interested now. Galio might not be an ordinary opponent, but after all, he was just one man. The cockroach gang had 4 people on their side. If it came to a brawl, there was no way Galio could take it all for himself. The cockroach immediately agreed to Galio's proposal. At that, Blade Master felt utterly humiliated, shamelessly so. His eyes seemed to turn into 2 black gems as he cried, "Kill them." Blade Master's furious roar was the spark that set the battle ablaze. Of course, what followed was that a large group of bald-headed mages got soundly beaten down. There was no helping it. These ordinary mages really weren't much when it came to fighting. Galio had invested all his upgrades into defense, making him immune to shadow attacks, so their spells felt like little more than a fancy itch. Things were easy on Galio's end, but on the cockroach's side, it was even more straightforward. He charged in with his shields raised, facing the shadow mage's concentrated fire head-on. Behind him, his 3 companions unleashed their own powers with full confidence. Charmdoll and Clairvoyant fired their pistols, though their bullets only seemed to tickle. The real powerhouse was the fat guy. Thick tufts of nose hair drifted from his nostrils, and with a press of one, he could spew flames, packing quite a punch. The fight hadn't even lasted 5 minutes before Blade Master began to regret it. He knew his underlings were weak, but he hadn't expected them to be this useless. Damn it. At this rate, even if he won, he'd return to Kamartaj with nothing but the clothes on his back. He gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, preparing to join the fray himself. Wait. Blade Master nearly pulled his back in surprise. The one who called out was the Ancient One. The fish-headed girl looked with pity at the fallen bald mages. "Blade Master, come back to Kamartaj with me. As long as you return and let the Sorcerer Supreme remove your shadow magic, I promise to protect your life." Was she out of her mind? Even the cockroach and Galio, each holding onto a bald captive, nearly dropped them in shock. Galio just couldn't understand. Maybe the Ancient One wasn't bald, so her intelligence hadn't reached the necessary heights? Why the sudden compassion now, after all this bloodshed and hand-to-hand combat? Wanting to negotiate peace at this point? Neither Galio nor the cockroach could make sense of it, and as for Blade Master, he was outright enraged. His eyes practically spat fire. He'd never liked the Ancient One before, and now he'd dislike her even more. With someone like this in charge of Kamartaj, humanity was doomed. On this point, Galio and the cockroach shared the same sentiment. They exchanged a glance. Great minds think alike. Just as the fish-headed girl tried to further persuade Blade Master to let go of his hatred, Galio brought down a rifle, but on her head, and the cockroach landed a punch to her gut. Blade Master was momentarily taken aback, then promptly shouted, "Well done." The Ancient One clutched her fishy head and her stomach, crouching on the ground with a pitiful look. Thank you, Galio rasped, then charged straight at the bald mages. Ever since he realized their spells couldn't scratch him, especially not with their shadow enhancements, Galio fought with fearless abandon. Despicable. Watching Galio easily take down two bald mages, the roach on this side grew anxious. He cursed at his companions for their inefficiency, and then, with a swift motion, pressed a finger to the center of his brow. Instantly, golden lacquer spread from that point, crawling across his skin. With their boss activating his ultimate move, the comedic trio of the Roach squad quickly retreated. The Roach entered his golden state, his defenses skyrocketing. This time, the barrage from the Shadow Mages couldn't even scratch the surface. What's more, the Roach's combat prowess soared. When he rammed his elbow into one of the bald mages, the poor soul split in two on the spot. Damn! Galio couldn't help but curse out loud. This was seriously over the top, and honestly, he was a little jealous. In this folded space, the golden figure blazed like a miniature sun. Wherever he went, the bald mages fell in droves. With that kind of efficiency, Galio felt at ease. The Roach boy was killing with such relish that he drew all the enmity to himself, and on the other side, the scimitar wielder could no longer sit still. The Shadow Mages, battered and scattered by the Roach's rampage, had most of their attention pulled away. Seizing the opportunity, Galio quietly slipped back, occasionally taking potshots to practice his marksmanship, careful not to stir up too much trouble. The scimitar wielder had once trained as a monk, mastering both martial and magical arts. Now, shadow magic further enhanced his body, making him a force to be reckoned with. His weapon wasn't ordinary either. This scimitar was a sacred blade, worshipped for generations atop the snowy mountains. A brilliant yellow arc of blade energy shot skyward as he swung, rallying his followers in a surge of morale. When the scimitar clashed with the Roach's fist, it held firm, completely unscathed. This surprised the Roach. Since mastering his martial arts, he'd never met a weapon he couldn't shatter with a single punch. The blade truly was extraordinary, though its wielder still lacked the strength to best him. Even so, the scimitar mage was steadily forced backward under the Roach's relentless assault. Despite being driven back, the scimitar wielder did not break formation. He tangled with the Roach, giving the Shadow Mages a rallying point. Their attacks grew wilder and more frenzied. While they couldn't pierce the golden defenses, the frenzy of battle only seemed to spur them on. Galio was clever. His aim was chaos, an all-out brawl that would ideally wipe out this entire gang of bald mages. He cared only for the end result, not the methods. As the scimitar mage was forced back by the Roach's blows, his followers' spells crashed against the Roach's golden body, throwing off showers of sparks. All around them, tendrils of shadow power surged toward the scimitar wielder. The lingering energies from the fallen dark mages fed his strength, making him more terrifying with each step. Though still driven backward, he gradually began to withstand the Roach's force. At this critical juncture, with the duel teetering on a knife's edge, Galio wore a cruel smile. Suddenly, from the earth behind the scimitar mage, a mysterious figure burst forth, their entire form concealed beneath a hoodie. This newcomer's hands and feet flashed like blades, razor-sharp and deadly. Happy 520, everyone! When I woke up this morning, I didn't even realize what day it was, just remembered it was time to update my writing. Then, in the afternoon, I was ambushed and fed until I was stuffed and drank a bit too much. I'm putting this out now to avoid falling behind. After being buried in the earth for ages, the zombie girl suddenly sprang out. With a swift swing of her blade, she beheaded the scimitar mage before he could even react. The Shadow Mages, who had been fierce and ready to charge alongside the scimitar wielder, instantly turned pale as ghosts. Terror drained the very life from their faces, and even their teeth began to chatter uncontrollably. Their leader had just been taken out with a single blow. What now? They needed answers, desperately. What they thought would be a simple game of wolves hunting sheep suddenly flipped on its head. The sheep stood up and slapped the lead wolf to death. Now the wolves were panicking. What should they do next? Though Yi's side didn't have the numbers, they were stubbornly tough, and a couple of them seemed almost impervious to attack. How could anyone survive this? The more timid Shadow Mages were already thinking about retreat. Was it really that easy? Even Galio was surprised. Seriously? You're supposed to be a boss, and, just like that, you're taken down by assistant number one? Now, leaderless and trembling, the Shadow Mages stood in disarray. Meanwhile, the cockroach from the Brotherhood of Mutants was clearly displeased. Someone had stolen his kill. How were they supposed to split the loot now? He was just about to argue over who got credit for the head, when suddenly, from the severed neck of the scimitar mage's falling head, thick shadows began to pour and spread. The shadows billowed out from the stump like dark storm clouds, rapidly forming the shape of a human body. The sight was so ghastly that even Gu Yi's fish-like face blanched in alarm. Once the shadows had fully taken on human form, they swelled even larger. Just as the cockroach stepped forward to finish the job, the shadow figure spun around and charged straight into their own ranks. It devoured and tore through with savage power. In moments, the shadow being had wiped out nearly all of the local bald mages, working with such efficiency and speed that it left everyone in shock. "Oh, leave the big one to me," the shadow being shouted, utterly fearless. The cockroach, however, had no intention of backing down and launched a straight punch at the shadow's solidified head. The cockroach's legendary fist struck the shadow's head, and at that moment, a jade-like protective layer appeared around the scimitar mage's skull. The punch cracked the shield, but the entire head began to turn to bone, the flesh peeling away at an alarming rate, as if eaten by acid. The scene was grisly and terrifying. The cockroach's punch played out more like a horror movie than a battle. The shadow entity's body continued to swell, completely unfazed by the barrage of blows. The shadow kept expanding, growing larger with every kill, until it had devoured all the enemy mages and ballooned to over 100 meters tall. A hand emerged from the shadows and paused before the cockroach, flicking it lightly. The force was unbelievable, so much so that the cockroach tumbled backward, soaring past Galio's eyes. There was no time to complain. When faced with danger, Galio's instinct was always to hammer away with his appraisal spell, even if it meant emptying his mana bar. If things got desperate, he would simply level up to solve the problem. Name: Scimitar, Dormammu's projected symbiote. Class: Energy Being. Attributes: Strength, Speed, Intelligence, Skills. Oh, this was the first time Galio had encountered a situation where the status screen failed. To be honest, he was a little rattled. Yet, deep inside, he felt a strange craving, like a parched traveler stumbling upon a mountain spring after 3 days without water. The shadowy body swelled rapidly, growing so large that the cramped pocket dimension couldn't contain it. The boundaries of the pocket space and the world began to splinter like shattered glass, cracks spreading everywhere. The faint, skeletal head had vanished, but the sheer scale and strength of this shadowy projection filled everyone with despair. Galio couldn't help but wonder, could humanity ever truly face such a monster? Even if the cloaked one himself showed up, would it make a difference? From within the enormous shadow, 2 heads soon emerged. The slightly smaller one resembled the scimitar mage, while the other was a sinister visage formed entirely of darkness. "It's Dormammu," the ancient one shouted. "Run! Only the Sorcerer Supreme can handle this." Galio's body screamed, "Wanna eat, while his mind was shouting, Don't. He was caught in an endless loop of conflict. He wanted it desperately, but this thing was terrifying. To Galio, this projection was like a bluefin tuna. Delicious, but while it's alive, it's far too dangerous to mess with. "Power! I am overflowing with power. Sorcerer Supreme, I will destroy you." Dormammu's titanic projection flexed its shadowy fists, reveling in an indescribable might. This power felt as though it could even surpass the Sorcerer Supreme. With a triumphant roar, the projection ignored the insects around its feet. The Ancient One, whom it once eyed with envy and jealousy, was now nothing but an ant. She could be squashed with a step, and what fun would that be? It was time to head for the city, devour more matter, and grow even stronger. The cockroach, just moments ago flung by an enormous flick, had burrowed headfirst into the ground. Its 3 teammates quickly scrambled to dig out their boss. Whatever they'd angered now was clearly a force beyond reckoning. After some frantic maneuvering, the cockroach was extracted from the dirt. It sprang up with the agility of a carp, bouncing and leaping a few times. Its resilience was truly remarkable. The cockroach was still in the middle of his grand speech, a call of the times when Gu Yi's anxious voice cut in from the other side. "No, we can't let it reach the city. Right now, her whole fish-like demeanor was one of panic. Dormammu feeds on the world's negative emotions. If it enters the city and triggers panic, it'll set off a chain reaction, a paradox that will make it even stronger." Oh, come on. Galio felt like he must have left the house on the wrong day. How could he possibly run into so much trouble? All he wanted was to fight one person, and now, out of nowhere, he was facing a boss battle. Galio didn't answer right away. After all, if he could avoid risking his life, he would. Right now, he was a mysterious man, not GWI. "Boss, should we run?" Phylong whispered so softly, it was almost hard to hear. No matter how much money was at stake, you had to be alive to spend it, right? "Coward." The cockroach gave Phylong a hearty punch. "Your boss here always gets the short end of the stick. How do we take down this monster?" The cockroach smoothed his messy hair. That last hit had really packed a punch. Good thing his armor layers were thick enough. Anyone else would have died on the spot. No, it's impossible. We can't handle this thing. Only the Sorcerer Supreme can deal with Dormammu. Gu-Yi was anxious too, but hers was a helpless kind of worry. She simply couldn't think of a solution. All you do is talk nonsense. We still have to fight, don't we? And let's be clear, the cockroach wagged his finger at the fish-headed woman. Against a foe this strong, there needs to be extra pay. Galio was stunned. He'd always thought money over life was just a saying, but today he was witnessing it firsthand. Gu-Yi's fishy face was caught between expressions. She could only respond in a dazed, almost cute tone. If you really can send Dormammu back, I'll give you all my pocket money. I'll give up my share too. It's yours, Galio croaked out, figuring survival was the top priority now. The cockroach flashed an okay gesture, then waved enthusiastically at Thousand Eyes and Phylon. It was time to unleash the cockroach squad's fusion technique. Yes, the cockroach squad actually had a fusion technique. Thousand Eyes scampered up to the cockroach. For a moment, they stared intently at each other, big eyes locked onto small ones, until the cockroach's gaze began to blur. You could be stronger. You could be stronger. You could be stronger. The message echoed 3 times. Some things need repeating. Suddenly, the cockroach's eyes shone with renewed energy. Thousand Eyes, task complete, staggered off a bit drained, and now it was Meiwa's turn. With a sultry sway, Meiwa approached the cockroach. After a provocative little performance, without any physical contact, she gently blew out a puff of pink smoke. The moment it touched him, the student uniform the cockroach wore could no longer hide the impressive bulge below. After all, student uniforms were never designed with that in mind. The effects of the Enchantress's enhancement were strikingly obvious. Indeed, it seemed she might have gone a little overboard this time. The cockroach's nostrils blasted out visible gusts of air, swirling and twisting through the air. At last, Fat Dragon clamped one nostril shut and, with great force, expelled a torrent of fiery breath that wrapped itself around the cockroach, who was already howling uncontrollably. The cockroach, though clearly uncomfortable, was utterly exhilarated. "For the sake of money," he shouted. Wreathed in flames, the cockroach shot forward like a living cannonball, charging toward the shadow projection with unstoppable momentum. At the same time, the 3 members of the cockroach squad felt as though they had just witnessed a spectacularly embarrassing public scene. Kamartaj. Within the tightly sealed grand hall, the Sorcerer Supreme, his long white beard flowing, opened his eyes. Dormammu, he intoned. He had foreseen this day countless times in his visions. Yet, now that it had truly arrived, the Sorcerer Supreme found himself unable to face it with perfect composure. The day Dormammu descended upon this world would be the day the mantle must be passed on. His mission and his time would come to an end. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the place was in utter chaos. All agents of gold rank and above had their leaves canceled and were ordered back without explanation. The colossal shadow caught by the drones, paired with that terrifying, malevolent energy, had set off the highest level of alert within S.H.I.E.L.D. At this critical moment, nearly half of the diamond-ranked agents were nowhere to be found. What bothered Nick Fury most was that even Galio couldn't be reached. Director, the shadow energy continues to intensify and is moving toward New York. Based on our estimates, if it breaches the city, New York will be destroyed within 3 hours. Dizzy and exhausted, this is all for today. I'll try my best to catch up tomorrow. Damn it. Nick Fury was about to lose his mind. He'd only just mocked the island nation for almost being wiped out, and now disaster of the same scale was looming over New York. In moments like this, what was he supposed to do? Who could he rely on? Director, let's take the initiative. If we keep waiting, we're just sitting ducks. I disagree. If we engage, we're taking on unknown risks. We don't yet know what that shadow is or the extent of its destructive power. We should proceed cautiously, evacuate civilians as a priority to minimize casualties. If we truly must fight, we should do everything possible to contain it. S.H.I.E.L.D. had split into 2 factions, each with strong arguments. With half of the diamond-level agents absent, the pressure on Nick Fury was immense. If this shadow turned out to be a rogue entity but stopped short of entering the city, then any losses from a preemptive strike would fall squarely on Nick Fury's shoulders. In comparison, if he played defense, the responsibility for any damage would be much less his to bear. The one-eyed dragon pondered for a full minute before issuing his final command. Begin emergency evacuation of the city, starting from the outer edge of the contact zone. At the same time, I'll lead all agents of gold rank and above to the city boundary. If it comes our way, we'll eliminate it at the first opportunity. It's human nature to seek benefit and avoid harm. Yet there are always those willing to bear the burden and move forward. Yes, boss. The senior agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately began grouping up to head for the perimeter, while other staff members organized the evacuation and subsequent resettlement of civilians, each assigned to their specific duties. Keep trying to reach Galio, Cloak, the Sorcerer Supreme, and Professor X. Tell them the fight's about to begin. If they don't show up, I'll have to personally kick their butts. Understood, sir. We're still trying to contact them. And, sir, we trust Galio. He'll definitely come. Cyclops nodded at the young agent, meeting his determined gaze. Attention, citizens, attention. This is the latest update. A highly dangerous, suspected viral mist has appeared on the outskirts of New York. It's extremely hazardous to human health. But please do not panic. Our S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are already stationed at the front lines, protecting you where it's most dangerous. Everyone, forget your valuables. Forget anything that doesn't matter. Just bring your loved ones. Wayne Group vehicles are waiting outside. You'll be taken somewhere safe and warm. Please move quickly. This message was broadcast throughout the outer zones by drones, while in the buffer area between the evacuation zone and the city, Stark Industries had set up signal jammers to prevent mass panic. By separating and managing people as quickly as possible, they could minimize the risk of accidents. Even so, there were bound to be reckless individuals, but at least the vast majority could be kept safe. Galio's phone kept buzzing with incoming messages, but there was nothing he could do. If he released a shadow control, he couldn't possibly explain the situation on the ground. Even if he took off his hoodie and went all out, there was no guarantee he'd fare any better than the cockroach. To Dormammu, he'd just be another annoying bug. Bug X2. The cockroach had already fought the shadowy mass for 300 rounds on the way here, but the situation was far from optimistic. Tough as it was, its small size meant that most of its attacks simply missed their mark. Dormammu had considered swatting the cockroach outright, but there's a reason for its nickname. It's not only tough, but impossibly agile. Dormammu nearly managed to absorb it, yet even his psychic contamination seemed to have no effect. In the cockroach's mind, its will was unshakable. On that note, the members of the cockroach squad had something to say. Their boss was both the easiest person to bribe in the world and possessed the most resolute will. As long as you talked money, you'd never find anyone more loyal. Dormammu, relying solely on his physical combat skills, simply couldn't take down this creature. Meanwhile, the cockroach showcased his high defense and agility, relentlessly pestering Dormammu like a swarm of biting insects. For a moment, neither side could do anything to the other. Although it seemed Dormammu's intellect was somewhat underdeveloped, it didn't matter. His primal desire for greater power remained. Black mist rolled off him in layers, drifting across the sky like a dark cloud heading for New York. The Ancient One had tried to block him with defensive wards, but her magic was even less effective than the Bladesman's folding space. The shield shattered at the slightest touch, unable to hold for even a second. The fish-headed girl was almost in tears with worry. Now, within the shadow amalgam, both Dormammu and the Bladesman were present. At this point, the Bladesman had been utterly corrupted, his consciousness nearly erased, leaving behind nothing but an insatiable craving. That desire was simple. If only he could grow even stronger, if only he could enter that city overflowing with temptation and feast to his heart's content, he would soon, very soon, return to Camartage and crush that old man beneath his heel. A little group of 5, Galio, the Ancient One, Meiwa, Fat Dragon, and Clairvoyant, trailed close behind, watching the chaos unfold. It wasn't that they were heartless, they were simply powerless. Galio wanted to help, but he'd already used every ranged trick he knew. Shadow arrows, special bullets. Nothing worked. In fact, the shadow seemed to grow even more formidable. Given the situation, Galio concluded that his shadow energy must be on par with Dormammu's. Whichever was stronger could absorb the weaker. The fact that his analysis panel no longer worked probably stemmed from this hierarchical relationship. Shadow attacks were useless. If anything, they only fed the enemy. If this went on, he'd have to try shadow possession himself, though he doubted it would work even then. Galio didn't want a head-on battle, but as New York loomed ever closer, he thought of the countless civilians there. A reckless determination welled up inside him. Young man, don't let yourself get so tangled up. It's bad for your hairline. A new voice suddenly chimed in among the 5. Out of nowhere, an old man with white hair, long eyebrows, and a flowing beard popped up beside Galio. Galio's response was pure instinct. He swung a punch straight at the newcomer. In midair, a bright red defensive ward blocked his fist. The Supreme Sorcerer looked quite displeased. He was busy today, or he'd have given Galio a proper lesson. Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One cried out excitedly, hope returning to her fish-like features. At this point, it must be said, the title of Supreme Sorcerer, once so familiar to Galio, was shattering his worldview tonight. Let's get down to business. Kids, step back, the Supreme Sorcerer said, flicking his sleeve. Instantly, a fiery red sigil appeared beneath the cockroach trio, teleporting them far away. Damn, this old guy is pretty tough. Galio instinctively wanted to cast an appraisal spell, but before he could, the white-haired old man landed a punch right into his stomach. The old man still got quite a bit of strength. Young man, why don't you learn something useful instead of always peeping? What's the point of that? Crap, now Galio was actually getting a bit nervous. Before Galio could react, the Supreme Sorcerer grabbed both him and Ancient One by their collars, and with a swift teleportation spell, Galio found himself standing on Dormammu's shoulder once he came to his senses. At the same time, the cockroach, who had still been struggling fiercely, evolving through the torment of bug bites, was also teleported up. The cockroach looked a bit dazed, maybe a touch too hyped, and was about to jump back down to keep fighting when the Supreme Sorcerer slapped him twice. Suddenly, the world fell much quieter. The cockroach's overstimulated mind instantly dulled with boredom again. In his vision now appeared the fish-headed Ancient One, Galio, and the Supreme Sorcerer with his white beard and bushy eyebrows. His face was a little swollen and still stinging. He didn't need to guess to know exactly who had managed to break through his defenses. Well, the cockroach from the Brotherhood of Mutants greets the Supreme Sorcerer. Wait, you two know each other? Galio was dying to ask how the Supreme Sorcerer and this cockroach could possibly be friends. Their styles were worlds apart. Even the Ancient One's fish face was clearly baffled. The Supreme Sorcerer, however, remained calm, a faint smile of nostalgia on his lips. It's been a long time. You're still walking the same path, aren't you? Yes, the cockroach replied in a relaxed voice, respectful, but not quite deferential. Even Dormammu, slow as he was, finally noticed that the annoying cockroach had vanished, and yet, that irritating aura was now lingering on his own shoulder. A massive palm rose, ready to swat down like a shadow blotting out the sky. Galio nearly bolted. If that hand landed, given their size difference, he'd be squashed flat, if not turned into paste. But just then, the amulet on the Supreme Sorcerer's chest began to glow green. Under its radiance, the clouds above stopped drifting, and even the leaves falling from the trees hung frozen in midair. Stunned, Galio realized that the Supreme Sorcerer didn't bother with half measures. He went straight for the big moves, something even Dormammu hadn't done. Of the three, the cockroach was the calmest. With the old man in charge, he even found time to pick his nose out of boredom. With the green light flickering, the world became a motionless painting. I see three remarkable individuals before me. Today, let me ask you all just one question. The Supreme Sorcerer intoned, exuding the air of a mystical sage, and spouting utter nonsense with complete confidence. The four gathered there couldn't have looked more mismatched. Ancient One with his bizarre fishy mystique, the Supreme Sorcerer in ink-brushed grandeur, the cockroach in his school uniform channeling idle vibes, and Galio, unmistakably a villainous boss if ever there was one. When the Supreme Sorcerer posed his question, apart from his usual urge to make a snarky remark, Galio's first thought was about his own stats panel. So he responded, "What happens if I don't answer?" He knew he couldn't win in a fight, but Galio figured he could always make a run for it. Either way, there was no way he'd ever give up anything about his stats panel. The cockroach guy, utterly unconcerned with appearances, continued digging in his nose, not the slightest bit interested in paying attention to the old sorcerer. Fishhead Gu-E, on the other hand, bowed respectfully. "Master, please ask your question." If you ignored the two troublemakers and focused just on the Supreme Sorcerer and Gu-E, you'd see a model student and teacher pair. So, the Supreme Sorcerer simply decided to treat Gu-E as if he were the only one present. "What kind of life do you wish for?" the Supreme Sorcerer asked gently, ignoring the other two. The green glow in his hand shone steadily, and Dormammu was reduced to a series of frozen frames, as if time itself had stopped. Well, if that's the way we're talking, Galio thought, maybe answering wouldn't be such a big deal. No need to offend the big boss. As long as he wasn't asked where he came from or where he was going, everyone could remain friends. Here, time had no meaning, but Gui was still the first to reply, and his answer was thoroughly textbook. "I wish to inherit the will of my elders and protect the order of this world." Fishhead, you're growing up, Galio thought, surprised to find a fish was actually being sincere. On the other side, the cockroach paused his nose mining and gave Gu-E a strange look, a look reserved for those with more courage than sense. "My goal's the same as always. I just want to live freely." The Supreme Sorcerer wasn't surprised by their answers. He then looked toward Galio's face, hidden beneath his dark robe. There was no doubt in Galio's mind that the old man could see right through him. To survive safely, Galio answered. As soon as he heard this, the cockroach nearly jumped up and shouted, "Finally, someone who gets it." After all he'd been through, sacrifice, discipline, keeping order, it was exhausting. Galio's answer sounded just right. "Brother, fate has brought us together. Interested in joining the Brotherhood of Mutants?" the cockroach said, launching into his pitch. The cockroach. Division offers excellent benefits, great pay, total freedom. 1 day of work each month, 29 days off, full insurance. Definitely worth considering. With benefits like that, Galio thought maybe it really was worth considering. 1 day of work a month? Surely he could fit that in. He was just about to get into the details when the Supreme Sorcerer waved his fingers. Suddenly, 2 massive arms formed from swirling runes appeared in the air, clenching into fists and swinging down. Those blows landed solidly. Even though time was frozen and their heads couldn't even swell from the impact, the pain was all too real. The Supreme Sorcerer shot a fierce glare at the 2 scoundrels, then looked back at Gu-E, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. According to the ancient prophecy of Kamar-Taj, when this world is consumed by darkness, the light that illuminates it shall be split into 3 rays. Someone yearns for freedom, and so he is given wings. Someone longs for peace, and so she is granted a perfect body, free from all discrimination. Someone desires safety, and so he, the light of the world, the Sorcerer Supreme, had known long ago that it would be him. Sorcerer Supremes of generations past have guarded this world from shadows. But today it is time for him to rest. In frozen time, cracks began to appear on the Sorcerer Supreme's body, and through those fissures, specks of radiant light broke free, shining outward. Gu-E, with her fish-like head, was so frightened that she burst into tears, big drops streaming down her face. Even the usually carefree cockroach put away his mischievous grin. Only Galio remained oblivious, uncertain of what was about to unfold. Your answers are true to your hearts, and so, as you wish. The Sorcerer Supreme sat cross-legged, letting a great brilliance pour over Gu-E. In that suspended moment, time rushed forward for Gu-E. Protected by the Sorcerer Supreme, her powers grew ever deeper, and her body, like a sprouting seed, brimmed with new vitality. Bathed in the grace of time, Gu-E experienced 100 years in an instant. Though she merely sat in silent cultivation, those years were real. She was no longer the naive young girl she once was. With ever-deepening cultivation, the fish-headed girl transformed, her head now smooth and bald, her features feminine, radiating kindness and profound wisdom. Gu-E, when time resumes here, you'll be the new Sorcerer Supreme. Return to Kamar-Taj and fulfill your destiny. Having lived through the ages, Gu-E was much more composed. She accepted her mission with calm, gazing at her mentor, his face fading in her memory, yet perfectly overlapping with the figure before her. With deep respect, Gu-E bowed. I will safeguard the legacy of Kamar-Taj and the order of the world until the next Sorcerer Supreme arises. A smile appeared on the Sorcerer Supreme's face. With a student as exceptional as Gu-E, even if a little absent-minded, he had no regrets today. His skin, once as smooth as a newborn's, began to wither, turning rough as tree bark. His failing body bore the accumulation of time that had been preserved for Gu-E. The Sorcerer Supreme raised his hand a second time, this time toward the cockroach. At his gesture, a magical sigil appeared on the cockroach's chest, a kind of seal Galio had never seen before. This is a sealing array, used only by the Sorcerer Supreme as punishment for those who abandon Kamar-Taj. Gu-E explained, her voice steady and soothing, bringing a sense of peace to those who heard it. For just a moment, Galio couldn't help but feel that the candid, impulsive, fish-headed girl from before had been rather endearing. The magic array whirled and shifted, while Cockroach remained silent. Yet, the moment the array on his chest faded, something about him changed. Galio couldn't say exactly what was different, but he was certain Cockroach had transformed. His entire aura was no longer the same. Got any last words, old man? Cockroach sounded as if he was addressing an old acquaintance, his tone irreverent but tinged with a hint of reluctance to part. As you wish, as you will, the Supreme Sorcerer replied with a gentle smile, casting a final, disdainful glance at Galio. Hidden inside his hoodie, Galio couldn't help but feel awkward. After all, he barely knew the old Supreme Sorcerer, and now the man suddenly wanted to give him a parting gift? It felt a bit much. Just as Galio was preparing to reluctantly, if shamelessly, accept the gift, the Supreme Sorcerer, all benevolence and gentle brows, suddenly extended his middle finger at him. Sorcerer, that's a bit much, don't you think? Skipping the gift is one thing, but what's with the middle finger? Galio's inner critic was ready to burst. Had he been out of the game for so long that even the unspoken rules had changed? As he tried to swallow his indignation, telling himself to just let it go, his system suddenly chimed in. A new item had appeared, the Gift of Time. Category: Unknown. With the third gift delivered, the Supreme Sorcerer's presence grew weaker still. The fire of life within him faded, and the cracks of light running across his body shimmered out and drifted away. The river of time resumed its flow, and the giant hand struck down from above. But this time, the Ancient One braced herself with one hand on the array, her strength surging to new heights. Mardom's massive palm couldn't break through the defensive formation at all. Phew! With someone powerful on his side, Galio felt far less anxious. Sure, the old powerhouse had been swapped for a lady with elegant legs, but as long as they were strong enough, he didn't care who held the line. Dressed in moon-white Taoist robes, her bald head gleaming, the Ancient One might not have been a classic beauty, but she was certainly a step up from the fish-headed guy. With the defensive array holding back Mardom, the Ancient One opened a portal. As he gazed at the swirling snow on the other side of the portal, Galio grew uneasy. Ancient One, are we all supposed to make a run for it? Or are you about to summon 800 wizards for a Group B down? Cockroach gave Galio a look full of pity, as if he were hopeless. The Ancient One remained calm. The former Supreme Sorcerer's wish was that after his death, I should return to Kamartaj as soon as possible. Then what about here? Galio eyed the sky, where the giant hand kept slapping down, a sight that was anything but reassuring. The Ancient One. No, she was the Supreme Sorcerer now, bowed gracefully, then, with utmost poise, picked up the former sorcerer's body and stepped through the portal herself. Damn! As soon as Gu-E stepped out, the defensive array hovering in midair was shattered to pieces. Galio and the cockroach had no choice but to make an emergency escape. The cockroach's agility saved him. Galio could only hitch a ride by hiding in his companion's shadow. After narrowly dodging that massive blow, the cockroach and Galio hopped off midway. The two of them stared at each other, wide-eyed, only to realize that Mardom had already walked off into the distance. There was a brief silence, a mere 2 seconds, before the cockroach waved his fingers, conjuring a swirling blue array in midair that split open like a portal. On the other side lay an incredibly messy room. I'm heading off too. I still need to collect a debt from her. Don't worry, when it's time to get paid, I'll make sure to ask for your share as well. In that instant, Galio was furious. Damn it, I should have known not to leave the house today. This is the definition of losing. Everything in a botched attempt at a quick win. Now that everyone else is gone, what am I supposed to do with this terrifying panel? Name: Dormammu. Scimitar: LV5 projection. Type: Energy Being. Stats: Strength 188, Speed 45, Intelligence 2, Defense 0, Burst 0. Skills: Physical Immunity, Magic Immunity, Shadow Mastery, Vessel, Evolution, Arcane Branch, Spatial Traversal, Cosmic Entity, Weakness. This attribute requires separate identification. The panel's working again. At a time like this, Galio immediately chose to run 2 identifications in quick succession. Name: Remnant Will of Scimitar. Type: Parasitic Life Form. Stats: Attack 0, Defense 200, Speed 0, Intelligence 1. Description: The last lingering soul of the Scimitar Mage is housed here. This serves as Dormammu's channel to communicate with this world, as well as an anchor point. If this anchor is destroyed, Dormammu's consciousness will be wiped out by the fabric of reality. Now this could work. As long as there's a weakness, there's a way forward. Director: All civilians have been fully evacuated. Nick Fury looked down at the energy readout transmitted from the drones on his tablet. The massive shadow was drawing near, and the latest drone footage showed that wherever the shadow passed, life was being wiped out on a massive scale. The situation had been uncertain before, but after gathering intel, it was now obvious that whatever this thing was, it spelled nothing but trouble, and it definitely wasn't going to just vanish on its own. Yet, all S.H.I.E.L.D. could muster the moment where Batman, Tony Stark, Hawkeye, Hulk, and Spider-Man, not even the vampire Mina Harker, had shown up. All the heavy ordnance had already been set up, but it might not do any good against this thing. The quarantine perimeter kept expanding, and Nick Fury couldn't help but despair. Even if we abandoned the whole of New York, what use would it be? How the hell are we supposed to deal with this monster? Nick Fury ignored the voice calling his name. At times like these, even hearing that voice grated on his nerves. Nick, come take a look at this. Sighing deeply, Nick Fury got up with resignation and walked over to Iron Man, who was standing clad in his armor. On the drone feed before him, he suddenly saw Galio appear in the forest. In the footage, Galio was surrounded by numerous corpses. Judging by the yellow monk robes and shaven heads they all wore, it was hard to tell if they were friend or foe for now. But Galio's presence there could only be a good sign. See, Mr. Galio really hasn't abandoned us. I told you there's no way he'd run away. Turns out Mr. Galio was already ahead of us on the front lines. Galio's arrival instantly lifted the gloomy mood at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, even though that strange presence out there was unsettling. And even for someone like Galio, the apex of humanity, it wasn't certain he could defeat it. At the very least, hope had returned. Mr. Galio must have realized that if he came back to HQ, everyone would just argue without getting anywhere. So he went ahead on his own. A murmur of voices rose around him, whispering all sorts of things. Nick Fury couldn't help but feel a pang of shame. Galio truly was the one who acted on his convictions. When he believed something had to be stopped, he went straight for it, never hesitating about the potential consequences or dangers. Nick Fury, too, had his own resolve. We can't let Galio fight alone. Tony, you stay here and coordinate. I'll take Hulk, Hawkeye, and Colonel Rhodes to support him. Tony Stark shot him a look reserved for the hopelessly naive. Don't kid yourself. If Galio can't handle it, then apart from the Hulk, the rest of you going is pointless. I get it, Tony, I do. But so what? I'm the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I can't let one of my people go behind enemy lines alone. Rolling his eyes, Tony's visor snapped shut, the golden faceplate glinting as he spoke. I'll go support him myself. You stay here in command. If we don't make it back, contact the captain. With that, Tony Stark rocketed into the sky, speeding toward the direction shown by the drone feed. In his visual display, every place the shadow passed, all signs of life seemed to vanish at once. Against monsters like this, unknown, with so little information, numbers simply didn't matter. Galio's old clothes had already been quietly disposed of, and his little assistant was safely buried again. Now, Galio stood bare-chested in casual pants, muscles taut and powerful, right in the middle of a group of bald men who looked unmistakably villainous. No matter how you looked at it, he was the classic lone hero. His panel interface flickered to life again, letting Galio see Madam's stats. By his estimation, the stronger Madame was, the greater the power Galio could absorb afterward. Sending Madame Madame to destroy a city, Galio wasn't that far gone. However, when it came to the snakes, insects, rodents, and wild beasts in the mountains and forests, they were outside Galio's protection. If Madame Madame grew even stronger, then when Galio devoured her, the taste would be even richer. With a weakness now identified, Galio had already prepared a series of measures. All that remained was for the audience to take their seats. And as always, Mr. Tony Stark never disappointed. Barely 5 minutes had passed since Galio set the stage, when a flash of light streaked across the sky. Tony Stark, blatantly ignoring airspace regulations. The crimson armor landed on one knee. Tony glanced around, lifted his faceplate, and tried for a joke, but his mood wasn't up to it. So, what's going on here? The place looks like a crime scene. Galio kept his stern expression, staying in character. It was already like this when I got here. Looks like some kind of infighting. I found something in that black cloud over there. Seems like it's the work of this group of baldies. Damn it, Tony thought. There's always someone itching for trouble, always pushing their luck. This time, they'd gone way too far, even gotten themselves caught up in a mess. How is he supposed to clean this up now? Nick's already set up a defensive perimeter. Come back with me. Supreme Sorcerer and Superman are already getting coordinated. We need whatever intel we can on this giant marshmallow. There was a brief silence, as if Galio was weighing his options. At last, he gritted his teeth. This thing can't be allowed into the city. The more lives it consumes, the stronger it gets. At first, I could barely slow it down. Now, I can't do anything. Tony, I need your help. What do you want me to do? Iron Man asked, a sense of foreboding creeping in. The last time Cap used this tone, he'd insisted on going alone into the most dangerous places. I'll do my best to hold it off. Then, Tony, I need you to give me the most powerful bomb you've got. Of course, Galio's request confirmed Tony's worst fears. Whether it was Galio or Cap, they always insisted on doing things their own reckless way. Are you out of your mind? Iron Man burst out. We've still got room to maneuver. A bit of time, too. Why throw your life away now? No, Tony, trust me. We're out of time. This thing is even more dangerous than you can imagine. I have a feeling, if it gets into the city, it'll trigger an explosive growth. Even if we destroy New York, it'll be too late. Right now, while we still have a chance, give me the most powerful bomb you've got, preferably a nuke. I'll contain the blast. Had it really come to this? Tony always carried bombs, massively powerful ones at that. Setting them off wasn't the problem, but sending Galio in as a human bomb? That he couldn't accept. Tony compiled what information he had and sent it off to Nick Fury. The atmosphere in the quarantine zone sank once again into silence, But this time, it was laced with anger. The realization that this catastrophic, terrifying disaster was man-made made everyone furious just thinking about it. What pained them even more was the idea of forcing Galio to pay for someone else's mistakes, just like those Taliban terrorists who take innocent lives with them. It was simply unbearable. On the other side, the staff worked swiftly to compare the data. They discovered that the shadow had indeed grown larger since it was first detected. Working backward, they agreed that Galio's assessment was correct. If they didn't eliminate it soon, and it managed to get into the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. The results were in, and they only deepened everyone's despair. A third voice broke in on the channel between Iron Man and Nick Fury. It was Rhodey. I'll go. If this is the only way, I'm the best candidate. The world needs Galio, and you don't need to tell him about my decision. Tony fell silent. Nick Fury did too. Every life has equal value, but not the same price. If there was only this one way out, someone had to make the sacrifice. Whether it was Rhodey or Galio, the choice, though agonizing, was clear. After hanging up, Tony tried his best to sound casual. They're gathering up the explosives. Really, you don't have to go. We can just load them into a drone. But Galio wasn't stupid. He could tell from Tony's tone that something was wrong. Tony, you know drones won't work. There's no signal in there. Even the phones you built can't get through. Tony Stark knew that all too well. He'd already sent drones into the shadow, but every single one of them was lost. No matter what they were made of, they disappeared without a trace, as if they had flown straight into another world. After a long silence, Tony made a decision. Looking at Galio, Iron Man suddenly spiraled into the air right where he stood. He was determined to deal with this nightmare before Rhodey could arrive. Damn it! Galio almost cursed it out loud, but thankfully his reflexes were sharp. He lunged forward and pinned Tony Stark down. If he let Tony fly off now, his whole plan to save the day with style would be ruined. He held Tony Stark firmly to the ground, and to do so, Galio painfully used his mighty zombie card. The sacrifice was not a small one. Pressing down on Tony's helmet, Galio drew on his monstrous strength and tore it open. Let me go. I might actually make it out alive. If you two go, you're just throwing your lives away. Tony gritted his teeth. No matter what, he couldn't stand by and watch Galio walk to his death. But he stayed silent. When the explosives arrived, Rhodey would be heading to certain doom as well. Are you really sure you can do it? Tony asked, his voice trembling with emotion. Yes, I do. I have it. Galio roared. Of course he had it. After all, he was a man who played by his own rules. In moments like this, who could truly be certain of anything? Even Iron Man, for all his strength, was still human. He had the resolve to charge at that thing with a bomb strapped to his chest, yet he might not have the courage to watch a comrade in arms march to certain death. At such a desperate moment, it was like a drowning man grasping for help. Iron Man removed the miniature arc reactor from his chest. This thing has enough energy to power New York for 300 years. Throw it in and detonate it. The shockwave alone could destroy a quarter of the city. A longing glimmer flashed in Galio's eyes. That device was a treasure. But just as Tony Stark reached out to hand it over, he hesitated and drew his hand back. Galio, promise me. Make sure you come back. Hand it over. Galio snatched the miniature reactor from him. As expected, the system notified him of acquiring a special item. Tony, to humanity, you're far more important than I am. In a moment, make sure you run far away, Galio said, clutching the bomb tightly as he plunged headlong into Dormammu's body. Just then, War Machine arrived, carrying a real nuclear bomb slung over his shoulder. He landed next to Iron Man, arriving just in time to see Galio's legs vanish into Dormammu. The nuke on his shoulder suddenly looked awkward and out of place. Silence. The air itself seemed to freeze. You should have waited for me. War Machine's voice carried both the relief of survival and the sorrow of helplessness. Tony Stark opened his communicator to report the situation to Nick Fury. They were now less than 100 kilometers from New York. The defensive line had to fall back further. The reactor he'd built was no ordinary device. Its destructive power was immense. Elsewhere, in a certain top-secret government research facility, Dr. Melee, a weapons manufacturing expert, the government's precious asset, once an adversary of S.H.I.E.L.D., now the sole member of the Galio fan club. Though, for now, the club only had him, Melee firmly believed that one day it would flourish and grow. Even as chaos raged outside, even as countless government agents scrambled for shelter, Melee remained hunched over his desk. To those who knew its worth, this desk was priceless. Covered with records of weapons, reactions, and experiments, each note a treasure in its own right. Tonight, like every night before, Melee worked late into the night. He had family, true, but nothing was as important as his work. 3 years, 3 whole years without pause. Melee hadn't stopped experimenting, hadn't stopped organizing materials. A genuine workaholic. He was either working or on his way to work. But tonight, at this very moment, Melee put down his work. Putting down the phone, this news might sound far-fetched to many, almost like a tale from a fantasy. But if the protagonist is Galio, then it's not. So surprising. Earlier, when Galio couldn't be reached, Melee never once doubted him. It was certain that something more important had called him away. It wasn't until just now that Melee learned Galio had resurfaced, just as always, never one to let people down. The moment that man received the message, he didn't waste time wrangling with S.H.I.E.L.D. Instead, he went straight to the front lines, right where he was needed most. That was the epicenter of the outbreak, the heart of the crisis. Half of the lives in that vast mountain range had already vanished. Galio survived, witnessing the disappearance of so many lives and the rise of that monstrous thing. No one could possibly understand the terror of that creature more than Galio did. He charged forward without hesitation. To stand tall at the boundary of life and death is the greatest show of integrity. If it were Melee in his place, he wasn't sure he'd have the courage to face death so boldly. But no, this wasn't a march to death. Galio had already created countless miracles. This time, too, he would surely return in triumph. The above was recorded in the memoirs written at his sickbed by Melee, the first president of the Galio fan club, decades after these events. His life was nothing short of dramatic. Frequent assassination attempts, assaults by colleagues, and unexpected mishaps during experiments. Yet President Melee always survived, contributing greatly to the advancement of both humans and mutants, as well as spreading the word about Galio's unsung heroics. Within Mardom's body, Galio felt a slight discomfort as his shadow powers were being absorbed by this vessel. Still, the rate was manageable. He could hold out. In the darkness, Galio's vision was unimpeded. He easily moved upwards to the side of the scimitar-headed creature. The process felt a little like using a GPS for the first time to visit his girlfriend's house. There were certainly challenges, but under this goal, no obstacle was insurmountable. Having found his target, Galio tested its hardness. In his current state, it seemed he couldn't even make a dent in the thing. If he really wanted to destroy it, his only options were to detonate the energy source in his hand or use the doll imbued with Cloak Brothers' power. Both were hard-earned resources, so Galio decided to try something else first. For instance, he could raise his shadow control to 25 points and attempt to control the scimitar-shaped head in his grasp. There was a slight response, but it wasn't enough. Undeterred, Galio pushed his shadow control to 28. Now he could attempt control, though perhaps not for long. He pressed on to 30. Burning through all his remaining skill points, the effect was immediate. Galio seized the emotion of fear from the scimitar-headed creature he held. 10 minutes had passed since he'd entered Mardom's body. There was still enough time. Meanwhile, in the temporary command center ahead of the buffer zone, since the first wave of civilians was evacuated and the buffer zone was pushed back several times, the atmosphere here had grown increasingly grim. Galio had charged in 10 minutes ago, yet that thing continued to grow, visibly swelling before their very eyes. Now, standing before the quarantine line, Hawkeye could even make out the silhouette of Mardom. "Director, please give the order to evacuate New York City. Mr. Galio has already been inside for 10 minutes. We need to prepare for the worst." And what was the worst? It was nothing more than Galio dying a meaningless death inside, returning with nothing. Tony clenched his fist tightly. The longer time dragged on, the less hope there was for Galio. But Tony wasn't a soldier. He simply couldn't accept losing a friend. War Machine offered comfort to his close friend. He had lost even more, and understood all too well the way this pain tore at you every time. Nick Fury didn't want to give the evacuation order. That would mean the fall of New York's defenses, the shattering of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, even more terrifying than that order was the thought of that thing breaking into the city. No one wanted to face those consequences. No one could bear them. 10 minutes. The big shots had probably long since fled. Nick Fury felt a chill in his heart. Most of those who remained here were ordinary people clinging to their little patch of the city. Protecting them had always been Nick Fury's mission. But today, S.H.I.E.L.D. It stopped. Suddenly, a cry of joy erupted from the crowd. Tony Stark rushed forward, pushing aside the hapless technician to check the data himself. The creature's movement had been slowing for a while now, and at this very moment, it had nearly ground to a halt. On the monitor, that red line was striking, bright and clear. He did it. I knew Mr. Galio would pull through. Cheers rippled through the crowd. Galio had rekindled their hopes, fulfilled their aspirations. He was the last line of S.H.I.E.L.D's defense. As long as he remained, S.H.I.E.L.D. was unbreakable. Inside Mardom, Galio discovered that through its head, he could directly siphon Mardam's shadow powers, a bit like tapping into a power line. Mardam was like a generator, constantly sending energy through the blade-shaped head into Galio, the battery. System notifications flashed nonstop. Galio felt like his own interface was about to reach its next evolution. Mardam's giant shadowy form kept shrinking. The process was slow, but unmistakable. To Hawkeye, it was a vivid spectacle. To Tony, the data confirmed it beyond doubt. This went on for nearly half an hour. Galio could practically hear Mardam's furious cursing. It seemed the creature had finally realized that it had run into a shameless little thief. Madame finally gave up on the scimitar, a weapon that had served her well, and Galio managed to disperse Madame's projection into thin air. Shadow energy coursed through Galio's body. At this moment, he felt like a 100-square-meter pond forced to hold 300 square meters of water. Overwhelmed, almost bursting, yet deeply satisfied. Holding the scimitar and the spoils of victory, Galio appeared suspended in midair. The clear night sky stretched above him. His vision began to blur, and he knew he was on the verge of fainting again. Fortunately, standing before him now was Nick Fury, leading a squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Natasha was the first to break from the group, rushing toward Galio as he plummeted toward the ground. Who threw such a bouncy ball at me? That was Galio's final thought before he lost consciousness. Today was a bit hectic, so that's all for now. I'm truly happy to have received your support. Many thanks to Decaying in My Sleep for the tip, and to Blue Sword Star, Heejmong, Knight of Holy Arms, and Chubby Pig for your votes. Seeing the voting bar climb warms my heart. Tomorrow, regular updates will resume. What happens when you try to fill a 500-milliliter water bottle with a whole barrel of water? It's exactly what Galio felt like right now. He was on the verge of bubbling over. In the last moment before he blacked out, it seemed he collapsed right into the Black Widow's embrace, her arms broad and comforting. A perfect place for a nap. The system interface let out a cacophony, like a machine that hadn't worked in 2 centuries suddenly sputtering to life. Creaking and groaning endlessly, nearly splitting Galio's head open with noise. Fainting at that moment was truly a blessing. As Galio slipped into unconsciousness, the system entered an upgrade phase. All but his physical attributes and basic shadow abilities faded to gray, leaving him with little more than his body and shadows. When Galio regained consciousness, he found himself back in SHELD's intensive care unit. The room was filled with bouquets, each bearing the names of distinguished figures. To have flowers delivered to Galio's room, you needed a certain level of authority. Anything less, and your flowers wouldn't make it past the door. He woke roughly 6 hours later, shorter than a good night's sleep. As expected, the system was still upgrading, the interface locked out, but at least his shadow abilities and physical prowess remained. Galio was no longer a pushover to be toyed with. Under the envious gaze of the nurses, Galio dressed, covering the armor-like muscles that now defined his body. While he hadn't trained, the system's presence had molded his physique toward the ideal male form, his back muscles spreading wide, almost like wings. In the early morning hours, most S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were either catching up on sleep or busy handling aftermath tasks. Though the crisis had passed, their workload hadn't lightened. After all, so many people needed relocating, and all those heavy artillery emplacements had to be dismantled from the rooftops. When Galio came to, his expression was far from pleasant. He finally realized that the lack of gravity during his fall from above had left him looking rather disheveled. Fortunately, the Secretary General, or Black Widow, had caught him just in time, sparing him from serious injury. But Natasha, who had acted as his human cushion, had taken quite a hit. She was swamped with work, unable to rest, and hadn't even had the chance to get herself checked out. Yes, that was truly worrying. Galio made a mental note to find an opportunity to thank her in person, whether at his place or Natasha's, preferably with just the two of them. That would be ideal. Unable to access his system status, and with plenty of time on his hands, Galio could only see who had sent him flowers. There were bouquets from Nick Fury, Tony, Hawkeye, that's Stark Industries. Executive from the 37th floor who always seemed a little too interested in him, the sweet girl from the ice cream shop on the 12th floor, a big shot from the military, and, well, Meili. Seeing Meili's flowers stirred a whirlwind of emotions in Galio. If it hadn't been for that jinx, he wouldn't be in this mess. He could have been resting peacefully at home. Wouldn't it have been better to let the tall one handle the trouble? Galio took a deep breath and decided to let bygones be bygones. He couldn't use his panel right now and had to keep a low profile, so his original plan to confront Meili that night would have to be postponed, though it was a plan he would never abandon. The fact that he couldn't teach Meili a lesson gnawed at him. It was truly frustrating. Meanwhile, in Natasha's secret room, the familiar wall of televisions glowed, and Natasha herself, as always, was there. She had changed into a new set of pajamas that night. One of her bones had been fractured, and though it had been set, wearing anything too fitted still wasn't good for her recovery. Not that it would stop her. She still had designs on Galio, and a broken bone was nothing more than a minor catalyst. "Are you certain that creature is dead?" came a voice from behind monitor number 2. Natasha lounged, her pale feet propped up as she reached for a bottle of red wine beside her. "Absolutely certain. If it wasn't, New York would have fallen by now. You can catch the news about it on TV. Watch your language, Natasha. We did provide you with a special flight." A commanding voice from behind monitor 8 came through. Natasha felt a flicker of contempt. Whether compared to the captain or to Galio, these government officials seemed as repulsive as rats scurrying in the gutter. If she ever had the chance to eliminate these people, Natasha would gladly continue her work at the Moulin Rouge. While Galio had bravely fought monsters for the sake of humanity, the government's gaze was fixed squarely on him, not out of concern for his safety or for New York itself. That was never their real interest. The codenamed shadow creature's head, "Are we certain it contains human brain tissue?" came a question from behind screen number 7. Turning to serious matters, Natasha composed herself a bit, though her movements still risked provoking some less than serious reactions from certain higher-ups watching behind the televisions. "It's confirmed. The gamma-ray scans are complete. We can be sure it's human brain tissue. However, the damage is extensive and there are signs of mutation. At present, it's impossible to interpret anything more specific." No surprise there, but it seems Galio's power is becoming even more terrifying, or perhaps he's simply unfathomable. According to the data, if you toss a rat onto that brain, the creature's life force is extinguished in 3 seconds. The energy lingering on that brain is almost gone, yet Galio remains in that vast shadow, in an environment teeming with lethal harm. Just how long has he survived in there? Yes, but fortunately, Galio hasn't been injured. He's still our primary shield. However, in this incident, neither the Supreme Sorcerer nor Professor X's side have been willing to cooperate with us. "Truly, they are not of our kind," said the person behind television 5, their tone unmistakably disgruntled. Natasha picked up a stack of documents from the table and waved them slightly. "The previous Supreme Sorcerer has passed away. I heard it's been a few days now. Today marks the inauguration of the new Supreme Sorcerer, and Kamar Taj is on lockdown. They only just received the news themselves." "What? That's impossible." The voices behind the screens were visibly shaken. The Supreme Sorcerer was the most mysterious human they'd ever encountered, rivaling even those legendary beings. Compared to him, even Mina Harker was like a helpless child. How could someone so powerful not be immortal? Natasha understood what they were thinking. She also knew the news about the Supreme Sorcerer would hit them hard, but so what? It didn't concern her. She picked up another folder and switched topics. As for Professor X, he's in serious trouble. He was ambushed recently and barely escaped with his life. Some of the X-Men he formed were gravely injured, so right now, he's got his hands full. There was another outburst behind the screens. No one in S.H.I.E.L.D. knew who Professor X really was, only that he was as frightening as something out of a horror story, able to appear in anyone's mind at any time, without warning. For someone like that to nearly lose his life? As for the details, Professor X isn't willing to share much with us, but he's already preparing to invite Galio to a meeting. And, of course, he's asking for your opinion on the matter. In front of Professor X, there are no secrets. Ever since people became aware of him, the government's efforts to suppress him had never ceased, but to no avail. The man was almost omniscient, without a single weakness to exploit. Taking in someone like Professor X, who only listens to orders he agrees with, was more an act of resignation on the government's part. Since they couldn't take him down, their only option was to bring him in. There was a collective silence from behind the wall of televisions. Natasha knew this meant they were discussing matters among themselves, things she wasn't yet qualified to know. Soon enough, the voices resumed on the other side of the screens. "Reject him. Reject him. If he wants help, then at the very least, he needs to show enough sincerity." The voice behind screen 1 concluded. Natasha took note of this. As for what counted as enough sincerity, well, she could only laugh at that. After dealing with a handful of miscellaneous matters, Natasha shut down the wall of screens. Alone in the room, she sipped her wine in silence, letting her thoughts drift occasionally to Galio, that powerful side of him, and the vulnerable side as well. Thinking back on the time she caught him, she couldn't help but smile. He was so imposing. If she were to go on a date with him, she'd probably need to prepare a few things. The next morning, Galio did something almost unheard of. He actually clocked in at work. As far as he could remember, this had never happened before. Usually, the first thing Galio did after getting up was check in with the system to refresh his status. But today he found himself reporting for duty instead. It was a unique experience. The system had notified him that this upgrade would take about 7 days to complete. The longer wait made Galio even more anxious. Natasha was absent from work. Tony, as usual, took the day off. Actually, calling a time off was generous. Tony just wandered around. After all, Star Tower was his home. Superman was still nowhere to be found. The Sorcerer Supreme had just signed off. Batman, ever diligent, maintained his nocturnal schedule year-round. Mina Hark had been dispatched somewhere and hadn't yet returned. The Flash didn't work out of New York, and Hawkeye was off with his family. Standing atop the vast, empty upper floor of Stark Tower, Galio did a quick head count and realized just how lonely Cyclops must feel. Other than War Machine and Hulk, there were no regulars left. And even Hulk didn't go out on missions. It was a shame. The system was on break today, too. Otherwise, out of a rare pang of conscience, Galio might have actually put in a full day's work. This sudden resolve struck Galio at 9:30 in the morning. By 10 o'clock, it had already fizzled out. Clearly, Galio was never meant for a quiet office life. In the midst of his busy schedule, Nick Fury found a moment to check in on Galio's health. Galio assured him that he could handle basic action, but if he had to go all out, he'd need at least 2 weeks to recover. The extra week was, admittedly, just him angling for more downtime. Cyclops, generous as ever, agreed to the 2 weeks rest. Nick, haven't you noticed? Ever since I started working at S.H.I.E.L.D., I've basically been on vacation the whole time. I was completely at a loss for words. Anyway, at 10 o'clock, Galio left S.H.I.E.L.D. Frankly, he just didn't fit in there at all. And the regular folks inside worked so hard. There were endless, exhausting tasks to be done. Just watching them made him tired. Stepping out from Stark Tower, Galio rediscovered the taste of freedom and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although his system panel was down, at least he wouldn't get beaten up just for walking down the street, right? As long as he made it home, Galio decided he'd spend a week as a proper shut-in, not setting foot outside his door for anything. With this thought in mind, Galio was just about to hail a cab when, suddenly, a fiery red teleportation sigil materialized before him. His first instinct was to run. Don't ask why, just run. But it was broad daylight, his system was out of commission, and his transition into the shadows was a tad too slow this time. Helpless, Galio could only watch as the blazing red portal closed in and smacked him right in the face. The clouds concealed the depths of the world. When Galio opened his eyes again, he found himself in the middle of a vast, snowy mountain range. Before him stood a figure in pale, moon-white monk's robes, a bald head shining her presence ethereal, almost otherworldly. Around her shimmered a faint, translucent membrane, and the swirling snow seemed to alter course, avoiding her as if guided by invisible hands. It's been a while, fishhead girl. White snow stretched out in all directions, and there was no sign of a path anywhere. To Galio, this place was practically a death trap. His shadow-stepping abilities were useless, and aside from sheer cliffs and razor-sharp crags, there was nothing but bone-chilling cold. "Welcome, Mr. Galio, our secret weapon," the Ancient One said, hands clasped behind her back and a serene, soothing smile on her lips. It was so cold, Galio nearly broke character. "The Sorcerer Supreme?" The Ancient One smiled and gave a courteous bow. "Yes, I'm a new Sorcerer Supreme. You may call me the Ancient One." Master Ancient One, may I ask a question?" "Go ahead," she replied, unfailingly polite. Galio had meant to keep up the small talk, but standing here in his summer suit felt more and more ridiculous. "Is there somewhere warmer? It's just unbearably cold here." This actually caught the Ancient One off guard. By rights, even though the snowy mountain's climate stayed well below 40 degrees for people of their level, the cold should be inconsequential, a matter of personal preference at most. Could it be that defeating Mardom had somehow damaged his body? It wasn't entirely impossible. Without drawing upon the power of the stones, even the Ancient One, with a century of cultivation, couldn't be certain of defeating Mardom. With a graceful wave of her hand, a fiery red ring of light swept through both Galio and the Ancient One. In an instant, they found themselves inside a vast, empty hall. The place was cavernous, utterly devoid of people, decorations, or furniture. Only a single bundle of firewood burned at the center of the room. The ceiling soared at least 20 meters above, and the space itself spanned more than 1,000 square meters. At a glance, it was clear this was no place for ordinary people to live. The Ancient One made a gesture of invitation to Galio, and with a casual wave of her hand, a teapot and teacups appeared out of thin air. Galio looked on with deep envy. He really regretted making such a hasty career choice back in the day. If only he had found a way into the professional ranks of Kamartaj, the Supreme Sorcerer. Commanded such effortless dignity with every movement, unlike his own tough, thankless role. Besides, shadow power was useless in broad daylight, strictly a tool for skulking in the dark. He settled down beside the campfire, immediately feeling much warmer. Still, Galio couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. After all, the people of the Supreme Sorcerer were mysterious at best, and the way the Ancient One had summoned him so suddenly made him wonder. Surely it wasn't to take revenge for that kidnapping incident? The one who kidnapped the fish-headed girl was a wanted criminal known only as the Mysterious One. What did that have to do with Galio, or for that matter, with the Ancient One herself? Of course, no matter how much turmoil bubbled inside, Galio kept his face perfectly calm, betraying not a hint of emotion. "You seem rather nervous," the Ancient One observed, pouring Galio a cup of tea. With the system no longer there to shield him and his shadow powers out of commission, Galio had no way to block the Ancient One's perceptions. This wouldn't do. At the rate this conversation was going, she'd see through him sooner or later. He needed to steer things in another direction. "When I was dealing with that shadowy creature," Galio began, counterattacking before she could press him further, "I found some people who definitely didn't belong there." Sure enough, as soon as this topic came up, the Ancient One understood why Galio was wary. "I'm truly sorry about that," she said calmly. "This was a problem within Camartage itself, and it's caused you quite a bit of trouble." Well, that was unexpected. She just admitted it outright. Galio had assumed she'd at least try to deny it. After all, the robes of Camartage disciples didn't prove anything by themselves. The Ancient One remained serene, pouring herself some tea. "Let's have a cup first. We have plenty of time to talk." Whenever Galio took a sip, his cup would refill itself, and the firewood in the campfire, which had burned down, rearranged itself neatly. On the Ancient One's otherwise flat chest, tiny green sparks flickered and glowed. While Galio and the Ancient One drank tea in Camartage, chaos erupted at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Galio had barely left Star Tower when he was snatched away by a teleportation array right at the front door. In less than a minute, Nick Fury had arrived on the scene with his agents. Everyone recognized those teleportation circles. After all, the Sorcerer Supreme had used them many times before. Yesterday, it was confirmed that the STs Galio had uncovered were indeed disciples of Camartage. And now, while Galio was still recovering, they had the nerve to abduct him right at his own doorstep. What was the Supreme Sorcerer up to, plotting a coup? Just as Nick Fury was about to mobilize his team and demand answers from Camartage, the leaves drifting down from the trees suddenly froze, suspended in midair. Galio's gaze swept from the campfire to Gu Yi's chest, and Gu Yi instantly understood. Galio had noticed something. His perception was impressively sharp. "The madam you destroyed was only a projection," she said. "Yes, I know, but I'm not going to admit it. After all, this kind of out-of-bounds topic would be impossible to explain if spoken aloud." Galio could only fall silent, continuing to sip his tea. His reaction caught Gu Yi pleasantly off guard. A true master should carry themselves with a master's poise. Steering the conversation. "Back on course," Gu Yi went on. "Camartage does have detailed records about Madam, but these cannot be disclosed to outsiders. So why are you telling me, then? That's why what happened today is my own account. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. I won't offer any evidence, unless you're willing to join Camartage." "Thank you, but I have no interest in spiritual practice." "Please, Sorcerer Supreme, go on. Beyond Earth, there are even broader worlds. Of course, to explain it all would take considerable time. But Mr. Galio, you can think of it as an invasion. Certain beings gain strength by consuming other intelligent life, and Madam is one of them." Gu Yi recounted how a renegade sorcerer from Camartage used a ritual to contact Madam, drawing on its power to create a portal that allowed a part of Madam to enter Earth. Without intervention, the result would have been Madam's true form descending, spelling doom for the planet. "For this, I must thank you. By the time I arrived, the battle was already over." Gu Yi offered her sincere gratitude. Galio's eyes sparkled. This fish-headed lady was bending the truth. She'd been one of the instigators, after all. Of course, that mysterious figure was also involved, but that was their business, not his. If that's all there is to explain, it might be better for a sorcerer to speak with Nick Fury. "I'm sure this won't affect our friendship." Thanks to 9 years of compulsory education, Galio could clearly tell Gu Yi had something else on her mind. Just how powerful Madam was, or how many universes it had devoured, was irrelevant to them now. The projection vessel was already in SHLD's hands, waiting to be dissected. There was no point discussing this further. Unless Gu Yi had taken a personal interest in him, there was no reason for her to invite him to Camartage over such a trivial matter. Sure enough, Gu Yi continued, veering off into small talk before getting to the heart of it. "I invited you here for a reason, Mr. Galio. There's something I need your help with, a matter concerning Earth's place in the universe. If it's such a monumental issue, please, go find someone else. Whatever it is, Don't come to me. Galio felt not the slightest interest. Mr. Galio, since you were able to defeat Madam's projection, you're qualified to take part in what's to come. Of course, whether you choose to help is entirely up to you. If you're willing, please stay in Kamartaj for 3 days and experience the customs and ways of this place. If you're not interested, then I'll simply look for someone else, the Ancient One said as she lifted the temporal stasis. The teapot, having poured its last cup, no longer refilled itself. The firewood continued to crackle on the hearth, but the Ancient One had vanished without a trace. Galio couldn't help but sigh. If you're going to have me make this choice, at least send me home first. Leaving me stranded here, what's that supposed to mean? Just then his phone rang. With a look of annoyance, Galio answered. It was Nick Fury calling. Galio, the surveillance just showed you being taken away. Was it the Sorcerer Supreme? Yeah, who else could it be but this group of bald-headed folks? Muttering curses to himself, Galio replied with a straight face. There's something going on here at Kamartaj. I'll have to stay and talk with the Sorcerer Supreme for a few more days. That stung Nick Fury's pride a bit. He'd always seen S.H.I.E.L.D. as humanity's first line of defense. Still, Nick Fury wasn't foolish. If even the new Sorcerer Supreme couldn't handle this alone, there was no benefit to S.H.I.E.L.D. getting involved. He reminded Galio to take care of himself, especially since he was still recovering from his injuries. Truth be told, Galio really wanted to call for a jet to pick him up, but that would have been far too undignified. He'd just have to stay put for now. Besides, he had his own plans. Whether or not he'd help could be decided later, but as long as he was here, why not learn a few spells? Those magic circles that let you travel the world at a stroke. He'd been eyeing those for ages. Soon, someone brought Galio the local attire, which basically amounted to rough linen robes. Once he'd changed, he was led to his guest room. Kamartaj was filled with houses, and though it seemed to sit high among snowy mountains, the place was never cold. Galio's phone couldn't pinpoint his location, but he could still call out just fine. His host was a large man with a head full of natural curls, who introduced himself as Ayadandang. Whether that was his real name, Galio didn't dare ask. The name itself sounded so offhand, he wondered what kind of parents would pick it. When he reached his room, Galio found that Kamartaj's guest quarters defied all his expectations. There were no electronic devices, yet nothing essential was missing. Everything was orderly and complete. The bed and blankets were impeccably neat, and there was even a small indoor hot spring. Ayadandang asked if Galio needed anything else. Galio thought about it seriously for a moment. If he called room service, the special kind, would the Ancient One beat him to death? Well, he didn't want to die, so he made a firm decision. Everything here is already well provided for. I don't need anything else. After sending Ayadandang away, Galio immediately slipped into the hot spring. He had to admit, this thing felt pretty amazing. Lying there was incredibly comfortable. Soaking in a hot spring, Galio let his mind wander to the state of this world. The timeline had already started to diverge from what he knew, but the main story remained unchanged. Dormammu still coveted Earth with greedy eyes. The Sorcerer Supreme had become the calm, bald figure in a moon-white monk's robe, just as serene and mysterious as ever. Wait, wasn't the Sorcerer Supreme supposed to be that doctor with a red cloak? Since he hadn't appeared yet, it meant his story hadn't begun. If that was the case, didn't it mean that the fish-headed girl was doomed to die? Even though she'd gained an extra century of life, it still felt like quite a pity if she had to die like that. Well, they had at least gotten to know each other. Maybe he could help her out when the time came. The parallel world Galio found himself in was growing more and more chaotic, with all sorts of strange organizations popping up and weaving in and out of the shadows. The most prominent was the Brotherhood of Mutants. Galio wasn't sure how much S.H.I.E.L.D. knew about them, but just based on that cockroach-like quartet alone, they definitely deserved a spot on the highest-level blacklist. S.H.I.E.L.D. might look impressive, but really, they just held the official wife's title. In this world, besides S.H.I.E.L.D., the Queen, there were plenty of powerful concubines and mistresses vying for influence. As he drifted further into thought, for some reason, the last image in Galio's mind was of that girl who smashed Little Ma with a single punch. Little Ma, in his berserker mode, would, even in Galio's eyes, count as a top-tier boss. But when faced with that little girl, he'd been sliced up and served like it was nothing. If only S.H.I.E.L.D. could recruit her, wouldn't Galio be much safer? If he was safe, then wouldn't the whole Earth be safe? Thinking of that girl led Galio to think of K.A.D. They'd been busy with their concerts lately, even though the little fox still pestered him every so often. It had really been a long time since they'd seen each other. As he let his mind drift, Galio began to feel drowsy. Mr. Galio, the sorcerer requests your presence for lunch. Ayadandang came by at noon to invite Galio, and by that point, Galio had already been dozing in the hot spring for a while. Well, he hadn't drowned, mainly because Yaya didn't want this story to end so soon. Good children should absolutely never fall asleep while taking a bath. Throwing on a coarse linen robe, Galio followed Ao Dang Dang toward the dining hall. The place was bustling with people coming and going, the atmosphere lively and full of chatter. The conversations weren't all that different from what you'd hear outside. Though this was a secret sanctuary, it was by no means isolated from the world. In the dining hall, countless disciples of Kamartaj were already devouring their food with unrestrained gusto. Only at the head table did the Ancient One sit alone, quietly and serenely waiting. Can I order takeout? Galio approached the Ancient One, and on the table he saw 4 small dishes arranged neatly. Pickled radish without a hint of meat, stewed radish with no trace of pork, a cold radish salad with not even a shred of beef, and the last plate salty radish, so lean it didn't even glisten with oil. Seriously, are you all rabbits in disguise? Why is everything here made of radish? Though his inner voice of complaint raged, Galio managed to restrain himself. Sorry, I'm late. It's no trouble at all, Mr. Galio. You are an honored guest. Please, make yourself at home, just as you would at your own place or at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Galio took his seat, staring at the table full of radishes and catching the Ancient One's slightly expectant gaze. In the end, Galio took a bite. It looked like radish and, unsurprisingly, tasted exactly like radish. Paired with the Ancient One's gentle, almost rabbit-like appearance, Galio couldn't help but think, if he hadn't seen her once dressed as the Fish-Head Maiden, he might truly believe this place was a haven for enchanted rabbits. Sitting across from him, the Ancient One ate in tiny, elegant bites, exuding an air of otherworldly detachment. Mr. Galio, what do you think of Kamartaj? What? How would I know? I only arrived today, spent the whole time chatting with you over endless cups of tea, dozed off in the hot springs, and now I'm here eating radish. If I put it that way, Galio thought, is the Ancient One planning to eat me or something? All those TV shows, this is exactly what happens before the monk ends up in the cooking pot. This place is very peaceful. Unlike New York, far from the noise, people seem purer here. Galio's comment brought a smile to the Ancient One's face. Stay a few days. I've heard you're recovering from an injury. The spiritual energy at Kamartaj is abundant. It'll do wonders for your healing. On this topic, Galio hesitated then spoke. Earlier, when your friend the Taoist was helping us, he used a miraculous healing spell. I wonder if it could help me as well. If only he could activate the system early, that would be ideal. Without that old friend, Galio felt a profound sense of insecurity. The Ancient One shook her head. That spell is a forbidden art, designed for restoration by the one who casts it. The Taoist could use it only because of his unique status. No one else at Kamartaj, myself included, can use it lightly. It sounded as though she was telling Galio that her own organization was just as riddled with factions as his. Every household has its own hard-to-chant scripture. After a meal fit for rabbits, Galio left with little in the way of useful information. No one here knew who he was, but as long as he shared a table with the Sorcerer Supreme, he was, without a doubt, a person of significance. When Galio stepped outside, the disciples who had finished their meals early had already begun their evening lessons. The students here were of all ages, from a few years old to several decades, and the hierarchy was a tangled mess. It was not at all unusual for a 70-year-old grandfather to address an 8-year-old child as uncle. As Galio and Ao Dang Dang passed by, these apprentices, wearing rings, were following the warlock's instructions, drawing sparks one after another. Indeed, they were simply making sparks, nothing at all like real magic circles. Master, could you please tell me how to make my spell work more stable? A boy in a coarse linen robe, his face smudged with dirt, ran up to him. He knew he shouldn't disturb the masters, but he had worked so hard, practicing even during meals and dreaming about it in his sleep. Yet every time he tried to form a magic circle, it would fizzle out in a burst of sparks. Was his talent really that lacking? He had wanted to ask the Supreme Mage, but the mage was always too far away to approach. Today, seeing the mage's friend, the boy could no longer hold back his question. Lee, don't bother the mage's guest. Oh, Dang Dang, try to persuade the boy named Lee to leave. Wait, Galio said, interested. After all, magic circles looked pretty impressive. Draw a circle for me. Let me see. Yes, master. Lee's face lit up with excitement as he began tracing the magic circle with his hands. His joy showed in his work. As his finger moved in circles, the array grew more intricate and complex. Yet the more complex it became, the less stable its structure was. In the end, the whole circle exploded into a flash of sparks, a failure once again. Ao Dang Dang looked disappointed as well. The circle had come so close to completion. If only Lee's hand hadn't trembled at the last moment, he might have succeeded. Galio didn't understand any of it, but his mischievous side took over. He tore off a strip from his rough linen robe, pinched it between his fingers and raised it, then let it drop. Ayo dang dang, and Lee stared in confusion. But Galio had no intention of explaining. He tossed the strip aside and walked away. That's how they always did it in the movies, Galio thought, feeling rather pleased with his own mysterious flair. So, does this mean the master doesn't want to teach me? Lee asked, trying to be polite, though he suspected the master looked down on him and thought he should give up, just like that torn robe. He's telling you that when you do something, you must focus, keep your mind calm, and your hand steady. Don't be too concerned with success or failure. Even when a robe is torn, it's still a robe. Lee jumped in surprise, but when he turned, he saw the Ancient One standing beside him, almost glowing with light. Gu-Yi picked up the scraps of the robe and tossed them into the air once more. Lee still looked utterly confused, but Gu-Yi didn't seem the least bit annoyed. With a casual flourish, she waved the robe, and the wind made the cloth fragments dance again. Her fingers caught a strip of fabric with uncanny precision. Your path is still long, Gu-Yi said as she tossed the cloth fragment aside and strode away. If you ever feel you can't go on, you can tell me. But if you wish to keep persevering, perhaps you could try following his advice. Young Master Lee felt even more bewildered, not understanding a thing about what he had just experienced. At this moment, a portly senior brother nearby, unable to watch any longer, hurried over and picked up the cloth scraps that had been discarded once again. Why don't you try catching it like the master did? With that, the chubby fellow, whose name was Wong, casually tossed the fabric into the air. What's so hard about this? Did they take me for a fool? Young Master Lee raised his hand and caught the airborne scrap effortlessly, his grip steady and sure. Wong thought deeply for a moment, then finally patted his fellow countryman on the shoulder and said with meaningful seriousness, Actually, maybe you should go and see what else is out there. Lee felt certain now. He really had no talent and was being gently shown the door. As young Master Lee fell in his self-doubt, Fat Wong had already returned to his studies, continuing his efforts to construct a magic. Hooray! His diagram wobbled and looked nothing like the intended design, but even so, he managed to persist until the very end. Night had fallen on Kamartaj, and Galio felt as if he had traveled through time once again. Behind him sat a large trunk filled with souvenirs he'd bought earlier at the market with Ayo Dang Dang. There were quite a few, ranging from but not limited to Natasha's silver throwing star, the little fox's musical note badge, Mina Harker's ring, bracelets from the Too Young, women working at the restaurant, and trinkets from the dessert shop, the opera house, and executives from Stark Industries. Galio had bought a lot. After all, he could afford it. At this hour, the evening classes at Kamartaj had ended. Everyone was busy with their own affairs, and the place had the quiet, communal feel of an ancient village after sunset. Galio sat on the wooden steps at the guest room door, gazing up at the stars at a perfect right angle, feeling peaceful, even though he had no idea which sky he was looking at. Truthfully, Galio had considered becoming truly powerful on his own, rather than relying solely on the system. He had once dreamed of venturing across the world with sword in hand, but whenever he saw those overpowered criminals, he always thought it was about time to call it a night and get some sleep. It's a bit lonely to admire the night sky all by yourself, came the voice of Master Gu-Yi, who had become even more mysterious since shaving her head. Perhaps. I suppose I've grown used to it. I saw you guiding Lee earlier in the evening. However, he's still young. Perhaps it will take him a while to grasp what you're really trying to teach. No, rest assured, I haven't actually taught him anything. The view from a summit often makes people lose themselves. That's why, in the Supreme Sorcerer's tradition, each generation of sorcerers seeks solitude and withdraws from the mundane world, so that we may avoid straying onto the wrong path. Perhaps the world will never know that here, a group of nameless guardians silently risk life and limb to protect them, living and dying in obscurity. Kamartaj does not need to be remembered by the world. Such lofty topics were really not Galio's style. He'd be better off discussing part-time wages with that cockroach again. Galio, have you ever wondered, if one day you were to fall into darkness, how would you ensure the safety of the people and comrades you care about? The Ancient One asked, and Galio could only respond with a blank look, as if to say, huh. Given his level of combat prowess, if he ran into a well-equipped squad armed with Stark Industries tech, he probably wouldn't survive past the second act. Only if he stuffed himself full would he even think of turning villain. In truth, most people believe that the scenery at the mountaintop is the most beautiful, but they don't realize that the journey up is where true happiness lies. I've heard some of your remarks. They're quite admirable. Which one exactly? Galio thought. He spouted so many random famous quotes every day just to keep up appearances. How could he remember them all? Galio, you once said you admired scientists like Tony Stark, Hulk, and Mayer because they make human life better. But have you ever considered, what if, One day, those very blessings are shattered by even greater force. Galio fell silent, not because the question troubled him, but simply because he didn't like the topic. It was that simple. He kept quiet, and the Ancient One let it drop. Galio was no fool, and sometimes a light touch was all that was needed. The two of them sat together, watching the stars for nearly an hour. Just when Galio thought his neck might never recover, he realized at some point the Ancient One had quietly slipped away. To be honest, Galio just lacked a way to leave himself. If his system were still around, he'd have played a Shadow Mage card and zipped home instantly, instead of sitting here chatting with the Ancient One. After lingering a while longer, Galio returned to his room and slept on a straw mat he hadn't touched in ages, passing a peaceful night. The next morning, Galio was jolted awake by the thunderous peal of a giant bell. The relentless clangs were impossible to ignore. As soon as he got up, he found chaos outside. Everyone was rushing about in a frenzy. Yawning, Galio caught sight of Lee, whose eyes were ringed with dark circles. He grabbed him by the arm. Even though Galio's system was out of commission, his physical strength was still formidable. The frail apprentice sorcerer nearly got lifted clean off the ground by Galio's grip. Young Master Lee immediately sensed an overwhelming, irresistible force, one that brooked no argument. Turning to see who it was, he found Galio still in pajamas, the kind worn in the ordinary world, clearly just out of bed. "What's going on with you two now?" Galio yawned as he asked. "It's Caecilius. He's returned from his training, and now he wants to challenge the Sorcerer Supreme." Lee sounded incredibly anxious. Still, the situation was explained clearly enough, and it was obvious that Camartage was indeed a place full of rival factions. Galio released Lee, and as Lee stared at him in increasing confusion, Galio simply turned back into his room, changed clothes, washed his face, and stepped out again. As expected, chaos still reigned outside, with people rushing back and forth everywhere. Spotting someone he recognized, Galio made his way to the main hall, which was already packed with a crowd. However, his special status and the fact that his strength far surpassed the fragile practitioners around him allowed him to slip through with ease. Meanwhile, poor Lee, who'd been trying to join the commotion from the third row, was once again unlucky. A casual bump from his shoulder sent him flying back, and after another surge of the crowd, he found himself pushed all the way to the fifth row. Here, except for a few unusually tall brothers and sisters, he couldn't see a thing. Inside, the Ancient One sat calmly at the head of the room. Facing her stood a man with sharp features and piercing eyes, draped in a robe covered with feathers. A great sword was strapped across his back, and his very presence was like that of a sword drawn from its sheath, dangerously sharp and overwhelming. Just a glance in his direction made one's eyes sting. Grabbing a stranger nearby, Galio quickly got the gist of things from the moment the first disciple of Camartage woke up and started cleaning the floors. That morning, the Ancient One and Caecilius had already been standing here, neither speaking nor moving. That, apparently, had been nearly 3 hours ago. Well, Galio mused perhaps he had time to grab breakfast and still make it back in time to see the outcome. Fortunately, as the crowd swelled, Caecilius finally spoke. His voice was chillingly cold, devoid of warmth. "Ancient One, someone as useless as you is unworthy of the title of Sorcerer Supreme. Step down." Now fully settled in her role, the Ancient One seemed more serene than ever. She met Caecilius' challenge without a hint of anger. "Whether I am worthy or not is irrelevant. The Sorcerer Supreme is chosen by fate. As long as I hold this position, I bear its responsibilities. Caecilius, the one I've been waiting for is not you." There was a long moment of silence before Caecilius spoke again. "I'll say it once more. You are unworthy of the title of Sorcerer Supreme. Don't bring ruin to yourself and others. The title of Sorcerer Supreme is a burden and a responsibility, not a vanity or a trophy," the Ancient One replied. "Caecilius, I can sense that your blade is dangerously close to the edge. Set it down." But with words having failed, Caecilius drew the long sword from his back, his eyes now brimming with murderous intent as he stared at the Ancient One. "This is your last chance. Will you step down or not?" The Ancient One rose to her feet, perfectly composed. "I will not." At this moment, murderous intent surged wildly around Caecilius, as if he were a wild stallion unleashed, with fireworks tied to its tail. The disciples who had gathered to watch felt this wave of killing intent, and their instincts drove them to retreat in fear. Galio, however, felt nothing at all. By nature, he was as harmless as a kitten in combat, lacking any real sense of danger. While everyone else backed away, only Galio remained standing where he was, suddenly looking rather awkward and exposed. Caecilius was about to make his move, but Galio's conspicuous presence caught his attention. Well, he sneered, I thought. You were just a timid, cowardly fishhead. Since when did you grow a spine? I can hardly believe it. Turns out you brought backup. Backup? Where? Come on, man, don't look at me. I'm just a bystander. SPLD's Galio. I heard about you during my wanderings. I never expected you'd come to help the Ancient One. No, wait. She couldn't have persuaded you herself. This must be the Supreme Sorcerer's doing. Truly a far-sighted scheme. Master. Ancient One. Maybe you'd better explain? Wait, Ancient One. What's with that completely unsurprised look on your face? What are you up to? At that moment, Galio's feelings could be summed up as, somebody help. The Emperor is in danger. Deprived of his cheat panel, Galio had no idea what level Caecilius truly was. But given that Caecilius dared challenge the Ancient One, who had cultivated her powers for a century, Galio couldn't muster the slightest interest in him. Not even a little. Caecilius twirled his wrist with practiced ease, making his longsword dance in a dazzling flourish. No matter how anxious Galio felt inside, he managed to keep his composure on the surface, appearing as unflappable as ever. Don't ask how. Sometimes, it's just an actor's professional discipline. A person's reputation casts a long shadow. With all the heroic feats attributed to Galio among the people, even if Caecilius felt no fear, he couldn't help but be somewhat wary. A deep breath. In a moment of crisis, nothing tests your acting skills more. Galio spoke with remarkable calm. Excuse me, but who are you? Ancient One. Is he your guest? Please, whatever you do, say yes. Don't shove him in my direction. Otherwise, our little boat of friendship will capsize. And, fishhead buddy, if things go south, it might not just be the boat that overturns. The Ancient One remained as serene as ever, her expression as still as a tranquil lake. This is Caecilius, a sorcerer of Camartage. He's been away on a journey of cultivation, and only just returned today. Right, returned specifically to beat you up, apparently. Galio couldn't help but wonder how the Ancient One managed to stir up so much trouble. Why was it that every other supreme sorcerer had a smooth ascent, while her tenure was fraught with endless drama? This is our Camartage affair, Caecilius snapped. If the old master didn't invite you to help, then get lost. This Caecilius guy, look, I wasn't even planning to get involved here, but the way you're talking, are you trying to pick a fight? That's straight-up provocation, isn't it? In front of everyone, Galio still cared about saving face. His eyes shifted to Caecilius. Sure, he might not win in a fight, but with average stats at 30 in his defense, almost maxed out, Galio figured he could at least hold his ground for a while. And if things really went south, well, they could always set up a proper duel. Galio kept silent and didn't step aside. The tension in the air was so thick, you could almost hear the war drums pounding. Caecilius, for his part, wasn't keen to mess with Galio, but he wasn't much of a talker either. After years of tough training, he preferred action over words. The fact that he tried to persuade them to leave was, for Caecilius, actually a gesture of goodwill. Clearly, it wasn't working. A fight was inevitable. Galio, the secret weapon, a diamond-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., a match for the Sorcerer Supreme himself. Caecilius gripped his longsword tighter, ready for battle. Suddenly, a careless, cocky voice echoed above the crowd. In the next instant, a blue magic circle shimmered into existence midair. A figure appeared, draped in a school uniform and wearing a comically cheap mask, the kind Galio guessed you could buy for less than $2. It was Roach. Caecilius' brow furrowed. Galio wasn't sure if this was a helper sent by the Sorcerer Supreme, but it was clear that today's challenge for the throne was going to be anything but simple. Even so, Galio could handle himself. But this guy with the blue magic circle, what the heck was he supposed to be? Today, Roach had come alone, without his usual sidekicks. He stepped right out of the portal and landed hard, smashing into the ground with such force that the centuries-old tiles cracked beneath him. Proof of his impressive physique. Who are you? Caecilius demanded. Roach looked around, sensing the tension, but when it came to introductions, if someone asked sincerely, he'd graciously oblige. Brotherhood of Mutants, Roach, he announced. Galio thought to himself, with Roach's attitude, it was a miracle the Brotherhood of Mutants hadn't landed on the most wanted list by now. He made a mental note to investigate this when he was back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Someone must be slacking off on the job. A mask, a school uniform, and Roach. Caecilius spent a good while trying to make sense of it. Get lost, nobody, he finally snapped. What the hell? Roach was instantly offended. Back when he was hanging around Camartage, Caecilius was still just an apprentice. Caecilius clearly didn't take Roach seriously, but Galio knew better. Roach's stats were the most absurdly stacked he'd ever seen, especially for a human. In fact, Roach's numbers were the highest Galio had ever come across among pure humans. Galio respected Caecilius as well, but first, this opponent wasn't his to deal with, and he had no interest in stealing someone else's prey. Second, he didn't really know Caecilius. He had no clear sense of him, just as he was insensitive to the presence of murderous intent. But things were different with Cockroach. Galio had interacted with him before and knew just how formidable he was. Instinctively, Galio shifted his stance by a small step. That single step was enough for the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, to smile knowingly. At this point, Cockroach's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle within the human world. He could completely conceal his aura, appearing no different from any ordinary person. Yet even with Cockroach masking his presence, Galio could still sense the danger and energy emanating from him. He truly was worthy. Behind his playful mask, Cockroach gave Galio a serious look in return. Of course, he was very familiar with this face. At every meeting of the senior leaders, Old One always brought up Galio as a topic of discussion. In fact, this was Cockroach's first real encounter with him. But he had to admit, Galio was indeed sharp, and his presence was remarkable. Caecilius's gaze turned icy. Galio hadn't reacted at all to his killing intent, but this stranger, whoever he was, had actually put Galio on alert. How could that be? Today, Caecilius had come to discuss the mantle of Supreme Sorcerer with the Ancient One, so he had no intention of causing unnecessary trouble. Ignoring the two eyesores, he turned to the Ancient One. Let's settle this with our hands, Ancient One. Show me how much of the old man's power you really have. What makes you worthy of the title of Supreme Sorcerer? Now that's more like it. Galio secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Caecilius was focused on the Ancient One, things would stay on track. If he really had to pick a fight, even Cockroach wouldn't be a bad choice. But as long as they kept it over there, that was fine. The Ancient One's bald head shone with a calming radiance, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. The Supreme Sorcerer exists to protect, not to kill. Caecilius, you must not continue down this path. Caecilius almost laughed at that. Protect? Only the Supreme Sorcerer has access to those secret texts. The ultimate power of Camartage rests solely in the Supreme Sorcerer's hands. And you want to talk to me about protection? Hand over the texts. From now on, I'll be the one protecting Camartage. The Ancient One merely shook his head. Exhaling slowly, Caecilius drew his sword and charged straight at the Ancient One. But before he could get close, Cockroach, who stood between them, casually flicked Caecilius's sword aside with a finger. It was the raw, unyielding strength of a primal beast, utterly overwhelming. Caecilius was sent flying to the side. The entire room fell silent. Cockroach dusted off his fingers, as if he'd just done something utterly inconsequential. 1,000,000, and I'll handle him for you. That stung. Galio, though nowhere near as wealthy as these sorcerers, knew full well that this price was going to cause trouble. Sure enough, the moment Caecilius heard the figure, he exploded with rage. Was that all he was worth? A mere 1,000,000? Intricate patterns of runes began to spiral along the long sword in his hand, and Caecilius's skin grew increasingly pale. Each breath he exhaled seemed to chill the very air. The Ancient One frowned. This wasn't a spell from Camartage. I'll say this only once. This is Camartage business. You get out. Caecilius leveled his sword at Cockroach, his anger barely contained. 1,000,000 still money, you know. Cockroach rolled his wrist, stepping into the fray with a breezy nonchalance. Still talking about the price. If you hadn't brought it up, maybe there wouldn't even be a fight. As Galio muttered to himself, Caecilius transformed into a blur, launching himself at Cockroach with a speed and force even greater than before. A biting cold radiated from his body, making even Galio, standing at the doorway, shiver from the chill. The apprentice-level sorcerers couldn't bear the cold and retreated again, withdrawing from the house until they stood under the sun where the air felt easier to breathe. Inside, only Caecilius, Cockroach, Galio, and the Ancient One remained, the first two locked in combat, the latter two spectators. The moment Caecilius and Cockroach clashed, the Ancient One crouched and slapped the floor. Instantly, a folded dimension sprang up around them. Ever since the Ancient One became the Sorcerer Supreme, her style had gotten increasingly flamboyant. As the fight broke out, golden lacquer swiftly spread from Cockroach's brow to cover his entire body. Caecilius's sword could slice through iron like butter, but against Cockroach, armored in that golden sheen, it barely left a mark. Neither was interested in exchanging words. Their confrontation was swift and fierce. Watching them, Galio quickly realized Caecilius's swordplay was chaotic yet unique, marked by dazzling speed and relentless offense, occasionally bolstered by elaborate magical arrays. In contrast, Cockroach's attacks and defenses were simple and unadorned, but he was resilient beyond belief. Aside from his rune-etched blade, Caecilius had nothing that could break through Cockroach's defenses. To put it bluntly, if you took away his sword, Cockroach could just stand there and let Caecilius attack for half an hour without flinching. The sight set Galio's blood ablaze. Clearly, he thought, he'd chosen the right path. Defense was king. Everything else was just for show. In truth, Caecilius had little advantage in this brawl. Cockroach only needed to defend against his sword, while every inch of Cockroach's body was a potential weapon against Caecilius. Caecilius could only survive by constantly shifting his position and unleashing a barrage of attacks as fierce as a storm. After several rounds, the two separated. Cockroach's cheat mask was still perfectly intact, while Caecilius was panting for breath, and his robe bore several fresh tears. With this comparison, Galio felt that defeating Caecilius probably wouldn't take much effort for the Ancient One either. After all, when the Old Man of Time, no, the Sorcerer Supreme, bestowed his gifts, he gave 3 portions. As Caecilius panted, his already pale skin suddenly sprouted patches of scales, and his eyes shifted even closer to blue pupils. A mutant! The transformation was clear. Caecilius was mutating. Galio's guess seemed perfectly reasonable. With a twisted grin, the cold aura around Caecilius dropped even further, and his speed surged once more. Suddenly, a sharp metallic clang pierced the air. Caecilius had actually struck the cockroach, and not just anywhere, but right on the side of its neck, a critical spot, leaving a deep, white scar. "Aren't you going to help?" Galio could tell. The cockroach was clearly there to bolster the Ancient One's side. Their relationship was hard to grasp, but if your ally is getting pummeled and you still don't step in, soon it'll be time for friends and family to gather for the meal, won't it? Yet the Ancient One remained perfectly calm. Caecilius is a master of the sword, almost at the threshold of true mastery. But when he left Camartage, he abandoned the way of the sword to pursue ultimate power. He's chosen the wrong path and can't defeat Mr. Cockroach. Oh, in the arena, the cockroach shook its wounded neck, while Caecilius once again darted at high speed. He moved so fast, it was almost like teleportation. He attacked from every angle, probing for the cockroach's weaknesses, sometimes slashing the same spot several times in search of a vulnerability. But, as the saying goes, age brings cunning. Though he'd been on the defensive, suddenly blue runic patterns flared to life all over the cockroach. Defensive runes. Galio recognized them, though he'd only ever seen red ones before. Why were the cockroaches blue? It didn't matter. What did matter was that these runes, unlike the ones the Ancient One and others wove in the air, were inscribed directly into the cockroach's body. Defensive runes, mobility runes, teleportation runes, a triple-layered inscription. The cockroach's counterattack began, even fiercer than Caecilius' onslaught. Now it truly seemed like the cockroach had activated a teleportation hack, matching speed for speed, and relying on its sturdy body to take Caecilius' sword strikes head-on. After exchanging another 20 blows or so, Caecilius was completely overwhelmed. He could hardly believe it. Was it really possible for someone to fight like this? At Camartage, inscribing runes onto weapons was already the mark of a high-level skill. Weapons can't feel pain, so an earlier generation of sorcerers had already blown everyone's minds by creating runic weapons. But today, someone had actually managed to engrave runes onto their own flesh. What in the world was this creature made of? In an opening, the cockroach landed a heavy punch squarely on Caecilius. Caecilius had been showing off his skill for a while, inflicting only superficial wounds. But the cockroach's punch struck true. Caecilius spat out a mouthful of blue blood as his defenses shattered. Gravely injured, he was hit head-on. Not even his scales could shield him. Despite being battered so badly, Caecilius still clung tightly to his sword. The cockroach seemed to appear out of thin air, as if leaping through space, and stomped down on Caecilius's chest. If Caecilius tried anything else, the cockroach had no qualms about crushing him. After all, Caecilius had never shown him much respect in the past. Caecilius coughed up another mouthful of pale blue blood, flecked with shards of ice. His appearance was now rather terrifying, as though he had completely shed his humanity. To be honest, this sight left the young mages outside deeply shaken. Even though they had trained in the mystical arts, their bodies remained human. Caecilius's sudden and utter transformation was something rarely seen. Galio, on the other hand, seemed unfazed. He'd witnessed all kinds of oddities. In fact, while working for the Shield Bureau, 8 out of 10 wanted posters featured the most bizarre faces. Next to those, even a fish-headed sorcerer seemed ordinary. The pale monk's robes billowed, though there was no wind, as the Ancient One approached Caecilius. "Caecilius, you've let power cloud your vision. Put down your sword. Stay here in Camartage and meditate. One day, you'll find what you've lost. Caecilius coughed twice, defiance burning in his despairing eyes. Put it down? The sorcerer supremes of generations past have hidden countless secrets and techniques, never willing to teach others. I spent 20 years training in Camartage, and the old man always kept things from me, never truly teaching me. In 20 years, I learn only scraps. Why shouldn't I pursue ultimate power elsewhere? As he shouted, a white serpent tattoo began to coil up Caecilius's face. White immortal, he cried. Caecilius's skin drained of color even faster. He was already pale, but now he looked utterly bloodless, with white skin, white hair, and narrow blue pupils. With his transformation complete, Caecilius's power surged several-fold, forceful enough to knock the cockroach off him. Well, now, that's not a mutant ability, is it? That's immortal magic from the Northern Secret Realm, isn't it? The cockroach's voice, muffled behind his mask, carried a note of seriousness. Magic from that place was notoriously difficult to deal with. The entire room was filled with a chilling aura radiating from Caecilius. Galio was nearly frozen, his legs stiff and barely responsive, yet he still managed to project an imposing presence. Curiously, perhaps due to the system's intervention, no frost had formed on his body. In moments like this, quick thinking was essential. Galio cast shadow control on his clothes and handgun, keeping their appearance lively and ensuring he could still move. Only the cockroach and the supreme mage seemed unaffected by the cold. A blue and a red aura shimmered around them, shielding them from the frigid air. Caecilius's gaze was full of venom and hatred. You know celestial arts. Clearly, you're no ordinary nobody. It's nothing special. When you can't win alone, you call for backup. That's hardly impressive. At least mutation is your own effort. With runes glowing and a golden shield shimmering, the cockroach lunged at Caecilius once more. Though his tone was casual, this time his attack was aimed straight at vital points. If he landed a blow, it wouldn't kill Caecilius outright, but it would certainly cause serious injury. In midair, the clash of metal rang out again and again. Caecilius moved with even greater speed, and now, his form grew even less human. His body seemed almost boneless, and the sword in his hand moved both swiftly and unpredictably. The two figures crossed paths, and then separated, each landing steadily as if unscathed. Yet, judging by their auras, the cockroach still held a slight advantage. Behind his mask, the cockroach's expression betrayed a hint of surprise and suspicion. This isn't just any celestial art, is it? Caecilius's arms now looked like a pair of pythons, flexible, boneless, and covered in scales as his skin stretched longer. With arms nearly 2 meters long and wielding his greatsword, his threat was multiplied. A sinister chuckle escaped him. This is a fusion celestial art, a secret never passed down outside the true immortals. I had to hunt their kind to the verge of extinction before I got my hands on this treasure. Extinction. The cockroach fell silent. But then, a deep, smoldering anger welled up within him as he stood there. Runes blazed across the cockroach's body, the golden lacquer shimmering fiercely. In a burst of speed, he shot toward Caecilius like cannon. Fire. With each step, a flicker of light erupted, making his movements almost impossible to follow. The next attack utterly unpredictable. Caecilius exhaled a cloud of frosty breath, the room's temperature dropping even lower. In a duel of masters, even the smallest advantage had to be seized. His unnaturally long arms gripped the giant sword tight. The second battle between Caecilius and the cockroach erupted, their strikes now utterly merciless, each move a potential death blow. Originally, the cockroach harbored no murderous intent toward Caecilius. In his own day, he had rebelled even more thoroughly than Caecilius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been stripped of his runic powers and exiled from Camartage. The cockroach could understand what Caecilius had gone through. But what made him want to kill Caecilius was that, even at his most desperate, he had never harmed a kind soul who'd offered him refuge. He, too, had once visited the Immortal Mountain, a place that was insular and unfriendly to outsiders, which was why he never stayed. Yet the people there were simple and good-hearted. They never deserved to face such utter annihilation. Fueled by rage, the cockroach's fists, once hard as steel, now shifted to a style of pure fluidity. Caecilius' mystical longsword still posed a threat. No matter how tough he was, he couldn't keep taking blows head-on forever. So the cockroach began weaving in soft techniques, slipping past the edge of the sword. "Ancient One, get ready to settle the bill," he shouted, drawing a circle with his left hand to parry Caecilius' blade. The cockroach closed in, pressing tight against Caecilius' chest. With a thunderous roar, his elbow crashed toward Caecilius' ribs, a blow so fierce that even a real serpent would have been crushed let alone a counterfeit like Caecilius. The cockroach was certain this strike would be decisive, but Caecilius was not one to wait passively for death. Seeing his sword was useless, he abandoned it, opening his mouth, now twisted and monstrous, and lunged to bite the cockroach. Physical attacks had never troubled the cockroach, especially now that he'd reclaimed his runic powers and his defenses had reached new heights. But as Caecilius' jaws closed in, he felt an uncanny, inexplicable sense of danger. Something told him he could not allow this bite to land. In that instant, the cockroach seemed to glimpse himself shattering Caecilius' chest with his blow, only to be pierced through in return. Mutual destruction, an outcome not worth the paltry million at stake. They broke apart once again, circling each other warily. The cockroach found himself surprised by Caecilius. In all his long years, he had never experienced anything quite like this. What had Caecilius been through to become such a creature? His moves were neither the forging of his own path nor the faithful inheritance of another's. Caecilius was a patchwork, a forced amalgamation of countless techniques, an abomination to behold. Heavy breathing filled the air. Caecilius was clearly expending far more energy than the cockroach. His arsenal was broader, whereas the cockroach relied on a slew of passive strengths. Picking up his fallen sword, Caecilius fixed his serpentine eyes on the Ancient One, then swept his gaze toward Galio. "You two, come at me together." It's a proven fact. People can lose all reason in certain moments, especially when driven to the brink of despair. Galio was starting to think that Caecilius was basically showing all the classic signs. Never mind the fact that a single cockroach had nearly beaten him senseless. Just look at how he'd swaggered into enemy territory, sword in hand, openly provoking them. Then, upon discovering there was a hidden boss in the lair, he even considered teaming up to take it down. Add to that Caecilius' appearance, and Galio couldn't shake the feeling that this guy was destined to be a solo player boss. And honestly, that kind of behavior deserves some praise. With perfect composure, Galio drew his pistols and calmly began to load them. "Gooey, the cockroach. Caecilius, what the hell?" All three froze, utterly bewildered, as Galio finished loading his gun. "Well then, I won't be holding back." A burst of raucous laughter erupted from the cockroach. He found Galio absolutely hilarious, and truly, he had a point. Why bother with a duel when a good old-fashioned gang up would do the trick? If his minions hadn't had the day off, the cockroach would have already used every skill in his arsenal to finish Caecilius off. Gu-E, who was usually as calm as still water, nearly lost her composure. For a fleeting moment, she felt as if something had tainted the air of Camartage. "Aim and fire." The cockroach shouted, raising both hands as defensive sigils flared to life, charging straight at Caecilius. But why raise defensive sigils? The cockroach wasn't stupid. At his core, he was on the villain's side. With Galio now outside, ready to attack from a distance, what if Galio decided to end things once and for all? Besides, Caecilius couldn't even match the cockroach's strength. The only reason he could hold his own was that he kept burning through his skills, and burning big. But everyone knew that ultimate moves drain mana fast. At this rate, even if the cockroach just stalled him for half an hour, Caecilius would burn out on his own. But if Galio and the cockroach teamed up, everything would be so much easier. Taking down Caecilius in an instant wasn't out of the question. The cockroach stuck to Caecilius like glue, his passive abilities working seamlessly with his active defenses, leaving not a single gap. The cockroach wasn't just tough. He was a master of all forms of defense, whether hard as steel or fluid as water. Steel-hard defense relied on sheer durability, taking the hits and just standing strong. But soft defense was different. It was all about making attacks ineffective, neutralizing them completely. Right now, the cockroach's gentle style kept Caecilius locked in, giving him no chance to escape. In this renewed clash, Caecilius suffered, really suffered. Even though Galio hadn't fired a shot yet, Caecilius didn't dare focus all his attention on the cockroach. Worse still, every single move from the cockroach was tricky and relentless. If Caecilius didn't give it his all, he'd be overwhelmed in no time. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed as the cockroach and Caecilius exchanged two rapid-fire sets of blows in the air. Caecilius could feel his defeat looming, and it was at that very moment. Bang! Thud! A cry of pain. Caecilius's shoulder was pierced by Galio's bullet, and right after that, he was battered by the cockroach's relentless blows. Two punches followed by a penetrating shot left Caecilius sprawled weakly on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he lay spread eagle. He was utterly unwilling to accept this defeat. Despicable, Caecilius gritted out through clenched teeth, hatred burning in his eyes. But it wasn't the cockroach he hated, nor even the Ancient One. Right now, all his hatred was reserved for Galio. "Weren't you the one who told us to attack together?" Galio paused for a moment, genuinely puzzled and feeling a bit wronged. The cockroach, ever the perfect sidekick, chimed in, "Exactly. I've been in fights for years and never heard anyone make a request like that." Caecilius spat out another mouthful of blood, twice in rapid succession. He could barely contain himself. If he could still move, he would have gotten up and fought them both to the bitter end. The truth was, Caecilius had said those words earlier as a kind of reverse psychology, worried that the cockroach and the Ancient One would gang up on him. After all, they were all major players, and, at their level of cultivation, there should be some honor. Who could have guessed? The Ancient One, at least, maintained some dignity, but Galio, and that cockroach. One mistake, and the whole game was lost. The cockroach, masked and ever the villain, had no qualms about ganging up on someone. Galio was even more straightforward, whether or not he factored in his friendship with Fishhead. The Supreme Sorcerer was on their side now. If Caecilius were to take his place, Galio wouldn't gain a thing. Most importantly, Kamar-Taj was isolated from the world. Who would ever know what Galio did here? His long sword stabbed into the ground, adding another tally to the repair fund for these centuries-old bricks. Caecilius staggered to his feet, wiped the blood from his lips, and said, "Suddenly, I feel maybe I'm just not cut out to be the Supreme Sorcerer." "Oh, is that you begging for mercy?" The cockroach cocked his head, but mercy wasn't in his nature, not just because someone begged for it. Caecilius let out a cold laugh. "I just think I'm not as despicable as you two. Compared to you, even the rats in the gutter might be a bit more kind-hearted." Caecilius, my friend, talking like that might just get you shot." No matter what the Ancient One or the cockroach thought, Galio was determined to silence Caecilius for good today. He had no qualms about finishing the job. Actually, if the Ancient One was willing to keep Caecilius locked up for a few days until his system recovered, then kill him, that would be even better. Galio was genuinely curious about Caecilius's stats and abilities. "I never intended to kill you," the Ancient One finally spoke. Galio and the cockroach both fell silent. "If you're not going to kill him, then what have we been fighting for all this time?" This melodrama was enough to make someone cough up blood. "Cut the nonsense, you filthy wretch. Come, make it quick." Caecilius tore away his robe, revealing pale skin. The scales that once covered his body had all but vanished. It seemed even the spirit possessing him had lost faith in Caecilius. The Ancient One stepped forward, her palm swirling gracefully before striking Caecilius with a single, decisive blow. "Still comes down to violence. What a waste of time," Galio grumbled inwardly. Yet, right before their eyes, something extraordinary happened. Another form burst forth from Caecilius. It was a massive white python. The python was forced out of Caecilius' body. As it hit the ground, it cast a venomous glare at the Ancient One before turning and vanishing into the earth. Galio was nearly moved to tears. He had a hunch that, if his status panel were still active, this creature would have been his for the taking. Don't chase a cornered enemy. The Ancient One simply ignored the python. With the serpent's departure, Caecilius collapsed unconscious on the spot. "If you're going to finish him, let me do it," Roach said, rolling up his sleeves, ready to deliver the final blow. Galio, too, was sharpening his metaphorical blade. But the Ancient One turned to face them, a soothing smile on her lips as she looked at Galio and Roach. "He is a sorcerer of Kamar-Taj. As the Sorcerer Supreme, it is my duty to guide him. Please, entrust him to us." Roach took a couple of steps forward, tilting his head up to peer at the Ancient One through his mask. Now, Roach was a striking fellow. Handsome, skilled, versatile, wealthy, and tough. You could say he was the complete package, a model young man by any standard. But he had one flaw: his height. Standing next to the towering Galio, who was over 1.9 meters tall, Roach barely reached Galio's chest, looking to be no more than 1.6 meters. He might not have been tall, but he had presence. Roach clearly had no intention of letting Caecilius go, and Galio felt the same. After all, it wouldn't look good if word got out about today's underhanded business. The Ancient One smiled gently, raising a single finger. 10 million more. Deal. The lure of money made Roach instantly forget whatever shallow friendship he'd once shared with the Immortal Mountain. Galio thought to himself, "Well, even if I don't have a strong case, I'll make one. If Caecilius ever goes to America and starts talking, that'll be a black mark on my record for life. He's implicated in several murders. If he survives, I should take him back to S.H.I.E.L.D., Galio declared, his tone righteous and unwavering. Outside, many of the other sorcerers couldn't understand why the Sorcerer Supreme was so intent on sparing the life of this traitor. Galio still hadn't holstered his gun, while Roach waited off to the side in high spirits, ready to collect his payday. He knew all too well how deep Kamar-Taj coffers ran and wasn't the least bit worried about their credit. "I can teach you the portal array, just between us," the Ancient One offered, her words impossible to refuse. Galio's eyes widened. He almost thought he had misheard. After all, just moments ago, the mantra had been, "Our secret arts must never be shared with outsiders." And now, this was it. The sorcerers of Kamar-Taj never failed to upend Galio's worldview. Even though his mind was racing with confusion and skepticism, under the allure of the supreme sorcerer's promise, Galio made a decisive choice. This was Kamar-Taj's internal affair. He, Galio, a government official from the United States, and not one of them, had no business meddling in their family matters. Strictly speaking, the power struggle with Caecilius barely made a ripple. Ended simply, with the Ancient One handing over a bank card and a basic textbook on rune formations. In truth, Galio already had more than a dozen formation cards saved as backup. Theoretically, as long as he didn't go flying around recklessly, they would suffice. But then again, one can never have too many skills. Caecilius was locked away, held in a storage shed somewhere in Kamar-Taj, with the Ancient One having added a sealing spell for good measure. By all accounts, he wouldn't be getting out anytime soon. A biting northern wind swept through the valley. A traveler, bundled in a thick down jacket, sat on a sled drawn by a pack of huskies. Facing into the icy wind, he drank strong liquor. The chime of an incoming message was all but lost in the blizzard, barely audible, but the scruffy traveler immediately reached behind him, unzipped his pack, and took out his phone. The screen displayed, "Caecilius has been captured." After a moment of silence, the traveler slipped the phone back into his bag. He didn't care much for Caecilius, but out here on the road, he learned the art of compromise. The huskies bounded merrily into the distance, leaving only their tracks in the snow. From the open travel bag on the sled, alongside the usual supplies, one item stood out, a shield emblazoned with a 5-pointed star. Back at Kamar-Taj, with Caecilius apprehended, the Ancient One promptly announced her seclusion, appointing Mordo to teach Galio the art of rune formations in her stead. In an act heavy with ceremony, Mordo officially inducted Galio as a registered disciple of the former Supreme Sorcerer. This way, it didn't count as sharing secrets with outsiders. No violation of Kamar-Taj rules. Galio could only mutter, "Yeah, right? As if I believe you." Rules or not, it all depended on their whim anyway. With his system panel unavailable, Galio was in no rush to join in the group lessons. If he failed to grasp the art, it would make him look particularly, well, those who know. "I'd like to ponder it by myself for a while," he said. That was Galio's excuse for locking himself in his room for 5 days. As for Cockroach, the fellow had taken the money and vanished long ago. Didn't even stay for breakfast. One moment he had the cash in hand, the next he was stepping through a portal and gone. Galio couldn't help but envy him. He'd even considered asking Cockroach to take him along. But then again, the secret arts of Kamar-Taj were hard to give up. After some internal struggle, Galio decided to stay for dinner at Kamar-Taj that day, instead of leaving with Cockroach. Speaking of which, the web of relationships at Kamar-Taj was anything but simple. Especially after the Ancient One took over, rumor had it that quite a few of her peers had left to travel the world. And really, who could blame them? The world was vast, filled with quiet places, with this secret art of teleportation. They could live freely wherever they pleased. If they didn't see eye to eye with the Ancient One, there was no need to settle things with a brawl. Outliers like Scimitar and Caecilius were, after all, the exception rather than the rule. Galio had been at Kamar-Taj for 7 days now. During this week, apart from mealtimes, he kept to his room, reflecting and studying on his own, which had already sparked much gossip. After all, memories of him and Cockroach teaming up to gang up on Caecilius were still fresh, and his behavior didn't quite match what people expected from the younger generation. At least Cockroach had fought openly and head-on. Galio, on the other hand, was clearly taking cheap shots from the shadows. Many whispered that Galio would never master those intricate secret arts. Well, the teleportation circle might be a basic skill at Kamar-Taj, but for outsiders, it certainly qualified as something extraordinary. The first 3 days passed without much incident. Galio carried himself with enough gravitas that people held their tongues. But as the days wore on, the rumors grew. By the 4th and 5th days, small groups whispered in corners. By yesterday and today, the gossip was more and more blatant. Sure enough, as Galio and A.O. Dang Dang were taking a post-meal stroll to a digestion, Youngly on the other side was already chatting idly about him with a few familiar apprentices. A.O. Dang Dang was about to step in and silence them. After all, Galio was a guest from afar, and his status rivaled even that of the Sorcerer Supreme. Letting the disciples talk recklessly was downright disrespectful. Truthfully, it was only A.O. Dang Dang and the other elders keeping things in check. Otherwise, the gossip would have boiled over long ago. Just then, a notification suddenly sounded in Galio's ear. Ding! System upgrade complete. Current version 3.5 Enhanced Edition. In the past, the version number always went up by 1, but this time it was only half a step. Interesting. Galio stopped Ao Dang Dang. Let them gossip if they wanted. He'd decide whether to put them in their place when he had time. Ao Dang Dang apologized on their behalf, but Galio barely paid him any mind, his attention entirely on his long-missed system panel. Name: Galio Succeebi, Shadow Apprentice, Favored 1, Wrath, Envy, Ambition. Strength: 35. Speed: 30. Intelligence: 20. Dexterity: 25. Burst: 25. Stamina: 50. Defense: 90. Free points: none. Skills: Firearms Mastery, Martial Arts Mastery, Chinese, English, Arabic, Russian, Mechanical Proficiency, Gaming Expert, Sculpture Specialist, the Calm One, the Forbidden One. Shadow Skill Tree: Shadow Manipulation LV25, Supreme. Shadow Arrow 15, Shadow Form, Normal, 10, Shadow Form, Null, 15, Shadow Form. Extreme, 10, Shadow, Counter 15, Shadow Possession 15, Shadow Spear 5, Shadow, Samurai 1, Haste 5, Shadow Stitch 5, Shadow Enhancement 5. After this round of upgrades, Galio was thoroughly satisfied. His physical prowess and shadow abilities had leapt up several notches yet. Again, on top of that, he still held a massive stash of cards in his hand. If he threw caution to the wind and poured them all in, he could very well break through to 100 defense. The skill tree itself had become more versatile, filled with dazzling new branches. Among them, the Shadow Samurai seemed akin to a command ability, something that would certainly benefit the development of Galio's secret identity. Next time he snuck out in the middle of the night to give Melee a beating, he could go prepared with a body ready for action, avoiding the awkward mishap of boarding the wrong bus like last time. While Galio quietly reveled in his own satisfaction, on the other side, young Masterly the Mage seemed to have his own wild ideas. For no apparent reason, he tore off a strip of his robe and tossed aside the shreds in his hand, letting out a dismissive snort. Young Masterly, a diligent practitioner who trained every day in Kamartage, yet made no progress whatsoever. The other apprentices who entered Kamartage alongside him, many of them utterly lacking in talent or intelligence, people who couldn't even draw a proper circle on paper, let alone in the air like Wong, had already managed to construct basic magic arrays. Only he remained stuck at square one. That day, when Masterly saw Galio dining with the Sorcerer Supreme, he mustered his courage to seek advice. And what did he get in return? A strip of cloth? Even Wong, let alone the Sorcerer Supreme, no one criticized this blonde outsider's teaching methods. Instead, they all insisted it was Masterly who failed to grasp the lesson. During the battle for leadership with Caecilius, Masterly was there too. When Caecilius cried out in despair and rage, Masterly felt a twinge of empathy. After all, he had also trained in Kamartage for 3 years, with absolutely nothing to show for it. In that fight, the Sorcerer Supreme didn't intervene. Instead, it was the outsider's Cockroach and Galio who took action, 2 against 1, even stooping to underhanded tricks. On that day, Masterly secretly hoped Caecilius would win. Of course, he didn't intend to betray the Sorcerer Supreme. He simply wished for Galio and the Cockroach to lose, so that the Ancient One could step in and clean up the aftermath. At least, that's how Masterly explained it to himself. Tearing off a strip of cloth from his robe, Masterly tossed it into the air with a sneer. With a flick of his finger, Galio unleashed shadow manipulation. Instantly, the strip of cloth glided smoothly across nearly 10 meters, flying straight toward him. Ao Dang Dang truly felt that today's apprentice mages were far too immature. Each of them had their heads in the clouds, but their vision was narrow as a frog at the bottom of a well. He couldn't say for sure whether Galio had gained any true insight or not, but at the very least, Galio was still a master on par with the Supreme Sorcerer. If these apprentices gossiped in private, that would be one thing. Galio was generous enough not to take offense. But to challenge him openly like this, did they really think everyone had as good a temper as the Supreme Sorcerer? Frowning, Ao Dang Dang bowed and apologized. Mr. Galio, Xiao Li and the others were out of line. I'll make sure to reprimand them. Galio's fingers played absently with the strip of cloth as he considered the situation for a moment. He said nothing, but began to draw circles in the air. Galio had tried this trick in private many times before, and not once had it worked. Now, with the system panel open, he gave it another go. HM still didn't seem to be doing much. When Galio had taken away the cloth strip, just now, Xiao Li's claim that he wasn't afraid of a beating was pure bravado. But as he watched Galio drawing circles, Xiao Li almost laughed out loud. What was this, just scribbling in midair? Even in his first year at Kamartage, Xiao Li could draw circles better than that. The atmosphere was getting awkward, no doubt, but Xiao Li wasn't worried. If your skills aren't enough, just rely on cheat. Without hesitation, Galio used a fallen mage card, the kind that came with a built-in teleportation circle. Ao Dang Dang was still frowning. Galio's circle construction was so superficial, but he couldn't very well offer advice. Otherwise, Galio would lose face, and with the Supreme Sorcerer in seclusion, who knew what would happen if Galio took offense. Ao Dang Dang was about to end Galio's demonstration with some polite but awkward words. After all, Galio's fingerwork hadn't even managed to spark. But then, quite suddenly, sparks began to crackle from Galio's fingertips. After tracing 2 circles, the sparks formed into lines into glowing patterns, and the runes began to spin and interlock with astonishing speed. Xiao Li stared in disbelief, veins bulging on his forehead and his hands clenching involuntarily into fists. He was convinced the Supreme Sorcerer must have shown favoritism, otherwise it made no sense, absolutely no sense at all. How could such a rough, slapdash method actually work? There was simply no way. Galio, however, was thoroughly pleased with the result. The apprentice mages were struck speechless, while only embarrassment and shock remained on Ao Dang Dang's face. The circle expanded rapidly, soon large enough for a person to pass through. On the other side of the teleportation portal was Galio's little home. Clearing his throat, Galio said, "Give my regards to the Supreme Sorcerer." A what? As the mages watched in stunned silence, Galio strode through the portal in a single step and went home. He went home. Ao Dang Dang was completely dumbfounded. What kind of guest just leaves without a word? You told me to take care of him together with the Sorcerer Supreme. How am I supposed to explain this? For 7 days, he ate, drank, strolled around with nothing to do, occasionally leafing through a book. Then, after being mocked by some clueless disciples, he decided to show off what it means to go from 0 to 10, and just left? The teleportation array is one of the basic techniques in Kamartaj. But as the saying goes, the simpler something seems, the harder it is to master. From drawing the runes in the air to producing the first sparks, that usually takes about a year. Turning those sparks into proper lines takes another year. Occasionally, there are prodigies who can shorten this period to less than a year. But 7 days? That's unheard of. Even in the history of the Sorcerer Supreme, the fastest record was 7 months. And just like that, Galio was gone, not even giving Ao Dang Dang a chance to say a word. All he left behind were the scraps of cloth still fluttering in the air, a piece he'd casually tossed as he stepped through the teleportation portal on his way home. It's not fair. This is so unfair. Xiao Li shouted hysterically, almost losing control. There's no way he could have learned the teleportation array that fast. The Sorcerer Supreme must have given him something in private. This isn't fair. Ao Dang Dang frowned. Xiao Li, in Kamartaj, apart from forbidden spells, every technique is taught openly. Galio was reading the most basic books on arrays. You've gone through them many times yourself. Don't doubt the Sorcerer Supreme. Don't doubt her. Xiao Li's usually simple, honest face was twisted in frustration. Don't doubt her? Why shouldn't I? He went from nothing to mastery in just 7 days. You know how long I've been training. Xiao Li jabbed a finger at the scraps of cloth still floating in the air. And why him? Just because of his cloth. Suddenly, a blazing red teleportation array materialized in midair, and from it stepped the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, robed in moon-white monk's attire. Greetings, Master. Everyone except Xiao Li bowed their heads in respect. The companions by Xiao Li's side tried desperately to pull him down, but it was no use. The Sorcerer Supreme remained gracious, a gentle smile on her face. Li, why do you think what Galio learned was different from what you've learned? Isn't it obvious? Xiao Li blurted, still agitated. I trained for 3 whole years. He studied for just 7 days, and he never even practiced before. Still smiling, the Sorcerer Supreme waved her hand, conjuring a teleportation array out of thin air. The scraps of cloth fell freely from above. But as they passed through layer after layer of overlapping portals, they seemed to freeze in midair, suspended as if time itself had stopped. Wang arrived 2 months before you. Zhao started at the same time as you, and there are many others. They're all able to construct complete arrays now. It's not that what you're learning is different. It's that every person is different. You're lying. Xiao Li broke free from his companion's grasp. There must be a simpler, more effective way. Otherwise, the difference wouldn't be so huge. If you learn in a year, maybe what you said would make sense, but it's only been 7 days. 7 days. Gu Yi sat down on the steps, quietly watching Xiao Li as he shouted. Xiao Li's cries grew louder and louder until he finally collapsed to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Galio felt, perhaps for the first time, that he was lucky. Ever since the incident with the night bus, when he almost got into a fight, he'd been inexplicably swept up in things that had nothing to do with him often dangerously so. Yet by some miracle he had survived. And, more importantly, he had managed to do so without suffering any social humiliation. He arrived home around 10 o'clock. Dropping onto his bed, a real bed, not a mat on the floor, Galio was determined to catch up on all the sleep and meals he had missed these past days. Honestly, at this point, he was utterly convinced that Kamartaj must have been founded by a spirit rabbit. Why else would he have eaten nothing but carrots for 7 days? Even if he had a particularly singular taste, this was just excessive. Sleep. Galio slept straight through to dusk. He didn't wake until the sun had already finished its shift. After all the strange things that had happened recently, he had no intention of even leaving his apartment. Instead, he picked up his phone and ordered delivery, something rich and meaty. Just as Galio was enjoying the comforts of home, his tracking phone suddenly reconnected to SHLD's network. Of course, only 7 days had passed since Galio's disappearance. Technically, he was still on his scheduled leave. So Nick Fury simply made an internal note and chose not to disturb him for now, though he was deeply curious about what Galio had experienced in those 7 days at Kamartaj. After all, just imagining the kind of trouble that might arise when the Sorcerer Supreme teams up with Galio was enough to suggest something extraordinary. Tony Stark wasn't at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters today, either. In fact, most of the top-tier agents were out. Only Hawkeye was on duty at the agency's headquarters. Life was a bit sparse at S.H.I.E.L.D. that day. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. Otherwise, Nick Fury would have been at a loss as to whom he could call for help. In Maylee's laboratory. It might sound absurd, but Tony Stark really was here today. Mr. Galio is back, isn't he? Maylee didn't even glance at Tony, who was on a call. His attention was wholly absorbed by the mechanical arm he was working on. Tony put down his phone, took a sip of his ultra-expensive red wine, and pressed his hand to his forehead in frustration. I must be out of my mind to have agreed to this damned plan of yours. Maylee's hands never stopped moving. Today, it was just the two of them in the lab. No one else knew what they were working on, not even their supposed superiors. Elsewhere, on the open sea, aboard a certain cargo ship, this place had already become the capital of death, a stage for ruthless infighting. In the midst of it all, a robot, its body gleaming with metal and shaped with sleek lines, was whistling as it worked, assembling piles of parts into brand new metallic beings, one after another. Just then, the phone panel lit up with an incoming call. The robot, still whistling, answered the call through its internal system. A reliable source says Galio is back. The voice on the other end was old and gravelly, belonging to the villain from the last KD night, Magneto. His nose is still sharp. Has he caught the scent of something? The robot replied. Don't act rashly. Galio is no brainless brute. The last failure of the Assassin's Guild should be warning enough, Magneto cautioned. Of course, he doesn't interest me, the robot said. But I did hear you paid a hefty compensation to those shady little rats. The mention soured Magneto's mood. That's my business. As a partner, I'm just reminding you, don't end up in a ditch. Relax. In my system, there's no such thing as failure. The robot ended the call and returned to assembling the new life in its hands. Since his last outing, Galio had spent 3 whole days holed up at home, eating and sleeping in turns, collecting his salary as usual for doing nothing. At last, on a day when the weather forecast promised sunshine, a relentless rainstorm fell instead. Of course, the weather wasn't the real issue. As a seasoned absentee, Galio had only reported to work honestly for a single day this year, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that the rain had brought food deliveries to a halt. The excuse was simple. The downpour was just too heavy, and Galio's fridge was as empty as a desert. A strong instinct urged Galio to stay inside, to remain curled up at home. But if he didn't go out, he would have to go hungry. He found himself missing the food from Williamsburg. It had been 10 days since he'd had a taste. Gluttony truly is original sin, Galio thought, as he threw on his coat and rain poncho. He glanced at himself in the mirror, and once again that unmistakable villainous aura emerged. Galio couldn't explain why, but the moment he pulled a hood over his head, he radiated the energy of an arch-villain. Yet, with his face revealed, he looked cheerful and upright. With a sigh, Galio summoned a shadow to mask his face completely, then braved the rain outside. Sometimes, you have to trust your instincts. He had barely left the house and walked down 2 blocks when he saw the cockroach crew standing under a big umbrella trying to pull some scam. If they were hustling someone else, Galio would have turned around immediately. He preferred to avoid them whenever possible. But today their target was the very girl Galio had been thinking about, the little heroine who once thrashed Little Pony and rescued him from dire straits. Masters are said to possess a kind of intuition. At that moment, Cockroach was holding armfuls of lollipops and enthusiastically pitching his ideas when he suddenly sensed someone's gaze from behind. He turned around. Through the rain, Galio and Cockroach locked eyes. It's him. Cockroach didn't recognize Galio, but that didn't stop him from realizing this was the mysterious stranger. Without hesitation, Cockroach snatched Fat Dragon's umbrella and bounded over to Galio in 3 swift strides. Hey there, are you here to recruit me into the Cockroach crew? So, are you guys some sort of illegal pyramid scheme, or what? Galio genuinely couldn't understand why Cockroach, who had money, looks, and no shortage of muscle, was so obsessed with recruiting people. Honestly, this was why he shouldn't have left home today. The minute he ran into the Cockroach crew, Galio had a gut feeling. He was about to be swept up in another bizarre adventure. But to understand the connection between the Cockroach crew and the little girl, you'd have to go back 3 days. Back then, the 4 members of the Cockroach crew were out on a job. Well, their kind of job was robbing the robbers, a classic case of underworld double-crossing. They were, after all, an illegal organization. This time, they'd been paid to intercept a large shipment of machines and gear. Not government property, mind you, but the take was big enough to warrant some rough tactics. These days, though, anyone daring enough to smuggle high-tech gear was no ordinary criminal. The smugglers, as it turned out, had hidden a heavy-duty robot among their cargo. Who knew where they got it? But one thing was certain, it packed a punch. Fat Dragon rushed in, breathing fire twice, and almost got his nose hairs singed off by the robot. When his crew couldn't handle it, Cockroach personally stepped in. With his combat skills, he figured this opponent would be no more than a warm-up. But damn, who could have guessed that the robot would suddenly evolve mid-fight? Just when victory seemed within reach, the machine developed a mind of its own and unleashed a barrage of wild, indiscriminate fire. Cockroach himself was tough. He could shrug off the robot's attacks, but his team wasn't so lucky. He didn't know if the Brotherhood of Mutants was truly a villainous group, but the Cockroach crew? They were practically model outlaws. The exchange point for the smuggle machines wasn't in some deserted wasteland. No, it was right next to an elementary school. The machines were disguised as stacks of desks and chairs. Without some serious skill, you'd never spot them. The fight was fierce. Just then, a little girl happened to walk by. Backpack on her shoulders, thick glasses perched on her nose, and her hair tied into twin ponytails. Unluckily, she wandered straight into the robot's line of fire. Cockroach nearly cursed it out loud. Protecting his own crew was already hard enough. Now he had to worry about a civilian too. Unable to be everywhere at once, Cockroach braced himself and summoned a massive protective barrier. But energy wasn't his strong suit. The robot's relentless assault wore him down, making it tough to hold the shield. His crew, resilient mutants though they were, could at least look after themselves. But what about the child? At moments like this, Cockroach never acted like a villain. Not even a little. Amidst the raging firepower, the robots were already working together to move those valuable items, doing so right under Cockroach's nose. It infuriated Cockroach to the point of grinding, his teeth in anger, making him stomp about in a fury. Yet, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly as his goods, his money, slipped away before his very eyes. In that critical moment, the little girl who had been cradled in Charm Kid's arms suddenly took off her glasses and, in a flash, transformed into a stunning beauty. The heavy-armed robots that could go toe-to-toe with Cockroach were no match for her pint-sized charge. Within 2 minutes, they had been reduced to nothing more than another batch of smuggled goods. Her ferocity was such that even the phrase, tearing apart Gundams barehanded, couldn't quite capture this girl's courage. After dismantling the robots, the girl suddenly grew shy and bolted away in a panic, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Cockroach had no idea where to start. Looking for her, he had Irwa scout around for a good while, but Irwa could only cover his eyes and complain he'd been blinded. The girl had simply run too fast. After some fits and starts, the Cockroach crew finally wrapped up their assignment. Irwa's vision had been gone for 3 days and only returned today. Now, after much difficulty, they'd managed to track down the girl's whereabouts. Cockroach's crew, not caring about the weather outside, grabbed the lollipops they'd bought earlier and set out in full force. Just as the 4 of them cornered the little girl, Cockroach and Irwa flashed their sunny, boyish grins, lollipops in hand. But before they could even try to bribe her, Cockroach spotted the mysterious stranger. Today was a stroke of luck. Both the mysterious person and the bespectacled little girl were exactly Cockroach's kind of prize. Cockroach was just about to bring up the topic of the crew's compensation, hoping to finally settle the unfinished contract negotiations with Galio. But to his surprise, Galio's first words were, "Did you get my share from Kamar Taj?" Oh, nothing kills the mood like sudden silence. If it were just a few million, Cockroach wouldn't hesitate to give Galio his cut. After all, this guy was a top-tier player. But when you're talking about 100 million, 100 million. The way Cockroach had bounced up to Galio, he now bounced right back the same way. Same moves, same posture. The instant Galio mentioned his share of the money, Cockroach acted like his seat was on fire, hustling his 3 underlings out of the rain in record time. Soon, only Galio and the little girl were left standing in the rain. Fortunately, both had raincoats on. "Have you eaten yet?" Galio tried to strike up a conversation. He wasn't too worried, since when they'd first met, he'd used the Galio identity and was cloaked in invisibility, so he figured he was safe enough now. The little girl seemed a bit shy in the rain, but when it came to the topic of food, she admitted, "I have, but I'm still very hungry. I'm heading out to eat. Want to join me?" "Yes, yes." So, in the rain, a fierce little lowly joined Galio, and together they made their way toward Williamsburg. Galio behaved himself remarkably well as he treated the little girl to a hearty meal. Mind you, hearty here isn't just an adjective, it's practically a unit of measurement. This little girl managed to eat her way through $3,000 worth of food in Williamsburg. Just imagine what kind of feat that is. Originally, Galio had hoped to recruit this little girl into S.H.I.E.L.D., thinking it might boost his own security. But after this meal, he started to worry she just might eat Tony Stark into bankruptcy and force him to take a job waiting tables in Williamsburg. Hidden beneath his cloak, Galio found himself unable to strike up a conversation with the 2 lovely ladies, one with dark hair, the other blonde. Oh well, the price of a meal can be a pretty good barometer for your mood, after all. When the meal was over, Galio was ready to let the little girl go her own way, willing to bear whatever consequences might follow. Mostly, it was because Galio couldn't think of any credible reason to recruit her. After all, his current persona was still that of a villain, and besides, he ended up trudging through the rain for nearly an hour, and still couldn't shake her off. Truth be told, Galio was starting to miss home. No matter how high quality your raincoat is, going out on a day like this is miserable. But if he didn't deal with this girl, going home would be social suicide. In the rain, they stared at each other, big eyes meeting little ones. "Aren't you going home?" Galio asked. Could you treat me to another dinner? I haven't been this full in a long time," the little girl replied. Galio hesitated. A little schoolgirl with ponytails and glasses, looking up at an adult and asking so timidly. Galio just couldn't bring himself to refuse. "But little one, I have my own secrets." If she were to discover who Galio really is, it wouldn't just be a question of cruelty. He wouldn't even dare silence her. Inside his raincoat, Galio pulled out his wallet, a rather hefty one, took out $5,000 and handed it to her. "Uncle's got some things to take care of. You go get yourself something to eat." The little girl accepted the money, her eyes sparkling as she peeked at Galio's wallet. Beep, wallet balance, minus another 5,000. Galio added it up, 10 grand so far. Stop staring, there's only 30,000 left in here. Relenting, Galio handed her another 10,000. 10 minutes later, Galio stared at his now empty wallet, unable to help but marvel. Who could refuse a little girl this adorable, who could also punch him in the next week? As for dinner, Galio decided to head home and settle for instant noodles. The amount of money didn't matter. What mattered was he really liked the taste of those noodles. Just as Galio was about to open a portal and head back home, his phone suddenly buzzed with a message, an emergency alert. Today, Galio had left his Diamond Agent phone on him rather than at home, and hadn't set it to private mode. After all, despite dressing like a villain, he'd only gone out for a meal. Besides, with rain coming down this hard, the security cameras wouldn't catch much anyway. He picked up his phone, only to find that the urgent message displayed was nothing but gibberish. Meow, meow, meow. This was actually the first time Galio had seen an urgent message appear as total nonsense. As he stood there, bewildered, for robots suddenly swooped in from outside this hidden street corner. Each robot carried a powerful cannon, aiming straight at the signal source where Galio was located. A deafening blast erupted. A wave of fire and light surged toward Galio. By now, his attributes had far surpassed the limits of any ordinary human, and in all respects, too. In this crucial moment, faster than a flash, Galio activated his immunity to shadow transformation. Immunity, in his case, stemmed from the principle that shadows could not be attacked. Yet with the sheer density of the barrage, there was no way Galio could completely evade using the shadows alone. The rest, he would simply have to endure head-on. Broken walls and shattered debris. The 4 massive cannons had turned this entire corner into a wasteland. At the center of the destruction, Galio's raincoat and jacket were utterly ruined. Even some of his hair had been singed, and his skin bore more than a few scrapes and bruises. Well, just a bunch of superficial injuries, really. Still, these 4 robots had finally earned Galio's respect. With his current level of defense, if he hadn't managed to shadow shift in time, that last attack would have left him seriously hurt. Happy Children's Day to Yaya on June 1st. Stark Tower had lost power. Who could have imagined that Stark Tower, said to have independent power, energy, and water supply for 300 years, would actually suffer a blackout? And not just a blackout. Even the signals were completely cut off. Every single external electronic device in Stark Tower, network, mobile phones, everything had come to a standstill at that very moment. Jarvis's control privileges were revoked in an instant. Even the core of Jarvis was cut off from the network, broken into isolated fragments, unable to issue any commands, much less contact Iron Man. Before Galio's eyes, hundreds of robots hovered in midair, every targeting system locked directly on him. Such numbers, such overwhelming force. The first thought that flashed through Galio's mind was, could this be the prize for showing off too much? Was Tony Stark finally coming to get rid of him? Of course, that was impossible, though it was worth a joke or two. Galio calmly took out his phone to call Mr. Tony, but the line, usually reachable even in Camartage, was now dead. From 4 heavy weapon robots to now hundreds, Galio simply couldn't fathom how these things had managed to sneak into the city so quietly. He randomly picked one robot and snapped a quick analysis. Category: New Machine Life. Owner: Ultron. Stats: Strength 50, Speed 20, Intelligence 0, Dexterity 10, Burst Power 50. Skills: Non-sentient life forms, core switching, railgun, self-destruction, high-speed flight, overload. Well, Galio realized, damn it, these aren't just robots. They're an army of self-destructing trucks. With Galio at the center and Stark Tower as a secondary core, every electronic signal within 2 full city blocks was completely shut down, plunging the area into a primitive, networkless era. Around the perimeter of Stark Tower, countless robots gathered, but they only targeted anyone trying to leave the building, firing without restraint, but never attacking anywhere else. 3 streets away from where Galio was, a robot was perched atop a burger shop's logo, munching on a burger and whistling a carefree tune. Beneath the robot sat Magneto, Mystique, and a mutant with striking green hair and white eyes. Under the combined power of Magneto and the burger logo robot Ultron, mechanical parts below them were swiftly assembled into independent self-destruct trucks, each one soaring off to the front lines. Let's hope your plan works, Magneto said as he finished assembling the last robot, stepping onto a floating metal plate and gliding over to Ultron's side. Relax, Ultron replied, savoring his burger with obvious satisfaction. For this operation against Galio, I've prepared 3 separate strategies. There's no way we can lose. Magneto glanced at the formidable scale and firepower filling the distant sky. Despite his doubts about whether the robots could actually take Galio down, the sheer numbers alone were enough to pose a real threat. How long can the signal jamming last? If Tony finds out, our whole plan goes up in smoke. Don't bring him up. Ultron's synthesized voice chuckled. He's just a broken toy now. The jamming will last 20 minutes. Right now, Tony's tied up in some secret government experiment. Unless the whole city erupts into chaos, he won't be getting out anytime soon. And even when he does, well, that's when the Real show begins. Oh, what show? Magneto was always keen for some drama. Ultron's laughter crackled electronically. Tony Stark versus a raging Galio. Now that's entertainment, isn't it? I have to admit, I'm looking forward to that, Magneto agreed, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Back in the ruins, Galio found himself surrounded by hundreds of robots. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his unmatched combat mode. If he waited and let them combine their attacks with self-destruction, he'd be finished. Unleashing his shadow amplification and full shadow possession, Galio could, for 10 minutes, match the mightiest warriors. And then, shadow arrows streaked through the sky in a relentless, stormy barrage. Shadow arrows barrage. This wasn't an officially recognized skill by the system. It was simply that Galio felt particularly fierce at the moment, unleashing a torrent of shadow arrows in one breath. Under Mac's expert shadow manipulation, every arrow struck the robot's central processors. Don't get the wrong idea. Galio had no intention of suppressing the robot's explosions. On the contrary, he wanted as many of them to self-destruct in midair as possible. That was his best shot at making a clean getaway. That's right. There was no way he could fight his way out. With this many enemies, Galio was certain he couldn't take them all down in 10 minutes, no matter how. He looked at it. If he tried to drag things out, it just wouldn't be worth the cost. After all, it hadn't been easy for him to save up this much experience. Robots were exploding everywhere, one after another, lighting up the sky. Galio himself was under constant assault, pummeled by fists and gunfire from all directions. Still, he guided the chaos with purpose, causing clusters of robots to detonate together. In an instant, dozens of the black, menacing machines were reduced to wreckage, each precision-crafted automaton becoming just another scrap heap. Meanwhile, Stark Tower was sealed off by hundreds of robots outside, while inside, the defenders were woefully outmatched. Hawkeye tried to take out targets from a distance, but he was eliminating them far too slowly. As for the gold and silver agents, it was a sad truth, but none of them could confidently win a one-on-one fight against these robots. No matter how fierce the battle raged here, at least it hadn't descended into outright chaos. In contrast, Galio's side of the conflict had turned into a madhouse. The entire block was showered with the falling limbs of high-end robots, dropping at any moment. Ultron didn't care about the losses. After all, these were nothing more than mindless, low-level drones, designed to be expendable. But Galio's sharp instincts genuinely surprised Ultron. He always managed to dodge the robots' suicide attacks, maximizing his own protection. Even though he was being tossed around the battlefield, he was still holding his ground admirably. Keep in mind, there were 500 high-grade robots here. Just for comparison, even Tony Stark in his best armor would struggle to face 10 of them at once. Without Ultron's remote control, Tony would be overwhelmed. Yet, Galio had already destroyed nearly 80 in the blink of an eye and had barely taken a scratch himself. Even Ultron had to admit, impressive. In the midst of the chaos on Galio's block, 3 people stood out as they strolled casually against the panicked flow of the crowd. It was the trio of Good Samaritan, Red Devil, and the white-haired lady. Good Samaritan and Red Devil were dressed in sharp suits, while the white-haired lady wore an expensive evening gown. Of course, they weren't headed to a gala. They were simply out for a bit of mischief. In all this turmoil, letting Red Devil do the dirty work barely attracted any attention. Nobody could even tell if what they wore was bought or stolen. High up in the distant sky, Galio was displaying tremendous power, relentlessly turning high-end robots into spare parts. Kind brothers. Eyes burned with passionate fire. This was designed specifically for Galio. Seems like we're not the only ones who want him dead. Of course, Red Devil replied, holding a slender box containing his 2 treasure blades. He watched Galio with an excited grin. He's like a boulder, blocking the road, standing in everyone's way. Naturally, plenty of people want him dead. But so many robots, someone's really going all out. Kind Brother placed a steadying hand on Red Devil, urging him to keep his impulsive nature in check. Let's wait for the right moment. Apart from these robots, I'm sure others are waiting to make their move. No need to rush. With your speed, if Galio slips up, the kill will be ours. I want to soak his head in liquor. This chilling line came from white-haired girl. Her innocent face contrasted sharply with the macabre threat she uttered. Kind Brother and Red Devil gently stroked white-haired girl's long hair with affection, not as disciples of some Chinese martial arts master, but as siblings caring for their little sister. Thanks Tishang for the reward and monthly ticket. Do you know it took me 10 minutes just to type that name? Shadow Command. With his attributes soaring, Galio could split his focus with ease. Dodging the relentless robot army in the air, he simultaneously extended his shadow over the spare parts scattered on the ground. The robots weren't attacking blindly. They moved with coordination and formation. Galio wanted nothing more than a breakthrough and at least find backup, but there was simply no way out. Galio was baffled. He was just an ordinary American civil servant, upright and law-abiding, never courting trouble. So how had he managed to offend someone this powerful, all of a sudden? If he couldn't see that this ambush was meticulously planned, Galio thought he might as well question his own intelligence. For now, it didn't matter who this Ultron was or why he was so ruthless. Galio's top priority was to find a way out. Settling scores could wait. With most of the parts under his control, Galio unleashed the full extent of his max-level shadow manipulation. In a place like this, he couldn't use his wide-range appraisal skill, but it didn't take a genius to realize someone was orchestrating the robot's attack. Lowering his stance, Galio stomped hard, cracking the ground wide open. The shockwave sent countless mechanical scraps hurtling into the air. His hands moved so fast they left afterimages, flinging the debris like cannonballs at the flying robots above. Every shot was swift and precise, packing a serious punch. Some robots tried to shield themselves with their comrades, but the projectiles tore through them with ease. Far from the chaos, Ultron, controlling the battle remotely, put down his hamburger. Interesting, he murmured. Old One had no way of knowing what was happening on the other side. Although he was in charge of the assembly, the entire process had been designed by this robot named Ultron. With his limited mechanical knowledge, Old One simply wasn't capable of making any modifications to such a complex assembly. Ultron commanded his robot army remotely, Some special robots took each other's hands in midair, transforming themselves into components, then locking together in a dazzling display. Suspended above the ground, a colossal robot took shape, easily 100 meters tall. Galio felt the urge to curse. This thing looked way too much like a Hulkbuster, and it was obvious at a glance that it was far superior to the shoddy knockoff Melee had put together. The giant robot flexed its limbs and stepped in front of the weapons Galio hurled. For all its imposing appearance, its defenses were actually quite ordinary. Before long, Galio's barrage had left it riddled with holes. Yet, every damaged part was immediately replaced or repaired by swarming new robots, as if nothing had happened. Even smashing its head did nothing to slow it down. With a metallic clatter, the giant robot moved, then unleashed a devastating palm strike from the sky. Shadow form. Galio tried to dodge the blow by slipping into the shadows, but it was useless. The robot smashed down, shattering both the shadows and the ground itself. For the first time since arriving in this world, Galio coughed up blood from the force of an enemy's strike. 90 points of defense, nearly the human maximum. And yet this robot's raw power must have broken past 300. But that wasn't the end. Although Galio had been forced out of the shadows, the damage wasn't as bad as it could have been. He managed to escape by manipulating his cloak with shadow control, allowing him to glide sideways for a short distance. In midair, the robot's entire body erupted in dazzling light. Galio could only stare in disbelief. This looked like Tony Stark's laser cannon, but the sheer number of beams was staggering. The giant robot unleashed a barrage of light-speed lasers. This attack was Galio's nemesis, far too bright for him to use a shadow form. With nowhere to hide, all he could do was grit his teeth and take the hit. Thankfully, because the lasers were spread out, their power wasn't as overwhelming as he'd feared. At least, they were less deadly than that earlier palm strike. The tremendous force sent Galio skidding across the ground, gouging a long trench. When the barrage ended, half his body was buried in the earth, covered in scorched wounds from head to toe. Still, the damage was only skin deep, terrifying to look at, but nothing vital was harmed. Galio! The giant robot spoke at last, Ultron's voice echoing from within its shell. Taking a deep breath, only 3 minutes had passed. Galio's shadow transformation could still be sustained, but if dragging things out wouldn't solve the problem, he'd have to use that doll. As much as he hated to part with it, escaping danger sooner was still the wiser choice. Galio steadied himself and rose from the ground. Scorch marks now marred his face, yet his features remained as cold and handsome as ever. The massive robot raised its palm and gave a few approving taps. Your resolve is impressive, I must admit. Can you guess who wants you dead? As it spoke, the giant robot pointed a finger at Galio. A concentrated blast of spiraling cannon fire shot toward him. Shadow form ultimate. Shadows flickered everywhere. With such a localized attack, Galio was able to dodge with ease. Oh, judging by your expression, are you hoping I'll tell you, so you can die with some understanding? Galio evaded another round of cannon fire, and the robot simply continued its single-shot barrage. I'm not going to tell you, the giant robot replied, playing a game of whack-a-mole with Galio. Relying on his instantaneous shadow form, Galio darted from shadow to shadow, across the ground, reappearing in unpredictable places. It looked almost like teleportation. The robot, unfazed, kept firing leisurely, one shot at a time, just for fun. Right at that moment, after dodging yet another attack, Galio suddenly vanished and did not reappear. Ultron immediately activated a wide-range thermal scan. Aside from Galio, no other living person should have been here. Yet through the thermal scan, he detected two figures. One was hiding a little farther away, and the other had abruptly appeared above the giant robot's shoulder. Name, Ultron Composite Armor Type, 3. Manufacturer, Ultron, Honor Edition. Category, non-living, metal robot. Attributes, Strength 3, 80, Speed, 80, Intelligence 0, Dexterity 100, Burst 200. Blueprint skills omitted. Relying on his grand appraisal skill, Galio instantly identified the load-bearing point on Ultron's shoulder. Picking out the robot in the center, which served as a gear, Galio brought his hands together like a blade and struck down with tremendous force. Oh, so you figure out this body's weak spot? As expected from Galio, one of the giant robot's arms was severed completely, but the robot seemed unconcerned. Hitting you is quite the challenge, I'll admit. But look over there. The giant robot pointed toward a crumbling wall in the distance, where the little girl with glasses and a backpack was hiding. For a moment, the air grew still. Galio could guess Ultron's intention, and he desperately hoped Ultron wouldn't court disaster. Truly, this course would lead only to ruin. Say goodbye to that pretty little girl, the giant robot said cheerfully. A laser cannon fired from its finger, streaking toward the girl. At the same time, flying robots unleashed a barrage of cannon fire in her direction. Although Galio was quite certain that, at this level, these things could do little more than tickle him, he wasn't about to pass up a perfect opportunity to score some goodwill points that practically delivered themselves to his doorstep. "Danger!" he shouted, his voice booming as he used the shadow of Shell to instantly appear in front of the little girl, turning his back to Ultron. With one sweeping motion, he gathered the girl into his arms, shielding her. Amid the thunderous barrage, a blue light flared around Galio, radiating from him as the center. In that instant, all of Ultron's robot senses were abruptly severed from their connections. Magneto, standing off to the side, sensed that their plan might be going awry. He flew over on his metal disc to Ultron's side. What happened? Ultron pondered for a moment. Galio is quite cunning. Magneto looked perplexed. Wasn't everything under control just moments ago? He's been hiding his true strength. It seems he suspects that Tony isn't actually behind this, so he's been deliberately exposing weaknesses, trying to pry more information from me. Oh, should I send Red Tank and the others to help out? No. I just realized there was a human still at the scene where I was fighting Galio. I attacked that human, and Galio responded, seriously for once. As a result, Robot Unit 1 was completely wiped out. What? Magneto could hardly believe his ears. That was 500 high-end robots. Unless someone had a natural advantage over them like he did, dismantling them one by one would take a month at least. Yet now, they'd all been destroyed in a single instant. So what do we do next? Do we keep attacking S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, or try to frame Tony Stark? Being old foxes, Magneto and Ultron always had more than one plan up their sleeves. Taking Galio out would have been perfect, but if that didn't work, they'd at least try to get something else out of the situation. Still, plans rarely keep pace with reality. Realizing Galio's power far exceeded their expectations, Ultron made a swift decision. At this point, you're still thinking about all that? My advice, run while you still can. As he spoke, the light in the eyes of Ultron's robot body faded away. Magneto's face darkened. He clenched his hand, crushing Ultron's shell as easily as if it were a paper ball. This personality, how infuriating. Outside Stark Enterprises, the robot army that had just been bombarding everything with heavy fire suddenly fell silent, one by one collapsing to the ground without another sound. Inside the building, a few specialized arrows flew out, each striking the core of a fallen robot with perfect precision, setting off a chain of explosions. Yet, none of the robots responded. Finally, Banner himself stepped forward. He wasn't especially afraid, but he wasn't eager to get hurt either. Cautiously approaching, he examined several robots before finally announcing it was safe. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the iconic Stark Tower in New York, was riddled with holes, battered beyond recognition. The repair costs, even with the most conservative estimate, would be astronomical. As the army of robots at Galio's location was dismantled one by one, the battle finally came to an end. Naturally, the trio who had fought their way against the fleeing crowd were nowhere to be seen by now. They only struck when the opportunity presented itself. They weren't foolish enough to risk their lives by forcing a chance that didn't exist. Galio looked behind him, a mix of surprise and suspicion in his eyes, at the robots that lay scattered and disassembled like piles of building blocks. Even though he knew this was how the script was supposed to go, the sheer scale of destruction still seemed a bit over the top. The little girl he had been holding in his arms was now nowhere to be found. Her body had vanished completely. Galio glanced around, but saw no sign of anyone. Well, time for a thorough check. He called upon his wide-area detection skill, but still, there was no trace of anyone nearby. Scratching his head, Galio used up a few of his stored cards to upgrade himself. Fresh skin quickly grew over his burns, and the lingering side effect from his shadow transformation faded in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was back in his normal state, although his shirt was beyond repair. Robot debris littered the ground, especially the remains of the colossal one, which looked rather unsettling. Galio had no doubt that if he'd taken a direct hit from that thing, especially the gaping hole in its chest, his defenses wouldn't have stood a chance. From this, Galio concluded that the girl he'd nicknamed Rampaging Lowly truly had overwhelming combat power. If he could recruit her into S.H.I.E.L.D., Galio could look forward to a life of collecting his paycheck and enjoying long holidays, leaving both major and minor crises to someone else. Unfortunately, who knew when they might cross paths again? At that moment, the phone rang. It was a call from S.H.I.E.L.D. Time, 1 hour after Galio's attack. Place, the ruined S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, top floor of Stark Tower. Both Stark Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D. were in chaos. The robot debris at Galio's scene, along with the grisly crime scene outside S.H.I.E.L.D., still needed to be cleared. Attending this emergency meeting were Nick Fury and two newly arrived top government officials, the Three Kings. Below them sat Galio, Tony Stark, who had just run back, visibly flustered, an impassive melee. On the other side were Hawkeye, War Machine, Hulk, and a squad of heavily armed soldiers. Of course, that last group was there mainly for atmosphere. No one in the room really considered them part of the action. Their combat power was, frankly, negligible. The collapse of SHLD's defense system, Jarvis going offline, the mass robot assault, and the deployment of the anti-Hulk armor. No matter how you looked at it, all signs pointed to Tony Stark as the culprit today. Tony himself even considered voting against himself. But, honestly, he was innocent. He wasn't the perpetrator. As for testimony, this was where he had Melee to thank. Tony had been personally invited by Melee to participate in some highly classified experiments, making her his most credible witness. To be honest, the suspicion around Tony is overwhelming. Even Nick Fury wouldn't dare say he trusts him 100%. And let's not forget, Mayray has a record too. If he said he and Tony teamed up to set Galio up, it would make perfect sense. As the interrogation and defense reached a fever pitch, the official sitting just to the left of the Three Kings, a white-haired man in a suit, slammed his hand on the table, his frustration barely contained. Tony, watch your attitude. No matter what, you owe us an explanation today. Attacking SHLD's diamond-level agents, laying siege to SHIELD headquarters. This is treason. Tony Stark was instantly infuriated. Sure, he was at fault today, but he wasn't about to let just anyone walk all over him. Never one to back down from a fight. Verbal or otherwise, Tony slapped the table, ready to go head-to-head with the old man for as many rounds as it took. Just then, Galio, who had been silent up to this point, finally spoke. Actually, I don't believe Tony did this. The room suddenly grew heavy. The Three Kings looked dismayed. After all, they were here to support Galio. Meanwhile, Tony felt as if he'd finally found someone who truly understood him. Trust Galio to see through it all. First off, Galio continued. While these robots do bear striking resemblance to Tony's work in both design and construction, there are subtle differences. More importantly, the weaponry is entirely different. These aren't Stark Industries' standard issue. He could have faked all of that, chimed in the young and dashing man on the other side of the Three Kings. Only Stark Industries has the capacity to transport and assemble such a massive cache of machine parts without anyone noticing. They clearly weren't going to let Tony off the hook so easily. This was their golden opportunity. Ideally, they'd throw him in a cell and wring every secret out of his brilliant mind. Galio met the five eyes of the Three Kings and spoke slowly. If Tony really wanted to get rid of me, would he go through all the trouble of building an army of robots to ambush me? Or would he just ask Banner to mix up some poison and take me out over a cup of coffee? In the end, after questioning Tony Stark, the two remaining kings left with their tails between their legs. This was without a doubt their best shot at bringing Tony down. Honestly, they'd been waiting for this day for ages. But infuriatingly, he slipped through their fingers once again. If Galio had sided with them, even Mayray would have been called in for questioning. But as the ambushed victim and a secret weapon himself, Galio's clear and reasoned support for Tony left them with no options. At long last, the troublesome bunch finally left, and S.H.I.E.L.D. returned to its usual calm. Tony watched Galio, who sat nearby with a stony expression, and managed an awkward yet gracious smile. How about a cup of coffee? Galio really had no desire to respond to Tony, who fancied himself a comedian. If you have time to make coffee, you should go repair Jarvis first. Oh, and although I was lucky to escape this time, the opponent was truly remarkable. His mastery of robotics rivals yours, so you'd better watch yourself. Tony, meanwhile, couldn't help but think Galio was being tsundere, and maybe even complimenting him in a roundabout way. Considering that Galio had come away from the ordeal with nothing but some damage to his clothes, was he just saying his clothes were too expensive and needed Stark Industries to reimburse him? Anyway, regardless of what Tony thought, Galio kept up his carefully maintained persona, silently leaving the headquarters. It was only as he stepped outside that he noticed Dr. Myrie, dressed in a white lab coat, trailing close behind him. Aren't you afraid of being attacked, going out without any security? Galio was struggling, really struggling, not to give in to the urge to punch Myrie right in the face. With you here, Mr. Galio, is there anywhere safer in the world? Myrie replied. Galio had every reason to believe Myrie was just egging him on. And truthfully, with the two of them together, there was no way he could make a move in secret. His public persona wouldn't allow it. Not wanted to engage with Myrie any further. Galio headed for the garage to get his car, eager to return to his cozy little home and resume his life as a recluse. This time, Unless the sky was falling, he had no intention of stepping outside again. Mr. Galio, may I ask, those robots that attacked you, how real were they? How much of a gap do you think remains between their abilities and your own? For a split second, Galio suddenly wondered if Myri was actually Ultron in disguise. Even though his internal display showed each person's affiliation, it didn't specify names. For example, someone might be linked to Tony Stark, but Iron Man could also be listed as an authorized user. It really did seem like the kind of guy you'd need to quietly eliminate. Their capabilities are almost on par with Tony's now, Galio replied. And because there's nothing holding them back, their firepower is even a bit more advanced. I'd say they're almost able to kill me. With that, Galio's figure disappeared from Myri's sight as he made his way to the garage. Unlike S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who thought nothing of ignoring traffic regulations, Galio was always careful to follow the rules, driving for long trips, walking for short ones, doing his best not to inconvenience others. Once Myri set aside his own prejudices, he realized that Galio's every action gave off an air of quiet dignity. Still, perhaps Mr. Galio was going a bit too far in sparing Stark's pride. After all, there were hundreds of robot wrecks left at the scene, and by all accounts, those machines could even combine into a larger unit. The kind of firepower far exceeded Iron Man's usual capabilities. Yet even under such a sudden and fierce attack, the only thing Galio lost was his overcoat. With this thought, Melee realized he should probably set aside some time to craft a few impact-resistant coats. That way, Mr. Galio could avoid suffering these kinds of injuries that, while not truly harmful, left his dignity in tatters. Rumor had it that by the end, poor Mr. Galio was left in nothing but his underwear. Yes, this needed to be added to the to-do list. 20 minutes after Galio left, Nick Fury received a phone call, and as it happened, this call was also related to Galio. On the night of KD, Galio had brought back a survivor from the zombie zone, a senior official's daughter. She was the first to be ruled out of the original rescue candidates by Black Widow and Mina Harker when Galio fell unconscious. Fair-skinned, strikingly beautiful, and long-legged, she made quite an impression on Nick Fury. Now, the call was from her father. His daughter had disappeared. Unlike last time, when she'd gone missing during a sleepover at a classmate's house and ended up in unexpected trouble, this time she vanished into thin air right from her heavily surveilled home. And just what kind of position did her father hold? Let's put it this way. The officials of the United States are essentially clusters of interconnected interests. Tony Stark and Bruce Wayne are the public faces of their respective factions, but the chains of power behind them run deep, deeper than most realize. Her father was one of the key links at the very top of those chains, his influence and authority easily on par with Stark or Wayne. More than that, this was a man who, despite his wealth and good looks, barely 50 years old, wasn't the least bit frivolous. He had only one wife and 2 daughters, and the younger, Frost, was the apple of his eye. The last time she went missing, he nearly issued a kill order to erase the lunatic who'd kidnapped his daughter, so thoroughly that not even a trace of dust would be left. Since that night at KD, Frost's security detail had been elevated to the highest level. This major figure had even hired at least 3 mutants as her personal bodyguards, stationed with her at all times. Yet, all these precautions made Frost feel stifled, and she never even got a chance to see Galio again. Her father absolutely forbade it. Of course, she owed Galio her gratitude, but as far as her father was concerned, welcoming him into the family was out of the question, unless Galio was willing to throw in his lot with them. Regardless of all that, the fact remained, the girl was gone. When she was around, her father wouldn't let her meet Galio. Now that she was missing, the very first person he thought of was Galio. To him, there was simply no one more dependable. Nick Fury was deeply annoyed. Galio had just been ambushed and had barely made it home. Now Fury had to grit his teeth and make polite assurances, promising to send other top agents to help. But that wasn't enough. He was promptly threatened. That's right. The big shot didn't bother with bribes or persuasion. He went straight to threats. If Galio wasn't there within 30 minutes, he'd mobilize all his resources and call for a vote to dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D. on the spot. This isn't just impotent rage. Nick Fury operates on a much broader level. He knows that SHIELD's current untouchable status is the result of Tony Stark and Bruce Wayne's careful maneuvering behind scenes. The web of interests involved is staggeringly complex, and the process is something that can't be easily put into words. Now, S.H.I.E.L.D. is practically autonomous, standing above all administrative bodies, the product of many powerful figures reaching a compromise. If Nick Fury fails to rein in Galio today, things could get very serious. Even though he was itching to just drive over and personally take out this liability, Fury forced himself to resist that urge and instead dialed Galio's number. Inside his car, Galio saw the emergency call flashing on his phone. His eyes narrowed, and then he cut off all radio signals, tossing the phone onto the back seat. Truth be told, he wanted to check out the window, but in the end, he remembered he was supposed to be the good guy, and that paycheck was pretty tempting, so he let it go. With no one picking up, Fury felt like he was caught between a rock and a hard place. As the saying goes, bottling up anger is bad for your health. So, the one-eyed man went to find Tony Stark, who was busy repairing Jarvis. After a brief explanation, Tony wanted absolutely nothing to do with this mess. If it weren't for the fact that the guy in question actually had some power, this case, someone missing for less than an hour, wouldn't even get a glance from the police, let alone S.H.I.E.L.D. Once Iron Man also refused to get involved, Fury began to panic. He didn't want to waste S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources on this kind of superhuman drama. Surely it would be better to focus on dealing with those uncontrollable mysteries, mutants, and the like. Why bother with this nonsense? But as a leader, compromise is part of the job. When Fury pulled out his custom large-caliber handgun, not the same model Galio used, and pointed it at Tony's prized collection of Playboy magazines, Tony quickly caved. He assured Fury that he'd follow orders and promised to find and bring back that temperamental kid, Galio. Satisfied, Fury left with an armful of limited-edition Playboy magazines tucked under his arm. Then Tony called after him in distress. "Please, I'm begging you, just don't do anything weird to them." The remark almost made Fury point his gun at Tony's head, but Tony's survival instincts kicked in. He suited up in his armor and disabled the surveillance cameras before anything else could happen. From S.H.I.E.L.D.'s perspective, Galio has the ability to teleport, and over a pretty wide range. That much has been confirmed. However, for the safety of civilians, many of these abilities are now strictly prohibited. That's one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s core rules. Of course, agents ranked gold and above have plenty of privileges. Using them occasionally, or even daily, like Tony and the Flash, as long as it doesn't cause serious consequences, is generally tolerated. However, Galio was particularly principled in this regard. Ever since the new regulations were issued, he'd mostly relied on driving to get around. So, before long, Tony was able to track down Galio through surveillance, catching him just as he was about to arrive home. At full speed, Galio would make it back in 5 minutes, and then he'd be safe. But in the third minute, to Galio's utter dismay, he watched as his car was lifted off the ground by Iron Man. "Hey, Galio, we meet again." The voice coming from the car speaker system was unmistakably Iron Man's. "I'm on vacation. Please let me go home." Galio wanted to cry out, but bound by his reputation, he could only keep a straight face and maintain a businesslike demeanor. "Listen, buddy, this is definitely going to work out in your favor," Iron Man began, launching into his signature persuasive routine. To sum up, today, Tony would accompany Galio. All the credit would go to Galio, rescuing the girl would make him the hero, and Tony would handle everything else. He only wanted his magazine back. Galio nearly lost control of his expression. "Are you kidding me?" he thought. Lately, he learned to trust his instincts, and right now, they were screaming that nothing good would come from this. He wanted to say no so badly, but then he glanced at the flying car, suspended high above the ground. All right, legally speaking, Galio suspected Tony's actions probably counted as unlawful detention. How had he never noticed before just how forceful Tony could be when asking for a favor? If Tony had heard that, he might have replied, "You just haven't met Nick Fury." If you did, you'd know that one-eyed dragon's way of asking for help is so intense. It's hard to believe. Adrian's home. Yes, he wasn't a senator, nor a businessman, nor did he hold any official position. Yet his villa was practically a palace of its own. Normally, only his family and bodyguards had access to this place. But today, the palace was filled with an unusual mix. Mutant mercenary groups, special forces, top detectives, career police officers, anyone who might be of use. The big boss had found a way to bring them in. Naturally, when a flying car appeared in the sky, the security team was immediately on high alert, almost ready to open fire. Fortunately, Iron Man's vehicle was instantly recognizable. At that moment, everyone who came out to see the flying car was thinking, who could be so important, arriving in Iron Man's very own ride? Everyone here is an insider in the circle, and they all know each other fairly well. Tony Stark, that guy, is notorious for his mischievous personality, but when it comes to strength and status, it's a long story, one that could bring tears to your eyes. Many people sitting here might very well be collecting paychecks signed by Stark Industries. He's got the tech, the money, and the looks. Aside from the fact that you can't really talk about his height, Tony is almost the textbook definition of a winner at life. Yet today, he was forced to play chauffeur. When the car was gently set down right in the middle of the villa, everyone was curious to see who had arrived. Of course, the moment Galio stepped out of the car, nobody thought there was anything odd about Tony lifting the vehicle. This crowd might have plenty of things to poke fun at Tony about. After all, the material is endless, but when it comes to Galio, no one is in a position to question anything. They're simply in different leagues. Adrian, surrounded by a cluster of bodyguards, made his entrance. His whole family had already been moved to a special safe room. A missing daughter had turned this usually composed bigwig into a bundle of nerves. When others arrived, it was always the butler who greeted them. But for Galio and Iron Man, Adrian had to come out himself. Adrian himself didn't look like much, just a refined, middle-aged man, but the bodyguards around him looked extremely professional. Each one's biceps were thicker than Galio's thighs. Of course, muscle doesn't always mean fighting skill, but at the very least it's intimidating. The big shots exchanged handshakes, going through the usual polite motions, and then headed straight into the villa. Adrian wasn't himself at the moment, and today was not the day for pleasantries. To be honest, Galio found this rather admirable. Being utterly lost isn't a trait of a qualified leader, but being too cold in such a situation would seem inhuman. Adrian, as he was now, both anxious and rational, struck just the right balance. The villa's exterior was strikingly extravagant, with 4 annexes built for added security. The grounds were big enough to fit 4 reinforced battalions along with their training fields. The main villa, on the other hand, had a rather ordinary, even homey style. Once inside, Adrian was whisked away for protection, while the butler led Galio and Tony through a foyer with a fountain and into the second daughter's bedroom. It was quite a room. Galio made a rough estimate. This bedroom was at least 4 times the size of his own, and Galio himself was no pauper. He'd always styled himself as something of a nouveau riche, so by his standards, this was saying something. Calling it a bedroom was almost misleading. It came with its own sitting room, bathroom, walk-in closet, dressing room, game room, toy room, and even a dollhouse. The most outrageous part? Galio spotted a sketching studio inside, and a sizable portion of the artwork there consisted of portraits of himself. In the portrait room, the atmosphere grew a little awkward for a moment. However, once the butler explained that Galio had saved the young lady, everyone's concerns faded away. After all, Galio was tall, handsome, good-tempered, and even a top agent in a secret department. It was only natural that girls would be drawn to him. There was nothing odd about it at all. Emma Grace Frost, the heiress whose appearance Galio had long since forgotten, had mysteriously vanished from her own room, despite surveillance cameras, a team of bodyguards, and every conceivable precaution. To be honest, Galio found it quite impressive. He considered that, if he hadn't invested in the flashy shadow skill on his own skill tree, even with all his tricks, he probably couldn't have slipped out unnoticed under such tight security. Of course, mutant powers these days came in all varieties. If someone like Nightcrawler or Mystique had been involved, it would make perfect sense. Galio was happy to leave the professional work to the professionals. Once in a room, he quietly stood in the corner, admiring his own sketch portrait, completely uninterested in the people bustling about, searching for clues and relaying information. Missing person cases were best left to Professor Tony. When it came to anything concerning beautiful human females, Tony was an undisputed expert. Galio just wanted to be the quiet, handsome man in the corner, but his very presence put everyone else under pressure. His reputation preceded him, after all. But the world is vast, and there are all sorts of people in it. Some admired Galio, while others felt the urge to pick a fight. Aren't you going to examine the clues yourself? You know, the more people handle evidence during an investigation, the less information it leaves behind. This was a comment from a very professional private detective named Gilbert, a mutant whose powers were unknown and whose clearance level was classified. Whenever the elite and powerful ran into trouble and needed a specialist, he was usually their first choice. Of course, his secrecy was only effective because Galio didn't know who he was. If Galio cared to look into it, Tony could tell him everything about Gilbert, down to his measurements, in under a minute. "I'm just here with Tony. You all go ahead with the investigation," Galio replied calmly, his tone unremarkable and unprovocative. But the proud mutant detective was unsettled by this. His abilities were unusually rare and highly restricted. Although he worked as a private eye, that was only because he didn't want to join the system. On mutant ability alone, never mind his other skills, his status ought to rival Galio's. Fair enough. Every field has its experts. "Since this isn't your specialty, Mr. Galio, I'll handle it," Gilbert replied, a hint of challenge in his voice, before returning to the crowd. Now Galio was actually a bit intrigued. Usually, anyone this impressive must have some real substance to back it up. Just then, Mr. Tony returned. Judging by his expression, Galio could tell he hadn't solved the problem. The surveillance was tampered with, someone deleted a portion of it. But there's no sign of any hacking. For people had access to the footage, and they've been questioned to the point of exhaustion, but none of them could explain why the deletion went unnoticed. "I don't think they're lying," Tony explained, almost as if talking to himself, while Galio regarded him with a look that seemed to say, "How naive can you be?" Their eyes met. "Why are you telling me this? Wasn't I just supposed to come here and take a look? My mistake, my mistake. I should have just brought Jarvis along." Their silent exchange concluded. Tony went back to searching for clues. Galio leisurely continued browsing the paintings. Of course, he had a goal in mind. He only looked at his own portraits, with no interest in anyone else's art. "Mr. Galio, have you discovered something?" The butler, a gaunt old man, wore a thoroughly professional smile, neither ingratiating nor aloof. Galio shrugged, not planning to answer. After all, he couldn't exactly say he was admiring his own handsome face. That would be a bit shameless. "Since you saved the second young lady last time, she's been quite taken with you, Mr. Galio." Of course, the young miss and the master are always busy with social obligations. Otherwise, they would have invited you to visit long ago. This old fellow was very skillful with his words. For example, with Galio's status, the family's influence could at best sway things, but never dictate terms. So threats and bribes might not work. In that case, better to build rapport. First, he pointed out the young lady's admiration for Galio. Second, he subtly revealed the family's standing within the system. And third, he implied that the master's stance on this incident remained ambiguous. If Galio wanted to enter their family circle, he needed to make more effort. What kind of effort? At the very least, he'd have to find the missing person. The butler's words were perfectly measured, but to Galio, they were meaningless. He didn't even bother to interpret them, simply continuing to admire his own portrait with utter calm. The more indifferent Galio appeared, the more anxious the butler became. There were plenty of experts in the room, and yet after such a long investigation, they still had no leads. Theoretically, SHIELD or Galio, both were organizations known for their brute force, not subtlety. But with so much exposure to mutants, surely they should be the ones who understood them best. That's right. By now, Adrian was almost certain his daughter's disappearance was the work of mutants. In fact, over 90% of the available evidence pointed to that conclusion. At this level, anyone who couldn't keep up had already been left behind. Clue 1 is that there are no signs of the young lady being coerced. At the very least, if she had put up even the slightest resistance, there would have been some traces left behind. Yet the scene was spotless, nothing at all. Clue 2. A segment of the surveillance footage was deleted. The missing part wasn't very long, but it was completely unrecoverable. The method used was highly professional. If even Tony Stark couldn't recover the footage, then you have to admit that's true expertise. The deleted section lasted about 7 minutes, neither too brief nor overly long. Unfortunately, that's just enough time for someone to make a swift exit from the manor. Clue 3. The security guards monitoring the cameras weren't negligent. They kept watch the whole time, and there were 4 of them working in 2 shifts. Add to that the villa's own security force, and you'd think nothing could slip through. After all, it's hard to believe anyone could withstand such interrogation and not confess. Still, there's always the chance a true tough guy is involved, so the questioning continues, now handled by professionals. With these clues in hand, bold theories must be made. Of all the scenarios considered, the most plausible is that a mutant was involved, and their abilities would need to satisfy 3 conditions. First, they could subdue the young lady in an instant. Second, erase the surveillance footage. Third, evade all the security personnel along the way. Meeting all 3 of these criteria points to one thing. Only someone at Diamond Grade could pull this off. Otherwise, the investigation team wouldn't have dared to take on such a big case. After all, only those with real skill would be bold enough to provoke someone so powerful. Bringing in a Diamond Grade agent was both a ray of hope and a safety net. Tony Stark, for all his sharp tongue and biting remarks, was at least genuinely investigating the case. Galio, on the other hand, was being downright unreasonable. Ever since he arrived, he had. The butler was just about to complain when he suddenly noticed something odd. From the moment Galio entered, he had only been examining the young lady's paintings. Could it be there was some hidden message in her artwork that no one else had discovered? He wanted to ask, but when he looked over and saw Galio picking up yet another of the young lady's paintings, he felt that perhaps this man truly had found a clue. Maybe Galio was dissatisfied with the master, or perhaps he resented the special assignment. Whatever the reason, it was clear he had no intention of acting just yet. From this standpoint, it seemed the young lady was in no immediate danger. After all, someone of Galio's caliber wouldn't let a mere misunderstanding cost a devotee their life, especially since he was the one who had saved her before. There was no helping it. Only the one who ties the knot can untie it. The butler's own status wasn't high enough to boss Galio around, so he stopped muttering behind a man's back and went off to find his master. Adrian was deeply displeased. He couldn't even remember the last time anyone had dared show him such defiant emotion. But today, with his daughter's disappearance already weighing on him, Adrian found himself repeatedly provoked. And the first scoundrel to pull such a stunt was Tony Stark. Within the ZF, Adrian's faction was strictly neutral. He would neither side with S.H.I.E.L.D. nor throw his support behind the conservative bloc led by certain senators. This refusal to back anyone was precisely what allowed Adrian's camp to survive. As long as the conservatives and S.H.I.E.L.D. remained locked in stalemate, both sides had to keep him on their good side. That was the situation on paper, at least. In reality, every faction had its hard-headed members. Take Tony Stark, for example. The guy waltzed in, dripping with sarcasm. From a get-go. If it weren't for the fact that Adrian still needed this playboy's help with his daughter's predicament, he would have thrown Stark out long ago. Tony Stark might be infuriating, but he wasn't the worst. Despite his insufferable arrogance and notorious womanizing, Stark was talented, and talent deserved some indulgence. Plus, he and Adrian were equals in status and influence, with many joint ventures between them, so a certain level of tolerance was necessary. But then there was Galio, a nobody with no power or standing, a conservative pawn propped up just to antagonize S.H.I.E.L.D., and he had the nerve to throw a tantrum at Adrian? Ever since his daughter returned, she had been obsessed with Galio, searching for news about him, collecting his memorabilia, even drawing his portraits. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat the guy, no, that Galio had once saved his daughter's life, Adrian would have hired someone to rough him up already. Now the butler brought word that Galio might have uncovered something important, yet he remained tight-lipped. Adrian could barely contain his frustration, but thinking of his beloved daughter, he forced himself to stay patient. At that moment, Galio was absorbed in examining a new painting, a striking oil portrait of himself. This little admirer really was multi-talented, able to capture him in every medium and still make him look dashing. Just as he was. Getting lost in the details, the butler returned, wearing his practiced, polite smile. Thank you all for your hard work on the investigation. The master has prepared fresh ingredients for you. Please enjoy a little refreshment. He remained impeccably courteous, but everyone present was a seasoned operator. It was obvious they were being politely ushered out. The various investigative elites filed out in an orderly fashion, Galio and Tony Stark among them. Mr. Galio, if you would please stay a moment. The butler appeared at Galio's side. Wait, why me? I'm just here to make up the numbers. What do you want with Galio? Tony, ever the sharp S.H.I.E.L.D. representative, instantly stepped in to handle external relations. Mr. Stark, rest assured, there's no one here with the ability or motive to harm Mr. Galio. The master simply wishes to speak with him privately. Besides, many of the maids outside are recently signed top models from a leading agency. Wouldn't you care to sample the refreshments first? Oh, then you two chat quickly. I'll wait for you in the dining room. With that, Mr. Tony left in a rather irresponsible manner, trailing after the two maids with stunning figures. Galio felt he had just witnessed a beast in action, but Tony seemed to think the butler had a point. With the people here, even if they all joined forces, they wouldn't last 10 minutes against Galio in a fight. So really, what was there to worry about? At the same time, Detective Gilbert was also dissatisfied. The one left behind with him happened to be Galio. Still, his status was only somewhat special. Nothing. Compared to these true powerhouses. His voice hardly mattered, so he simply kept a discreet eye on things as he followed the others out of the room. Galio kept up his stern persona, as always. But now, he realized there were barely any people left in the room. This was actually the perfect chance to perform a grand appraisal spell in the empty space. After all, it would only use up the resources for appraising the room and the butler. It wouldn't drain much mana, and it would show he wasn't just loafing around, either. Grand appraisal. A jumble of miscellaneous items in the room were instantly listed out, but none of that really mattered. A single bar of Galio's mana was more than enough for those. But then, identifying those paintings quickly ate up 2 full bars of his mana. As for the butler, well, to the system, he was no different from the other knickknacks scattered about. This made Galio's gaze toward the butler grow a little sympathetic. The look in Galio's eyes made the butler uneasy. Over the years, there had been few who could pressure him with just a stare, and every one of them was a giant in their own right. Among them, Galio was by far the youngest. The butler led Galio through door after door, each one heavily guarded, until they finally came face to face with Adrian, impeccably dressed in a suit, his hair slicked back as if he poured a whole bottle of gel on it. To be honest, though Galio wasn't very talkative, he'd mastered the art of acting out of necessity. He couldn't help but think that if Adrian's smile was going to be so forced, he might as well not bother. No one was making him grin, anyway. Hello, Secret Weapon Galio. I've heard so much about you. Adrian greeted him, doing his best to appear warm and friendly, since he needed a favor. Hello, Mr. Adrian. Galio replied with the basic courtesy of a civil servant who'd just saved a victim, waiting for the victim's family to thank him. Nothing more, nothing less. There was nothing wrong with this setup, but Adrian felt his anger rising. Was this little punk, Galio, trying to make him look bad? Adrian might look young, but he was pushing 50 and had held one of the nation's highest offices for nearly 20 years. Now, Galio, barely over 20 himself, was acting like this? For my daughter's sake, I'll endure this. Mr. Galio, you truly carry yourself with great authority. By the way, you saved my daughter last time. I never got the chance to thank you. Adrian bowed, excruciatingly slowly. He was waiting, thinking that if Galio had any sense of propriety, he should stop him. But Galio did nothing. It wasn't until Adrian's bow had nearly reached a full 90 degrees that Galio finally spoke, polite yet distant. You're too kind. Assisting citizens is a core duty of S.H.I.E.L.D. No matter who it is, I always give my utmost. Adrian ground his teeth in frustration. Wasn't that just a roundabout way of calling him pretentious to his face? But in truth, Galio meant nothing of the sort. If Tony were here, he'd have explained on Galio's behalf. First, Galio had absolutely no idea who Adrian was, truly, not the faintest clue. Second, Galio's reply was simply the standard S.H.I.E.L.D. response to victims' families. With the increasing frequency of sudden mutant outbreaks, rescue efforts often failed to arrive in time. To manage the mounting tension between the public and law enforcement, well, something along those lines, S.H.I.E.L.D. issued all agents a set of diplomatic responses. Unless you were in public relations, you stuck to business-like formalities. It sounded human enough, but it could certainly sting. Today, those official words left Adrian wondering if he should just abandon his daughter altogether, or better yet, finish Galio off right here. But in the end, Adrian swallowed his anger, forcing a cordial smile. As furious as he was, he still had to find his precious daughter. Besides, he'd paid his respects and done his duty. So, Mr. Galio, when you were just in my daughter's room, did you find anything? Not wanting to die of frustration, Adrian cut straight to the point. And to his surprise, that question genuinely startled Galio. He had, in fact, just discovered something using up quite a bit of his blue bar, his system's appraisal feature. But how could Adrian possibly know that? Was Adrian a mutant too? If there was one thing Galio feared most, it was someone uncovering his system. The very thought of becoming some lab's next experiment haunted his nightmares. Thankfully, the system was well concealed. For now, he was safe. Steadying himself, Galio put his best skill to work. Not his harmony magic, but his acting. I did find a few things, but I'll need to compare them with any evidence you have. Could you share your findings? Adrian breathed a sigh of relief. Anything was better than nothing, and the butler's analysis had been spot on. If Galio still had the presence of mind to put him on the spot, at least it meant his daughter was probably out of danger. As for organizing the clues, that had long since become a professional's job. Once again, after almost getting lost in the maze of rooms, Galio finally found what he needed. The complete dossier, the surveillance footage, and the 4 pitiful-looking bodyguards. Galio was quite convinced of their innocence, which made them appear all the more pitiable in his eyes. Since this was an interrogation room, there was a certain bloody atmosphere lingering in the air. A man built like a bear still wore clothes stained with blood, and there were 4 maids in the room as well. Their uniforms also marked by blood. No need to ask. These were clearly the mansion's special bodyguards. One had to admit, the bodyguard profession truly attracted all sorts of talented individuals. You had to be a jack of all trades, look good under pressure, and have top-tier skills. Sometimes, all for just a meager salary. It really wasn't easy. You must be Mr. Galio, right? Hello, I've always admired you. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Bard. The bear-like man was busy wiping his hands clean with a towel, but his excitement was obvious as he reached out to shake Galio's hand, eyes shining, as if he were meeting his idol. Hello, wandering caretaker of the stars. Galio almost quipped, but he kept his composure, mindful of his role. He shook Bard's hand, and immediately felt a grip, not overwhelmingly strong, but still forceful, about the strength of 10 points, maybe an eighth of a small spider's full power. Bard gave a few firm squeezes, but Galio didn't budge an inch. Bard's face fell in disappointment. No wonder you're Mr. Galio. I used to work for the government too, but I was nowhere near your level. I don't know why you'd feel sorry for these people. I can see it in your eyes. I'm an interrogation expert. Galio nodded. They're innocent. Bard let out a couple of awkward laughs. Mr. Galio, I didn't expect you to be so naive. There were only these 4 people in the control room, and with the security codes in place, not even a mutant could get in and change the records without them noticing. Your reasoning is solid, Mr. Bard, but what if they were being controlled? I consider that possibility, and it's a strong one, but there's nothing we can do. The Master has already called for a mutant with hypnotic abilities, but that guy's in Canada. It'll be at least 2 hours before he gets here. Galio fell silent, turning the written statements in his hands while comparing them to the surveillance footage. First, Miss Frost. She left the room on her own. Bard had just raised his glass to take a calming sip of water when Galio's first sentence made him spit it out, straight at Galio, no less. Damn it, it's over. Bard's first thought in that instant was whether his insurance was still valid, and if he'd at least get medical coverage for a workplace injury. Galio, meanwhile, swiftly drew a sheet from the stack of papers in his hand. With the control of a shadow, he spun the page quickly, scattering every drop of water before it could touch him. Galio himself remained completely unscathed. Everyone in the room gasped sharply, even the four disfigured, humanoid figures lying on the floor. Bard was an ordinary person, but the way the water had sprayed out and instantly swept all the papers away, this was no simple feat, which meant that the man sitting in front of him was definitely not human. Driven by a strong will to survive, Bard spoke up at once. "I'm sorry, Galio. I didn't mean any harm. It's just that, well, your conclusion is rather astonishing." Galio set the papers down. He'd already memorized their contents. After all, with each system upgrade, his intelligence attribute improved in tandem. While this didn't necessarily enhance his scientific expertise, it did sharpen his thinking and memory. Miss Frost is a high school student. As you know, Bard continued, his tone cautious. She's skilled, sure, but the security around this house is no less than what you'd expect from two fully trained Special Forces squads. For her to leave on her own, well, it's a bit much to believe. Bard had, in fact, considered this theory himself, but he had to stand his ground, at least long enough to divert Galio's attention. This was survival instinct 101 for him. "First of all, I have complete faith in your expertise, Mr. Bard," Galio replied calmly. "Second, it's just a bit of spilled water, not worth this much anxiety. Third, as far as logic goes, this is the only explanation that fits. Even if it seems paradoxical, it remains the truth." By now, Adrian and the butler were utterly sidelined, reduced to mere bystanders. They couldn't make heads or tails of Galio and Bard's conversation. Still, the notion that his own daughter had simply walked out by herself struck Adrian as rather absurd. "I'm not ruling out the possibility that Frost was influenced by some sort of hypnotic ability. That's our primary premise," Galio continued, laying out the clues. "First, she vanished from her room without any sign of resistance. So, the question is, under what circumstances could Frost be kidnapped without putting up a fight? In terms of abilities, only teleportation, hypnosis, or a combination of hypnosis and high-level martial arts would explain it. Second clue, only 4 people were in the surveillance room. So, tell me, besides your own security team, who else knew those 4 were in charge of monitoring? Remember, their workstations weren't even in the same room. The 4 unlucky souls lying on the floor looked as if they were about to cry. At last, someone was making sense. They'd been asking all along why the footage was deleted, but they'd never done any such thing. Galio pressed on. "Which leads us to a new ability, mind reading." Bard drew in a sharp breath. "Hypnosis? Mind reading plus teleportation. Are there really mutants out there this terrifying?" "Yes, and some of them even have designs on me," Galio thought helplessly. "Of course there is. I've faced it myself. Unfortunately, he got away. But that's not the focus today. What matters now is that, based on these deductions, once Frost left, the deleted surveillance footage couldn't have been limited to just inside the villa. There must also be missing record from the route between the villa and the rendezvous point. Only then would the conclusion make sense, and it would also rule out the possibility of the crime being committed using teleportation. Galio reviewed both the footage deleted before and the surveillance from 7 minutes after the deletion. Naturally, the missing segments had been wiped clean, but under Professor Tony's scrutiny, while the erased footage couldn't be restored, the traces left behind could still be extracted. With the file in his hand, Galio pointed at the screen on the TV while producing a sketch. Yes, it was a portrait of himself. "The young lady's drawing of Mr. Galio is actually quite good," Bard remarked, showing a rare sense of humor. Galio maintained his stern demeanor and ignored the comment. "So, based on my judgment, Frost left the villa on his own. There were fewer than 2 people involved, and the abilities in question were hypnosis and mind reading. It's actually very easy to prove. Just draw a circular perimeter with the villa at the center and have Tony check whether any drones or surveillance cameras along the radius have been tampered with. If he does it, we'll have the answer in 20 minutes. And so it was Tony's turn to step in. In just 10 minutes, Professor Tony had already confirmed that additional surveillance footage had been deleted along nearby roads. This was particularly impressive because beyond the usual traffic control authorities, even footage from SHIELD drones had been erased. The ability to take out SHIELD drone feeds at will was downright terrifying. After all, SHLD surveillance team worked inside Stark Tower under a comprehensive system, and several top-tier agents resided there year-round. What kind of skill was needed to tamper with SHELD's computers without anyone noticing? And most importantly, Jarvis hadn't even detected it. That last point sent S.H.I.E.L.D. into a panic. The robot attack incident hadn't even faded from memory, and now there was a major oversight on Jarvis's record. A mistake that would have gotten any regular employee fired on the spot. But Tony was clearly no ordinary boss. He simply fell into a bout of soul-searching. Never in his wildest dreams did Professor Tony imagine that a routine tech support gig would nearly land him on the most wanted list. All he did was poke around a case, and somehow the trail led right back to his own door. Galio had no idea how to comfort Tony. All he could say was, "Damn it, this is all that bastard Melee's fault." Frost still hadn't been found, but now the situation had escalated and grown more serious. She had left the villa on her own, without informing anyone, and hadn't carried any tracking devices. To make matters worse, she had erased the surveillance footage along her entire route. It was obvious that this wasn't something a sheltered heiress like Frost could have pulled off by herself. This could only mean one thing. She must have been taken by criminals. Tracing the clues to this point, another possibility was also ruled out, that the perpetrators had the ability to teleport. With that, Galio's investigation came to a standstill. Despite appearances, which suggested the case had made significant progress, in reality, nothing had changed. Galio actually possessed more in-depth leads, but since he couldn't explain where they came from, he chose to keep silent. All Adrian could do was continue to mobilize his people for a wide search, casting a broad net while focusing on key areas. At the same time, Adrian implemented a series of measures. First, he decided to latch on to Tony Stark, determined to hold S.H.I.E.L.D. accountable for their incompetence and faulty equipment. As for the police surveillance, that could wait. For now, he would press S.H.I.E.L.D. to deploy drones and expand the search perimeter. This made the workload enormous, but Adrian was clearly intent on causing trouble, and unfortunately for Tony, he was indeed at fault this time. Next, Adrian made public Galio's latest findings and had the experts he'd gathered adjust their search methods accordingly. Among them, Gilbert was especially surprised. Galio's thorough analysis had uncovered points they'd all overlooked, propelling the investigation forward. Perhaps, he thought, this was no ordinary man after all. While the renowned detectives busied themselves sorting through clues, Galio sat quietly to the side, eyes closed, holding a sketch in his hands under the pretense of pondering the case. Of course, that was just the official excuse. In truth, Galio was racking his brain for a way to slip away undetected and get back to his own safe house. Anything to escape this perilous mess outside. Most of the sketches and oil paintings in Frost's room were hand-drawn, which wasn't suspicious in itself. But here's the problem. A significant number of them hadn't been painted by Frost at all. The artist was none other than the Red Devil. Now, that was a name Galio knew all too well. The Red Devil was a master of teleportation, notorious for being a slippery adversary. Most importantly, he was a wanted man in Kamartaj, and, likewise, a marked troublemaker in the Chinese cultivation world. He had made enemies everywhere. Among countless supernatural organizations, the Red Devil had managed to offend almost all of them. Of course, if it were just the Red Devil, Galio wouldn't be particularly concerned. He'd simply gather a team and take him down. But the reality was more complicated. Through examining the ownership of the sketches, Galio realized that Red Devil's work was just the tip of the iceberg. There were deeper secrets and hidden connections woven into those drawings. The oil paintings in Frost's room. Many of them depict scenes from the Gates of Hell chapter. With so many paintings, whatever the issue is, it couldn't possibly have developed in just a day or two. In other words, the Red Devil has been in contact with Frost for quite some time. According to the Taoist priest account, there are now 3 people in the Red Devil's crew, one of whom possesses the ability to alter and strengthen mutants. The 5-person team that robbed the bank has now been reduced to 3, and they almost didn't make it back to China, all because someone among them defected to the Red Devil side. A bit of thought, and Galio could already tell. Frost's situation must be quite similar to that of the little traitor. And that means the real problem isn't finding her, but rather, what to do once they do. There was something off about that stack of oil paintings, too. Most were labeled inactive upon appraisal, which unsettled Galio so much that he was tempted to set them all ablaze right then and there. The sketch he held, which he'd asked the butler about, had been finished by Frost recently, but that wasn't the crucial part. What mattered was that Galio's interface showed the painting wasn't signed by Red Devil or Frost, but rather by the Black Queen. Cross-referencing with surveillance footage, no third party had ever entered the room, which meant Frost herself had mutated, and her new name was the Black Queen. Her abilities were unclear, but Galio could reasonably guess they were connected to hypnosis. With so many clues converging, Galio yearned to go home more than ever. The world outside, just as he'd suspected, was indeed a dangerous place. Mr. Galio, is the painting you're holding a clue Miss Frost left behind? Gilbert approached Galio, cutting straight to the point in his typically blunt fashion. Congratulations, you got it right. Unfortunately, I can't tell you that. Galio grumbled to himself, then silently handed the sketch to Gilbert. Gilbert was a professional. In fact, before Galio had even stepped into the room, Gilbert had already carefully cataloged every detail within, scrutinizing everything meticulously. Naturally, the paintings hadn't escaped his search. Adrian had really thrown caution to the wind today. Every inch of Frost's room was open for inspection. To put it bluntly, Gilbert was now familiar with even Frost's taste in lingerie. Yet, despite all that, the room still yielded precious few clues. At the very least, when it came to these paintings, Gilbert had found nothing useful. He quickly examined the sketch Galio had handed him. Nothing. Not a single lead. The disappointment was palpable. Worse still, his own ability couldn't probe deeper into the painting. As a private detective with a rare, classified skill, Gilbert's talents were usually a tremendous asset to his investigations. However, today's case managed to slip past all of Gilbert's strengths. None of his skills were of any use. But that wasn't even the most frustrating part for him. What really gnawed at Gilbert was this. How on earth did a rough-and-tumble brute like Galio manage to extract any useful information from that sketch? No matter how he looked at it, he simply couldn't understand. Mr. Gilbert, do you need any help? Galio finally stopped making things up. Not that he was done spinning his tall tales, but at this moment, it was just genuine concern for Gilbert, who always seemed to be at odds with him. As for any hidden motives, there was no way Galio would have those. It just wasn't in his nature. Help. If Gilbert thought he stood a chance against Galio, he would have picked a fight right then and there. No need. I'm sure I'll find Miss Frost before you do. As he left, Gilbert stubbornly clung to the sketch, determined as ever. This left Galio a bit troubled, not because finding Frost would be difficult, but because what happened after they found her was the real problem. The last person to track down a missing teammate had almost gotten their whole squad wiped out. And that was someone with teleportation abilities. The room buzzed with people coming and going, and the crowd only grew denser as time went on. About an hour later, Adrian and the butler appeared in the hall once more. Whenever these two showed up together, it almost always meant an important new arrival. The last people Adrian had personally greeted were Galio and Iron Man. Galio found himself quite curious about the newcomer. Unfortunately, Tony had just flown back to Stark headquarters to fetch someone. So Galio had no companion and could only stick close to Gilbert on the way out. He'd heard this was the best way not to get lost. Gilbert was fuming. How could someone be so clueless? Why was Galio tagging along with him? Didn't he realize they were rivals? And yet, there was nothing Gilbert could do about it. He simply couldn't outmatch Galio, which only made it worse. Galio had arrived in style, chauffeured by none other than Tony Stark himself. But the heavyweight guest who was arriving now was no less impressive. Instead of a fancy car, she came with a full escort, an entire squad of mutants. Her name was Jeannie Ello, a woman dressed sharply in a tailored white suit, her features striking and elegant, with a model's poise and an air of unattainable luxury. She was a hypnotism specialist and a high-level government operative, someone whose status in official circles was nearly on par with Mayre in the scientific community. If Galio were still part of the government system, he'd be on the same level as Jean and Mayre, though his role was more on the forceful side, so their spheres didn't overlap much. As a result, he barely registered Jin's dramatic entrance. Gilbert, on the other hand, Galio could practically hear the grinding of his teeth. Feeling a bit more balanced, Galio realized that Gilbert didn't really dislike him personally. He just had a particular animosity toward anyone who made a flashier entrance than he did. Galio found it rather amusing. Galio was flirting with Gilbert, using only his eyes, subtly, of course. Galio, you're here too. Can you come with me? As Jane walked alongside Adrian, following the butler into the villa, she called out to Galio as they passed. That form of address made Galio feel a pang in his chest. People who called him Galio like they were usually those who knew him, or at least knew the old Galio. Others, at most, were just colleagues. Galio was confident he wouldn't slip up, but facing an authority in the field of hypnosis, he couldn't take any chances. Staying in character, Galio simply nodded with a cool detachment. Adrian, on the other hand, was quite warm toward Galio. This case had shown Adrian that Galio was no simple brute. He was resourceful, influential, and highly competent. If his daughter could be found, Adrian was even considering whether he should let them try dating. As for Galio's own opinion, well, Adrian thought only lunatics would hesitate. Just look at today's gathering. Land, air, and sea forces assembled, top-level government agents crowding the mansion. What better evidence of Adrian's power could there be? This wasn't just saving someone 30 years of struggle. It was more like 300. No one in their right mind could turn down his family. Jane, Adrian, and Galio gradually walked off into the distance, leaving Gilbert alone in the northern sunlight, wrapped in her fur coat, so solitary she seemed almost pasted onto the scene. This elegant lady, it seemed, might have known Galio in the past. So Galio played it safe, acting like a background character. Less said, fewer mistakes. Jane didn't seem talkative either. Their silence was not uncomfortable. But Adrian, used to being the center of attention, now had to lead the conversation himself, which was exhausting. If not for the butler constantly pulling the topic back on track, the conversation would have fallen apart long ago. They passed through door after door, entering a heavily guarded area. Adrian's family was here, so for safety's sake, he hoped Jane's security team would only send 1 or 2 people inside. Of course, Jane's safety would be handled entirely by Adrian's own security staff. It's typical for politicians to have no shame, but asking someone to find his daughter while refusing their security did make Adrian feel a little awkward. To his surprise, Jane was extremely gracious, insisting that with Galio present, she didn't need to bring anyone else. Galio was inwardly panicking. Perhaps in America, they really don't bother with formalities. So Jane's security was left outside, and only Galio, temporarily promoted to Jane's bodyguard, followed Adrian into the villa's restricted area. Passing through the door, they entered a peripheral room. Here, aside from 4 pitiable security guards who had been beaten to within an inch of their lives, there were several other personnel responsible for security, both men and women. Their condition was comparatively better. Watching over them was Bud. Galio couldn't be certain if Bud was a mutant, but judging by his grip strength, easily at least a 10, he was certainly an outlier even among humans. After a brief round of questioning, the plan was confirmed. Jin would use her abilities to delve into the mental realms of the 4 security guards to determine whether they were involved in the incident. Furthermore, if it turned out any of the guards had been hypnotized, Jin would attempt to recover as much of their lost memory as possible. This was a risky process. At any moment, the guards could have their minds wiped clean, reduced to empty shells. Jin asked the guards earnestly, "Are you sure you want to go through with this?" Under the sharp gazes of Adrian and Bud, the guards were actually wondering, did they really have a choice in the matter? After the unfortunate security team gave their consent, Jin turned and said, "Galio, in a moment I'll be entering their mental realms. This process affects me as well, and I won't be able to defend myself during it. So I'm counting on you. If anyone tries to touch me, please drive them away or kill them on the spot, just like before." Hearing this, for the first time Galio felt a murderous urge toward an ally. No problem. But a thought was just a thought. Until it was certain they couldn't coexist, Galio didn't want to act. After all, he wasn't a butcher. Once Tony Stark located Frost, he could find an excuse to leave. By then, it would be easy enough to part ways with this high-ranking companion. There were no grand special effects, not even the need for physical contact. After confirming her safety measures with Galio, Jin simply closed her eyes. Galio possessed shadow powers, versatile and almost showy in their myriad uses. The most impressive among them was the near-total suppression of external detection. With his hood up and a dose of shadow control, not even Hawkeye could spot him. X-ray scans and thermal imaging were useless. Yet, the moment Jin closed her eyes, Galio sensed a power brush over him. Instinct told him this force hadn't discovered or taken anything. So he kept his expression neutral, acting as if nothing had happened. 30 seconds after Jin closed her eyes, identify. Name, Gianniello. Species, Neo-Human. Class, Perception Type Enhancer, LV36. Stats, Strength 3, Speed 2, Intelligence 8, Dexterity 5, Burst 0. Skills, Perception, Inner World, Hypnosis, Psychic Suggestion, Mental Guidance, Shadow Mark, Psychic Scream. Looking at this profile, Galio picked up the scent of a deep conspiracy. He immediately cast Identify on the 4 security guards as well. Name, Security Guards A, B, C, D, Janelle, Black Queen. Race, Human. Category, Ordinary. Stats, Strength 5, Speed 1, Intelligence 1, Dexterity 1, Burst 0. Status, Under Control, in Crisis Severely Wounded. As he examined the security guards' profiles, for a fleeting instant, Galio's mind seemed to conjure up 2 figures. One was Frost, the woman he'd saved from the zombie zone, and the other was Janelle. The moment their images surfaced, Galio's otherwise unimpressive mental interface seemed to be instantly elevated by several levels, transforming the 2 consciousnesses into a unique item with surprising ease. At the same time, a gentle reminder flickered in his mind. This was no dream. Mind chain. This item is formed from the residual powers of 2 advanced mutants fused together. The host may use it to glimpse into the psychic realm. Caution, high risk. This is a single-use, special item. Suddenly, Janelle coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed backward. Her face turned skyward. Time waits for no one. With everyone in the room being quite average in their abilities, no one possessed any flashy skills. Galio sprang forward to catch Janelle as she fell. In that moment, as their shadows overlapped, a dagger abruptly emerged from within Galio's shadow, plunging straight into the heart of Janelle's shadow with deadly precision. The 4 security guards were affected at the same time. As Janelle fell limp in Galio's arms, the 4 guards simultaneously spat blood as well. Their fate was truly pitiable. They were already at death's door, and now this. From a moment Janelle declared her intent to delve deeper into the guard's consciousness, to the moment she met her end, less than a minute had passed. Adrian, the butler, and Bard hadn't even reacted before they saw Janelle collapse completely, her physical state shifting from pale and frail to as white as paper in mere moments. Then, her life force faded away. She's gone. Galio placed his hand gently on Janelle's neck to feel for a pulse, his voice heavy with genuine sorrow. What? Bard hurried over, unhesitatingly pressing his large palm against Janelle's chest. Though his hand was firm, his voice was somber. It's over. No heartbeat. Adrian and the butler were paralyzed with shock, staring blankly for several seconds. It wasn't until Galio handed Janelle's body to Bard and turned to check on the security guards that the magnitude of the situation finally dawned on them. This time, the incident had escalated, someone important had died. As for the 4 security guards, their situation was tragic, but they were still alive, though Adrian would have preferred it if they'd been the ones to die. Meanwhile, in a faraway tavern, Frost, who had been elegantly nibbling on a snack, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, startling. Her 3 companions, the kindly brother, the white-haired woman, and the red devil, who immediately rushed to her side in alarm. Not only was he coughing up blood, but blood was streaming from Frost's nose as well. Damn it. How could a mutant of this level even exist? While Frost was spewing blood inside the small bar, not too far from Adrian's villa, inside an RV, a figure identical to Jane Nello collapsed heavily to the floor. Surrounding her were 4 elite mutant bodyguards. This version of Jane seemed to be in slightly better shape. She hadn't coughed up blood, but her face was pale. That's a real monster. Let's go. Inside Adrian's mansion, everything was well-equipped and the staff were highly efficient. In just a short time, the situation was brought under control. Although Jane's security team had lost all composure, they'd walked in with a healthy person, and now they were carrying her out, cold as ice. In any other place, they would have lost it completely. But this room was filled with big names: Adrian, Galio, Bard, and several others. There was no way this could be a murder in their presence. Adrian even took full responsibility for the accident and promised to give an explanation to the other leaders. The mood was heavy, but things still had to move forward. After all, Jane was gone, no matter what was said now. At a time like this, the priority was clear. First, find out who killed Jane. Second, figure out where Frost had gone. Although Frost's case was becoming ever more baffling, a real web of confusion, Jane Nello's sudden, inexplicable death seemed the perfect opportunity for someone like Gilbert to shine. As Gilbert strode in, Galio couldn't help but admire his nerve. Things had gone so badly today that if Galio and Adrian weren't such important figures, they'd be treated no better than those 4 security guards. Just look at Bard, who'd done dirty work for top government officials before. Now he was silent, shrinking into a corner. But Gilbert, bold as ever, still dared to step forward. Galio's sarcasm wasn't just his own. Many in the villa shared the sentiment. No matter how confident you were, this was not the time to get involved. Setting aside the question of any benefit, just surviving the night would be lucky. After all, someone as powerful as Jane Nello had dropped dead in an instant. Gilbert brimmed with confidence, and Adrian was, of course, eager for anyone who could find even a shred of evidence. If there was a killer, at least half the blame would shift from his shoulders. The room was cleared. Now, Gilbert stood up, ready to play the ace. His rare abilities were not something just anyone could witness, especially not Galio. This time, Gilbert's status had clearly risen. Adrian immediately approached Galio, speaking in a tone of utmost humility. Galio, taking the hint, simply moved to a nearby sofa, closed his eyes, and rested. This time, the leader of Jane's security team stayed behind. After all, this incident was directly related to them. After Adrian discussed it with Gilbert, Gilbert generously waved his hand and agreed. Shortly after, in a sealed room, Only Adrian, Gilbert, the butler, Bard, the 2 members of Jane's security team, and 4 specially trained security guards tasked with moving the body were present. Even though Jane's elegant face had already turned blue, she still looked breathtaking as she lay on the bed. Gilbert slowly crouched down and placed his fingers gently on Jane's forehead. Gilbert's mutant ability was called Death Tracing. Its unique trait allowed him to share in the final memories of any creature that had died, experiencing what the deceased saw in their last moments. It's true what they say. If you don't go looking for trouble, trouble won't come looking for you. Gilbert slipped into the world Jane had left behind. In that endless, snowy white world, glass jars and bottles stretched in every direction. Inside each jar was a Jane yellow. The sight left Gilbert utterly stunned. Everywhere he looked there were jars, each containing the body of that high-class beauty, naked. Under different circumstances, this might have counted as a fringe benefit of the investigation, but right now, Gilbert was scared out of his wits. But it didn't end there. As the scene shifted, Gilbert saw the original version of this body, a naked Jane, with the number 3 written across her waist, kneeling at the feet of another Jane, dressed in a white suit, face exquisite, figure flawless, but with a cold, unyielding expression. Then, the Jane in the white suit's eyes turned completely white, and the consciousness of the body before him faded away. Gilbert, a registered mutant, was officially classified as having a special ability, which was said to let him witness the final moments before any living being's death. In truth, though, that was a little trick of Gilbert's, not out of malice, but because he wanted to appear even more capable. His real mutant ability, Death Tracing, allowed him to see the most deeply imprinted memory from the life of any dead creature. It might sound like a lot, but for most people or creatures, if you condense their lives into a few scenes, there would really only be 2 or 3 moments that stood out. After those 2 scenes, Gilbert saw the high-class Jane once more. This time, she encountered Galio in a crowd. In that memory, only Galio was in color. This made Gilbert feel a pang of sadness, because even though he'd been right next to Galio at the time, there wasn't even the faintest trace of him in Jane's memory fragment. Not a single impression. If there had been even a sliver of memory, Gilbert would have been able to see himself. This also revealed how special Galio was to Jane. The instant she saw him, that elegant face's awareness of everyone and everything else around her was completely blocked out. Even her subconscious retained nothing of the surroundings. The scene shifted once more. This time, Gilbert saw several security guards and the sudden blank in their memories as they vanished. In front of the surveillance monitors, the security guards were in the midst of deleting the footage, and right behind the 4 of them stood the already missing Frost. At this moment, the young lady's eyes were pitch black. From those eyes, Gilbert felt a primal, undiluted sense of malice, a pure and unadulterated evil that struck a chord of instinctive fear within him. Just as Gilbert felt certain that his fate was sealed, the scene shifted once more. This time, the image showed Jane and Frost meeting in a world of blinding white. There were no discernible visuals or messages here, yet Gilbert immediately understood. This place was the inner world of Galio. Jane and Frost encountered each other in this space, and although Gilbert couldn't fathom why the 2 of them appeared here simultaneously, the moment these 2 stunning young women met, a tremendous pressure descended upon the conscious realm. This force of nature felt like divine retribution, and in an instant, both Jane and Frost were utterly obliterated. Drenched in sweat, Gilbert jolted awake. All he could see were expectant faces staring right at him. Gilbert was nearly scared out of his wits. The missing information had been found, the truth uncovered. But how on earth was he supposed to explain it? Gilbert enjoyed basking in the limelight, but he wasn't an idiot. The real truth of the incident didn't matter anymore. The main issues were now crystal clear. First, Frost did indeed leave on her own, but not only that, she took matters into her own hands and did quite a bit. From that alone, it was clear she was up to no good. And as for Adrian, Frost's father, if he learned the truth, could anyone guarantee he wouldn't silence those in the know? Guess again, would he eliminate his precious daughter, or Gilbert, the one who held all the secrets? Second, Jane was an artificial human, and, worse yet, a controlled one. That was undoubtedly a top-level secret. Knowing about it was already reason enough to be erased. Third, was Jane killed by Galio? Even if it was just a suspicion, it didn't matter anymore. Not only was Jane gone, but Frost's fate remained unknown as well. How was he supposed to explain all of this? Swallowing hard, Gilbert wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "In Miss Jane's final moments, I glimpsed a shadowy figure, a mutant with black eyes, possessing psychic powers similar to hers, but on a much greater scale. Just one glance left me wounded, and after that, everything went dark. That's right, Gilbert had decided to say nothing of substance. Even if there was an investigation later, as long as he stood his ground and refused to admit anything, the only real risk he faced was Adrian coming after him for silence. But once his daughter reappeared and the truth came to light, there'd be no point in Adrian making a move anymore. Gilbert was spouting nonsense with a straight face, but never before had his thoughts been so clear. Surviving by the skin of his teeth was no easy feat for a fleeting moment, Gilbert felt. Profoundly grateful for the precautions he'd taken when registering his abilities. If he hadn't held something back, just touching Jane's corpse today would have sealed his fate, amnesia act or not. Inside the mansion, it was as if everything had come full circle. Gilbert's power had proven invaluable, practically solving the case on the spot, at the very least confirming that Miss Jane had been murdered and by someone with similar abilities. Yet, from another angle, it was as if he'd risked everything for nothing, coming away empty-handed with no useful information at all. The only clue about Jane's killer was the Black Scara. In half an hour, S.H.I.E.L.D. had Jarvis scour the global criminal database and the mutant registry, but came up empty. There wasn't a scrap of valuable information, let alone any sign of Frost. On the surface, Adrian offered Gilbert some praise, but quickly lost interest in him. After all, what use is a dog that can't help sniff out a trail? Galio, sir, have you found anything new? While the hall buzzed with activity, Galio was off to one side, idly studying an oil painting. Gilbert's inquiry sounded rather dejected, perhaps because it was he who had to ask. Galio glanced around, and Gilbert's unusually respectful tone almost made him suspect mind control. After confirming there were no mutants suddenly showing off their skills, Galio handed Gilbert the painting. Nothing in particular, just looking around. If this helps your investigation, by all means, take it. Seeing the painting, Gilbert felt a wave of frustration. He disliked Galio, but that dislike had a sliver of jealousy to it, nothing more. The point was, now he had to rely on Galio. He needed Galio to find Frost as soon as possible. Until she was found, he wouldn't feel safe for a single day. This wasn't idle paranoia. First of all, nobody knew if Frost was alive or dead, but based on what Gilbert knew, she was most likely still alive, and possibly up to something dreadful. Given her, or their, abilities, it was even possible she still had people hidden somewhere in the mansion. Now, Gilbert lived in constant fear, finding the only shred of comfort in Galio's presence. Whether by force or choice, everyone's mission in Adrian's house was to find his daughter, Frost. But as the famed detective Gilbert grew more familiar with the young lady's ways, he realized that simply finding her might not solve anything. They had to locate her, outmatch her, and, most importantly, he had to keep himself alive. For someone who met all three criteria, Gilbert, unable to disclose information publicly, could only turn to Galio. A heavy silence settled between them, tinged with awkwardness. Gilbert couldn't just suddenly back down. That would seem too deliberate, and if Galio picked up on anything, it could spell trouble. In fact, here's how I see it, Gilbert began, adopting the most assertive approach to admitting weakness he could muster. I've observed the people here, and your keen eye and deductive skills are second to none, certainly not inferior to mine. Rather than wasting more time by investigating separately, wouldn't it be better to pool our information and work together? Wait a minute, are you seriously a transmigrator after all? Galio still remembered clearly. Barely 20 minutes ago, Gilbert had announced with great confidence that he could unravel the mystery of Janello's death. He'd cleared the room with a my turf, my rules attitude, pointedly insisting that Galio stay out. And now, after such a short time, he was suddenly acting like a comrade in arms? Still, whatever had prompted this change of heart, Gilbert was shaping up to be a useful human shield. The results of Galio's advanced appraisal had revealed that he already knew Frost had turned to the dark side. So, finding her was only a matter of time. However, exposing her and then dealing with the resulting mess, that was a headache Galio had no interest in courting. But Gilbert, who relished the spotlight. The air was completely still for 3 long seconds. Galio rose to his feet, putting on a grave expression. Mr. Gilbert is absolutely right. Right now, Miss Frost's safety is our foremost concern. We should put aside our differences and stand together through thick and thin. Only then can we rescue the hostage and go further. Come, be my son. Aw, no, let's work together. Gilbert's eye twitched several times. There was something undeniably odd about Galio's speech, but in the end, he let it slide. In the great hall, the crowd passing by couldn't help but stare in astonishment as Galio and Gilbert shook hands. The moment was so awkward, it was as if goosebumps were popping up everywhere. Well, truth be told, neither needed the crowd's reaction to feel uncomfortable. Both Galio and Gilbert themselves found the situation almost nauseating. But what could they do? Both were in the know, both wanted someone to take the fall in their place, and after sizing each other up, they had to admit each was the best candidate for the job. And so, the information exchange began. Galio was the first to share his deductions, including his conclusion that the portraits were not all painted by the same person. This wasn't all that hard to determine, really. Even though the untrained eye might see them as identical, Gilbert, being a seasoned detective, could spot the subtle distinctions with just a bit of focus. The differences were fine, to be sure, but the real reason he hadn't noticed before was that, subconsciously, he'd never imagined a criminal would go to the trouble of kidnapping someone and then pass the time painting a few pictures. With the information from Galio and his own deductions, Gilbert felt even more unsettled. Among the facts he knew, the most significant were Frost's descent into darkness and Jane's incriminating secrets. The latter was something he could never reveal, and the former would have to wait until Frost was found. Still, sharing the suspect abilities with Galio posed no issue. Blackened scara, mental manipulation, these matched Galio's theory. While the search for evidence was in full swing, Gilbert put on a show of the case is about to be cracked for those around him. Whether it was true or not, it was best to act as if it were. At that moment, Galio's special phone rang. "We found him." After hanging up the phone, Galio announced the conclusion. Meanwhile, Gilbert was still cross-referencing Frost's movement records. Though he couldn't pinpoint the exact location, based on the route where surveillance footage had been deleted, S.H.I.E.L.D. could at least provide a rough area. Gilbert was combining their deductions to narrow down the search. "Hold on a second. I'm just about to—" Gilbert suddenly sensed something was off. "You found him?" Galio nodded. "Tony Stark located him in a small park about 200 kilometers from here. He's already dispatched a fleet of drones. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get moving." Gilbert's impatience was palpable. "There's no need for us to go," Galio replied. "Tony has already arranged for a helicopter to pick up Adrian. I'm heading back to S.H.I.E.L.D. With that, he prepared to leave. After all, the person had been found, and from here on out, the matter scarcely concerned him. Besides, this was a perfect opportunity to test the waters. Gilbert froze, only now realizing he'd overlooked something crucial. Just because they found the person didn't mean Galio would go. There was no guarantee. He would be involved in the next step. If Galio didn't go, and Frost returned safe and sound, there was still a risk that trouble would resurface one day. Grabbing his hair in frustration, Gilbert gritted his teeth. "Galio, as detectives, we owe it to ourselves to see the person alive or dead. If we just leave things to Tony after. He's found a guy. I'd be betraying my detective's code, and you'd be betraying your honor and your paycheck. Think about the people who trust you. So let's go together." Galio narrowed his eyes subtly. Gilbert was acting stranger by the minute. It wouldn't be odd for him to go along, but for him to drag Galio with him, now that was suspicious. Still, Galio had to maintain his persona, especially with so many people around. Rubbing his chin in thought, Galio nodded. "You're right, I overlooked that. Frost is one of our citizens too. As a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., it's my duty to protect the safety of the public. I'll arrange for a helicopter right away." Outside the mansion, the steady thrum of helicopter blades filled the air. 2 military helicopters, each manned by a pair of pilots and a security officer. Adrian led his mutant squad onto one helicopter, while Galio boarded the other with his new partner, Gilbert. As the helicopters climbed toward the sky, their differences became apparent. Though they looked alike, not all machines are built the same. Adrian's chopper soon vanished from sight, streaking ahead, while Galio and Gilbert's aircraft continued to ascend at a more leisurely pace. Peering through the side window, Gilbert gazed at the landscape below. The anxiety that gripped his heart began to ease, not only because time was passing, but also because he had steeled himself to face whatever lay ahead. Despite the dangers that surrounded him, Gilbert was convinced that if he could eliminate Miss Frost at the source, he might just make it out alive. But as he pondered his next move, something unsettling caught Gilbert's eye. The view outside the window was eerily familiar. He had seen this very scene 2 minutes ago. Gilbert, after all, aspired to be a great detective. It was his lifelong dream, and he had received professional training in observation and memory. Swallowing hard, Gilbert forced a grimace, a look more wretched than a sob, before turning to Galio. Galio's face was unreadable. Summoning his courage, Gilbert glanced toward the 3 men seated at the front and side of the helicopter. Unsurprisingly, all 3 were slumped unconscious in their seats. Right now, Gilbert couldn't care less about how the helicopter was still flying with an unconscious crew. All that mattered to him was how to stay alive in this predicament, especially since he was facing Galio, the so-called secret human weapon. "Don't do anything," Gilbert suddenly shouted. "Don't do anything," he repeated, his voice echoing in the cabin. Galio sat with his arms crossed, silently fixing his gaze on Gilbert. With his current abilities, controlling the helicopter's shadow to fly was child's play for him. Disguising a crash as an accident would be even easier. Galio didn't know what Gilbert was hiding, but some deep-seated instinct told him that Gilbert was involved in all this. It was pure intuition, no evidence, no reason. That's why, before boarding, Galio had quietly knocked out the pilots, planning to question Gilbert in private. Of course, regardless of how things turned out, this helicopter was destined to crash. Master Galio, please calm down. I'm just a private detective with no standing or influence. For someone as important as you, killing me would hardly be worth the trouble. Gilbert had no idea what had tipped Galio off or what mistake he had made to draw Galio's suspicion. But none of that mattered now. Survival was all that counted. I'm really curious. How did you find out? Of course, Galio didn't know a thing, but that didn't stop him from using a tone full of menace. Careful how you answer. Depending on what you say, I might just decide to throw you out of this plane. Gilbert swallowed hard, summoning the will to put up a struggle. Too slow, Galio remarked. And with that, the airplane's door swung open midair. Oh hell, Gilbert was instantly gripped by panic. In the next moment, Galio grabbed him by the arm and started hauling him toward the open door. Gilbert had some training. After all, he wasn't just a private detective, but a mutant as well. Yet, as soon as Galio's hand closed around his arm, all that confidence vanished. He felt like a 3-year-old trying to fight off an armed thug. His so-called strength was utterly useless. Before he could even shout, Galio had him dangling out the door, his arms stretched and straining. Gilbert's scream erupted into the roaring wind, the sensation both terrifying and electrifying. His arm felt like it might snap at any moment. I'll give you 3 seconds. Talk, or I let go. Galio's voice was cold as ice. I'll talk. It's my ability. Please don't kill me. I have information on Jane Nero. She's alive. The words tumbled out in a rush. In this moment, Galio didn't resemble a superhero at all. He was more like some ruthless warlord back from the front, exuding a menacing, violent air. Jane Nero. Galio frowned. That was the woman he'd only recently dealt with himself, a woman who had ties to his past. Gilbert was hauled back inside the plane, though Galio didn't bother closing the hatch, giving the impression he might kick him out again at any second. My patience is wearing thin. Panting in panic, Gilbert no longer dared to make up stories. My ability isn't just to see how long someone is left to live. I can also glimpse the memories that left a deep impression on them. Oh, Galio had a copy of Gilbert's mutant file. He'd just gotten it from Professor Tony. Clearly, this kid hadn't been truthful. I didn't mean to falsify my records. True to his detective instincts, Gilbert could tell from Galio's eyes that the man was in a dangerous mood. A top-tier agent could pull up his file with a snap of the fingers. Gilbert understood that all too well. I always wanted to be a detective since I was little, but honestly, I just didn't have the talent for it. But I got lucky. I became a mutant. My ability helps me crack cases quickly. Sometimes I can even see the face of the killer directly. As Gilbert spoke, Galio felt another surge of irritation. He was tempted to just finish the job right then and there. After I became a mutant, I used my abilities to crack several major cases. Then, I discovered that my powers had even deeper layers. Galio crossed his arms. Deeper layers? Yes. When I relive the memories of the deceased, I can choose to copy certain parts. That means my knowledge grows rapidly. And after witnessing the deaths of several detectives, I even gained the deductive reasoning I always dreamed of. In truth, Gilbert had acquired far more than just deductive skills. He'd picked up all sorts of odd abilities, martial arts for one. He now knew fighting styles from countries around the world. But Gilbert had his pride, and after being tossed out of the plane by Galio like a misbehaving child, he decided to keep that embarrassment to himself. Now, Gilbert found himself in a state where he dared not hold anything back. He had no idea which words might be the difference between life and death. After explaining his abilities, Gilbert recounted everything he'd seen in Jane's world of death to Galio. As the conversation turned to this, Galio felt reassured. Gilbert hadn't glimpsed Galio's deepest secrets, and Jane Nero was still alive, making things much more complicated. At least, Gilbert had managed to save his own neck. He wasn't the sole keeper of the secret, so Galio didn't have to betray his conscience and kill him. Gilbert's crime wasn't fatal. Moreover, Gilbert's ability was genuinely practical, far more versatile than any officially registered power. Galio understood Gilbert's anxiety. On this front, they were almost the same. Galio had finished off Jane Nero to eliminate any loose ends, yet now those loose ends seemed endless. Only now did he realize what new human really meant. He had to admit, he'd underestimated the importance of that little footnote, despite paying it some mind at the time. He let out a long sigh, gazing upward. Next time he wanted to take action, it wouldn't be so easy. Do you want to live? Galio looked up at the ceiling of the plane, arms still folded. Gilbert nodded frantically. Yes, I do. We're partners, aren't we? Galio's gentle smile made Gilbert shudder. Oh, of course. Good. Since we're partners from now on, we're in this together. With that, Galio activated his mind ability. Meanwhile, in front of a treehouse deep in the forest, Teacher Tony couldn't stop grumbling. Why is Galio still not here? He's so slow. All around, armored suits and mutant bodyguards hung from the giant trees, creating a scene as grand as it was bizarre. Adrian, once so proud and ambiguous in his politics, was now firmly hiding behind Tony Stark. All his arrogance had vanished without a trace. This was terrifying. It was Adrian's first time facing battle on the front lines with mutants. Was their life really always this intense? You do something. You can't just stand by and watch that bastard threaten my precious daughter. Adrian, though clearly rattled, still couldn't shed his air of authority, barking orders despite his fear. Inside the cabin, a beautiful figure lay quietly unconscious in the hands of the Red Devil. He sat at the door with two long blades in hand, an eerie, wicked smile spreading across his face. I can't help it. That guy's blades are special. They can cut through my armor. If I use heavy weapons, there's no way to guarantee Frost won't get hurt. So you're just going to stand there, Tony? I know we may not agree on politics, but my daughter is innocent. Faced with Adrian's unreasonable outburst, Tony rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? Of course I'll do my best to save her. But I really can't help right now. Let's wait for Galio. You flew here together. He shouldn't be far. Yes, let him come. The showdown between us is long overdue. The Red Devil licked the crimson edge of his blade, trembling with excitement. Just then, a helicopter appeared on the horizon. Red Devil stood up, blades in hand. His opponent had finally arrived. In the same instant the Red Devil rose, Iron Man on the ground suddenly spun around. Every weapon he had locked on the treehouse, then unleashed a furious barrage. The little treehouse, barely a few square meters, was obliterated in a heartbeat by Iron Man's firepower. Not even ashes remained. Frost, no. Adrian, forgetting his fear, leapt out from behind Iron Man. He stared at the vaporized ruins, his eyes burning with hatred. Ignoring his own frailty, he pounded desperately on Iron Man's armor. Murderer! You murderer! Why did you hurt Frost? Wasn't Galio already on his way? Tony felt a headache coming on. This was exactly why hostages' families shouldn't be brought along. They only made things messy, eh? Without him, this whole thing might have ended already. A finger tapped lightly on Adrian's shoulder. Adrian ignored it, continuing to unleash his fury at Iron Man. Murderer! Why don't you shoot me too? Iron Man didn't respond, but the finger kept tapping Adrian's shoulder. Adrian, fuming, turned around, and suddenly the atmosphere grew awkward. There, right behind him, stood Galio in an unfamiliar suit of yellow Iron Man armor. In its arms, safe and sound, was his daughter, Frost. Let me introduce you, Captain Hook. He's the fastest at rescuing people, way more professional than that muscle-bound tough guy who gets lost even when flying a plane. My daughter! Adrian scooped his daughter up in his arms, hugging her tightly, as if he'd never let go. Galio had already braced himself for the possibility that Frost might suddenly spring up and stab her father in the back. Yet, nothing of the sort happened. Frost seemed genuinely unconscious. A swirl of red smoke flashed by, and the Red Devil's silhouette gradually materialized beside Galio. With a swift motion, he slashed down through the air with his blade. Galio didn't even flinch. Instead, the yellow-armored figure beside him flicked out a weapon resembling a fork, easily blocking the Red Devil's attack. 2 against 1? That's hardly the mark of a true warrior, the Red Devil said with a wry grin. Even his teleportation skills couldn't fully evade Iron Man's relentless barrage. Burn marks scorched both his chest and back. Aren't we here to apprehend a criminal? Came Iron Man's teasing voice from inside the yellow armor. With that, Iron Man, the yellow-armored figure, and Galio all made their moves in near-perfect unison. Their figures vanished into thin air, leaving only the long blade resting in the yellow-armored hand. The Red Devil's voice echoed from afar. Galio, Stark, keep my weapons safe. We'll meet again. And with that, the Red Devil's voice faded away into the distance. You really took your time getting here. What happened? Did you stop to watch an episode of SpongeBob on the way? Tony Stark quipped as he lifted his faceplate, unable to resist a jab. Not my fault, Galio replied with a helpless shrug. Ran into a mutant with hypnotic powers mid-flight. All the pilots on the plane got taken out. I couldn't just leave them stranded up there. Frost! Frost! Adrian called out loudly, clutching his daughter even tighter. Galio was still waiting for Frost to pull a sneak attack. He had no real grudge against Adrian. but explaining things would get complicated if he had to take out his new partner for the sake of appearances. Besides, Galio found his partner's abilities far too useful to give up just yet. Meanwhile, Gilbert and the pilots were making a careful descent. It was finally time to show some real skill. After all, a mutant without a medical license couldn't call himself a true detective. Gilbert had picked up all kinds of odd skills during his investigations, and since medicine is such a broad field, it was naturally one of his key areas of expertise. Honestly, Galio found Gilbert's powers a bit outrageous. If Gilbert weren't such a fool and so weak, Galio had to admit, those abilities would be nothing short of game-changing. Gilbert hurried over to give Frost a quick examination, all the while communicating telepathically with his new boss. Why haven't you finished her off yet? Galio could only sigh inwardly. Don't be an Iron Man and act as foolishly as the rest of you. Killing Frost at a time like this benefits no one. It would only expose us. Better to hold back for now, keep your distance, and wait for them to make their move. The telepathic exchange happened in a flash, far more efficient than words. Gilbert instantly understood his new boss's instructions and relayed them to Adrian. Don't worry, she's okay. Probably just knocked unconscious. Still, it's best to get her to a hospital as soon as possible. Are you sure? Adrian was on edge. If he'd had anyone else to rely on, he wouldn't have trusted someone like Gilbert at all. But with the Red Devil's powers being so overwhelming, and his own men unable to use heavy weaponry, they'd been mowed down like wheat, time and again. Professor Tony reached out to check Frost's heartbeat, but Adrian bared his teeth and swatted his hand away. Tony, resigned, could only shrug. He just wanted to confirm her condition from a medical standpoint. ZK really was a filthy business. Galio, far more dependable, placed 2 fingers gently on Frost's neck. Please don't worry, Mr. Adrian. Miss Frost's pulse is fairly steady. Just to be safe, you can take my plane to the nearest hospital for a thorough examination. That's wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Galio. When Frost wakes up, please, no matter how busy you are, come visit us. We must thank you. Properly as a family. Adrian, overwhelmed with relief, thanked him repeatedly before rushing off toward the plane without another word. Gilbert. Tony. Galio had used his psychic suggestion powers on Gilbert, making him an exceptionally reliable ally for the time being, at least as long as no one broke the suggestion. If that ever happened, Mr. Gilbert's days would surely be numbered. As the helicopter gradually faded into the distance, Galio pondered for a moment. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Tony was just about to say something, but Galio had already vanished in a flurry of shadowy leaps, determined to put as much distance between himself and S.H.I.E.L.D. as possible. Now, nothing could prevent Galio from heading home. Gilbert watched as his new boss disappeared, then exchanged a look with Tony Stark at his side. Tony, placing his pinky fingers in his mouth, let out a sharp whistle. Instantly, the red suit of armor sprang up from the ground, while the yellow suit transformed mid-air into a yellow briefcase. So Gilbert just stood there, watching Galio vanish, watching Iron Man soar away. Here, in the middle of nowhere, no village ahead, no one behind, with no teleportation powers, no phone, and about 300 kilometers from the city, and not a single taxi in sight near the Villa District. Top floor of Stark Tower. Nick Fury, the one-eyed dragon, put down the phone after speaking with Tony Stark and let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, despite the scare, Frost had come through unharmed. There was no real disaster. Otherwise, after finally settling down, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be swept up in chaos once again. Although another crisis had been averted, the pressure on S.H.I.E.L.D. was far from lifted. Galio had been attacked, Frost had gone missing. Both incidents had connections to the agency's security systems. Most crucially, the question remained, could Jarvis and the Surveillance Division truly guarantee an absolutely reliable defense? This time, disaster was avoided entirely thanks to Galio's reliability, his broad-mindedness, and his clear thinking. If they'd encountered someone petty or vindictive, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be in utter turmoil by now. Nick Fury trusted Tony Stark, but at this point, it was clear S.H.I.E.L.D. needed something more, some additional support. Elsewhere in the city, inside a secret base, Gian Niello strode into the facility, dressed in a white, form-fitting suit that left no room for undergarments, a striking combination of elegance and sharpness. 4 elite mutant bodyguards flanked her, amplifying her commanding presence. This base, hidden from the world, was the true foundation of the government's power in the city. A very elderly man stood waiting, leaning on a cane, his hair a silvery white. Our little princess has returned, he said, his tone laced with wry affection. But that sour look on your face, have you run into trouble? Jin and her 4 companions paused. Her voice, ethereal and melodious, rang out. Godfather, my number 3 double has been killed. Oh, We did Adrian a great favor, and this is how he repays us. It wasn't Adrian. I suspect he's unaware of what happened. A glimmer of light sparked in the old man's dim eyes. Tell me everything. Jian paused to collect her thoughts, then continued. I entered Adrian's villa using number 3's body, and there I encountered Galio. The old man raised his eyes slightly. So you made contact? Yes, although we didn't exchange much. Go on. Adrian brought me in to hypnotize a few security guards whose memories had been wiped. While I performed a psychic scan on them, I was ambushed. It was a mutant I'd never seen before, with psychic abilities on par with mine. The moment we crossed paths, she nearly destroyed number 3's consciousness. The old man arched an eyebrow. Clones rarely wielded much of Jin's power, but for someone to overwhelm even a duplicate's psychic strength at a single stroke, that was extraordinary indeed. I didn't want to reveal my abilities in public, so when I found myself suppressed, I chose to temporarily abandon body number 3 as a means of evasion. I picked Galio's mindscape as a temporary refuge. Unfortunately, she caught up with me. Left with no other option, I had to drag that part of her consciousness with me, perishing together with number 3. Even your duplicate couldn't stand up to her. Was it that student of Professor X? Jin shook her head. The abilities are similar, but the attributes don't line up. I don't believe she's from Professor X's side. I see. Go get some rest, my little princess. Triggering a substitute, even for you, must take its toll. The old man spoke gently and kindly, encouraging Jian. All right, Godfather. Jian bowed her head slightly, then, with her usual poise, led her entourage away. Of her 4 elite mutant bodyguards, 1 remained behind, a strikingly handsome man in a black suit and tie. When the sound of Jian's heels faded at the end of the corridor, the old man spoke again. You were with Jian the whole time. Tell me, do you think she's telling the truth? The man in the suit, distinguished by a sharp M-shaped mustache, stroked it thoughtfully with his fingers. Ever since her mental duel with Professor X, she's been getting stronger by the day. Her abilities are starting to interfere with my own senses. Still, I personally believe she was being honest. The old man tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the head of his cane. Jian and you're both my children, the future of humanity. Of course I trust my own children completely. But Charles, he's terrifying, the most dangerous mutant I've ever met. He can alter a person's mind without a trace. So, keep a close eye on Jian. If anything happens, report to me immediately. That's your duty as her brother. Yes, sir. The man in the suit snapped off a crisp, military-style salute, then turned and left the room. Once again, the old man was left alone, surrounded by silence. What's your plan now? Suddenly, another voice broke the stillness. I don't know either. Galio's growth has far outpaced our expectations. No one can say for sure just how powerful he's become now. And this contact with Charles is having too great an impact on Jian. This may not have been a wise move after all. Old friend, Jian is my daughter too, but we both know our time is running short. Progress with Melee is far too slow, and we can't lay all our cards on the table with him. He's too naive. True, Melee isn't one of our own, after all. But Galio, I suspect he's begun to doubt himself. Why do you say that? Galio is exceptionally intelligent. He's the most well-balanced and perfect child we've ever created. While he lacks the special powers that Jane and the others possess, he's already perfect enough by human standards. Still, no one expected he would develop to the stage he's at today. There's no need to make such a fuss. Galio's past memories were carefully recompiled. He couldn't recall any of it, no matter what. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for him to leave. No trace at all. We're short-handed right now. So having him stick with those fools at S.H.I.E.L.D. is a pretty good plan. When the time is right, we'll simply bring him back. That's what scares me, old friend. I'm afraid that when we finally want him back, we might not be able to. That's why I've delayed having Natasha talk to him about the Lee project. The old man fell silent for a moment. Perhaps, old friend, the Lee project is a mistake. Perhaps humanity doesn't even need it. You're still as naive as ever. We still can't be sure about humanity's suppression of mutants. There are so many things we lack. Kamar Taj, the Celestial Master's Mansion, the Tarot Society. Too many forces beyond our control. And let's not even mention those realms above the clouds, hungry for power. The Lee project must go forward. There's no other way. As the voice continued, it grew more agitated, rising in pitch. If someone had been in the room just then, they would have noticed the voice was coming from the old man's own shadow. Wishing everyone a happy Dragon Boat Festival. Whether you prefer sweet or savory zongzi, with dates, fruit, or meat, I love them all. At Galio's home. Despite a journey home that was nothing short of an epic ordeal, Galio finally made it back, unwavering in his resolve. He even had someone pick up his sports car from Adrian's place. There was no way he'd leave his cozy, beloved home again. Tomorrow's breakfast in Williamsburg? Cancelled without a second thought. But no matter how firm Galio was in his decision to stay in, plans always struggle to keep up with the pace of change. Take the very next morning, for example. His doorbell rang. In truth, Galio rarely had visitors. His life was quieter than that of a secluded retiree. Anyone who could find him wouldn't bother with the doorbell, and those who couldn't, well, they truly couldn't. So, the sound of the doorbell early in the morning was a novelty for him. And then, peering through the peephole, Galio was astonished to see standing outside Jinx, the wild child herself. Thank goodness, she looked all right. No signs of injury, and she didn't seem to be bringing trouble. Otherwise, Galio wouldn't have opened the door for anything. Although, come to think of it, if he hadn't opened the door, she might not have bothered with it for long anyway. He opened the door. The little girl looked at Galio with a hint of surprise, though her gaze carried a peculiar undertone. So early, what's going on? Last time, during the robot explosion, this girl had actually saved Galio, so he wasn't surprised she'd managed to find him. What piqued his curiosity was what she wanted from him now. The girl twirled her fingers nervously. Well, she stammered, unable to string a full sentence together. Just as Galio was about to close the door and let his dog out, a plaintive rumble from the girl's stomach filled the silence, her eyes wide with pitiful hope. You mean you spent all the money in my wallet on a single day's meals? Galio could hardly comprehend it. With that much money, even he couldn't eat through in a year. The little girl stealthily raised a finger. It was one meal. Unbelievable. Galio's anger flared. What did you eat? Damn it. Who owns that rip-off restaurant? Why don't they just go rob a bank? No, seriously, a single meal costing that much. That's even faster than robbing someone. As Galio sputtered with outrage, the girl looked even more pitiful. It was at a 7-star hotel. I forget the name. I just remember always hearing how delicious their food was. So you ate a 5-figure meal. In US dollars? Galio simply couldn't wrap his head around it. But soon enough, he realized it didn't matter whether he understood or not, because the way this girl looked, she was about to hit him up for another meal. He swallowed nervously, his confidence faltering. How about I introduce you to a colleague of mine? He's about your height, super rich, and he'll definitely let you eat your fill. This bottomless pit of an eater, she had to be passed on to Tony as soon as possible. The girl beckoned him over, hesitated for a moment, and her big eyes rolled thoughtfully. Will he, like you, go out wearing such weird raincoats on a rainy day? Let me go change and get the car. Oh, and I'll need to withdraw some cash. Girl, if you want to eat, just say what you want. No need for all this roundabout talk. Along the way, Galio took the opportunity to educate this runaway little glutton on the importance of personal privacy, how sharing other people's personal information without their consent was not only unethical, but downright disgraceful, a sign of someone with way too much time on their hands. The girl looked aggrieved. But I haven't even had breakfast yet, so there's no way I'm full of anything. Just eat as much as you want later. Don't hold back on my account, Galio replied, trying to reassure himself as much as her, keeping a straight face. A smile bloomed on the little girl's face, bright as a flower. Okay, no problem. As long as there's food, I promise I'll talk less, or not talk at all if you want. So you're just playing dumb now, aren't you? The veins on Galio's forehead were practically pulsing with frustration. Right now, he was absolutely kicking himself. He should have let that cockroach take the girl away back then. Why'd he let her stay and become his headache for nothing? Suddenly, Galio remembered. Didn't that cockroach still owe him a hefty sum of money? If he tried to collect it himself, he didn't have much confidence. After all, that cockroach was definitely at a diamond-level agents league. But what if he brought this little girl along as his debt collector? Maybe he could even treat that $100 million as interest. Wouldn't that be open for negotiation? Thinking about such delightful possibilities, Galio forced his mouth into what he thought was a charming smile and began, but he only managed to get 2 words out before the little Spitfire suddenly crossed her arms defensively, as if she'd just been insulted, and with a single swift kick, sent Galio flying clear across the street. In Williamsburg, Galio now sported a medicinal patch on his face, and parked outside was his luxury car, now missing a door. He'd already had to pay for the damage he'd done to someone's wall during his earlier misadventure. Racked with regret about ever leaving the house, Galio clutched his aching head in misery. Meanwhile, the little girl was eating. Today, at least, she was eating with a certain grace. Her speed was impressive, but her manners were decent, saving Galio from further embarrassment. As she ate, she mumbled, actually, stuffing her mouth between each unfinished thought. This only made Galio feel even worse. So, why did you suddenly hit me? He demanded. The girl stumbled over her words again, which only irritated Galio more. though he knew he was no match for her. Now, all he could hope for was that after this meal, they'd part ways for good. She could go her own way, and he'd go his. Galio felt wronged, but the little girl was a bit helpless herself. She'd been fending for herself for so long, sometimes not even coming home until the middle of the night. Naturally, she'd run into plenty of creeps pretending to be nice. Well, actually, pretending wasn't the word. They really were wolves in sheep's clothing, inviting her to dinner under false pretenses, only to suddenly make weird demands mid-meal. She might be young, but she was still a girl, and every girl has a right to protect herself. What's wrong with that? Of course, she knew the basics of decency. Well, maybe not emotional intelligence, but at least a conscience. This kind-hearted uncle had already treated her to 2 lavish meals and given her a big chunk of money. For her to beat him up for no reason, she knew that didn't add up. So, what was it you wanted to say earlier? Why don't you try saying it again? Galio turned away, wanting nothing more to do with this rampaging little troublemaker. Taking a deep breath, the girl swallowed her food and tried. Hey, don't be mad, okay? Why don't you tell me what's on your mind? As long as it's something I can do, I promise I won't say no. Galio let out a sarcastic chuckle and simply pointed at the plates on the table. The plates were stacked up, seemingly reaching a meter high. The little girl was genuinely starting to feel bad. After all, there were just too many plates. All right, just tell me your condition. I promise I'll agree. Tears were welling up in her eyes. Even though Galio's face was still throbbing with pain, as soon as this topic came up, he immediately put on a kindly smile. The little girl had to fight hard to suppress her urge to smack someone. So difficult. Meanwhile, in a rundown bar somewhere in the city, this bar was basically out of business. If it weren't for the half-broken sign still hanging out front, you'd hardly be able to tell the difference between this place and the surrounding derelict buildings. This was the headquarters of the Cockroach Squad, a sub-branch of the Mutant Brotherhood. You read that right. Even though Cockroach had just made $100 million and was actively expanding. His side business, not a single cent, yes, down to the last penny, was spent frivolously. Anything that wasn't absolutely necessary, like fixing up the storefront, was considered a total waste. As for the drinks, beer, soda, coffee, cola, basically anything edible or drinkable here was free. Their supply came from the occasional large gatherings of the Mutant Brotherhood. They'd just grab a few things on their way out. As for appearances, what was that supposed to mean? Cockroach would tell you he didn't know, and please don't even bring it up. In his personal dictionary, the only word worth looking up was money. A blast of energetic music sent waves pulsing through the air. Fat Dragon was on the dance floor, swaying with a few mutant girls from New York. They, too, were partial mutants. But compared to the wildly popular KD, their lives were much rougher. Fortunately, mutant registration was now legal, and, well, their income was also perfectly legal in America. On the spacious sofa, Cockroach had stuck a little white slip of paper onto his eyelid. Boss, is this performance art? Charm Doll sat beside him, pouring a glass of plain water. Cockroach, who lived by the creed of thrift, usually drank only the simplest things, unless, of course, he was eating at someone else's expense. Some readers might wonder, isn't everything in this bar owned by Old Man Magneto? So why was Cockroach still so stingy? Well, it all came down to the way Cockroach's mind worked. For him, if something was in the Mutant Brotherhood's villa, it belonged to someone else and could be enjoyed freely. But once it was back on his own turf, it was his every last drop. Waste was simply not an option. The more things he could stack up, the happier he felt when he counted them. Legs crossed, Cockroach rubbed his eyes. Art my foot. My eyelid's been twitching all morning. Feels like something bad's about to happen, so I stuck this paper on to ward off. This is a Chinese custom? Charm Doll was baffled by her boss's strange behavior. No, my grandma taught me that when I was a kid. Charm Doll. Beyond the block of the little bar, Galio came running with a young girl whose eyes were as blue as light bulbs. Next to Cockroach was a kid called Irwa, whose powers were impressive, but Galio soon realized that when this little girl's engine was fully revved, she was a force to be reckoned with. After Galio promised her a 7-star dinner that evening, she immediately joined him, racing across the city together, all to track down the Cockroach who owed her lollipops and owed Galio, the uncle, a sum of money. As the sun slowly set, Galio fixed a wary gaze on the residential complex. Of course, he had changed into another hooded outfit, concealing himself thoroughly, and even cast a shadow manipulation spell to ensure that not even drones could detect him. Are you sure the target's inside? Although the area was run down, there was no guarantee it was uninhabited. As a civil servant, Galio didn't want to trespass on private property without cause. Under the blue glow in her eyes, the little girl swept her gaze over the complex. Its concrete and steel skeletons turned transparent, as if reduced to particles before her. Sight! With a quick scan, the rampaging little girl stared intently at the entrance of the bar, raised her hand, and pointed. Right there. There's a place like a basement. Perfect. The day of reckoning had arrived for the debtor. Galio narrowed his eyes, ready to step into the complex when suddenly, a flash of white light streaked past, carrying the deadly sharpness of a weapon. Though his defenses weren't quite on cockroach's level, Galio considered himself a man of considerable resilience. Even as 3 or 4 blades struck him in quick succession, he remained unharmed, his enchanted clothing barely showing a scratch. Oh! The flickering light stilled and revealed a slender man with white hair, a king character painted on his forehead. So you're one of us. Ever since S.H.I.E.L.D. mandated mutant registration, Galio had used his exceptional memory to memorize every character, big and small, in their files. Just to be clear, Galio wasn't bored. He simply preferred to play it safe. Even though he now possessed some ability to protect himself, there were still unreasonable powerhouses in this world, like Professor X and Magneto. Caution meant longevity. With his identification skills, Galio recognized a man as a wanted fugitive nicknamed Bengal Tiger. His mutation seemed feline in nature. Razor-sharp claws, lightning speed, and agility. His criminal record included robbery, murder, and worse. With that in mind, Galio nudged the little girl at his side, gesturing toward the suspected master. He's a wanted criminal. Are you planning to take him down? Huh. But aren't we not supposed to fight without good reason? I'm a law-abiding, well-behaved kid. The little girl tried to play innocent again, leaving Galio with no choice but to get ready to take matters into his own hands. At that moment, the Bengal tiger across from them widened his eyes. A wanted criminal? And the girl is this sweet and innocent? I've never tried one this young before. As he spoke, the Bengal tiger licked his lips, making a gesture far more obscene than Galio's earlier antics. Don't worry, little girl. Big brother will make sure you enjoy yourself. Rest in peace, brother. There's nothing more I can do for you. Although he had already sentenced this pitiful fugitive to death in his heart, as a righteous servant of the people, Galio straightened his back. I'll take him in right now. Take him in. The little girl's round eyes lost their sparkle. That's too much trouble for you officers. Prison resources are precious, after all. Ha, what an interesting girl. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. It won't hurt at all. By the time you finish counting the stains on the ceiling, it'll all be over. As he laughed, the Bengal tiger turned into a flash of white light, teleporting behind Galio. His long, razor-sharp fingernails brushed the side of Galio's neck. Galio's mouth twitched. This guy was fast. Combined with those claws and his agility, he was definitely tricky to handle. Too bad for him, though, his time was up. Just as the Bengal tiger was about to strike, a sudden sharp pain shot through his arm. He glanced down to see the little girl, who had appeared out of nowhere, holding something gleaming in her delicate hand. That claw was polished to a shine, clearly maintained with meticulous care, just like his own. At that moment, a wave of searing pain tore through his shoulder. The agony of losing an arm made the Bengal tiger throw back his head and howl, "I'll kill you." In his mouth, what were once ordinary teeth suddenly transformed into razor-sharp fangs, his secret weapon. He was going to devour this wretched little girl. He lunged with jaws wide open, claws poised to strike. But to his shock, he felt a small, fragile hand pressing gently against his throat. The last thing the Bengal tiger saw was the yawning black maw of a gun barrel, impossibly large. With a thunderous bang, his world was swallowed by silence. Kill stealing. The little girl tossed aside the suspiciously human-shaped object in her hand, cheeks puffed in anger. Galio slipped his pistol back into the pocket of his hood. Not exactly, but I just couldn't stand by and watch a miner do something like that. As he spoke, Galio casually turned the Bengal tiger into an experience storage card. Not a bad ability, might come in handy later. The little girl let out a haughty snort. Not allowed to do it herself, only to watch someone else smash a head open like a watermelon? What sort of twisted logic was this? Galio, meanwhile, was still reveling in the unshakable sense of justice that not even his hood could conceal. Just then his phone rang. Beneath the brim of his hat, Galio's flat beak twitched. Lately, he developed a strange condition. Whenever he heard the phone ring, his mood would plummet into irritation. It was the kind of aggravation that made him want to smash the damn thing to pieces. Still, as a civil servant, he had to eat when it was time to eat. After all, even if the debts were collected, he still had to show up for work. Letting out a helpless sigh, Galio picked up the phone. The caller ID read, One-Eyed Dragon. Galio. Yes, he answered, but he didn't want to say a word more than necessary. On the other end, Nick Fury felt a bit embarrassed himself. After all, constantly relying on the same sheep to pull the wool made even him blush. But there was nothing he could do. When trouble came crashing down from above, someone had to catch it. Galio, where are you? We've got an emergency meeting here, and I need you to attend. Galio thought for a moment, and decided to be an honest bureaucrat. I found a secret mutant hideout. I'm preparing to apprehend some wanted criminals. Nick Fury couldn't tell if Galio was telling the truth, but with an excuse like that, he couldn't exactly press the issue. All right, then, when you're done, no matter what time it is, give me a call. Awesome, I'll pick you up. Or wait, do you need backup? The call was abruptly cut off. Galio hung up the phone with utter disregard for decorum. Was that really okay? That was an outright lie, wasn't it, mister? The little girl said, then added thoughtfully. And in front of a minor, no less. Minor, my foot, Galio thought. Judging by her skills, this girl could probably solo a shield dungeon without breaking a sweat. Don't worry about him. If it were really urgent, he wouldn't be acting so sneaky. Anyway, do you still want that 7-star dinner tonight? At the mention of food, the little girl perked up instantly. Of course. Let's go collect the debt and rid the world of some evil while we're at it. I saw a few wanted criminals with him, too. How did she even know they were wanted criminals? And why is she so motivated whenever food comes up? Come to think of it, wasn't Cockroach technically a wanted criminal, too? But somehow, because they often ended up on the same side for no good reason, Galio tended to overlook that fact. Now that he thought about it, maybe he should nab Cockroach as well, and ask the Ancient One for an extra ransom. They say Kamar Taj is loaded, and the thought was tempting. The club's music was still blaring at full blast when suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the front door was kicked clean off its hinges. The flying door flattened a stunning dancer, pinning her against the wall. Then, her body melted like clay, oozing down in a bizarre, unsettling way. Retracting her delicate foot, the little girl just knew. Anyone with a figure that perfect had to be made, not born. Galio strode in, bringing with him the manic little girl hidden beneath a hood, the two of them exuding such villainous energy that several young women on the dance floor shrieked in terror, their cries echoing through the room. It's important to note, Galio is actually a paragon of virtue. For his own safety, he had bought the little girl a matching hooded cloak well in advance. Someone was banging on the door. The Cockroach, naturally, wanted compensation for the damage. But when he saw who it was, his confidence wavered a little. Still, was it really too much to ask this guy for $50 million in damages for a single door? Of course not. In fact, he was even offering an old friend's discount. No need to pay in cash. With his eyes hidden beneath the hood, Galio took in the motley crew of mutants scattered around the room. According to the registry, there were 3 dancers, and a child who looked about the same age as the little girl. The records showed this child was also a rare type of mutant, with the ability called custom camera. He could turn any object into a surveillance device, monitor it around the clock, and project whatever he saw. It was a rather overpowered ability, though his combat skills were laughable, barely stronger than a 5th grader. These 4 were the only registered, law-abiding mutants in the room. There were also 3 wanted criminals present, along with 2 others Galio didn't recognize, unregistered, and clearly not the trustworthy sort. It's worth mentioning here that the Cockroach's crew were all unregistered mutants as well. Still, Galio chose to put them in a category of their own. Galio picked up a bottle of cola, slipped the mouth of the bottle into the darkness beneath his hood, and took a drink. Cockroach, did I leave something with you? Did you? Cockroach peeled off the white paper stuck to his eyelid and tossed it aside, grumbling about how useless the thing was. There's no way I'd have anything of yours. Galio sat calmly on the sofa near Cockroach. Not long ago, I had a fight with Galio. I heard that in Kamar Taj, you were seen taking my money. This single sentence instantly turned the restless mutants on the sidelines into model citizens. Cockroach was someone to count on. But this guy, his attitude, his presence, wasn't someone to mess with either. And to think he fought Galio and walked away alive. Maybe joining the Cockroach's crew hadn't been their brightest idea. Ah, Galio. That guy's pretty interesting. As for the money, yeah, I took it. But that was for fixing the door, wasn't it? The one. Right there on the floor. That's a priceless antique. Irreplaceable. Asking you for tens of millions isn't unreasonable. In fact, Cockroach's eyes gleamed as he looked at Galio. Why don't you join the Cockroach crew? I'll give you premium treatment. Making tens of millions will be a breeze. And you'll only have to work 3 days a month. How about it? Last time, you said it was just 1 day. Did I? Cockroach had made quite a few empty promises over time. So many, in fact, that he sometimes forgot them himself. He glanced at his secretary, Mei Hua, who gave a subtle nod. At once, Cockroach shamelessly pressed on. A day works too, no problem. I'll give you a base salary of $2 million a month, triple pay for project days, plus commission. Thanks, but I still want what's rightfully mine. And after all this time you've held on to it, isn't it only fair to pay a little interest? The pretense fell away. Now that the money was on the table, Cockroach could still restrain himself. But when interest was mentioned, his hair nearly stood on end. Interest? How much are you asking for? 100 million. The moment Galio dropped the number, Cockroach lunged at him with a vicious elbow strike. There was no further room for negotiation. Cockroach was ready to silence Galio for good and cut his losses. They'd been on good terms in the past, but when it came to that much money, not even a ghost from the grave would be spared. The elbow swung with real force, though not quite his full strength, since Galio was still a valued reserve member, and there was some camaraderie between them. But just as the blow was about to connect, a streak of blue lightning flashed in front of Galio. The berserk little Jinx intercepted Cockroach's elbow with a single, sharp-handed block. The moment they clashed, Galio could feel the air itself grow heavier around them. The spectacle left the other mutants on the verge of swearing out loud. Cockroach was a monster in human form, and yet this petite girl had managed to block his attack head-on. With his strike thwarted, Cockroach narrowed his eyes, intrigued. "You're that little girl, aren't you? Pay up." Jinx's voice was as sweet as ever, but she was all business, collecting debts. Cockroach scratched his chin thoughtfully. "I miscalculated. If the two of you had come together from the start." After a quick mental tally, Cockroach flicked his finger to open a shimmering blue portal, reached in, and pulled out a heavy bag of gold. "This bag's worth about 50 million. It's not stolen. No cereal. Numbers. They're all investment-grade bars. Sure, they're fake, but I had an expert handle them, so they're flawless and easy to move. If you want them, take them. If not, then we settle this the hard way." Gone was Cockroach's usual smirk. A chill crept into the room. It was a hefty sum, and Galio, who'd only come for the money on a whim, hadn't really planned on pushing Cockroach to the brink. "Uncle, this should keep us well-fed for a long time, right?" Jinx's voice remained as sugary as ever. Galio stood up without a word, keeping up his stoic persona, and headed for the door. "Hey, you haven't paid the door fee yet." The fight abandoned, Cockroach lounged back on his sofa, his voice floating through the air after Galio. How could one even begin to describe this moment? In any case, Galio thought to himself, the world is vast, and to encounter such an oddball is truly a rare stroke of fate. He fished a gold bar out of the little girl's oversized bundle, then unleashed a flash of shadow manipulation, hurling it with force straight at the cockroach-faced man. The gold bar shot forward at lightning speed, but just as it was about to crash onto the glass tabletop. Before the cockroach, it suddenly froze in midair. The glass coffee table remained perfectly intact, and the gold brick settled smoothly atop it. Where even now, Galio's figure had already vanished at the doorway, leaving only his voice drifting back into the room. "Man, that was an expensive favor," Cockroach muttered, grabbing a bottle of water and guzzling down several mouthfuls as if trying to drink himself into oblivion. "So that's all it takes to make you this meek?" Suddenly, a new addition to the group of fugitives piped up from the air. Cockroach finished the last drop, set the empty bottle aside, and swept his gaze slowly across the room. That look of his sent a chill down the new fugitive's spine, but he wasn't one to back down easily. Though clearly unnerved, he stared back at Cockroach wide-eyed and retorted, "What are you glaring at me for?" "That guy demanded 100 million, and you gave him 50 million. He showed up, and you gave him a 2 million base salary. But for me, you toss out a measly 100,000 and make me sit around here with you." As he spoke, his anger built, his words growing sharper. He suddenly yanked a registered girl over by his side, rudely pulling her into his arms without a care for a protest. "I'm an A-level fugitive, you know. Am I not even worth 2 million? Fat dragon, give him 2 million, Cockroach said airily, his tone light as a feather. The fugitive's face immediately lit up with delight. But before he could savor the moment, Fat Dragon's massive hand reached towards his spine. Ability activated, instant step. In a blink, the fugitive reappeared 3 paces away. His ability, instant step, wasn't exactly teleportation in the strict sense. It simply erased the act of moving, letting him leap straight to the result. It was a formidable power, but limited by the number of steps, so it wasn't impossible to handle. Having dodged Fat Dragon's grip, it was clear that a fight was about to break out. The fugitive had no intention of sticking around to reason with anyone. If this place wouldn't have him, somewhere else surely would. Without another word, he triggered his instant step ability in rapid succession, intending to make his escape. But just as he materialized mid-sprint, a throwing knife, tossed at some point by Clairvoyant, came spinning through the air. The knife had originally been thrown at empty space, but as its tip sliced forward, the fugitive reappeared at precisely that spot. The blade sliced cleanly across his throat. He didn't die immediately, but instead collapsed in agony, clutching his bleeding neck. "Anyone else have complaints about pay or working conditions? Speak up. I'm an open-minded man," Cockroach remarked, his gaze sweeping over the remaining people in the room. Who the hell would dare speak up now? Are they crazy? Especially the little boy. He was trembling with fear. When he first joined, Thought he was entering a mafia gang. Who could have imagined it would turn out to be more like an oversized kindergarten? There were no killings, no bloodshed. Cockroach even forbade him from drinking alcohol, saying he was underage. Underage, seriously? Every time the boy drank milk, he silently grumbled about it. But at this moment, he clutched his milk bottle and gulped it down with all his might. A human life, a ruthless villain, just died without a sound. The corpse was burned right in front of everyone by Fat Dragon. At that moment, the boy felt homesick. After leaving Cockroach's place, Galio handed 2 large gold bars to the little girl. Take these. It'll last you a long time. With your abilities, you should have no trouble cutting them up. Don't carry the whole bar every time. It's easy to get caught. Got it. I'm not a little kid, you know. By the way, your hood is really interesting. Can I keep it? You can, but the effect only lasts 24 hours. That's it? So boring. Galio thought to himself, what's with this brat's way of talking? She really doesn't know how to hold a conversation. Watching the little girl dash off and disappear from sight, Galio suddenly felt like laughing. Not the kind you fake, but a genuine urge to laugh from deep within his soul. Ever since he came to this world, he had never felt this relaxed. It wasn't just about feeling safe. There was a sense of comfort, too. Since he'd already answered the phone, Galio couldn't just go back home and sleep. He hurried straight to Stark Tower. By the time he arrived, it was already 11 p.m. He sincerely hoped the problem had been resolved, and that Nick Fury, the one-eyed bastard, was already asleep. That way, Galio could enjoy the satisfaction of waking that jerk up. Unfortunately, Galio discovered that Fury might just be able to rest each eye separately. Even at this late hour, the guy was still wearing his black trench coat and eye patch. Who he expected to see him in the middle of the night was anyone's guess. Today's meeting was a bit odd, because among those present was Bat. This guy didn't just keep odd hours. He had no organization, no discipline, and absolutely no interest in office life. Most of the time, even if Bat was on the job, he'd be out on the streets chasing criminals. Running into him today was nothing short of miraculous. Galio and Bat were both the quiet type. When they met, a simple nod was enough to count as a greeting. Then came Fury's turn. He walked over holding a letter. We've got a problem, gentlemen. No kidding. If you went a day without a problem for me, I'd have to punch you, Galio thought. A glance at Bat told him he was thinking the exact same thing. At this hour, Mr. Tony has already gone to bed. He was explicitly excluded from today's mission, so our dear genius has been sulking all day. To vent, he spent the whole afternoon rolling dice at the casino, lost a fair bit, and came back even more frustrated. The atmosphere was rather awkward, and Nick Fury regretted not bringing Natasha along. At least her presence would have made things less uncomfortable. But it was too late now. He could only ignore the tension and continue outlining the mission. Here's an invitation to a buffet 3 days from now, hosted by a high-ranking military officer. This is a highly exclusive private event, not just for the wealthy and powerful, but for those with the influence to shape the fate of the nation. But we also received this. Nick Fury produced a white envelope, sealed with a clown's logo in wax. Inside was a taunting message from a Joker. He had no real interest in ruining the event. What he really wanted was to attend, and he made that very clear. The moment the envelope was opened, it let out a shrill burst of laughter. The Joker would be at the party. Ah, how time flies. Yaya's story is soon to be published. Whether I'll be able to afford a meal, or just some rice porridge in the future, depends on your generous support. If you wish to tip, send a Catwoman, or a little fox my way. Anyway, I know the results aren't great, and I'm well aware of my shortcomings, so I won't post a separate chapter for ridicule. In the end, thank you to everyone who's read my work. This might count as one of the strangest assignments yet. The job? Attend a high-class banquet, enjoy the meal, and, most importantly, don't cause any trouble. Of course, make sure no one else stirs up trouble either. Galio adjusted the sleek suit that S.H.I.E.L.D. had provided. It was tailored by Mr. Tony himself, and it came loaded with some impressive features. When he put it on, Galio also asked Tony for 2 more suits in different colors, planning to wear them regularly for better outfit coordination. Tony's face didn't look too pleased. It probably wasn't because Galio was mooching off him. After all, Tony was so rich he could blow up his own armor just for fun. No, the real reason for Mr. Tony's gloom was that the invitation strictly forbade him from attending the party. That's right, even with Joker's personal threats looming, Tony Stark was still banned from the event. They'd rather risk death than let Tony come to their rescue. Honestly, that stings a little. Time passed in a blink. The little girl hadn't yet finished off her stash of gold bars to come hunt down Galio for more free meals, which touched him somewhat. He enjoyed a peaceful, relaxing holiday. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, a lesson every school kid in China knows, and Galio was always proud to follow. But today, he was about to witness a miracle in the history of human social interaction. No, not a miracle, a true oddity. The bat had ditched his cape and, over his armor, was now wearing a suit, helmet still on, no less. If Galio could tolerate that, then what about the Catwoman? Riding shotgun? Wasn't she a contracted KD artist? Were they really going to flaunt their relationship like this? Did she want to quit her job, or something? Bat, dressed like that. Are you sure anyone want to dance with you tonight? The bat, as usual, remained silent and reserved. It was Catwoman who slipped her arm through his, an easy gesture resting on his forearm. Galio. Just as Galio was about to swear off ever getting into this flashy Batmobile, preferring to hail a cab to the banquet instead, a pair of youthful, adorable fox ears popped up from the back seat. It was the lead singer of KD, the Little Fox. Tonight, Little Fox wore a pale pink evening gown. To be honest, that color was not something just anyone could pull off, too reminiscent of a little girl, definitely not fit for a formal business dinner. But with Little Fox, it was different. The pink complemented her beauty and grace, making her look like an innocent, noble princess untouched by the world. Mr. Galio, please get in. Little Fox had begged Catwoman for ages before she'd finally agreed to let her tag along as the extra wheel. Galio's hand, which had been poised to summon a cab with his phone, now adjusted his tie. With an air of self-importance, he took a dignified seat in the back. Catwoman arched one elegant brow at the bat, spun lightly and gracefully, and with the two-third wheels, the Little Fox and Galio, now paired off in the back. The rest was up to her and her improvisation. This bat, she thought, was definitely her kind of dish. No hidden dangers here. Please don't judge. The Joker, an A-level fugitive with S.H.I.E.L.D., though the bat had always argued he should be bumped up to S-level. Trouble was, the Joker's personal abilities were pretty average. No mutant powers, not even basic combat skills worth mentioning. He might not be able to take on two brawny S.H.I.E.L.D. guards. The A-level rating was already a nod to the gravity of his crimes and the bat's decade-long, fruitless pursuit. As for the bat, he never commented. He didn't believe that being powerful or having special abilities was what made someone truly dangerous, unless you were on Galio's level. Otherwise, so what if you were Magneto? It wasn't like he hadn't beaten him before. The Batmobile roared into the villa grounds, a rolling VIP pass that breezed through every checkpoint. In the parking lot, the bat spun the car to a smooth stop, buttoned his suit jacket over his stomach, and got out to open the door for Catwoman. Galio, though he hadn't eaten or drunk a thing, felt completely stuffed. He'd had his fill of all this public affection along the way. Watching Catwoman flirt shamelessly with the bat from start to finish was more than enough for him. Expressionless, Galio stepped out of the car on his own, completely ignoring the Little Fox, who looked at him with bright, hopeful eyes. Some people, he thought, really do have a reason for being single. As soon as Batman and Galio got out of the car, they immediately drew the attention of several important figures who came forward to greet them. Among them were Adrian and his beloved daughter. Thank you so much for what you did last time, Mr. Galio. This was the ever-gracious Adrian. Mr. Galio, you saved me. You're my hero. This was Frost. Hearing the father and daughter speak, Galio narrowed his eyes slightly. At that moment, he was quite tempted to use an appraisal spell on Adrian, just to see if the man was really still alive. However, knowing how unpredictable spiritual powers could be, Galio decided it was wiser to stay cautious. If the opportunity arose, he would consider dealing with the girl and Adrian directly, eliminating any future trouble for good. Batman's persona was famously stolid and reserved, so few people crowded around him for conversation. Galio, truth be told, wasn't much different. Fortunately, Catwoman and the Little Fox were experts at small talk, keeping the atmosphere from growing awkward. Oddly enough, since the Little Fox showed up, Frost's attitude had turned rather strange, her words suddenly laced with sarcasm and double meanings. For example, "Oh, my father absolutely loves your singing. So many of his dear friends are fans of yours, too. Your ears are so lovely. At graduation, you'd outshine everyone at the ball. I'm jealous. I was the prom queen, but I could only wear fake ones." Watching the Little Fox nearly fume with rage on the spot, struggling to hold back her temper as she sparred with Frost, even Galio felt a pang of guilt. Thankfully, just as the bullying seemed to go too far, Catwoman abandoned Batman and hurried over to help. With the fiery support of this retired master thief, the Little Fox gradually regained her footing. The battlefield belonged to the women, so the men quietly retreated. As the verbal sparring heated up behind them, Batman led Galio and several dignitaries to a table off to the side. At an event like this, there was never any shortage of ladies. The moment a spot opened up beside the gentleman, a few women would gracefully slip in, though they were little more than elegant ornaments, impeccably professional and seldom speaking. Meanwhile, The skirmish at the other end of the room raged on, until, mid-argument, the little fox and Frost suddenly sensed something was amiss. Galio had vanished. For heaven's sake, without Galio, what were they even fighting over? Instantly, both reverted to their refined, Leda-like selves. Frost glided back to her father's side, elegantly shooing away the foxy vixen who had been clinging to him, pressing herself against his arm. As much as Frost wanted to join Galio, she could never allow herself to act so obvious in public. No, she would never stoop to the level of that shameless fox spirit. And yes, in this case, the fox really was a fox spirit. The little fox didn't care about any of that nonsense. She simply scared off the girl standing next to Galio with a flash of her sharp teeth, just another pretty face as far as she was concerned, and immediately wrapped her arms around Galio's arm. If it weren't for the risk of damaging her prospects as a star, she'd have stuck out her tongue at Frost, the weakest rival of them all. Tonight, even the glances seemed to speak. Frost actually caught the message from the little fox. For an instant, Frost thought, maybe it would be better to just get rid of this vixen altogether, or drive her mad and send her off to the red light district. Those corpulent old men would surely appreciate her type. A sudden chill ran down the little fox's spine for no apparent reason. She clung even closer to Galio, all the while glaring at Frost in open defiance. A poor player, but with an appetite for trouble. Mr. Bat, Mr. Galio, have you found that troublesome vermin yet? The question came from a high-ranking official within the Adrian faction, whose family fortune was built on moneylending, commonly known as loan sharking. Their reputation was terrible, but they were rich and had close ties with Adrian, well protected by powerful figures, so they always seemed to get away unscathed. The SHIELD database was fully accessible to diamond-level agents, so neither Bat nor Galio were strangers to this official's background. There was no question, they both despised him. Unfortunately, until the man was under investigation, they couldn't just put a bullet in him. The Joker is a master of disguise. If he doesn't want us to find him, you won't be able to track him down, Bat replied, his voice somewhat rough. Galio guessed that. Among these people, someone must know young Bruce Wayne. Once Bat put on the mask, conversation became an ordeal. He probably scared the life out of them just by talking. And as expected, once Joker was mentioned, the mood turned heavy. The wealthy businessman grew uneasy. After all, that maniac was a certified lunatic, doctor's note and all. Some of these officials and tycoons, the sly ones, were already planning their escape routes. The more hard-nosed had their bodyguards ready and armed. As the conversation started falling apart, Galio stepped in. Please rest assured, with Bat and myself here, we'll do our utmost to protect everyone's safety. No surprise, this was still standard SHIELD diplomatic speak, just with a different name. With Galio's reassurance, whether real or not, all the businessmen were visibly elated. Honestly, these days, that lunatic wasn't even the most dangerous person around. Several mutant bodyguards present had ratings far above the Joker's. Yet somehow, the Joker always managed to inspire fear. He could strike terror into anyone who laid eyes on him. It had nothing to do with whether his scars were self-inflicted or not. The conversation carried on, but Galio was starting to grow weary of all the social maneuvering. Fortunately, at that moment, Frost stepped in, suggesting she and Galio take a walk nearby to see if there were any suspicious figures lurking about. Although it was just an excuse, the wealthy businessmen graciously let them go. Frost came from a good family, was young and beautiful, and if they could bring Galio onto their ship, that would be ideal. It would at least guarantee their safety. At gatherings like this, really only two kinds of people attend, those with hidden motives and those seeking favors. In any case, nobody is here for a proper meal. Well, nobody except Galio, who was happily enjoying his food. With Frost, he left behind the unpleasant atmosphere and instantly felt much lighter. This lightness, truth be told, might also have something to do with the fact that the little fox couldn't cling to Galio's arm while they were moving. The girl was developing quite well, and she was a bit heavy. The three of them strolled through the streets, and the little fox's face was as red as a ripe apple, tempting and bright. To be able to walk with Mr. Galio, she was both thrilled and full of anticipation. Of course it would have been even better if the annoying Frost wasn't tagging along. The little fox had figured out. This woman was the perfect green tea, always throwing barbs without a single harsh word, yet leaving you fuming and speechless. Mr. Galio, I still haven't properly thanked you for last time, for saving my life, Frost suddenly said, her tone sincere, as the three wandered through the garden at the buffet. Galio fell silent for a moment. He felt as if he'd met a lifelong rival. Aside from himself, he'd never seen someone act so flawlessly. Before he could come up with a half-hearted reply, the little fox suddenly let out a surprised cry. Mr. Galio, look, the cake over there looks delicious. The little fox, making a big fuss, pulled Galio away. Frost's upbringing wouldn't allow her to chase after them, so she could only follow gracefully, her eyes locking on the little fox. If you dare leave Galio's side tonight, I'll make you feel like a dancer in a club, and I'll make you improvise a dance on the spot. All of a sudden, the little fox felt a chill. She didn't know why, but even though she was dressed warmly enough, there was a strange, creeping coldness she couldn't shake. Galio wanted to explain to the little fox the simple truth. People bring trouble upon themselves when they don't need to, and if you're just a rookie, don't try to play in the big leagues. Staying in the bronze matches is perfectly fine. But seeing the little fox's excited face, Galio decided to keep his mouth shut. Sometimes silence is golden. At a cold buffet of this level, there were bound to be plenty of performers, and usually ones of high status. Tonight, a popular black singer and a violinist were already playing in the center of the hall. It was said there'd be a piano performance later on. The important guests, truth be told, were all a little nervous. Yet the ordinary attendees didn't even know that tonight, some uninvited guests would be joining the party. The little fox darted around like a gleeful child, dragging Galio from place to place. Frost had to trot along behind them, struggling to keep up, and she swore to herself that if she ever hosted another banquet and this vixen made the guest list, she'd treat everyone to Fox Hot Pot. She was just that annoyed. At last, Frost caught up just as the fox grabbed a piece of chocolate cake without a hint of decorum and started eating. She even handed Galio the prettiest slice while still munching away. Galio paused for a moment and asked, "Miss Frost, would you like a piece?" Honestly, choking to death on cake seemed like a perfectly natural way to go. The little fox stared in disbelief. Why would Mr. Galio even offer that green tea girl anything? With her chin held high in that proud, aristocratic manner she'd been taught, Frost replied, "Thank you, Mr. Galio, but I must decline. I take smaller bites. You understand, in settings like this, one must mind one's manners." She met the little fox's glare with a subtle, challenging look as she accepted the cake from Galio and neatly cut it into tiny pieces with her knife and fork. Galio had already imbued the cake with his power. If Frost ate it the same way as the fox, he'd have been all set to visit her house for dinner in a few days, bringing a gift along. But seeing her eat so delicately now, in the end, Galio could only sigh and quietly withdraw his power, watching as Frost finished her cake in dainty bites and then, with an air of apology, added, "Forgive me, I was terribly rude." That one comment made the little fox bristle. Literally, her fur stood on end. She couldn't take it anymore. She leapt up, ready to bite Frost, and Galio had no choice but to scoop her up around the waist. Honestly, with her feeble fighting skills, Galio even doubted she could take on that self-proclaimed Iron Man bodyguard of a driver. Feeling safe in Galio's arms, Frost allowed herself a small, smug smile and tossed another haughty look at the little fox, who only became more spirited in return. All bark and no bite. That was the little fox in a nutshell, and Galio could only shake his head. "I'll just take her to wash her face and help her calm down," he said. "It's fine, really. After all, it's already April. Miss Ari is bound to be a little more lively now. It's perfectly normal. She'll settle down once the month is over." "Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Galio," Frost replied, covering her mouth with her hand as she quietly slipped away from the table. Galio and the little fox were still a bit bewildered, but suddenly, the little fox seemed to remember something, and her outburst grew even stronger. Galio almost couldn't restrain her with his strength. April of all times? Of course. That's fox mating season. A gentle moonlight accompanies Yaya's first subscription. Typing this with a smile. No tears today, just smiles. Although it's called a buffet, there are plenty of hot dishes served indoors, and you can even find delicacies from around the world. Still, as the saying goes, in this sort of setting, almost no one is here for a proper meal. Whether it's the cold cuts, the hot food, or even the desserts, they're just there as a decorative touch, a reason for people to linger and chat. Frost didn't really want to leave Galio's side, but someone had just contacted her through the psychic link, so she had no choice but to excuse herself for a while. Even though she admired Galio, they were now on different sides, and besides, Galio was both sensitive and shrewd. Frost didn't want him to notice anything out of the ordinary. Time slipped quickly into night. The Joker had yet to make a move, which allowed the bigwigs who knew the real situation to gradually let down their guard. After all, this was exactly the kind of occasion that helped people relax and indulge in light-hearted conversation, fine wine, exquisite food, charming women. Of course, the mutant guards at the entrance remained as vigilant as ever, knowing they were the first line of defense, paid for their unwavering watchfulness. With the formal registration and legalization of mutants, a range of mutant-driven professions had sprung up: mercenary outfits, insurance companies, even escort services. These groups often worked alongside the regular military. Soldiers maintained order, while mutants acted as the sharp edge of the operation, using their abilities for more flexible surveillance or tactical work. When Frost returned, the little fox was still dragging Galio all over the place. In moments like this, Frost couldn't help but marvel at how formidable Galio truly was. Unlike the bat, who saw a criminal in every face, Galio moved freely through the crowd, making it ever harder for Frost and her allies to find their window to act. As expected, if they wanted to pull off anything major, the first step would be getting Galio out of the way. Frost took a moment to adjust her outfit, adding a subtle touch of allure to her gaze, and tugged the neckline of her dress just a bit lower. With her figure, an enviable F-cup, even a little adjustment made quite an impression. Was Galio on the lookout for danger? Of course not. With the bat around, that sort of thing was hardly his responsibility. Galio was simply enjoying the food and drink with the little fox. He had to keep up his persona, and, given how recognizable he was, he usually had to settle his meals in the Williamsburg cafeteria. Tonight, though, this was a rare feast. Galio picked up a ham-wrapped mushroom and looked up. "Wait, I'm big. Wait, what brand of burger is this?" A lovely smile curved at the corner of Frost's lips. Even Galio couldn't resist something beautiful. "Mr. Galio, I couldn't help but notice that Mr. Bat seems rather tense. May I ask, is there something going on?" Galio drew his gaze back to the food, shifting his focus so he wouldn't make a blunder with the next bite. It would be awkward to chomp down on the wrong thing. "There's no problem. It's just that your father thinks, at such a high-profile banquet, there might be some unexpected guests." Frost put on an adorably puzzled expression tinged with a hint of lingering fear. "That puts my mind at ease. After what happened last time when I was kidnapped, for a while, I saw a villain in everyone I met. Well, if you just spend less time looking in the mirror, you wouldn't see so many villains. With the bat on patrol, a few small fry aren't worth worrying about," Galio said, tossing a piece of meat into his mouth. Next to him, the little fox bared her fangs at Frost while munching away. Frost didn't seem to care much. If anything happened, a quick slap would take care of it. "But, Mr. Galio, tonight, it's not just small fry you'll have to deal with." While the little fox and Galio continued eating, Frost glanced slyly at the plate. "Little fox, that caviar on your bread looks delicious." With that, Frost reached out, while the little fox growled protectively and stealthily scooped up a bit of caviar. She raised an eyebrow at the fox in a playful challenge, popped the caviar into her mouth, then, not quite done, licked her finger with a hint of mischief. Galio kept up his see-no-evil persona, saying nothing as he prepared to take another bite. But just then, the little fox suddenly felt something strange. She'd never felt this way after eating cake or chocolate before. How to put it? It was as if her taste buds exploded, a rush of sweetness and flavor that made her crave more. But then, all at once, her body went limp and tingly, and a sugary haze seemed to lift her very soul right out of her body. With two dull thuds, both Frost and the little fox collapsed beside Galio almost simultaneously. Their faces flushed, cold sweat broke out, and rash-like spots appeared on their skin. At this point, the banquet descended into chaos. Thankfully, there were plenty of doctors among the guests tonight. It didn't take long for them to rule out any deadly poison. At worst, it was a mild case of food poisoning. Still, to be safe, they recommended immediate hospitalization. After all, Frost was a bona fide heiress, and the little fox was a public figure. Treating them on the spot wouldn't do. They'd have to be taken to the hospital, even if it was just to give the hospital a bit of business. The actual treatment wouldn't be anything special. Galio had a nagging feeling that something was off. If Frost's powers weren't so sensitive, and if there weren't so many people around, he'd have used his grand appraisal spell already. His instincts told him that Frost had to be involved in the little fox's fainting spell somehow. Just as the doctor was about to personally escort the two young ladies to the hospital, Frost and the little fox, as if on cue, both called out at the same time, "Galio." Patients, after all, tend to be somewhat muddled in consciousness, and naturally their voices aren't loud. Yet in a silent room, even the faintest moan stands out. The doctor found himself in an awkward spot. Despite his age and the fact that he was far beyond any possible connection with these two young and beautiful women, the situation was still uncomfortable. In the end, it was Adrian who made the call. He asked Galio to make a trip. Tonight was anything but peaceful. His precious daughter had already been kidnapped once, and as an old father, he couldn't bear a second ordeal. As for himself, he couldn't leave just yet. There was an important meeting coming up. Galio agreed without hesitation, and casually asked Batman for the car keys. He'd been wanting to drive the Batmobile for ages. But he was met with a curt refusal. Batman, with his stack of professional licenses, wasn't fazed by toxins or allergies. Besides, judging by the girl's conditions, neither was in any immediate mortal danger. The answer was decisive: absolutely not. Even Catwoman's best attempts at charm wouldn't change his mind. The mood grew even more awkward. One of Adrian's loan shark lackeys seized the chance to curry favor, boasting about his newly purchased, limited edition supercar, illegally modified, no less, and generously volunteered it for Galio's use. With the Batmobile out of reach, Galio had to make do with this substitute for now. Under the watchful and curious eyes of the crowd, Galio hoisted the little fox girl and headed out. He was actually planning to do the same with Frost, and perhaps, in the process, give her a little nudge. After all, dying of chocolate poisoning might not be an unreasonable outcome, right? But Galio's plan was foiled. Seeing how roughly he handled the ladies, Adrian's lips twitched in disapproval, and he quickly assigned a female bodyguard to accompany Galio. Yet, at that very moment, Adrian failed to notice the subtle way his precious daughter's lips twitched. This must be a fake dad, she thought silently. On the highway, Galio's car sped away from the villa. No, that's not a mistake. The car was his now, or at least he acted as if it was, whether anyone else agreed or not. In the passenger seat and the back, two unconscious young women lay sprawled, their sleeping postures either adorably innocent or beguilingly alluring. Of course, their personal attributes were far less charming. The little fox girl now bore the tag, Under Influence, while Frost's name had transformed into Black Queen, complete with a daunting string of ominous descriptors. Just looking at those titles made it hard for Galio to resist the urge to finish her off then and there. But he couldn't, not now. Though Galio raced down the road, Adrian's bodyguards were still in tow. Any move against Frost would be easily discovered. To make matters worse, that elderly doctor had given both girls a hefty dose of antibiotics, pulling them out of immediate danger and making Galio's job all the more complicated.